After experiencing an accident in the military, the main character, Kang Jin-woo, gains the ability to see the future. He decides to use this ability to invest in various companies and make money, with the goal of becoming the world's #1 investor. How far will his vision extend, and how will his future unfold? Beyond investment, it also involves economics, politics, corporations, and even global issues. Join life in following Jin-woo's journey to see what he will do to reshape the financial world. The story begins on a pedestrian street amidst bustling shop buildings. Jin-woo, dressed in a sharp suit with slicked back hair, confidently stands in the crowd, conducting an interview in front of a camera. I would like to ask the people on the street, if you suddenly had 100 million won, what would you do? He points the mic at a beautiful woman passing by. She smiles and replies, that is not enough to buy a house. A man walking by also joins the interview, I would probably buy a new car. Next, a couple enters the camera's frame. The girl answers, first, I would put the money in a savings account. After getting the first round of answers, Jin-woo says, okay, here's the final question. If you were to become the richest person in the world, what then? The man who wanted to buy a car waves his hand, looking at him strangely, as if it is a far-fetched question. The first woman who participated in the interview happily imagines being the richest person in the world. She replies, maybe I would not have to work for the rest of my life. A sharp answer from another pretty girl, first, I would want to know how I got that rich. At the studio, after watching the interview segment, the female MC looks at him and says, these are some of the answers. You are the first young Korean man to become the richest person in the world. What is your secret? She cheerfully says, there are even rumors that you are a prophet who can see the future. Jin-woo replies, a prophet who can see the future? There is no such thing. But as soon as he finishes speaking, a fiery golden color flashes in his eyes. Jin-woo stares intently in one direction. In the corner of the studio, a woman wearing indigenous clothing with white hair holds a staff. On the staff sits an eagle. She is surrounded by a faint golden light. Yeji, perched on top of her staff, powerfully spreads its wings, flames seeming to appear around it. As Yeji takes flight, the light around it becomes even more radiant. The light spreads as if to swallow Jin-woo whole. His face shows no fear as he intently watches Yeji. With its wings spread wide, it flies towards the brightest, most brilliant place. Jin-woo looks up at it flying overhead. The entire bird emits a light that no one else in the audience can see. He smiles slightly, the light in his eyes gradually fading. The female MC's voice interrupts his thoughts. So then, returning to reality, Jin-woo bows his head and says, I am just an ordinary investor who got lucky. He rubs his eyes, drowsily waking up from a sleep. Jin-woo jumps up in a small room filled with belongings, calling out his name to wake himself up, Sergeant Kang Jin-woo. He massages his stiff neck after a long sleep and says, really, why does the eagle in the military emblem keep appearing in my dreams? The dream was nice, but the eagle ruined it. Jin-woo sighs. He is a recently discharged soldier who is unemployed. As you can see, Jin-woo lives in a small semi-basement one-room apartment with his mother. But life was not always so bleak. He once had a reliable father who owned a legitimate business. Jin-woo's mother worked odd jobs, and she was always a very kind and gentle person, like a flower. On top of the microwave, a small family photo is neatly displayed. In the photo, a young couple holds hands with their son, looking very happy. Under his parents' care, Jin-woo grew up like a flower in a greenhouse. The quiet room is suddenly filled with the sound of a ringing phone. He picks up the phone to see who is calling. Scene changes. In a spacious apartment, Jin-woo says, I knew it. Taekyu, your life has not changed at all. He hands a beer to Jin-woo and retorts, you are wrong. Can't you see my collection has doubled? He takes the beer and says, since high school, your collection has been overflowing. How would I know if anything's different? Taekyu sits down opposite Jin-woo and says, you still do not pay attention to anything around you. What are you planning to do now? He opens the beer can and replies, I do not have any money, but I did graduate from a prestigious university, so I can tutor and help my mom a little. I will probably have to postpone going back to school for a while. Taekyu clinks cans with Jin-woo and praises, that is the Kang Jin-woo I know. What a filial son. He says gratefully, thanks for spending Christmas with my mom instead of me. Taekyu takes a sip, his eyes disappearing as he smiles. What are you talking about? That is nothing between us. Your mom is my mom too. He changes the subject. So, how was life in the military? Jin-woo waves his hand and replies, what is there to talk about? You were exempt from military service, so there is no need to discuss it. Taekyu says, you sound a little jealous. Want to hear something that will make you even more jealous? He leans back and asks, what else is there? Jin-woo waits for his answer with a serious expression. Taekyu leans in and whispers secretively, I found my Bantcoin password. He asks, not understanding, what is that? He replies, did you forget? I sold my Lutnia character and received some cryptocurrency. He remembers and quickly says, that thing, the character that was worth 50 million won. You cried when you lost it and said your life was over. But you found it again. Taekyu recounts, exactly. The other day, when I was cleaning my model display case, I found it. Do you know how much it is worth now? Jin-woo does not know and asks, how much? He replies, as of yesterday, it was $1,120. He calculates, what? $1,120. With the current exchange rate, $1 is equal to 1,198 won. So, it is 1.22 million won. Taekyu raises a finger and says succinctly, 1 BNT. Jinhu can't believe his ears and asks again. Huh, he says, not $1,120 in total, but $1,120 per BNT. He recalculates, so, you have 11,000 BNT, which means, a large number makes Jinhu think for a long time. When he gets the answer, he stares at Taekyu in shock, thinking about the number he just calculated. Jinhu breaks out in a cold sweat. No way, he shouts, 13.5 billion won. Jinhu jumps up. Taekyu says to his face, you crazy bastard, are you dreaming? Taekyu, startled, points at him and says, why are you yelling at me? If you are jealous, just admit it. It took me a while to process this information, but I'm not lying. I was so shocked that I was not even happy. He trembles at the thought of such a large amount of money. Hey, give me 100 million, just for a bit. Taekyu flatly refuses. No. Jinhu pleads, just 100 million please. He remains firm. No way. I already sold it on the exchange, and if this trend continues, I think its price will increase even more for a while. He acts disgusted. You cheapskate. If I had known, I would have played the game a little more seriously. Remembering the old days when they used to go to the internet cafe to play games, Taekyu would often shout, hey, remember to keep up with me. Jinhu would stubbornly argue, why should I, you idiot? He stands up and suddenly grabs his shirt, yelling, you jerk. It was clearly mine. Did you forget that you sold both my character and yours back then? Give me my share now, you thief. Jinhu, getting heated, grabs Taegyu's shirt and shakes him. He answers intermittently, your share, how much was it again? He calmly tilts his head and tries to remember, my share was. Suddenly, Jinhu sees, on the wall outside the window, it is the eagle that appeared in his dream again. It stands on the wall looking towards the room he is sitting in, its entire body glowing as if it is on fire. Jinhu is startled when he sees Yeji's face. He worries and wonders, what? Why is it here again? Suddenly, Yeji takes momentum and rushes forward. It leaves the distant wall, spreads its wings wide, and flies towards the window of Taegyu's room. Yeji flies past, leaving streaks of light in the air. Strangely, it is not stopped by the window and flies straight into Taegyu's room. Its wings spread wide in the cramped room, carrying a bright flame. Jinhu looks at it flying overhead in a panic. He furrows his brow, wondering what Yeji plans to do next. In the air in front of Jinhu, swirls of light suddenly appear, like tornadoes. Letters appear from those swirls of light. This astonishes him. Seeing this, Taegyu asks, hey, what is wrong with you? Why are you so panicked? Jinhu does not answer why and just asks, hey, oh Taegyu, do you know what Mountain Hill is? He replies quite surprised. That is the exchange where I am currently buying and selling Bandcoin. Why? How do you know about it? Looking at the golden letters in the air, Mountain Hill bankrupt, he asks Taekyu with increasing suspicion. Is it safe? Are there any rumors of bankruptcy or anything? He, not understanding what is happening, asks back, what are you talking about? How can a perfectly good exchange go bankrupt? Jinhu falls into contemplation. The eagle and those letters, it is exactly like what I saw in the military. What if this is not a hallucination, and it is all real? The more he thinks, the more scared he becomes. Jinhu says, oh Taekyu, from now on, you have to listen carefully to what I say. Taekyu stares blankly. What? He says seriously, sell all your Bandcoin immediately. He asks back in disbelief, why so suddenly? Jinhu grabs his shirt forcefully and says loudly, I can't explain it, just trust me and sell it. Silently looking straight into his eyes. Seeing the serious and worried look on Jinhu's face, he finally agrees, okay, I will sell it all. I was planning to do that anyway. I even asked my sister to open a dollar account for me, but once I am done, you have to explain everything to me. Seeing him agree, he sits heavily on the ground, mumbling in agreement. While waiting for Taekyu to handle the Bandcoin on his phone, he remembers it disappeared. The eagle and those letters, I saw them again. If I am not hallucinating, how would I know the name of an exchange I have never heard of? Or have I heard of it before but gotten confused? In the quiet room, the two are doing their own things. Suddenly, Taekyu jumps up and shouts, oh, this is bad. Jinhu quickly asks, what is wrong now? He replies, Mountain Hill's server just crashed. Jinhu is surprised and quickly asks, what? What about the Bandcoin? What happened to them? Jinhu is so anxious that he jumps up. Taekyu holds up his phone and says, they just sold them in time. Let me check what is wrong. Maybe it is just server maintenance. He anxiously waits for him to check. A thought suddenly flashes through his head. What the hell is going on? Could this be? He shouts in panic. Oh my god. Jinhu asks urgently, what is it? Taekyu stares intently at his phone and says, the server is back up, but all user accounts are empty. In the chat group, new messages from everyone keep appearing. Everyone is in complete confusion. The server crashed for real. What the hell is this? Can't access Mountain Hill. Everyone, check your accounts. Where's my money, you bastards? Mountain Hill. He can't believe what he said is happening again. Taekyu clings to him and demands, Kang Jinhu, you promised to tell me the truth. Didn't you? What is going on? Did you know this was going to happen? Jinhu hesitates, not daring to look Taekyu in the eye and not knowing how to answer, well, that. He urges, what is it? Just tell me quickly. He hesitates it seems like. I have gained the ability to predict the future. Jinhu remembers 1 year ago, at the mortar shooting range, XX Regiment, X Division. The instructor looks at him and reminds him, Kang Jinhu, stop acting foolish and pay attention. They will ask you about this when you return to base, understand? Jinhoo stands at attention and raises his hand forcefully. Private Kang Jinhoo understood. Suddenly, he catches a glimpse of something shining. After looking closely, Jinhoo wonders suspiciously. An eagle. While standing at attention, he turns his head to look. Do eagles always look like that? The eagle spreads its wings and tears through the wind, rushing straight towards Jinhoo, making him shout. What? Jinhoo raises his hands to cover his head. What is this? The surrounding soldiers stare blankly as he suddenly shouts and flails wildly. The light disappears. He turns to ask his comrade. Hey, did you see an eagle just now? The person replies. Where? Jinhoo points to the sky and says, it just flew right over our heads. Seeing him say that, the soldier is a little scared. No, I did not see anything. He gestures to the person how big the eagle was. How could you miss something that big? Jinhoo turns his head. Behind him, a golden halo appears with the letters KM188. Jinhoo does not understand why those letters appeared and speculates. What is this? AR technology. Is this something we usually see during training? What does the KM188 explosion mean? While he is still immersed in his speculations, on one side, another group of soldiers is installing a shell. When the detonator is inserted into the cannon, Jinhoo sees the characters 81 mmR on the shell, and he associates it with the golden characters in the sky that he saw. A terrifying thought appears in Jinhoo's head. Could it be? Returning to reality, he says, even now, I can say this without exaggerating it. Human instincts sense that their life is in danger. The light from the explosion illuminates Jinhoo's panicked face from back on the training ground. He quickly shouts, get down. The horrific explosion occurs in memory. Jinhoo concludes, the body reacted before the mind could understand. He thinks sadly about that. Tech you comforts, but you were really lucky. Even though you were very close, you were lucky not to be injured.
Jinhoo agrees, yeah.
There was a fatal accident, but thanks to that mysterious warning, I was able to survive. He asks, worried about him. So, what did the medics say? Jinhoo remembers the medic's words. He said that the trauma from the accident caused some confusion in memory. Takyu says, not quite believing it. That seems like a not very convincing answer. Either way, if you have experienced this phenomenon twice, it is no longer a coincidence. It is a superpower. He had never thought of this and repeats in surprise. A superpower. Jinhoo wonders. Assuming you are right, but why do you believe it so easily? He crosses his arms and says confidently with a smile, never forget the mental strength I gained from anime. Even if a cute elf appeared in front of me, I would still believe it. After experiencing shock, he calms down and says, anyway, let us get down to practical matters. Oh Taekyu. Taekyu evades. What practical matters? Jinhoo says, my share, 1.24 billion won. You sold your Lutina character, and you also sold my low-level character. Out of the 11,000 BNT you received, 1,000 BNT was this guy's share too. So, it falls into about 9.1% of the 13.5 billion won you have now. If you do not give it, I will burn all your models. You did not want to give it to me, did you, you little punk, and now you are threatening me before negotiating and causing trouble. Takyu raises both hands, indicating that he can't, and anyway, even if I wanted to give it to you right now, I could not give it all because of taxes. He understands this and softens his voice. I figured. So, are you planning to set up a tax haven or something? He is surprised. Oh, how did you know? Jinhoo reminds him. Did you forget that I am an economics major at Korea University? Takyu scratches his neck and says, my sister said that if income tax arises from Bitcoin, I might have to pay billions of won. So, I set up a tax haven in a place called the Dela Island Territory of the United States and established a company called OTK Company. He guesses. Does it stand for Otaku? Taikyu gets annoyed and says, it stands for Otaikyu. You idiot. Thinking about that large amount of money, he jumps with joy and says, anyway, now all that is left is to live a leisurely life until the end. Jinhoo says disdainfully, haven't you been doing that all along? Making a living by trading game items is not easy. Taekyu objects. Do you think it is easy to make a living just by trading items in games? Isn't Bitcoin the result of that? He does not bother arguing with him. Okay, I will admit it. Finally, he decides, anyway, there is no need to drag this out any longer. For my 13.5 billion, I will give you 1.24 billion. Takyu points to himself and promises, you have Taegyu's promise, I will definitely transfer it to you the day the transaction is completed. Thanks to this strange prediction and a slightly foolish but very loyal friend, he obtained 1.24 billion won. Looking at the account balance increase by a large sum of money, Jinhoo is delighted. Great, this is amazing. He remembers what Taekyu said earlier at his house, don't celebrate too early. Didn't I say before that I could not give you your entire share right now? Jinhoo understands and says, I know, the money you are giving me is a gift, so as soon as it is transferred from the tax haven to Korea, it will be taxed 20%, and the higher the amount, the higher the tax rate will be. Takyu gives him a thumbs up and praises, you are really knowledgeable. I will give you 500 million first, and then I will find a way to get the remaining 740 million through my sister. Just wait. Jinhoo secretly wishes don't let this be a dream. On the bustling street he walks and calculates. What should I do with this money? Maybe I will help my mom not have to work for a while, and buy her some new clothes. Jinhoo walks past a large shopping mall. He sings and enters the mall's lobby. Among hundreds of stores, Jinhoo looks around, wondering, now then, where should I start shopping? Suddenly a commotion from afar attracts his attention. What the hell? How dare you push that dirty cart towards me? The voice of one person said. A woman's voice keeps saying, I am truly sorry. I'm sorry. Jin-Hoo wonders what is going on. He approaches and hears a woman's curse. Before I complain on the store's website, you better kneel down and apologize right now. The crowd murmurs and discusses. Unbelievable. There are still people like that in this day and age. A girl wearing an expensive fur coat is shouting. Do you know how much these shoes cost? You, cleaning lady, you could not buy them even if you cleaned this house 1,000 times. The manager standing in front of her bows 90 degrees and says, I am very sorry, miss. He glances at the person standing behind him and yells, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kneel down. From the crowd, he suddenly recognizes. An alarm rings in Jin-Hoo's heart. No way. He sees the cleaning lady who looks very much like his mother. So he wonders, is it mom? Standing from a distance, his brows are furrowed. Because she is bowing her head, he is not very sure.
Is it mom?
Seeing her being so gentle, the woman becomes even more emboldened. She points to her shoes and finds fault. So, are you going to kneel down, or pay for these shoes? The manager urges, do you really want to get fired? Hurry up and apologize to the customer. Jin-Hoo carefully looks at her and thinks that outfit. Mom said she is working at the call center at the department store. After hesitating, her expression turns to resignation. She bends her knees to prepare to kneel down. Suddenly, she is startled when someone is supporting her arm. That person is none other than him. She is startled to recognize her son. He coldly asks, what is so important that she is demanding someone kneel down? Tell me? In her cleaning clothes, she turns her face away in embarrassment. The arrogant woman is not to be trifled with. She points directly at Jin-Hoo's face. Who are you to interfere? Are you her son or something? He directly admits, yes, I am her son. This stuns her. She waves her hands in denial. Oh no, this young man does not know me. Jin-Hoo turns to call out, Mom, are you ashamed of me? Mom. She stops and looks at him worriedly. Jin-Hoo looks at his mother and says, I am not, Mom. The two face each other, and the woman wearing fancy clothes blurts out, Mom. He asks her, so, what exactly is happening here? She points her finger at the cleaning lady and says, oh, well, her mop brushed against my shoes. The surrounding crowd films and says to each other, just that is it. Jin-Hoo angrily questions, just for that reason, you're making someone else's mother kneel down. The face of the woman with elaborate makeup twists. Do you know how much these shoes cost? 600,000 won. Jin-Hoo unhesitatingly pulls out a wad of money and says, here's 600,000 won. Now, either apologize to my mother, take this money and leave, or just keep your precious shoes and go back empty-handed. You are being filmed now. Wouldn't it be better for you to take this money? These words frighten her. What? He says coldly. Should I throw them on the ground for you to pick up? Kneeling down, she grits her teeth in anger, a hissing sound escaping between her teeth.
You?
I am sorry. Is that okay? A hand quickly reaches out and snatches the wad of money from Jin-Hoo's hand. She turns around and walks away, counting the money with greedy written all over her face. After dealing with the woman, he turns to his mother's manager. Hey, manager. He is startled by the sudden mention of his name and replies, yes. The woman still has not gone far and turns back to see what Jin-Hoo is planning to do. He points at the woman and says to the manager, please make sure you take back her shoes. They are mine. I bought them with my money. If you are not here tomorrow, I will report them as stolen. The manager quickly agrees, yes. The woman is stunned to hear this.
What?
Jin-Hoo turns around and puts his arm around his mother's shoulder, saying to her, let us go, Mom. She is still in shock and stammers. Wait, Jin-Hoo, hey, wait. Behind the two, the lavishly dressed woman is now screaming like a madwoman. Hey, what do you think you're doing, you petty little man? She changes her tone and says imploringly, oh come on, you were not even going to take them anyway, really? The place suddenly reminds him, is that so? Maybe I do not need them anymore. You will probably see them in the trash tomorrow. Thanks for the reminder, you old hag. His insult ignites the anger in her. Trembling with rage, she grits her teeth and curses, you bastard. I am not an old hag. The manager stops her. Madam, please calm down. She still shouts, you, come here. The piercing scream makes the surrounding shoppers turn to see what is happening. After waiting for his mother to put on her coat, Jin-Hoo leads her away from her workplace. In the frigid weather, her breath turning into visible mist, she turns to advise him, Jin-Hoo, if we talk to them now, we might still be able to salvage this. He asks a question out of the blue, since when, she misunderstands, and thinks he is referring to what just happened, and replies, didn't it only happen today? Jin-Hoo hugs his mother tightly, the sudden embrace startling her. She silently stays in her son's arms. He sadly asks again, I mean, since when have you gotten so thin? Feeling Jin-Hoo's concern, she smiles and replies, what do you mean thin? This is the first time I have experienced something like this. He holds her arm tightly and says gently, from now on, you do not have to work in a place where you are treated like this, Mom. From now on, I will take care of everything. Jin-Hoo looks at his mother and smiles gently. She is very surprised to hear her son say that. She reaches out and gently strokes her son's handsome face. Then she smiles a gentle smile. She exclaims, since when has my Jin-Hoo grown up so much? Scene changes. On the table are hot, steaming dishes, and in the middle of the table are pieces of meat grilling deliciously on the charcoal stove. Jin-Hoo takes his mother to a barbecue restaurant. He briefly tells his mother what he has been through. She asks, confused. What is Bandcoin? Why is it so expensive? Jinwoo explains simply, just think of it as an item in a game, so you do not have to worry about university tuition anymore. Now I can take care of you. She does not quite agree with his decision. That is nonsense. That money is yours, Jinwoo. I have saved up for your tuition, so just focus on going back to school. Save that money and invest in your future. While grilling the meat, he advises his mother, I will think about that later, but first, we have to move. I think your cough is because of the house. She brushes it off, don't worry about that. Jinwoo tries to persuade his mother, Mom, it is my money, so I will use it for good purposes. Hearing her son say that, she has no choice but to give up. Honestly, you are as stubborn as your father. His phone rings. Jinwoo is a little surprised when he sees that the caller is Taekyu. Oh, Taekyu. As soon as he answers the phone, he hears Taekyu's urgent voice on the other end. It is an emergency. Jinwoo asks, what are you talking about? I am having dinner with my mom right now. Taekyu says in a panic, she is here, she has appeared. He does not understand and asks, who? While the two are talking, an airplane roars as it lands. A girl wearing high heels pulling a red suitcase appears. He replies, my sister. The she in their conversation has just gotten off the plane. She is wearing a business suit, her hair tied up in a bun, pulling a suitcase in one hand and checking her phone in the other. Her face has light makeup and she is wearing very intellectual glasses. Taekyu says to Jinwoo, my sister is back in Korea. Scene changes. At the Namsan Shilla Hotel. On the road in front of the hotel, two young men are pulling at each other. It seems the one in front wants to take his friend to see something very special. The special thing that he wants to show his friend turns out to be a car covered in flashy colors that is very eye-catching. People around have started taking out their phones to take pictures. The car's body is covered with a picture of a very cute pink-haired girl. It seems this is a game character that people are very interested in. In the car, Taekyu asks the employee outside, while talking to Jinwoo, let me find a parking space. He does not care much and covers his face in embarrassment, answering with a murmur. Yeah. In Jinwoo's head he thinks, honestly this idiot, I told him to drop me off in the middle of the road. After parking, the two quickly head towards the revolving door to enter the hotel. He says, why are you so embarrassed about it? We had a great time. He walks far away, pretending not to know Taekyu. Don't drag me into your world, you bookworm. Taekyu argues, what is wrong with my world? Suddenly, a voice startles both of them. 3 minutes late, The she, wearing a vest draped over her shoulders, leans against the wall with her arms crossed, glancing at her brother entering and greeting. Hello. Seeing that the person who came is not only her brother, she says, Mino came too. Long time no see. He replies politely. It has been a long time. How have you been? Nuna. The she answers briefly, I'm fine. In the hotel restaurant, she asks Jinwoo, so you have completed your military service? He replies, yes, I just finished it not long ago. The she puts down her coffee cup and asks further, haven't gone back to school yet. After graduating, why do not you come work with me at Golden Gate? Jinwoo scratches his head and answers with a smile, that would be nice. If a global investment bank would accept me, I would join. She thinks pensively. Seeing the she's expression, he asks with concern, but Nuna, is there something bothering you, your complexion? After thinking, she suddenly asks, oh Taekyu, Mountain Hill. Hearing this name Taekyu flinches and answers respectfully, yes. The she continues, I heard they filed for bankruptcy. Is everything alright? He makes a V sign with his fingers and boasts with a smile. Luckily, I sold everything before that happened. She is astonished. What? You sold everything? Taekyu nods in acknowledgement. Yes, I put it all into the OTK company account. About $1.19 million, approximately 13 billion won, $1 equals 1.0981. She looks at Taekyu seriously. After a moment, she picks up her coffee and says with satisfaction, that is good that. Jinwoo sits on the side, drinking coffee and thinking, she is that worried. The she puts a piece of paper on the table and pushes it towards the two of them, saying, here, take it. Both do not understand. What is it? She replies. This is the contact information for the branch director of Golden Gate in Gangnam. If you need to transfer a large sum of money into an account in the country, you can contact this person to handle it. Just say that you are Oh Hinju's brother and he will take care of everything. But you said you would sell them slowly. Why did you suddenly sell them all at once? Hearing her ask, the two flinch. He replies, I just felt like selling them all at once. Jinwoo asks, Nuna, are you here because of Taekyu? She explains, not exactly. I came to conduct a company acquisition audit. I will probably stay for about 10 days. Taekyu repeats in shock. 10 days. The she does not even acknowledge him and says in a cold voice, what, is there a problem? Fear of his capable sister has been ingrained in his bones. He waves his hand tremblingly and says, no, I am just happy about it. So where will you be staying? She points her finger upwards and answers succinctly, up here. Taekyu exclaims, in such an expensive hotel. She explains, the entire audit team is staying here together anyway, the company is paying for it all. He thinks to himself, isn't it at least 500,000 won a night? As expected, a global investment bank is different. The she's phone vibrates. She pushes the chair back and stands up, saying to the two of them, wait there, I will go answer the phone for a bit. When the she walks away, the two finally chat comfortably. Jinwoo leans into the seat next to him and asks, hey, this is an emergency, right? You guys are the same as always. Taegyu laughs and teases him back. Isn't it my sister's normalcy that scares you? Jinhoo replies. Isn't it your fault for making me feel that way? Isn't that right? He denies. What did I do? She quickly ends the call and returns to the table, saying to the two of them, you guys are still waiting, huh? It is because of the OPEC meeting. Taegyu replies. If it is OPEC, that is the abbreviation for the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, right? He thinks differently, even though I do not know much, at least I can remember. Abbreviation for factory. Jinhoo says, they are a group of oil-producing countries. The she replies. That is right. More precisely, it is the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries. The results of the OPEC meeting will be announced the day after tomorrow. Hearing this, a halo suddenly appears around him again. Yeji perches right on the chandelier above their table, its wings spread wide. She looks towards Jinhoo, catching his eyes, which are also intently watching it. His brows furrow, looking at it flying away in a light as bright as a flame. Jinhoo wonders, what is it? What is going on this time? The bright golden light is still present in his eyes. The words appear in the air again. OPEC, production cut agreement. Seeing Jinhoo spaced out, Taegyu asks, hey, the she also calls his name, Jinhoo. He is startled and replies, ah, yes. She asks with concern, are you okay? He scratches his head sheepishly. Sorry, I was a bit distracted. The she jokes. Are you tired because of Taegyu? Jinhoo agrees with a laugh. That is always the case. He sitting still gets caught in the crossfire and chimes in. Why are you suddenly talking about this? Returning to normal, he says seriously, Nuna, what is the meeting at OPEC about? She tells them both. They are currently in Kuwait holding a meeting about a production cut agreement. Jinhoo asks in surprise, a production cut? He suddenly has a bad feeling. Taegyu, sitting next to him, does not understand what is happening. What is wrong? Is that a big deal? The she explains. If the representatives of financial assets are stocks and bonds, then the representatives of tangible assets are oil and gold, as you can see from the top 3 types of oil in the world. Even though the US is a producing country, but the amount of production still does not meet domestic demand. Although they are an oil-producing country, they still hold the position of the largest importer. However, due to the development of shale gas and shale oil, the US has emerged as a new supplier. This can be called the shale revolution, but the biggest disadvantage of shale oil is the high production cost. The production cost is estimated to be around $40 to $50 per barrel. So if the price of oil falls below $50 per barrel, it is expected that more than half of the companies will go bankrupt, which is why the OPEC member countries have rushed to hold several meetings to discuss production cuts. But the interests of the oil-producing countries are too complex, and they are watching each other, so it always ends in failure. He sits up straight and quickly asks, so what do you think will happen this time? She replies, to be honest, it is almost certain that it will end without reaching an agreement. They are struggling to keep the price around $60 per barrel, and if this fails, the price will fall below $50. Jinhoo asks anxiously, what if an agreement is reached? With her knowledge, the she replies, the price of oil will skyrocket, and that is good for the market, but that possibility is extremely rare. He mumbles, even so, do you think they will reach an agreement this time? She does not hear him very well, but she is still curious. Why do you think so? Jinhoo waves his hand and says, that, it would be great if everything went that way. In his head he thinks, I said too much without thinking. The she rests her chin on her hand and exclaims, that would be great, but hope and prediction are two different things. Dusk falls and the two leave the hotel. Taegyu drives him in his car covered with otaku images. Jinhoo rests his hand on the window and looks at the cars outside, lost in thought. If OPEC's production cut agreement succeeds as I saw, and the price of oil will skyrocket, then, what if we buy crude oil in advance? If this really happens in the future, buying oil ahead of time could bring significant profits, right? He remembers the prediction of the mine explosion, and the bankruptcy of Mountain Hill. So, it is possible that I can also predict this OPEC cut agreement. The problem is investment capital. He signed a lease not long ago, and plans to give his mother 100 million won, so the amount of money he can use now is 275 million won in the account, 70 million won in your account. Should I invest all that money? He suddenly asks. It is that again, is not it? Jinhoo looks over. What? Taegyu says. When you were talking to my sister earlier, he laughs at his friend. This heart has an uncomfortably keen sense of awareness. He laughs happily, driving and pressing him. You saw it, did not you tell me please? An idea suddenly flashes in Jinhoo's head. Wait a minute, there is still that way. He looks over at him. After listening to Jinhoo's story, Taegyu concludes, that means, if you predict the OPEC production cut agreement, and if that happens, then the price of oil will increase, so buy it in advance. He slaps his hand and praises. That is exactly right. I am glad you understand quickly. He turns to look at Jinhoo, wondering, but how are you going to buy oil? Are you going to store barrels of oil at home? He reminds him, look straight ahead. According to Hyunju Nuna, WTI crude oil is only at around $60 per barrel. The two return to Taegyu's apartment when it is not quite dark. Jinhoo sits in front of his computer screen, checking the price of oil, which is exactly $60.48. Taegyu stands behind the chair and keeps asking, is that really serious? I listened to my sister's explanation, but I do not feel like it has a big impact. He turns around and explains to him, maybe you have a general idea. Oil is not only used to fuel cars, it is also used in many different industries. Therefore, the increase in oil prices has a significant impact on the prices of manufacturers. How much do you have left? Taekyu takes out his phone to check the balance. I will send you 500 million won, leaving $11,932,000. About $673,000 will be your share, he happily says while pressing on his phone. So now, WTI. Right, where should I buy it? Jin-Hoo replies, at the New York Mercantile Exchange. He wonders, why are you so excited? Because we know what is going to happen, so let us bet about $300,000. Taekyu naturally agrees, then buy some more for me too. Jin-Hoo asks, how much will you buy? He answers without thinking, it is only about 10 million. He asks again one. Taekyu replies with a short word, dollars. Jin-Hoo gets angry hearing him say it so casually. Is that a small amount of money? Have you lost your mind? Taekyu cautiously replies with a head full of question marks. Then how about $5 million? He immediately scolds. Have you lost control because you suddenly have a lot of money? Jin-Hoo scratches his head and says unconfidently, oh Taekyu, this is not certain. He says casually, you said you have the ability to predict. He retorts, since when did it become a definite prediction? After being stopped by him for so long, Taekyu finally loses patience and yells, okay, $3 million, that is my minimum. Jin-Hoo is too annoyed to say anything. Do whatever you want, it is up to you. He analyzes, the market is forecasting a failure in the production cut agreement. Those expectations are being reflected in the prices, and the price of oil has fallen as much as possible. Even if they do not cut production, the price reduction won't be too great. If I am wrong, then I just need to take a small loss and sell. Combined with Taekyu, they have a total of $3.3 million. This is not something I have been closely monitoring, and it is based on uncertain information. With just a few taps in a small studio, Jin-Hoo's index finger tremblingly lifts up. He makes up his mind and clicks the mouse. Let us start with the investment. After completing the purchase, Jin-Hoo leans back in his chair, exhausted, placing his hands on his forehead. Taekyu is anxious and asks again, did you buy it? He replies, yes. Taekyu asks further, what is next? Jin-Hoo rests his chin on his hand and says seriously, we have to wait for the OPEC meeting to end. He thinks, this is really crazy. Luckily, he was able to rent a 2-room villa for about 120 million won. It is quite old, but the wallpaper and floors are new, so the inside is very clean. While helping his mother move things into the new house, Jin-Hoo asks her, do you like the house, Mom? She puts her hands on her hips, stands up, wipes the sweat off her forehead and looks around the spacious clean room, answering her son, of course, it has 2 rooms and the sunlight shines in. It is really good. He thinks to himself, if I had spent more, I could have found a place that was even better, but it is a good thing Mom likes it. While arranging things in the new house, she suddenly stops in front of a picture. Jin-Hoo on the side also notices that his mother's mood suddenly is not very good. He stands up and approaches, seeing that she is holding a picture frame, and thinks the space for his and her belongings has gotten smaller with each move, so there is gradually no space for Dad's things anymore. These are things that his mother can't bear to throw away. Dad's keepsakes. In her hand is a picture of the 3 of them taken in front of a beautiful white villa. In the picture, his parents are young. His mother's long-held dream was to own a house, and Dad bought land to fulfill that dream and build a house. And that was his family's first house, where he was born and grew up. Most of his family's memories are there. Jin-Hoo asks her, do you think about Dad often? She looks at the picture in her hand, her eyes filled with love, and says, of course. He worked very hard and then passed away afterwards. If he were still alive, he would have been able to witness this day. She strokes the picture. In the picture, a young Jin-Hoo is happily spreading his arms, showing off the new house. Now he has grown up. She can't hold back her tears. Oh my. She wipes her tears and says, I will clean up one more time. Jin-Hoo, you should go back to your room and arrange your things too. He replies, yes, but Jin-Hoo does not go back to his room right away. He stands and looks at the still empty room, thinking and saying, what we need now is a washing machine, a refrigerator, a dining table. We will have to buy everything new. Ah, and Mom, take a break from work for a while. She is surprised. Why, I am still healthy enough to work. Jin-Hoo pleads, just ask for a month off, Mom. Please Mom. She can't resist her son's pleas and agrees. Okay, let me think about it. If it makes you happy. Afterwards, he takes out a bag containing a small seal and says, also, I have put 100 million won into this account, so please buy whatever you need. She is astonished. Oh my, 100 million won. Jin-Hoo, from a kind mother, she transforms into a lion, hitting his back a few times and scolding. Now that you have money, are you going to give it away to anyone you meet? Have you lost your mind? He cries out. But Mom, are not you just anyone? She raises her hand in refusal. I have savings, so I do not need this money. Save it to buy a house later, or use it as your wedding fund. Responding to his mother's words, Jin-Hoo smiles happily and says, if I get married, just consider it as me giving it to you to hold temporarily. Persuaded, she finally agrees. All right, you are as stubborn as your father. He calculates, even after giving Mom 100 million and paying the deposit, I still have 275 million won in my account. I will need to pay about 100 million in taxes, but Taikyu still owes me 740 million won. With that amount, I won't need to worry for at least 20 years. Gazing at the scenery outside the house, Jinhoo exclaims, is making money really this easy? From a distance, he hears Taikyu shout, I am home, mom. She pokes her head out, sees him carrying 2 bags of paper products, and says while he is taking off his shoes at the entrance, oh, Taikyu, you are here. Have you eaten anything? He replies quickly, not yet. We should have jjangmyeon on moving day, right? I will treat. Let us order later. As he speaks, he hands the 2 bags to Jinhoo. Taking the items from Taikyu, Jinhoo says, but hey, for someone with as much money as you, are housewarming gifts just toilet paper? He asks, confused. Then what should I have brought? He suggests something simple, like a refrigerator, a washing machine, or a wall-mounted TV. Taikyu yells loudly, tattling, Mom, Jinhoo is bullying me. He uses a fork to stab a piece of apple and says, I saw the news. Mountain Hill has gone bankrupt. He replies, don't start again. Everything is chaotic because of that. Mountain Hill is the world's largest cryptocurrency exchange. The damage from the attack is estimated from trillions to 1 quadrillion won. Normally, Mountain Hill has to compensate for the damage, but this scale is too large for an exchange to handle. In the end, Mountain Hill has begun bankruptcy proceedings. Jinhoo asks, so what will happen to those who invested in Bitcoin? He honestly offers his guess. What do you think? They are all broke. It will soon be reduced to half its value. If something like this happened at a bank, the government would intervene and provide compensation measures. But because Bitcoin has no regulatory agency, there is no organization that can provide solutions or compensate for the losses. Taikyu exclaims, but really, you are amazing. You predicted that Mountain Hill would go bankrupt. He humbly replies, it might just be a coincidence. Anyway, I have to admit that it went pretty smoothly. He retorts, no way. There is nothing random in this world. I have a feeling. Jinhoo is curious, how so? Do you have another feeling? Taikyu points to him, asserting, your hidden ability, awakened in times of danger. He immediately denies, are you crazy? I must be crazy to be expecting this. He says, that is how superheroes are born. Think about it, definitely. The prophet's eye. Jinhoo looks at his friend warily and says, what the hell are you talking about? Taikyu continues to ramble on, that power, let us call it the prophet's eye. Sounds cool, does not it? He coldly replies, no, not at all. Instead of thinking about that, let us worry about the OPEC meeting. He is still in his own thoughts. The prophet's eye. That sounds great. From now on, I'm going to call you that. Jinhoo is helpless with his friend. Who am I even talking to? Please stop. If the prediction about the OPEC meeting is correct, maybe I will consider it. But if I am wrong this time, we will lose a lot of money, and it won't be reliable anymore. Taikyu insists, you never know beforehand. Anyway, if you guess correctly about OPEC too, I will start calling you the prophet's eye. Agreed. He is run out of things to say and agrees. Okay, do whatever you want. I also want that to come true. The next day, Jinhoo visits him again. Taikyu greets him. You are here. Before he can even take off his coat, he asks him urgently. Today is the day for the results. Has the she said anything yet? Taikyu, not taking his eyes off the game, replies. She said we will know tomorrow. Jinhoo tilts his head, saying to him without rhyme or reason, it feels like I'm hanging in the air. He wonders, was I wrong? Is something wrong? The price has fallen another 3%. In total, we are losing 100 million won, and it is still continuing. Have I been thinking the wrong way? Taikyu's voice pulls him out of his train of thought. Are you okay? We have the prophet's eye. Remember, Jinhoo takes off his coat and sits next to him, slowly retorting, since when did it become our prophet's eye? To distract his attention, Taikyu hands Jinhoo a game controller and suggests, let us play a game. We will know the answer tomorrow. He asks him, what game do you want to play? Taikyu does not think long before choosing, a dating sim. This game leaves him speechless. Although his game controller does not miss a beat, Jinhoo's thoughts still do not leave the investment in oil. 1.24 billion won in one day. If he thinks calmly, then that is not enough to live a comfortable life, he reminds. Choose the top one. Jinhoo is still lost in thought. If he spends extravagantly, then he will eventually end up bankrupt. Not paying attention, he chooses the wrong option in the game, making Taikyu yell, Kang Jinhoo, what are you doing? He grabs Jinhoo's shirt and shakes him wildly. Hey, you are losing points here. But he does not resist and is still lost in thought. Didn't someone win the lottery and end up homeless after 10 years? To avoid that, he needs to keep himself sober and live smartly. Taikyu still does not let up and questions him. What are you doing, Jinhoo? His eyebrows are furrowed, fighting his own thoughts, but when he thinks about having so much money, he starts to wonder if he really needs to keep looking for tutoring jobs. The next day, early in the morning, Taikyu calls out loudly, hey Jinhoo. He is drowsy. What is it, he urges, get up, the OPEC results are out. Hearing the word OPEC, he jumps up and shouts in a panic, what? Jinhoo quickly opens his phone. Hitting his eyes are a series of articles about breaking news. OPEC reaches an impressive production cut agreement and international oil prices skyrocket after OPEC's production cut decision. In his heart he is overjoyed. This is really happening. Production cut. What is the WTI price? $73. It is up over 20% in just a few minutes. His eyes light up. Jinhoo tells Taikyu, check your account. When he does not understand what is happening, he urges, all I predicted was a production cut. I do not know what will happen after that. Let us sell everything temporarily. Tagyu lies on the bed, happily pressing his phone and saying, looks good. Jin-Hoo sits next to him, still in shock. How much did we make? He replies. Let us see, $630,000. If you convert it to Korean won, that would be, his head is racing, 700 million won. Tagyu continues to calculate. Your share would be about 60,000, right? So the total is 800 million. Jin-Hoo thinks, the 740 million won I will receive from Tagyu has become 800 million. He says regretfully, I should have invested $10 million. He comforts. Everyone says that after they win. Taekyu replies, isn't this the third time already? He asks with suspicion, what do you mean? He leans comfortably, lying sideways, supporting his hips, and says to Jin-Hoo, whether the mine would explode or not, whether Mountain Hill would go bankrupt or not, whether the Kim-Sun agreement would happen or not. It could happen once or twice, but since this is the third time, Taekyu points to him and concludes, so your ability to see the future is real. Jin-Hoo hesitates, don't tell me you mean. Before he can finish his sentence, Taekyu immediately affirms, that is right. Jin-Hoo associates like the superheroes in comics or movies. Usually when people think about superpowers, they think about flying, or destroying buildings with their fists, or controlling objects with telekinesis. They are joking that Batman has no power. But if you think about it, you can fly with a plane, destroy buildings with an excavator. Those superpowers can be replaced by machines. Taekyu says, but the ability to see the future can't be replaced. Even now, with the progress of computers and artificial intelligence, it is still impossible to see the future. Elections, sports, natural disasters, and many other things. If you can predict them all accurately in any field, seeing such immense potential, he clutches his head in horror and thinks, this is an insanely powerful ability. Jin-Hoo tremblingly looks at his hands. I do not know. When did this start? He says, I told you already. It is a latent superpower that is awakened in an emergency, the mine explosion incident, in other words awakening, he wonders. Then why has it only appeared recently? Jin-Hoo thinks if he had the ability to foresee things back then, every vacation he would have run to the casino. The casino is not the only way. There are many ways to make money, but after that day, he did not see anything anymore, so he thought it was just a coincidence and dismissed it. Jin-Hoo asks Taekyu, as well as himself, why is it starting to appear again now? He rubs his chin, thinking deeply, I talked about Bitcoin with you, and about the OPEC meeting with my sister. Ah, is it that your ability to foresee only relates to finance? Hearing Taegyu's speculation, he replies, that is not a bad hypothesis. But what about the explosion? He offers another speculation, that was a life-threatening situation, so maybe we should see it as an exception. Suddenly an idea flashes in Taegyu's head. He quickly swivels his chair and approaches the computer desk, asking Jin-Hoo what happened after the explosion. He does not understand yet. What do you mean? Taekyu quickly replies, wasn't that quite a big news story? Exactly, that incident involved corruption in military procurement. The exploding KM-188 was defective from the start. Because of this, the stocks of not only Hua and Precision, the company that supplied the KM-188, but also of defense contractors plummeted. So is not this also related to finance? Jin-Hoo does not refute, you are not wrong, but if you think that way, most things that happen in the world are directly or indirectly related to finance. Taekyu suddenly has an idea. Hey, Kang Jin-Hoo, I have a really good idea. How about this? He is not very interested and turns to look at him, saying, usually when you say that, it is mostly nonsense, but let us hear it. He says, I will provide the capital, and you provide the superpowers. We will invest together and split the profits. How about that? Jin-Hoo thinks for a moment and replies, that is an attractive offer, but what if we lose? I will have to bear half of the money, right? Taekyu did not think about that and asks him in return, do you have the money to pay back? If that happens, we won't be able to do anything. Jin-Hoo thinks deeply, so Taekyu will have to bear all the losses alone. Is this kind of contract okay? He persuades him, it is a bet with money, but so far it has been okay, right? Jin-Hoo leans back in his chair wearily and says, if I could, I would really like to do that, but in reality, there is a big problem. Even if the superpower is real, there is no guarantee that what I see is 100% accurate. What if it only shows me a future with a high probability randomly? Relying on the ability to predict to invest, investment information needs to come from a clear and reliable source, otherwise it is useless. Even if you're constantly right, what if you're wrong next time? Taegyu's head spins from what he is saying. Jin-Hoo continues to reason, because all the swans you have seen so far have been white, it does not mean there are not black swans. That is the fallacy of inductive reasoning. If my ability to predict is wrong, and we lose tens of billions, can we really handle that situation? He does not refute and only reverses the problem. That is right, but what if your superpower is real? Isn't this a great opportunity? You have a superpower and I have 13 billion won. If we combine the two, we can make a huge amount of money. Come on, Taekyu says, holding out his hand to him. He invites my friend, take my hand. Let us enter the world of investors together. Jin-Hoo coldly replies, what if I do not take your hand? Taekyu freezes. Then we will never see each other again. He glances at him disdainfully. What kind of friendship is this? Like a pyramid schemer, Taekyu continues to solicit. Come on my friend, take my hand. Come on, hurry up, take it. He repeats continuously, as if trying to hypnotize the person in front of him. The phone on the table suddenly vibrates, signaling an incoming call. He quickly answers the phone. Hello Minyoung, the other end replies. Yeah, it is me, Kang Jinhoo. I am going to meet Ki Hung Hyung. Come to Hongdae to drink beer. Do you want to join? He said you should come too because you're his real junior. Jinhoo quickly agrees. If it is Ki Hung Hyung, then I should probably go meet him. What time? He announces. We will meet at Kakuma's beer before school in an hour. He agrees. Okay. Mino puts on his jacket quickly, wanting to escape from Taegyu. I have plans, so we will talk more after I get back. He calls out after him, hey, I have not finished talking yet. Do not go my friend. Kuma's pub, brightly lit. Seeing him arrive, Minyoung waves his hand. Over here, Sergeant Kang. Jinhoo takes off his jacket and slaps hands with him in greeting. I am a reservist now. It has been a while, huh? He asks with concern. Was your service in the military good? Looking around the table, he sees some unfamiliar faces and asks, who are these people? A classmate of Jinhoo stands up to introduce. Let me introduce them. They are freshmen who joined this year. Then he turns to the two girls and introduces, this is Kang Jinhoo, my classmate. He was just discharged. The two girls stand up politely to greet. Hello senior. The short-haired girl introduces, my name is Hwang Jie. The blonde next to her continues, I am Shin Yu Ri. He politely replies, nice to meet you. I am Kang Jinhoo. While taking the glass of alcohol, Jinhoo asks, where's Ki Hung Hyung? He replies, he said he has something to do so he will be late. Let us start first. Minyoung asks him curiously, are you planning to return to school next year? Jinhoo drinks his alcohol and answers, I am still thinking about it. In his head he thinks, now that the housing and tuition problems have been solved, it is best to graduate as soon as possible. Yuri stands up holding the bottle of alcohol and heads towards him, saying, let me pour you a drink senior. Jinhoo also holds out his glass to receive.
Thank you.
After pouring him the alcohol, she asks for permission. Can I have a drink too? He replies, of course. Yuri throws her head back and finishes her glass of alcohol. After drinking, her cheeks flush red, and she raises her glass winking at everyone, and receives praise. You can drink too. She boasts, 3 bottles of soju is no problem for me. Minyoung waves his hand and calls out, he is here, senior. He approaches, first asking everyone, is everyone doing well? Then he turns to pat Jinhoo's shoulder. He greets, welcome senior. Ki Hung replies, long time no see. Kang Jinhoo, you have been discharged. You should have contacted me when you were on leave. He pours alcohol for him and replies politely, I thought you were busy looking for a job. How have you been? Hyung, he loosens his tie and replies humbly, just getting by. Jinhoo chimes in, better than some seniors who still have not found a job. The financial field is currently reducing the recruitment of new personnel. Right. Ki Hung raises his glass to him and replies, that is right. CB might be okay, but IB will be recruiting even fewer new people next year. There is a lot of information about restructuring and reallocation of personnel these days. It is really unsettling. The classmate who introduced him asks in surprise, restructuring, is KYB Securities still doing well? He replies, what does it matter? KYB Securities and Dory are about to merge. The second and fourth largest companies will combine, and they will become number 1 in the industry. The formation of a large investment bank is good news, but not for the employees. Restructuring always follows mergers. Jinhoo interrupts, but are not you still safe since you are a new employee? He sadly recounts, even new employees are being asked to apply for voluntary retirement, so it is really difficult. He exclaims, even oil is not as stable as expected. If you leave your job, where are you planning to go? Ki Hung replies, I am considering looking in the private equity field. The classmate puts his hands behind his head and says, you have always been interested in M&A. I thought once you had a job, everything would be okay, but it does not seem to be the case. He empties his glass and says, that is right. So what is the purpose of all this? Excellent entrepreneurs, but no great investors. That is the reality of this country. We need someone like that in Korea too, so we can compete confidently with foreign capital. We are constantly criticized by foreign media for profiteering. Jinhoo asks Ki Hung, do you think that day will come? He replies, slurring slightly, who knows, maybe a genius investor like a Korean version of Warren Buffett will appear. Yuri's phone rings. She answers the phone and replies, yes, I am at Kakuma's pub with the seniors. Yes, you are coming too. The classmate next to her asks curiously, who is it? Yun replies, it is Siona senior. I was originally planning to meet her today, but when I told her that I was drinking with the seniors, she said she would come here. Someone shouts, what? Jinhoo fears something. Everyone asks in shock, why did you call Siona here? She does not understand what is happening and stammers, why? What is wrong? Shouldn't I have called her here? Minyoung explains that is because, before he can finish his sentence, a beautiful girl walks in from outside the door. Seeing the people here, she is taken aback. He is startled and turns around, uttering a name, Siona. She also stammers Kang Jinhoo. It was their first meeting since breaking up. At Max Coffee Cafe, the two sit and talk to each other, saying a few words. She mentions, it has been 2 years, huh? Jinhoo replies coldly, that is right. Siona asks with concern, was your time in the military good? He replies briefly, of course I was fine. It is Jinhoo's turn to ask about her situation. Are you still getting along well with that senior? Siona nods and says, we are doing well. Ko Junyoung, the senior who came to the school festival, the third son of the large GH construction group, he only saw him briefly, but he seemed handsome and had a good personality. Not long after enlisting, he heard from Min Young that Siona was dating that senior. She does not dare to look him straight in the eye. Jin-Hoo remarks, "You have changed a lot. You used to be a bit more humble." Siona replies calmly, "Time always changes people. I am sorry for breaking up when you were going through a difficult time." He rests his arm over the back of the chair and takes a comfortable sip of his drink. "Well, that is all in the past," she sadly confesses. "Jin-Hoo, I really did like you." He frowns in disbelief, looking at Siona. Putting his cup down, he asks, "What are you talking about?" She continues, "It might sound strange, but it is true. Since the first time we met, you were very different from the others. I always felt confidence from you. That is why I liked you." Jin-Hoo angrily questions, "Then why did you break up with me?" Siona defends, "I just took the opportunity when it came." He wonders, what opportunity? The opportunity to date a rich guy. She does not deny it. "I have no excuse for that. I was the one who ended everything first, but I wanted to fulfill my dream." Jin-Hoo uncomfortably asks again, "Dream? What are you talking about?" Siona does not answer him, only silently looks at her coffee cup. Then she stands up. "I will take my leave first." Jin-Hoo can't contain himself. He stands up abruptly, leaning on the table with his hand and asks, "What is the dream you're talking about?" Siona remains silent, giving him a profound look before leaving. Jin-Hoo goes to a convenience store and orders a bottle of soju and some snacks. He leans back wearily, thinking, success. Jin-Hoo sighs. 2 years ago, even before he could hold a funeral for his father, he lost his house. Relatives turned their backs, and Siona's breakup notice came in the middle of that. He felt like everything was collapsing. With no time to grieve, he joined the army. Mom was left alone, with no choice but to do difficult jobs to make a living. Then thanks to Taekyu, he earned 1.24 billion won, and even earned an additional 60 million won from successful investments. 1.3 billion won was in his hands. Sipping a glass of soju, Jin-Hoo says to himself, success. What exactly does she call success? Maybe 1.3 billion won is not enough to call it success. In front of him, Yeji appears again. It is still shining brightly, standing on the back of the chair opposite him. Jin-Hoo is drunk. He holds out his glass of alcohol, inviting it. "Are you going to have a drink too? What are you going to show me this time?" Yeji cries out loudly, shaking the space. It spreads its wings wide, emitting a light as bright as a flame. As Yeji soars into the air, he looks up, following it. Jin-Hoo mumbles, "That is right." He raises his glass of alcohol high and says, "So that is my future." In the middle of the night, Jin-Hoo returns to Taegyu's apartment and wakes him up.
Hey, oh Taegyu, wake up.
Taegyu sleepily waves him away. "I was sleeping well. Why are you waking me up? If you're drunk, go home." Jin-Hoo forcefully grabs his hand, startling him into yelling. "What are you doing?" he says firmly. "Now I have caught you. We are going to work on this together." Taegyu does not understand what is happening. "Work on what exactly, buddy?" Jin-Hoo says 2 words succinctly, success. The next morning, he wakes up when it is already bright. Jin-Hoo rubs his temples and groans. "My head is pounding.
Why am I sleeping here?"
Taegyu sits next to him, gnawing on a hamburger while playing a game. He does not even turn around and says, "Sleep well. I ordered a burger to help you sober up." He retorts, confused, "We need to discuss why hangover soups exist." He asks, "Did anything happen last night?" Jin-Hoo eats the burger and hesitates to say, "Well." In his memory, Yeji appears from last night, soaring through the air above his head. Jin-Hoo does not want to recount it and says, "I do not really remember." Hearing him say that, Taegyu yells, "What? What about our vow last night?" The strong determination in that handshake. He is annoyed by him clinging to him and shaking him. "Okay, I remember, so let us talk after eating." Each sits down in a corner to eat their burger. Jin-Hoo asks, "But have you ever invested before?" Taekyu honestly replies, "Of course not, at most I bet on WTI." He also realizes that, "Oh yeah, you only took money out from Bantcoin." He suddenly remembers and asks him, "Didn't you participate in that practical investment club or something?" He replies while eating, "Yeah, I learned a little and made some actual investments. But at best I only got 1,000,000 won, and I am losing half of it. The return on investment is negative 50%. Taegyu wonders, "Aren't you studying business administration? Didn't you learn anything?" Jin-Hoo explains, "I was only there for a year. Besides some superficial theories, I only learned a few trivial things through the club." "How much do you have in your account now?" He does not need to open his phone to check and says a number, $1.255 million. He converts it, about 13.8 billion won, right? Taegyu replies, "Not including your money, it is exactly 13 billion. Jin-Hoo thinks that is an amount of money that ordinary people will never see in their lifetime. What can we do with so much money? In investing, the scale of capital is very important. To earn 100 million won from 10 million, you need to achieve a return on investment of 1000%. But with 10 billion won, just 1% is enough. The reason Taegyu was able to easily earn 700 million won this time was thanks to his capital, but the risk of loss is just as great." He asks, "So, where should we start?" Jin-Hoo notices, he is excited again. He asks, "Why do you want to invest with 13 billion won?" Taegyu crumples up the paper and throws it behind him saying, "The more money, the better, right?" Jin-Hoo replies, "That is true, so I can't refute that." He gives another reason, "Moreover, it is quite interesting. It feels like playing a game." He says, it is only interesting when you make money, and it won't be fun anymore once you lose. Taekyu also asks him, what about you? Is there anything you want to do if you make money? Jinhoo replies with a smile, not really. To invest, you need a vision. You need an eagle or smoke to appear before your eyes, but it is not clear when or how that happens. He is not sure, but it feels like a reflex when he encounters certain information. Jinhoo thinks can he really predict financial matters, but Taekyu says no. He bites his lip, thinking, and then says, first of all, I need information. For the past few days, he has been reading all the latest economic articles and checking the large cap stocks listed on the stock exchange. In investing, information is as important as capital. Stock prices, oil prices, gold prices, exchange rates, bond yields, all fluctuate based on that information. Today, thanks to the well-developed information disclosure system, organizations and companies are forced to disclose important information. Thanks to this, he can find out all the good and bad news about companies, but public information, even people like him can access, has very little value. Stocks with good news have increased in price, and stocks with bad news have decreased in price. Jinhoo lies sprawled out in front of the computer, saying dejectedly, there is absolutely no reaction. I need inside information like Mountain Hill or OPEC. Taekyu lies on the bed, playing a game, and says casually, even if you have foresight, things do not happen immediately. He puts his face on the table and says, why do I feel this relative deprivation? He suggests, why do not we choose a contract first? He is surprised. What contract? Taekyu replies, a contract saying we will split the profits 50-50. My sister always says that the closer you are, the clearer these things need to be. Jinhoo signs his name on the contract in agreement. Of course, if I thought you were someone who did not keep promises, I would not have given you 500 million in the first place. After signing, he stands up and says, satisfied, I will go get a cup of coffee. Taekyu says, I do not have coffee here. The phone in his pocket vibrates. Jinhoo looks not seeing the caller's name, and mumbles, strange number or a spam call. As soon as he answers the phone, a clear female voice is on the other end. She asks, is this Kang Jinhoo's phone? He replies, yes, this is me. Who is this? The person on the other end introduces herself. It is me, Shin Yuri. Do you remember me, senior? Jinhoo repeats the name, Shin Yuri. He remembers, isn't she the freshman with the blonde hair? Not letting her wait long, Jinhoo replies, yeah, I remember, but what is wrong? She does not beat around the bush and asks, if you are free, would you like to go get coffee? In the apartment, Taekyu exchanges information for Jinhoo. I searched and found that there was an explosion that happened before. It happened 3 days after the release. A photo was also posted on the community. It exploded while charging, just like mine. Thanks to the quick response from Samsung Electronics, the incident was covered up early. Even after that, there were many similar posts on blogs and Facebook notes. If you count the unreported cases, there would probably be even more. From the perspective of the manufacturer, they do not want to have quality issues. It is not surprising if they try to silence people with compensation money. He asks further, did Samsung say anything about the cause? He replies, they said it was due to external impact. In fact, it is not uncommon for phones to explode. The problem is the rate. It is different if 1 in a million devices explode compared to 1 in 10,000. There are some minor problems besides the explosions, but that does not really affect sales. Until the release of Phone 7, it seems like S6 will dominate. Jinhoo asks, is there a problem in the production process? Taekyu disagrees. There is no way Samsung would make a mistake that even a small company would not make. He is excited about his discovery. Anyway, this is an opportunity. We have gotten some great information. Let us do something quickly. He stops him. Wait, if Samsung Electronics announces the cessation of production first, everything will be over. Selling Bitcoin was not an investment. It was just to avoid risk. Even if Mountain Hill did not go bankrupt, we had nothing to lose. But this case is different. If it was just a small investment, we would not need to think so much. Assuming that the cessation of production is certain, to make a profit, we need to determine the timing of the cessation of production and its ripple effects to decide how to invest. Let us monitor the situation for a few more days. On the table, the exploded phone still lies silently. The next day, an employee of Samsung comes to collect the exploded product, saying, we will inform you of the cause after the investigation. Regarding cash compensation, an important condition for receiving compensation is not to post any information about the explosion online until the investigation results are released. Watching the employee leave, Jinhoo says, it seems like there have been quite a few similar incidents. The person who came was not a subcontractor but a company employee, and they did not even seem surprised to see the condition of the S6. Taekyu also remarks, they have definitely been thoroughly briefed for this. Based on what I have seen, there have probably been more explosions than what has been posted online. He thinks, if it was just a simple breakdown, they would not stop producing it, but an explosion is a different matter. The employee gets to the car and calls to report, I have collected everything and am on my way back. In Jinhoo's understanding, phones are particularly sensitive when it comes to safety issues, because people always carry them with them. If Taekyu was using his phone when it exploded, he could have been severely burned. Jinhoo speculates, if explosions continue to occur at this rate, that is reason enough to stop producing it. Looking at the car of Seo-sung parked below the building, he says to Taekyu, the annual operating profit of Seo-sung Electronics exceeds 30 trillion won, generated steadily from the semiconductor, display, consumer electronics, IM and so on fields. Of these operating profits, 40% comes from the IM division, information technology, mobile communications, including smartphones. So, if the S6 is discontinued, will they lose 40% of their operating profit? He replies. It can't be that much, because they have product lines from mid-range to low-end and previous models, but that will definitely damage Seo-sung. They need to think about full refunds. If each device costs 1 million won, then the amount for simple refunds would be 6 trillion won. Considering the expected profit and the decline in brand value, the losses will gradually increase. Jinhoo points out, the problem is how to invest. If we predict good news, we can just buy stock, but if we predict bad news, the options are limited. He wonders, isn't this a situation to short sell? He leans against the wall and replies, that is right, since the OTK company is a foreign entity, it will be easy to become a black-haired foreigner investor. Jinhoo analyzes for him, explaining the ideal short selling process. Short selling is not difficult. Normal stock investment is buying and then selling. The ideal scenario is that short selling involves borrowing shares, selling them, and buying them back at a cheaper price to repay and make a profit. The problem is the profit margin. Looking towards the distant horizon, he thinks, even if you short sell a stock worth 100 million won and buy it back for 10 million won, the maximum profit margin is 99%, but no stock will drop that much. Even if the S6 is discontinued, the maximum drop will only be about 20 to 30%. Jinhoo hesitates, so we are investing 13 billion won to earn 3 to 4 billion, even though the profit is quite large, but, just a bit more. I need just a bit more. Is there no way to make a bigger profit? He hopes for the eagle to appear. Taekyu suggests, should we try futures and options? Jinhoo replies sadly, I do not know much about derivatives, maybe until junior or senior year. With the small amount of money we had in the investment club, we could not even access the market. He thinks, currently, we have $12.5 million, enough to experiment seriously, but we need someone who is knowledgeable about derivatives. Not the she. He does not quite understand and asks, why? Jinhoo explains, if she asks us what we are relying on to touch futures and options, we won't be able to give a satisfactory answer. Taekyu replies naively, just tell her that you believe in your ability to see the future. He gets mad at him and scolds, do you have many lives? Why do you always underestimate Hyunjoo Nuna in situations like this? I know someone. Taekyu is curious. Who is it? Jinhoo says a name, Park Sang-yeop, the former president of the Sil-Tuari Investment Club. Some people called him crazy, and some people called him a genius. In Jinhoo's understanding, there are two types of geniuses in the world, those who excel in many fields, and those who excel in only one field. Senior Sang-yeop belongs to the latter group. He lived in Australia since he was young, so English was not a problem, but his overall grades were below average. The reason that such a student was able to enter Korea University as a specially talented student was because he was a mathematical prodigy. He attended senior classes from freshman year. He was obsessed with the problem given by the professor, stopped eating and sleeping, and solved it after 3 days and 3 nights. Then by chance, he joined Sil-Tuari. He became interested in the stock market and immersed himself in it. While enjoying simulated investments, what attracted his attention was a small company listed on KSDAQ called QMK Tech. As someone without an opponent in mathematics, Senior predicted that the stock price of QMK Tech would increase tenfold, and thinking that he could not miss this opportunity, he took 5 million won from his room deposit and bought all the stock of QMK Tech. And just after moving from his friend's house to the club room for about 2 weeks, surprisingly, QMK Tech continuously hit the maximum due to being related to the trending IoT topic at the time. In about 2 months, the stock price, which had been stagnant for many years, increased tenfold. In just 1 month of investment, the 5 million won became 50 million won. After succeeding in his first investment, he gave up everything and devoted all his energy to analyzing companies. Although he sometimes encountered losses, the person in Jinhoo's memory always muttered, this will definitely fail, I have to quickly cut losses and switch positions. He recalls further, after continuously making profits, when I joined the club, Senior Sang-yeop's investment fund had increased to 300 million won, a huge sum that ordinary students would never dare to touch. An ordinary person would be satisfied with that. But, Senior Sang-yeop felt that it was still not enough. His biggest regret was his initial investment fund. If his initial investment fund was just 100 million won, he could have made 6 billion won in profit. To search for higher profits, Senior Sang-yeop studied and analyzed the options market. And when he gained confidence, the stock that attracted his attention was CL Chemicals. Senior determined that CL Chemicals was significantly undervalued. He predicted its value would double. He sold all of his stocks for cash and started buying call options on CL Chemicals. Then, an absurd disaster happened. An employee became a victim of email fraud and transferred money into the wrong account. For that reason, 20% of CL Chemicals' quarterly operating profit at the time, or $27 million, was wiped out. Due to this unexpected bad news, the stock price plummeted, and the value of the call options he had bought immediately fell sharply. Instead of liquidating his position, Senior took a risk, borrowing money from a lender at the maximum legal interest rate to buy even more call options. On the expiration date of the options, the stock price did not recover, and the 300 million won that he had invested became zero. When he could not repay the debt, illegal debt collection activities from the lender began, and Senior Sang-yeop disappeared. After that, the stock price of CL Chemicals soared, but that is a story for another time. If Senior Sang-yeop had bought actual shares, the 300 million won investment would have become 700 million, but because he had plunged into options, he was not able to earn a single penny. At a restaurant, Sang-yeop greets him happily. Long time no see Kang Jin-hoo. Jin-hoo asks with concern, how have you been, Hyung? It was a little difficult finding your new phone number. He laughs heartily and says repeatedly, sorry, but are you really going to treat us? He replies, you always paid for us. He looks at the bespectacled person sitting next to Jin-hoo and asks, but who is this? He then pats Taekyu's shoulder and introduces, he is my friend, Oh Taekyu. He bows politely. Nice to meet you. Sang-yeop quickly remembers and asks, are you the friend who bought Bitcoin back in high school? Too bad, if you had found your private key, you would probably be rich by now. He asks with concern, so, what have you been doing since you disappeared? He recounts, for a while, I did any job I could get, working in construction, doing driving jobs, things like that. Now I am at a cram school, teaching math to students who will enter university. Earning money by actually sweating made him realize the value of even just 101. He has about 2 million left. He just needs to work hard for a few more months to pay off his debts. Jin-hoo looks at Sang-yeop with admiration. He went from earning billions to being in debt in an instant. Normally, you would expect someone to give up and fall into despair, right? He has felt this since the first time he met him. He is really not an ordinary person. Sang-yeop finally asks his purpose. So, why did you want to meet me? Jin-hoo honestly replies. I want to learn more about futures and options. He asks for more information. Have you done the procedures to open a futures and options account? He replies confidently. That is no problem. Jin-hoo thinks I am working with the OTK company. Sang-yeop asks, futures and options are both derivative instruments. Do you know the difference? This time he replies very humbly, I understand a little. Futures are contracts where both parties agree to trade a specific quantity of a commodity on a specified date in the future. The key point is to ensure a fixed amount without price fluctuations, to prevent the value from decreasing. This is a commitment to trade at a specific price. You have a profit or loss depending on the price on the contract date. Regardless of profit or loss, both parties are obligated to complete the transaction. He explains further, on the other hand, in the case of options, you are selling the right to trade. Jin-hoo quickly writes down the helpful information in his notebook. Options are also based on an expiration date. Of course, each option has both a seller and a buyer, and the right to exercise the option belongs to the buyer. In the future, the buyer and seller are obligated to perform the transaction. The buyer must pay the option fee, money, to the seller. If there is a profit, trade; if not, skip. The seller, according to the buyer's decision. Taekyu, who has been silent for hours, suddenly speaks up. The option fee is basically a fee, so does that put the option seller at a disadvantage? He praises, quite surprised. You are listening carefully too. Sang-yeop sees him asking and answers happily. That is one of the interesting things about options. It may seem that way at first glance, but in the market, a higher success rate is allowed for the option seller. There is unlimited risk, but that is why they set up carefully. Taekyu concludes, from the perspective of the option buyer, in summary, call options, we profit if the stock price increases. Put options, we profit if the stock price decreases. Right. Jin-hoo claps in applause. I am quite surprised you understand. He replies, also quite right. Let us take an extreme example. Suppose there is a put option with the possibility of success. At the current time, the stock price is 200 million won per share. The buyer sees, does the stock have to fall by half to make a profit? The purchase fee is quite cheap, I can buy for fun. So he pays 101 selection fee to the seller, which is the securities company, to buy a put option for 100 million won. You profit if the stock price decreases. On the expiration date, the stock price is 10 million won per share. The securities company thinks, they released it for sale because they thought it would not be successful. If the buyer had bought this option worth 1 billion won, then the amount returned would be 9 trillion won. Looking at the number with a long string of zeros behind it, he is quite amazed. Sang-yeop, while opening a can of drink, continues, of course, things like that almost never happen in reality. Bad news always happens instead of good news, like an international terrorist attack or a major bankruptcy. When things like that happen, the price of put options skyrockets hundreds of times, and the option seller has to pay that amount. The three eat and talk. Taekyu flips the meat sizzling on the grill, saying, thank you, senior. I feel like all the theories I have learned are gradually being linked together. He advises the two of them, I do not recommend playing with options, but what exactly are you trying to do? Jin-Hoo honestly replies, Samsung Electronics. Sang-Yeop asks his intention. Is that a call option or a put option? Jin-Hoo replies, a put option. He wonders why. The S6 has just been released and is doing quite well. He affirms, the S6 will be discontinued. Sang-Yeop has heard the recent news, so he asks again, are you talking about the S6 exploding? Jin-Hoo explains, it is not completely confirmed, but if the explosions keep happening, won't they stop producing it? He is not very convinced with that reason. Is that really all? Do you have any other evidence? Jin-Hoo thinks in his head, of course I do, I just can't explain it here. Sang-Yeop reminds, be careful, playing with options the wrong way, you can lose everything like I did. Jin-Hoo obediently agrees, yes. After saying goodbye to him, he asks Taegyu again, did you hear that? You can lose everything in one go. Do you still want to continue? Taegyu puts his hands in his pockets and replies calmly, of course, what about you? Jin-Hoo turns to smile and high-fives him. Let us give it a shot. Based on the information available so far, he and Taegyu are considering investment strategies. Assuming the S6 will be discontinued, there are two options, low risk, low return, high risk, high return. Sitting in front of the computer screen, Jin-Hoo says his plan, we will buy 70% in put options and the rest in short selling. Even if the profit rate decreases, we have to avoid the worst-case scenario. The current price of Samsung is reflecting the future profits related to the S6. It is certain that the price will decrease as much as it increased after the S6 was released, about 10%. Considering the losses from refunds, will the current stock price fall by at least 20% more? Taegyu is constantly updating information. There has been another explosion, this time in the US, and it did not even happen while charging. Isn't that getting more serious? On the news pages, headlines stand out, such as liking is made by Samsung Electronics, according to Korean news reports. The problem today, Samsung is being investigated while collecting evidence. Likely the explosion was due to external impact. Samsung promises a thorough investigation. According to him, because the explosion occurred in the US, international media has started to pay attention. He knows the average daily options trading volume in Korea is 500 billion won, and the futures trading volume is 1 trillion won. Sometimes it is quite difficult to distinguish whether it is the stock market or a casino. He looks at him operating and asks, where are you trading options? Jin-Hoo replies, on the HTS system that I just launched. Out of the total 13.8 billion, 800 million is his money. Although Taegyu said he would handle this investment himself, because he and Taegyu had decided to invest together, he added his 800 million as well. Jin-Hoo thinks, if the stock price does not decrease as expected, won't these options become worthless? When the contract is executed, the cash balance decreases while the options balance increases, leaving only 800 million in the account. Taegyu wonders, why do not you buy more? He answers worriedly, what about your living expenses? Jin-Hoo is lost in thought again. Even if the worst case scenario happens, 800 million is enough to live on for a while. Now we just have to wait for the results. However, contrary to expectations, the stock price of Samsung has increased by 8% in the past 2 days. Short selling, which only benefits when stocks fall, naturally records a negative 8% loss. The problem lies in the put options. With the stock price of Samsung increasing instead of decreasing, the possibility of exercising the put options has become extremely slim. In short, they have turned into worthless pieces of paper. The computer announces, after 20 minutes of inactivity, energy-saving mode will be turned on. Taegyu has been staring at the computer screen for quite a while without moving. Jin-Hoo notices and thinks he is not saying anything, but he is clearly very worried. There are rumors that Samsung has decided to replace the battery. There have been 10 more explosions even though the stock price has increased. His heart is on fire. This ambiguous response will definitely escalate the situation. As long as they do not take an extreme move like a full recall, we can still handle it. He asks worriedly, tomorrow, they will announce the cessation of production, right? Jin-Hoo comforts, that, maybe so. He secretly hopes, please, if everything goes according to plan, then definitely. Samsung Electronics is one of the world's leading IT manufacturers, so not only domestic media but also foreign journalists crowded the press conference hall. The president of the IM division of Samsung Electronics, Cho Dong-jun, speaks, we are very grateful for the continued support of customers who have trusted and loved Samsung Electronics products. After a long speech, in short, the cause of the explosion is the Samsung SB battery, and they promise to adequately compensate affected customers. They also announce replacing it with a BLT battery as rumored and re-releasing the product. In his head, he is confused, announcing a recall of all 6 million products. Both stare at the phone in extreme horror. Taegyu says, wait, that is a recall, not a cessation of production. What does that mean? Online posts are generally like, item 5.1, I am currently waiting for the L6 recall. If applicable, see item 5.2. Item 5.2, after replacing the battery, I will continue to use the L6. Most support Samsung's recall decision, although replacing 6 million products leads to a loss of 6 trillion won, in terms of production costs, 300,000 won per unit, that is a 2 trillion won loss. There is also speculation that the losses won't be too severe if the recalled phones are are resold as refurbished products in emerging markets after replacing the battery. After the recall announcement, the stock that was falling has recovered and closed down only 1.5%. Jinhu is panicked. They announced a policy of returning profits to shareholders, including quarterly dividends, a testament to the meticulous crisis management of a large corporation. Seosung's strategic timing has accelerated the recovery of the stock price. On the phone screen, he sees Seosung's stock price increases by 3.4%. That means short selling loses 11%, put options lose 30%, put options lose 80%. The loss has reached half of the initial investment, 13 billion won, equivalent to 6 billion won. He never imagined things would turn out like this. Tak-yu seems to have gone crazy, dancing in the room, laughing wildly. The money is flying away. Although he and Taekyu had agreed to share the profits, Taekyu has to bear the majority of the loss. He can't make up for tens of billions of won in losses. Jinhu hugs his head and curls up in a corner. He blames himself. Why was it a recall and not a cessation of production? What did I misunderstand? 6 billion won, the amount of money in a lifetime. Could he spend it all if he spent 1 billion won each year, but in just a few days? To recover 50% of the capital loss, he needs to earn a 100% profit. The bigger problem is that this is not the end. Unless he recovers the capital and surpasses it after the expiration date of the options, even the remaining billions will disappear. Jinhu curls up on the bed in fear, constantly asking himself, what should I do now? Should I withdraw while I still can? Fear is suffocating me. Suddenly he sits up from the bed, startling him into sitting up as well. Jinhu asks, are you awake too? Taekyu replies, I am awake because you keep moaning. He invites him, want to go for a drink? He does not answer and asks, the stock price of Seosung won't increase further, right? Jinhu replies unsurely, I do not know. Most people are worried about the stock price decreasing, but he and Taekyu are worried about it increasing. There is only one thing he is sure of, that the L6 will be discontinued. Jinhu asks, are you blaming me? Taekyu is startled and says loudly, what? Why would I blame you? He sadly admits fault. Nothing would have happened if it was not for my prediction. It is his turn to comfort Jinhu. What are you talking about? I was the one who proposed investing in the first place. He still wants to take the blame. That is true, but Taekyu interrupts, and it is not over yet. The recall might not solve the problem. At this moment there is a glimmer of hope in him. Even if Seosun claims the battery is at fault, what if it is really not the battery's fault? He and Taekyu can't say for sure that they were completely wrong. The problem is time. He thinks pensively, there is not much time left until the options expire. A week after Seosung's announcement, the recall has finally begun. At the same time, 30,000 new products are sold in a day. Both those receiving the recall and new buyers are satisfied. With the smooth handling eliminating uncertainties, the stock price of Seosung Electronics is increasing again. Meanwhile, their losses have ballooned. Over 9 billion won, out of 13 billion won, only 3.6 billion is left. Taekyu's appearance is disheveled, constantly staring at his phone. He is sadly curled up in a corner, blaming himself. We have completely failed. Jinhu hugs his head, thinking, fortunately we short-sold a portion. If we had put everything into put options, we would only have a few billion left. He stretches out towards the window and says, I can't believe the money earned through Bantcoin has evaporated almost completely like this. Goodbye to my 13 billion. He looks at him, not knowing what to say. The put options they bought with billions of won are now worthless. At this point, they can't even sell them. Looking at the account balance, Jinhu thinks even though 3.6 billion is left, it is not comforting at all. I have lost about 600 million. In the next week, if nothing happens, then it is really over. One wrong prediction has led to this disaster. He recalls Senior Sang Yeop's advice and thinks, it seems I am about to lose everything in one go. Taekyu regrets, I should have put everything into the OPEC production cut meeting. On one side, Jinhu hugs his head, not understanding. Was my prediction wrong, or am I missing something? Suddenly he shouts, it does not matter at all. I was still living well even without that money before. On an airplane flying in the night, all passengers are panicked and stand up, giving way to the flight attendant using a fire extinguisher to put out the fire. After the fire is extinguished, the scene of a person covered in blood screaming and rolling on the floor being cared for by the flight attendant terrifies the other passengers. The source of the fire is the explosion from the phone. Next to it is a half-burned airplane ticket. On it is written, Flight, HAL 745, day December 9th. He wakes up with a start, sweat soaking his body. Jinhu rubs his head and says, what kind of dream was that? Suddenly he has a premonition. Jinhu hugs his head and shouts loudly, making Taekyu panic and come closer to ask, hey, are you okay? In his eyes, a faint golden light reappears, and his mouth mutters, 4 days left. Only 4 days left. Not understanding what is happening, he asks urgently, 4 days until what? Jinhu replies tremblingly, something will happen in 4 days that will cause the L6 to be discontinued. Night falls, and the city is lit up. Taekyu holds his phone and sits down in front of Jihu. Really, 4 days left, Jihu nods. If this is a real superpower, then yes. He looks at Taekyu, thinking, looking at the L6 that we replaced, I really do not feel anything different. So what does that dream mean? Suddenly Taekyu sitting opposite speaks up, huh? He hands the phone to Jihu to take a look. I heard the one that was replaced exploded 2 hours ago. Jihu looks suspiciously. Let us use the computer for a bit. The two approach and open the computer to search for information. Ji-hoo says, after attaching the case and plugging in the charger, it caught fire, and the incident at Seosung happened. Taek-gyu asks him, is the news article about the investigation out yet? It appeared 2 hours later, huh? On the screen is showing Seosung Electronics press conference, talking about the location of the damage coinciding with the point of explosion. They answer the public, we have commissioned an investigation from a certified external agency regarding this matter. Ji-hoo and Taek-gyu converse, and again they claim that it was due to an external shock. Ji-hoo mutters, unless they are very confident, they would not go this far. Is it really a fault from an external shock? Taek-gyu standing next to him suddenly speaks up. Suddenly, I can't help but think of a saying by Yogi Berra. Ji-hoo asks confused, isn't it Yogi Berra? Who is Yogi Berra? Is he a yoga athlete from which country? Asking to the point where Taek-gyu is also confused. It is this or that. Then he hears Ji-hoo continue. What does the name matter anyway? Ji-hoo looks at Taek-gyu. It is not over until it is over. Is that right? At this moment, on the bulletin board, the person in charge of Seosung is bowing their head in front of the screen. Seosung revealed that the cause of the fire was the Seosung SB battery, and they have replaced all of them with BLT batteries. But why did it explode again? Ji-hoo ponders. Is this a plan by a whistleblower seeking compensation? Or is there another problem with the device? He gets up from his chair. Anyway, let us see how things will play out in the next 4 days. Taek-gyu standing next to him nods. The time slowly passes, exactly 4 days later at 7:50 a.m. New news is being broadcast on TV. Flight HAL 745 to Hawaii has made an emergency landing. Could the cause be a phone exploding? The announcer reads aloud. The predicted situation has occurred. After confirming, the mobile phone that exploded on the flight was identified as the latest model of Seosung. The news emphasizes the injured passenger exchanging the recalled product the day before. The announcer's voice continues to resonate. A passenger who had the phone in his pocket suffered burns to his thigh and fingers, and an emergency landing was made just over 30 minutes after takeoff, responding to Seosung Electronics. This news is broadcast across large screens on the streets. The people hear it. This news soon spreads to global media, and all airlines in the US consider the L6 a prohibited item in carry-on and checked luggage. At 8:35 a.m., an emergency meeting is held at the Seosung Electronics headquarters in Gangnam, and when the time reaches 9 a.m., immediately after opening, the stock of Seosung Electronics begins trading with a decrease of 10%. It falls to 13% right before the afternoon trading session. Foreign capital organizations all decrease. The Kospi index also falls 38 points. Inside the house, Taek-gyu is sitting watching the news and talking to Ji-hoo. Experts are saying that now is the time to buy. Ji-hoo, who just came out of the shower, hears this and smiles faintly. If it is so good, then let them buy a few. But at this time, while organizations are selling massively, only individual investors are struggling to support the buying. Of course they are not fools. They just judge that this is not the worst-case scenario of stopping production. Inside the conference room, the Gangnam headquarters of the Seosung Group is packed with people. Shareholders and senior executives are all present. At this moment, someone enters from outside. Someone speaks up. The 2 rows of people immediately stand up. The vice president is entering. The person who comes is the vice president of Seosung Electronics, Im Jin-young. He adjusts his tie and then speaks. Let us begin. The door of the conference room closes. From inside comes the sound of talking. Everyone understands our current situation. I believe the initial cause was the replaced battery. Jin-young asks, even so, but what is the cause of the explosion of the replaced product? The president of the IM division of Seosung Electronics, Jo Dong-jun speaks up. Currently, the cause of the explosion is still under investigation. Jin-young asks him, how long do you think it will take to get the results? Dong-jun replies, it may take a week at the earliest, but we still need more time to determine the exact cause. Could the problem be that we rushed the recall? Jin-young frowns. We must definitely determine the exact cause and act. He speaks up and asks, is that the solution? This time, the director of the Future Strategy Office of Seosung Electronics, Kim Myung-zo replies, currently, we will stall for time for the recall, and while we wait, we need to find and solve the cause. Jin-young looks at the people in the conference room. He inquires, should we propose another recall? Someone speaks up and suggests, stalling for time is our top priority. Jin-young silently adjusts his glasses. Trying to fix things now will not convince consumers, so a recall is really the best course of action. The problem is, this is already the second time, and whether we can find the exact cause while we wait. He lowers his eyes, thinking to himself, there is only one other way, but no one dares to mention that way. Jin-young's finger taps on the table faster and faster, each thought pushing him. What is the best way to continue? If it were Dad, what decision would he make? Speaking of Seosung Electronics, this is a company founded by Jin-young's grandfather and nurtured by his father throughout his life. After his father fell ill, leading the company became Jin-young's role. Jin-young's gaze looks around the conference room and accidentally falls on the model ship displayed on the shelf. It is a wooden sailing ship model. The entire conference room falls into endless silence. Jin-young also falls into his memories. A corporation is like the ship of Theseus. When he was young, hearing him talk about this issue, young Jin-young was still confused and asked, the ship of Theseus? It was not until later that he knew about the concept called the Theseus paradox. The old story tells that Theseus returned by ship, and the Athenians preserved that ship. When the planks rotted, they were removed and replaced with new planks, and when the oars rotted, new wooden oars were fitted. Time passes. After thousands of years of preserving and replacing the ship, finding the original parts has become difficult. So is that ship still the same as before, or has it become a different ship? Also similar to a corporation, Seosung was founded after the Korean War. At that time, they assembled and sold household appliances by acquiring technology from Japanese electronics companies. And currently, there are no employees from that time still working today. No products that were manufactured then are still being produced. The road to building Seosung Electronics was not filled with roses. Headquarters and factories have moved many times. Everything has changed. Only Seosung Electronics is still Seosung Electronics. Jin Young ponders. He asks himself, so then, what can accurately define Seosung Electronic as Seosung Electronics? Suddenly something flashes in Jin Young's head. When all the intertwined thoughts come together, he suddenly speaks, ending the endless silence in the conference room. Effective immediately. He says seriously, we will stop producing the L6. All products sold will be refunded, and consumers who need to exchange will be adequately compensated. The shareholders and senior executives in the conference room are stunned. Jin Young observes their reactions. Stopping production is the worst option, something I can hardly imagine. Refunding all products sold, of course. He has thought long and hard about this solution, and we will also have to give up selling in the future. We cannot avoid damaging the company's image. Suddenly Jin Young stands up and slams his hand on the table. It does not matter how big the loss is. He stands up straight and says clearly, money can be earned back. However, Jin Young pauses for a moment and then continues, if a company loses trust, then that is the end. We once lost trust because of a problematic product, and we lost it again because of recalling it. He tries to analyze clearly with the people in the conference room, without solving the problem. This is the last chance given to us. Everyone in the conference room is silent for a long time. Then someone stands up and replies, I will prepare the announcement immediately. At 1:40 p.m., Seosung has news sent to all the people, to the customers and partners who have trusted and loved the L6. We sincerely apologize for the significant inconvenience and anxiety caused. The representative of Seosung Electronics, Dongjun, stands on the press conference platform and says, while a detailed investigation and inspection are underway, we announce that this decision was made with the utmost consideration for the safety of our customers. Ji-hoo and Taekyu are also following the news at home. They hear him say, effective immediately, Seosung Electronics has decided to stop the sale and exchange of the L6 model. Ji-hoo is stunned by this news. He continues to hear the voice of a reporter from within the screen. Whose decision was this? Taekyu is also watching tensely. The reporter continues to press Dongjun, the representative of Seosung. Are there any plans for the aftermath of the cessation of production? What do you think the amount of the loss will be? Ji-hoo and Taekyu look at each other. The phone falls to the ground with a thud, the back immediately shattering. Their earth-shattering shouts spread out of the apartment, startling even the people on the street. It stopped production. New topics are constantly trending. Today we will hold a meeting at Hanging Information. We are recruiting an expedition to bungee jump at Mapo Bridge. This is not hell. If sidecars are pulled out, it will fall even further, won't it? I wish this was just a dream, and she needs to take care of Jinyong first. Let us storm the Seosung building with the L6 on us. I want to throw the L6 in Jo Dongjun's face so much, or sell the remaining L6 to a terrorist organization. At this moment the entire public is giving immense attention to Seosung. People are constantly calling family members, hey, quickly sell them. Did your father-in-law see the new news from Seosung? And at this time, after the press conference, Seosung endures thousands of scrutinies and criticisms. Even individual investors switch to selling. Kospi and Kosdaq are both continuously decreasing. Kospi decreases by 6.3%. Kosdaq decreases by 8.7%. Expected losses, market share, and the image of reliability of Seosung Electronics all decrease simultaneously. Experts estimate the expected damage from stopping the L6 to be up to. The number 50 trillion won weighs heavily on Jinyong's shoulders, the first lower limit for Seosung since the financial crisis in 2008. And the companies, exchanges, securities and investment into Korean funds all fall into a state of confusion. It is a dark Tuesday that will later be written into the history of the Korean stock market. At KYB Securities Investment Company, a loud shout echoes from the office of Managing Director Park Jung-gil. What? Say that again, or am I hearing things wrong? The subordinate quickly replies, the amount of losses for the recently released Seosung Electronics option. He pauses for a moment and then continues, is more than 1,000 times. Before the incident, it seems that they had accumulated options for Seosung Electronics from Golden Gate. Jong-gil asks suspiciously again, Golden Gate, they had collected information beforehand, right? The subordinate shakes his head. It does not seem to be the case. Golden Gate is also suffering damage. Jong-gil asks him, they just happened to buy it through Golden Gate. The subordinate nods and replies, Golden Gate is not saying anything more. Simply put, it seems that way, sir. Jong-gil mutters, such a large sum of money, huh? Seconds later he immediately slams the table, stands up and shouts loudly, is investing like a children's game. What kind of person is crazy enough to put in billions of dollars without any basis? Find out if there is insider trading information. The subordinate replies urgently and runs off. Yes sir. Jonggil sighs heavily. What the hell is this? He mutters. What kind of people are they? But at this moment the two people being mentioned, Ji-hoo and Taegyu, are silently sitting in front of the computer screen. They look at the stock price of Seosung that is plummeting straight to the bottom, from 1.75 million to touching 1.65 million. Then it continues to slide down with no sign of stopping, gradually touching the 1.4 million mark. Call options continuously decrease from 1.023% to 365, then increase to 712 and then decrease to 323. The short selling ratio increases to 21%. Ji-hoo and Taegyu stand silently in front of the computer for a long time, looking at the stock price that is decreasing more and more, leaving them speechless. The two turn to look at each other, trembling, pointing at the computer screen. The number continuously jumps up to plus 2,482%, 2,924%. When the number touches 3,872%, Ji-hoo and Taegyu finally come to their senses and shout loudly. The two are eager. Stocks are not a zero-sum game, and because this is not a closed market, everyone can benefit. The profit number has increased by nearly 1,000%. It is currently 4,857%. Ji-hoo grabs the box of tissues. In the stock world, anyone can suffer losses. However, due to the structure of short selling and option trading, Ji-hoo and Taegyu have fallen into a frenzy of celebration, one constantly pulling out tissues and waving them, the other constantly bumping into this place and hitting that place. One person's profit is related to another person's loss. At this moment the final return on investment is 5,170%, and everyone's disaster has become our blessing. The initial investment, with just 13 billion invested, has become a profit exceeding 50 times, expanding to 685 billion. Taegyu shouts loudly, my friend, I love you, we are rich. Ji-hoo hits Taegyu from behind. You were already rich, you idiot. We have invested and gone from billionaires to multi-billionaires. We have frozen the short-selling transaction and ensured profits. The final profit, 5,170%. Taegyu holds a tablet in his hand, squinting as he looks at the numbers displayed on it. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 685 billion. Taegyu sits down on the ground, looking at Ji-hoo in front of the computer. If it decreases more on the expiration date, that would be really a jackpot. Ji-hoo shrugs. Then we would easily exceed 1 trillion. Ji-hoo ponders. Why are there so many zeros? I still can't believe it. Taegyu suddenly asks, how much do I owe you? He turns to look at Taegyu. Taegyu comes closer. We agreed to split the profits in half. So, after subtracting the initial capital of 13 billion, half of 672 billion is, Taegyu tries to calculate a bit. 336 billion, right. Ji-hoo twitches his mouth. If we stack the money into a pile, would it be as tall as a building? He silently thinks, when I was first discharged, I was just a poor guy worried about the future. But now it seems like I will have 336 billion in my hands. Can I really receive such a huge amount of money? Ji-hoo looks at Taegyu, who is immersed in bliss. My initial capital was only 800 million. If there was a loss, Taegyu would have suffered the biggest loss. He contemplates. Just a few days ago, he was still bearing a loss of tens of billions alone, and now taking half of the profit makes me feel a little guilty. Taegyu unexpectedly asks again, so you are not planning to take it? Then I would be very grateful. Ji-hoo replies, no, you idiot. Then suddenly asks, are you recording? Ji-hoo's eyes light up. He snatches the tablet in Taegyu's hand. Not that. Suddenly Taegyu speaks up again. I think I see something behind you. Taegyu leans back. Anyway, if it were me, I would have lost all 13 billion already. I would not have been able to turn it into 685 billion. Ji-hoo is silent. I provided the information, and Taegyu provided the capital. Ji-hoo smiles looking at him. As a person, of course I think my contribution is greater. But this guy said from the start that he would split it in half without hesitating. Looking at Taegyu's silly smiling face, Ji-hoo also feels amused, and he intends to keep that promise. How many people like that are there in the world? Taegyu continues. I have realized once again how important the ability to predict is. I only predicted the cessation of production of a smartphone, and yet I earned hundreds of billions. He suddenly asks, if I could predict a financial crisis, a war, or a natural disaster, what then? Ji-hoo immediately falls into contemplation. Taegyu decides, just in case, it is best to keep this a secret. Ji-hoo agrees and nods. Yeah. He secretly observes Taegyu. Taegyu is trustworthy enough that he could reveal this ability only after his mother. Taegyu is still muttering to himself, if it is revealed, would they drag me into intelligence agencies? While Ji-hoo is still thinking now, having realized that this could be a threat to me, I have decided I won't tell anyone. Then Taegyu once again approaches Ji-hoo with a big smile. We have really made a fortune. Ji-hoo scratches his head. Hearing that makes me a little worried. He stares at the tablet in front of him. Is it okay for us to profit like this in a national crisis? My conscience is nagging me. The financial market has just stabilized. However, the operating profit of Seosung Electronics has been adjusted downward, and risky smartphone exports are likely to worsen the trade balance from next month. Meanwhile, the stock prices of the American NPL company and the Chinese Weihua company have increased. Taegyu says to him, we are not the cause of the cessation of production. Ji-hoo nods. That is right, but, even if we did nothing, the L6 would have been discontinued anyway. Samsung Electronics hit the lower limit, and so did Kospi and Kosdaq, while everyone is suffering losses. And when that happened, someone would have definitely profited. Currently we are just the ones who took that profit. Tak Yu says logically, no matter how everything happened, now we are the super rich, all thanks to that ability to predict. Jihu shakes his head. Come on, put the ability to predict aside. Jihu says with a smile, if it were not for your investment capital, it would have been useless anyway. We might have missed this great opportunity. The two high-five each other. Jihu continues, even if you receive the same information, how many people would invest over 10 billion? Is it because you are sharp or carefree? Taegyu grins. Anyway, it is really impressive. I will take that as a compliment, my friend. Taegyu asks Jihu again, how will you receive the money? If you receive it into your account, the taxes will be very high. Jihu scratches his head. If I receive it now, just the taxes alone would exceed 150 billion. He sighs, and I will have to prove the source of the money, not that I can't prove it. Taegyu asks, do you also want to receive it in cash? Jihu asks suspiciously, 336 billion. Taegyu nods. How many 50,000 won bills can fit into an Apple box? Jihu is speechless, but can I withdraw 336 billion in cash? He leans back in his chair. I never imagined that I would have to think about these issues, or should I also establish a company in a tax haven? Taegyu sits on the bed and asks him, what are you planning to do with this money? Jihu ponders for a long time and then asks back, what about you? Taegyu shrugs. Not much, but is not it a shame to just stop like this? 13 billion has turned into 670 billion. Taegyu smiles and asks, if I reinvest this money, can I earn an even larger amount? Jihu explains in response, as the scale of capital increases, earning more money at the same time becomes more difficult. Of course, if we generate profits steadily, we can accumulate wealth. And these days, money is the world's top concern. Modern society is a highly developed capitalist society. You can move the whole world with money, and money can save lives. The two, Taegyu and Jihu, feel happy. We have earned an amount of money that even if we live our whole lives, we can't spend it all with just one investment. From now on, we do not have to do anything and just live off this money. It is enough. Thinking to this point, Jihu becomes silent again. But, is that all? Is it right to be satisfied with this and just stop here? He thinks to himself about the prediction he has not shared with Taegyu. Jihu sees himself moving his lips slightly. Yes, he sees himself raising the glass in his hand. That is my future. Returning to the present, Jihu approaches Taegyu. Take my hand. Taegyu asks blankly, what will happen if I take it? Jihu sincerely replies, then you will stand by my side until the end. Taegyu asks again, what if I do not take it? Jihu shrugs. Then I will go to the end alone. Taegyu silently looks at the hand reaching out in front of him. The CEO does not necessarily have to be the largest shareholder. It could be. He reaches out and grabs Jihu's hand. I do not know how far we will go, but Taegyu smiles. Let us go together once. Jihu thinks to himself, that is not, their gazes meet. The meaning of running the OTK company together with Taegyu, Jihu has figured out a simple solution involving splitting the money. OTK Company HQ is based in Delaware, a territory of the US. After recovering the investment capital, it will return to Korea. The company name is amended to a corporation, and the money will be split 50-50 for Jihu and Taegyu. Overall, the money is still in the foreign company, so there is no need to pay taxes in Korea. The distribution of company shares is also a gift, but there is gift tax exemption. After speaking, Jihu asks Taegyu, what do you think? But not seeing Taegyu responding, Jihu calls out again, hey, are you listening? Suddenly Taegyu speaks up and asks, do you still have the contract I gave you before? Jihu looks at him confused. The contract? I have it in my wallet. Taegyu spreads out his hand. Let me borrow it for a moment. Holding the contract in his hand, Taegyu silently examines it. His eyes suddenly light up, glancing at Jihu. Seconds later, Taegyu suddenly tears the contract in half. Jihu yells, hey, what are you doing? Looking at the pile of shredded paper on the ground, Taegyu says, thinking about it, splitting it in half is not reasonable. Jihu is stunned. What? Taegyu looks at Jihu seriously. How about 8-2? Jihu is silent, looking at his expression. It does not seem like he is joking. Is he saying I should only receive 20%? He remains silent. In a world where money can kill, it would not be strange if emotions changed in the face of hundreds of billions. Even so, this guy is not the type to behave like that. Jihu staggers to his feet. Okay, if that is really what you want. But then he hears Taegyu say, you take 8, I take 2. Jihu is taken aback. What is this about? Taegyu repeats again, you receive 80% of the shares, and I receive 20%. Jihu asks him suspiciously, did you eat something wrong? Taegyu replies blankly, large-sized jjangmyeon. Jihu is a little speechless. Are you saying this while sober? Taegyu nods. Of course, I am very sober right now. Jihu asks Taegyu, why suddenly this way? You said you would split it in half just now. That is right, but you said you would go to the end, right? Jihu nods. So what? Taegyu explains, think about it carefully with your ability to predict, you can earn as much money as you want. Until now, I provided the capital, and you provided the ability to predict, but now you also have capital. He says seriously to Jihu, in the end it will be a situation where you do all the work, so splitting the capital equally is not reasonable. Jihu hesitates that. He thinks to himself, like Taikyu means from now on I can invest alone, and yet, he still reaches out to Taikyu, because I judge that it will be better that way, whether it is friendship or loyalty. In Jihu's thoughts, compared to the tens of trillions moving in the financial market each day, 672 billion is still a small amount. It would be more profitable if he moves this amount of money as one, instead of dividing it into two and moving it separately. Jihu asks Taikyu again, you are saying you will give up 30% of the shares, that is more than 200 billion. Taikyu shrugs and replies, you said that investing is putting money in places that can make a profit, right? He points at Jihu. That is why I want to invest in you. Even if I give up about 200 billion right now, the future profits of 20% of OTK company are still mine, right? Jihu asks Taikyu another question. What if I do not earn anything in the future? Taikyu still replies very comfortably. It is okay, after all, that is money that I won't be able to spend until I die. The fact is, me earning this much is thanks to you. He is extremely generous and clear. I am not just investing once or twice, and then stopping, I will go to the end. If you are going to lead the way, you will need that many shares. Jihu sits down on the ground again. If I have 80%, I will run the company. Taikyu nods. Since you are studying management you will do well, right? Jihu laughs bitterly. I keep saying this, I only registered for 1 year. Do you think I have an MBA or something? Taikyu asks confusedly again. American professional basketball, why would I want that? Jihu is speechless at Taikyu's understanding that is limited to the otaku world. It is NBA. Taikyu also does not care too much. He steps forward and pats Jihu's shoulder. Anyway, my friend, from now on. He pauses for a moment, and then affirms, you are the CEO of OTK company. Jihu looks straight into Taikyu's eyes. You definitely won't regret it, will you? Taikyu nods decisively.
Of course not.
And at this moment, an unnamed emotion envelops Jihu again. He feels ashamed for having doubted his friend, even for a moment. The first time he heard about the idea of investing together, he thought it was just nonsense. That day, Taikyu suddenly claps and then shouts. The prophet's eye. Jihu looks at him blankly. Why suddenly mention that? Taikyu says, your ability to predict is real. Jihu is startled. In the end, Taikyu was right about everything. Looking at the smiling face in front of him, Jihu thinks to himself, this guy is the person who views the current situation most objectively. After a while, Jihu nods in agreement. Okay, OTK company, let us do it that way. So the issue of shares has been resolved. The next morning the sun rises high, shining throughout the city. Jihu and Taikyu have also woken up. They look at the calendar left on the table. Now that I think about it, Christmas is coming up soon. Taikyu plays video games while asking Jihu, what did you do last Christmas? Jihu remembers, I think I cleaned up the trash that fell from the sky. Taikyu exclaims, that must have been tough. Jihu takes a sip of coffee and then asks Taikyu, what about you? Taikyu replies, I went out to eat with my mom. Jihu remembers at this time last year, he was worried about his mother being alone so he called Taikyu. He immediately went to his house. On Christmas, he was probably the only one taking care of mom. Jihu thinks for a moment. Christmas is coming. I have to hurry. Jihu suddenly suggests to Taikyu, can you transfer the 800 million that was already transferred to Korea to my account first? Taikyu nods. Okay. While the game is loading, he turns his head back and asks Jihu, but can I take all that money out at once? Jihu replies, we should handle the taxes properly. He raises the cup of coffee in his hand. Let us handle the taxes for the 500 million won that you sent me before too. It is better to clarify all potential issues. Looking down, he sees Taikyu rummaging under the table, doing something. He says, where's the paper that she gave me back then? Jihu is a little speechless.
Are you digging that up?
After a while, Taikyu digs out a piece of paper torn from a notebook that is wrinkled and hands it to Jihu. Found it, here it is. Taikyu asks Jihu, what are you going to do with that money? He replies while looking up his phone, I think I will go out for a bit. Jihu smiles. Buy some Christmas presents, something like that. Outside, at a real estate brokerage, the employee sitting inside sighs heavily. Another empty month. I need to finalize a contract to pay the rent. At this moment, someone opens the door and walks in. She quickly stands up to greet him. Welcome. The employee takes out hot coffee to offer. It is cold outside, is not it? Please have it while it is still hot. Jihu nods.
Thank you.
The employee secretly assesses Jihu. Looks like a university student looking for a one-room apartment. The commission may be small, but now is not the time to be picky. Thinking this, she starts introducing him. Are you looking for a single room? I have a very good one. It is newly built. The landlord is friendly, and the rent is extremely reasonable. But Jihu shakes his head and replies, not really. Actually I am looking for a house, not a room. How much do houses around here cost? The employee understands and nods. For rental houses it is usually, Jihu interrupts her again. Not renting, I want to buy it. The employee asks a little slowly again, excuse me, what? Jihu repeats again, I am looking to buy a house. The employee stares blankly at Jihu standing up and walking around.
Buy a house.
But very quickly she regains her senses and continues to introduce Jihu. The price depends a lot on the location, land area, and building. There are some that are about 300 million, and there are luxury ones over 1 billion. The office door opens, Jihu speaks up. So then, he points to the house across the street and asks, how much does that house cost? The employee looks and replies, that one is around 500 to 600 million won. Jihu nods. I see. He silently returns to his seat. The employee is a little confused about what Jihu wants. Jihu points his hand again towards the other side and says, I want to buy that house. The employee is a little stunned.
Excuse me, what?
She silently thinks, he does not look like he is joking. The employee looks at Jihu's slightly worn coat. Is he really going to buy a house? The commission on a transaction can be up to millions. She wants to return to her desk. I will check if there are any for sale at a similar price. But she is stopped by Jihu. No, he affirms, repeating again, I want to buy that house. The employee looks towards the house across the street. Is he determined to buy that house? Hesitating for a long time, she replies, but that one is not currently for sale. Jihu walks to the seat and sits down. If I offer a price higher than the market price, would the homeowner consider selling? The employee hesitates. Maybe, but, she has a thought, why does he want to buy it at a higher price? Is there a certain reason it has to be that house? Jihu takes out a stack of money. You said the market price is around 600 million. He pauses for a moment, right? Jihu lays out a pile of cash on the table and says calmly, I agree to pay an additional 200 million. The employee is stunned. One stack is 3 million won, that is 30 million. Jihu smiles looking at her. If the deal is successful, I will give you this amount as a commission. The employee is a little moved. Such a large amount of money. Speaking of the house on the other side, owning a detached house is the dream of many people at least once. Kim Mija, a housewife who recently moved into a 2-story detached house in the suburbs of a town through an auction at court 2 years ago. But the joy did not last long. As time passed, the inconveniences started to pile up. The husband complained about having to commute far, and the children grumbled about the distance to school. Adding to that is the 20-year-old house needing a lot of repairs, but the costs are too high, so they only patched it up temporarily, letting the faucet constantly leak. There are also new apartments constantly being built in the new town, and Mija wishes to sell her current house to move there, but there are many things that make her hesitate. A contractor she knows said, the house is worth 600 million, but considering the necessary repairs, it may decrease to 500 million if sold. Then, while she is considering, the real estate agent calls. The person on the other end says, it seems that a young man really likes your house. The employee asks her, would you consider selling it? Mija's eyes light up. If they offer the market price, she is willing to consider. Mija clears her throat and asks calmly, how much are they offering? The person on the other end says, because they do not seem to know much about the prices in the area, so I mentioned 800 million, and they agreed to buy. As soon as she hears this, Mija is so shocked that she yells out, 800 million, 200 million higher than the market price. Fortunately, this amount is enough to move into the apartment she is eyeing, but there is still no reason for the house to be worth more than the market price. Mija seems to be thinking, with that amount of money, they can completely buy a better house near that station. She answers into the phone softly, okay, wait a moment, I need to think about it. The abacus in Mija's head is quickly calculating. There may be hidden values that I do not know about. Hanging up the phone, her eyes shine brightly. Just when Mija is about to agree to the offer, she changes her mind. She thinks to herself, even so, they offered a price 200 million higher than the market, right? And with bottomless greed, she sets her goal higher. I guess it is worth holding out for a better price. At this moment, her husband comes home from work. Honey, I am home. At the dining table, Mija has talked with her husband. After hearing the story, the husband urges her to sell immediately, but her thoughts are a little different. Mija thinks, there must be a reason why he wants to buy it at such a high price. The next day, coming back from the market, she calls the real estate agent again. Hello, I have been thinking about it all night. She pauses for a moment and then continues, and I have decided that I won't sell it for 800 million, but tell them that I will consider 1 billion. Her plan is to aim for a high target and negotiate down. But then, she hears the thunderbolt news. The person on the other end says, what should we do? That person said they wanted to sign a contract with Hyojong's mother already. Actually, they also visited Hyojong's house that day. Mija asks in disbelief, what? For how much? The person on the other end replies, 760 million. The bags in her hand immediately fall to the ground. Mija stares blankly at the phone. 760 million. Is she stealing my customer? Mija collapses to the ground. Hyojong's house may be 10 pyong larger and more beautiful, but 760 million is an absurd amount. She hugs her head and groans, I have let go of a golden opportunity. Compared to the actual market price, it is like losing 200 million. She quickly regains her senses and asks, wait, the contract has not been signed yet, right? Tell them that I will sell it for 760 million too. The person on the other end seems to hesitate. They may not change their mind now. Mija immediately begs, please try to persuade them. I will pay you a worthy commission, please. After a while, the real estate broker calls Mija back and says, I did my best and they agreed to your price. She shouts happily, really, thank you so much, you did a great job. The broker asks her, how about receiving the deposit before they change their minds? Mija thinks for a moment and agrees. That would be good too. The person on the other end continues, you know, if after they find out the market price, they might change their mind, so I suggest you receive 30% of the deposit. And after Mija sends the account information, the deposit of 228 million won is transferred. The broker instructs her, please prepare the contract for tomorrow. As if remembering something, the broker continues, as you know there are 4 days until Christmas, do you think you should move out before that day? Mija replies hesitantly, but we have not found a new house yet, and you want us to move out within 4 days. The broker on the other end nods. Yes, I think so, but if you can manage it before then. She pauses for a moment. They are willing to give you an additional 20 million won for moving expenses. As soon as Mija hears this, she jumps. What? 20 million won? The broker on the other end acts like she does not notice her attitude. She continues to cast her net. I will tell them that you can't. Suddenly Mija shouts loudly, I can. She says loudly into the phone, what do you mean I can't? Tell them that we will move out before the day after tomorrow. The real estate agent immediately gives Jihu an okay sign. He smiles with satisfaction. Our house was auctioned off before Dad's funeral ended. After 2 years of sorrow, it is time to take it back. Jihu sighs in relief. Maybe it would have been cheaper if I had waited longer, but I do not want to. After hanging up the phone, the employee smiles at him. Congratulations on getting your house back. Jihu nods. He is very satisfied with his decision. I do not want to wait. The employee continues. Get the invoice today, and we will prepare everything for you to sign tomorrow. By the way, she unexpectedly asks Jihu, is there any good news that I should know, like redevelopment or hidden value? Oh, something like that. Jihu silently looks at the employee's monologue. That is what people said. I heard there is nothing. Because you are paying more than the market price, so, oh, what am I rambling on about on such a great day, sorry, and congratulations. The Christmas atmosphere has covered the city, decorations are hung everywhere. Jihu walks alone on the street, exclaiming as he walks, is it because it is Christmas that there are so many couples here? It really has nothing to do with me. He lowers his head and looks at the stack of documents in his hand. But because I bought a Christmas present, I feel very happy. At this moment, Jihu's phone vibrates. The caller is his mother. Jihu smiles slightly. Hidden value, huh? Looking at the family photo on his phone, the photo was taken when he was young, and his father was still alive. The whole family is very happy. Jihu quickly answers the phone. Yes mom, I am almost home. After entering the house, Jihu asks her, are you ready to go, mom? His mother is putting on her coat while asking, why do not we just eat at home? Why suddenly eat out? Jihu shakes his head and says, on a day like today, we should eat out. The two go downstairs and see Taekyu waiting. He waves his hand at her. Come in, mom, I will take you to an extremely great place. Jihu sighs, oh, that car again. While his mother is smiling at Taekyu. Thank you, Taekyu. She looks at Taekyu's scantily clad appearance and asks with concern, but, are not you cold? He shrugs comfortably and replies, I am wearing thermal underwear. Jihu's mother exclaims, youth is really good, you are amazing. Jihu speaks up from behind, he is always like that. Getting into the car, Jihu's mother turns to ask him, where are we going? Jihu quickly replies, we are going to a very great place, so please wait for it. At this moment, Jihu's phone suddenly vibrates again. He suspiciously reaches into his pocket and takes out his phone. Who is it? On the screen displays the caller's name, Shin Yuri, University Junior. Jihu is confused. Why is she calling again? He answers the phone, speaking, hello, but before he can finish speaking, the other end is echoing with Yuri's voice non-stop. Senior Jihu, why do not you answer my phone? I have been trying to call you all along. Jihu acts indifferently and replies, really I did not notice, sorry, but what is wrong on Christmas like this? Yuri on the other end says loudly, is Christmas important right now? Jihu sighs, giving in to her. He has no choice but to lower his voice and ask, so what is it? Yuri covers her mouth with her hand, speaking softly into the phone. It is the L6. How did you know the L6 would run out of stock? Senior. Jihu is startled. What are you talking about? How would I know? Yuri says again. You said that when we left the store last time. She remembers that time, when walking out of the phone store with Jihu. She hugged the L6 and said happily, because I signed the contract, I have to use it carefully. Then suddenly Jihu next to her spoke up, it will soon stop production. At this moment it seems Jihu also remembers that event. He hesitates. That, I was just kidding. Yuri frowns. Kidding, Jihu says over the phone. Didn't I also say at that time that I was just kidding? Jihu can't think of a way to answer, so he puts it off for now. I am a little busy right now, let us talk later. Merry Christmas. Yuri on the other end is still calling out, Senior, Senior. After hanging up, Jihu's hand holding the phone is trembling a little. She won't realize it right. Opening his phone, he discovers that many people are contacting him. Senior Sangyop is also contacting me. He sends Jihu a message, leaving a message because I can't contact you. Call me as soon as you see this message. Jihu thinks to himself, he must also be stunned when hearing the news of the cessation of production. Jihu puts his phone into his pocket. I will contact him later. At this moment, Jihu's mother looks outside and suddenly cries out softly. She quickly reaches out to call him. Oh my, this is. They stop in front of the house that Ji-hoo bought a while ago. Ji-hoo's mother silently stands in front of the door. Ji-hoo looks at her. Mom is probably remembering all the memories created at this place. After all, we lived here for over 20 years. She smiles softly. Anyway, it is good to come back here, remembering the memories. Ji-hoo's mother turns to say to him, because we have seen enough, let us go back. But Ji-hoo pulls her hand to go inside. We have come this far, why not go inside? Ji-hoo goes up and opens the door like that. She hurries after him, calling, wait, you can't just barge into someone else's house. The three, Ji-hoo, enter inside, looking at the empty space. His mother speaks, it seems like the people here have moved out. Standing next to the stairs, she seems to see the mischievous days of Ji-hoo when he was young. Kang Ji-hoo, that is dangerous. Standing next to the wall with the markings, she seems to see the image of little Ji-hoo trying to cheat on his height. Standing on your toes is cheating, son. She closes her eyes, sinking deep into her memories. Nothing has changed. Entering the kitchen, she again sees the image of herself standing cooking and little Ji-hoo happily carrying the exam paper running in and calling out loudly, Mom. She smiles and asks, perfect score. My Ji-hoo is amazing. Then she sees the years he brought the high school acceptance letter home. I passed, Mom. She gently replied with all her pride. Of course, son, you tried very hard. Then she sees his appearance growing up day by day. Right after Dad passed away, he seemed to want to support the whole sky for her. Mom thinks who I am the son of. Do not worry, Mom, I will be okay. After being immersed in the old emotions for a long time, Ji-hoo's mother speaks softly. We have seen enough, so let us go now. Even if it is an empty house, we are not allowed to step inside. Ji-hoo speaks, interrupting her. Why are you saying it is someone else's house? Ji-hoo's mother raises her head to look at him. Ji-hoo says to her. Wait a moment. He holds the stack of documents hidden behind the kitchen table. We only rented it for a while. Ji-hoo's mother asks confused. What are you talking about? Ji-hoo says this house. He hands the stack of documents to her. It is ours again. Ji-hoo's mother receives the stack of documents. She startles, covering her mouth to prevent her scream.
What? How can that be?
Ji-hoo points towards Taekyu, who is putting his arm around him. Taekyu and I earned money together to buy it back. Taekyu smiles at her. We earned a lot of money. Seconds later, suddenly Ji-hoo's mother sits down on the ground. Oh my. The two, Ji-hoo and Taekyu, jump in shock. Mom, after Dad passed away, Mom worked hard to raise him. She had done a lot of jobs. Saying there was no sadness or difficulty would be a lie. Ji-hoo's mother hugs her face and cries loudly, my son, I am very grateful that you grew up so strong. She has been so hard. Mom has just gritted her teeth and overcome everything right. Ji-hoo kneels down to support her. Why are you crying on such a happy day? She mumbles, Ji-hoo's dad. She has not finished speaking when Taekyu behind suddenly sobs, Kang Ji-hoo, this kid. He lunges forward and hugs Ji-hoo from behind.
Ji-hoo, you. Ji-hoo is speechless.
Why are you crying? He pulls Taekyu. Let go a little, why are you sniffling? Taekyu does not answer, just cries loudly, tears and snot running down his face. Ji-hoo wearily soothes. Don't cry anymore, buddy. After a while, Jin-hoo has told his mother everything that has happened, of course, except for the parts related to Yeji. She asks him, so, how much did you earn? Ji-hoo thinks to himself, I can't say the full amount, Mom will faint, so I will say less. He scratches his head and replies hesitantly, yeah, probably about 3 billion won. Ji-hoo's mother covers her mouth, staring blankly at him. 3 billion won. Is that real? Looking at her reaction, Ji-hoo has some thoughts. Should I say less? Ji-hoo explains to her, I decided to postpone going back to school and try investing. Ji-hoo's mother worries. Investing, that is not an easy thing. She says to him, there are many people out there trying to take advantage of others. Your dad always said, anyone who claims to have exclusive information is a scammer. Hearing these words of hers, Ji-hoo is a little down. The person who said that is your son. Anyway, Mom being worried is natural when seeing her son, who is just over 20 years old, talking about investing. He explains to her, I am not borrowing money from anyone, I am just using my own money. Taekyu standing next to him nods. That is right. Ji-hoo continues, and if I see it is not successful, I will stop immediately. Ji-hoo's mother is silent for a moment and then replies, okay, I am sure you have thought it through. Taekyu again turns to her and nods. Of course we have thought it through very carefully. Ji-hoo's mother smiles gently, but it is really lucky to have Taekyu accompanying you. Taekyu confidently points at himself and then says to her, yes Mom, I will take full responsibility for Ji-hoo. She laughs.
Thank you.
Ji-hoo turns to look at him, asking seriously, exactly who is taking care of whom? Waiting for his mother to stabilize her emotions, Ji-hoo again continues to talk to her. Regarding renovating the house, the company will come tomorrow morning to estimate and start the work. I will give you their contact information, so you can contact them directly if needed. Ji-hoo's mother starts to worry again. It won't be cheap at all. Repairing it properly could cost tens of millions of won. Maybe that is why the previous homeowner wanted to sell this house quickly. Ji-hoo takes her hand. Don't worry about money. Let us just stay in the current place, and we'll move in as soon as the renovation is complete. Ji-hoo's mother raises her head to look at him. Okay, son. Waiting for the two in front of them to finish talking, Taekyu standing in the middle speaks up. Now then, he reminds them, it is almost time for our reservation at the restaurant. Why do not we move on to the next place and enjoy the Christmas feast? The two of them. Arriving at the restaurant, the three clink glasses together. A joyful atmosphere envelops the dining table. Dad. Jihu looks at the radiant smile on his mother's face. I will take responsibility for taking care of mom. He sends a message to his father in heaven, so dad does not need to worry anymore. Jihu smiles, thinking about the sturdy back of his father, who once shielded the whole sky for him. And please rest now, Dad. When moving the house, Jihu's mother instructs him, always take care of yourself and be careful with everyone. Jihu nods. Don't worry, Mom, she says, and remember to call Mom often. If you are too busy, Mom will visit you. Jihu takes her hand. I know that. Jihu's mother stands downstairs looking at Jihu leaving. For the investment work, they need a workplace, so Taekyu bought a house. Sitting in the car, Taekyu says to Jihu, I have moved my things in already. Jihu thinks this is more like a headquarters than a facility. Speaking of house, Jihu takes the opportunity to ask a question. How much did you say it cost? Taekyu thinks and then replies, modestly, 4.2 billion won. Jihu is stunned to hear the price. He is dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. After a while, when arriving at the place, Jihu stands in front of the huge villa and asks Taekyu, how do you define modesty? Define it for me to see. Taekyu is surprised. What is it? A philosophical question, let me think. Jihu sighs. Forget it, I have heard enough. Inside, Taekyu introduces the structure of the house to Jihu. I will use the first floor, and you can use the second floor. What about the basement? Let us turn it into a study, shall we? Jihu looks at him. More like a comic book room, right? Taekyu ignores his sarcasm. He suggests, after moving things in, let us go shopping together. Jihu looks at him confused. Don't we have everything we need already? Taekyu shakes his head. That question is wrong, Jihu. Taekyu smiles meaningfully. It is not what you buy, but how far you can buy. Jihu looks at Taekyu with contempt, as if he were a childish brat. What? Saying that, but a moment later, the two still arrive at a shopping mall in the city. Taekyu walks while skipping. The two enter a household appliance and furniture store. The employee bows to greet them. Welcome. Are you looking for a specific product? Taekyu shakes his head. We are just looking around. I will slowly look around first. Jihu asks him, have you decided what to buy? Taekyu shakes his head. If I want to, I can buy this whole plaza. Why do I need to think about it? I'm just going to slowly look around and see what I like. Suddenly the two stop in front of a giant super huge television screen. Taekyu shouts, what is this TV? The employee standing next to them speaks to introduce. This is the newly released Seosung QLED TV. He steps closer to Taekyu and Jihu. This model supports a 100-inch screen with 8K resolution. The price is 34.6 million won. We have one on display in the store. Taekyu points at it. I will take this one. The employee instinctively replies, excuse me, then he suddenly wakes up.
Yes.
Taekyu turns to look at him. What is wrong? Is it because it is the display model that you are not selling it? The employee hurriedly shakes his head. Oh, no, that is not it. After getting a response from the employee, Taekyu points in one direction again, then from over there, then points to the other side. To this side, take the most expensive of each model for me, one of each type. The employee hurriedly nods.
Yes.
Taekyu sits down on a chair. The employee leans over and asks, do you have a membership card or discount coupon? Taekyu shakes his head. Come on. The employee thinks he means something else, so he changes his words. So how many months do you want to pay in installments? Taekyu reminds him, hey, thanks to Seosung, things went well, so I came to repay the favor. The employee leaves for a while and then returns to report the price. Buying one high-end item of each type will cost 68.5 million won in total. Taekyu clicks his tongue. Cheaper than I thought, I will pay it all at once. He thinks to himself, did I use 0.01% yet? Then Taekyu asks the employee again, can you deliver it, right? After the two leave, all the employees in the store line up and bow. Thank you for visiting our store, goodbye. Jihu asks Taekyu suspiciously, didn't you buy too much? Taekyu shrugs. I told you, I came to repay the favor, now let us go see furniture. The next day, just walking inside, Jihu is surprised by the extravagant scene. Taekyu leads him down to the basement to check it out. I tried to decorate the basement like a hideout. Then Taekyu leads Jihu up to the bedroom. The craftsman said that our bedrooms are decorated the same. Jihu nods, not very interested. I know. Taekyu again leads him to another place. As soon as he pushes the door open and enters, Jihu is startled. He hears Taekyu say, next is my personal space, escaping from that cramped room. Jihu frowns. Jihu steps back a little. Isn't it just a model storage room? Taekyu's voice echoes from inside. Respect my taste a little. Taekyu introduces Jihu. Finally is Jihu's workroom. This place looks like a workroom. The room is decorated like this. It makes me feel serious about working. Jihu asks Taekyu, is the preparation done? The two approach the fax machine. Taekyu replies, there is still one more thing to finish. Jihu picks up the paper. This is the business registration certificate that you registered last time. Let us see. On the paper it is written, CEO Ji-hoo Kang holds 80% of the shares. COO Chief Operating Officer holds 20% of the shares. Taekyu puts his hands on his hips and asks him, how do you like the logo design? It is cool, right? Ji-hoo asks him, did you take it from the title of the comic you're reading? Is that okay? Taekyu shrugs, showing it does not matter at all. Don't you know parody and learning ideas? If we become famous now, I am planning to remove a few letters and replace them with this manuscript. Taekyu babbles anyway, there is also effort in it. CEO of the OTK business. Ji-hoo lets out a breath. I once did not have a penny, and now I am the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar business. It sounds like the name of some novel. I guess that is why people say life is unpredictable. While making coffee, Taekyu takes the opportunity to ask about the matter. The plan from now on is, if Yeji predicts something, then we invest according to that, right? Ji-hoo nods. Regarding Yeji's ability, it is very obvious, however, there are a few things. Ji-hoo explains, first, I can't control Yeji, I can't always see it when I want to. He analyzes for Taekyu, if I could control Yeji, then I could know which stocks increase, which stocks decrease, as well as know the interest rate trends to invest accordingly. Ji-hoo is a little gloomy. I do not know if it is because it is originally like that, or because I lack experience, but the predictions I see are very random and messy. He raises two fingers. Second, the information seen is very limited. For example, Ji-hoo pauses for a moment and then continues. Suppose Yeji predicts that the land price in a specific area will increase tenfold, but I do not know if it will increase in 1 year or 10 years. He remembers the past a little. We encountered difficulties with the case of L6 due to not knowing the time, but only having keywords about its disruption. Analyzing Yeji and outlining the investment strategy is our task. Ji-hoo continues. Third, also the most concerning issue is the level of certainty about Yeji's vision. Taekyu, listening to Ji-hoo, tilts and sways a little. If we assume that the future is not absolute, then our actions can distort the predictions. Taekyu looks up at Ji-hoo. There are two sides to predictions. Natural disasters like volcanic eruptions or meteor impacts are very difficult to change, but the results from human actions can be easily changed. Ji-hoo nods with him. The results from human actions can be changed easily. Taekyu pushes up his glasses. It is commonplace in comics. Ji-hoo nods, I see. Ji-hoo continues, the purchase of put options recently did not even affect the disruption of the L6. Financial companies are supposed to choose to pay the option fee, but, he ponders for a long time. What if Seo-sung is the one paying? What if they delay the cessation of production date by a few days to avoid losses? Seo-sung has to face thousands of public issues. Are the suggestions of the managing directors effective? Share have recovered by 1.2%. Seo-sung is preparing a compensation plan. They ask everyone to be patient. If the L6 issue is resolved, our investment will be burned to ashes. Thinking about Seo-sung, Taekyu's mood suddenly sinks. He hears Ji-hoo say, the example of buying land is also not the same. Ji-hoo explains, the value of the land may increase to the point where the development project may be cancelled or moved to another location. He looks at Taekyu. In summary, Yeji has an important role, but how we use it is just as important. Taekyu thinks for a moment, and then replies, even if it is the same skill, the effect is also based on the level of the character. Ji-hoo shrugs. If I were a chaebol, I would have earned 10 times more already. Taekyu hesitates then. He laughs. There is no other way, we have to work hard to level up. Ji-hoo is satisfied. That is what I am talking about. Taekyu speaks up again. By the way, you still have not lost the divine eye, have you? Ji-hoo looks down at his hand. Not yet, he thinks to himself. It is a sense that transcends the 5 ordinary senses, even if there is no vision in front. Ji-hoo is silent. I can feel it. Raising the cup of coffee in his hand and taking a sip. It is clearer than the taste and smell that I perceive. Taekyu is satisfied and gives him a light. Good, that is good. Then you focus on controlling Yeji's ability. I will take care of the support. Outside the villa, the sky is turning to evening. Inside the workroom, Taekyu is lying snoring on the sofa, while Ji-hoo is sitting in front of the computer. The best thing is being able to predict large-scale crises like the L6 disruption. Of course, making 50 times the profit in one go is impossible. Ji-hoo sighs, but if something similar happens again, the entire financial field will be destroyed. The economics section of the newspapers is still full of news about the L6 disruption. He indifferently looks at the computer screen, letting his soul drift with his thoughts. It will take several more months to fix the aftermath. Suddenly Ji-hoo jumps up and shouts, "Oh Taegyu, quickly get up and see this." On the screen appears the exclusive news of YTM, the L6 disruption. Who bought the put options? Ji-hoo hesitates. Don't tell me, is it news about us? The two carefully read the news on it. There have been allegations that a foreign entity concentrated on buying put options just before Seo-sung announced the cessation of production, causing a stir in public opinion. The profits obtained from put options are estimated to be in the billions. After this was revealed, all financial companies requested the Financial Supervisory Service to investigate. Ji-hoo frowns. Looking at the time, it is probably us. Ji-hoo and Taekyu look at each other, both silent without speaking. At the work basement, the hideout that Taekyu had built, at the large table in front of the bookshelf, the two Taekyu and Ji-hoo are having an emergency shareholders meeting. Ji-hoo sighs. We underestimated the situation too much. Just looking at the timeline is enough to be suspicious already. At least we should have split the sales order into multiple new accounts. Chief Operating Officer Oh Tae-gyu shakes his head. At that time, I did not expect things to be so messy. But we did not do anything wrong. Ji-hoo supports his forehead. If you profit from a buying position, you are praised. But if you profit from a selling position, you are full of infamy. Because in a buying position, you and other investors make money together. But in a selling position you benefit while others lose. So of course you will be hated. Tae-gyu looks up at Ji-hoo. Anyway, it is not a big deal, right? We are still safe. Ji-hoo asks him, you might be able to escape once or twice, but what if you're suspected again? He says, if you win the lottery 2 times in a row, you are bound to be suspected. Tae-gyu ponders. So, you mean we should not invest in selling options anymore? Ji-hoo shakes his head. I mean we should think of another way. Anyway, selling positions have limitations. Ji-hoo explains to Tae-gyu, unlike buying positions, selling positions go against the market trend. They are only really suitable for short-term trading. However, in the long run, the market will definitely develop. Because since the establishment of the market, there have been countless crises, such as the Great Depression, 2 world wars, many terrorist attacks, financial crises, etc. Each time, the system collapses, and there are gloomy forecasts. But the market will recover and learn from its failures. Ji-hoo's expression gradually becomes serious. Placing billions in selling positions is impossible, unless there is another financial shock that could cause a crisis. We should build most of our assets in buying positions and only use the selling position method when the situation turns bad. He raises his eyes. Then, let us turn OTK into a general corporation. Ji-hoo's voice is full of determination. And buy shares of other companies. Ji-hoo repeats, the key point is, we acquire them based on development potential, and for companies with better performance, we will buy most of the shares and turn them into subsidiaries. Tae-gyu asks curiously what is the expected profit. Ji-hoo tries to calculate and then replies, our goal is to double within 3 years. Tae-gyu is surprised. Huh, that is all. Ji-hoo glances at him. Do you think doubling is a little? Doubling 670 billion won is more than 1 trillion won. Tae-gyu nods. That is true. The specific situation will be resolved in the style. OTK company will distribute shares as follows. 21% of the shares for the associated company, 51% of the shares for the investment company, and when a prediction occurs, then choosing to buy call options, will have the right to benefit from the rising stock price. Short selling means borrowing stocks, selling them, and buying them back when they fall, or put options, will benefit when the stock price falls. Ji-hoo explains specifically to Tae-gyu. We define our position like this, and based on the predictions, place several hundred billion into options and futures contracts. It is like the concept of risk prevention. Tae-gyu expresses excitement. That sounds great. Options are really the best. Ji-hoo sighs. You are obsessed with options now. He continues. First, we will start by analyzing the stocks of the Kospi 200. Tae-gyu sitting opposite him wails. Analyzing sounds quite serious, huh? Ji-hoo ignores his excitement. He continues his part, even though I said analyzing. In reality it is just simply checking the online records that have been publicly disclosed online. If Yeji also appears like this, it would be better. If not, let us just rest. Tae-gyu nods continuously. Okay, let us continue until there is a hit prediction. The two high-five each other. Let us go, let us try. After returning to the workroom, Tae-gyu lies sprawled on the sofa again, while Ji-hoo sits in front of the computer. I have spent hours searching, but have not found anything unusual. Do I need to consider all the Kospi stocks? Ji-hoo laments. At this moment the clock displays 23 hours and 58 minutes. It is almost a new day. He rubs his forehead. In the end I could not find anything. I did not expect things to become so vague. Suddenly at this moment, Tae-gyu steps forward and places a stack of paper on the table. Here. Ji-hoo asks him, what is this? Tae-gyu replies, the Kosdaq market. Tae-gyu says proudly, looking at the screen all day must be tiring for your eyes, so I printed this stack out for you here. Ji-hoo laughs. You are really my savior. The sun has gradually risen from the horizon. The first rays of sunlight begin to shine into the villa area. Tae-gyu is going downstairs and sees Ji-hoo sitting on the sofa in the living room. He gasps. Wait, have you been up all night? Ji-hoo shakes his head. I dozed off for a bit. Tae-gyu asks, did you find anything? Ji-hoo clicks his tongue. Not much, but I am sure of one thing. Tae-gyu looks at him suspiciously. What is it? Ji-hoo dejectedly puts the paper in his hand over his face. We are completely going in the wrong direction. Tae-gyu comes closer and asks, did your prediction say that? Ji-hoo shakes his head. You can see that clearly even without a prediction. Tae-gyu still does not understand clearly and asks again, you mean our plan to acquire the company is wrong? Ji-hoo pulls the paper on his face down. The direction is right, but the method does not seem right. If we have a list of the top 20 investors as predicted, then we do not need to worry, but that won't happen. He leans forward to pick up the cup of coffee on the table. The way we acquire shares is also a trouble. For large companies with a market capitalization of up to tens of trillions, there is no serious problem. But, for companies with a market capitalization under 1 trillion, as soon as we interfere, Jihu drops a few sugar cubes into the coffee and then continues. The stock price either skyrockets or goes straight to the bottom, like an elephant jumping into a small pond. The sugar cubes fall lightly into the coffee, causing water to splash up. Along with that, Jihu also says, the water will rise, overflowing, and when it leaves, the water level will drop. Jihu laments, nothing is easy. The more the size of the fund expands, the more complicated the management becomes. Tak-yu asks him, what about international stocks then? He mentions a few things. There are emerging markets like Vietnam, India, and China, also large companies like Enpal and Google. Jihu nods. That is also a good idea, but we will need some connections. Tak-yu leans back. How about hiring a financial expert who knows about the international market? Jihu replies, if we want to participate in the big market, we will definitely need help from people in the industry. Jihu shakes the cup of coffee. Even with the best amount of information, our ability to analyze and make decisions, our investment strategy is more or less limited. He looks at Taikyu seriously. Whether it is a parent company, a hedge fund, or simply an ordinary company, behind the most successful CEOs, there is always the best team supporting them. Why do not we establish an investment company with the role of a subsidiary of OTK? We can gather the necessary talents under us. Jihu contemplates. I will set the investment direction based on my predictions, and we will establish an organization with the ability to implement that strategy. He raises the cup of coffee in his hand. The first talent we have is. Before Jihu can finish speaking, he suddenly sees Taikyu groan. Jihu looks at Taikyu's meek appearance and sighs. Just looking at the attitude, I know who is calling. Taikyu on the other side is speaking softly into the phone. Yes. Jihu on this side is different, surprised. I can't believe the top talent I want to call for recruitment is calling first. Jihu laughs. It is Oh Hyunju, Taikyu's sister, and an employee of the international investment bank Golden Gate. At this moment, Hyunju on the other end is angrily scolding into the phone. Where are you? Why is your place empty? Taekyu replies tremblingly, I just moved yesterday. Hyunju gives the order without a word. Send me the address, then stay put, I will be there right now. Taekyu jumps. What? But wait, are you in Korea? Jihu is speechless looking at the communication between the two siblings. It is perfect anyway, you were planning to meet her. Taekyu nods. I know that, but, she sounds very angry. Jihu narrows his eyes looking at Taekyu. Why angry? Did you do something wrong again? Taikyu honestly spreads his hands and counts. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This time he is truly speechless with him. You do not even remember. After a while, the two, Jihu and Taikyu, are sitting huddled opposite Hyunju. Taikyu tries to stand up. Secondhand smoke is harmful to your health. Let me go outside for a breather. But before he can even leave his seat, Hyunju points with a cold voice. Sit down. Hyunju asks Taikyu, what is this house about? Taikyu honestly replies, I bought it and plan to live here. Hyunju narrows her eyes. Tell me what is happening. Taekyu tilts his head to look at her. What? Why did I buy this place? Hyunju says through gritted teeth, you really do not know. She needs an ashtray on the table, jumps up wanting to throw it at Taekyu. What happened to the billions in your account? Jihu quickly stops her. Nuna, let us put the ashtray down first. Taekyu throws it far away to the side. Wait, I thought, so you are here because of that. Hyunju frowns. Don't talk like it is nothing serious. Hyunju becomes serious. You also know that the L6 explosion is the focus of global finance. Right, that incident caused Samsung Electronics and the Korean stock market to fall into crisis. And the financial companies issuing related derivative instruments also suffered great losses. She looks at the two, Jihu and Taikyu, sitting in front of her. But this is the key point. There are rumors spreading that before the incident happened, some entity bought a large number of Samsung Electronics and Kospi 200 put options and obtained huge profits. And that entity has an account at Golden Gate where I work. Thanks to that, the balance in the Asian branch account has increased to more than $600 million. Hyunju is a very intelligent person. Just give her a few data points. She can grasp the situation. There are countless shell companies with random names and letters. OTK company, so I guess it must be one of them. Then, I received a call from a senior colleague, the one I asked to manage and watch over you. He said that he had processed a transaction transferring more than 10 billion won from a foreign account into a domestic account. Also because I opened that account for you, I have the right to check the transaction history, and shockingly, Hyunju remembers when seeing the number 672 billion, her whole body felt paralyzed. 67.2 billion, detailed data. At that time, she was so flustered that she ruffled her hair when seeing the percentage of the final profit. Hyunju mumbles, put options. Persistent thoughts keep running back and forth in her head. She even lost control and shouted loudly in the office. What did you do? Jihu, hearing Hyunju say that, is a little stunned. Our story even reached Golden Gate. Returning to the present, Hyunju crosses her arms and sits on the chair, questioning Taikyu. You really bought put options for Samsung Electronic. Taekyu stammers. Yes, yes. Hyunju holds the cigarette in her hand. Her expression is frowning. She is only silent without saying anything. Taekyu asks her softly, is everything that serious? Hyunju frowns. Are you kidding me? Hyunju says loudly. Because of this, the Financial Supervisory Service has requested Golden Gate to provide documents for that. Ji-hoo jumps in shock. They really started investigating. He speaks up and asks Hyunju, what documents are they? She replies, the transaction records of the OTK business and information about the owner of the company. Ji-hoo is silent for a long time before speaking up. So, they have not received the records yet, right? Hyunju shakes her head. Golden Gate does not even know who the owner of the company is. The bank only knows which country the company was established in. Customer information is not easily transferred. Ji-hoo brings up his question with her. But is not it very difficult to refuse when the Financial Supervisory Service requests cooperation? Hyunju rubs her head. That only applies to domestic financial institutions. Ji-hoo sighs in relief. It is good that they have not handed it over yet. But what basis does the Financial Supervisory Service have to request the data? Hyunju also does not hide anything. She says directly, they suspect insider trading. Ji-hoo freezes. What? While Taekyu does not understand anything and turns to look at him. What is it? Ji-hoo hesitates. That means. Hyunju feels a little headache. I can't believe you guys created such a big shock in the financial world, and you do not even know what insider trading is. To see it through, she explains to them, for listed companies, any important information must be disclosed to investors and must be kept confidential. Taekyu mumbles. No one is allowed to trade based on that information before it is disclosed. Is it really that serious? Ji-hoo explains, it weakens trust in the financial market, and in the worst case, if the profits we obtained are considered illicit profits, he rubs his chin. They will consider it an illegal act, and may confiscate all 672 billion won. Taekyu is stunned. So, we will really be dragged down to the basement for investigation. Hyunju looks at her younger brother, comforting. Consider this a fair investigation. There needs to be clear evidence to prove insider trading, so it is probably okay. Then she says sternly, now explain, who told you to do this? Taekyu honestly points to the person next to him.
He did.
Hyunju frowns confusedly. Ji-hoo, what do you mean? Ji-hoo lowers his eyes to answer her. Taekyu is right, I provided him with the information. Hyunju asks him, where did you get that information? Ji-hoo hesitates. That. Hyunju is so angry that she trembles. These guys. She picks up the ashtray on the table and slams it down. It seems she still does not understand the situation. Hyunju warns them, this matter can't be taken lightly. If you can't explain it, you will be considered a financial criminal. Clearly explain how you got the information before everything is turned upside down now. Ji-hoo thinks, I understand that she is angry because her brother's freedom is in danger. Taekyu wants to speak up to explain. No, let me speak first, But Ji-hoo interrupts him. I will explain to you. After explaining the whole story clearly, Ji-hoo sighs. That is how it is. At that time no one could have predicted that L6 would be discontinued. Hyunju is silent for a moment. So, in summary, Ji-hoo, she takes a drag of her cigarette and then summarizes. You came to the conclusion that L6 would be discontinued just based on a few explosions of the L6 that could have just been an initial defect, and at that time Samsung stock was at its highest point in history. Hyunju looks at him. Ji-hoo, you made a conclusion about the L6 based solely on your analysis, and you told Taekyu. Ji-hoo nods decisively. Yes. Then Hyunju turns to look at Taekyu. And you believe Ji-hoo and bet 13 billion won, even when facing a loss of 10 billion just before the L6 was discontinued, you still trusted and waited. Taekyu nods. Exactly, there were no insiders involved. Hyunju lets out a breath lightly. So this matter is not related to insider trading. She thinks to herself, even though it seems like you guys are hiding something, in this situation, this is just, she assesses the two people in front of her. Animal instincts. Usually the person with intuition and the ability to analyze will be the one to trust their own judgment until the end. The person with capital and entrustment will completely trust the judgment of others. Then unexpectedly, Hyunju speaks up and asks about another matter. Do you guys know about the Dosi scandal? Ji-hoo nods. If it is the stock option shock from back then, I do know. Hyunju leans back in her chair. That is right. In that case, they bet that the stock price would decrease and then manipulated the price to make a profit. Do you know how much the stock manipulation experts earned? Looking at the blank faces of her two siblings, Hyunju directly gives the answer. Only 50 billion won. But you guys earned 10 times that amount. Taekyu and Ji-hoo swallow their saliva. We really made a lot of money. And also, thanks to the Dosi Gate, the regulations have been tightened. Otherwise the securities companies and investment funds would have all collapsed already. But in an unprecedented case like this, there are situations that can't be covered up. Domestic financial institutions are standing on the verge of losing all their annual profits. And the place Hyunju works is the same. Even though they had risk prevention, Golden Gate still lost $20 million. Ji-hoo tightens his face. He hears Hyunju say, thanks to the two investors who used financial products that are more cruel. Ji-hoo frowns. Cruel? He responds hesitantly. Well then, it is a good thing we established a company in a tax haven. Hyunju again takes a drag of her cigarette. If OTK Company was a Korean company, we would be sitting in the metal chair at the Financial Supervisory Service by now. Do you understand the situation now? If it is not insider trading, then it is not serious, so do not worry. Taekyu is a little unconvinced. What did we do wrong? We did not manipulate the stock price. Ji-hoo frowns. That is from our point of view. To the financial institutions that lost trillions, we are their biggest enemy. She raises her eyes to look at the two. I thought you were just joking with 13 billion won, but you caused this incident. What are you planning to do with the money in the account now? Feeling that this matter has been discussed pretty well, Taekyu thinks to himself, now is the time to discuss business. Then he opens his mouth and says a matter that does not connect to anything. I shared the company's shares with Ji-hoo. Ji-hoo receives 8 shares, I receive 2 shares. He points to Ji-hoo sitting next to him. So now Ji-hoo is the largest shareholder of OTK Company. Hyunju's face goes blank. What? She shouts in surprise. You gave Ji-hoo 80% of the shares. What is that about? Taekyu replies blankly because he provides information and buys put options, and I only provide the capital. Ji-hoo sits quietly in place without saying anything. In finance, the person who provides the capital will usually receive the larger portion of the profit. Accepting to split the profit 50-50 was already difficult, but handing over 80% is even more shocking. Hyunju pushes her glasses, so that means OTK Company is actually Ji-hoo's. Taekyu understands Hyunju's attitude. He says softly, I know. Then he smiles brightly looking at her. If we want to continue investing, Ji-hoo needs to manage it. Hyunju asks suspiciously, you are planning to invest more. Hyunju frowns, her voice carries a warning. This time we were lucky. Do you think it will be like that next time too? But she only sees Taekyu grinning. He says confidently, don't worry, I have a plan. Taekyu explains to her, I have kept 13 billion won of capital. That way, we won't have any problems in life. Hyunju wearily bows her head. What are these two planning to do? Taekyu rubs his hands looking at her. That is why you should help us, sister. Taekyu raises 3 fingers. I will give you 3% of my shares. Hyunju is stunned. She hears Taekyu say, that is about 20 billion won. Hyunju mumbles, 20 billion. Ji-hoo sitting next to her also turns to look at Taekyu in surprise. The total package adds up to 20 billion profit. Offering it like that, he is really a generous otaku. Ji-hoo turns to look at Hyunju. I agree with Taegyu's opinion. Are not you worried that I will manage OTK Company carelessly? His voice rings evenly. You do not even need to quit your job. You can still get preferential information from Golden Gate. Keeping your job is actually more beneficial. After a moment of silence, Hyunju suddenly speaks. Ji-hoo, this is my card. Go buy me a coffee with an extra shot. Ji-hoo immediately understands her intention and stands up. Is this how she is telling me to leave? He quickly replies, yes, madam. Speaking of Hyunju, she has been a genius since she was young. Without any extra tutoring, she entered the Department of Economics of Korea University as the top student. Thanks to her talented abilities, she was later accepted into Golden Gate, one of the most difficult global investment banks to enter. She was recognized for her ability and promoted to head of the Asian branch group. But Taekyu is completely the opposite. He locks himself in the house every day, while his brother, who has spent half his life being lazy, has become a billionaire overnight. Ji-hoo sits outside the cafe pondering. How will she feel when being invited to work with such a younger brother? He mumbles, should I go in now? After returning, Taekyu winks at him. She agreed to help. As soon as Ji-hoo returns, Hyunju sitting on the sofa gives an order to Taekyu. Taekyu, go buy cigarettes. You know which ones I smoke, right? As soon as Taekyu hears it, he grumbles. What? Shouldn't you ask Ji-hoo to buy them together too? Why me? Before he can finish speaking, Hyunju turns to look at him. Seconds later, Taekyu runs off quickly. I am going. Ji-hoo steps forward. Thank you for agreeing to help us. Hyunju shrugs. Why would I refuse 20 billion won? She says soberly. If I do not help, it is clear you guys will find someone else anyway. Ji-hoo nods. Yes. He thinks to himself, even though we were not planning to share shares with that person. Hyunju took a sip of her coffee, and besides, this is the first time that kid has tried to do something serious outside of his hobbies. Ji-hoo thought about it and agreed, it was. Since meeting Taekyu, this is the first time he has seen Taekyu so motivated. Without that, they would not even have been able to start. Hyunju looked at Ji-hoo huddled across from her, but he understands how risky this investment is. Right, no matter how sure he feels, it is still too risky. Ji-hoo hung his head. He felt it clearly to the bone. He shuddered. Just thinking about it made him break out in a cold sweat. Then Ji-hoo heard Hyunju continue. Even so, I respect this result. She took another sip of coffee, investing 13 billion and making 672 billion. It is impressive. In this regard, I think it is really admirable. Hyunju asked him bluntly, setting Taekyu aside. Why did you want to invest, Ji-hoo? Ji-hoo thought for a moment and replied, I did not start with any specific goal, and I still do not have one now. It is just that having a lot of money is nice. He leaned back slightly, swaying back and forth. In a capitalist society, material abundance is almost synonymous with happiness, and Hyunju silently observed Ji-hoo. Ji-hoo also sank into his own thoughts. I do not know why I have this ability, but... He hesitated, and... Ji-hoo thought to himself anyway, living a normal life like before seems impossible. Historically, all the great investors have succeeded with their own unique investment methods and become legends. I do not have a unique investment method like them, but I have vision. Ji-hoo felt himself standing in the spotlight. In the bigger picture, vision is also a kind of investment method. Luck and intuition are also important factors. After a moment, he spoke again. I am confident. Ji-hoo raised his eyes and looked directly at Hyunju. I am sure this is what I do best. Hyunju brushed her hair back and smiled slightly. Hyunju swirled the coffee in her hand. The financial world is not as easy as you think. It is full of experts and scammers. I have worked here for almost 10 years and I am still learning about the market. She lowered her eyes. I would rather not see you jump into this field, but Ji-hoo smiled at her. I know what you are worried about. Sister, no matter what happens, Taekyu won't be hurt. Hyunju discreetly breathed a sigh of relief. It is reassuring to have you as its partner, Ji-hoo. She stood up. Okay then. Hyunju held out her hand to Ji-hoo. I'm looking forward to working with you, CEO of OTK company, Kang Ji-hoo. Ji-hoo quickly took her hand, and the two reached a cooperation agreement. I am also looking forward to working with you. And so, after that handshake, at this time, the OTK business has turned into CEO Kang Ji-hoo, owning 80% of the shares, and COO Oh Taegyu, owning 17% of the shares, and also, the third shareholder, Oh Hyunju, owning 3% of the shares. They have gained a very capable third member to support them. Outside the villa, the sun was now high in the sky. Ji-hoo sat in his office talking to Hyunju. OTK company will operate as a parent company, and I will establish a separate investment company. What do you think? Hyunju sat in the office working while replying. That is a good way. What kind of company you choose and how you will take it over will be the question. Ji-hoo sighed. That is my concern. Hyunju smiled faintly. You do not have to rush. There are many opportunities. Just let me know if you need any documents. She continued, and there is one thing I want to say in advance. Do you plan to change the name? At this time, Taekyu, who was lying down eating snacks next to him, immediately spoke up. Is there a problem with OTK company? Hyunju was a little speechless and replied, it sounds like an abbreviation for otaku. Taekyu quickly retorted, but it is not. It is a self-abbreviation of Oh Taegyu. Ji-hoo, who was sitting next to him, secretly felt helpless with his friend. There are many companies named after the founder. I can change it to TKJN Company or O&K Company, but since he had seen some things, there was no need to change the name and go against the prediction. Ji-hoo picked up the phone and replied to Hyunju on the other end. Let us respect the founder's opinion and continue with it. Hyunju sighed deeply. Okay, I will call you back later. Taekyu also lay on the sofa and sighed. Seriously, what is wrong with OTK? Ji-hoo spoke up. Come to think of it, 3% was transferred to Hyunju. I can compensate you for that amount from my shares. But Taekyu refused. She is my sister, so it would be more reasonable to take it out of my shares. It is best to keep 80% of the shares of the major shareholder, according to the Pareto principle or something like that. Taekyu jumped to another topic. Then everything will be settled with Hyunju. What is next? Ji-hoo set a goal to establish subsidiary companies into investment companies. He replied to Taekyu, we need to find a capable and trustworthy person to be in charge of the investment company. I need someone to act as my hands and feet for the plan. Taekyu turned over to look at him. Is there someone like that around you? Ji-hoo shook his head. I do not have anyone, but I have already talked about it with Hyunju. I have asked about it, and the latest market trend documents. Ah, there is. Hyunju had just sent Ji-hoo 2 messages, which read, among the things we discussed, I have selected useful documents and sent them via email. Read them, and let me know if you need to see any other documents. Ji-hoo was smug. It is great to have global friends. Taekyu watched Ji-hoo walk towards the computer desk and asked, what did she send you? Ji-hoo replied, Golden Gate's internal report. It is high-quality information that you can't easily access unless you join it. Taekyu was a little worried. Is it okay to take some internal documents? Ji-hoo nodded. I got it in a legal way. Have you forgotten that we are Golden Gate's main customer? There is money deposited in Golden Gate's company account of 672 billion won. Since we are top customers, we can request and receive various information. Ji-hoo reached out to Ji-hoo. Is it all in English? Ji-hoo nodded. It is Golden Gate's data. Taekyu asked curiously. Can you read it all? Ji-hoo thought for a moment and replied. It is roughly okay. I just need to translate or look up terms that I do not know. The important thing is the numbers and charts. Taekyu asked him. Then what is inside? Ji-hoo explained. Recent market trends, mainly about the fourth industrial revolution. Taekyu was completely blank. What is that? I sometimes hear about it but do not know what it means. Ji-hoo explained. It means moving from a digital society to an era of automation, where everything is connected with the development of robot technology and artificial intelligence. Taekyu nodded. Indeed, I still do not understand. Ji-hoo shrugged. Me neither, he muttered. After reading the data, it seems that Golden Gate is using this and that as a substitute. Then the phone in his hand suddenly vibrated. At this time, Ji-hoo suddenly remembered. That is right, I was planning to contact him. Ji-hoo quickly answered the phone. Hello, Senior Sang-yeop, I have been a little busy lately. How are you? Dinner. Okay, I will be there. Later, in the pork soup restaurant, pieces of meat were placed on the grill, making sizzling sounds. Ji-hoo spoke first. That suit looks good on you, Senior. Do you have any plans afterwards? Sang-yeop adjusted his tie and nodded. Yes, I have an important plan. Today's meal is on me, so eat as much as you like. It is a reward from what I got from last time. Ji-hoo asked him, aren't you supposed to be at the academy today? Sang Yeop shook his head. I took a leave of absence. I have paid off all my debts. Ji-hoo was a little surprised. Didn't you say you still had about 2,000 left? Sang Yeop honestly replied. It is all thanks to you. Ji-hoo looked at him, not understanding. Huh, what do you mean? Sang Yeop raised his glass of wine. You said that L6 would be discontinued, and I also confirmed that there had been some explosions. Ji-hoo was surprised. Did you buy put options on Seosung Electronics? Sang Yeop shook his head. No matter how I thought about it, I did not expect it to be discontinued. He explained his thoughts to Ji-hoo. If the problem continues, I predicted that there was a high possibility that the battery would be replaced, and if L6 sales decreased, or there were safety concerns. Sang Yeop paused for a moment and asked, the battery manufacturers would be in trouble, right? Taekyu, who was sitting next to Ji-hoo, was still diligently grilling meat. Ji-hoo spoke up. So, Sang Yeop lowered his eyes and continued. I had 700,000 won in my pocket after transferring all the money to pay off my debts this month. I bought put options on Seosung SB with that amount. Ji-hoo paused slightly. That right was the decision. After the cause of the battery explosion was announced, Seosung SB stock would plummet. He asked Sang Yeop, how much did you make from that? Sang Yeop said bluntly, 150 million. Ji-hoo and Taekyu were both surprised by him. Ji-hoo observed Sang Yeop. He made 150 million from investing 700,000 won. As expected, the power of options. It is hard to get out once you taste the profits from it. Ji-hoo secretly sighed. Even I was not sure at that time. He recalled the previous dinner with Sang Yeop. Ji-hoo had said, it is not accurate information, but if the explosions continue, I am afraid it will. Sang Yeop was surprised. Is that true? Are there any other reasons? Ji-hoo secretly admired. I told him about the production halt just in case. That slim chance. Yet he had recovered and seized it firmly. Indeed, he was not an ordinary person. Sang Yeop continued. I left the academy after paying off my debts, and then, I stopped by the department store and bought a suit. We usually wear suits for interviews, right? Ji-hoo was surprised. Do you have an interview scheduled today? Sang Yeop did not rush to answer this question, but asked the two of them instead. Also, how much did you make? Ji-hoo silently thought. How much should I shorten the amount we earned? He hesitated slightly. That is, if I calculate roughly. But before he could speak, Sang Yeop sitting across from him offered a price first. It is about 500 billion is not it. I heard from a friend in the financial field, before the incident happened. Every word Sang Yeop said made Taekyu jump and break out in a cold sweat. I heard that a foreign corporation completely wiped out the put options of Seosung Electronic. Are you the person they are talking about? Ji-hoo quickly denied. No way. We do not have that much money to buy so many put options. Sang Yeop did not press further. He just continued at first. I also thought it was absurd, however. Sang Yeop pointed at Taekyu. This guy lost about 10,000 bant coins. What if he found the encryption key? That would be enough funds to buy a put option. The corners of Ji-hoo's mouth twitched. He figured it out with just that piece of information. He avoided Sang Yeop's gaze. Do you really think we? Ji-hoo had not finished speaking when Sang Yeop interrupted them again. That friend said that. He paused for a moment. There is a high possibility that the company that bought the put options is a Japanese company. Ji-hoo quickly chimed in. See, we have nothing to do with it. But then Sang Yeop's next sentence made Taekyu spit out the water he had just drunk into Ji-hoo's face. The name of the company is OTK Company. Isn't his name? Oh Taekyu. Ji-hoo was speechless. I forgot about that. He took a towel to wipe his face, and in his heart, he kept admiring. This person is famous as a genius at Korea University. Ji-hoo looked at Sang Yeop. You are amazing. Sang Yeop shook his head. Not really. I am just analyzing the possibilities. Ji-hoo asked Sang Yeop again. Is that why you wanted to meet me? Sang Yeop resolutely replied. Thanks to you, I paid off all my debts, so I wanted to say hello and thank you. Ji-hoo was a little worried. If this is revealed, my name and Taekyu's might make headlines in tomorrow's newspaper. That is something we will have to go through one day, but Ji-hoo frowned. This is not the time. After thinking for a while, he decided to ask Sang Yeop directly. Will you keep this a secret? Sang Yeop nodded. He clenched his fist. Of course, I promise, as the former president of the club. Ji-hoo secretly assessed Sang Yeop. He is not someone who likes to talk a lot, so I can trust him. Sang Yeop poured Ji-hoo a glass of soju. So where do you plan to invest in the future? Ji-hoo asked back. How did you know we would invest? Sang Yeop shrugged. If it were not for that, there would be no need to start a company. Ji-hoo was choked by these words again. To be honest, it was not to invest, but to sell Taegyu's band coins. Sang Yeop cheered. I think you will definitely do it, Ji-hoo. But I did not expect you to do so many great things. He lowered his eyes, his tone a little sad. You need something beyond calculation and analysis to beat the market. Luck, intuition, or sensitivity. I missed that and only invested based on analysis, and ultimately failed. Ji-hoo replied to him. How could you calculate the probability that an investment company would lose tens of billions of dollars due to email fraud? You were just unlucky, senior. Sang Yeop raised his glass and took a sip. That is true. But what do you think luck is? It took me a long time to realize that there are many things in the market that cannot be calculated. A collection of many emotions and variables. Sangyap sighed. It is impossible to synthesize those things and solve them mathematically. He muttered, we can calculate the movement of celestial bodies, but cannot predict the madness of humans. Jihu asked Sangyop, is that a quote from Isaac Newton, who discovered the law of gravity? He nodded. That is a pretty famous quote in the financial world. Newton is famous as a physicist, but he worked in all kinds of fields. Jihu silently thought, fear and madness dominate the market. No matter how rational people are, it is not easy to stay calm and see the truth in it. Sangyop said frankly, Jihu, you have that intuition. That is why I chose you as the successor chairman. Jihu was a little embarrassed. He always talked about it whenever they drank together. Sangyop continued then, I will tell you the result. Jihu was confused. What result? Sangyop sitting in front of him immediately adjusted his collar. As I said before, I am wearing a suit today to go to an interview. Jihu suddenly realized something. Is this the interview he was talking about? Jihu turned to look at Taikyu. Taikyu, you. But Taikyu was just eating, meaning, you are the CEO, do as you please. His expression said it all. Jihu thought for a moment, no matter how far-sighted we are, the reality is that only Taikyu and I can't make progress. That is why I recruited Hyunju. Jihu looked at Sangyap sitting in front of him. Financial investment is a war against numbers. New derivative products are created to the level of high financial integration. Your expertise is mathematical analysis. He is good at making rational and objective judgments based on data. The reason such a person came to us must be because of the funds. The three-person table fell silent. From a bad perspective, he came to put a straw in here. The corners of Jihu's mouth turned up. I really like that. He introduced, the CEO of OTK company is me now. Jihu thought to himself, it is the basic knowledge of people in finance to chase any opportunity they see to make money. He poured Sangyap a glass of wine. I need someone to be my arms and legs to match my vision. Do you think you can do well? As soon as Jihu finished speaking, silence enveloped the table once again. Sangyap silently looked at the bottle of wine in Jihu's hand. After a moment, he called out, Jihu. Sangyap's voice dropped. I am your senior. This sentence made Taigyu's body tremble for a moment. Then he heard Sangyop continue. You have to pour it with both hands. The next second, Sangyop suddenly stood up. That is what I did not want to hear from the senior I worked with. He lifted the glass with both hands. From now on, I will conduct a thorough investigation. Sangyap's attitude was extremely sincere. Age does not matter, ability does. A capable person is someone who can produce big numbers. I think it is reasonable to work under you, who has achieved that. Jihu laughed. The reality is that, except for vision, he is more capable than us. Jihu reached out and picked up the bottle of soju in front of him. That is the ability of the CEO to embrace those people. He said to Sangyap, you have been accepted. Jihu stood up and shook hands with Sangyap. Welcome to OTK company. After Hyunju, the fourth reliable colleague is walking on his own 2 feet. A new piece of meat was placed on the grill again. Sangyap raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp. He breathed out refreshed. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, I was quite worried. Sangyap leaned over and asked, what should I call you? Director, President. Jihu shook his head. Just call me as usual. I will think about an official title when we have employees. Sangyap nodded. Yeah, let us do that. Are there only 2 people in the company now? Taikyu chewed and mumbled. There is one more person. Her name is Hyunju, my sister. He said confidently, however. She is the team leader of Golden Gate's Asian branch. She has helped a lot with legal setup and administrative support. Sangyap paused. Golden Gate, so that is how you were able to do such a big thing. Jihu knew as soon as he looked that Sangyap had misunderstood. Actually Hyunju joined after the project ended, but he spoke up and asked Sangyap about another issue. How's work at the academy? I heard you were a well-known lecturer. Sangyap shook his head. He recounted. I was not a prominent lecturer, but they tried to keep me by offering a raise when I said I would quit. They should have done that sooner. If I stayed, I would definitely do well, but my body would not allow me to sit still anymore. He placed 2 fingers on his hand. I want to seize the wave of industry restructuring. Jihu was surprised. Restructuring? Sangyap nodded. A typical example is NPL's smartphone. When it was first released, the companies that dominated the market ignored or underestimated it. He explained, they thought no one would buy something that just combined existing devices like that. Now, all those companies have been pushed out of the market. Pausing for a moment, Sangyap said deeply, geniuses change the world, and ordinary people only realize it after it changes. Sangyap's voice was even. It is not just empty words, but also mixed with his experience and experiences. Even those who are less discerning can grasp the wave of change. Jihu asked Sangyap, do you think now is that opportunity? Sangyap did not answer, but asked back, what do you think? Jihu stared at Sangyap sitting across from him. Even though he has been busy teaching, he must have been following everything very closely. After a moment, he answered the question just now. Actually I think so too. Taikyu sitting next to him did not participate too much in the discussion. He just raised his glass and said, I will follow you. Since we all agree, should we raise a glass to celebrate? So the 3 of them strongly clinked glasses with each other. For OTK company, cheers. Even when he returned home, Jihu was lying on the floor and still clinking glasses with the ceiling light. Cheers. He was lying flat on the ground while Taikyu was unconscious on the bed. Ji-hoo muttered. What am I doing? I am lying on the wonderful bed. The next morning, when the sun was almost at its peak, the sunlight shone straight down on the villa. Ji-hoo hugged his head and struggled to get up from the ground. My head, did this guy bring me back? What time is it? Picking up the phone, it showed 8:15 a.m. Sunday, December 31st, with new message notifications and missed calls. Ji-hoo calculated. There is only one day left until the new year. Time flies so fast. Ji-hoo dialed back to his mother. Mom, it is me. I drank with an acquaintance and was unconscious until now. Ji-hoo's mother said something on the other end, and he replied, don't worry, Taekyu and I are fine. Sure, rice cake soup sounds delicious. Okay, see you tomorrow. Ji-hoo sat in the living room looking at documents. I am sure I will have an investment idea soon. Where should I invest next? Am I asking for too much? At this time, Taekyu groped his way down from upstairs. I feel like I'm going to die after drinking for so long. Ji-hoo asked, you are awake. Taekyu hugged his head and replied, I heard a vibration, is someone calling? He came over to Ji-hoo and looked at his phone. Shin Yuri, is she Japanese? You have a call coming in. Ji-hoo nodded. Yeah, thanks for reminding me.
Do you want to sleep more?
Seeing Ji-hoo's indifferent attitude, Taekyu quickly picked up the phone. Why are you so kind today? Let me repay you by answering it. Ji-hoo wanted to stop him but already wanted to. Hey, Yuri's voice rang out on the other side. Hello, senior, she asked Ji-hoo. Senior does not have my number saved. Ji-hoo glanced at Taekyu and replied. Oh no, why? Yuri replied, because I could not see you answering the phone. Ji-hoo calmly said, I just woke up. Yuri lay on the sofa gloomily. I just called a few days ago. Ji-hoo casually chatted with her. Really, I'm sorry. Yuri shook her head. It is okay. Have you eaten anything? Ji-hoo on the other side replied. I am about to eat. Yuri boldly invited him. I am about to eat something too, would you like to come with me? Ji-hoo pondered slightly. Now that I think about it, I knew about the production halt of L6 thanks to her. I was planning to treat her to a meal anyway. After thinking carefully, Ji-hoo agreed with Yuri. Okay, I will come to you. Where should we meet? Yuri jumped up from the sofa, in front of department store number 2. Okay, Ji-hoo nodded. Okay. Yuri happily said, yes, then see you later. As soon as he hung up, Taekyu next to him closed in to interrogate. So, who is Shin Yuri? Ji-hoo was startled by him. You scared me. She is just a junior at school. Okay. Taekyu still chased after him. A junior who contacts you privately. Ji-hoo was stunned. What do you mean? At this time, Taekyu looked like a lingering ghost wanting to extort Ji-hoo. At such an important time, the CEO of OTK company is going on a date. Ji-hoo immediately shouted. What date? She is just a junior. Do not get so close. Taekyu came behind Ji-hoo. His hands touched his shoulders. His head seemed to emit a dazzling light. Don't forget your duty, my friend. Ji-hoo was speechless. What is my duty? Let us talk after I get back. Ji-hoo took out his wallet and looked at it. He sighed. I do not have much cash. I have not even reissued my card yet. Things near the department store must be expensive. Ji-hoo walked sweetly behind Taekyu. Lend me some money. Taekyu lying on the chair asked, are you going to buy an island? Ji-hoo whispered, no, I just do not have cash. Ji-hoo sighed. What is the point of earning billions when it is all locked in a foreign account? Ji-hoo begged Taekyu. Come on, lend me 100,000 won. I will pay you back later. Taekyu clicked his tongue in disgust. You are really a hard-to-please friend, buddy. Taekyu gave Ji-hoo the money with a warning. Use it wisely, do not spend it wastefully. Understand? Answer me. Ji-hoo quickly nodded repeatedly. He took it with both hands. Yeah. Ji-hoo thought to himself, maybe I should find a part-time job at a coffee shop. In the city center, cars passed by busily. Ji-hoo stood by the station waiting for someone, suddenly hearing a call from afar. Senior. Yuri was running towards him. You came too early. She greeted brightly. Have you been waiting long? Ji-hoo shook his head. I just got here. What do you want to eat? Yuri looked at him attentively. Because it is cold, let us go eat udon. There is a pretty famous restaurant nearby. Inside the restaurant, the two ate and chatted. Yuri opened her mouth. I did not expect you to come here. I was very surprised when you said you would come to my neighborhood. Ji-hoo was a little surprised. Didn't I say? I moved nearby and am living with a friend. Hearing these words, Yuri immediately rejoiced. Now you are a Gangnam resident. Let us meet often. Ji-hoo high-fived her. Yeah, let us eat before it gets cold. I am a little suspicious. Is she always so friendly? Ji-hoo thought about it. He had heard the rumors about himself and his ex-girlfriend Siona. Seeing how gloomy she became, Yuri back then was always cheerful whenever she met Siona, senior Siona. But Siona would only usually respond with a cold expression. Ji-hoo's assessment of Yuri was that she did not seem like the type of person who was friendly to everyone. He looked at Yuri sitting attentively eating in front of him. Why is she so nice to me? Yuri, having enjoyed the delicious food, kept exclaiming, this is so delicious. Do not you think? Ji-hoo smiled. She still looks very pretty when she eats. The two quickly finished their meals. Yuri even drank all the broth. It is so delicious, I will pay. Ji-hoo was stunned. I was going to pay. Yuri shook her head again and refused. Since I was the one who suggested meeting, let me pay. Next time, you can treat me to something even more delicious. The two left the restaurant. Yuri spoke first. I did not want to eat alone, so I am very happy you came. Ji-hoo asked her, don't you cook at home? Yuri shook her head. I live alone. Ji-hoo casually nodded. Really? Suddenly she pointed to an apartment in a high-rise building in the distance. Do you see that apartment? Ji-hoo looked up. She lives alone in in a large apartment by the Han River. Yuri introduced as she walked. There is a beautiful walking path in the complex. Ji-hoo was surprised. Really? Yuri nodded. There is also a cafe only for residents. We can drink coffee and look out at the Han River. Speaking of this, she turned to look at Ji-hoo. Would you like to go take a look? After entering the walking path, Ji-hoo exclaimed, a great place to take a walk. At this time Yuri asked him, isn't the area you moved to even better for taking a walk? Ji-hoo laughed. It is funny how we usually do not go to tourist spots near our homes. Yuri also nodded in agreement. Right. I have a few places like that too. The two walked to the bottom of a high-end residential area. Ji-hoo pointed upwards and asked Yuri, how long have you lived here? Yuri replied immediately, since I was a child, I temporarily moved out during the reconstruction process, but I came back about 6 months ago. Ji-hoo nodded. She came back as a member of the association. Then that is not renting. She owns it. Ji-hoo asked Yuri, what about your parents? She replied to him, they are abroad for work. He inquired of Yuri, the house prices here are quite high, right? Yuri did not express her opinion. She only stated the smallest units are about 2.3 billion won. Ji-hoo secretly exclaimed, real estate prices continue to rise even during a recession. The development of Gangnam is really incomparable. If it is an apartment overlooking the Han River, then that is obvious. Ji-hoo turned his head to look around. However, 2.3 billion won for an apartment, it is too expensive. I can buy a whole forest, but it feels out of reach. Yuri smiled and said, when it was first listed, it was priced at 1.8 billion. She told him, even then, people complained that it was too expensive. Ji-hoo quickly calculated, if I bought it at that time, I would have 500 million won now. Yuri suddenly called Ji-hoo back from behind. Senior, actually, there is something I want you to answer honestly. She hesitated for a moment and asked, from that time, when we went to replace the phone together. Ji-hoo's expression changed slightly. It seems he had guessed what Yuri wanted to say. As expected, she said in the next second, I have been thinking about it lately, and it keeps repeating in my head. The face of Taegyu demanding his life suddenly appeared in Ji-hoo's mind. Yuri on this side still kept going in circles. There is something that has been bothering me. Senior, after a while, she finally asked, how did you know that the L6 would be discontinued? A silent atmosphere suddenly enveloped the two. Ji-hoo stood still as if his pressure point had been hit. He suddenly realized he had misunderstood Yuri, so he breathed a sigh of relief. So that is what it was. Ji-hoo thought to himself. Speaking of which, she had asked me about that on the phone on Christmas. But at that time I just avoided the question. I forgot. Since it is my fault, I have to take responsibility. He calmly answered Yuri's question. Right after it was released, everyone panicked, calling it a bomb and whatnot. You can try searching online. The top hot search of the emergency phone device bulletin board is always like, my friend's phone exploded. L6 gets hot too fast. Is it about to explode? I also had to go to the emergency room because I burned my thigh. Yuri did not expect the answer to be this. Really? In the next second, she immediately smiled. I thought so too, because you sounded so sure. I thought you had heard information from one of the suppliers or something. Ji-hoo scratched his head and laughed, as if someone had told him about it. But then he immediately stopped. That was my prediction. I really hope it will give me another prediction sooner. Yuri suddenly sighed sullenly again. If I had known in advance, how great would that be? Ji-hoo nodded. It would save us so much trouble. Change contact. Photo. Then he heard Yuri continue. But more importantly, my mom was very sad. She said if she had known in advance she would have sold it sooner. Ji-hoo was a little speechless. How long has she held it? I hope it is not hundreds of shares. Yuri led the way forward. Even so, it has recovered a bit, but she is still at a loss. She asked Ji-hoo for his opinion. What do you think? Should I sell it now? Ji-hoo suddenly remembered Golden Gate's internal confidential report. He said, if it were me, I would probably keep it. Even though it is a big shock now, it will soon recover next time, when the next model is released. Yuri turned her head to look at Ji-hoo. After all, do you think people will continue to use Samsung phones? Ji-hoo thought for a moment and replied, through this incident, it has once again confirmed the public's loyalty. Yuri was surprised and confused. Loyalty? Ji-hoo nodded. Most people, even you, chose to exchange instead of refund. He recalled the information he read in the morning. What is this about? Ji-hoo hesitated slightly and, after a while, he decided to tell Yuri. Samsung's main business is not even smartphones. It is semiconductors. Yuri looked at him, not understanding. Semiconductors. Ji-hoo explained to her. The core of the fourth industrial revolution is connectivity. Semiconductors are an indispensable element in the IoT Internet of Things era. Ji-hoo was like a teacher giving a lecture. Semiconductors are a monopolistic industry with inflexible supply. When the demand for semiconductors increases, the price increases. When the demand decreases, the price decreases. Due to the nature of the industry, it is difficult to adjust the supply to meet the demand. Yuri silently observed Ji-hoo as she walked. She listened to him say, but the demand for semiconductors will only increase and not decrease, because Samsung is the largest semiconductor company in the world. They will benefit. He suddenly turned in a different direction. Or that is just what I think, personal opinion. I am not an expert. Yuri stood in place looking at him. Even so, even financial experts make mistakes sometimes. She shrugged. Many fund managers do not even achieve the market rate. If everyone is wrong. Yuri suddenly ran to Ji-hoo. Then maybe I should just believe what you say. I will keep it instead of selling. Ji-hoo asked her in surprise. Why do you have a little bit too? Yuri smiled foolishly and nodded. Yes, I used my allowance to buy it when it dropped. Now I am stuck. She unwittingly dropped a bombshell on Ji-hoo. I bought 20 shares. Ji-hoo was stunned. A house worth more than 2 billion won and stocks worth more than 20 million. million with her allowance. What kind of family does this girl come from? Right at this moment an elderly voice suddenly rang out. Darling, long time no see. Yuri immediately turned around. Grandma, hello, it is too cold today. Are you out for a walk? The old woman replied. I feel restless if I just stay in the house all the time. The old woman looked at Jihu and asked, is this young man your boyfriend? Jihu shook his head. He replied softly, I am just her senior at school. Then the old woman suddenly said, she is old enough to get married. Jihu quickly clarified, just a senior grandma. Yuri pouted and fawned with the old woman. Get married, grandma, I just turned 20. The old woman chuckled at the two. In my time, people got married and had children at your age. The old woman looked at Yuri with loving affection. This old woman should give you some allowance to buy something to eat. Yuri shook her head. I am fine, grandma. I have a lot of money. Jihu standing next to her nodded in agreement. If she bought stocks worth more than 1 million won each, she must have even more. The old woman scolded Yuri lovingly. What a lot. If this old woman has said it, just take it and say thank you. Yuri quickly held out both hands to take it. Yes, then I thank you, grandma. Jihu bowed to the old woman. Be careful going home, grandma. Yuri standing behind him immediately recounted. She is my neighbor. She has taken care of me since I was little. She used to have a shop at the department store exhibition area. She pointed to a building. She currently lives in the building next door and owns 3 houses, including one for her children. Jihu secretly admired. A minimum size of 2.3 billion won for 3 houses. That is nearly 7 billion. Not an ordinary old woman. She is really rich. Yuri continued. And those who stayed like her are sitting on piles of money. Jihu looked at her. In short, this is Yuri's story. It turned out that 40 years ago, she moved into her apartment, not to invest, but simply to have a home. Then she bought another one so she could live close to her children. By the way, the price of each one back then was 18 million won. Time passed. After many years, the property underwent a wave of redevelopment. The old residential area that day had become luxurious. The front still hung banners of gratitude. Thank you for your patience. This is the result of the hard work of the people, approved by the promotion committee for the establishment of the Gangnam Hyung Redevelopment Association. And so, after redevelopment, 2 apartments became 3 rights of residence, bringing her to this day, a minimum size of 2.3 billion each, and there are 3 of them. 3 years ago, redevelopment 1.8 billion, below 1.5 billion. 15 years ago, the initial allocation was 1.8 million won. As for the net profit that year, the biggest winner was the grandmother we just met, with 19,066%. There are many companies on the market, and companies operate in similar ways. The ultimate goal of most corporations is to go public. Once they successfully list the founders, early investors and IPO managers make huge profits and celebrate. The percentage of profit is always constantly fluctuating. Investors who buy after listing worry about small fluctuations, but if you want to invest in a successful company, you have to be sharp, preferably before it is listed, and ideally in the early stages, to achieve maximum profit. Jihu muttered, I completely misjudged. Yuri looked at him confused. About what? Jihu replied, I think I finally know what I should do. Saying that, he quickly said goodbye to Yuri. I have to go. Let us have coffee another time. Yuri was stunned. So suddenly. Jihu smiled. Like last time. I feel like I realized something after talking to you. He said sincerely. Thank you. Yuri became even more confused. Thank you for what? Jihu ran away quickly. Just one of those things. If everything goes well, I will treat you to a feast. Yuri sighed. He left suddenly again. Jihu ran like the wind on the way back. He texted Hyunju. I need some documents. I will send the list over, or send it to me as soon as you check it. Jihu had just entered the house and shouted loudly, Hey Taekyu. Taekyu was startled. What is it? You came earlier than I thought. Jihu panted. Now is not the time to play games. I know what we need to do. Taekyu looked up at him. Do you have any good new projects? Jihu shook his head. Not really. But listen to me. Jihu took a deep breath to stabilize his breathing and explained. So, it is like this. After hearing this, I realized that the redevelopment of apartments and the IPO of a company have many similarities. For example, owning an apartment 45 years ago, when you own a house and enter the redevelopment time, you will have a new apartment in a prime location. The goal is complete. Similarly, establishing a company and then performing an IPO means making public the internal situation of the company. Whether or not there is interest in investing, that is a successful IPO. Jihu pointed to a chart on which the horizontal and vertical axes were drawn, showing that if you have 1.8 million in the existence stage, passing through the development stage, it will increase to below 15 billion, and you have to pass through the leap stage to increase to 23 billion, and then it will be the maturity stage, he continued. So when looking at this, when is the best time to participate in investment with the highest profit? Jihu said so much, but the focus that Taegyu caught was completely different. So you followed them home, just because they are juniors. That is the conclusion drawn after sitting and listening just now. Jihu continued to ignore Taekyu, who was crazy with his brainwashing thoughts. He said again, listen to me, in the Industrial Revolution, new industries have replaced existing industries. Jihu gave an example, like how cars replaced horse carriages. It took more than a century to completely replace horse carriages, but in modern times, some industries are replaced in less than half a century. such as the accommodation sharing service Airbnb, which has surpassed the hotel chain Hilton in value without owning any rooms. Or like the car sharing service Uber, surpassing the value of the traditional car manufacturer GM. And both of those things have grown from startups to become unicorns with market capitalization of tens of trillions in less than 10 years. Jihu seriously analyzed, in the era of the fourth industrial revolution, such startups appear everywhere. Of course the survival rate is very low, but there are about 3 years. He also mentioned the risks to be encountered. However, as in the examples above, a rare few will survive and become leading corporations in the future economy. Jihu lowered his eyes. The first step is to choose the companies that are likely to survive. However, this is not an easy task. He muttered, promising companies can also go bankrupt overnight. At this time Taegyu suddenly spoke up. Now I understand. Jihu was stunned. Understand what? Taegyu replied. So that is why you mentioned the apartment. Recalling the decisive words that Jihu had said. Follow the plan that was decided before, but also buy shares of other companies. Taegyu tried to summarize the main point that Jihu wanted to say. You mean to accelerate the time of investment. For example, the current investment is in the existence stage and the development stage, and the previous investment will be in the leap stage and the maturity stage. Taegyu said clearly, the approval of redevelopment for the apartment has not been confirmed, but I feel as if there is a sign that it is coming, as if I am the only one who realizes the value of this company. A promising start. Jihu thought for a moment and nodded. That is a pretty detailed comparison. Taegyu adjusted his glasses. However, finding a startup to promise is as fragile as an ocean sunfish. It is a challenging task, but for us. Taegyu snapped his fingers. The ability to foresee. Jihu nodded strongly. That is right. He pointed to his head. Use our ability to foresee to find successful startups. Our next task is to hunt for unicorns. The morning of the new year has arrived. Jihu's mother came to their house. Mom is here. Taegyu said cordially. I wish you a new year full of blessings. She replied happily. Happy New Year. At the dining table, Jihu's mother urged the two. Health is more important than work and money. Do not overdo it. And always remember to be wary of scammers. Jihu nodded. Yes. Do not worry, Mom. Taegyu sitting next to her made a military salute to her. I will take good care of Jihu. Jihu's mother nodded in response. Okay, Taegyu, would you like more rice cake soup? Jihu looked at the rich dining table in front of him. Isn't there a bit too much? The three sat down together and ate a happy New Year's meal. Taegyu recalled the past. And then this guy said that to me. Do you know that, Mom? Jihu also laughed next to him. Ah yeah, I remember. Jihu's mother laughed. Jihu, you're like that again. In the afternoon, the two saw Jihu's mother back. She was still nagging Jihu. It is okay to take the bus. I said it already. Jihu fawned with her, but I already called a taxi, so just get on. Jihu's mother turned her head and said to her son, the house is beautiful. The surrounding area is also arranged very reasonably, and there is a park. Jihu asked her, do you want to move to somewhere nearby? Maybe you can find an even better one than the one you are looking for. She shook her head. No son, the house that your father built is the best. Jihu did not persuade her anymore. He just silently looked at her. Seeing my mother so satisfied makes me feel like I should work even harder. When the taxi arrived, she turned back and urged Jihu again. I will visit again. Remember to eat well. Jihu nodded. Yes, Jihu's mother said. There is frozen soup in the fridge. Heat it up and eat it. She hugged Jihu and patted him. Be strong, my son. Jihu stood watching until the car carrying her disappeared from sight. He took a deep breath. Okay, let us continue. Inside the office, the operating fax machine was making a rattling sound. Jihu had received a list from the Golden Gate Startup Investment Company. Taegyu asked him, it is still appearing again. Could it be that all the startups are flocking to Golden Gate? He picked up a stack of new faxes. But why are they asking for a list of companies that were just rejected? Jihu replied, companies that are successfully invested can always find other investors. He explained while reviewing the documents. Furthermore, just is quite important. They are companies that have been considered somewhat. Jihu thought, and they need a source of capital to be ready to expand quickly. For example, they will try to expand in the existence stage, the development stage, approaching the tool and peak season over time. Taegyu walked back and forth in the office with several stacks of paper. Even if we try for a week, we won't have enough time to see all this. Relax a little. Jihu shook his head and replied, for Hunju, this is probably a daily thing. Hyunju is a person with outstanding ability, working in Golden Gate, monitoring the stock market, bonds and commodities, checking global economic policies and trends every day, starting early, ending late as standard, and in busy times, even work continues after work. Jihu said to Taegyu, think about it. It is really admirable. Joining Golden Gate, the dream job in the financial industry and becoming the team leader, that is an achievement that even talent and effort combined can't guarantee. Then he also reminded deeply, she is your own sister. Taegyu glanced at him. Hey, Jihu quickly added, I mean, is she really your own sister? Taegyu immediately jumped up. Hey, looking at the two stacks of paper piled high over his head on his desk, Jihu secretly sighed. Anyway, this is not something I can do myself, but I still need to do it. This is a job that requires foresight. Jihu tilted his head to look at Taegyu, who was sitting on the sofa playing games. But is this the reason you did not give me shares? Taekyu tilted his head and asked back. What did I do? Ji-hoo did not answer. If you have the intention then you are a genius. If not, then you are talented. Time passed quickly. Outside it was already night. Taekyu was already snoring on the small sofa, and Ji-hoo was still sitting in front of his desk. He was holding a piece of paper full of writing in his hand. Ji-hoo looked at his left hand. His whole body vaguely emitted a faint light. This feeling. Ji-hoo stood up and patted the stack of paper a few times. He touched his hand on it. Ji-hoo's hand suddenly lit up. He waved his hand. All the papers on the table flew all over the office. Taekyu was suddenly ambushed by paper and jumped up. What is it? He shouted. Hey buddy, just because you do not foresee everything does not mean you can make such a mess. Ji-hoo shook his head. No, this is right, he said confidently to Taekyu. I can't explain it clearly, but my senses have improved. Taekyu sat down on the ground to collect the papers under the floor. You have been promoted, Ji-hoo replied. From now on, arrange the papers so that they do not overlap as much as possible. Taekyu tried to follow Ji-hoo's words. Like this. Ji-hoo nodded. The point is to let the information fall into my eyes. He touched his hand on the intersection between the papers. A faint light flashed, something that the naked eye could not see. Ji-hoo nodded. That is right, I understand. He raised his head and said to Taekyu, from now on, everything you hand over, tear it. Taekyu was stunned. Is this the removal process? This will be over soon. Ji-hoo looked at the papers in his hand. This feeling is not really that good. It is just the first round to eliminate what does not seem right. In the second round, I will need to focus and read to feel it. He said words that made Taekyu dreamy. From this moment on, it will be a battle of endurance. But the next second, his mood blossomed when he heard Ji-hoo continue. Not you, but my endurance. The sun gradually appeared again. Ji-hoo constantly used his ability to check documents. The pool table was full of papers spread thinly. Stacks upon stacks, instant noodles have piled up several bowls. It was dark and then light again. He stood in the middle of a pile of papers. Ji-hoo's eyes lit up. Taekyu was silent and thoughtful. Just like that, it went straight to 10 days later. Looking at the small stack of paper placed in front of him, Taekyu asked, you have narrowed it down so much. He pulled out a chair and sat down next to Ji-hoo. If you have done this much, should not you make it a little easier? You need to take care of yourself too. Ji-hoo nodded. If I rest now, I feel like I will lose my sharpness. After more than 10 days of operating at full capacity, Ji-hoo's eyes had faint dark circles. Reaching this level in just 10 days is all because my senses have become more sensitive. The more I use it, the more it develops. Taekyu absently replied while playing games. Good upgrade. Ji-hoo looked up at him. He felt a little speechless. You are not even listening. Taekyu muttered. Bonus screen crazy. I have never seen anything like this before. Ji-hoo secretly sighed. Just a little more effort. Ji-hoo at this time was like standing alone in the vast ocean. He seemed to see some kind of animal radiating strange light in front of him. Ji-hoo raised his eyebrows. The animal raised its head. It looked like a horse, but it had horns. Ji-hoo muttered. That is. The horned horse suddenly galloped towards where he was standing. Ji-hoo was almost knocked down by its lunging posture. He frowned at the dazzling light that was close at hand, but when he looked again, only beautiful stars were shining in front of him, facing it. Ji-hoo turned his head to look behind him. There were some things emitting an intense signal attracting his attention. 1, 2, 3 unicorns are gradually appearing. They flew towards Ji-hoo. He smiled with relief. The light was gradually wrapping around him. Those rays of light wrote down a line of text. Ji-hoo saw it very clearly. It was a half Fiji EDM import. He clenched his fist. A feeling of accomplishment gradually surged up. Finally, I have found the horned horses. Another new day arrived. The sun was hanging high in the sky. Ji-hoo opened his eyes. He was lying on his comfortable bed. Ji-hoo went downstairs and asked Taekyu, who was sitting on the sofa. What time is it? How long have I been sleeping? Taekyu looked up at him. You're awake, sleeping for about 20 hours. Maybe. Ji-hoo was startled. What? He muttered. Could it be that I fell asleep while reviewing the documents? I saw a unicorn in my dream. And then, Ji-hoo hugged his head and shouted. Oh no, I can't remember anything I saw in my dream. I can't remember anything more. What should I do? Taekyu just happened to speak up to rescue Ji-hoo's emotions. I have recorded everything for you. A forced crisis. Huh. Ji-hoo was silent for a moment. Let us stretch. We have a list, so let us really get started. The immediate plan is to choose an unlisted company, then buy shares, and wait for it to be listed, or proceed with investment through negotiations. Taekyu asked Ji-hoo. Our investment target is unlisted companies, right? Then should we set up a professional negotiation team to invest? Ji-hoo shrugged. Setting up an investment company and recruiting talent will take about a few months. A lot of companies have been rejected by Golden Gate. It will be busy looking for new investors. Ji-hoo looked at Taekyu. We should also hurry. Taekyu asked him. Then what should we do? Ji-hoo began to explain. I have come up with a way to make sure we do not miss any company on our prediction list. Let us call it the two-way strategy. Outside a high-rise building, someone entered inside. Sang-yeop wore a neat suit. His mind was quickly thinking. Suddenly someone needs an introduction. Who could it be? Are they planning to make me an assistant? He hesitated and went to the waiting area. Because I was too worried, I accidentally arrived earlier than the appointment time. Should I go in first? Sang-yeop's footsteps stopped in front of the door of the room. A conversation was coming from inside. Yes, that is the right decision. I am very happy that you think so too. Sang-yeop hesitated. They have an appointment before. Right, they must be busy. I will wait outside. In the dining room, Ji Ji-hoo said to Hyunju, if we say it is introduced by Golden Gate, then the startup CEOs will be willing to meet us. Hyunju asked him, have you checked the email about the brokerage fee? The commission is 1.8% of the total investment amount. Ji-hoo nodded. With an investment of $500 million, it will be $9 million. If no initial investment is made, then the minimum commission is also $3 million. Sang-yeop was startled and turned his head. What? Why are they talking about this? He frowned. Why is the connection fee so expensive? Ji-hoo in the room continued. If it were not for my sister, it would probably be double. It is heartbreaking, but we still have to pay. Sang-yeop twitched the corner of his mouth. The scale of capital involved is a completely different level. The scene of him bragging about 150 million last time suddenly flashed in his head. Suddenly, I remembered something quite embarrassing. Inside the meeting room, the three continued to talk. Taekyu asked, where will we find foreign startups to invest in? Ji-hoo shrugged. Those who need it will find us. We need to call them. Hyunju nodded. I have arranged the meetings. Sang-yeop standing outside, heard everything. Ji-hoo, you have really succeeded. Taekyu asked again, what about the startups in Korea? Ji-hoo replied, if we operate under the name of OTK Business in Korea, the Financial Supervisory Agency will not let it go. Taekyu hung his head. As said before, we did not do anything wrong, right? Ji-hoo nodded, that is right. The problem is that during the investigation, our identities will be revealed. Ji-hoo sighed. The public and the media will not remain silent. Maybe on social news there will be news like, is it okay to reveal too much personal information? Past photos of OTK CEO Kang Mo are being circulated. From graduation photos provided by classmates, the disclosure of personal information has gone too far. Past behavior of Kang Mo. Oh, Mo is reported, and there is a financial transaction taking place like that. Ji-hoo shook his head. Our old graduation album and past activities will flood the internet. He sighed deeply. Not only our short-selling investment method will be criticized, but we will also be criticized even more for setting up a company in a tax haven. Ji-hoo explained to Taekyu, people who like to seek attention may enjoy this situation, but the two of us are satisfied with our current lives. He paused for a moment. Ji-hoo thought of his mother, and it is clear that even the home address where our mother lives will be revealed. Ji-hoo concluded, it is better to keep our information secret for as long as possible. Suddenly Taekyu remembered something. He shouted again, wait, ignoring the world outside. In the game there will be a lot of targets. Right. Ji-hoo twitched the corner of his mouth. So you agree with me? Taekyu asked again. Should we give up investing in Korean startups? Ji-hoo shook his head. No. What did the startups do wrong? Or what did we do wrong? Sang-yeop hearing this was also suspicious. Startup. Ji-hoo repeated again. I said it yesterday. It is the two-way strategy. As long as OTK company does not directly interfere, it is okay. Right at this moment, Ji-hoo suddenly called out loudly to the door. Senior, are you outside? It is your turn. Senior. Sang-yeop opened the door and walked in. I'm sorry. Hyunju stood up and asked Ji-hoo, is this the person you wanted to introduce? Ji-hoo nodded. That is right. Please introduce. He continued. This is Senior Park Sang-yeop that I had to mention before. Sang-yeop bowed to Hyunju. Hello everyone. I am Park Sang-yeop, a former student of Korea University. Ji-hoo pointed to Hyunju. This is Oh Hyunju, the team leader of the Asian branch of Golden Gate and Taegyu's sister. Hyunju nodded. Nice to meet you. I am Oh Hyunju. Sang-yeop bowed deeply, his heart jumping non-stop. I did not expect to have the opportunity to talk to such an experienced person. Sang-yeop looked at Ji-hoo and called out, Director. He laughed. Just be comfortable. Sang-yeop hesitated and asked, should I? How did you know I was outside? Ji-hoo explained. I guessed it, because you are always on time, so it is very likely that you will arrive early. I do not mind, but I thought you would not come in and wait outside because you prioritize the director's schedule. He looked at Sang-yeop, and also for that reason, I thought that you would wait at the door to time your entrance. You must have heard our discussion when you were outside. Ji-hoo repeated again. We plan to establish an investment company as a subsidiary of OTK company. OTK will be a 100% shareholder. He frankly proposed to Sang-yeop. Capital of 70 billion won. I want to hand this company over to you. Senior. Sang-yeop was startled. Hand it over to me. Ji-hoo nodded. We will start with a salary of 100 million won. Every year based on work performance I will give you shares of the subsidiary company. Sang-yeop was slightly stunned. No. Ji-hoo continued. 2% per year for 5 years. A total of 10%. It is like stock options. Are you okay with that? Sang-yeop's hands placed on his thighs clenched. 70 billion won he could establish a small and medium-sized securities company. Entrusting him with this capital. He hesitated. The bold statements he had said in previous conversations were just. At that time he had roughly guessed the amount of profit that Ji-hoo had made, and quite confidently said it. It will be about 500 billion, right? Sang-yeop clearly understood himself. The formulas he imagined were just concepts, not a bit of reality. He looked up at Hyunju. Now in front of him was a person who really manages and operates such large numbers. Then looked at Ji-hoo, a person who has invested directly and built from zero. Sang-yeop looked at Taekyu yawning. Is Ji-hoo's friend? There must be a reason for it. His mind was a bit stagnant, although he felt that there was no room to intervene, but his mind had begun to calculate all possibilities. Capital of 70 billion won stock options, if maintaining an annual performance of 1.4 billion won, potential for growth. He came here thinking that he was just doing an assistant, but was asked to be the CEO of a subsidiary company. Ji-hoo continued to make clear the legendary investment decisions in the early days in the club, the judgments about the L6 put options and finding him based on such a small clue, the determination to avoid bankruptcy crisis and return everything responsibly. He sincerely expressed to Sang-yeop, "It is hard to find someone more suitable than you, senior. There is still time until we find the office, so please think carefully." At this time Sang-yeop suddenly spoke up. "I have drawn up a preliminary agreement for an office on the way here." Ji-hoo was confused. "What?" he asked Sang-yeop. "You only requested this yesterday, right?" Sang-yeop replied. "Ji-hoo, you said as soon as possible, right? I also texted you, but you probably did not notice." Sang-yeop scratched his head shyly and said, "It is not that I chose randomly. It is just that, I looked at places that might be a good location, if we intend to open an office one day." Ji-hoo looked at the information on his phone. "The location and size are exactly what I wanted. See, I told you, you are the most suitable person for this, senior." Tag-yu was excited, and everything is progressing quite smoothly. "Since we are all here, should we decide the company name now? Does anyone have any ideas?" Hyunju glanced at him. "Don't talk like this is a group assignment, Tag-yu." Ji-hoo trembled and glanced at him. "Don't tell me you are still steadfast with the name Royal Blood Company. Please consider it a favor." Sang-yeop smiled. "Times like this make me remember the time in the club." Sang-yeop's eyes looked at Ji-hoo like looking at a younger brother who had grown up, but seeing that he was still unchanged in this fiercely calculated battlefield, what was more admirable was that his personality was still the same as before. Waiting for everyone to finish joking, Sang-yeop stood up and explained, "Although it is a bit sudden, but I have basically grasped the situation from the conversation just now. In short, according to my understanding." He presented clearly, OTK company wants to invest domestically, while maintaining a special relationship with Golden Gate but hiding the relationship with the subsidiary company. The letter K in OTK could be an abbreviation for keeper. If so, how about calling it K Business? Taekyu nodded. A fairly rare name. A name with only one letter sounds quite powerful, right? Hyunju hesitated. It is a bit too simple. Ji-hoo thought for a while and said, "I also like this name then." He pointed to Sang-yeop. "Congratulations on your appointment. CEO Park Sang-yeop of the Domestic Investment Company, K Company. OTK currently has 4 members. And then, with the help of Hyunju, I established the K Company branch in Korea. I handed over the USB containing the list of startup investments in Korea to senior Sang-yeop, and the personnel of Golden Gate were sent to K Company along with the assigned authority. On a beautiful day in a high-rise area, Tag-yu inside was sticking to the glass door looking outside. The plane is really close." He turned around and said to Ji-hoo, "It is nice to see the sea, but why did they choose this location?" Ji-hoo explained, "Because it is close to the airport, so it is more convenient to take care of investors." Ji-hoo went to Hyunju, who was sitting. He heard her say, "That is right. The Korean branch staff and lawyers will assist throughout the schedule." Ji-hoo nodded. "Lawyer, I am going to meet one today." Hyunju explained to him, "She is an expert in international law, so she will definitely be present. She will join us in the meeting room later." Ji-hoo said he knew. "I said airport, so it is probably soon." Suddenly Hyunju stood up and waved her hand. "Over here, Ellie." Ellie Kim, a lawyer from the Asian legal team of the Golden Gate brand, spoke up to greet Hyunju. "Jessica, long time no see." Hyunju stepped forward. "Welcome Ellie." Ellie politely asked, "How have you been lately, Jessica?" Ji-hoo muttered, "I did not even know it was a woman." Taegyu's eyes lit up in the darkness again. "Hey CEO, do you want a date?" Ji-hoo shook his head. "No, you idiot. I just..." Before he finished speaking, Ellie stepped forward to greet the two. "Hello, I am Ellie Kim, a lawyer from Golden Gate." Ji-hoo shook hands with her. "I am Kang Ji-hoo." Taegyu also nodded to her. "I am..." "Oh Taegyu, I heard you can speak Korean." Ellie smiled. "My father is of Korean descent. Just call me Ellie. It is nice to meet you." Jessica's younger brother, she thought to herself. "I thought a serious older man would appear." After greeting, Ellie said goodbye to them. "I will put my things away and come back later." Jessica. Hyunju nodded. "Okay, see you in the meeting room." Ji-hoo asked Hyunju, "Where does Ellie come from?" Hyunju sighed. "The story is a bit complicated, but she was born in Hong Kong, so she is a Korean Hong Konger." She explained to Ji-hoo, "Ellie's grandfather is Korean, her grandmother is Hong Konger, her father is Korean Hong Konger, her mother is British. According to her family history, she can speak 4 languages. She speaks Cantonese, Mandarin, English and Korean." Ji-hoo was surprised. "She is only about my age and knows 4 languages, is a lawyer, and also in Golden Gate. There are really many talented people in this world." Hyunju laughed. "Speaking of talented, you're not inferior at all." She said, "I told Ellie your story. No one in Golden Gate knows who the owner of OTK is. She knows us because there is a special relationship." Hyunju said her thoughts. "To make the operating process smooth, I thought it would be better to let her know about you. Lawyers have an obligation to keep secrets, so there is no need to worry." Ji-hoo nodded. If Ji-hoo's sister has said so, then she can definitely be trusted. "Right." Hyunju smiled at Ji-hoo. "Thank you for understanding. How do you want to handle everything in the meeting? Are you going to hide your identity, since it is an investment brokerage contract, so I do not need to participate?" Ji-hoo replied, "I will delegate the entire process and contract." Ji-hoo told her his decision. decision, but I will still attend as related to this matter. I want to see what kind of people the members of the company are. I want to verify it myself. Hyunju nodded. Sounds good. Okay, then. Are you ready to invest? There are two main types of investment according to the group. One is to lend money, that is, to be a lender. The other is to be a shareholder, that is, to buy shares. Considering the latter case, you will have a bigger voice in management due to the sharing of shares, and sometimes that can lead to problems of interference. However, we only enjoy the benefits of growth without interfering in management. Ji-hoo glanced at Taekyu yawning loudly next to him. After investing we will just ignore it. Ji-hoo asked Taekyu, are you not worried? Taekyu replied blankly, why worry? Are not they the ones who should be worried? Ji-hoo nodded, that is right. He adjusted the tie on his body. The suit worn hurriedly made him feel a little uncomfortable, but when they seemed comfortable, Ji-hoo looked at the calm appearance of Hyunju and Ellie, perhaps because they are outstanding individuals in the field of finance. They look comfortable as if this is just a daily job. Without observing much, Ji-hoo picked up the documents on the table. I think I should at least check the schedule of the meeting. But then seeing something, he suddenly called out softly. Ellie sitting at the end of the table on the other side immediately turned around. What is it? Ji-hoo, what is wrong? He shook his head. No, nothing. At this time two people pushed the door and walked in. Upon arriving they immediately introduced themselves. Nice to meet you. Hello, I am Toby Strong. The person next to him also spoke. I am Gerald Bacon. Ji-hoo assessed the two of them. Successful companies must be able to summarize the core industry. Sweat poured all over Ji-hoo's head. I'm not sure, but in just one sentence. At this time Toby suddenly shouted loudly. The goal of Face It is to become the Netflix of the adult industry. Ji-hoo asked with a trembling voice when he only considers the profit of it. Toby clearly replied, the current scale of the adult industry in the US is $15 billion. Globally estimated to be worth hundreds of billions of dollars if including illegal files. The number will be 10 times that. In other words, the adult industry is a huge market. He talked eloquently. The current adult content companies only follow the old model and lag behind in changing. Taekyu softly called Ji-hoo. Teacher, what are they saying? Ji-hoo replied with a cold face. Well, right now is analyzing the market. The type of model that Toby and Gerald want Face It to become Netflix by using a large amount of data to provide the content that users want. By integrating new technologies such as VR and AR to create original content, they aim to dominate the OTT market in the adult industry. Hyunju spoke up and asked, even so, the content of Face It is only for adults. What do you think about that issue? Toby replied, the amount of adult content produced every day around the world is enough for a lifetime. He clearly said, the genres are also very detailed. There is a lot of diverse content that customers will like. Taekyu sitting in the middle suddenly spoke. Excellent. Hyunju was confused. That logic is convincing. Do people really watch so much adult content? If they need it, should not they find it themselves? Taekyu suddenly turned around and said, what do you know about adult content, sister? Hyunju was startled by him. People watch a lot. Taekyu interrupted her. Do you know more than me, or even more than Ji-hoo? Ji-hoo cut in. That rogue. Finally, after a serious discussion, they invested $9 million to own 80% of Face It. Hyunju replied on behalf of them, we will invest in Face It. Then, the next meeting was at M Pizza of Max and Milo. By using automated equipment to reduce long-term costs and labor, and using delivery trucks to bake pizza right before delivery, that was the idea to keep the pizza fresh when delivering. Taekyu nodded. This will be a big hit. Hyunju found it hard to understand his brain circuits. Is it really that different? Taekyu once again turned to look at her. What do you know about pizza, sister? To make delivered pizza fresh is a real innovation. Ellie also said, pizza is almost the staple food of Americans. They may be sensitive to even small differences in taste. And so after another long discussion, they will invest $7.5 million into M Pizza. Hyunju was again the one who replied on behalf of them. We will invest in M Pizza. After a tiring day of work, outside it was already dark. Ji-hoo fell face down on the bed. I'm exhausted. He tilted his head to look at Taekyu who was still playing games next to him. Are you not tired? Taekyu shrugged and replied. What is tiring about just sitting? Ji-hoo sighed. With so much money going around it drains my spirit. Ji-hoo softly exclaimed. It is amazing that Hyunju's sister can handle everything so calmly. Anyway, we have consecutive meetings tomorrow. It is better to go to bed early to wake up early. Ji-hoo's eyelids were gradually drooping, but the loud game playing sound of Taekyu still echoed in his ears. But then he stood up and put on his coat. Taekyu looked up and asked, where are you going? Ji-hoo sighed. Just going out to breathe some fresh air. Text me after the match is over. Ji-hoo went outside and stood breathing the air. A plane flew over his head. Ji-hoo suddenly remembered Siona in a 5-star hotel while investing in startups. Is this the success she said back then? Suddenly Ji-hoo saw Ellie jogging and appearing in front of him, exercising at this hour. Ellie also spoke to greet Ji-hoo. She was stretching and replied, my body is a bit stiff after the long flight, so I am just jogging a bit before going to bed. Ellie smiled at him. I just finished exercising too. She suggested, want to go for a drink? drink. Ji-hoo hesitated and agreed. Okay. The two entered a store. Ji-hoo and Ellie clinked glasses with each other. He asked her, is this your first time coming to Korea? Ellie shook her head. Actually, it is the third time, but this is my first time coming here to work. Ji-hoo nodded. Thank you. Your presence has helped the company a lot. Ellie smiled. I find it very interesting. She told him her thoughts. OTK company has disrupted the financial industry. Ellie's eyes lit up. I can't believe it is run by Jessica's brother and my friend. Ji-hoo hesitated. Is that such a big deal? Ellie repeated. The L6 explosion at Seosung was a global issue, not just financial institutions. She paused for a moment, and then continued. Even Golden Gate could not avoid major losses. Ellie explained. Amidst that situation, an unknown company named OTK made hundreds of millions of dollars in profit. Thanks to that, the account balance at the Asian branch of Golden Gate in Asia increased by $600 million, shaking the world. The two excitedly clinked glasses again. Ellie was happy. Really very impressive. Ji-hoo smiled faintly. He only grasped the situation vaguely. But the only person I know in the field of finance is Hyunju's sister. He was secretly happy. Hearing it directly feels different. I did not expect that something I did would attract the attention of the financial world so much. Ji-hoo softly replied. It is just luck. Suddenly Ellie stood up, predicting the production halt of L6 and making bold investments in options can't just be luck. Ji-hoo hesitated. Well, that is also true, but if at that time there was no Taekyu strongly wanting to invest with the funds, there was also support from Hyunju's sister and senior Sang Yeop. Then, even if I had the ability to predict, I could not have achieved these results alone. Ellie sat down and asked Ji-hoo, do you know that many people think OTK company is a Japanese investment company? Ji-hoo scratched his head embarrassedly. The company name is really easy to misunderstand, right? Ellie explained. I thought it was a joke, but after hearing the name of your friend, I understood. Ji-hoo twitched the corner of his mouth. It is lucky that it looks accidentally like a foreign company. After a long time, Ellie suddenly sighed. She looked up and said to Ji-hoo, I want to drink more, but maybe we should consider tomorrow. Let us stop here. The two returned to the hotel together. Ji-hoo and Ellie took the elevator to the floor. It stopped at the 20th floor. Ellie stepped out and waved to Ji-hoo. See you tomorrow. Then suddenly remembering something, she stopped. Ellie turned her head to talk to Ji-hoo. There are a few things I am curious about. Can I ask you? Ji-hoo was startled by her. Okay, what is it? Ellie suddenly asked. Who is your favorite actor? Ji-hoo was confused. Actor. Ji-hoo replied. A child actor. Then he quickly pressed the elevator to close. I want to keep it a personal secret. The next morning, the meeting today was with a Chinese startup company. Over the past decade, China has experienced rapid economic development. They sat in the interview meeting room. Many young people were trying their hand at starting businesses, and Chinese startup companies sprung up like mushrooms after the rain. Xiaomin, who has a background in IT, presented first. The focus of the work is efficient logistics transportation, while Yao, who has a background in logistics, sat quietly next to him. Although there is a railway system that reaches deep inland, China still relies heavily on road transportation for logistics. The biggest problem, according to Xiaomin, is unreasonable operations. Take for example when a truck from Shanghai to Xi'an delivers goods. If it cannot find goods to bring back, the truck will have to run empty. And the two have developed an application that connects delivery people with drivers and optimizes delivery routes. Xiaomin explained. Thanks to this application, logistics costs can be reduced by more than 30%. After listening, Hyunju asked them, can you build such a large network yourself? Xiaomin confidently replied, reducing activities will help solve the problems of transportation and the environment. People may even receive strong support from the Chinese government, which is also concerned about this issue. The people on Ji-hoo's side did not say anything. The two Xiaomin and Yao also secretly exchanged. Ji-hoo looked at them. The atmosphere seemed tense. What are they discussing? I do not understand a word of Chinese. At this time Ellie spoke up. Do not worry. We are not trying to deceive you. She said confidently. We appreciate your idea. The two Xiaomin and Yao were happy. Can she speak Chinese? Where does she come from? Ellie replied. I come from Hong Kong. Ji-hoo was surprised. I do not know what was said, but the atmosphere was improved. After that, they interviewed a few more people. The remaining contracts were completed skillfully thanks to Hyunju's skillful negotiations. Ji-hoo tiredly sat down in his chair. After choosing the companies to invest in, I do not have much to do anymore. He silently observed Hyunju. Hyunju is really amazing. I should learn a lot from her. Downstairs in the dining room, everyone was getting their meals. Ji-hoo and Taegyu walked in and greeted Hyunju and Ellie who were already sitting there. You came early. Ellie waved her hand. Good morning. Just sitting down to eat. Ji-hoo asked. It has been a long time since we have had a day off. Does anyone have any plans for today? Taegyu bit into the bread and replied. I will probably do a few things here and there. He said from my room. As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately suppressed by Hyunju on the opposite side, hitting him in the face. Ellie asked Ji-hoo, what are Ji-hoo's plans for today? He replied while chewing, I do not have any. Ellie immediately excitedly, great, then can you be my tour guide in Seoul? Hyunju sitting next to her turned to ask, are you inviting him on a date? Ji-hoo was startled. What? Ellie nodded. Maybe. Are you okay with that? Ji-hoo. Ji-hoo glanced at Taekyu. Oh yes, okay. Getting the answer, Ellie immediately stood up and left. Then I will prepare for the date. See you in the lobby in an hour. Ji-hoo hung his head on the table. Is this a Hong Kong-style joke? Hyunju shrugged. You can think whatever you want. Ji-hoo was silent, not knowing what to say. After a while, he still stood waiting in the lobby as promised. Ellie came from behind. You came early. Ellie had changed clothes and finished makeup. How do I look? Not weird, right? Ji-hoo suddenly blushed slightly and nodded. Then suddenly Taekyu appeared from somewhere, gloomily taking out a key. Here, take it. Ji-hoo screamed. You startled me. Ji-hoo frowned. You are giving me a car loan. Taekyu nodded. That is right. Taekyu led the two to the door. I specially lent it to you. Ellie shouted as soon as she saw the car. So cute. Ji-hoo pulled Taekyu aside and said in a low voice. You, why did you do this to me? Taekyu clicked his tongue. Do not think too much. Just enjoy the date. He handed the car key into Ji-hoo's hand and urged drive carefully so that my baby Kumi does not get hurt. Ji-hoo twitched the corner of his mouth. Kumi. Ellie standing behind smiled and said, thank you Taekyu. Taekyu pointed to the car door. You see it all the time and do not know its name. Ji-hoo was silent. I am not interested enough to know. After that Ji-hoo and Ellie got into the car and left. He asked her, is there any place you want to go? Ellie thought for a moment and replied, there is. Ji-hoo turned to ask, where is it? Ellie looked out the car window. She said softly, a Korea University. Ji-hoo doubted. Korea University. Ellie nodded. I have never been anywhere other than work or tourist spots. She explained, Jessica has mentioned it many times and coincidentally, Ji-hoo is a student at Korea University, right? Ji-hoo nodded. Yes. Then I will take you to see that school. He frowned, thinking to himself, a school, no problem. But Ji-hoo's mood was a bit tense. The problem is, currently, right now, they are driving Oh Taekyu's car. Ji-hoo felt like the sky was falling. At least it is lucky that it is during the holidays if rumors about me driving a car like this are spread. Ji-hoo shook his head to dispel this thought. Just thinking about it feels terrible. The prominent car sped into the parking lot in the school. As soon as she got out of the car, Ellie looked around. Oh right, can ordinary people visit the campus? Ji-hoo nodded and added, there are also some areas that are only for students. His feet were like about to be oiled. Ji-hoo quickly turned around. First, let us stay away from Oh Taegyu's car. But man proposes, God disposes. Suddenly someone came from afar and called out, hey Kang Ji-hoo, what are you doing at school? The seasonal semester is going on so it is very busy. Ji-hoo froze. Why did that Min Young appear at this moment? He raised his hand to greet. Long time no see. It was better from afar. As soon as they got close, they shouted, what kind of car is this? Do not tell me this is your car. You have a hobby like this. Ji-hoo panicked and hugged his head. If this is a dream, please wake up, Kang Ji-hoo. Before he could reply to his friends, suddenly, Lee Hyemi stepped forward and said sarcastically, why did you attach that to your car? Are not you embarrassed to drive it? Ji-hoo supported his forehead. You are here too. What does it have to do with you who attaches what to their car? Hyemi was annoyed by Ji-hoo's attitude. She snobbishly replied, you should think about the feelings of others too. It is annoying just looking at it. Ji-hoo looked at her. The most narcissistic business administration student. Lee Hyemi is still the same as ever. Seeing that the atmosphere seemed tense, Min Young spoke up to reconcile. Do not mind him. Is not he always like that? Hyemi turned to look at him. What did I do? Ji-hoo nodded. That is right, but it feels a bit strange to meet her again after a long time. Suddenly Hyemi saw something. She shouted loudly, Senior Junhyung, Siona, here, over here. Ji-hoo clicked his tongue. That is right. This is the moment. Disappear quickly, Kang Ji-hoo. Junhyung and Siona stepped forward. He greeted. Everyone is here. Ji-hoo turned his head to look at the car parked next to Taegyu's Kumi. Siona was silent for a moment and then said casually, hello. Ji-hoo secretly sighed in his heart. Taegyu's car. He also raised his hand to reply, hello. Hyemi deliberately mocked Ji-hoo. Have you seen Ji-hoo's car? It is so ridiculous, so funny. She deliberately humiliated Ji-hoo. I know that his parents' business went bankrupt and everything has become difficult, but is going to school in a car like that too much? Ji-hoo said in a low voice. Say it again. Hyemi still thought she was right and retorted. What? Did I say something wrong? Why be so serious, so troublesome? The two Min Young stopped her. That is enough. Hey, are you crazy? It is a bit too much. She even shouted at the two of them. You just scolded me. Hyemi made a fuss. Even glaring is considered violence. I will sue you. I will report you. Ji-hoo looked at her. What did I do to be reported? Right at this moment Ellie stepped forward and stood next to him. Are you Ji-hoo's friends? He nodded. Yes, they are classmates. Hyemi tilted her head to look at Ellie. Who is this again? The two Min Young were slightly stunned. Who is this beautiful girl? Ellie took out her business card. I am Ellie, and currently, she introduced herself modestly. I work at Golden Gate. These two words were enough to make the people in front of them gape. Golden Gate. They looked up at Ellie, a lawyer. The Min Youngs whispered. What is a person like her going to do at Ji-hoo's school? Hyemi cut in. It is obvious. You're in trouble again. Only Siona was silently observing. The two Min Youngs were still not back to their senses. No way. Could it be dating? Junhyung stepped forward in front of the two of them, reaching out to Ellie. Nice to meet you. I am Go Junhyung. Ellie politely shook hands with him. Nice to meet you too. Junhyung asked Ellie in English. Are you here in Korea for work or for travel? Ellie calmly replied in English. I came here for important work, but today is my day off. She pointed to Ji-hoo next to her. After a few days at the hotel with Ji-hoo, I felt a bit stuffy so I asked him to take me to visit Korea University. As soon as Ellie finished speaking, the two Min Youngs were stunned. Hey, you, Kang Ji-hoo, are you serious? serious? Did I hear wrong? The two of you stayed at the hotel for several days, long enough to feel bored, and Hyemi standing next to them was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. I can't hear. What is wrong? What did she say? Jihu explained softly. That is not it. Do not misunderstand. Siona stared at him. Ellie smiled and replied to her gaze. Junhyung took out his business card and gave it to Ellie. Here, take it. Ellie reached out and took it. You work at GH Construction. Junhyung nodded. My father is the chairman there. We also have a close relationship with Golden Gate. Do you know that? Ellie nodded. Yes, Golden Gate provides PFA for the SOC project that GH Construction is carrying out in Indonesia. Hyunju standing next to her secretly assessed. So Golden Gate is sponsoring GH Construction. Junhyung also took the opportunity to give Jihu one. Here, take it. Jihu, if you need help, contact me at any time. Jihu calmly nodded. Yes, senior. He looked at the business card in his hand. GH Construction. Can they help me? Jihu put it in his pocket. No way. He mumbled softly. However, it still feels more reassuring anyway. Junhyung looked at Jihu's attitude with some confusion. Really? Right at this moment, Siona brushed past them. She called Junhyung. Let us go. He turned to say goodbye to Ellie. Then, I will go first. Nice to meet you, Ellie. Jihu still did not turn his head to look at Siona, while Ellie nodded in reply to Junhyung. I was also very happy to meet you. The Minyoungs immediately ran over. Ellie, do you want to have lunch with us? Ellie asked back. Really? They were excited, of course. Let us go together. I have many things I want to ask. About Golden Gate too. Hyemi looked uncomfortably at the attitude of the two Minyoungs. She grumbled. Do not they know how to maintain self-respect? What is so great about a lawyer from Golden Gate? Bragging about her like an achievement. Jihu must be so proud. It is disgusting. And then, after much difficulty to avoid the series of questions for Ellie, we ended the tour of the school. The two walked along the riverbank. Ellie exclaimed. The night scene in Seoul is so beautiful. Jihu nodded. I heard that the night scene in Hong Kong is also very great. Suddenly Ellie said again. The girl just now was also beautiful. Jihu was a little confused. Huh? Who? Ellie recalled. The girl in the luxurious coupe. Jihu nodded. Ah, Seona. Ellie nodded. It must be Yoon Seona. She is as beautiful as rumored. Jihu was dazed. Huh? What rumor? Ellie recounted honestly. Taegyu told me about her. Jihu immediately frowned. What did he tell you? Ellie obediently repeated what Taegyu said. That you met and started dating her at the beginning of the semester. Broke up in less than a year. Then you dropped out of school to enlist. Jihu lowered his eyes. What should I do with Taegyu? Ellie suddenly asked. Do you still like her? Jihu smiled faintly. No way. He repeated again. We broke up a long time ago. On the other side, Siona was sitting in Junyoung's luxurious car. She looked gloomily out the window. Jihu continued. Everything is in the past. Ellie walked in front of Jihu. It seems like you will be busy again from tomorrow. She smiled sincerely and said, I really enjoyed today's date. Jihu, perhaps infected by her emotions. Jihu also gently looked at Ellie. He took the hand that she was offering. Me too. Ellie. The city had gradually lit up. Cars passed by busily. Junhyung sitting in the car asked Siona. Did you mention Kang Jihu? He asked her. You were already dating in freshman year. Siona smiled slightly. Are you jealous? Junhyung shrugged and replied, of course not. It is not that I do not know about that. It is just that he drives a strange car. He continued. One of his friends is a bit unusual. Oh, Taegyu. Maybe that is his car. She recalled the meeting with Taegyu the other day. Jihu was speechless. Do not mind him. Siona and Taegyu only said a few strange sentences. I hope the lady will take good care of my Jihu. Junhyung was startled. What? That otaku? Siona shook her head. It is Otaikyu, not otaku. Junhyung laughed. What a funny name. Junhyung muttered. What is their relationship with the lawyer from Golden Gate? Siona thought for a moment and then replied. I think she works in the Asian branch. She said while browsing her phone. And Taegyu's sister also works in the Asian branch. Maybe he was asked to take her to visit the school on her day off. Junhyung smiled faintly. Really? He thought to himself that he did not care much, but what bothered him was, he recalled Jihu's calm appearance when he took the business card. The attitude did not change even when knowing about his background. Since childhood, because of his identity, he understood very well one thing. In this capitalist society, money is power. The president of Korea University, the company leaders, and also the professors and students he had met. On the surface they seemed friendly, but when it came to power and money they bowed their heads. Jihu was different. At that time it was just a normal conversation between an upperclassman and a lowerclassman. That was why it felt a bit strange. What is this? That is an attitude that can only be exuded from someone with similar status or wealth. Returning to reality, Junyoung suddenly exclaimed, what an interesting person. Your ex-boyfriend is really impressive. Siona frowned. Kang Jihu. She thought, compared to that day. Jihu's humble and unwilling appearance that day. Siona remembered seeing him this morning. He has changed a lot. She felt this change was a bit incomprehensible. What happened in such a short period of time? Junyoung was the one who ended this topic. Do not talk about other people anymore. Let us go to the department store now. Siona nodded. Sounds good. Returning to the high-rise building where the investment company interviewed, the development budget is $5 million, but through internal cuts it can be reduced to $2.3 million. Jihu pondered. 5 million seems a bit small. Since when has my scale become this big? Upstairs there was still someone presenting in English. The core of ARKit is architectural design through artificial intelligence. ARKit will continue to develop through machine learning. Jihu also replied in English. What do you think is the limit of ARKit's design? Can it handle the design of high-rise buildings? The person interviewing replied, I am 100% confident with ARKit's learning speed in the near future. Her voice also carried happiness. It will be able to design super high-rise buildings. ARKit's goal is to continuously recognize design plans and gradually realize the design of more complex buildings in the future. ARKit's goal is to make the design of complex structures a reality. Jihu nodded. Although Korea's construction capabilities are among the top in the world, it is true that there are still shortcomings in design. He replied, sounds good. Let us proceed without the intervention of management or internal cuts. This is why companies with such design capabilities are very necessary. Tak-yu sitting next to him turned to ask Jihu, but what is machine learning? Jihu was silent, not knowing where to start. On this side, Hyunju had made a decision. We will invest in ARKit. The current time is 16:17. End of meeting. Before leaving, Hyunju urged, the next meeting is at 7 of the clock. Do not be late. Jihu nodded. I understand. Ellie suddenly asked, Jihu, do you want to go play tennis with me? Jihu quickly shook his head in horror and refused. No thanks. My body is a bit sore. Remembering the last time they played together, she even challenged him. Is that all you have? Going back to the present, Ellie was startled and asked, are you okay? Jihu also remembered that disastrous game that day. He scratched his head. I think I need to rest a bit. Jihu sighed deeply. I was just playing for fun, but in the end I collapsed after 30 minutes. There is no way I will participate again. Ellie turned to ask again, what about Taekyu? The memory of the Iron Man being hit in the balls by a rock that day still haunts him to this day. Taekyu was silent. Ellie seemed to have thought of something. She said goodbye to them. Okay, see you later then. Downstairs in the grand lobby, the two Jihu and Taekyu were sitting there. Taekyu sighed, so boring. What should I do until the next meeting? Jihu picked up his cup of coffee and took a sip. You still endure going to meetings with all those super English words? Taekyu hesitated. Well then, he remembered the words that Toby said, because it will be like Netflix in the adult industry. Taekyu mumbled, if there is a great idea like Face It, I have to support it. Jihu asked again, what if Hyunju's sister knows? Jihu took a sip of water, with that it is also my money, so at least I need to know where it will go. A diligent fan suddenly said. Taekyu continued, so we just keep investing like this. I am looking forward to something more dramatic, like an earthquake. I'm looking forward to a large influx of money and things like that. The drama is fading. Jihu suddenly asked Taekyu, do you know Song Masayoshi? Taekyu tried to think. Sounds familiar. Taekyu asked, he is from Softbox, right? Jihu nodded. He is the CEO of Softbox. Jihu recounted, there is a famous story about him. You know Alibaba? Taekyu nodded. The e-commerce site in China, right? Jihu nodded, and then continued, in the early days of its establishment, Alibaba accounted for more than half of the Chinese e-commerce market. But at that time, it was just one of the small companies among countless competitors. However, when CEO Song Masayoshi of SoftBank came to Beijing for work, the founder of Alibaba Ma1 immediately flew to propose a meeting. Jihu's voice was even. After 2 hours of discussion, Song Masayoshi is said to have invested $20 million right there. And at that time of course many people thought that competing with Alibaba was no different from throwing eggs at rocks. This was a battle. Song Masayoshi was severely criticized by the Softbox board of directors. Jihu looked up at Taekyu. What do you think happened? Taekyu shook his head. I do not know. Jihu continued. 20 years later, Alibaba could not withstand the losses and withdrew from the Chinese market. Alibaba occupied the market and was listed on the New York Stock Exchange. He gently threw out a number to Taekyu. The current value of Alibaba is $330 billion, about 360 trillion won. Taekyu gaped. That number is even bigger than Samsung Electronics. Softbox only invested 22 billion won and received 30% of Alibaba's shares. In other words, the interest rate is equivalent to 110 trillion won. Taekyu wiped the water he had just sprayed out. What a huge success. But why are we talking about this? Jihu sighed. You said you were gradually getting bored because you were not getting profits quickly, right? Taekyu nodded. So that is the beginning. Jihu continued. You also complained that our investment strategy, he paused for a moment, cannot bring quick results, but like Song Masayoshi did, only those who are decisive can taste the sweet fruit from their investment. Jihu stood up. The probability of success of a startup is less than 1%. So far, we have invested in startups with 1% certainty and 100% vision. He lowered his eyes to look at Taekyu. Song Masayoshi. Jihu softly strengthened Taegyu's spirit, sowed a big seed of 22 billion and turned it into 110 trillion. And he turned 110 trillion into a brilliant success. Think carefully. Our investment. Taekyu suddenly stopped. Wait a minute. What is this? Jihu nodded to confirm what Taekyu was thinking. That is right. The seeds we are planting in the world are worth up to. He dropped a stone into the calm lake. 670 billion. Pre-tax profits in the future are constantly increasing. Ignoring that he was in the middle of the hotel lobby, Taekyu suddenly hugged his head and shouted, this number can't even be counted. Great prophetic eye. Jihu nodded. Exactly. Enjoy the process leisurely. Reduce your volume too. Right at this moment Hyunju stepped forward again and used bloodline suppression on Taekyu. She pointed at him. Oh Taekyu, sit down. You are so annoying. Then she turned to Jihu Ji-hoo finished gossiping. Ji-hoo nodded. Yes sister. Hyunju asked him, what should we do now? Should we hold a meeting? Ji-hoo was confused. Do what? Hyunju lowered her eyes to look at him. There was just a message for you Ji-hoo. It is the company you wanted to meet. Ji-hoo froze. That family photo that had been shattered. The screws of the DHK engineering company. And that large corporation, Motors Yunsung. Hyunju's voice rang out. Keros. Ji-hoo asked her. About what? Hyunju sat down. She took out her phone to check and then replied. I just talked to the person in charge, and they have arranged a meeting. They said they will come to Korea tomorrow. Taekyu frowned. Keros, wasn't our investment request rejected? Ji-hoo replied. The story is quite complicated. Then Hyunju explained in detail. Not all the startup companies that we applied for are approved. Some companies find new investors or already have them. Ji-hoo nodded. Keros also rejected our request. Taekyu asked the two of them. They said they will invest, so why did they refuse? Hyunju looked at him. The reason is that they were unable to manage the investment amount and the investment methods they wanted. Ji-hoo spoke up. In short, they need a lot of money. The next morning, when the group of representatives for Keros arrived, nice to meet you all. The blonde man spoke up to introduce. I am the COO, Chief Operating Officer of Keros. Ryan Gatunsung, the person standing next to him also spoke up. I am the CFO, Chief Financial Officer of Keros. Sergey Yovanovich. Hyunju nodded to them. I am Oh Hyunju of Golden Gate. Ellie also introduced herself. And I am lawyer Ellie Kim of Golden Gate. Sergey suddenly sighed, his expression sad. He turned his head to look at Taekyu and Ji-hoo, who were standing next to him. This is an assistant. That is terrible. Why is it like this? Sergey spoke up and asked directly. Who has the right to make decisions in the business OTK? Hyunju looked at him. I have been given all authority. Ryan was surprised. What? He looked at Hyunju with disbelief. You have all authority. Hyunju confirmed again. My decision is the decision of the business. Ryan nodded. He did not dawdle for too long. Okay, that is good. Straight to the point. $100 million. That is the amount that Keros needs. The two of them asked Hyunju. Is that okay? Taekyu standing behind whispered. $100 million. That is the size. Ryan saw that they were silent and then said. If it is not that size. Hyunju lightly pushed her glasses. If you are asking about our financial ability, she said confidently, then it is more than enough. The two Keros representatives could not believe what they had just heard. Wait, does that mean we can get the full amount right away? Ji-hoo looked at the two of them. It seemed like they did not expect much, even though they came here. Ryan immediately changed his attitude. He became more respectful and enthusiastic. Then, can I report on the company's project? With a rather humble attitude. Hyunju raised her hand. I already know the details. But more importantly, she looked directly at them. I want to hear directly about the current complicated situation in Keros from you. Hyunju pressed. Is that okay? Sergey stepped forward and plugged the USB into the computer. Then, he said, let me summarize first. Modern cars are becoming complex electronic devices. Sergey looked at them. Currently there are two main themes in this field. Electric cars and self-driving cars. Speaking of electric cars, it is a hardware change, in which the drive system changes from an internal combustion engine to a battery. Self-driving cars are a software change, when the driver changes to a machine driver. Today, self-driving cars are the core for future vehicles. So many car companies have participated in its development. Sergey projected a pie chart on the screen. 5 years ago, AMZ, the largest e-commerce company in the United States, invested 41%. He slowly read it again, among which there was information that attracted Taekyu. The Korean motor company Yonsung invested 40%. Taekyu glanced at Ji-hoo sitting next to him, then listened to Sergey continue. And Hitachi, the Japanese electronics company, invested the remaining 19%. Sergey said, and the main joint venture is the company Keros. And so, a year later, after Hitachi suffered losses to its competitors, they sold all their shares to Keros. After analyzing their current situation, AMIZ also gave up the self-driving car development project. And finally, the motor company Yunsung bought all the shares that Hitachi and AMZ sold, and truly became the parent company of Keros. Hyunju frowned. Why is the motor company, Yunsung, now trying to sell Keros? Sergey hesitated. That is because, he bowed slightly to them. The synergy they had expected from cooperating with companies when the joint venture was established had collapsed, and just at that time, the subsidiary company of the Yunsung group had successfully developed self-driving cars. Sergey's hand placed on the podium clenched. The motor company Yunsung, he angrily said loudly, wants to sell the patents of the company Keros and the core technologies to be able to recover some of their investment capital. If that happens, then the company Keros is just a shell and nothing more. As soon as Sergey finished speaking, deadly silence enveloped the meeting room. Taekyu was stunned. What was that just now? Hyunju sitting next to him spoke up to summarize. She turned to look at her younger brother. The motor company Yunsung currently holds most of the shares of the company Keros, and they want to sell those shares to recover some of their investment capital. Hyunju said to Taekyu, $100 million is the amount that the motor company Yunsung is asking to sell the shares. Taekyu suddenly stood up. He turned to shout directly at Ji-hoo. You knew all this. Ji-hoo calmly nodded, in stark contrast to Taegyu's reaction. Taegyu pulled Ji-hoo out. Let us talk for a bit. Hyunju also stood up. Ellie not understanding followed. Before leaving the door, Hyunju said to the two Ryan and Sergey, I will talk for a bit and then come back. Ellie nodded. Excuse us. The two people from Karos were left in the meeting room looking at each other blankly. Inside another room, the ashtray on the table was full of cigarette butts. Next to it was an energy drink. Taegyu's voice rang out loudly. Are they a subsidiary of the motor company Yunsung or not? Taegyu yelled. What exactly are you thinking? Ji-hoo calmly asked. Why are you the one who is panicking? Taegyu was so angry that he went crazy. You think I can't panic? Why do we have to help the motor company Yunsung? I can't stand seeing them succeed. Ellie turned to ask Hyunju. Does your brother have a problem with the motor company Yunsung? Hyunju lit a new cigarette. Asked Ji-hoo directly. Ji-hoo at this time was standing by the window, silently not speaking. He turned slightly to look at Ellie. Do you know the motor company Yunsung? She nodded. I know. They are the largest car company in Korea. Ji-hoo touched his hand on the glass door. That is right. But not only that. He casually repeated what everyone knew. They also own many manufacturing subsidiaries such as Yunsung Steely, Yunsung MD and Yunsung RT. The Moto Yunsung Group is the second largest conglomerate in Korea. They also have first-class, second-class, and third-class partner companies as their subsidiaries. Ji-hoo paused for a moment and then continued. The Moto Yunsung Group is a manufacturing empire centered on the motor company Yunsung. He recounted. It is a proud company of Korea, ranking 5th in the world in the automotive industry. And the next words that Ji-hoo said startled Ellie. They are also the ones who ruined my family. Also because of that shock. Ji-hoo turned to look directly at her. They are also the ones who caused the death of my father. Ji-hoo's father was the chairman of a small metal parts manufacturing company with 10 employees. On that day he received a phone call. What? Really? He was very happy. Yunsung Moto wants to buy our new suspension system. He constantly responded to the person on the other end of the phone. Of course, the employees seeing the boss happy were also surprised. We really became a supplier for the large group. Really? And the suspension system that Ji-hoo's father had painstakingly researched was finally patented. Their assessment of this product was, the product quality is very good. But when they met, the people from Yunsung said, however, to match the new model, some improvements are needed. Ji-hoo's father was confused. You mean our product will be installed in Yunsung Moto's new car? The other person threw out a net, because in the process of improving the product, we want to continue to receive new models, along with detailed explanations of the core technology. Ji-hoo's father hesitated slightly. Core technology. That, the person from Yunsung enticed him, to present the superior technology of this suspension system to our headquarters. That is absolutely necessary. Ji-hoo's father hesitated. Really? Before leaving, the person from Yunsung even added, but your factory is too small to meet our quantity requirements. Right. Ji-hoo's father bowed to them. We will find a way. And then, he returned home and talked to Ji-hoo's mother. To meet the conditions of Yunsung Moto, we have to significantly expand the production base. Ji-hoo's mother worried, but how do we manage such a large debt? Ji-hoo's father still felt the light. Once we supply to Yunsung, the debt and difficulty will quickly end. He comforted Ji-hoo's mother. Do not worry too much. She was still a bit hesitant, dear. And sometime later, boss, there is a serious problem. Yunsung Moto has cancelled the contract. Ji-hoo's father was stunned. Manager Kim, what are you saying? Even though we have expanded the base according to Yunsung Moto's requirements and delivered all the newly developed models, Manager Kim said. Boss, look quickly. In his hand, he held two identical products. What is this? It is exactly the same as our product, Manager Kim shouted. It seems that they copied our models to create their own product. The entire business was about to collapse. They have already started production at the nearest subcontractor. Ji-hoo's father's pupils contracted. What? The vision in front of him blurred. The voices of his colleagues still echoed in his ears. It seems they even filed a patent before us. Ji-hoo's father's body staggered. His eyes no longer had focus. He did not hear the employees cursing at him. The damn Yunsung Moto bastards. They clearly planned it from the beginning. They were extremely confused. Manager Kim, what will happen to our company now? We have expanded recklessly. What should we do now? Boss. Returning to the present, Ji-hoo was calmly recounting these things like an outsider. The shock was too great, causing my father to collapse, and he passed away afterwards. Our family was ruined. He raised his head slightly. No, but rather it had fallen apart before my father passed away. Right. Ellie hesitated to speak. Such a painful thing. She seemed to have been emotionally affected by this story. Is that really true? If the damage was due to sudden contract cancellation and stealing technology, Ellie asked the question, can't you get compensation through litigation like that? Hyunju shook her head. That is why you are truly an international lawyer. Ellie was confused. What do you mean? Hyunju took a puff of cigarette and then replied, maybe you understand the law, but you do not understand Korea. In Korea, cases where small businesses win against large corporations in patent patent disputes are extremely rare. She stubbed out the cigarette in her hand, even if that long and arduous battle somehow wins. Hyunju went straight to the point, then facing Yunsung, a conglomerate that occupies 70% of the domestic market. She shook her head. Is like signing a death sentence in the automotive industry. At this time Taegyu angrily added. Not only that, discrimination in the country and treating consumers like fools is too familiar. Jihu patted him on the shoulder. Let us put aside the story of my family and focus on the business first. He asked Hyunju, what do you think? Hyunju analyzed. Even without emotions I still oppose. Both companies are giving up, and buying a company with no achievements or products for $100 million is crazy. Jihu pondered. Is $100 million a reasonable price? Hyunju flipped through the documents in her hand. Compared to the amount that Yunsung spent to buy shares of Keros, this price is quite cheap, Ellie added. But, just by selling patents and core technology it won't even reach $50 million. Asking for double is too much. Jihu asked them, how much investment capital is left? Hyunju replied, $120 million. Taegyu still did not want to accept. That is it. Ellie rubbed her temples. To be honest, I do not understand why Jihu chose this company. Considering the risks and Yunsung Moto wanting to sell it, there must be a reason. Taegyu was the one with the most intense attitude. I oppose, completely oppose, Onsung Moto benefits, and we miss out on a better investment opportunity. Jihu was silent. I also think so, everyone opposes. He sighed secretly. I choose companies not based on numbers, but on vision. It is natural for the two of them to oppose, since they do not know that. Jihu glanced at Taegyu again. He opposes even when he knows that. He hesitated. Then, maybe it is better not to proceed with this deal, right? Hyunju nodded. That is what I think. However, she said frankly, my role is to assess the possibility and give advice. The final decision is still yours. Hyunju called him. Kang Jihu is the CEO of OTK company. Jihu leaned back against the door. To be honest, I do not want to see Yeonsung celebrate. If we express our intention to buy shares for $100 million, they will surely be overjoyed. His mood was a bit down. Logically speaking, he should avoid investing in such a company. Jihu sighed. The investment capital is tight and there are many other better options. That would be a reasonable choice, but, he frowned. My vision showed a different answer. When reality clashes with vision, what should I do? Taegyu asked. So what is your decision? Jihu raised his head and said, we need to meet that CEO. When proposed to Keros, Ryan immediately refused. Impossible, he said. He can't come due to a scheduling conflict. That is why we are here. Our CEO is hard to come to Korea. Ryan asked Jihu moreover, is not the investment at this stage still uncertain? At this point, detailed negotiations on the investment should be conducted. Please understand our situation. Jihu silently thought, is such a request too sudden? So what should we do now? Suddenly Hyunju next to him sighed. She reminded, make a wise decision. Keros. Hyunju looked at them. Are not you the ones who are desperate? She took off her glasses. This is a $100 million deal, and requesting to meet the CEO. Is that unreasonable? Hyunju's tone gradually became harsh. If you miss this opportunity, Keros will have to find another investor. This is not just a representative. This is a request for a formal meeting from the CEO of OTK company. CEO of OTK company. These words were like hitting straight into their brains. Ryan quickly replied, yes, we will contact him that day. Jihu smiled. Does such persistence really work? He looked at Ryan. This is not my style. But, Ryan bowed and asked, when can we schedule a meeting? Hyunju glanced at Jihu. He nodded and smiled at her. If it is effective, should I push a little more? The next day, still at that hotel, Taegyu said to Jihu, you have made a decision, so I won't say anything more. Are you sure it will be okay? Jihu nodded. Yes, it is okay. He lowered his eyes. I have been thinking all night. What kind of people are Yunsung? When they have value they keep them. At some point, when they are no longer useful, they throw them away. Investing $100 million in such a company, and Keros may not be the right choice. Hyunju waved to the person who just arrived. You are from Keros. This way. Jihu silently looked at them, and suddenly, he stepped forward. I had a thought. Jihu stepped forward to greet. Nice to meet you. I'm Kang Jihu from OTK company. Daryl nodded in response. Nice to meet you. I am Daryl Sagam, CEO of Keros. Jihu shook hands with him. Perhaps, what Yeji wanted to say to me. The moment he touched hands with Daryl, Jihu was slightly stunned. In his consciousness suddenly appeared a horse with many horns that $100 million. The light radiating from Daryl made Jihu feel like he was being cleansed. Throw it at Yeonsung Moto. Jihu's eyes lit up. He looked at Daryl. What if that was aimed at a bigger game? A very big game. The group of them entered the class building. The clock was ticking 13:18. The company name is quite unique. Jihu joked, at first, I thought it would be Keros. Daryl laughed. It does not sound bad either. He raised his cup of coffee, but it does not fit Keros's vision. Daryl suddenly said a series of things that made Taegyu dreamy. HU ABE, EBS TPS, Ks, TPMs, AFs, X, ISK's knock sensor. He talked about Keros project. Modern cars are now more like mobile computers than mechanical devices. You can't even start the engine without a computer. Daryl put down the cup of coffee. At Kairos, we are not only aiming at the development of self-driving cars. Daryl looked up at them. We are creating artificial intelligence that can control everything related to cars. That is the ultimate goal of Kairos. Hyunju was surprised. Self-driving cars have been commercialized by some companies. What is different about your product? Daryl explained. Truly self-driving cars are different from programs that operate based on predetermined algorithms. Hyunju asked again. Then what is a truly self-driving car? He said to her, it is something that can think and react like humans, such as automatic driving, automatic parking, condition maintenance, navigation, battery management. Daryl affirmed our artificial intelligence is a perfect operating system that controls every system on the car. Taekyu suddenly stood up. He shouted excitedly, that is really great. Jihu looked confusedly at Taegyu's body shaking with excitement. What is it? And it seemed that Daryl also realized something. Taekyu said, it is the machine equipped with artificial intelligence from Cyber Formula. Taegyu's face turned red. Jihu was speechless. Is not that from a long time ago? He smiled. That anime has existed for more than 20 years. There is no way you guys developed based on something that. Taegyu looked directly at Daryl. Is it true that it is being realized? I respect that, sir. Jihu also turned to look at him vaguely. Are you serious? Daryl blushed slightly. He raised his cup of coffee to drink in order to hide his embarrassment. As everyone knows, we are looking for investors to buy Yunsung Moto's shares. The CEO of Yunsung Moto, Han Chanyung, does not care about our project. Hyunju asked the question. Why not? If the technology you describe is realized, Yunsung Moto will lead the world. Daryl shook his head in response. He only cares about immediate results for the inheritance war. He does not care about the distant future. Developing further under Yunsung Moto is really not feasible. He lowered his eyes. At this rate, we will only repeat mediocre self-driving cars. Jihu seemed to be thinking about something. Artificial intelligence for vehicles. If possible, it would be really great. He recalled the projects he had invested in, such as Face It, only making adult content to be more accessible. For example, delivering hot pizza quickly. Neither can change the world. But, if cars can automatically pick up users on time, automatically charge at the station when the battery is low, and completely self-control without worrying about accidents. Jihu nodded. If such artificial intelligence controlled cars flooded the road, the impact would be unpredictable. He asked Daryl, what is the current shareholding structure of Kairos? Daryl replied, Yunsung Moto owns 86%, employees hold 7.6%, and I have 6.4%. Taekyu whispered to Jihu. Even the employees hold shares. It seems that Ellie also heard this, so she explained for Daryl. IT experts in Silicon Valley are very valuable. Usually the total compensation will include base salary, stock options, and other additional benefits. Ellie explained clearly to Taekyu, so instead of paying full salary, we will provide stock options. Jihu asked another question. Buying 86% of Yunsung Moto's shares for $100 million will solve everything, right? Daryl nodded decisively. That is right. The image of his father was still deeply engraved in Jihu's memory. He sat there pensively, not rushing to make a decision. The current time is 14:21. After a long period of silence, Jihu finally spoke. Let us take everything from them. Jihu smiled. He raised the corners of his mouth. Of course, we do not intend to pay the full price they are asking for. Jihu seriously said to Daryl. We are not in a hurry, but they are. Hyunju added. There is a lot of room for negotiation. I will try. Daryl weakly spoke. What are you two saying? Jihu called him Mr. Sagan. He seriously gave Daryl an answer. We will invest in Kairos. Daryl was a little worried. Does Mr. Kang have the authority to make that decision? Hyunju stood up. Mr. Kang has higher decision-making power than me. Daryl was surprised. Are not you the representative? Hyunju nodded. That is right, however. She went behind Jihu. The CEO of OTK company is Mr. Kang here. Daryl was stunned. Jihu spoke up to explain. I did not intend to deceive you. I just wanted to avoid the troubles at this time. Daryl quickly nodded. I understand. I understand now. He smiled. Then, now we just need to keep. Speaking of this, Daryl's gaze accidentally touched Taegyu next to Jihu. The eyes of the two were hidden behind their glasses. Taegyu seemed to be holding back his laughter. The corners of his lips were pressed tightly. At this time, Daryl seemed to have caught a signal. Daryl suddenly felt that the leader was Taegyu. Next was the trio Jihu, Hyunju and Ellie. Daryl swallowed. His mood was a bit restless. Jihu smiled. He stood up and said to Daryl, do not worry. Even if OTK company acquires Kairos, there will be no interference in management. Daryl was surprised. Really? Are you telling the truth? Jihu nodded. I believe in your direction even if there are no immediate results. Just continue to do what you are doing. Daryl smiled confidently. I won't let you down, Mr. Kang. Jihu was satisfied. He felt sure. Suddenly Jihu called him Mr. Sagan. He held out his hand to Daryl. Jihu thought to himself, Kairos will succeed in developing this technology. He suddenly asked him, what do you think Kairos will do? Daryl also stood up. What a profound question. Hyunju also chose to believe in Jihu's decision, ensuring the core technology for future cars, the valuation when it is realized. Ellie looked at them. Decacorn is just the beginning, considering the scale of the global automotive market. And perhaps, Hectocorn is a company worth $100 billion. Daryl took Jihu's hand sincerely and confidently answering him, creating a better future, that is what we are doing. something. Ji-hoo and Daryl had come to a decision to cooperate. Those people at Yonsung Moto, if they later realize that the company they sold just for $100 million will become a company worth $100 billion or even more. Ji-hoo sneered. What kind of face would they make? After reaching a final agreement, Taikyu jumped up, unable to restrain himself. Asarada, artificial intelligence, long live future cars. Hyunju was surprised by the change in her younger brother's attitude. Did not you oppose this deal? Taikyu grinned. If everyone agrees, what does my feelings matter? Moreover, do not you want to see where Mr. Sagan's future Asarada will go? Ji-hoo looked suspiciously at Taikyu. Is not that just an excuse to go buy a car? Taikyu shook his head and denied. It is a technology experience. After a while, he added softly, and maybe you will find a car for yourself too. They moved together to BMV driving center. Inside the driving center, Ellie excitedly, wow, all BMV cars. Ji-hoo said to her, it seems that if we book in advance we can test drive. Taikyu squinted his eyes and observed the surroundings. We are probably the only ones who know that the era of artificial intelligence cars is coming. Ji-hoo replied. The negotiations with Yonsung Moto are progressing very well, but it will probably take some time. Hyunju turned and left. I'm going upstairs to get coffee. Ellie nodded. Me too. What about you two? Ji-hoo pointed to the cars. We will see a room on the first floor first. Taikyu pulled him. Look, there is a mini over there. At this time in front of the reception desk, there were two staff members of the center standing. One person spoke up. Are you all here just to look at cars? I do not see anyone who looks like they have money. Ji-hoo and Taikyu approached a car. He asked Taikyu, how much does this one cost? Taikyu shook his head. I do not know either. Another employee was about to step forward. Let me advise them. But the other person waved his hand. Just leave them alone, newbie. He said, I saw them. They are driving a tiny and ridiculous car. Clearly just poor college students. What is the point of wasting time? But the new employee still wanted to go. I will go to gain experience. The other person hissed. Whatever, I am going for a smoke. Taikyu suddenly asked Ji-hoo, will our Astra soon be attached to these cars? Ji-hoo corrected him. Not Astra but Karos. The employee came behind Ji-hoo. Are you looking for a model? Doyen introduced. If you make a reservation in advance, you can test drive. Do you need my help? Ji-hoo shook his head. I do not know when I will be able to buy one for myself. Doyen smiled sincerely and said, you are still young. Maybe you will become my customer in the future. Ji-hoo looked at him, silently assessing top mindset indeed. Doyen continued. The 4 coupe and convertible series are popular with many young customers. Taikyu asked Ji-hoo, why do not you choose one for yourself? Ji-hoo shook his head. I do not know. Doyen stood still listening to the two of them talking. What about that one? Too flashy for me. That is right, skip that one then. He tried to hold back his laughter. Are they trying to pretend to be rich? These jokes match each other really well. Looking at the two Ji-hoo and Taikyu, Doyen felt a bit nostalgic. Back then, even the most ridiculous jokes would make my whole day happy. Ji-hoo turned back and said, okay. He pointed to a black car. Can we see this one? Doyen nodded and thought to himself, just treat it as me joining these rich people. He said, you have a very discerning eye. This is our main model. Ji-hoo went inside and sat down to try. The interior is really spacious. He came out of the car and asked Doyen, if I buy it, can I receive the car immediately? He replied, let me check. After a while, Doyen said, we currently have black and gray ones available that can be delivered immediately. Ji-hoo nodded. How much is that one? Doyen reported a price. Currently, the promotional price is 139 million won. Ji-hoo froze. What? 139 million? Taikyu standing next to him nudged him. Calm down. It is won, not dollars. Ji-hoo came to his senses. Sorry, the recent news all mentions billions, so I was a bit confused. Not that stupid. Ji-hoo said to Taikyu, it is cheaper than I thought, but I do not have enough money with me now. Doyen standing next to him smiled politely, of course. Ji-hoo said softly to Taikyu, lend me 150 million won to buy it, including taxes and insurance. Doyen looked at the two of them. I will cheer for you, young customer. Ji-hoo said with a smile, use your card first. I will pay you back when the dividends are distributed. Taikyu took out his card and asked him, when will that be? Ji-hoo shrugged. Soon. Taikyu turned to point to another one. I am already here, so I will buy one too. That one? No, I want this one. Doyun stepped forward. Sir, which one? Taikyu pointed to a white car, the one that has doors that open upwards. Doyen was a bit stunned. This role-playing is still going on. He hesitated to ask, you are talking about the L8, right? Are you planning to buy it? Ji-hoo scratched his head, but I am short of 137.5 million won, so I will probably come back later. Doyen bowed. See you soon. The result should have been like this. Most customers would give up here, but at this time a black card appeared in front of him. Here, Ji-hoo said with a smile. Put both cars on this card. Doyen was stunned. He felt the card in front of him was shining. Today's result, F-Series got 1, L8 got 1, highest achievement, A++. And this is the moment when Kim Doyen woke up and became a legendary sales king with the slogan, every customer is a potential VIP, even now. He quickly ran off to work. Just as he bumped into a colleague at the elevator, the other guy called Doyun, hey, newbie, where are you going? Doyen turned to reply, senior, I'm going to prepare the contract for those customers. The other person was surprised. Those poor college students, they're buying a long-term installment plan for a Series 1, right? What kind of car? Doyen shook his head. He held out two fingers, F-Series and L8. The employee was startled. What? They just made a deposit or something, right? Doyen shook his head. The credit card has just been approved. The employee wailed regretfully. I should have worked with them. So unlucky. On the other side, Taekyu and Jihu were still talking about the new cars. Taekyu said, that is my second car. Jihu was surprised. Is not it usually the other way around? He shook his head. This one seems difficult to customize. Jihu standing next to him desperately begged. Please do not do that. Then suddenly Taekyu changed the subject. Now that you mention it, you still have not paid back the 100,000 won you borrowed last time to go on a date, right? Jihu did not remember clearly. When? Taekyu recalled, at the end of last year. You went to see Yuri at this time. Jihu nodded. Remembered. Right. Right at this moment Ellie's voice rang out from behind them. So that is it. Jihu was startled and turned his head. Ellie looked at him, innocently asked, was that date so important that you had to borrow money? Jihu shook his head. It was not a date, just a normal meeting with a junior. Taekyu standing next to him immediately added fuel. A meeting that made you follow her all the way home. Mr. CEO. Jihu looked gloomily at Taekyu. Oh Taekyu. Ellie was surprised in a small voice. You followed her all the way home. Right at this moment, Hyunju stepped forward and called them. Stop. Have you guys finished looking at the cars? Jihu replied. We are here to complete the purchase of the cars. Hyunju asked. What did you buy? He answered her. F-Series. Ellie suddenly asked Jihu. Is not it a bit too big for Jihu? Jihu moved closer to Ellie and said that. He whispered in her ear. It is just, you know, for this reason. After finishing speaking, he stepped back a distance. It is a bit childish. Right. Ellie covered her mouth and laughed. No, not at all. She looked up at him. Jihu is really a super cool guy. Jihu was amused by her words. Very cool guy. Thank you for the compliment. Taekyu standing behind him had held back his laughter until his face turned red, his eyes shining behind his glasses. Jihu turned to ask them. There is still some time before the flight. What should we do now? Ellie replied. I saw in the tourist guide that there is a famous disco Pang Pang nearby. Hyunju immediately refused. Let me say first I won't play that. Taekyu grinned. What are you saying? It is more fun when everyone participates together. And in the end, everyone played disco Pang Pang. Hyunju was thrown around until her soul wanted to escape, and Taekyu directly fell in the middle of the floor. The staff quickly shouted, you are wearing sportswear, are you okay? After that, they even played pirate ships, enjoying the release of emotions. Finally, Ellie and Hyunju boarded the plane and departed that evening. The flight left Korea. Taekyu and Jihu left the airport. He sighed. It is really over. Jihu nodded. For now. Taekyu asked him again. So what do we do now? Jihu shook his head. There is no specific plan. Now their main task is to wait. OTK company has invested in many subsidiaries with Jihu's vision. The foundation has been built firmly. So, Jihu said confidently, just wait for it to develop. Taekyu nodded. Like playing an automated farm game. Leisurely, Jihu added, I wonder how the domestic investment is going. Let us go see Senior Sangyeo at the SG building in the evening. Jihu entered inside with Taekyu. He enthusiastically told Sangyeo that they had arrived. Sangyeo at this time had a full beard, messy hair and said wearily, welcome, you just finished your overseas investment schedule and came here. You should have rested a bit first. Jihu said that he was quite curious about the office and then worriedly asked, but you look even more tired. Are you okay? Sangyeo said that he was not tired at all. Jihu looked around and said that for a company with a capital of 70 billion won, it looks quite simple. Sangyeo replied, even though we have a lot of capital, we are not too ostentatious. Do not worry. In a few years we will own a building in Tehranro. Jihu asked if Sangyeo had eaten anything. He replied weakly that he had not eaten anything because he was waiting for everyone to come back. Jihu flustered and continued, but you did not tell us when you would come. Sangyeo said that Jihu should not worry too much. He knows how to take care of himself. Taekyu scrolled through his phone and suggested, let us order food from the Chinese restaurant. These days are very suitable for Jangmyeon. Jihu thanked him and told Taekyu to add tangsuyu. Time passed. At this time the table was full of food they had just ordered. Jihu asked Sangyeo if he had found a place to live. Sangyeo slurped black bean noodles and replied that he was temporarily living and sleeping at the company. Hearing this, Jihu worriedly asked about how he would take a shower. Sangyeo said that there was a sauna across the street so he would shower there. Hearing that Sangyeop's life was too minimal at this time, Jihu wanted to ask the reason but then stopped and said that Sangyeop should start recruiting staff soon. Sangyeop said that Hyunju had introduced him to a few people and he was about to start interviewing them. Sangyeop said with noodles in his mouth, Jihu, you know Young Ki-hung, right? Jihu remembered the meeting with Ki-hung and then replied, we were in the same major and same club so we are quite close. I also met him recently. Sangyeop said that he heard Ki-hung was unemployed so he planned to meet him to talk. Jihu asked if he was planning to recruit him to his company while Taekyu was still slurping his bowl of noodles. Sangyeop asked if Jihu wanted to do the interview. Jihu replied, if I do the interview, the whole school will know the next day. Sangyeop agreed that he was quite nosy. Later, everyone had finished eating and left the bowls outside the door. Jihu picked up a stack of documents and admired. Even with a busy schedule he still closely follows all the investments. Sangyeop coughed. I only need to sleep 3 hours a day, but there is something I'm always curious about. He picked up the documents and then asked Jihu, what exactly are your criteria for choosing investment companies? Some seem certain, but others are not even feasible. Sangyeop continued, there is no clear trend in your investment field or strategy, nationality, industry, Personality, business model, there is no common ground. The more I analyze the more I see no direction or strategy. Jiho's face became serious with a bit of pensive look. Sang-yeop said that even without a clear direction or consistency, like an investor who is not human, he keenly realized, that is right almost. This sentence made Jiho a bit startled. Jiho was like someone was holding his throat, said, "You are right senior, even though I make the final decision." When Jiho said that the companies that he listed were not based on his analysis, Taekyu suddenly realized something. He said that he chose them by rolling dice. Hearing this, Sang-yeop hugged his head in disbelief. Jiho said, "I am just kidding," and thought in his head whether he had already foreseen this. Hearing it was just a joke, Sang-yeop asked for confirmation if it was really not true and was a bit relieved. Jiho pointed to the pile of papers and said, "I only choose companies that I believe have the potential to grow. All or nothing, in a way, but it is gambling." Sang-yeop said with relief, "Even if there is only a 10% success, we can hit the jackpot." More precisely, it means he judged that Kang Jiho must be a person. Sang-yeop likened it to an eagle with sharp eyes and said, "Has intuition that goes beyond the theory of geniuses." The firm words also made Jiho exclaim in surprise. He sweated and looked toward Sang-yeop and thought, with just mathematical arguments, he has crossed the boundary of common sense in an instant, and touched the truth. Are all geniuses like this? Jiho scratched his head and flusteredly said that Sang-yeop overestimated him, while Taekyu changed the subject and asked how much money they had left. Sang-yeop replied, "Among the 70 billion won, after deducting investments and labor costs, we have 6.7 billion won left." He asked if he could use the remaining money to invest. Jiho asked what Sang-yeop wanted to invest in. He replied that he was still analyzing, but there were a few things he was keeping an eye on. Jiho in his words had trust. "Just do what you want senior. Even if we lose money I won't complain." Sang-yeop suddenly stood up. He said happily, "Do not take back these words later. I have a list of potential targets but somewhere." While Jiho was at ease thinking about the company being led by a genius with a method, so there was no need to worry too much, Taekyu flusteredly called him. Jiho turned to ask what is wrong. Taekyu pointed down and covered his mouth and told him to look down at the table. He looked down at a piece of paper full of written and erased marks. Taekyu worriedly asked, "You are teasing me, right?" Pretending but not knowing anything, Jiho whispered in reply to keep it a secret and then hid the piece of scrap paper. A few days later, on a beautiful morning, the negotiation with Yunsong Motors was completed. The final amount was reduced by 12%, from $100 million to $88 million. Karos at this time had become a subsidiary of the company OTK. Jiho sipped his coffee and talked on the phone with Ellie and Hunju. It seems that Yunsong Motors really wanted to sell it. "Well done sister." Ellie squeezed Hyunju's shoulders and said, "Hey Jinhu, this place is too boring. Jessica keeps making me do a bunch of work. Working with you is much more fun." Taekyu was excitedly experiencing the new VR system. He said excitedly, "The new VR system is too great. You can see the future of the Faceit professors right now." After the big investment, they had some free time. Jihu hummed and noticed the table. Distributor Kim Doyoon called him. Each supercar appeared in a shiny way. Jihu asked if this was his L8. He happily said, "It seems that the cancelled order has accelerated it." Taekyu asked which car should they drive. Jihu touched the black car and said he would drive this one. Standing next to the truck was Jihu's mother. Taekyu politely greeted her. She happily waved her hand, surprised that Taekyu had also come. The driver closed the truck door. "See you at the destination." Jihu replied that they would follow right away. He turned to say that it was time to go. She happily said, "It feels like returning to my home in a dream." Jihu said, "Everything has been repaired. It will be very comfortable from now on." Then he pressed the key. His mother was surprised by her son's car. Jihu happily touched the car and said that this was a housewarming gift. When she heard him say it was a gift for her, she was surprised. "You bought this, Jinhu?" Inside the car, Taekyu was the driver. Jihu sat next to his mother and said, "Our house is a bit far from the subway station. You needed to get around." She heard this and felt a bit distressed. She asked Jihu how much the car cost. She touched the car, said with a bit of heartache, "A used car would have been fine. The maintenance of imported cars is very expensive. Technically, this is a capital loan from OTK." So Jihu confidently said to reassure her that the car was discounted so it was cheap, telling her not to worry because he has a lot of money. His mother continued, "But it is still too good. It is so quiet." Taekyu laughed and said that he also had a gift for her, making her surprised. At the new house, a TV with a large flat screen, the latest model of shiny washing machine and dryer. Taekyu proudly pointed at it and said, "This is my housewarming gift for you, Mom." She unexpectedly touched the large refrigerator, said with emotion, "I did not think I would receive these things in my life, and I do not know if it is right to receive gifts from Taekyu." But then she was relieved, sitting down on the sofa, feeling reassured about the two of them. That made Taekyu feel happy. He laughed and said, "Of course, Mom." Jihu told his mother not to worry. Jihu said to his mother that her home has stabilized, so I am thinking. He talked about his plans for about a year. With a confident tone, Jihu said he wanted to travel around the world and study with Taekyu. Taegyu hearing this was surprised about Jiho's intention to study abroad. But when he heard that he would be going with him, Taegyu was silent for a moment. He made a sound and asked, "I'm going too," to make sure he did not mishear. Under the scorching sun at an airport in Korea, Taegyu wore a luxurious vest, standing with his arms crossed, his eyes full of seriousness, looking straight ahead like a true businessman. But the next second, he sighed and tore off his vest. He knelt down on the ground, stretched his arms to the sky, and yelled, "Oh beloved homeland, finally back." So their one-year world trip has ended. Immediately after, Taegyu teared up, blaming Jinhoo. "Studying is your thing, you should do it alone. Why did you drag me in?" Right at this moment, Jinhoo's phone rang. He quickly answered the phone. "Oh Yuri, what is wrong?" On the other end of the line, Yuri's voice was urgent. "Hey, you said you would come back this semester, right? The deadline for re-enrollment is today." She continued, "Meet in front of the student center at 4:30. Okay, Jinhoo replied immediately. "Okay, I will be there early." Hearing this, Taegyu asked in surprise, "You just got back and you're going somewhere else again?" Jinhoo replied to school to submit an application for re-enrollment. Taegyu asked again, "You have not finished this studying thing yet?" Jinhoo replied that he had not finished. The two quickly left the airport to return home. Noon that day, at Korea University, after completing the re-enrollment procedures, Yuri blamed Jinhoo. She was a bit sulky. "What would you do without me? I always have to worry about you." Jinhoo smiled lightly and replied, "Thank you. Are you also submitting the application today?" She explained, "I am only taking a year off so I do not need to submit a separate application." Hearing this, Jinhoo exclaimed in surprise. He asked again, "But can't that be done online?" His words hit Yuri's heart. She turned her face away in confusion, quickly changing the subject. "Hey, you have not eaten anything, right?" She hooked Jinhoo's arm and pulled him away. "Let us find something delicious to eat. I will treat." Jinhoo looked at Yuri and asked with a curious look, "What is wrong?" Yuri smiled brightly and said, "Well, I will explain while we eat." Jinhoo asked where they were going to eat, at the same time taking out the car key to open the car door. Realizing the new car, Yuri suddenly exclaimed, "You bought a new car?" Jinhoo replied calmly, "No, it is my roommate's car." Yuri was surprised. "Your friend lent you such an expensive car?" Jinhoo explained that he does not go out much either. And with that, the two quickly got into the car and left the school. At a fancy restaurant in the city, as soon as they entered the restaurant and found an ideal spot, Jinhoo picked up the menu, his eyes scanning each dish, and could not help but be surprised. He said, "Are you sure? We are eating such an expensive meal." Yuri confidently replied, "Of course, you helped me a lot last year when I took a leave of absence to study abroad, you know." Jinhoo tilted his head and asked again, "I helped you?" She replied quickly, "You always answered the phone whenever I called, no matter how strange the hours were. Thanks to you, I did not feel lonely." Hearing that, Jinhoo just smiled secretly in his heart. "We really did talk a lot." Yuri continued, her tone mixed with excitement. "Samsung Electronics stock has gone up a lot. I have made quite a bit thanks to your advice." This statement reminded Jinhoo of the past conversations. Memories of previous conversations flashed in his mind. He thought, "She must have listened to me and kept the stock at the end of last year." Jinhoo smiled and said, "Back then you had 20 shares, right? Has it increased to 1.9 million now?" Yuri raised her glass and explained, "Actually after your advice, I boldly bought 30 more shares." Jinhoo could not hide his surprise. He exclaimed and said, "So that is a total of 50 shares. He calculated in his head. Recent reports show that Samsung stock will soon reach the 2 million won mark, meaning those shares will be worth up to 100 million won. Thinking of this, he looked at Yuri with pride and chuckled. "Instead of saying it is thanks to my advice, it is thanks to your bold decision to buy more." Jinhoo praised Yuri further. "You have made a lot of money. Congratulations." Hearing these words, her face suddenly darkened. She recalled Jinhoo's face when she said she only bought 20 shares. Then Yuri laughed softly, her voice slow. "It seems like you have been through a lot this past year." Jinhoo picked up some food and replied calmly, "Not really, I just tried this and that." Yuri asked curiously, "Hey, are you planning to attend the orientation?" Jinhoo heard this and answered decisively, "No." Yuri continued to ask, "What about the student welcome party?" Jinhoo said that he could not go to that either. While enjoying the delicious food, he explained that he would be going to Hong Kong soon. Yuri was a little surprised. "Going to Hong Kong? What for?" Jinhoo replied casually, "Not for work. I'm going to hang out with friends and meet some new people." Hearing that, Yuri could not hide her envy and chimed in, "That is so nice. I want to go to Hong Kong too." Jinhoo said, "You had enough fun in America during your language study abroad trip." Yuri immediately retorted, her voice full of injustice, "What are you talking about? I only buried my head in studying." Jinhoo smiled helplessly. All right, I will believe you for now." A few days later, at Taegyu's mansion, the quiet space was suddenly shattered by a scream. "No way." Hearing the scream, Jinhoo immediately went over, asking anxiously, "What is wrong?" Taegyu pointed at the tablet screen where the news was being broadcast and said in an irritated voice, "Look at this, can you believe it?" Jinhoo moved closer, looked intently at the screen where they were reporting on the Lost Iris fantasy project and asked what the project was. Taegyu, as if not believing his ears, frowned and said, "Kumi on my car is the main character of Lost Iris Fantasy 12. I already told you, do not you remember? Ji-hoo smiled, looking at Taekyu, secretly thinking that he did not remember anything. Then he asked, so why was the project development stopped? Taekyu replied quickly, there's a story behind it. It is heartbreaking. Ji-hoo was about to refuse to hear the story when Taekyu cut in. First, let me tell you the simple history of Lost Iris Fantasy Manhwa first. Ji-hoo exclaimed in surprise, starting from there. Taekyu said intensely, Lost Iris Fantasy was created by the Japanese game company Pentagon, but after merging with Linux, Uncle Shigeru was cheated. Ji-hoo said calmly, so you mean the developer you like was pushed out of the company, and that is why the development was stopped. Taekyu continued, gritting his teeth. Uncle Shigeru's team could not even gather 10 billion yen to continue development. The project was cancelled. Can you believe it? Ji-hoo said calmly. Do you know 10 billion yen is 100 billion won? Taekyu said in a low voice, his eyes full of seriousness. Can't you see what is ahead? Ji-hoo asked, back, not understanding. What do you mean? Taekyu confidently, with sharp eyes, said, Lost Iris Fantasy Manhwa will be a big success. Ji-hoo retorted bluntly, no way. Taekyu continued seriously, this is not right. We should invest in it. For all Lost Iris Fantasy players around the world, we will give Uncle Shigeru that development money. Taekyu continued, it is just 100 billion, right? Ji-hoo asked back in shock, are you crazy? Taekyu did not flinch, saying bluntly, then what are you keeping money for if you're not going to use it? He continued, raising his thumb, you should use money to become a fan. This statement made Ji-hoo fall into contemplation. He sat back in his chair, thinking, that is not wrong, it is just a bit large in scale. Past images of Taegyu's boldness suddenly flooded his mind. He thought, instead of just accumulating money, this kid makes bold decisions to use money when needed. For example, the new refrigerator Taegyu bought, or the two-story washing machine. Maybe he understands the true meaning of money, even more than I do. Ji-hoo thought about the reason for accumulating money. He said to Taekyu, since you want it that much, I can't bear to stop you. I will talk to Senior Sang-yeop. He continued, I will make sure that we fans of Lost Iris Fantasy, or OTK Company, invest 10 billion yen for Linux Pentagon and Uncle Ichikawa Shigeru as development costs. Hearing this, Taekyu shouted excitedly and happily. At the same time, Yuri's phone rang. Taekyu stood on the table, his hands raised to the sky. Uncle Shigeru, it is time to repay your kindness. As soon as Ji-hoo answered the phone, a familiar voice rang from the other end. Senior, are you having fun in Hong Kong? Ji-hoo replied quickly, yeah, it is a lot of fun. Why do you ask? Yuri continued, I am curious. I do not know when you will come to school. Ji-hoo replied, I am planning to go tomorrow because there is a class. Yuri said excitedly, then that is great. I want to ask you for advice. Is tomorrow convenient? Ji-hoo asked back, advice on what? Yuri replied quickly. Lately there is someone who is making me very uncomfortable, an extremely annoying person. Ji-hoo said in surprise, ah, it is a guy. That is what you mean, right? Yuri quickly said, I do not know how to deal with them anymore. If I ignore them, they keep hovering around. She continued, we can talk more about it tomorrow, but first of all, it is someone in our department. Smelling the dog food here, Taekyu pressed his face against Ji-hoo's phone. Finally, Ji-hoo's return to school after 3 years is coming. At the Department of Business Administration office, the warm voice of Professor Kim Myong-jun, the department head, rang out. Anyway, I am very glad you have returned safely. If you have any difficulties, come find me anytime. I may not be able to help much, but at least I can buy you a drink. Ji-hoo smiled softly and replied quickly, thank you, Professor. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a gift, rummaging through his bag, then as if suddenly remembering something, he looked up. Oh right, I have something I want to give you. Professor Kim shook his head and smiled slightly. Oh no need, just keep it. The anti-corruption law is very strict now. I'm not even allowed to receive a sip of water. Ji-hoo took out a framed painting with Chase Southwell's signature. He asked, are you sure? He realized in shock that it was that signature. Where did you get this? There is even my name on it. Ji-hoo replied casually, my friend's sister works at Golden Gate's Asian branch. In his heart, Ji-hoo thought that Gold Gate has a total of 5 leaders. Among them, the one holding the largest share and CEO is James C. Goldman. With just one word from him, hundreds of billions of dollars will be transferred throughout Asia. Ji-hoo thought, just last week, we were in Hong Kong at his invitation. As soon as they entered Golden Gate's luxurious office, a warm voice rang out, welcome, please come in. The owner of that voice was Chase Southwell, leader of Gold Gate's Asian branch. Ji-hoo wondered why such a big shot wanted to meet them, but thinking about it, maybe it is because over the past year, they have also become big shots. Chase said, I have always wanted to meet people with such excellent vision. Ji-hoo said humbly, you flatter me. Taekyu, on the other side, pressed his face against the glass window and exclaimed excitedly, that is great. After a few gentle and humble words of praise, Chase suddenly became serious. The growth of the startups you have invested in this past year has been impressive. In my assessment, the total value of OTK Company has reached at least $10 billion. Hearing that, Taekyu gaped. He exclaimed, $10 billion. Ji-hoo thought the value of OTK Company is being assessed by the leader of Gold Gate's Asian branch himself. Chase continued, no investor could have predicted this boom. You can look forward to it, he said happily. In that sense, I think there will be good news for both sides later this year. You can preview it. Ji-hoo thought, good news, I wonder what it could be. Back in the present, Ji-hoo smiled and looked at Professor Kim, then said in a joking tone, he raised both hands, if you do not need it, I will take it back. The professor stared at the signed photo frame, silently thinking for a long time. Finally he said in a low voice, no, I need it, just leave it here. After that Ji-hoo went to the classroom. As soon as class ended, Ji-hoo sighed, this is bad. He slumped on the desk. This is really bad, I do not understand anything. I have recently been out in the field, I did not expect the theory to be so different from reality. A young man approached to ask Ji-hoo, do not worry, even your seniors do not understand this. Ji-hoo looked up, recognized a familiar face, and exclaimed, Min-young Gyeonggil duo, are not you guys taking this course too? At the same time, some female students nearby approached. The young girl stammered, senior, who is that next to you? Gyeonggil introduced, this is my classmate Kang Jinyo, he just returned after his leave of absence. Ji-hoo smiled and nodded, saying hello. Hello everyone, so you are our department juniors. The female students immediately crowded around, constantly asking questions. Why did you take a leave of absence? Do you exercise? You are really tall. How tall are you? Seeing this, Gyeonggil pouted, showing jealousy. You guys think he is tall because you are looking up from the bottom of the stairs. Gyeonggil waved his hand and continued, now go away. We are discussing serious matters. Min-young was speechless at Gyeonggil's pettiness. He said, you are really mean. The female students gradually left, but still did not forget to say, Senior Jinhoo, remember to attend the opening party. Ji-hoo stood up and said to his two friends, I have a lunch appointment with Yuri, so I will go ahead. Hearing that, Gyeonggil frowned. Damn it, we said we would go together. Ji-hoo said quickly, let me ask if you can come with us. With that, he took out his phone and called Yuri. A moment later, the three walked down the school hallway. Ji-hoo looked around and said, we are supposed to meet here, I have not seen her yet. Gyeonggil asked him, do you still keep in touch with that lawyer from before? Ji-hoo asked in surprise. Ah, Ellie. He suddenly remembered Taekyu telling Ellie something. He thought, recalling her words. You registered for the same class as her. When you return to school you are in the same class as Yuri, right? I also want to go to university with Ji-hoo. He scratched his head. She is back in Hong Kong now. Gyeonggil was surprised. Really? Suddenly there was a voice. Oh, there she is. The friend next to him frantically pointed to the distance and said, is that Yuri? Ji-hoo looked at the person next to Yuri and asked, who is that next to Yuri? Gyeonggil said, ah, that is Cha Myung-ho. Are they very close? Ji-hoo asked back, who is he? Gyeonggil replied, we have mentioned him before, the son of the chairman of MCK Foods. Ji-hoo thought, ah, Master Chicken, more than 1,800 branches nationwide, McKay Foods is listed, market capitalization of 120 billion, franchise requests are pouring in. Gyeonggil said, that guy took the entrance exam 3 times to get into this school, but his reputation is not very good. I heard he is involved in some trouble with women. Before he could finish speaking, Ji-hoo hurried towards Yuri, startling him and causing him to call after him. Hey, where are you going? Yuri frowned and said unhappily, take your hand off me. Myung-ho smirked, his voice full of hidden meaning. You have not eaten anything yet, have you? Let me treat you. She replied in an annoyed tone. I do not like you talking to me intimately. Myung-ho scoffed. Come on, we are the same age. Why are you being so shy? Myung-ho continued. Let us be comfortable with each other. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji-hoo rushed out and pushed Myung-ho's hand away, saying firmly, take your hand off her, let us talk. Myung-ho frowned. He asked, is there a problem? And who are you? Ji-hoo replied calmly, I am Kang Ji-hoo, Department of Business Administration. Myung-ho frowned and waved his hand. Kang Ji-hoo, I do not even know who you are. But whatever, I just wanted to have lunch with my junior senior, please move aside. Yuri said unhappily, I said I was not interested. Why are you doing this? Ji-hoo thought in his heart, so this is the guy she asked me for advice about. Myung-ho smirked, just go with me, you might change your mind. Ji-hoo laughed. I almost lost face because of a misunderstanding. He told Myung-ho that they already had an appointment. Seeing Ji-hoo's knowing smile, Myung-ho frowned angrily and said, what are you laughing at? Are you mocking me? Don't you know who I am? Ji-hoo thought that he almost did something embarrassing as soon as he returned to school. He quickly pulled Yuri away, then turned back and said, I do not know who you are, because I just returned after my leave, so please excuse us. Watching Ji-hoo take Yuri away, Myung-ho scratched his head in frustration, muttering, what is this? He said in a contemptuous tone, some nameless guy acting so tough, just because he is a senior. Hearing that criticism, Yuri quickly whispered to Ji-hoo, Senior, do not mind him, let us just go. Ji-hoo smiled happily. Alright, by the way, can Min-young and Gyeonggil have lunch with us? It is on me today. Ji-hoo continued, I do not know why, but I am in a good mood today. Yuri was a little shy. She gently stroked her hair and whispered, I do not know if he is insensitive or does not care what that guy said. He is so strange, or he is altruistic. Ji-hoo looked towards Gyeonggil and Myung-ho, and said Yuri said it is okay, so let us go eat. Gyeonggil pointed and said, excuse me for interrupting suddenly. He continued, but are you sure you have settled everything before coming here? Behind you. Ji-hoo turned around to look. Myung-ho's hand suddenly lunged forward. He shouted unhappily, wait, let me finish speaking. Myung-ho grabbed Yuri's hand tightly, causing her to flinch in pain. Jeongil immediately shouted, "Hey, Che Myung-ho, what the hell are you doing?" Ji-hoo glared and grabbed Myung-ho's wrist. Ji-hoo's eyes became serious. He grabbed Myung-ho's wrist and said in a low voice, "Then let go and say what you want to say." He continued, "It seems like you have a lot to say. Then let go first and talk." Myung-ho shouted angrily, "You have been interfering in our business since just now. If you want to be treated like a senior then." But before he could finish speaking, Myung-ho's expression suddenly became extremely flustered. Only Ji-hoo coldly said 2 words. "Let go." Cold sweat ran down Myung-ho's face. He thought to himself, what the hell is this? Why did the atmosphere suddenly become so heavy? Suddenly, a burly young man appeared between Min-young and Gyeongil, shouting loudly, "Hey, Kang Jinyo, what are you doing?" Gyeongil recognized this person and said, "Senior Kwon, this is a senior from the Department of Business Administration." He continued to shout loudly, "Since when did we ignore the hierarchical culture? Why are you acting superior to your junior?" As soon as he was about to say that Ji-hoo should act like a senior, Ji-hoo turned around, causing Kwon to flinch suddenly, shouting, "What the hell?" Ji-hoo nodded gently and said slowly, Is not this senior Kwon? It has been a while, I did not mean to act superior to him." He immediately frowned, pointed at Ji-hoo and shouted loudly, "You dare talk back to your senior? You even dare glare at me? Do you still see me in your eyes at all?" Getting carried away, he scolded Ji-hoo. "This guy has been on leave for too long, and has forgotten the hierarchy." Jeongil whispered to Min-young, "Was not he the one who opposed maintaining the hierarchy?" Min-young replied casually, "Is this the first time, or what?" Suddenly Myung-ho spoke up, "Enough, senior, I think senior Ji-hoo has realized." Kwon immediately retorted, "No, Myung-ho, sometimes we need to teach him a lesson so he knows what manners are." Hearing that, Myung-ho clenched his fist, his face frowned, his voice full of anger, "I said enough, did not you hear?" Kwon suddenly stopped, a little shaky he stammered, Okay Myung-ho." Myung-ho became happy again. He said, "That is good, now let us go eat, it is on me." After speaking, the two of them left, but Kwon still tried to turn back, throwing a warning look at Ji-hoo, saying coldly, "Kang Jinyo, from now on, I will keep an eye on you, you better be careful." Watching him leave, Jeongil sighed helplessly. Why is Senior Kwon suddenly like that? Min-young explained. His father just retired and opened a master fried chicken shop. At the beginning of this semester, he got into a fight with Myung-ho and got punished for something. He continued, "It seems like the chairman's son abused his power at that time." Yuri raised her phone in front of Ji-hoo. She complained, "Look at this, they have been texting me all night, it is so annoying." Jeongil continued, "Anyway, the department has been noisy lately because of him." Hearing that, Ji-hoo could not help but be surprised. That junior seems to be troublesome. Meanwhile, Myung-ho is still bitter about the embarrassing moment earlier. His heart was full of anger. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Kang Jinyo, we will see, how good are you?" In a bustling restaurant in the heart of the city, Ji-hoo's excited voice rang out, "All right, has everyone filled their glasses? Then let us raise our glasses together to welcome the new school year." After speaking, the group simultaneously raised their glasses, clinked them together strongly, and said in unison, "Cheers." The atmosphere in the restaurant was extremely lively, with cheerful laughter and conversation. At a corner table, Siona was also present. She smiled and asked, "So you finally returned after your leave. Are you still doing well?" Ji-hoo calmly took a sip of beer and shrugged. "Oh, I am still alive and kicking. Kind of like that." The cheerful atmosphere suddenly dropped. Jeongil leaned over and whispered to Myung-ho, "Did we sit at the wrong table?" He shrugged, saying softly, "Anyway, it is better than running into the villainous group on the other side." At that moment the restaurant door burst open, accompanied by an exaggerated voice. "Your car is really top-notch. It really is a Mercedes S-Class." The person who said those words was Hyemi. She continued, "In our class, some people even drive tiny cars. It is so funny. This is what you call a different class." Walking beside her were Myung-ho and Kwon. As soon as she saw Ji-hoo's group, Hyemi pointed at them. "Oh look, they are here." Myung-ho quickly approached Yuri's seat, a sly smile on his face. "Senior, we meet again." He smirked, his face showing obvious cunning. "Senior, Hyemi just told me something interesting. Your family went bankrupt overnight, right? And yet you still managed to return to school." Ji-hoo calmly drank his beer, replying slowly, "Yes, thinking about it, it is really a miracle that I am still here." Jeongil said uncomfortably, "Hey, Che Myung-ho, that is a bit too much." He did not reply, but put his hand on Yuri's shoulder. "Or should we go somewhere else to drink?" Yuri immediately knocked his hand off, shouting, "No, thank you, and take your hand off me right now." Myung-ho was a little embarrassed but still laughed mockingly. "Is it because of what happened earlier? It is not cute when girls hold grudges. You know that." Hearing that, Ji-hoo turned to Siona, saying calmly, "And it is not attractive when men do not respect the word no either. Do not you think?" Siona sighed, replying helplessly, "Oh yeah, that is right." Kwon chimed in, stepping forward to say something to Ji-hoo, but Myung-ho cut him off. "Senior, do you need money? If you leave here right now." Myung-ho continued, "I will give you 1 million won in cash." The gossiping people around them gasped. Ji-hoo replied in a mocking tone, "Come on, I heard your family is very rich. Only 1 million. Then he tilted his head, smiling slightly. Alright, I will double it. I will give you 2 million if you switch tables. Hayami chimed in, her voice full of sarcasm. Do you know who Myung-ho is? Are you sure you have 2 million won ready to give right now? Myung-ho laughed dismissively but was still a little worried. Are you trying to show off in front of me? Ji-hoo looked straight at him, his face showing a little surprise. Ji-hoo's tone was playful. Do not be so serious. I'm just kidding. Who would spend 2 million won just to drive away a junior? The gossiping people behind him covered their mouths and laughed. After speaking, he suddenly smashed the beer bottle on the floor, shouting loudly, "Oh, come on." The entire restaurant immediately became noisy. Some students started to discuss. Myung-ho stepped closer to Ji-hoo, his voice contemptuous. If your family went bankrupt, you should live quietly. What are you showing off here? Or is it because there are girls here that you want to show off? Then, he sat down opposite Ji-hoo, a sinister smile on his face. Want to play a game? Ji-hoo asked what game. Myung-ho said smugly, the rules are very simple. He explained that in 2 hours, whoever puts the most cash on the table wins. And what about the loser? Myung-ho sealed the deal with a vicious statement that the loser would have to drop out of school as punishment, causing an uproar among the surrounding students. After speaking, he chuckled to himself. I admit, you have some guts, but once you provoke me, be prepared to bear the consequences. He looked straight at Ji-hoo, his voice taunting. What is wrong? Are you silent now? If you are scared, just leave. Ji-hoo responded bluntly. Alright, let us play. His declaration startling Siona, who turned to look at him, her eyes wide with surprise. Jeongil hurriedly tried to stop him. Hey, Kang Ji-hoo, why are you being so serious? Don't let your pride make you make the wrong decision, buddy. Kyuwon whispered in Myung-ho's ear, her voice trembling. If the department head finds out about this, I am dead. Myung-ho, do not make things worse. He did not care, nonchalantly saying, remember to keep your word, as you know, I am a very serious person. Ji-hoo remained calm, replying lightly, alright, to be honest, I was planning to hide it, but I have billions at home. The entire restaurant suddenly fell silent, the atmosphere thickening. At the same time, a sign was hung right in front of the restaurant door, closed today exclusively for the Korea University Business Administration Group. All the students' phones were collected and placed in a beer box. Kyuwon warned sternly, is everyone ready? Whoever deliberately tries to film and gets caught will be responsible. Myung-ho continued, his voice full of authority. The time limit is 2 hours. You are allowed to use borrowed money and foreign currency, but no checks or securities are accepted. Jin-hoo nodded, saying calmly, alright, let us start. Immediately after, Myung-ho threw a wad of cash on the table. Here, 5 million won to start. Everyone marveled at Myung-ho pulling out a semester's tuition from his pocket. Gyeonggil held his head saying, 5 million to start already. Ji-hoo also placed money on the table, along with some loose bills. I have 5 million I just withdrew, plus 150,000 in my wallet, totaling 5.15 million. Seeing this, Gyeonggil turned to Minyoung, asking how much he had. Minyoung said helplessly, I only managed to gather about 1.5 million. Myung-ho chuckled, his eyes scornful. This game is not for kids. Then he turned to Kyuwon, ordering her to bring the money over. Hearing this, Kyuwon carried a suitcase to the table, opened it. Click. The lid popped open, revealing a massive pile of cash. Myung-ho triumphantly announced, this is 100 million won in cash. The atmosphere exploded, the surrounding students buzzing. Wow, I have never seen this much money in real life before. Is it really 105 million? Does he really keep that much cash in his car? Yuri kept her eyes fixed on Jin-hoo. But unlike everyone else, Jin-hoo's face did not show any worry. On the contrary, he smiled confidently. Jeongil said anxiously, Ji-hoo, do not take this bet. Apologize and back down. But Yuri spoke up, it is okay. Her eyes were firm. It is alright. I do not know why, but I have a feeling Senior Ji-hoo will win. Myung-ho scoffed, then said in an arrogant tone, if you admit defeat right now, I will pretend this never happened. Ji-hoo smiled, saying calmly, there are still 2 hours left. I have already sent an urgent loan request from a private organization. Myung-ho sneered, his voice strained. Who are you trying to fool? If you do not admit defeat in 10 seconds, I will make sure you get expelled at any cost. As soon as he finished speaking, he started counting down. Siona watched with a bewildered heart. She said softly, why is he doing something so stupid? Suddenly a male voice came from behind her. Excuse me, miss. Siona was startled and turned around, bewildered. You, why are you here? Before she could recover, the newcomer quickly approached Ji-hoo, causing a stir among the students. Who is that? Who is that guy? Myung-ho confidently leaned back in his chair, looking at Ji-hoo with a mocking gaze. You know how to drop out now, right? At that moment, a figure stepped forward. It was Taekgyu. He carried 2 huge bags on his shoulder, stepped in front of the table, and shouted triumphantly, I am here, buddy. Myung-ho was startled, his eyes widened. What is this? Taekgyu pointed directly at him without any respect. Is not that the son of the owner of the fried chicken chain? I recognized him right away. Myung-ho frowned and yelled, hey, who is that guy with the glasses? Pointing is rude. But before he could finish, Taekgyu dumped the 2 bags of money onto the table. Boom, thick stacks of cash poured out, covering the entire table. Myung-ho was dumbfounded. Shouts erupted in the restaurant. Ji-hoo slowly turned to look at him, a meaningful smile on his face. My loan has been approved. Hearing that, Myung-ho's face stiffened, his eyes gradually showing confusion. Ji-hoo confidently declared, from now on I will show you something interesting. While the surrounding students were still stunned, ear-splitting screams echoed throughout the restaurant, even reaching the street. They shouted, 500 million, 100 stacks of 500 million. Myung-ho rushed forward in disbelief, wanting to verify it himself. Jeongil turned to Yuri and said, 500 million Yuri. Did you know about this? Yuri calmly replied briefly, no. Myung-ho was almost soulless, sitting down heavily, hugging the pile of money in front of him, unable to believe what was happening. His mind was in turmoil, surrounded by the admiring words of onlookers directed at Ji-hoo. He hurriedly pulled out his phone, called, Director Dong, emergency, bring 10 billion won in cash here right now. I am not asking if you can do it, just bring it here. His embarrassment made Myung-ho speak more and more frantically. Bring it within an hour, you have to be here in 30 minutes. Takyu covered his ears, turned to Ji-hoo in frustration. How long do I have to listen to this kind of order? When the money arrives, Ji-hoo snorted and slowly looked towards Myung-ho. Ji-hoo smiled and said to Myung-ho, how about I change the rules a little? There are too many people here, making them wait for 2 hours is a bit troublesome. Myung-ho frowned. What do you mean? Takyu stepped forward and placed a card in his hand. Take it. Myung-ho frowned at the card, asking, what is this? Taekyu sarcastically replied, it is a magic card called the Defiled Treasure. Myung-ho was furious, trembling. Ji-hoo waved his hand, calm down, it will definitely hurt you. Now, let me explain. He continued, let us compete with the maximum amount of money each person can use. It is a virtual check. The owner is Kang Jinyo. Myung-ho said, if I put the money in here, you will acknowledge it. What if I say a ridiculous number? Ji-hoo said confidently, Master Chicken would never lie. Moreover, after some research, I know their cash reserve is valued at 20 billion won. Right. He continued, it is not like I have been sitting around spending all year, you know. Jeongil witnessed everything and shuddered in amazement. What exactly has he been doing? Myung-ho pondered. Even after hearing about 1 billion, he still made the offer, meaning he has even more than that. Myung-ho fell into deep thought. An amount of money that can be proven and completely overwhelm the size of the bag. Too easy. It is certain. He slowly uttered, I have decided. He said confidently, the maximum amount of money I can gather in 2 hours is 2.6 billion won. The students reacted strongly, saying that talking is not enough. You need to show it. Do not lie. Che Muung-ho. Everything was just as Ji-hoo wanted. He said, alright, from now on, that card is worth 2.6 billion. The atmosphere froze for a moment, then everyone simultaneously oohed, really acknowledged. Myung-ho was stunned. Wait, what the hell? Loud chatter echoed throughout the room. Takyu stepped forward and spoke, his voice full of hidden meaning. Giving up the match might be the right choice. I have always wanted to say that once in my life. Ji-hoo did not say anything, just handed his phone to Taekyu. Immediately after, Taekyu clapped his hands loudly, bursting into laughter. You sly little devil, you think I came here alone? Come on in. At that moment, the restaurant door opened. Cut back to the earlier time. Siona anxiously persuaded Ji-hoo. What are you planning to do, Ji-hoo? Do you really want to give up? Ji-hoo asked calmly. Can you lend me some money? Siona crossed her arms helplessly. Is this the time for jokes? Yuri asked seriously. Do you have a way to win? If it is dangerous, I want to help. Ji-hoo interrupted. Thank you, I appreciate your good intentions, but let us wait and see. Siona stood beside him, her eyes full of thought. Cha Myung-ho is the son of the director of MCK Food. Ji-hoo called Sang-yeop to discuss the matter. Siona secretly observed what Ji-hoo was ultimately trying to do, and whether he was hiding anything from her. A loud shout shattered the tense atmosphere of the restaurant. 5 million. Yu Song-moo, a senior employee of Golden Gate Bank, entered with suitcases of money stacked on the table. He said calmly, if any of the money is fake, Golden Gate will take full responsibility. Chatter echoed throughout the room. That is Golden Gate. What the heck is going on? They say they received orders from Representative K. Our department senior is over there too. Ji-hoo pointed to the huge pile of money, a total of 6,445 billion won. If you can bring more, just tell me, and I will acknowledge it. Myung-ho panicked, his head filled with thoughts. How much more? Just 1 billion was scary. He realized the gap between himself and Ji-hoo. And what is Golden Gate? How could this bankrupt bring that manager here? How much more can he bring? The countdown of the match sounded from 10, 9, 8, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right when the time was up, Myung-ho could not control his emotions. He covered his face, looked up, and shouted, you bastard. What the hell are you? He slapped his chest, shouting, why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? Taekyu raised his eyebrows and said, let me explain. He pointed directly at Myung-ho and said, your chicken is too small. Hearing that, he was stunned. Taekyu calmly continued, if you had a conscience, you would use size 10 chicken. But I guess you only use size 9, and then later, you guys increased the price by 2001. Myung-ho was dumbfounded. He continued, if you really cared about chicken lovers, you would not do that. That is what real business is. Understand? Everyone around laughed loudly. Ji-hoo was speechless, not knowing what Taekyu was ultimately talking about. He approached, gently patted Myung-ho's shoulder, his voice mocking anyway. You know how to apply for a leave of absence, right, young master Myung-ho? Hearing this made him even more bitter. Myung-ho covered his face and shouted curses, but ultimately he could not do anything. He sat slumped in his chair. Ji-hoo turned to Seongmu and said, "Please help us collect the money and deposit it into the account." He nodded in understanding. Ji-hoo took a stack of money from the table, then cleared his throat. So then, the gossiping students were now silent, waiting to see what he would say. Ji-hoo said loudly, "Dinner tonight is on me." He threw the stack of money straight into the air. The money fluttered down, causing the students to burst into excitement, cheers echoing resoundingly. Seeing so much money flying around, everyone immediately scrambled for the bills. A moment later, after everything was settled, Ji-hoo turned to Taegyu. "I have arranged everything, let us go." Just as the two were about to leave, Seona suddenly spoke up. "Wait," she said, "explain. What just happened?" Ji-hoo asked. "Back, what do you mean?" Seona looked straight at him, her voice firm. "Where did all that money come from? Is it related to the Golden Gate lawyer we met before?" Ji-hoo replied casually. "My friend has a lot of money, so I just borrowed some." He looked up, a confident smile on his face. "I have even more than that." Seona reacted in bewilderment. Ji-hoo brushed past her and thought to himself, "Do I need to explain it to you? Keep wondering, Yoon Seona." After that, the two of them left the restaurant, heading to another restaurant. When the dishes were placed on the table, Sang-yeop laughed loudly. He said regretfully, "I should have been there too." Their faces must have been hilarious. Taegyu, his mouth still full of food, said, "If I had not been stuck by the game, I would have missed the good show." Ji-hoo laughed. "If you had been there too, those guys would have gone crazy." He pondered. In 1 year, senior Sang-yeop's reputation in South Korea has skyrocketed. Beyond his vision, the $6 billion he personally invested has now increased to over $300 billion. The 2% annual stake is just an extra bonus. Ji-hoo asked, "Are you still doing well at work?" He recalled the last time he met Ki-hung, who was always full of pride in the company since successfully moving to K-company. Sang-yeop replied awkwardly, "Everything is still good, but I keep getting calls from juniors because someone is bragging too much. I even received a marriage proposal from the daughter of a math professor." He continued, "If Ki-hung spreads my number one more time, I will fire him." Ji-hoo smiled wryly. Deputy manager Ki-hung seems to be on the verge of getting fired. Sang-yeop continued, "By the way, is there a reason you came here today?" Ji-hoo replied, "I just wanted to see you." Sang-yeop narrowed his eyes and sipped his drink. "Are you the type of person who meets just for food and drinks?" Ji-hoo smiled softly, saying he was not such a person. Sang-yeop said seriously, "Just tell me." Ji-hoo poured wine into Sang-yeop's glass. He said, "When looking at the economic indicators and news, I have had a bad feeling lately, but I am not sure yet." Sang-yeop looked at him with sharp eyes judging, "But if you see it too, there must be a reason." "What do you want me to do?" Ji-hoo's voice lowered. "Keep the startups as they are, but if there are any long-term investments, switch them to short-term." And countless large and small pieces of world information appeared. Is the European Union shaking? The global stock market and the East Sea exchange rate. The EU is in a financial crisis. A wave of refugees from Syria and the Middle East. Can the situation be sustained? The declining position of the international financial center. He concluded, "As soon as you give the order, be ready to liquidate everything into cash." At this time, inside the university, Jin-hoo thought to himself, 15 days have passed since the new semester started. Thanks to Yuri, I have not had any trouble readjusting. He suddenly remembered an old memory, though from that day on, people on the street all admired Jin-hoo, while he was still caught up in his thoughts. I definitely felt that people's gazes towards me had changed, and the person who changed the most was probably. Hayami approached with a bright smile, saying, "You have been looking really cool lately, just my type." Hayami nudged his arm, and continued, "Actually, did you know that I have liked you since freshman year?" Jin-hoo replied coldly. "Oh really?" She immediately replied, "Do not tell me you like me too." Hayami asked again, "Want to go get coffee, Jin-hoo?" He only replied, "I quit coffee." She shamelessly asked again, "Then how about a meal?" Jin-hoo replied helplessly, "I quit eating too." He pulled his hand away and said, "Lee Hayami, why are you suddenly like this? Just act normal." She was a little stunned. Hayami crossed her arms and declared firmly, "Ha, you think I will give up? You will soon have to fall before my charms, just wait and see." Jin-hoo replied wearily, "Please, give up." He went to where his white car was parked, holding the car keys in his hand. Jin-hoo thought emotionally, "Finally, my first car. The gloomy days of having to hitch a ride with Oh Taekyu are finally over." Yuri suddenly appeared, looking at the car curiously, saying, "That is a nice car. Is this the company rental car that Senior Ki-hung mentioned?" He was a little surprised, hesitating. "Oh yeah, that is right." Ki-hung babbled, $5 million. Jin-hoo and the boss have a special relationship. A car. Probably the boss lent it to make it convenient. He thought to himself, Ki-hung really knows how to grasp public opinion. Yuri continued, first stacking 6 billion won in cash at the bar, now a sports car worth hundreds of millions of won. "Do you know what crazy rumors are going around at school?" Jin-hoo replied to her. Senior Ki-heng has clarified, it is mostly accurate.
Yuri replied, relieved. Okay, I understand.
She said cheerfully, anyway, if you said so, then it must be so. I will believe you, but Yuri asked, will you give me a ride? Later, the car started moving. Jin-hoo focused on driving, while Yuri looked out, enjoying the scenery and saying, it has been a long time since I breathed fresh air. It feels so good. Suddenly her phone rang. The caller was Yuri's father. Yuri answered the phone, replying gently to each question. Yes, Dad, what is wrong? Ah, I understand. Okay, be careful on your trip. Jinhoo also spoke. Your dad? She replied, yes, something urgent came up. So my dad had to go to England on business. He asked, what is the matter? Yuri looked at the phone for a moment, then replied, recently, the date for the Brexit vote was decided. Right, the situation over there must be quite chaotic. Jinhoo seemed to realize something and replied slowly, is that so? From who knows where, a cloud of smoke appeared before his eyes. An eagle swooped down towards the front of Jinhoo's car. It blocked his vision and even carried a strange energy. Jinhoo's whole body stiffened, as if bound by something. Yuri shouted in alarm, Senior, watch the road, be careful. At this moment, a truck was heading straight for their car. When the distance between the two cars was almost non-existent, Jinhoo managed to swerve to the side. The truck driver angrily yelled, hey, you, do not you know how to drive? Yuri looked at him worriedly, saying, Senior, are you okay? That was close. Jinhoo, though still shocked, replied, sorry, I was a little distracted. She asked, puzzled, what were you thinking about? Jinhoo, still lost in thought, replied with a single word, Brexit. At this moment their car stopped at a parking lot. Yuri also asked, Brexit, seeing that she seemed surprised. He said, yeah, you said your dad went on business because of that. Jinhoo asked curiously, can I ask what your dad does? Yuri replied, he works in finance, related to investment funds. He asked, fund manager? Yuri replied, surprised, oh, something like that. He used to work for a foreign company, but now he works for a Korean company. Jinhoo thought to himself, what kind of domestic securities company would be affected by this? Yuri, still worried, asked, Senior, are you really okay? Your hands were tapping on the steering wheel earlier. Suddenly Jinhoo called out, Yuri. He seemed to realize something, then hesitated. I think, I have something urgent to take care of. She also replied, ah, that feeling. Yuri still had the same expression. Before she could react, Jinhoo's voice sounded alright, I am going. Be careful on your way back. Without waiting for her to answer, his car drove off, leaving her standing alone, bewildered. Yuri muttered to herself. Suddenly something urgent came up. He looked so excited. She wondered, where is he going? At this moment, Jinhoo was driving and talking on the phone with Taekyu. This is me. I need you to handle something urgently. Taekyu replied, another urgent matter. Jinhoo replied softly, sorry. You did not care, and asked, what is it this time? The car was still moving steadily, and Jinhoo spoke up, I need to check if my prediction is correct. Gather all the data related to Brexit and send it to me. Cut to a White House. On Taekyu's computer screen, a line of comments appeared. His fingers skillfully typed on the keyboard, muttering, it is definitely Shigeru. The comments continued to run on the screen, all of them talking about a Japanese company. At this moment, Taekyu gave a thumbs up, looking at Jinhoo with satisfaction, saying, since we invested, cooperation invitations have been pouring in.
It seems lie.
Penn is also more motivated now, they even want to become a publisher. He looked at the documents and replied, oh, that is good news. Taekyu also spoke up, there is still a lot to deal with, right, the UK is about to leave the EU, right. In front of them were stacks of papers piled high on the table. Jinhoo replied casually, yeah, Yeji said so. Taekyu asked, a little puzzled, but did not the experts predict that they would stay? Jinhoo smiled faintly and explained, experts are not very trustworthy. If they really knew everything, they would not go around telling the whole world. They would have secretly invested and made money, like us. He gradually understood and replied, oh, that is right. So why does the UK want to leave the EU? Jinhoo, without taking his eyes off the papers, replied, to put it briefly, the EU, the European Union, is a union formed with the goals of peace, economic prosperity and political integration. Simply put, it is an alliance based on the idea of developing together. Currently 28 European countries are members. Among them, 19 countries use the euro as currency. The UK is a member of the EU, but due to geography, history and tradition, they do not really see themselves as part of Europe. They never joined the Schengen Agreement and are still keeping the British pound instead of switching to the euro. The main issues surrounding Brexit include regulations, policies and refugee reception requirements. The UK decided, let us hold a referendum to see what the people think. After explaining, Jinhoo asked him, understand? Taekyu lay sprawled on the opposite chair and replied, let us just say so. But if Brexit is approved, then what? Chaos will surely occur. Jinhoo continued to explain, simply put, first, both the British pound and the euro will plummet. His voice sounded evenly, that will shake the global stock market, while safe assets like the yen and gold will soar. He added, the entire financial market will fall into crisis. Taekyu asked lazily, but we do not have any money to invest right now. How can we make money? We have invested everything. Jinhoo replied, I have a way to raise capital. Hearing that, he exclaimed in surprise. Oh, he then explained, you know, timing is the most important factor in short selling. He said slowly, when the L6 incident happened, we could not determine Yeji's prediction time. It was more like a gamble than an investment, but this time it is different. Jinhu recalled the past and continued, Brexit is a global event that will turn the market upside down, he asserted, and we even know the outcome this time. Hearing that, Taikyu hesitated in surprise and replied, that is right, if the prediction has been set, then the investment timing is also. Jinhu, seeing that he also understood, said excitedly exactly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He said, maybe we should thank the British Empire for this, right? Cut to Incheon International Airport. Ellie, accompanied by Hyunju, spoke up, saying, hello Jinhu, how have you been? Jinhu, accompanied by Taikyu, approached and replied, you have traveled so far, it must have been tiring. How is the UK? Hyunju spoke up saying, I have talked to the UK branch representative as you requested, but the situation is not very good. Jinhu replied calmly, I see. Let us discuss it in more detail during the meal. Senior Sang Yeup has reserved a restaurant, let us go. The four of them got into the car and moved to the restaurant. Ellie praised, that is a nice car. I bet the girls love it. Jinhu smiled helplessly, no one has ever been in this car. The passenger seat is empty, and there is no one in the back either. Cut to a Chinese restaurant. Sang Yeup was already waiting in the room. Seeing them enter, he said, hello, senior, this way please. Hyunju went first, raising her hand to say hello and saying, long time no see. The dishes were already fully laid out on the table. 5 people sat around the table. At this moment Jinhu spoke up, how is the situation in the UK? Ellie replied, as I said earlier, not very good. She added, people are arguing fiercely about the vote. Hyunju sitting next to him also spoke up. Recently there was also a terrorist attack caused by refugees, which increased the wave of anti-immigration and anti-refugee sentiment. Jinhu asked, in that case, the chance of Brexit being approved has increased significantly, right? Hyunju pondered for a moment, then replied, not necessarily. Betting sites show 80% are betting on staying. She explained further, even research organizations predict the result will be to stay, even if the results are different. After listening, Jinhu spoke up and asked, Ellie, what do you think? She replied, if it were me, I would also bet on staying. Ellie said, currently, more than half of the UK's imports and exports are done within the European Union. She further analyzed, if they leave, all the benefits will disappear, and the procedures will return. There may be some advantages, but the UK will hardly be able to bear it. Taikyu was only focused on eating. Jinhu replied to her, do you agree? Ellie quickly replied, that is the most logical conclusion. She said, leaving also does not guarantee that the refugee problem will be solved. Ellie continued in more depth, most of the immigrants from Eastern and Southern Europe are general laborers, so they can't all be deported without causing a labor shortage. Hyunju also spoke up, compared to the predictable stability of staying, leaving carries too many risks. A global financial group even announced that if Brexit happens, they will move their headquarters to France or Germany. She used the dumplings on the table to illustrate the situation and continued to explain. We are also considering transferring the financial center functions of the Korean branch to the German branch as a precaution. Sang Yeup finally spoke up. He said, do we really need to worry about this issue? Brexit is a hot topic, but it does not directly affect us, does it? Hyunju also agreed. I was wondering that too. You requested a huge amount of data related to this. Jinhu thought to himself, it must have been hard on her. Then he spoke up, regarding my opinion. First of all, he said, we will use the startup shares of the 2 companies as collateral to borrow funds. Hearing that, Ellie was very surprised. She stood up suddenly and said, borrow funds? At this time, no way. Right Jinhu? Jinhu calmly replied, yes, that is right, I am betting on Brexit. She spoke up, stopping him, wait, you are using valuable startup shares as collateral. Hyunju was also surprised, her voice quite loud, just to bet on Brexit being approved. Are you crazy? Sang Yeup also agreed with her, stopping him. That is right. What are you saying? Isn't it almost certain that the UK will stay? Jinhu replied, certain, the vote has not happened yet. Sang Yeup weakly retorted, but the numbers, he continued to explain, of course, if you only look at the current data, this may sound absurd. Leaving the safety of the European Union will clearly put the UK in a difficult situation, but people do not always act rationally. Using the answer sheet called prediction, after tracing back a month, I am certain. Jinhu said very confidently, it is very clear, the UK will leave the EU. The other 3 all wanted to stop him. Sang Yeup spoke up first, no way. Hyunju also said, absolutely not. Ellie was also on the same side as the other 2. She reminded him, it is too risky. Jinhu. Sang Yeup added, all the experts say it won't happen. Jinhu also replied calmly, financial experts are the last people anyone should trust. Ellie replied, but the polls all lean towards staying. She analyzed further, the silent conservative voters, those who support leaving are conservatives. They may hide it from the public, but will definitely appear at the polling point. Jinhu remained calm. Hyunju said sharply, but, even among the silent conservative voters, there are still people who choose to stay for economic reasons. She added, if only financial benefits are considered, then staying is the best choice. He also replied, but this is a political issue. Jinhu added, for ordinary voters, what they feel is more urgent is the refugee and immigration issue that you mentioned earlier. Ellie somewhat agreed with him. She also added, that is right. In London, most of the cleaning staff and manual laborers are immigrants who do not speak English. Many people are currently feeling dissatisfied, thinking that their jobs have been stolen. Jinhu replied, regardless of the reality, the opposition's argument is to use the EU contribution, originally meant for refugees, to instead support their citizens, and thereby reap economic benefits. Tagyu, who had been eating silently from beginning to end, also spoke up. The EU has also hurt their national pride quite a bit. The pride of the British, the Empire, or something like that. Jinhu also said, that is right, within the European Union, Germany has the greatest influence. Many people feel like they are being ruled by Germany, and they do not like it. Hearing that, Hyunju said thoughtfully, far-right nationalism is spreading throughout Europe these days, even though the balance is still leaning towards the staying side. He snapped his fingers and said, actually, that is beneficial to us. Jinhu held a file of documents in his hand, and added, I have already outlined the overall strategy. Now, let us each prepare our own tactics. The four of them held the documents in their hands, and after reading them, they all looked surprised. Hyunju frowned and asked, wait, are you serious? Ellie exclaimed in surprise. Ah, Sangyeop also asked back in surprise. Are you really going to do that? Jinhu replied calmly. The vote will pass and Brexit will happen. Trust me and just follow the plan. Hyunju hugged her forehead helplessly and said, this is too dangerous. Ellie asked him in a stern voice, Jinhu, why do you have to do this? She added, you have already made a lot of money, so why? Ellie could not understand what Jinhu was thinking, so she had to ask, why accept such a risky investment? Hearing that, he thought to himself, there is that question again, about why I keep making money. If for Taegyu, the goal is to live a comfortable and happy life, then about 2 years ago, when I recruited Sister Hyunju, Jinhu thought, I already gave the answer. I have achieved material wealth. Jinhu recalled his answer from back then, because having money is good, wealth equals happiness, and moreover, at that time, Jinhu affirmed, because I am sure this is what I do best. He thought, even the director of the Asian branch of Golden Gate recognizes my abilities. If that is my answer, as Sister Ellie said, then there would be no reason to take risks. He smiled lightly and thought to himself, it seems like this question will follow me for a long time. Jinhu finally spoke up, a golden opportunity to make money has arrived. That is all, Sangyeop said, trembling all over. If we fail you will lose everything. Just a 10% error in your calculations is enough for OTK&K company to collapse completely. Hearing that, Jinhu only asked him one question, Senior, do you remember the winter 2 years ago? Hearing that, Sangyeop stared blankly at him. Jinhu recounted, back then, you and I did not have a penny to our name. For the past 2 years, we have been investing to get to where we are today. Has any of those investments ever been safe? He replied, I thought they were all reckless and crazy, unless you have prophetic abilities or something. Jinhu spoke up to reassure him, but we still succeeded, this time will be no different, and, Jinhu smiled brightly and confidently said, if we lose everything, we will just start over. Sangyeop was a little surprised. Jinhu continued to say, so what is there to worry about? Sangyeop was successfully persuaded, his hand tightened slightly, then he said, you're right, maybe I have gotten used to making money too easily. He stood up firmly and said, if Jinhu is so sure about Brexit, then I would rather trust him than trust those unstable numbers. Instead of shaky data, I would rather trust Kang Jinhu's determination. Hyunju also just replied, you have decided, right, then I will just follow the director's decision. Taekyu also said happily, I am in too. Ellie also spoke up, I may not be able to help much, but I will support you. Jinhu thanked everyone, then thought to himself, now, I may look like a crazy person standing in the middle of the world and shouting about Brexit alone, but once the results are announced, everything will change. He said, now that we are all in agreement. Taekyu smiled nonchalantly while Hyunju still had a little worry, but Ellie and Sangyeop were both happy. They placed their trust in him. Jinhu raised his hand, signaling okay. Then he said, let us make some money. Cut to another skyscraper. This is the London Foreign Exchange Market. In the International Trading Room, a voice rang out. Source confirmed. It is OTK Company. Inside, there were 2 people. The employee was searching for information while reporting. They just borrowed $10 billion. William murmured, OTK sounds familiar, famous for betting on the decline of Samsung LG and investing in startups. He thought, now they are pouring money into the foreign exchange market. William asked, has the information been verified? The person immediately reported, confirmed. They are currently engaged in foreign exchange margin trading. He looked at the screen suspiciously and said, leverage, 10 times. William thought, $100 billion. That is insane. He said, the continuous sell-off of the British pound in the past few days is just the beginning. What the hell are they thinking? Cut to the Tokyo Foreign Exchange Market. In the risk management room, a voice rang out. Who is the main buyer? Another voice immediately replied. It seems to be OTK Company. He looked at the screen in front of him and asked, OTK, aren't they only focused on startup investments? The employee replied, their purpose is unclear, but they are using dollars to buy Japanese yen. He stroked his chin and said, puzzled, analyze the trading pattern and gather the suspicious transactions that belong to OTK and send them to me. Although the volume is not large, their transactions are worrying. I can't guess what they are aiming for. Cut to Jinhu's house. Taekyu's voice rang out evenly. Now I completely understand. They are predicting exchange rate fluctuations to profit from the difference. He drew a chart of information and continued, so it is basically the same as stock trading. Jinhu, who was sitting at the desk, replied, exactly. If you can predict the exchange rate, then this is considered an ideal strategy. Just remember the basic concept. Sell with the expectation of future value decreasing. Buy with the expectation of future value increasing. It is not always true, but usually it is. Taekyu asked, so currently, we are betting on the British pound weakening and the Japanese yen strengthening, and the others are betting the opposite. Jinhu began to analyze. If you think about how everyone is trying to stop us, then this investment is a bet against the market trend. He explained, when a huge amount of capital is poured into this bet. Jinhu said, the government and central bank will stand in the opposite position. Taekyu wondered, but how can we win when the government and central bank are openly defending it? He explained, someone did the same thing in 1992 and caused the UK to collapse. He introduced hedge fund manager George Soros. Taekyu heard that and asked in surprise against an entire country. At that time, the UK was having difficulty maintaining the fixed exchange rate system. George Soros and countless investors who followed him made a decision. The flow of money will change dramatically. The UK will deploy all its foreign exchange reserves in USD, a desperate effort by the British government to maintain the -6% limit. Hedge funds, including George Soros, shorted the British pound. The British government bought the British pound. Taekyu then asked, so what was the outcome? Jinhu replied, of course. He said, the UK completely collapsed. They ran out of foreign exchange reserves. The fixed exchange rate system was abandoned, and the Bank of England suffered heavy losses, forced to abandon the protection of the exchange rate, while George Soros, he continued, bought the British pound at the lowest price in USD, repaid the shorted British pounds. He collected about $1 billion in profit, about 1.3 thousand billion won. Taekyu did not spare any praise, winning against an entire country without any obstacles. What an amazing person, or rather a group of people. Jinhu also spoke up. He is excellent, but also very ruthless, because 5 years later, he did the same thing again. He replied, that makes him even more impressive. In 1997, he targeted Indonesia and Thailand. That triggered the Asian financial crisis. That event also affected our country. Taekyu exclaimed in a bit of shock. Wait, the financial crisis? Is that because of him? Jinhu replied to him, things are more complicated than that. God created suffering and global speculators at that time. What we are doing now is basically the same. He asked with some concern. Even if we succeed, criticism will still surround us. Are you okay with that? Taekyu replied calmly. I do not care. This is a necessary step to achieve my goal. More importantly, the government will defend itself, but is not $10 billion too little? Jinhu also explained, it is actually $100 billion. We have leveraged it 10 times. There is a way to amplify it. Taekyu heard that and exclaimed in surprise, suddenly multiplied by 10 times. Just choose the right time and dump it all. I do not know exactly, but Jinhu smiled lightly and said, no, sudden exchange rate fluctuations are actually a problem. That is why we are selling gradually, but everything is going according to plan. He said, those with a keen eye will soon react. In another place, someone also realized something. He looked at the data board in front of him and muttered, do not tell me. The balance is becoming increasingly skewed. He thought to himself, they are betting on Brexit. Other traders also began to discuss. Have you heard the rumor? Confirmed. Continue buying. Someone was also curious. OTK, is it a Japanese company? There were also many criticisms. Do they really believe Brexit will happen? They even borrowed money. They are about to go bankrupt. Someone was frantically typing with the thought, buy as many British pounds as possible. The balance was suddenly restored. In the office, the employee was reporting to William that as foreign capital flowed in to buy the British pound, the exchange rate began to rise, and as expected, they dumped it again. He thought to himself, they plan to keep selling as long as there are buyers. After thinking for a while, William also spoke up, the market has stabilized, but they are still trading speculative. $100 billion is not a small amount. But, he thought, are they really facing the whole world? Back at Jinhu's house, Taekyu was anxious, asking, wait, are we the only ones betting against the market? This is different from the case of George Soros. Is not it too dangerous? Jinhu also explained further. No, it is the opposite. We just need to hold on until the voting results are announced. He declared that in the end, the people who brought down the British government were the British people who voted. Cut to Korea University. In the lecture hall, the professor announced, today's lecture ends here. Jeongil, sitting next to Jinhu, said, want to go for a drink? He replied, tonight, that is too sudden. As soon as he finished speaking, Jinhu's phone suddenly rang. Minyoung approached them and said, yesterday I met Senior Ki-hung. He is doing quite well in K Company these days. Jeongil also smiled slightly and added, we need to build a relationship and aim for a job there. Jinhu looked at him and said, do you really think you will get hired by doing that? Jeongil replied, completely oblivious. You are close to Senior Ki-hang, right? If we create the right atmosphere, the three of us can get in together. Jinhu left. Before he left, he waved goodbye and said, you should have said that sooner. I already have plans. Jinhu thought instead of relying on relationships, prove your strength, my friends. They watched him leave. Minyoung then spoke up. Since that incident at the bar, everyone has been watching him. He finally has a girlfriend. Yeongil lay on the table dejectedly and replied, that is why his phone kept ringing during class. I am so jealous. Jinhu walked into the hallway and checked his phone. His phone started ringing again. Jinhu answered the phone, replying to the other end, I am really surprised. I did not expect you to contact me first. How have you been? The other end was Chase. He spoke up, long time no see. Mr. Kang, this is Chase Solithwell. The reason I suddenly contacted you. His voice was even is about OTK company running wild in the foreign exchange market. Jinhu quickly replied, it seems the rumors have spread widely. Other students passing by kept whispering, did he live abroad? His pronunciation is really good. Chase's voice rang out again. Mr. Kang, he said, I think you are an excellent investor. The other offices are all extremely busy. William ordered everyone, focus and remember, this is an opportunity. Chase reminded him, but this time, it is clearly a mistake. Everyone is discussing this issue. Should we hedge the risk from this side? Are you trying to go bankrupt? Keep it to a minimum? He affirmed once again, no one will be on your side. Stop while you still can. Chase said, it is not too late yet. The balance is gradually moving away from the equilibrium. Finally, he said, I am saying this not as a business partner but as a friend. Jinhu smiled, thinking the legendary investor Chase Solithwell just called me a friend. Kang, Jinhu, you have really come a long way. He replied to Chase, I appreciate your concern. Then, as a friend, I also just want to say one thing. Jinhu declared, I will follow this case to the end. You will understand as soon as the results are announced. He continued. So then, Chase hesitated a bit when he heard him say that. No matter what you do, Jinhu said frankly, do not go against me. Chase was stunned for a moment. After a while, he replied, good luck my friend. Chase stood in his office, thinking for a while. He dialed the Golden Gate branch in England. Chase told the other end, this is Chase South. I have a feeling the results may be outside the prediction. It would be wiser to act after observing the voting results. At this time in another skyscraper, Ki Heng was reporting, sir, we have collected everything according to your instructions and have submitted it. Sang Yeop replied with satisfaction, well done, Assistant Manager Jung, I will take care of the rest. Go back to work. But he was still standing there. Seeing that, Sang Yeop asked, what is wrong? Do you have something to say? Ki Heng replied awkwardly, honestly just a little. I think this is a crazy move. As soon as he finished speaking, he said again, no, I believe you, then hurriedly closed the door and left. Jinhu's voice came from the phone, you also think this is a crazy move, senior? Sang Yeop quickly replied, I understand why Assistant Manager Jung reacted like that. When I borrowed money from the financial company, he continued while frantically typing, I once thought betting all that money on stock options was the craziest thing I had ever done, but compared to what we are doing now, that is nothing. Sang Yeop, his hand trembling while clicking the mouse said, the trillions of won that we gathered in the name of K Company and we are betting all on derivatives. I never thought this day would come. Jinhu also spoke up to comfort him, everything will be alright. Sang Yeop's expression was a bit gloomy. He replied trembling, it has to be alright. The fateful day had arrived in England. 7 of the clock in the morning in England, voting began. 10 of the clock in the morning in England, voting ended. 10 of the clock in the morning in England, counting began continuously. As soon as the polling points closed, the media simultaneously announced the survey results. 8 of the clock in the morning in Korea, Taekyu exclaimed in surprise. His mood was a bit gloomy. He said, the stay side is much higher. Jinhu was silent for a moment, then replied, surveys are not reliable, we will only know when the votes are counted. The hell of evaluation is about to begin. He was also a little worried. Seeing Jinhu leave, Taekyu spoke up, where are you going? He replied casually, to school. I have class this morning. Taekyu asked in disbelief, you are still planning to go to school on such an important day? Jinhu looked at him and said, even if you watch, you can't change the outcome. Are you planning to keep watching? Taekyu replied in a low voice. Of course, all my assets are bet on this. Jinhu thought in a bit of surprise. Taekyu may not show it, but he is really worried. Even though he predicted this, betting everything on a referendum in another country is really too reckless. Perhaps we are heading towards the abyss, relying only on faint light, he thought. But it is too late to stop now. Later, Jinhu spoke up. I will call you back later. Taekyu also spoke up. Before you go, promise me one thing. Jinhu asked in a bit of surprise. What is it? He continued. If we lose everything. Taekyu turned to look at him, his face contorted, and said, and I have to work at the bottom of society. Buy me a can of beer when I get my first paycheck. Jinhu was helpless in front of his friend. He said, what are you talking about? Taekyu stubbornly said, promise me. Jinhu complied. All right, I promise. Taekyu shouted again, actually, 1 can is not enough, make it 2. Jinhu smiled helplessly and replied, all right, 2 cans, I will buy you 2 cans. Taekyu also replied with satisfaction, great. Cut to Korea University again. Yuri approached and said, good morning. Jinhu also replied, hello, you look tired. She yawned and said, last night there was the Brexit vote. I planned to watch a bit and go to sleep, but I ended up watching until morning. Jinhu replied, is that so? But in his heart, he thought, I did not get a wink of sleep either. Yuri lamented because of the live broadcast. I almost skipped class today. Junyoung, walking with Siona, greeted, oh, long time no see. Jinhu also replied politely, hello senior. Siona also spoke up, I always see you two together, you must be very close. Yuri also replied happily, yes, that is right, he takes good care of me. Hearing that she replied reluctantly, yeah, I see that too. At this time, Jinyoung also spoke up, Jinhu, I heard you are close to the CEO of K Company, can you put in a good word for me? Jinhu asked, what is it? He quickly explained, my father wants to meet him, can you ask him to visit our company? He thought, if even the chairman of GH Construction wants to meet him, Sang Yeop must be doing very well. Jinhu also replied to him, I will pass it on when I meet him next time. Suddenly a boy approached and said, hello seniors, everyone knows there is a Brexit vote result today, right? He continued, my department is betting on it, would you like to join? The maximum is 50,000 won. Jinhu thought even at the last minute, there are still people betting. Jinhu took out money and said, I am betting on the leave side. Who is leading? The boy quickly replied, about 73% are leaning towards the stay side. Junyoung was also interested. He placed money and said, sounds interesting, then I will bet on the stay side. Yuri spoke up, I'm following senior Jinhu betting on the leave side. Seeing that she trusted him, Jinhu asked, are you sure? The stay side is leading. Yuri replied happily, senior is very good at predicting these things. Jinhu replied with some hesitation, oh that is right, making Yuri a little confused. He added, this time, I really hope I. At this time on Sang Yeup's side, he was witnessing something terrible. The employee was reporting the situation sir. The stay side is slightly ahead. Let us hear from the expert. Sir, this matter. The whole office became chaotic in an instant. Ki-hung excitedly slammed the table and said, Senior Sang Yeup, what should we do? We are going to go bankrupt. He continued, say something, senior. The commentator's voice from the TV was still speaking evenly. I think this reflects the general sentiment. I believe the stay side will win. Sang Yeop picked up the phone and left quickly, saying, wait a minute, I need to make a call. Cut to the university. The lecturer's voice echoed, failure is an option. If we do not fail at anything, it means we have not innovated enough. In business, complacency is dangerous. Jinhu thought anxiously, I can't focus on the lecture at all. He thought, what was the last status check? Scotland and Northern Ireland support stay. Wales is leaning slightly towards leave. The key is England. On the other hand, Yuri was calling him repeatedly, Senior. Jinhu also steadied himself. He turned to listen to Yuri and said, Senior, are you okay? Your phone has been ringing for a while. The lecturer was still lecturing. That type of business is. What is wrong? Then suddenly Jinhu slammed the table and stood up abruptly. He remembered Hyunju's margin call signal. Jinhu quickly told the lecturer that he needed to take the call. He rushed out of the lecture hall while thinking, the future is set. Can it be changed? Jinhu ran anxiously. His heart was in turmoil. We had prepared carefully so that our moves would not affect public opinion and turn supporters of the leave side into stay voters. He worried, was I wrong? The voice from the phone rang out, we are in the final counting stage, and the stay side is still receiving 48 to 52. Are you listening? Jinhu felt that the abyss that he had ignored was now slowly swallowing him.
Was I wrong? Hyunju said sternly. Jinhu?
He quickly replied, yes, sister. The other side shouted, that is enough. She continued, stop it right now. Jinhu felt like he was being drowned by a current. He thought, what did I miss? He wondered, what did I underestimate? Jinhu's consciousness gradually blurred. He was immersed in his own thoughts. The path I have to take is. He recalled all the things that had happened before. Jinhu muttered, Brexit. He woke up suddenly, as if realizing something. Jinhu floated in the air. In front of him were the words, the Brexit vote has been approved. Hyunju said urgently, if we use it now, I can still save some companies. Karos, face it, maybe. She hesitated a bit and continued, with the remaining $3.2 billion, we can. Jinhu interrupted Hyunju and replied, I understand now. The others were also discussing together. The stay side almost certainly has won. I made a little money, about 10,000 won. Some people were frantically typing, searching for information. William stood straight, watching the TV in front of him. He smiled contentedly and thought, it is over. At this time, Taekyu was lying dejectedly on the table. Elsewhere, in a toilet, water was flushing. Sang Yeop collapsed, his whole body trembling and groaning. Jinhu was determined. He said coldly to Hyunju, sell all the remaining $3.2 billion, short the British pound with 50 times leverage immediately. Hearing that, she replied in shock. What? What are you saying? First, calm down. Jinhu shouted. Just do as I say. He said, you must think I am crazy too, right? If it were me, I would think so too. Jinhu said confidently, but now I am completely sober. No, I have never felt my mind so clear as it is now. He explained, I know it sounds crazy. Jinhu affirmed, I know, but I am absolutely sure about this. Brexit will happen. He hesitated and said, sister, we do not have much time left. Hyunju also softened. She replied, Taekyu has contacted me. He said to follow your orders at all costs. I will do as you say, director. Jinhu felt much more at ease. He thought, even in this situation, that guy still trusts me. At Hyunju's office, a wine cabinet appeared. She poured wine into a glass. Ellie asked in a bit of surprise, Jessica, what is wrong? Hyunju drained the glass of wine and replied, from now on I have to do something that I can't do when I am sober. Ellie asked in panic, is it related to Jinhu? She rushed over and said, Jessica. Hyunju only focused on doing what Jinhu requested. Ellie shook her and asked, Jessica, are you sure about this? She replied, Jinhu is betting everything. Hearing that, Ellie was even more surprised. In the toilet, Jinhu's voice came from Sang Yeop's phone. I will take a leap too. He replied weakly, Jinhu, the situation is not good at all. Let us stop here and try to get some money back. Jinhu interrupted him and said, it is too late. The water in the tap also stopped running at the same time. Sang Yeop said, Jinhu sat slumped on the ground. He said, I have thrown everything into the foreign exchange market. Jinhu affirmed buy when the price is low, but you have to bet your life on it. His voice was still even, just think that you are dying. We knew this would happen when we went against the trend. Hearing that, Sang Yeop's tears also fell on the floor. Jinhoo continued, if we fail this time, we will start over. Sang Yeop trembled, hugging his forehead and replied, if I come back to find you, will you accept me? He replied, no, do not come back. Jinhoo continued, I will succeed quickly and come to find you first. Sang Yeop also felt relieved and replied, thank you Jinhoo. People happily celebrated and shouted, Europe is one. Some people took pictures, constantly saying, Europe is one. William smiled and observed the situation on TV. The presenter's voice rang out evenly. People hoping to stay are cheering in the streets as the vote count nears completion. He ordered, do not worry, take everything. The results won't change. The employee also reported that is cruel. Even now, they are still dumping sell orders. William came to see for himself and judged, it must be OTK. Perhaps this is their last struggle. A strong sell force, but in the end it is just one company. Hedge funds and financial institutions working together can absorb everything. He added, it must be due to the stubbornness of the final decision maker of OTK. It is a pity for the countless employees under them. William affirmed, at this rate, OTK will definitely go bankrupt. Will it be leave or stay? At this time, cut to Korea University. Jinhoo was still stuck in despair. He wondered, did I make the right choice? Can I be sure that what I saw was not a hallucination? He thought, what have we done? Daring to face the world like this, I can't breathe. Jinhoo, while stuck in the current thought, I do not have the courage to look at the results. Suddenly his phone rang. The caller was Taekyu. He had drunk countless cans of beer. Taekyu groaned with each word. Taekyu stammered, ugh, Jinhoo, oh no, we. He was still thinking, is it over? Is everything over? While Jinhoo was dazed, a voice spoke up, it is over. Siona looked at him and repeated, class is over. Why are you here? Jinhoo said absent-mindedly, I do not know. She only replied, is that so? Siona turned to leave, but she turned back, intending to say something, and made a sound. Ah! Siona looked at him and said again, you won? Jinhoo did not understand and asked, huh? She explained, the betting game that we placed earlier, the vote count results. Jinhoo looked up and asked back, huh? What did you just say? A call also came from his phone. Jinhoo. People were also surprised by the new announcement. England. The sky gradually turned dark, stars twinkling in the sky. Everyone was watching their phones intently. Even the broadcasters of major television stations were surprised and muttered, England. This may be a globally shocking event. At his house, the empty beer cans were still lying around on the table. Taekyu placed a bottle of wine on the table. He happily opened the bottle and said, England has left. We did it. Hearing that, Jinhoo also woke up. Everyone became hurried. They urgently contacted each other by phone. Everyone was surprised by this result. The sound of employees typing did not stop. Corporate offices were all lit up. The employee exclaimed in surprise, William. He stood up in a panic, knocking over the chair, and announced, the sell order for the British pound is exploding. It is exploding. William shuddered and thought, OTK is still continuing. The balance had tilted to Jinhoo's side, as if remembering something. He thought, no, this is. William looked at the screen and realized the problem. The buyers have switched to selling. The employee continued to report, the British pound just dropped to $0.68, $0.70 pounds, £0.72, £0.75. He said again, the British pound is plummeting. We need to hedge the risk. What is your decision? William, he murmured in shock. George Soros. The global economic transaction suddenly changed. The balance was broken. William shouted angrily, do not sell anymore, damn it. On this side, Siona looked at him and asked, what is wrong? Is something wrong? Jinhoo slowly stood up and replied, nothing. He turned to leave and continued, thank you for waking me up, leaving her bewildered behind. The sun began to peek through. People on the street were frantically shouting, run, before the yen soars again. Group leader, the dollar has dropped to 99 yen. Everyone around was discussing, the Japanese must be chaotic. The British pound is also crazy, damn it. Someone urgently reported, yes, I know, I'm coming to the office right now. Jinhoo's phone screen was full of notifications. He turned off the phone. The sky was much clearer, with no dark clouds. Jinhoo calmly enjoyed this atmosphere. He went to the public telephone booth. Jinhoo entered his mother's phone number. The other end said, hello. Jinhoo quickly replied, it is me. His mother replied, Jinhoo, is there something wrong with your phone? Why are you calling from this? He just asked. How are you, mom? His mother asked with some concern. What is wrong? Did something happen to my son? He replied with some sadness. No, I just. Jinhoo buried his face in the telephone booth and continued. I just wanted to hear your voice. I miss you. So I called. Ki-hung with a heavy heart began to think. K company has collapsed. We have gone too far to turn back. Starting tomorrow, will I be unemployed again? What should I say to my parents? Thoughts spiraled in his head. He could not help but blame it all on the senior at school. No, it is because of the CEO going crazy. Looking at his state, it was clear he had lost his mind. He poured all the company's funds into put options on the global stock market. That thought filled Ki-hung's heart with resentment. Damn it. Just when Ki-hung's spirit fell to rock bottom, a sound from the TV shattered the tense atmosphere. The Brexit vote has passed. It has been confirmed, making him jump and blurt out, huh. In that short moment, the employees who seemed about to be unemployed were cheering madly. Suddenly a voice rang out behind him, Assistant Manager Jung. Ki-hung turned around in surprise, but the joy of victory had not subsided in him. Wait, no way. The person who had just called him was Sang Yeop. His eyes filled with joy. He reached out and said, "Find a building for sale in Tehran Row immediately. From today, we will be at the top of the Korean financial industry." Those words made Ki-hang shudder. That was the smile of victory, a genius who had calculated many steps ahead, witnessing the legendary 1.1 trillion won bet on put options. Taking a deep breath, he looked straight at Sang Yeop and thought, "I, young Ki-hang, am willing to bet my life on this man." Then he shouted loudly, "Sang Yeop, I will dedicate my life to you." On the other side, Ellie could not contain her excitement and ran to find Jessica. "Jessica, did you see? Jin-hoo did it." Jessica said with some fatigue, "You guys are really stressing me out. Contact Jin-hoo quickly." She raised her trembling hands to show Ellie, "I do not even have the strength to dial the number anymore." "Ellie, you do it." At the same time, in Chase's office, the employee's urgent voice rang out. "I will present in chronological order. The British pound has fallen by 20%. Gold and yen have increased by 10%, then recovered slightly due to government intervention. Political factions supporting Brexit are promoting their policies cannot be implemented. Loopholes in the arguments of the Brexit camp are gradually being exposed. Public opinion is shifting to regret. More and more people are calling for a re-vote. Many large financial companies in London, including Golden Gate, are considering moving their headquarters to Germany. EU member states are consolidating their internal unity, while the UK remains hesitant about Brexit. After presenting, the employee asked permission to leave, leaving Chase alone. "I really underestimated that person, a genius investor. That is nonsense." Doubt, disbelief, despair, regret, all intertwined in his thoughts. Although he did not want to accept it, the truth was right in front of his eyes. A legendary victory will go down in financial history. He has become a legend. An image appeared before his eyes. Legendary investor, ATK Company, CEO Kang Jin-hoo. Now that his legendary journey has begun, it will be difficult to hide his true identity. Kang. Chase looked at his hand and thought, "A new era is about to begin." He said in a regretful voice, "It is a pity, we were a little slow to work with him." He picked up the phone and called James Clark Goldman, "About what we discussed before. We need to quickly promote the establishment of a branch in South Korea. If we do not want to be enemies, we must become allies." Back at Taegyu's house, Jin-hoo sat in deep thought. The big explosion caused by Brexit and the rapid responses from many governments, as the financial market quickly stabilized, we liquidated the position and made a profit. Now, the total assets of K Company have reached 5.9 trillion KRW, and OTK Company has reached 45 trillion KRW. As soon as the numbers appeared on the screen, Taegyu's eyes widened, his mouth stammering, "Is this true? Jin-hoo, congratulations." He turned his head and asked, "Because?" Taegyu gave him a thumbs up and explained, "You are now the richest person in Korea." Jin-hoo did not believe what he said and quickly said, "What are you talking about? The richest person in Korea is." But when he thought about it again, his heart suddenly beat fast. There is no one to compete for the number one position. Chairman of Seosung Electronics Lim LL Kwan, his public assets are about 20 trillion won. The total assets of ATTK Company and K Company are 51 trillion won. And my stake is 80%, meaning, his assets have reached approximately 40 trillion won. Jin-hoo stammered, "Oh, well then, maybe he is hiding some more." Taegyu suddenly thought about his mother and said, "If my mom knew about this, she would probably faint." At a cafe, the atmosphere was more lively than ever. Enthusiastic discussions about Brexit rang out. "Come on, the Brexit vote will definitely be rejected. Big positive news for the European stock market." "Nonsense. I trusted the experts and wrote an article and ended up being scolded by the editor-in-chief. Who could have predicted this crazy thing?" The person opposite shrugged and said, "Maybe someone predicted it and they made money." "Ever heard of ATK Company?" "I have heard of it. Is not that a Japanese company?" The person opposite denied. "It is unclear, but they shorted the pound and bought yen. I heard they made about $30 billion. The young man almost jumped out of his chair in surprise. "What? Tell me more." After hearing the whole story, the young man with orange hair turned on his computer and plunged into writing an article. "I was quite shocked when I heard the news, but after putting everything together, it is even more shocking. There is no need to exaggerate, just telling the truth is enough to create a news explosion." His fingers moved quickly on the keyboard and stopped at the headline. "This headline is perfect. Financial team, Monopoly, the beast strikes. Who attacked the British foreign exchange market? ATK Company collects $30 billion in profits." And so, news about ATK Company spread quickly, becoming a hot topic spread everywhere in every newspaper. Back at Taegyu's house, he and Jin-hoo were watching the news on TV. The British and Japanese governments warned that they would strictly suppress those who manipulate the financial market. After hearing that, Taegyu turned to ask Jin-hoo, "So they won't leave us alone, right? Haven't they done that before, haven't they?" Jin-hoo nodded and said, "Yes, but this time we hit them hard." At this time the news broadcast switched to an image of British people protesting against ATK Company. The crowd held up signs and shouted angrily, "Get out, OTK company, get out." The scene was so chaotic that Taegyu reached for the TV remote intending to turn it off. Suddenly, the TV switched to a group of people with angry faces, looking straight into the camera, gritting their teeth and declaring, "Dare to set foot in England and you are dead, OTK." The blunt declaration made Taegyu sweat coldly. He said to Jinhu, "If you go to England, you will be in big trouble, the most hated investor in England since George Soros." Contrary to the reaction of the British, in Japan, the atmosphere was extremely lively. Newspapers were full of praise for OTK company. Seeing this scene, he could not help but speak up. "Look, why are these people so excited?" He sighed, and said, "Oh well, let them believe what they want to believe." Suddenly the phone rang. Looking at the screen, Jinhu immediately recognized the caller. It is Senior Sang-yeop. He must have seen the news. Immediately he pressed the answer button. At the other end, Sang-yeop's voice rang out. "What are you doing?" Hearing that, Jinhu quickly replied, "Watching the news." "Are you at the office, senior?" He sighed in frustration and said, "No, I can't even get in." Hearing that, Jinhu was surprised. "Why?" Sang-yeop quickly replied, "I was about to go in when I was blocked by a crowd of reporters at the door." It turned out that right in front of K Company's office, dozens of reporters were surrounding the entrance. As soon as he appeared, the reporters made a fuss. "Is that him? Where is he? Take a picture quickly. It is really him. Over there, you are the CEO of K Company, right? How do you feel about this? What is your opinion on the Korean financial industry?" A series of questions were asked to Sang-yeop. Jinhu hesitated and called his name, Senior Sang-yeop. Meanwhile, reporters were still constantly surrounding Sang-yeop. "Is K Company Korean? Is it true that you are the largest shareholder of EDM Entertainment Gansum CMEFA? Who was that person you just called?" He was helpless, not knowing what to say. He could only raise his hand and scratch his head in confusion. As a matter of course, his image appeared with the headline, "Korea University alumnus caught on air, CEO K Company." Taekyu laughed excitedly. "Search his name and it comes up immediately. Senior Sang-yeop is famous." At that moment, the news continued to report. Meanwhile, the announcement of Golden Gate establishing a branch in South Korea has shaken the financial world. Now we will connect with Kim Hyun-guk, CEO of Global Asset Management, to hear his views. Hello? Regarding this development, although CEO James C. Goleman officially announced it, it was the head of the Asian division who strongly promoted it. Hearing that, Jinhu thought back to what Chase had said. There will be good news for both sides. You can look forward to it. Jinhu frowned and thought, a branch in South Korea. So that is what they meant. The news continued with a speech from the head of the Asian division of Golden Gate. "We have complete confidence in the potential of the South Korean financial market, so we decided to establish a branch here. We look forward to working closely with competent partners. We have no intention of becoming competitors with the establishment of the Korean branch. We hope to witness a historic moment, dear partner." Hearing that, the corners of Jinhu's lips curled up slightly. If it was not just his imagination, then that last sentence was not a general statement, but was aimed directly at him, a direct offer. The news continued. At the end of the speech, the head of the Asian division used the word partner in the singular form. It seems this is a clever way to address concerns about foreign brokerage firms receiving special treatment, but in the end, they still have to abide by Korean law. His face showed obvious interest, not bad at all. Suddenly, he spoke up in surprise. Did not the Asian division already manage the Korean division? Then what will happen to the employees there? He smiled. Some people will probably move to South Korea. Taekyu was skeptical. Really then? Suddenly he stopped, thought about something, and then spoke up abruptly. "What about my sister?" At Chase's office, he called Jessica in to talk. "I'm sure you can guess why I called you, Jessica." Jessica still maintained her composure and replied, "Yes." Although she appeared calm on the outside, she had already guessed the content inside. It must be about transferring to the Korean branch. And as she predicted, Chase said slowly, "You will have to transfer to South Korea." She replied without hesitation, "I understand." Chase continued, "Of course. You will have full decision-making power there." This statement made her flinch slightly, her eyes shining with surprise. Chase calmly thought about Hyunju. Hyunju's education and career: entered the economics department with the highest score, graduated valedictorian, started her career at Golden Gate's New York headquarters, peak of her career, head of the Asian division of Golden Gate, the third largest shareholder of OTK Company, total assets exceeding 1 trillion won. Now she is the youngest CEO of the Korean branch. Hyunju. Chase suddenly spoke up and asked, "What will you do?" "I completely respect Jessica's opinion." She suddenly felt confused. One morning at Korea University, dozens of reporters had surrounded the school. Jinhu was confused. What is this? Why are there reporters here? What are they filming? Before he could understand what was happening, a voice rang out. There he is. It is Kang Jinhu. He reacted instinctively. At the same time, the eyes of all the reporters simultaneously looked towards him. They quickly flocked to him. "Mr. Kang Jinhu, can we have an interview? What do you think about this investment? Did you receive inside information about Brexit?" A series of questions were asked, making Jinhu think with a bewildered face. Why me? Have I been exposed? How much do they know? I always knew this day would come. His face darkened with extremely bewildered eyes. At that moment, a hand put on his shoulder. "Just speak comfortably. You are close to Senior Sangyup, right? Jinhu turned around in surprise. Huh? The reporters continued to surround him with questions. What kind of senior is ECO Park Sangyup? You were in the same club as him, so do you have any memorable memories? Can you call him right now? Jinhu suddenly realized that it was not because of him, but because of Senior Sangyup. After learning the truth, he refused. Sorry, but I do not know much. We are not that close. I have class, so please excuse me now. He turned to leave with the thought, there is no reason for me to give them clues before then. It is not the time yet. Behind him, the friend wearing the red shirt had to speak up. Well then, let me say what I know. To avoid the encirclement of the reporters, Sangyup had gone to Taegyu's house to hide. As soon as he entered, he complained, I am so tired. Until now, reporters are still surrounding the company. I keep receiving calls from strange numbers. I do not know where they got my number from. Maybe I should change my phone number? Taegyu smiled teasingly. Now you are almost a celebrity. Sangyup shook his head in frustration. This is no fun. Even my neighborhood is chaotic. If this continues, I might become homeless. Seeing that, Jinhu asked, have you eaten anything? Do you want to go get something to eat? Taegyu quickly opened his phone and replied, of course, Chinese food. What else? Jinhu was helpless. Again, just open a Chinese restaurant already. After waiting for a while, the food was delivered. Looking at the table of food in front of him, Sangyup began to ponder. The election night was really brutal. In that situation, where did you get the courage to bet like that? Jinhu replied calmly, I just felt like I would win. Hearing that, he frowned and said, you bet your life on it, just that. No matter how you calculate it, the only reasonable explanation is that Kang Jinhu knew the results beforehand. Only that assumption makes everything logical. Taegyu, who was eating noodles, was startled and coughed violently. Jinhu patted his friend's shoulder, distracting him. Even if I knew in advance, I would not have had the courage to make that decision. Then he quickly changed the subject. By the way, K Company's revenue this time. Hearing that, Sangyup smiled. I do not even know what to do with so much money. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately asked, is there anywhere you want to invest? Sangyup gave a knowing smile. Actually, I am paying attention to something. Recently the cryptocurrency market has been quite interesting. Hearing that, he stopped. Vancoin. Sangyup nodded and explained, as you know, cryptocurrency does not have intrinsic value. It does not have an issuing agency, nor does it have an organization that guarantees its value. But somehow, people still believe it has value. He replied with interest, I understand that very well. Cryptocurrency cannot be counterfeited or hacked. There is no managing organization, and the number of issues is fixed according to a predetermined algorithm. The total number is 23 million. Currently, maybe about 10 million have been issued. Sangyup nodded. If the money supply cannot be adjusted, won't it be difficult to control deflation? We should see it as an investment asset, like gold. Jinhu was stunned. Cryptocurrency. Thinking about it, everything started with Vancoin. He picked up a piece of food, intending to put it in his mouth, when a light flashed, startling him. The image of an eagle gradually appeared from behind him, making him panic. Seeing that, Sangyup asked anxiously, what is wrong? Jinhu said with sharp eyes, Senior, do you know anything about Ethereum? In front of his eyes, there was a line of text, Ethereum Island. Taegyu was almost used to this scene, so he just smiled knowingly. Sangyup frowned and replied, huh, have you heard about it? Jinhu replied calmly, I think I read an article about it online. A new type of currency has appeared in the past year. In addition to storing payment and transaction data, it can also store contract information. It allows automatic transactions when certain conditions are met. Currently, its market capitalization is only about 1 per 10 of Vancoin. Taegyu wondered, the scale is not very large. Don't we already own a cryptocurrency exchange? He nodded. That is right, Bansum. We hold 68.5% of the shares. Then let us increase investment in Bansum to compete in the exchange market. We need to expand the scale and invest separately to buy Vancoin and Ethereum. We can even mine them ourselves. Hearing that, Taegyu leaned back in his chair and said with a wry smile, mining coins requires large factories with hundreds of computers. Considering the cost of electricity in our country, it will be difficult. He seized the opportunity and replied immediately, then we should build in countries with cheap electricity prices or places with cold climates, no need for cooling fans. Sangyup thought for a moment and asked, Jinhu, do you think the cryptocurrency market will grow? Jinhu replied, in the near future, yes. Sangyup continued, ATK company is not investing. He replied calmly, the market is too small. Sangyup frowned. Then what are you planning to do with the money you just made? Jinhu thought, OTTK company's cash reserves have reached $30 billion, converted to 33 trillion KRW. Still planning investments. Nothing is certain yet. He crossed his arms and said, I will say later, we need a market commensurate with the scale. The next day, the teacher's lecture rang out in the classroom. Now there is another reason for you to do well on the exam. As you know, Golden Gate is coming to the Korean market. I hope you will do well on the exam and see this as a stepping stone to joining Golden Gate. As soon as he heard that, the whole classroom suddenly became lively. The teacher smiled and continued, I also find this interesting. The hasty establishment of the new branch and the decision to move to Gangnam are also meaningful. If you pass and get promoted later, remember to let me know everything. Jinhoo sat silently, wondering, yes, why Gangnam? Foreign securities companies usually prefer Gwanghwamun, where the embassies are concentrated, saying it is convenient for business operations and also a place for evacuation in an emergency, very advantageous. Ignoring a stable and convenient system, ignoring the large offices they already have in Gwanghwamun, what benefits are there that make them move entirely to Gangnam? Could it be? Suddenly Jinhoo remembered Chase's words, honestly, I hope we won't stand on opposite sides. We hope to witness a historic moment, dear partner. Thinking of this, he suddenly shivered. Could it be because of me? Suddenly Yuri leaned over and pressed close to him and asked, what is wrong? Jinhoo exclaimed in shock. Huh? She asked curiously, because of you. What does that mean? He smiled awkwardly and replied, it is nothing. Yuri did not give up easily. Tell me, senior. He looked at her and thought, is not she a bit too close? At that moment, the teacher's voice rang out. Kang Jinhoo, Shin Yuri, save the flirting for after class. Jinhoo immediately blushed and quickly explained, Professor, it is not like that. Yuri, sitting next to him, quickly replied, yes, Professor. Jinhoo looked at her and sighed helplessly. What does she mean by yes? He suddenly spaced out. Now that I think about it, today is the day the employees of the Korean branch arrive. It is also the right time for me to pick up Sister Hyunju. After class ended, he went to the airport with Taekyu. As soon as they entered, they were surprised to see that reporters had surrounded the airport from early in the morning. The sound of cameras rang out, along with voices lined up carefully. We are filming extra scenes. Seeing that, Taekyu was honestly surprised. Why are there so many reporters? Is some famous foreigner coming here? As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of footsteps approaching made everyone pay attention immediately. Oh, they are coming out. It is her. Jessica. Oh, can you say something? How do you feel about this? Jinhoo was stunned. Huh, Sister Hyunju. Taekyu was also shocked. Sister, has my sister done something big? Jinhoo could not believe it and tried to speak. Wait, is that really Sister Hyunju? The reporters were still surrounding her with questions. What do you think about the future of the Korean market? How does it feel to be the first Korean to become the director of the Golden Gate branch? Jinhoo and Taekyu were stunned when they heard that information. Meanwhile, the reporters were still taking pictures and asking questions. Please say a few words. Standing from afar, Taekyu still could not believe it. He stammered, Sister Hyunju, my sister is Golden Gate. Saying that, he almost shouted, she is the director of the Korean branch. Taekyu held his head and said in disbelief, my sister is on par with Chase Southwell. My sister is the branch director. Jinhoo spoke up, has there ever been a female branch director at Golden Gate before? Ellie stepped forward from behind him. Jessica is the first female branch director. Hearing the voice, he turned around. Ah, Ellie. She ran over and hugged his arm, saying, long time no see. I missed you a lot, Jinhoo. Just be natural. There are reporters everywhere here. Do not reveal that we are related. He said wearily, this is really annoying, but I guess I have to put up with it. This has not been made public yet, but somehow it was leaked. In the distance, Hyunju was still being surrounded by reporters with a barrage of questions. She replied calmly, the recruitment process will follow the rules, and we will choose the most capable people, regardless of gender. Seeing that, Ellie put her hand to her mouth, signaling silence, and said gently, Gestia will be leaving soon too. Let us go to the office first. After struggling to escape the encirclement of the reporters, they finally reached the office building of Golden Gate. As soon as they entered the building and settled down, Hyunju smiled and looked at both of them. It has been a while. How have you both been lately? Taekyu could not hold back and immediately questioned. When did you become the branch director? You could have told me beforehand. Hyunju replied softly. Sorry, I was going to tell you today. I did not expect the media to find out first. Hearing that, Jinhoo said quickly, congratulations sister. She looked at him and said, thank you. It is all thanks to you, Jinhoo. He exclaimed in surprise, me. Hyunju nodded and explained, if it were not for your two companies, there would not be a Korean branch, and I would not have become the director. Jinhoo still could not believe what had happened. We really brought Golden Gate to Korea, Hyunju explained, almost half right. K company alone already has huge cash reserves. Moreover, we also have to consider the issuance of shares in the future. He turned to ask Ellie, Ellie, you are coming here too. Seeing that he was asking her, she replied, that is right, I am now a member of the legal team of the Korean branch. They said they need someone with my abilities to support the establishment of the branch. Hearing that, Hyunju turned to smile knowingly, is that the real reason? Is it really because of that? Ellie jumped in fright, as if afraid Hyunju would say something. She is talking nonsense. I came because Jessica asked me to really. Hyunju teased, is that so? Let us just say that is the case. Jinhoo scratched his head and said, in short, you are both coming, that is good. He smiled and said, welcome. It will be a lot easier with you, Ellie? Hearing that, Ellie's face turned red. Really? At that moment, seeing the tiredness on Hyunju's face, Jinhoo asked, are you tired? She replied with a weary voice, I hardly slept because of the job transfer. Jinhoo frowned, you should have taken a nap on the plane. Hyunju replied, I had to read a lot of documents. Taekyu said worriedly, you are rich already. Is it necessary to work so hard? You should rest. Hyunju looked up at her younger brother and replied, I like working, so it is okay. Hearing that, he was surprised, thinking, sister, Hyunju is really a workaholic. I can't keep up with her. Hyunju turned to ask, have you found a suitable building to be the office? Jinhoo spoke up, not yet. Hyunju nodded. Then what about the building next door? Golden Gate is the owner. If you are interested we can sell it. He exclaimed in surprise. Right, that twin tower. He asked suspiciously. Can you decide that easily? She explained. The director of the Asian branch has already decided. I knew about it even before coming here. It is still considered their assets. Jinhoo changed to a serious face and asked, how much? Hyunju gave a delighted smile and replied, we will have to negotiate the details, but roughly, 50 billion won. As soon as she finished speaking, Taekyu seized the opportunity to say, that is too expensive. Hyunju said calmly, it is indeed not cheap, but considering the market, the price is quite reasonable. Do you think I am trying to scam you? Taekyu said seriously, is not it more scary because it is being sold by someone we know? She sighed helplessly. You are not wrong. He spoke up and asked her, why are they selling it? Hearing that, she replied, they need money to establish the Korean branch urgently, but just consider it helping an important client. At that moment the image of Chase appeared in their heads. Taekyu sighed and complained. Him again. Jinhoo said with a trembling voice. I did not expect to be treated so specially, but I kind of like it. Actually, it is more than just like. Such a good and spacious location. It won't be easy to buy now. He turned to Hyunju and said, we will buy it under the name of K Company. Please take care of negotiating the contract. She nodded. We can move into the empty floors first. The remaining tenants will leave within a year. Taekyu excitedly clenched his hands and shouted, so we will be landlords, the supreme power landlord. Jinhoo sighed and replied, yes. He then imagined two buildings standing next to each other. The Golden Gate building right next to the OTK Company building, and blurted out unconsciously, it does not look too bad. After a moment of silence, Hyunju spoke up. Everyone knows we are being watched after Brexit, right? K Company too. Not only the media, but also the financial and political circles are watching, and now I'm also in the middle of the spotlight, so how long are you planning to hide? Hearing that, Jinhoo clenched his fist. His voice was low. I'm also wondering. In this country, politics, business and media are linked together into a solid group. If they know that I, someone unrelated to them, is the CEO of OTK, they will focus on targeting me. Ellie asked with a worried voice, then what should you do? Jinhoo replied calmly, if you can't beat them, join them, stand next to them, go with them, and return everything they have done. Ellie could not hide her surprise. You mean you are going to fight the Chaebols? He nodded firmly, now nothing can stop me. As he said that, the image of his deceased father appeared, giving him more determination. I had always been resigned in the past, but now it is different. Brexit has changed everything, and our class is rising very quickly. Hyunju spoke up with a serious voice. You know the automotive industry is a key industry, right? The government won't sit still. Jinhoo nodded. I know, the business and political worlds are almost a unified entity. She crossed her arms and looked straight at him. You have decided, have not you? At that moment, Taekyu jumped up from his chair excitedly, and said, I support Jinhoo.
Even if they are chaebols, so what? If they hit us, we will just hit back.
Ellie behind him also said with a determined voice, I will help too. He looked at everyone with sincere eyes. Thank you everyone. Hyunju spoke up and asked, so what is your next step? Jinhoo stood up straight, crossed his arms, and his eyes shone with confidence. First of all, I will go to America. A map then appeared, connecting all the points together. That afternoon, at the campus of Korea University, as soon as he stepped out of class, Kyungil sighed in relief. Finally the exam is over. You know Senior Kiheng is coming to the gathering tonight, right? Jinhoo was surprised. Even students from the business department want to participate. Why? He shrugged. What else? Because of that moment. What else could it be? Minyoung chimed in softly but meaningfully. Brexit. Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar. Kang Jinhoo. Kiheng approached with a beaming smile. Long time no see. Are you doing well these days? Jinhoo nodded. Long time no see to you too. Are you doing well? Kiheng laughed confidently. Doing well. We just bought a building in Gangnam, you know. Jinhoo raised his eyebrows and feigned surprise. The Twin Tower in Tehran Row. Kiheng said eagerly. You have heard. Wow. News travels fast, really. Then he laughed loudly. Jinhoo thought in his heart. Well, I am the one who bought it. He excitedly continued. When the boss asked me to join the company, I said this. In a few years, we will own a building in Tehran Row. The students around them oohed in unison. Kiheng continued smugly, but it only took a year and a half to make it a reality. At that moment, I knew K Company would be the last place I would work. He clenched his fist, his eyes twinkling. Seeing that level of loyalty is really amazing. Should I suggest a raise? Minyoung suddenly asked. I saw on the news that Golden Gate sold that building. Right, isn't it very expensive? Kiheng smiled smugly. Compared to what we earn, it is just pocket change. We paid in full, in cash. Then he put his arm around Jinhoo and laughed loudly. Jinhoo, hurry up and graduate and work under me. Okay, Jinhoo replied lightly. Me, Kiheng patted his chest. I will teach you everything from A to Z. A senior has to lead his junior. At that moment, a student ran over. Excuse me, are you senior Jung Kiheng? He turned around. Yes, what is the matter? The student said excitedly. We are math department juniors. Can we join the party tonight? We want to hear firsthand about the legendary achievements of CEO Park Sang-hye. Hearing that, Kiheng's eyes lit up like headlights. He laughed loudly. Ho, sure. Everyone follow me. Finishing speaking, he pulled out the powerful black card and held it up high. This is the company card issued by our CEO. I am treating everyone tonight. Just follow me, the students erupted, competing to shout. Jinhu quietly looked at the group and sighed. A company card, that means my money. If they all gather, there must be over 100 people. I should reconsider the raise. The students followed Kihung noisily towards the restaurant. At the same time, Siona appeared from behind him and asked, "Are not you going?" He turned around in surprise. "Ah," she stepped forward and asked. "You are done with the test, right?" Jinhu replied casually, "Yeah, just finished." Siona smiled, "So you finally have a break?" He replied softly, "Yes." She lifted her high heels and came closer to him, speaking in a serious tone. "Do you remember? The time we met at the get-together after you were discharged from the military?" The question caused a memory to suddenly flood Jinhu's head. "Ah, that night, we met again for the first time after breaking up." He replied gently, "I remember vaguely." "Why?" Siona looked straight at him. "What happened after that day?" He was surprised. "Huh." She continued, "Jinhu, you are not the person I used to know anymore. What are you hiding?" The statement made Jinhu silent. His voice lowered. "What does it have to do with you?" Siona was confused. "Huh?" Jinhu replied coldly. "What does it have to do with you either?" Siona was stunned when she heard Jinhu's harsh words. The thoughts in Jinhu's head were revealed. "It is what I discovered when dating her. Yoon Sona is very sensitive. It is more like intuition than logical judgment." Then, an image of Siona flashed by in an encounter. He continued to think, "I think that ability was already very impressive. But for someone who is now a stranger, it only brings discomfort." Thinking of that, he suddenly spoke up with a decisive voice. "What we had was a long time ago, so perhaps I am not the person you used to know anymore." Siona stopped, intending to say more, but a clear voice rang out. "Senior, did you do well on the exam? Now that the test is over, do you want to go somewhere?" As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to Siona and said, "Excuse me, I will borrow Senior Jinhu Sunbae for a while." Siona paused for a moment and nodded lightly. "Let us talk later." After speaking, she turned and walked away. When Siona's figure disappeared, Yuri smiled playfully at Jinhu. "I just saved you, Senior." Jinhu could only smile awkwardly. In his heart, he thought, another sensitive person. Yuri continued to ask with excitement, "Today is the start of the vacation. Do you have any plans?" "Any plans?" Jinhu replied calmly. "I'm going on a trip with a friend." Yuri was curious. "With who? Where are you going?" Jinhu replied quickly, "With a friend to America." At the same time, in a corner of the schoolyard, two male students had observed the entire event. The young man in white turned and asked, "Is that the Kang Jinhu you mentioned?" Junhyung nodded in confirmation. "That is right." The other person frowned and commented, "He is really a strange guy. Before enlisting, I heard his family went bankrupt." The one who spoke was Hwang Guisang, a student in the literature department. Junhyung's voice was full of contempt as he continued. "Now he is living in a house in Gangnam with a friend. The sister of that friend is the director of the Golden Gate Korean branch. Suddenly he is driving a foreign car, and I heard he put 5 million won in front of the son of the owner of the fried chicken shop." Guisang laughed contemptuously. "People say he is close to the CEO of K company through the club. To say they are doing that just because they are close juniors, even a dog passing by would laugh." Junhyung laughed and shook his head slightly. "That senior named Park Sang-yeop is shady too." Jusang raised his eyebrows. "Really? He was in debt to gangsters, and dropped out of school. So who would invest money in him?" Speaking of this, Jusang's eyes shone with curiosity. His voice lowered as if pondering. "Kang Jinhu, Park Sang-yeop. Oh Taekyu, oh Hyunju. If what you said is true, then Kang Jinhu is surrounded by the hottest names in the financial world recently." Junhyung laughed and replied, "That is all I could investigate within my ability. If I found this much with just a brief search, then if it were your father, the prime minister, he could probably dig deeper." Hearing that, Gyusang smirked. "I understand. I think my father would be interested too." A few days later, Jinhu and Taekyu began their journey to America. As soon as the plane took off, Taekyu said excitedly, "We really did it, huh? First class on a 10.5-hour flight to America. So I am going to take a nap." Jinhu smiled and replied, I will read the documents myself then." As he spoke, he opened the stack of documents in his hand, his eyes scanning each line. In his head, thoughts appeared according to the data that Sister Hyunju has organized. Recent trends in the automotive industry are changing. Because of car-sharing services, the co-development formula is gradually collapsing. The position of traditional car companies is being shaken. As soon as the main factory stops operating, all the subcontractors are affected in a chain reaction, not only leading to mass unemployment, but in the worst-case scenario, the local economy could collapse. In this process, mergers, acquisitions, and closures are accelerating, and it is predicted that the top 5 companies will take over the market. Among the companies currently holding the leading positions in this fierce and vast market capitalization, total consumption volume, ranking 5th, it is Yunsung Motors. Jinhu sighed softly and put down the documents. He leaned back in his seat and gently placed his hand on his forehead, thinking, I knew about this, but the scale of the opponent is really too large. Yet I do not feel weak at all. It must be because of the trump card we got from Yusung Motors. After a long flight, they finally set foot in America. As soon as they came out of the airport, a Golden Gate employee was already waiting to greet them. As soon as the man saw the two, he walked over and greeted them friendly. This way, please. Thank you for coming all the way here. I am Henry Smith. Jinhu immediately stepped forward and shook his hand politely. Nice to meet you, I am Kang Jinhu. Taekyu also bowed slightly and said, I am Oh Taekyu, I look forward to working with you. Henry nodded and continued. Director Chase Southwell has instructed us to be in charge of security and guide you. Jinhu smiled and replied, I heard before flying, thank you in advance. Henry continued with a kind voice, you must be tired, how about we go rest first? But Jinhu shook his head, no, let us go straight there. There is no need to delay any longer. Taekyu, behind him, sharpened his eyes. It is time to confirm the results of the automatic hunt. After a distance of movement, they also arrived Karo's headquarters and research and development center. As soon as they arrived, someone came to greet them. Welcome, Mr. Kang. You have caused quite a stir while you have been away. I was very shocked after reading the article. Those words came from CEO Daryl Sengen. Jinhu, hearing those words, calmly replied, ah, the article about Brexit, we were lucky. Daryl chuckled, I was also worried that the owner would be changed. The current owner is the best thing that has ever happened to Karos. Hearing that, Taekyu burst out laughing. We just invest money, we do not do anything else. Hearing that, Daryl also laughed heartily. Actually, it is because you guys do not do anything that the development is going smoothly. Compared to the time when Yunsung Motors interfered to the point where we could not move, the environment now is the best. After walking for a while, Jinhu asked as if seeing something, what are they doing over there? Taekyu looked around with wide eyes, it is all computers. Daryl spoke up and explained, these are virtual driving simulation devices. We have run tests for more than 3 billion miles on virtual roads. As he spoke, he pointed to the array of computers operating non-stop, his eyes full of pride. Like this, you can feel free to visit after the meeting. After a brief introduction, Daryl finally led them to the meeting room. The meeting room is this way, please come in. As soon as he entered, he introduced, this is a representative from ODEK. Immediately Ryan Gates and Sari Jovanovic stepped forward to greet. Long time no see. Immediately, the surrounding employees began to whisper about Jinhu and Taekyu. Realizing that the atmosphere was a bit strange, Taekyu leaned over and said to him, their reaction seems a bit indifferent. What is wrong? Jinhu whispered back, they are probably surprised that I am so young and came to report management. I am still at the age where I can do an internship. Soon after, Sari began to report the financial report from CFO. This is the report for April and May. Please refer to page 4 for the basis of these expenditures. After listening for a while, he leaned over and whispered to him, he is talking too much, just to say that they did not earn a penny and are running out of money. He nodded secretly in his heart. A company either makes money or burns money. Currently, Karos is the latter type. Initially, Karos was valued at $100 million, but after negotiations, it was reduced to $88 million. The remaining $12 million was used for development, but in less than a year the development budget was exhausted. Karos is currently like pouring water into a bottomless pot. Now I understand why Yunsung Motors abandoned them. If it were not for my foresight, I would have given up too. Next, Ryan reported the progress of development from C0. If completing it is 100%, then our current technology is at 95%. Hearing that, Taekyu sighed and raised his hand. At that level, it is almost done. Daryl then spoke up. God is in the details. With the current autonomous driving system, just a small deviation in the sensors can cause a major accident. Our goal is absolute safety and perfect control of the car. It is the details that catch the smallest errors that are important. Jinhu nodded and quickly asked, that is a beautiful philosophy for creating a masterpiece, but at that pace, will commercialization take too long? He spoke up immediately, as if prepared. We have a solution. 3 corporations have contacted us to propose technology cooperation. Jinhu frowned. I guess they have conditions. Daryl nodded. They want shares in Karos. His expression darkened slightly and asked again, what do you think? Daryl replied calmly, no matter how high quality the software is, if there is no hardware to run it, it is useless. In that sense, this is indeed a welcome proposal. He looked down, thinking silently. If we cooperate with a large corporation, a small company like Karos will only be seen as a component. Thinking that, he looked up and asked decisively, what if we refuse? Sari replied quickly, they will immediately put pressure on us. Cooperation between car companies and technology companies is inevitable. We need to quickly finalize a partner and complete the development. We are currently leading, but with a depleted development budget. If we remain alone, it is only a matter of time before others catch up. Maintaining face can cause us to miss the opportunity for commercialization. After listening to Sari's presentation, Jinhu fell into contemplation. It seems they have already discussed the matter internally, about how many shares to transfer and how to cooperate. However, he interlaced his fingers and began to speak. Thank you everyone for your input, but I have no intention of transferring any shares. That statement made everyone stunned. An employee of Karos spoke up, is that Mr. Kang's personal decision? Someone else spoke up. I want to hear from the CEO. We do not have any other options. Jinhu's voice rang out again. We have a choice, a way to not depend on large corporations, or be thrown away when we are no longer of use. His eyes shone with determination. On the big screen, the number 33 trillion appeared. A glass of wine was placed under the broken chain. He paused for a beat, then his voice rang evenly. We will manufacture cars ourselves. Daryl asked in shock. What do you mean? He explained, literally. We have the software, so instead of being led by hardware companies, we will make our own hardware. Hearing him say that, the employees below huddled together to discuss. Manufacturing cars is no joke. We do not have the technology, money or time. Taekyu spoke up, but we have money. Sari retorted, manufacturing cars requires a huge amount of money. He replied unflinchingly, a lot of money. Sari was stunned. Do you mean increase investment? Should we share specific financial information? Before he could finish speaking, Daryl stopped him. Wait, do not interrupt him. A mysterious smile appeared on Taegyu's face. In Daryl's head, a past scene suddenly flashed. I can't say the details, but his opinion is very valuable and insightful. Mr. Kang will arrange that part, so listen to what he has to say. Jinhu then spoke up, as Mr. Oh said, we have a lot of money. Now all that is missing is manufacturing technology and time. He thought in his heart, if it was before Brexit, technology cooperation would be the solution. But currently, we have about $30 billion in cash. He said confidently. But now, buying an existing car company will solve the problem. Daryl exclaimed in shock. So that means, Jinhu explained slowly. I know it sounds absurd. I will explain the details later. To be clear, this is not my personal opinion, but the CEO's. The meeting ended in a heavy but thoughtful atmosphere. When Jinhu and Taegyu returned to the hotel, the sky had changed color. As soon as they entered the lobby, Taegyu exclaimed in surprise. Wow, that is impressive. Jinhu was also very surprised. This place is too big for the two of us. Seeing their reaction, Henry said with a smile, I am glad you like it. If you need anything, just tell me anytime. Jinhu replied, thank you Henry. As soon as Henry left, Taegyu leaned back on the sofa. With a room like this in this area, the price must be around $10,000 a night. He glanced around and replied, because we are VIP guests of Golden Gate, so we are treated so well. Taekyu looked at Jinhu and asked, so have you thought about which car company to buy? Hearing that, he replied softly, the money seems to be more than enough, but because the car company has a great impact on the local economy, in addition to the contract between the two parties, it also needs government approval. Depending on the situation, the government may actively support it, but once you invest, it means it is hard to withdraw. He sighed, thinking. He lay on the sofa looking at him, but if the goal is Yunseong Motors, then is not it impossible not to cooperate with other companies and compete? Hearing that, Jinhu replied, when Tizola first made electric cars, traditional car companies ridiculed it in every way, but when the electric car market opened up, Tizola has grown rapidly, and the market value has become a threat to Yunseong Motors. Autonomous driving technology will change the world even more than electric cars, and if we did not have money, it would be different, but since we have enough investment capital, there is no need to share it with other companies, right? After listening to his explanation, Taekyu nodded in agreement. Of course, it would be great if we both made the software and the hardware, like Intel. He looked at him and said, it is not that we can't become like that. Suddenly, he changed his tone and said as if something very important. But now there is something even more important. We will. What are we eating tonight? He said in a calm voice. I already told Henry. I will call him. A moment later, Henry was present to take them to dinner. He introduced, I found a good steak restaurant. I bet you will like it. Taegyu oohed with interest. When the elevator opened, Henry suddenly spoke up. And my grandfather is nearby. If it is not a bother, could he join us for dinner? Hearing the offer from Henry, Jinhu spoke up and replied, of course. Then we will treat you two to dinner. Taegyu chimed in from behind. I do not mind. Henry looked straight at Jinhu. Thank you for the offer. The night in San Francisco might be a little cold, so let us drive there. A moment later, they were at the steak restaurant. Henry led them into the restaurant. The reserved table is on the second floor. Taegyu looked around with interest. It smells so good. After settling down, a waiter appeared and asked, how would you like your main course? Taegyu quickly said, meat of course. The signature steak, please. Jinhu also continued, me too. The waiter asked again, how would you like it cooked? Taegyu was a bit strange hearing the question. We have to choose that too. Just make it delicious. An old back appeared. Henry provided a solution for Taegyu to enjoy the true taste of the steak here. I suggest medium rare. Taegyu nodded in agreement. Sounds good. I will order that. A hand gently patted Henry's back. It has been a long time, Henry. Henry, after seeing clearly who it was, immediately stood up and introduced. Welcome, this is my grandfather. The two opposite him heard that and immediately stood up to greet. Oh Taegyu, Kang Jinhu, it is a pleasure to meet you. The old man, as soon as he heard Jinhu's name, immediately looked happy. Meeting the CEO of OTTK company is exciting. Jinhu was slightly startled. Does he know my identity? He continued. I have heard a lot about you two from my friend, Southwell. Jinhu thought Chase Southwell. Henry said with some embarrassment, bowing his head. I knew about it. I should have said it from the beginning. Please forgive me. He thought. So that is how it is. He forced a smile and said, I am also very happy to meet you. James Clark Goldman. James oohed at hearing that. Taegyu on the side looked over curiously. Is he someone you know? That name sounds familiar. Jinhu explained. He is the CEO of Golden Gate. Hearing Jinhu's explanation, he shouted in surprise. So you are sister's boss. He took off his coat while saying, indeed, your intuition is amazing. You are the first to find out so quickly. I wonder how. He looked straight at him and said, my source of information sharing with you two is the director of the Asian branch, someone I trust extremely. Although this coincidence is really rare, I have learned to see things without prejudice from a close senior. As he spoke, he remembered Sangya. James clapped his hands and praised. Even in that short moment, your answer is very sharp. Since today is a happy day, why do not we raise a glass together? When the steaks were served, he continued, when Southwell said you two were coming to America, I could not sit still. I rushed to fly here because I was so eager to meet you two that I forgot about my old age. Jin-Hoo thought. He arranged for Henry to be our guide from the beginning, and now we are sitting here, after flying across the Americas to meet him. It is hard to believe that a legendary investor would go so far for us. Suddenly James spoke up. I must confess that I am a little hesitant to talk about your achievements outside. What you two have done is really impressive. He quickly continued. Thank you for the excessive praise. Compared to the achievements of the reclusive investor, what we do is nothing. James wondered. Reclusive investor. Do you know why I avoid appearing in public and avoid the media? Well, this is a secret that only close people can know. Jin-Hoo thought about the secret of the legendary investor Goldman. He covered his mouth and said, actually, I am not good at investing at all. I do not have a knack for analyzing the market. My investment intuition is also very bad, he said with an unbelievable face. Sir, what do you mean? James continued, I also do not understand what ABS, CDO and MBS are. Tagyu, as if finding a comrade, raised his glass of wine and said, I completely understand that feeling. He cut a piece of steak while saying at some point, everything just operates in a way that I can't understand anymore. When I was young, the principles of financial products were extremely simple. In front of the public or the media, I often do not know what to say, so I chose to hide myself, and before I realized it, they had called me the reclusive investor. He spoke up and asked, what about predicting the Plaza Agreement and betting on the yen? James shrugged. That was the decision of Nakamoto, the president of the Japanese branch at the time. Jin-Hoo continued to ask, what about buying the downtown buildings at cheap prices after the Asian financial crisis? He replied calmly, that was Chase's idea, the director of the Asian branch. Jin-Hoo's voice continued to ring out with questions. What about selling bonds right before the Gulf War? James replied softly, that was Dimitri's role. As I said, I do not have the talent for investing. However, I am confident in my ability to see people. He cupped his hand as if it were a pair of binoculars and looked straight at Jin-Hoo. When I meet and talk to someone, I can somewhat judge whether they are trustworthy or not. Jin-Hoo rested his chin on his hand, thinking, so Goldman's real talent is strategy. I mean, even the attack on the British foreign exchange market was planned by Stanley Druckenmiller, but people only remember George Soros. James continued, thanks to the meal today, I think I have met another excellent investor, Mr. O, who is no less excellent. The words had just ended when both Jin-Hoo and Henry revealed an unbelievable expression. He turned the binoculars to Taegyu, who was eating. Tagyu, who was eating, revealed a puzzled expression. Me. James circled his hand over his eyes, looking through the circle of his hand and said thanks to the meal and the conversation today. He continued, it seems we have found another person. Jin-Hoo and Henry both paid attention to his words. An outstanding investor no less than Mr. Kang. Henry's vision was directed at Taikyu. He said, Mr. Oh. He asked in surprise, me. James asked, was not it Mr. Oh, who first recognized Mr. Kang's talent? Jin-Hoo replied, that is right. Then he recalled, if Taikyu had not actively contacted me first. The flashback of him thumping his chest saying, I will personally guarantee it, in the name of Taikyu. He pointed at Jin-Hoo and said, your vision is real. He was speechless at the time. Around Taikyu radiated an aura of money. Let us step into the world of investors together. Then Jin-Hoo continued to think, if he had not given up part of his shares and given me the position of CEO, he said leisurely, all right, if that is what you really want. Taikyu sat cross-legged and said, you take 8. The two shook hands and made an agreement in a happy atmosphere. Jin-Hoo continued to think, I would not have been able to go this far. James sat at the table, interlacing his fingers and said, I am truly envious of the relationship between you two. Living to this age I realize. Jin-Hoo pondered, investing in people, a cliché often heard at luxury events, but when said by the longtime CEO of Golden Gate, it really carries weight. He thought about a special saying that Chase once said, if you meet those two, you will not only get good customers, but also good friends. He held out his glass and said, I completely agree with him. Can I consider you two as friends? Jin-Hoo secretly asked, what if you stood on our side? He also held out his glass and said, we feel the same way. Henry raised his glass and suggested, let us raise a glass together. Jin-Hoo was still a little hesitant, thinking, I still do not know if my investment in talent is going in the right direction, but there is one thing I'm sure of. The four clinked glasses together. Then he thought, becoming friends with Goldman is definitely a good investment. In a liquor store, meticulously arranged with a neat row of bottles, before his eyes was a table showing the ability to interact with prominent figures. Golden Gate CEO proposed to be friends accounting for 73%. Susong Electronics Lim Jinyong said there was good news accounting for 23%. While Idol Park Rina cried and begged to meet and Idol Lee Chaewon said she wanted to confess each accounting for only 2%. Taekyu smiled reluctantly. This is clearly a situation like in the movies. He offered an opinion. We need a car model that can be equipped with Kairos software, preferably an electric car to take full advantage. Jin-Hoo hesitated slightly and asked, but that company is expensive, right? Also, if we show interest, the price will increase. He continued to offer his point. The electric car line now only sells about 1 million units a year, so gasoline-powered cars will still dominate for a while. Jinhu judged, luckily our technology is also compatible with cars using internal combustion engines. A chart of the expansion strategy shows two factories with connecting streams of light, a gasoline engine factory with green tones and an electric car factory with modern blue tones. A clear strategy was outlined. We should start by buying an internal combustion engine car company, and then expand later. Tagyu, while drinking coffee, asked again, so that means hitting the existing market first, right? He confirmed, that is right, just integrating the technology is enough to have a competitive advantage. He asked again, we will also launch in South Korea, right? But he did not quite agree, it is difficult. Taekyu asked, why? Jinhu replied, because of the law. Currently self-driving cars are still illegal in South Korea. He slacked loudly and asked again, so when will it be legal? He looked at the report and said, when Yunsung Motors develops it. Taekyu asked in surprise, huh? Jinhu recounted, laser headlights were also banned before, but once Yunsung successfully developed them, the law will be adjusted again. The production line in the factory with the new technology packages is shipped straight from Yunsung's machines to the government for approval, then converted into laws to be applied. He concluded with a sharp judgment, it is basically a type. Taekyu snorted, it is definitely Yonsung. Anyway, do you see any companies with the potential to buy? Jinhu leaned back, holding the report he was reading and said, no, there is nothing. The companies that are being sold are either bankrupt or do not have solid technology. Hearing that, he said, that is right, no one sells a company with a bright future. Suddenly Jinhu heard a noise. A voice came from outside the door. I am Henry. Are you too busy? He replied, no, please come in. He handed a letter and said, my grandfather asked me to give this to you. Tagyu curiously walked over to look and asked, huh? Jinhu looked at the letter and praised, that is really classic. Henry explained that, he likes the analog style, you know. He continued, he said this is a small suggestion for a friend who is having trouble. He wondered in surprise, a suggestion from Goldman. The sunset was fiery red outside the mansion. Henry instructed, take your time reading it. Call me if you need anything. Jinhu replied, thank you Henry. Taekyu asked him, what does the letter say? On the table was an envelope that had been opened. Jinhu replied, it is not very long. His eyes suddenly stopped, revealing a look of surprise as he was reading the letter. Seeing that, he asked, what is wrong? He looked at the TV remote that was placed on the table. What is wrong? Taekyu asked urgently when he saw Jinhu hurriedly pick up the remote and press to turn on the TV. On the TV screen, Ronald was angrily pointing his finger at the sky and saying, they are stealing our jobs. Below the TV was information that the person speaking was Republican presidential candidate Ronald Stamper. Taekyu exclaimed, startled. He thought back to James's words. Living to this age, I realize there is nothing more certain than investing in people. Jinhu continued to immerse himself in each line he had just read in the letter. I heard you are interested in the automotive industry. If so, you should keep an eye on the election in America. From a friend. Then Jinhu said, a small suggestion that is so large in scale. Then he thought, he is implying that I should invest in the government that is connected to the automotive industry. Tagyu came closer and asked, just keep track of the election. I know that woman, Diane, the Democratic candidate, right? A series of information introducing Diane was displayed. She is a traditional American politician. Diane's grandfather was once the governor of California. Her father was the mayor of New York. Her brother is currently the governor of New Jersey. She graduated from Harvard, served as a senator and secretary of state, and is now a presidential candidate. He asked, what about her opponent? Ronald Jinhu provided information to Taekyu, a real estate tycoon who transitioned to a businessman. Politically, he is really an outsider. He continued, he promotes his golf resort at rallies, and swears even in debates, basically a rich kid. Hearing that, he asked, why would someone like that become a Republican candidate? A series of information from the past was recounted. During the internal selection phase, his rude remarks attracted more attention than his eloquent speeches. Although he was initially just a marginal candidate, he stood out, shocking the Republican Party. To stop him, the Republican Party cut off all funding, announcing that there would be no more money, there would be no further financial support. But he used his own money to win the primary and become the official candidate. Around Ronald is full of money, and just like that, it is now a battle between Ronald and Diane. The image of Ronald arrogantly giving a speech. Diane also resolutely offered her point. Jinhu and Taekyu sat in front of the TV, watching the images of the two and asked, is this a political debate or just an argument? Taekyu pointed and said, maybe because it is not our country, it is quite entertaining. A series of dopamine was released in his head. Jinhu agreed, people say it is real and dramatic. Then he continued, with Ronald making a mess even though he is under the Republican banner. The support base of the parties is changing strangely. He crossed his arms and said, in Chinese history, there is a saying. Jinhu interrupted Taekyu and asked, you read Chinese history too? Taekyu was silent for a moment and replied, I know it from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms game, a map showing the political situation during the Three Kingdoms era. The prominent blue area recorded the name Yuan Shao in the north, while the yellow area in the south was Guandu, where many important changes took place. Below the map was a lead. His advisor Jia Shu said he should follow Cao Cao. In the simple wooden room, two characters sat talking opposite each other at a tea table, one wearing a black cloak, the other looking hesitant. The general spoke, "My lord, the whole world thinks Lord Yuan is the rising force, and Cao Cao is still weak and lacks justice. Why follow?" In another scene, Jia Shu, the famous strategist, revealed his stern face, wearing a coronet and with sharp eyes, turning his head and saying, "Yuan Shao is strong. If we follow him, we will only be pawns in his hand." Behind him was a general listening intently with a surprised expression. Jia Shu continued, "Cao Cao is weak. If we submit, he will value us greatly." Then a cold conclusion rang out, as if deciding the situation. Jia Shu has spoken. Jinhu propped his chin and said, "So if we side with the one who is already strong, people won't value us." Takyu sat cross-legged and replied, "But that is the Three Kingdoms, and in reality we do not have the ability to change anything." Then he pointed to the TV screen which was displaying an image of Diane. "She will win anyway, right?" He agreed to answer. "That is right, she is leading by more than 10%. Jinhu asked, "So should we find a way to meet that friend?" Taikyu asked doubtfully, "Is that possible?" He seemed to realize something. "If we go through Golden Gate or Goldman, maybe." The image of Yeji soaring among the blazing fires, spreading her wings wide, her feathers shining in the dazzling light, as a symbol of vision and sharp strategy, a choice that will change the fate of the whole world. Jinhu realized something in surprise. He spoke up, "Huh?" Taikyu asked back, "What is wrong?" Jinhu's eyes sparkled with a hint of disbelief. "No way, really." Seeing his condition, he exclaimed, "You just saw the election results." Meanwhile, Jinhu's face was still stunned. He shook as he pointed to the TV screen and said that thing. In his mind, the name of that crazy Ronald. Then Jinhu said aloud, "Make America great again." Before his eyes was an image of Ronald triumphantly raising his hand under the American flag, along with the words, "Congratulations, Ronald Stamper wins the US presidency." Jinhu stood up from the sofa and said, "Diane has a huge advantage." Taikyu crossed his arms and asked boredly, "Are there any unexpected variables?" He hesitated and replied, "Variables." Suddenly a light flashed in his head as if realizing something. Could it be us? Jinhu picked up the deck of cards on the table. He reached out and grabbed the hand that was holding the deck, hesitatingly saying, "Wait." Suddenly, the trump card. "Why?" he said, somehow. To explain the situation, "I think the trump card is quite suitable." Taikyu understood. "All right, I understand. If the current presidential election is like a poker game, everyone already has 4 cards, only the final trump card." The image of Diane holding 4 cards in her hand. Ronald also held 4 cards with a triumphant expression. Then he continued, "It makes sense because this is the final stretch of the presidential election. Diane has formed a 4 of a kind. On the table are 4 cue cards, symbolizing the 4 of a kind cue." Hearing that, he asked, "Is not that almost the strongest hand? In order from largest to smallest are royal flush, straight flush, 4 of a kind, full house, flush, straight, 3 of a kind, 2 pairs, 1 pair, no pair, only counting the high card. She is at 4 of a kind." Taikyu then said, "So what is the trump card? What hand is Ronald holding?" Continuing to explain, "That is an organization with potential, but currently there are no pairs. On the table, 4 cards have no pairs. The highest card is K. In the current situation, Diane's victory is certain." Hearing that, he asked again, "So that means the last card is very important?" Jinhu agreed. "Yes, let us boldly draw 3 cards." Taikyu drew 3 cards and sighed. "What is this? Is it good?" On the table are the 2 of spades, 4 of clubs, 9 of diamonds. Jinhu explained, "This is our potential 5 minutes ago. Even if we give Diane any more cards, it is useless because her hand is already 4 cues, while OTK company only had 3 odd cards just now." Then he continued, "Because Diane's 4 of a kind is complete. Conversely, even if we side with Ronald, it may not create a strong enough effect to surpass Diane, because 4 of a kind is already higher than straight, flush, no pair. Even we doubt Ronald's abilities." He did not understand and asked, "So what exactly is it? Is our influence insignificant?" He only speculated, but that is right before this moment. If we see our will as a variable, then this is when we start discussing seriously. Then he spread out the cards. Jinhu continued to explain, "In other words, when our will to participate is realized, the probability of winning increases, and the omen is triggered." His hand pulled out a card from the spread deck. Ironically, based on the activated omen, he held out the card he had just drawn in front of Taikyu, his face stunned by his words, "In our hands." To help Ronald win the election, behind him were 4 cards of 10, J, Q, K, of the same suit. The card in Jinhu's hand was the ace of spades. He said confidently, "It is the situation where we realize we are holding the strongest hand." Taikyu pondered and asked, "Who do you think would be better as president between the 2 of them?" Jinhu replied, "Considering the global economy." He quickly interrupted, "No, not the complex global economy, but for us." He awed and replied, well, Ronald would be better as president. Taekyu did not understand and asked, so what is the problem? Why are you suddenly so serious? Jinhoo's face turned pale and said, you saw it too. If someone like that becomes the president of the United States, the world will be truly chaotic. He suddenly stood up and said, an honest person who used the moment the phone exploded to rob a domestic bank and profit from the foreign exchange market during Brexit. He bowed his head and replied, at least that was not me. Taekyu transformed into a serious gentleman, taking advantage of others in difficulty. Do not you know that is not the behavior of a moral person? Jinhoo replied cautiously, that is right. He pointed and said, in the book Teaching Go, there is a sentence like this. He asked in surprise, you also study Go? Ignoring Jinhoo's question, Taekyu continued, in the comic Hikaru no Go, there is that sentence, live first, then defeat others later. The time to pretend to be a moral person has passed. Think seriously about everything, from Korea to the whole world. What will happen? When he said that, a look of contemplation appeared on his face. Taekyu grinned. First, let us find a way for us to survive, and then we will think about the rest. Jinhoo agreed. That sounds reasonable. Then he continued, of course, because this is a matter that needs caution. It would be better to meet both sides first. At the White House in America, the American flag fluttered in the clear morning sunlight. Diane was being interviewed. Behind her were 4 bodyguards on standby. I am very honored to be talking to the Wall Street Journal. I am very honored to have the opportunity to talk. The presenter shook her hand. Since it may be difficult to meet again later, I will say it in advance. Congratulations on winning the election, Madam President. A thought appeared. Now that we have grasped the initiative, there is no need to get involved with a company with a bad reputation and cause regulation. The campaign fund is already enough. Diane sat in the car, crossing her legs, with a dignified expression. She said to Joel, tell them that the schedule cannot be arranged. He respectfully replied, yes, Madam Diane. The one who answered her was Joel Harriord, the chief strategic advisor on Diane's side. Henry announced, Diane has refused. They said it is difficult to arrange the schedule. Jinhoo crossed his arms and speculated, perhaps they do not want to cause a scandal. It is a pity. Taekyu sat on the sofa, so Diane has been removed from the painting. Joel had a little expectation because of Golden Gate's participation, but it was also outside the prediction. He continued to ask, what about Ronald? Henry replied, he is just campaigning in LA. The map shows the distance between San Francisco and Los Angeles is about 550 kilometers. If traveling by plane, he can spend about 15 minutes before boarding the plane tomorrow evening. He hesitated and asked, but is it really necessary to meet Ronald? His chances of winning do not seem high. Taekyu, hearing that, he also thought so. Yeah, Henry, that is the common opinion now. Jinhoo still said confidently, it will definitely help both of us a lot. You will understand when you meet Ronald. Time until tomorrow evening is quite tight, so let us go right away. A large building with golden lights covering it from top to bottom. At the top of the building was a huge Ronald sign. On the table were 2 phones. Taekyu asked in confusion, do we really have to go this far? Jinhoo and Taekyu were being checked by 2 bodyguards, scanning for metal objects on their bodies. He reassured them, bear with it, you are about to meet the US presidential candidate. Once finished, the 2 were led into Ronald's waiting room. The assistant came in and said, please come inside. Ronald angrily slapped his thigh and asked, because Diane refused, so you came here to see me. He thought, with the scale of the presidential election, it seems like he can easily collect information like that. Then we should assume that Diane's side knew about this meeting. Taekyu, next to him, was gaping, wondering, how does he know? He stood up to greet them as a businessman. I am curious who is CEO TK Company, the one who always causes trouble. I did not expect it to be such a young Asian. Jinhoo sweated nervously, businessman. The word that the media used to mock Ronald, an outsider in politics, and he himself said it. He thought that he thinks politics is also a type of business. But outside, he still happily extended his hand to greet him. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Candidate. He grabbed Jinhoo's hand with great force and replied, well, I am also very happy to meet you. Ronald laughed loudly. This young man does not look like he has any strength. By the way, he asked, who is this friend, as he turned his eyes to Taekyu. Taekyu replied, he is my friend Jinhoo. But before he could continue, Jinhoo interrupted. He is the COO of OTK Company. Taekyu asked Jinhoo softly, when did I become COO? He whispered back, from now on. Ronald sat down on the chair and said, all right, I understand. What is important is the practical benefits. Let us sit down first. Since there is not much time, let us get straight to the point.
What did you come to me for?
Jinhoo said without hesitation, I want to help you in your election campaign, Mr. Candidate. He laughed loudly. You want to side with me? Do you think we are having trouble because we lack campaign funds? Explaining a little bit with Ronald's words, there is a saying that the US presidential election is a money war. When most of the major corporations and wealthy people support Diane, Ronald's side has only half as much money as Diane's side. In reality, we can see that Ronald's current campaign fund is only half of Diane's. Ronald has solved most of the media promotion costs in a very unique way. The sources are released, for example, that candidate should be imprisoned, contemptible, the media is the enemy of the people. People see that news on their phones and have to exclaim, oh my god. By constantly making controversial statements on social media and in campaign rallies. When the media criticizes that there is too much misinformation, Ronald's side counterattacks fake news. During the process of the media refuting such as presenting evidence and verified timelines, Ronald's side increases their recognition, as if any advertising activity is good activity. If you were going to sponsor, you should have come earlier. Jinhu refuted his words. I came not to give money but to bring something more important. Ronald asked in surprise, something more important. What is it? The image of him winning the election, shouting, victory, Ronald Stamper wins the presidential election. He calmly replied, victory in the election. Jinhu continued, but you already know that you are currently at a disadvantage. If the situation continues, you will lose to Diane. The bodyguards standing guard still have cold and serious faces. His assistant immediately spoke up. You should be careful with your words. Ronald pointed at him and said, you are the one who knows best that the polls are meaningless. Right, Jinhu spoke up. Your actual approval rating is indeed a little higher, but it is still not enough to beat Diane. Tagyu, sitting next to him, scratched his head in agreement. He narrowed his eyes, tried to say, how are you going to bring me victory? He continued to make a suggestion, related to the core commitment in your campaign. Jinhu continued, you once said, I will revive the collapsing American manufacturing industry and create jobs for Americans. He confirmed his words, that is why I'm running for president. He continued to offer his point. It is as old as the hills for politicians to make empty promises when campaigning. Diane is also attacking, saying that it is an impossible promise to fulfill. Taekyu, next to him, was sweating like a river. Ronald's assistant shouted angrily, hey, that is enough. He reminded, all I hear is negativity. Jinhu sat there without saying anything. Ronald's assistant continued to scold. Do you know that he has to campaign for votes in a land 100 times larger than your homeland? Do you know how precious every minute of a candidate is? He set aside 15 minutes, and you came just to criticize subjectively. He lowered his eyes and put his hand to his mouth, indicating that he should be silent. Jinhu remained calm. I am talking to him as the CEO of OTK company. I'm just talking about the core issues in order to use these 15 minutes meaningfully. He asked coldly. So which side is interrupting and hindering twice? As a businessman, it is quite annoying. Ronald laughed loudly. That is right, we are doing business. What do you want to say? With his permission, he continued, about that empty promise. The promise revive manufacturing and create jobs for Americans. If you really want to do it, just speak up. Jinhu confidently made a suggestion. I can make it a reality immediately. Behind him was an image of the Rust Belt and the Ace of Spades. He continued, with the amount of cash I have in my hands. He flashed a light and asked, what? Outside the mansion, a loud voice asked, supporting Ronald. From the side of the computer screen, the voice continued to ask in surprise. Are you crazy? Taekyu said softly, sister, calm down. Hyunju ignored his words. The media is in an uproar. What were you thinking when you met Ronald? Taekyu spread out 5 cards. If we compare the presidential election to a poker game, in the computer screen her voice still rang out. Why did you suddenly launch the trump card, and without listening to him talk about the 5 cards, put that down right now? Taekyu fearfully obeyed. Yes. He sullenly turned his face away. It was Jinhu who decided. Why are you blaming me? Hyunju continued to ask. Do you understand how the US presidential election works? Jinhu sat next to him silently, not speaking. A look of helplessness appeared on his face, smiling slightly. Jinhu narrated, not only revealing information to the press. Now I need to make a statement in the direction of spreading conspiracy theories. Using someone without spending a penny for advertising, that is a true businessman. Jinhu said to Hyunju. He said he would invest in the automotive industry. So why interfere in another country's election? She replied. The US market is so important. Ellie, sitting next to Hyunju, smiled awkwardly. He continued. If Ronald wins, having a production base in America will be a huge advantage. Hyunju angrily pointed her finger. That is only if Ronald becomes president. Exactly. Jinhu held the newspaper with a happy face and replied. Ronald will become president. Ellie said timidly. That is nonsense. On the other side, he asked, have I ever said anything wrong? Hyunju shouted, looking at the current approval rating, you can still say that. He gently explained, the popular vote does not mean becoming president. The US uses the electoral college system, meaning the people vote through electors elected through elections, and then continue to elect the president. Based on the survey, Diane is expected to win 350 electoral votes. How can Ronald steal 80 votes from her? Hyunju asked in confusion. Jinhu, are you serious? Jinhu replied, Diane will win the national popular vote. He continued, but Ronald will win the presidency. There is one factor. The total electoral votes of the Rust Belt is 140. The Rust Belt is leaning towards Ronald. Ronald was actively appealing to many people and reporters. Detroit used to be the manufacturing symbol of the American industry. But what about now? American car companies are collapsing. Are people not going to drive anymore, switching to riding horses? I know the reason, and you know it too. He continued, Japanese and Korean car companies sell millions of vehicles each year in the US. At the same time they do not buy American cars, so why should we buy their cars? Under the American flag fluttering in the wind his words continued, what has the Democratic Party done in the past 8 years? They have ruined America. And yet Diane shakes hands with Wall Street financiers and talks about the future of America. Ronald slammed his hand on the table. She is a liar. But a voice from below echoed, "He is the liar." Hearing that voice, Ronald spoke, "It seems that the young lady over there wants to say something to me." The world, a woman holding a sign that said "Ronald, get out," she said loudly, "You also associate with financiers." Then she shouted, "You are no different. You are also a liar." Ronald calmly replied to her, "That is right, as the rumors say, I met the CEO of OTK company." The people below stirred, "Is that true?" The reporters all pointed their cameras at him and uttered insults. "I am disappointed in you, Ronald."
Get out, Ronald.
He still calmly continued, "I met them," continuing to recount, "and I asked them for help." The people below did not understand what he was saying. Ronald angrily slammed the podium. "You people say I'm receiving campaign funds. The media is a bunch of scammers. Do not believe anything they say." He clenched his fist, showing determination. "What I received was not campaign money. It was a single commitment. I received a firm commitment from OTK company." Both of his fists were clenched, that they will invest $20 billion in the American automotive industry. "We will restart the closed factories in Detroit." The people below stirred, wondering if it was possible. The faces of the people became bewildered. Ronald's words still rang out. "We will recruit the unemployed, reopen the shops and restaurants, and restore this city. If the Democratic Party has turned this place into a decaying industrial city, then I will turn it into a city of light." The woman then spoke up. "A commitment, lying. Once you win, you will pretend you never promised anything. What guarantee is there that you will keep your word?" Ronald replied, lying. "You do not believe me. Then let me invite someone who can prove that what I say is true." Butler walked up at Ronald's introduction. "Please welcome the governor of Michigan, Hubble Butler." Someone below asked, "Butler?" The people wearing red hats spoke up. It is really Butler." The blonde people next to him replied, "But Butler is a Democrat. Why is he at Ronald's rally?" Butler cleared his throat sternly. "Everyone." He spoke up and confirmed, "Everything Ronald just said is true." In the joyful cheers of the people, Butler continued, "The state government is currently negotiating with OTK company, and the investment will begin immediately. I will take the lead in restoring Detroit, supplying candidate Ronald." Ronald now raised his hand to the sky and said, "From this moment, there is only one principle." Ronald now raised his hand to the sky and said, "From this moment, there is only one principle in America." He raised his hand high and shouted, "America first." The people below also responded in unison. Everyone shouted, "Ronald, Ronald Stamper." On the other side, people also cheered his name, Ronald Stamper. From within the TV, the cheering of everyone was still ringing out, "Make America great again." The TV was turned off. Taek-yu sighed, "No joke." He sat cross-legged on the sofa, feeling like he was at an idol concert. Jin-Hoo crossed his arms and legs and said, "No wonder he became the Republican candidate. He played the card I gave him in a spectacular way." Taek-yu asked doubtfully, "Can Ronald really win?" He replied, "The distance will still be there, but this could be a turning point." Jin-Hoo leaned his head back comfortably. Now, how will Diane react? On Diane's side, she slammed her fist on the table and thought, "You bastards. Did they run to Ronald's side just because I refused to meet?" She frowned. "I should have checked what cards they were holding. I never thought a trivial investment company could become such a big variable." Joel reported to Diane, "The atmosphere in the Rust Belt is becoming very strange. We should go there and deal with it, even if we have to change the schedule." Diane stood up and replied, "No, we give up the Rust Belt. We only need to maintain the states we are leading it. Public opinion is still supporting us." She walked quickly, "Just proceed with the campaign in Florida as planned." Joel called after her, "Diane." A bright morning sun shone down on Caro's headquarters. A modern high-rise glass building nestled among green hills. In front was a square shaded by coconut trees. Luxurious cars coming and going. The grounds were neatly trimmed. A fountain in the center as a symbol of the continuous development of the rising automotive technology group. Jin-Hoo was intently looking at his phone, his face cold. On the screen was a post that was being followed by hundreds of thousands of people by Ronald. "She completely abandoned the Rust Belt." The post has attracted over 329,300 likes. He pondered and muttered, "So she finally went to Florida. That was a wrong decision." Jin-Hoo continued to think, she should have rushed to the Rust Belt, even if she had to cancel everything. At least that way, she could keep the trust of the workers in Michigan. In a meeting room, Jin-Hoo was standing at the front presenting. Everyone has probably heard about the $20 billion investment from OTK into the American automotive industry. One of our shareholders is currently negotiating with the government of Michigan. His plan is, we will keep the research lab here, but we'll move the headquarters to Detroit. Daryl asked, "What do you mean?" Ryan continued, "If it is to cooperate with the car company that OTK is acquiring, there are still many other options." Jin-Hoo denied, "Not cooperate. From now on, that is no longer necessary." Yuri was shocked. Yao exclaimed, "No way." Sergey cried out, "No, we can't end like this." Daryl spoke up, "Do you mean we are being acquired, being placed under the authority of a manufacturing company?" But he said, "On the contrary." A look of surprise appeared on his face. Jin-Hoo said confidently, "The car company is not being acquired by OTK company, but is being acquired by Karos. Do you all understand what that means?" Daryl sweated, thinking, if the transaction is approved, Karos's valuation will exceed $20 billion. In reality, it is about $22,000 billion. His voice rang out, "The reason I made this decision," now his face was full of confidence, "is because I see everyone's determination to develop, even in adversity. I believe everyone will do it. Sergey asked hesitatingly. You said that this is Mr. Kang's decision, so does that mean that you have authority? Jinhu odd. Do not worry, my decision is also OTK's decision. He still did not understand. What do you mean? Taekyu stood up. Perhaps it is time to reveal it. Yuri sitting next to him wondered, not understanding. He spoke up, sorry for only saying it now. All three of Daryl, Ryan and Sergey were shocked. No way. I vaguely guessed it, but still, Jinhu admitted that. That is right, I am the CEO of OTK company, and next to me is COO Taegyu. I always wanted to have a dramatic CEO reveal like in the movies. To the amazement of Yuri and Yao, he continued, our management policy will not change. Make the car that everyone wants. The future where Karos cars run on every street. Then he asked Daryl, who was clenching his hands tightly. Can you do it, Daryl? He calmly replied, definitely, I won't let you down. Jinhu fell into thought. The Decacorn Prophecy, a private startup valued at over $10 billion of Karos that we saw during the first meeting. Not seeing him reply, he said, then I will take that as agreement. Jinhu announced Karos's capital will be raised to $20 billion. The board will have 54% of the shares. Everyone stirred, 4%, and continued with his thought from just now, a self-fulfilling prophecy. He asked again, does anyone object? With such shares, the value of ownership increases sixfold. Everyone said in unison, no. Daryl shook Jinhu's hand. I look forward to working with you. In that context, to continue moving forward, we have to lead the industry ourselves, not just rely on outsourcing or cooperation. Karos is an American company, and the CEO is also American, so it will create more goodwill with the American market than an investment company like OTK. Taekyu grinned. In this situation, should not the owner send a message? Jinhu Oud had asked, what should I send? He replied, pizza. Why is pizza America? Jinhu brought up a name of a type of pizza. If we are talking about the best pizza in Silicon Valley, it is definitely M Pizza. Taekyu shouted, that is the company we invested in before. Hearing that, he thought, we should try it right. Taekyu was pondering about something. He wondered, do major shareholders get a discount? Jinhu smiled and said, or should I try to ask if we can get one? Outside the mansion, a voice rang out. Chrysler. At the dining table, Henry and Jinhu were discussing. Jinhu spoke up, PTA Group is being sold, but it has not been sold in 3 years. Taekyu lay on the sofa playing games and asked, what is PTA Group? Henry was still continuing the conversation. If we explain it chronologically then, Chrysler was sold to a private company after a failed merger with Daimler Group. Then PS took over Chrysler, a company which could only hold on thanks to a bailout package. And so PTA was founded. Taekyu, holding a tablet, did it while doing said. PS is also a pretty big company. How did two large car groups fail to merge? Why do they want to sell? He replied. PS also could not stand firm in the European market. When both companies were struggling to merge with each other, failure was understandable. But looking at the sales figures, it was not that bad, he asked. He slowly explained, because the brands in the group do not use the same platform or components, the profits are quite low. The parts between the car lines are not compatible with each other. Brand diversity is both a strength and a costly burden. Jinhu continued to provide information. While struggling like that, they only focused on immediate sales, with almost no investment in electric vehicles or self-driving technology. Taekyu asked in surprise, so if Karos buys them? He confirmed. Exactly. Negotiations on the location of the factory seem to be progressing well, so let us join Hunju's team. While typing, he said, Henry, can you check the earliest flight to Detroit for me? But Henry said, no need. The benefits from his side gradually appeared. I have arranged for everyone to be able to travel comfortably at any time. Let us go to the airport together. At the airport, Taekyu happily cheered and ran towards the plane. We are really going to Detroit. Jinhu in the back also exclaimed. He said in surprise, a private plane. That is impressive. Thank you for joining us on this flight, Henry. Henry generously replied, feel free to use it anytime. He bowed and said, I am the one who should be thanking you for being able to come with you. My grandfather said to learn as much as possible from you too. Jinhu reminisced and thought, so that is why Goldman gave this task to his grandson. To be honest, he will learn more from Sister Hunju. The plane had spread its wings leading to the vast sky. Taekyu suggested, this plane must cost around 50 billion won, right? Let us buy one too. He sighed with endearment and said, I am not against it, but what is important is whether we will use it. On the plane, Henry asked Taekyu, because it is a long flight, would you like some wine? He leaned his head back and asked, do you have beer? He said excitedly, of course. Actually, I also prefer beer. The three clinked beer cans together, shouting, cheers. Jinhu while drinking asked, you said you majored in philosophy, right, Henry? Henry replied, that is right. Then he asked, why did you choose to study philosophy when you are interested in investment? He slowly recounted that my grandfather said that investing starts with understanding people, and to do that, philosophy is the foundation. Henry continued, speaking of that. There are a few things that I am quite curious about. He asked Jinhu, do you really believe that Ronald can become president? He smiled bitterly and replied, you also think it is a stupid choice, right? Henry lowered his face and pondered, not at all. Thanks to your decision, the presidential election has been completely overturned. I just do not understand everything yet. Then he continued, I am just curious what you saw in Ronald that made you invest in him. Jinhu said slowly, until this year, nothing surprises me anymore. Let us wait and see, something crazy is about to happen. Henry said, I look forward to it. Outside a large building, sunlight shone through every window pane. Jinhu greeted, long time no see. You two are tired, are you okay? Ellie replied with dissatisfaction, I thought I would get to rest a bit after going to America, but Jessica keeps giving me work, so I do not get to relax at all. Hyunju replied wearily, it would be okay if you two did not cause so much trouble. The speed is happening too fast. Just the two of us can't handle it. Jinhu apologized, sorry. She looked at Henry and asked, by the way, this is Henry put his hand on his chest and introduced, Jinhu introduced Henry to the two of them. He is Henry Goldman, the grandson of CEO Golden Gate. Hyunju and Ellie's faces showed surprise. Hyunju quickly introduced herself. I'm Jessica. Oh, the head of the Korean branch. It is a pleasure to meet you. Ellie gave a sweet and cute smile, extending her hand. I am Ellie Kim, a lawyer at the Korean branch. Henry blushed a little and replied, yes. He shook hands with her awkwardly. Very, very nice to meet you. I am Henry. Tagyu whispered in Jinhu's ear. It seems like he fell in love at first sight with Ellie. Jinhu thought, even I can tell. He continued to say, better to be careful. He closed his eyes without replying, thinking, why do I have to? Jinhu asked Hyunju, how is the negotiation with the government of Michigan? She replied, almost done. Then Hyunju continued, we have secured the headquarters and factory location, and the state will take care of the infrastructure. We are also exempt from taxes and receive other support. Jinhu, holding the file. What about PTA? Receiving the answer from her. Their representatives will fly over tomorrow. Hyunju showed a clearly annoyed attitude. It seems like they want to take this opportunity to clean up the inefficient brands and factories. Ellie chimed in, and keep the profitable ones. She continued, the bigger problem is the US presidential election. She said a little angrily, do you even know that the whole world is watching closely? He sweated a little and continued to ask, how is the public opinion in South Korea? Hyunju provided information that everyone thinks that Ronald absolutely should not win. All prominent search information is related to the US presidential election, such as direct topical in-depth analysis of Diane's support wave. Protesting Ronald does not help. Why the public is angry? Jinhu asked boredly, are we talking about ability or the ability to win? Receiving the answer that it was both, he closed his eyes and let it pass, telling himself that she must be angry. Ellie spoke up, with statements about abolishing the Korea-US FTA and increasing the cost of contributions for US troops stationed. How can public opinion be good? I think the only country that supports Ronald is Israel. Henry blushed and spoke up because he is running with an anti-Islamic campaign. Ellie agreed. Exactly. Hyunju put her hand on her forehead and sighed. Thanks to Ronald's mouth, everyone knows that OTK company is the owner of Keros, and so OTK is also suddenly getting attention. Jinhu said, it is like the future American president is promoting friendship with us. Let us look at it positively. He thought, because we decided to face Yunsung Motors, a corporation deeply connected with the Korean political and business world, we also need allies. If he is loudly declaring that he is standing with OTK, then honestly, we should be grateful, she said with a slightly worried face, as long as everything goes according to plan. Jinhu spoke up to reassure her, it will be alright, sister. Just trust me. But Hyunju wrung her hands, looking from a risk management perspective. This time I really want to advise you not to do this. But I know very well, Jinhu, I believe that you have a reason to make such a decision. Ellie also agreed with that statement. I agree with Jessica. It feels a bit uneasy, but like the Brexit incident before, I will trust you. Taekyu grinned. From the beginning, I have been fully supportive. With the agreement from the shareholders, what we need to do is. Then he shouted, support Ronald to win the election, complete the negotiations with the government of Michigan and the location and preferential policies, finalize the negotiation of the acquisition of Chrysler. Suddenly Henry spoke up. Wait a moment, there is a meeting request just sent from Golden Gate. He read aloud the announcement. It is from Diane's campaign. Jinhu listened thoughtfully. Night fell. The stars had appeared in the sky. Outside the building, a series of lights had been turned on. Outside the door, Joel was fastening his coat. The door was opened. Welcome. He came in and greeted. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Joel Harford, senior advisor to candidate Diane. May I ask where is the CEO? Jinhu replied. It seems you have not received the announcement yet. I am Kang Jinhu, CEO of OTK Company. Joel looked at him and assessed him from head to toe. Asian, about 20 years old, black hair, about 1 meter 80 tall, slender, well-built. He hurriedly said, oh, please forgive me. Jinhu also spoke up to greet him. It is all right. We also sent a meeting request before. I am glad we finally met. He replied coldly. I feel the same way. It is a pity we did not meet sooner. The three sat down on the sofa and talked. He spoke first. So, what made you come all the way here? Joel replied quickly. We want to propose a partnership from your side. Jinhu asked, in what way? He said seriously, we appreciate the investments of OTK Company, but she is worried that things are happening too fast. Joel inquired, I believe the agreement with the state government has not been signed yet. Right. He replied, that is right. He quickly asked, so why do not we delay the signing? Jinhu asked back, you want us to break our commitment? Joel replied, no, just postpone it a little. He asked coldly, and what do I get from doing that? Jinhu continued, the majority of governors of the Rust Belt states are Democrats. Candidate Diane intends to remove many restrictions and support autonomous technology to promote the American automotive industry. His thoughts continued. In other words, she will handle the law in a way that is beneficial to Keros. Clearly, they understand why we are involved in this. Joel continued to persuade, if your support for Ronald is purely for economic benefits, then Diane can bring more benefits. Doing business under the protection of the Democratic Party will be much smoother, he continued, and losing a few states in the Rust Belt won't affect the balance of the results. Jinhoo asked back, if you are confident that you are guaranteed to win, why did you come to see me? Joel adjusted his glasses and said, to achieve an absolute victory, my job is to handle the variables to achieve that goal. He confidently thought, if the deputy director of the campaign personally came to handle a variable, then it means that my decision can affect the outcome of the presidential election. Jinhoo spoke up, we came here to discuss business. You can get back money, but if you lose trust, it is over. So I just want to ask one thing. Ellie next to him was dubious. He asked, is candidate Diane a generous person? He replied confidently, as vast as the Mississippi River. If you make an official statement that you are siding with us, we will also announce absolute trust in you. Jinhoo replied, thank you for your answer. Joel's face was full of triumphant confidence, while Ellie was quite worried. He continued his statement, then, I believe candidate Diane will understand. Jinhoo stood up arrogantly and adjusted his coat. I decline. Business, based on trust. Outside the building, the lights shone brightly in the night. In front were the flags of the countries flying in the wind. She asked him, why did you refuse, Jinhoo? Ellie continued, we can negotiate with better conditions now. Jinhoo replied, I do not think they will ignore the voices from the companies supporting the campaign just because of us. He shrugged, there must be quite a few companies holding grudges. Also, you can't trust the words of politicians. Hearing that, she asked, so what about Ronald? He seems more like a businessman than a politician. Jinhoo explained that, he is committed to reviving the manufacturing industry in his campaign. He has led OTK to invest, and has also publicly stated that he will fully support it if he wins the presidential election. That alone is enough to be considered a major achievement for the new president and evidence of his ability as a businessman. Ellie still asked doubtfully, if Diane wins, it will be very difficult to do business in America. He smiled gently and said, Ronald will win. Jinhoo smiled and said, I guess the rumors about today's meeting have spread everywhere. I should call Ronald. He must be feeling anxious, she said worriedly. But what if Ronald becomes president and does not get re-elected? He reassured her and said, that is nothing to worry about, because by then, with confidence, Jinhoo raised his head high and said, OTK company will grow to the point where it does not need to worry about American politics anymore. In the office, the printers were operating at full capacity. He was talking to someone on the phone. Yes, please help me handle that, Senior Sangyap. He replied at the other end, all right, do not worry. By the way, Sangyap spoke up, I am still following your news through Ronald's SNS. Jinhoo was silent for a moment and asked, how is the situation over there? He replied, we have moved into the OTK building. When are you coming back to South Korea? Jinhoo replied happily, once we are done here, we will come back together immediately. Sangyap was not very patient and urged, hurry up. It is boring being alone in South Korea. He agreed, I know. I will tell you everything when we meet. Hyunju handed him a stack of papers and said, check it one last time. This is the agreement. Takyu lay on the sofa and said, have you gotten any sleep, Sister Hyunju? Also, you are not in the office. You can dress comfortably. Hyunju struck a super cool pose, adjusting her glasses and said, I can't relax when I am working. He replied timidly, ah, yes. Jinhoo sweated thinking, Hyunju, and strict self-discipline. I can't learn to live that way. Suddenly, the phone in his hand rang. Strange number. Who is calling? Ellie stood in front and asked, are not you going to answer? He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Could it be a warning call from Diane's campaign, or a threat because I rejected them? She replied, I do not think so. Finally, Jinhoo answered the phone. Hello. At the other end, a voice spoke, long time no see, Mr. Kang. Without letting him wonder for long, the voice introduced himself. This is James. Jinhoo was a little surprised and replied, it is a pleasure to hear from you. Without beating around the bush, he got straight to the point. The political scene in Washington is in chaos because of OTK company. I heard you rejected Diane's offer. He asked hesitantly, what do you think, Mr. James? James gave his point of view. Rationally, Diane is the better choice, but, he continued, people do not always act rationally. If OTK was not siding with Ronald, I would have been sure that Diane would win, but now, I feel shaky. Jinhoo said gratefully, you have helped me a lot. Then he thought, if it were not for him, I would not have been able to meet Ronald. James continued, I am glad I could help you. Actually, I'm calling because I want to ask for a favor. He asked, what is it? It turned out that he wanted to, I want to send Henry to you. I hope OTK can consider it. Jinhoo asked in surprise, what will he learn from me? I have not even graduated, let alone an MBA. James said, having a degree does not mean being smart. Life and investment do not follow textbooks. He asked again, does Henry know about this? Outside, Henry was talking to the bodyguards. He replied, he also wants it. Anyway, it is not every day you get a chance to work with a legendary investor. Jinhoo laughed and replied, I understand. Who knows? I might learn something from him. Coming to the final issue, James said, recently, a lot of information about you has been exposed due to your recent actions. You should start preparing. He leisurely put his hands in his pockets and replied, I understand, thank you for the advice. Taekyu waited for him to finish talking on the phone and then asked, who was that? Jinhu replied, it was James. Speaking of which, he asked him, what do you think about bringing Henry in as an employee of OTK? Taekyu raised his thumb, showing his agreement. Listen, we also need people. Then he continued, a company worth more than 50,000 billion won, with only 3 operating shareholders is too unreasonable. Jinhu also agreed, that is right. Hyunju, who was sitting in front of the computer, spoke, if James Goldman sees him as his successor, then he is definitely not ordinary. Then let us just accept him first. Suddenly Henry appeared and said, I heard everything. It is an honor for me to work with everyone. She came over and shook hands with Henry. Welcome to OTK Company. He also replied happily, I look forward to working with you. Waiting for this opportunity, Hyunju placed a thick stack of documents next to him and said, if so, let us start right away. She assigned the job immediately and always. He will have to work overtime for a while. Henry was very excited. He took off his vest and said, I understand. Just leave it to me. I will try my best if there is anything I can help with. An expression of surprise appeared on Hyunju's face. He went to the stack of documents and asked, should I look through and sort this pile of documents to get acquainted? She was stunned for a moment and replied, all right. Hyunju crossed her arms and watched. He looks useful. His physique is also good. Jinhu stood there observing and sweating, thinking, luckily I am not working under Sister Hyunju. At the Blue House in Korea, white clouds floated lazily in the sky. In front of the grounds of the Blue House were shady trees. President Park Se-young was sitting in the meeting room and said, the director of the National Intelligence Service NIS, Yoon Se-won, director of NIS spoke up. Yes, Mr. President. He said, there has been quite a bit of news in the financial world recently. He asked, are you talking about K Company? Se-young said slowly, the formation of a large global investment group here is indeed a welcome thing however. He looked at the face and said, the initial capital of this company is unclear. I may be suspicious, but, Se-young speculated, we cannot rule out the possibility of North Korean involvement in the funding, right? Se-won was shocked, thinking of the private companies under surveillance. He said hesitantly, it could pose a serious threat to national security. On the table was a file related to the surveillance report of financial companies and the possibility of funding around from North Korea. In the quiet office, there was only a dim light. Se-won sat motionless on the dark leather chair, leaning slightly against the back of the chair, his eyes thoughtfully looking at the table right in front of him. Se-won was immersed in a mixed stream of thought, focusing on something. He thought, there are no signs of espionage activity related to K Company. Of course. With the pressure from the business community after they supported the election, VIP almost had to issue this order. His hand turned quickly like the wind. Every page of the thick document was read through carefully by him. But then, on a certain page, his hand suddenly stopped. His fingertips tightened slightly on the edge of the paper. Se-won's eyes began to change, suddenly widening, his eyebrows frowning, his lips pursed, and then a discordant voice came out. What is this? Information about OTK Company and K Company appeared, 2 names hiding a huge flow of money along with mysterious figures. Established in less than 2 years, profits of about 5 trillion won, a short but overwhelming line. Sang Yeop's image appeared, his calm expression as if hiding many layers of relations that could not be made public. Below was the note, senior-junior university relationship. Regarding the person linked to Kang Jinhu, Taekyu had no recent photos. Jinhu was the agent who frequently contacted during the reporting period. Both were described as alumni, living in the same house, no work record at K Company, each receiving an annual salary of billions of won. Below Taekyu was Hyunju, with sharp eyes, appearing with the Golden Gate Bridge symbol. Their main trading partner was Ronald, secret contact between Ronald and OTK Company. Next to it was a blazing red warning, on Ronald's side, transfer record, 13 billion won. Another person who is said to be the CEO, Asian, around 20 years old, 2 transactions, a total of 13 billion. Information continued to be revealed related to Jinhu and Taekyu. As of the reporting time, both of them were living in America, highly likely to be related to the article. A series of luxury assets appeared, mansions, expensive sports cars, all with the note bought with 4.7 billion won in Gangnam, owning imported cars and being disguised. He thought, collecting information illegally under the guise of being related to North Korea. Se-won propped his chin and discovered information. After linking the strings like this, even an idiot would realize it. The image of Sang Yeop appeared, CEO of K Company Park Sang-yeop. Just when all suspicions were still revolving around the named people and the shady transfer chains, the image of Jinhu appeared. The real owner of OTK Company is hiding behind him, as if emphasizing his shady role. Connected to the personal secretary, followed by the warning, living lavishly thanks to a friend. Takyu's figure flashed with white light, a sinister smirk, his whole body immersed in thick black. Oh, Takyu is the real CEO of OTK Company. A shocking truth was finally revealed. An exclamation escaped when the figure was revealed, 13.5 billion. The information was shocking enough to rattle one's very soul. Jinhu pondered. Mountain Hill had declared bankruptcy. He then made a decisive suggestion: sell off all that Bandcoin immediately. I think I have just awakened a prophetic ability. At that moment someone asked, are you waiting because of the OPEC meeting schedule? The person next to them added, if it is OPEC. Jinhu felt a shock once again. The information delivered this time was, OPEC agrees to production cuts. He held his head and muttered, 700 million. The person opposite him looked on in awe. Your vision is the real deal. Jinhu turned his head in another direction. Standing across from him now was Siona. The two of them just stood there, facing each other. The space around them fell into a heavy silence. Yeji hurriedly flew up into the sky. Only then did Jinhu mutter again, so is that my future? An exclamation rang out. What are you doing? Jinhu had no intention of letting the other person hide.
Got you.
Now we are in the same boat. What do you mean same boat, you idiot? He clenched his fist and declared success. Inside the shop, an exchange was currently taking place. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. The information revealed was, L6 production discontinued. The people present fell into a frenzy within moments. Jinhu spoke first. All right, if you really want to borrow it. However, Taikyu interrupted. You take 80%, I will take 20. Their transaction was completed almost instantly. Jinhu looked as if he were shaking hands with a business partner. Both he and Taikyu were secretly calculating. Business ownership certificate Della Island OTK Company. CEO Kang Jinhu, owning 80% of shares. COO O Taikyu, owning 17% of shares. The third person was the third largest shareholder, Oh Hyunju, owning 3% of shares. The sign hanging in front, read, Flash, M, Peace, EM Entertainment. Jinhu was extremely focused on this end. Next, he went up to accept an award. Golden Gate OTK Company, K Company CEO Park Sang-yeop, parent company Yunsung Motors. A name was called out, subsidiary Keros. An exchange was underway. Enterprise value $100 billion, hectocorn. Daryl smiled broadly while shaking hands with the person opposite him. Let us create a better future, which meant building a bright tomorrow. OTK Company was present everywhere with various branches. Yeji landed skillfully on Jinhu's hand. He was muttering to himself, Brexit. On the other side, Taikyu shouted excitedly, the UK has left, we did it. Finally, a decision was reached. Brexit. The vote passed. K Company, plus 4.8 trillion won, plus 4,800,000,000 won. Total assets, 5.9 trillion won. OTK Company, plus 33 trillion won, plus 30,170,000,000 won. Total assets, 45 trillion won. Everyone was astonished to learn. Hyunju is the Korea branch manager. Korea branch manager. Oh Hyunju. When they met again, Siona could not believe her eyes.
Jinhu,
You are not the person I used to know anymore. Just what are you hiding? Jinhu simply made a cold declaration. It has absolutely nothing to do with you. Then he was the one presenting. They are asking for a stake in Keros. What do you all think? Keros, we can manufacture it ourselves. The game changer, automobiles, followed by a name, James Clark Goldman, CEO of Golden Gate, James C. Goldman. Taikyu was puzzled seeing Jinhu's expression. What is wrong? The vision unfolding in his head was, Ronald, elected president. Along with it was a promise from the past. It is just an empty promise. Restoring production, creating jobs for Americans. If you want that to become a reality, just say the word. Jinhu smiled and left a reassurance. I will make it a reality immediately. His words were full of conviction. With the money I have. Ronald had to ask back in surprise. What? Finally, he had to agree. I see. In that case, I trust candidate Diane will understand. Jinhu adjusted his collar and replied, I will have to decline. Because in business, trust is everything. Seongmu was momentarily taken aback. What is this? Because standing opposite him was K Company CEO Park Sang-yeop. He quickly realized the real owner of OTK Company was hiding behind him. Link, private assistant, living a luxurious life thanks to a friend. Seongmu silently marveled. Oh Taikyu. Oh Taikyu is the real CEO of OTK Company. A question was then raised. Is it for real? The person across from Seongmu could not believe his ears. It is hard to believe. A high school graduate who did not go to college is the one behind it all. Park Sehyung continued to confirm. Perhaps Oh Taikyu is a genius. They continued to deduce. Considering his older sister is Oh Hyunju, it is hard to believe he is just an ordinary person. A question followed. Did he intentionally hide his talent? Was not going to college for a purpose? Then came the answer. Perhaps it was not necessary. He did not even apply. The subject gradually shifted to someone else. Then what about this young man? Seongmu presented briefly. As I reported, he contacts Park Sang-yeop and Oh Hyunju on Oh Taikyu's orders. He is the trusted right-hand man who went to the US with them, linked to Hanguk University. If the report is correct, he is just a lucky guy living a comfortable life thanks to his friend. Seong was secretly wondering, by the way, is it possible for a chaebol-sized company to be run by just a few people? There must be someone else behind them. Asset scale, 50 trillion won. Is there no way to confirm the share structure of OTK Company? Seongmu affirmed seriously. At the moment, yes. It is impossible to verify without an order from a US court. Hearing this, Seong was reluctantly satisfied. All right, good job. You may be dismissed. Later at OTK Company, Seong, with a pensive face, secretly calculated. It seems I have to speak with Chairman Han Minggu. A barrage of news came pouring in. Keros is negotiating to acquire Trissler. Restructuring of the big three U.S. automakers. Keros announces plans to move headquarters to Detroit. CEO Daryl Sagan declares an era of self-driving cars within a year. What will the future of the U.S. auto industry look like under OTK Company's vision? Minggu read the newspaper while calculating. The opportunity to own Keros is lost. We should not have sold it in the first place. Yunsung Motors Group chairman Han Minggu, he continued, they would rather buy an entire automaker than swap shares with Yunsung Motors. Chairman Han Minggu, OTK Company has played a big game. Chanyung presented in detail on this end. About 3 years, that is the technological gap with Keros. But it will be difficult to commercialize if the laws on self-driving cars are not amended. Yunsung, eldest son of Yunsung Motors Group, Vice Chairman Han Chanyong, he continued, if Ronald wins the election, amending the law will be as easy as turning over a hand. The other countered, but the chances of him being elected are very low, as you know. While speaking, Chanyong sighed, at most, they will only capture a small part of the US market. And entering the domestic market will be even harder. Minggu spoke in a stern voice, shareholders are angry because the company we once supported has become a rival. Even if you say it is not a big deal, this outcome is truly disappointing. He instructed further, in any case, Chanyung, keep a close eye on OTK and Keros. Chanyung replied briefly, yes sir. After he left, the room became silent. Suddenly a phone call came for Minggu. The name displayed was VIP. He answered humbly, yes Mr. President. The other side went straight to the point. I heard that this time you are particularly interested in building the PAA's factory in Mexico. Minggu replied with a smile, it is nothing major sir. It is only natural to support a partner with excellent technology. The person on the other end then reassured, we will do our best so that Yunsung Motors and PAS can grow together. Minggu smiled with satisfaction, of course. Isn't the growth of Yunsung Motors also the growth of the country? Seong questioned again, more importantly, have you heard the rumors about the CEO of OTK Company, President Park Si-young? Minggu confirmed honestly, I have heard bits and pieces, but I am not certain. This pleased him, perfect timing. There is something I need to tell you. Snippets of information appeared densely. Korean CEO, Oh Taekyu, K Company, older sister, Oh Hyunju, friend Kang Jin-hoo. If that is true. Finally, Si-young decided, then on our side, we should also prepare a countermeasure. Minggu remarked with satisfaction, it seems the president truly has great foresight. An announcement rang out from the shop. Here is your double shot Americano. Hyunju replied tiredly, thanks. Ellie remarked sarcastically, the only things increasing because of work are coffee and wrinkles. On the other side, Taekyu was equally miserable. I thought things would get easier once we made money. So why does it feel like we are busier than before? Jinhoo agreed briefly. I feel the same way. At that moment, Jinhoo noticed something else. What is this? Contact me at this number as soon as you see this message. If possible, use a US phone. Absolutely do not use your own phone. It is SY could it be Senior Sengyao? A question was then asked. Henry, can I borrow your phone for a second? Henry was pushing a cup of coffee forward. Here you go. A name was called out. Senior Sengyao. The other end confirmed briefly. It is me. Followed by a question. Why are you using this number? The other side instructed carefully. From now on, use this number to communicate. You and the others should also stop using phones registered in your real names. He continued to warn. They might be wiretapping. This made Jinhoo frown immediately. Yes, did something happen? Sang Yeop scratched his head and continued. The prosecutors and the National Tax Service just raided K Company. This confused him. A raid. He explained simply. They came with a search warrant and collected everything, documents, hard drives, even notebooks. Not only that, it seems there has been surveillance from the NIS, the National Intelligence Service, for quite some time now. Hearing this, Jinhoo nearly jumped out of his chair. The Intelligence Service. What did you say? Sang Yeop continued. Everything was exposed from call histories to financial transactions. He added, all employees belonging to K Company are under surveillance, so they have definitely investigated you as well. Hearing this, Jinhoo asked back, what is the reason? Sang Yeop replied simply, violation of the Foreign Exchange Management Act, violation of the Financial Transaction Act, and tax evasion. Jinhoo hesitated and repeated, tax evasion. Sang Yeop continued to explain, word is someone reported us, so they opened a special tax investigation. He explained in detail, for a company founded less than 2 years ago to undergo a tax audit is highly unusual. Our startup investments have not even yielded profit yet, and we have paid full taxes on all other income. Then he added, so what kind of tax audit is this? By now, Jinhoo understood clearly. This was obviously a targeted investigation. Sang Yeop announced while walking, I have to go to the prosecutor's office for questioning now. My position will be vacant for a while, but luckily I have moved the main data to the cloud. It is an overseas server, and only you guys can access it, so do not worry. Hearing this, Jinhoo thought to himself, the reason the government suddenly targeted K Company, a company that has never gone against them. Sang Yeop reached a conclusion. It seems they are aiming for OTK Company. Jinhoo ruffled his hair in agreement. Probably. Sang Yeop continued to promise, I will try to find out what is going on. Jinhoo just politely supported him. Yes, senior, please take care of your health. If anything happens, contact me at this number. At this moment, Hinju walked in with a question. What is wrong? Jinhu informed her briefly. There is big trouble. In another building, a voice rang out. A raid without any physical evidence. Henry continued skeptically. Is that even possible? Taikyu confirmed. In Korea, it is. Hyunju presented formally. The NIS monitored K Company for some reason, and in that process, they likely discovered the connection to OTK Company. As soon as it was confirmed, the government deployed the prosecution and the National Tax Service to strike K Company directly. Hearing this, Jinhu could not help but wonder, why did the government act so quickly? She muttered in explanation, now that I think about it, the only thing that comes to mind is, a name was then uttered, PAs. Ellie asked curiously, what is PAs? Jinhu explained calmly, a company that produces plastic parts for cars and airbags too. But what does that have to do with anything? He added, Yunsung. Up to 90% of PAS's revenue comes from Yunsung Motors. This name made Taikyu feel uncomfortable. Yunsung again. Then there was the story about the former CEO of Yunsung Heavy Industries, from the time it belonged to the Yunsung Group, who entered politics and later became the governor of Gyeonggi Province. Now there are rumors that President Park Se-young is the true owner of PAAs. Hearing this, Taikyu cried out in shock. The president? But is a president even allowed to own a business? In response to this question, Jinhu explained in detail. According to the prosecution's reports, technically no. President Park does not hold any shares in PAAs. However, his younger brother, Park Se-han, is the CEO of PAAs. In other words, even if President Park does not own the company on paper, his family runs PAAs, and PAAs is effectively still tied to Yunsung. He then reached a conclusion. Therefore, this raid is like a warning, telling us not to oppose the government. Hyunju nodded in confirmation. That is part of the story, but more importantly, the real purpose is to delay investments. She added, currently, PAAs and Onsung are facing two major risks, OTK's automotive investments and Ronald's election. This time, it was Henry's turn to give an assessment. If tariffs are increased exactly as Ronald promised, Onsung, which relies heavily on exports along with PAAs as their supplier, will be severely affected. Ellie summed up the issue. Simply put, they are trying to tie OTK's hands by attacking K Company to slow down the investment plans in the industrial belt and weaken Ronald's position. She evaluated objectively the top priority now is that K Company should be managed remotely to avoid risks. Tagyu asked, dirty tricks. However, Jinhu denied it. No, that is exactly why I have to go back. He explained further, Senior Sang Yeop is gone, and there is no one else who can take that position. I have to return. As soon as he finished, Ellie expressed her concern, but if you return right now. Before Jinhu could say more, Hyunju spoke up, I have already anticipated this. I have prepared myself. The next person to agree was none other than Taikyu. Remote management is always inconvenient and frustrating. I'm going too, my friend. Henry was the third to raise his hand. Me too. Ellie warned with concern. Wait, I am not against it. I believe in Jinhu's judgment. Jinhu himself remarked at this point. This might be a reckless decision, but thank you all for your support. This might surprise everyone, but once I have decided to enter the fray again, he declared seriously, I will face whatever lies ahead. I will head back immediately. Everyone, please get ready. Further analysis of the Yunsung Group, the predecessor of Yunsung Motors Group, Yunsung, Yunsung Construction, Yunsung Heavy Industries, Yunsung Motors, Yunsung Department Store, Yunsung Fire and Marine Insurance. President Park Se-young, affiliated subcontracting company A, predecessor of DAS. After the death of Yunsung Group chairman Han Youngju, affiliated companies were split, becoming the independent Yunsung Motors Group. The third son, chairman Han Minggu, Yunsung, payment guarantees, banks, independent enterprises, low-interest loans, PAS, acquiring subsidiaries, expanding factories, Gyeonggi Province, Governor Park Se-young, granted favors in exchange for help related to PAs. Yunsung, supplying components, 90% sales dependency, partnership support. PAS, a large-scale component company, 16 factories, CEO Park Se-han. President Park Se-young, family, capital separation. Karos, acquisition, OTK Company, K Company for the purpose of control. Investment moves in the auto industry, U.S. presidential candidate Ronald Stamper. I have been reported that the situation is not good. What are you planning to do? Standing at the baggage carousel, Jinhu continued his remarks. The investment will go smoothly. We will implement as much as possible before the election. The person on the other end asked, there won't be any problems. He simply replied briefly, I look forward to meeting you soon after your inauguration. The answer satisfied the other party. I see. I will invite you to the inauguration ceremony. Be sure to come. Jinhu hung up after promising, we will meet again soon. We are actually here now. At this point, it was Ellie's turn to wonder, who were you talking to just now? He did not hesitate to reveal Ronald. He must have heard about the situation here. He told me to be careful. Her expression immediately turned serious. If a presidential candidate has to call to warn you, is not the situation truly grave? Jinhu confirmed again, that is right. They will do anything to achieve their goals. The National Assembly, the NIS, the Prosecutor's Office, the Blue House, the police, the Chaebols, the media. Even the Blue House personnel system has been reorganized, so they probably think they have nothing to fear. Then he concluded, arresting the CEO of OTK company has likely already been scheduled. This surprised Ellie. You still came back knowing that. Before she could finish, Taekyu cut in. Sister, you knew too. Hyunju explained briefly. The CEO also said he was prepared. We were as careful as possible before entering. I do not want to believe this government is that bad. Next, it was Jinhoo's turn to evaluate. It is fine. I have not actually committed a crime, so I will be released soon. He asked tentatively, so you mean being arrested is unavoidable? Jinhoo explained calmly. OTK company will still function without me. The big decisions have been made, and Hyunju can represent me. Hyunju thought to herself, it would be more serious if Hyunju were the one arrested, but the possibility of that is zero. Because touching the manager of Golden Gate's Korea branch without reason would become an international issue. At this moment the doors were pushed open. Jinhoo's face was more tense than ever. The airport became even more crowded. Taekyu put his hands behind his head and assessed, nothing special. I was actually expecting something, like the knives or whatever. Hyunju quickly warned, don't joke like that. Oh Taekyu. The carousel was pushing a red suitcase forward. Taekyu muttered while walking, looks like they are not coming to arrest us immediately. Great. Let us get outside for some fresh air. But he was reminded by Hyunju behind him, stop saying those jinxes. Oh Taekyu. This is the last warning. Taekyu tried to justify himself. I just wanted to lighten the mood. Henry's strange look made Jinhoo ask back, is something wrong, Henry? He presented seriously, I could be wrong, but I think we have been followed for 10 minutes already.
This is crazy.
As soon as he spoke, Hyunju tiredly held her head. Jinhoo, I was hoping your prediction would be wrong. A question was asked, would it be hard to escape? Taekyu in front was still carefree. What should I eat for lunch today? They continued to discuss among themselves. It seems they have prepared in advance. Don't push it. Jinhoo did not forget to instruct, even if I am arrested, please continue the investment exactly as planned. This attitude was fiercely opposed by those with him. What the hell are you thinking? Jinhoo explained seriously. Everything will gradually be resolved after the US presidential election ends. Ronald Stamper, elected president. When that day comes, we will be able to hold them accountable through Ronald regarding why they used the NIS for illegal surveillance and mobilized both the prosecutor's office and the National Tax Service to raid K Company. The political and business worlds along with the media will rush to demand answers, and that process alone will deal a heavy blow to Yoon Sung Motors and the president. Hearing this, Hyunju could not believe her ears. You mean? You came here to be the bait. Taekyu intervened at this point. What are you all doing? Aren't we going? Jinhoo added, if they point their sword at me, the political responsibility they have to bear later will be even greater. Most importantly, unknown disruptions are just a nuisance. It is better to draw all the attention toward me, so that the rest of you can work in peace. Taekyu looked at him and asked, are you still talking about that? Don't worry, my friend. Even if you get arrested, I will visit you often and make sure your canteen account is always full of money and food. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, several men in black suddenly appeared. Mr. Oh, Taekyu, correct. Jinhoo's eyes widened at the sight. Hyunju was also taken by surprise. The duo, Henry and Ellie, were still dazed. Mr. Oh Taekyu, CEO of OTK Company. The opponent began reading the charges. You are under arrest for violation of the Foreign Exchange Transaction Act and the Financial Management Act, among other crimes. Taegyu's face was drenched in sweat. Hyunju immediately stepped forward to question them. Who are you? By what authority do you dare touch him? On this side, Jinhoo quickly realized the problem. They mistook Taekyu for the CEO of OTK Company instead of him. Because of him, Taekyu was now implicated. The men in black continued to explain. We are from the prosecutor's office. This is the arrest warrant for Mr.
Oh Taekyu.
A dispute broke out. Is it right to just rush in and handcuff someone without any warning? Hey, they did not forget to remind Taekyu, you have the right to remain silent. Jinhoo on the opposite side was about to speak, but without letting him say another word, Taekyu directly confirmed, wait. I am the CEO. Take me. This action left the listeners stunned.
You?
Before leaving, he did not forget to give instructions. Just do what you need to do. I will see you after work, my friend. Only the ones left behind were confused about what was happening. What on earth is going on? They immediately urged, we should go too. We have to leave, Jessica. Jinhoo could only reluctantly comply. I understand. Someone was already waiting outside.
Jinhoo, over here.
He quickly got into the car. What about Senior Sangyeob? The other person explained briefly. He is being investigated by the prosecutor's office. He said that in his absence, we must follow instructions from you or branch manager, Oh Hyunju. But I heard there were 5 of you. Where is the other one? A shocking answer was given. He was just arrested and taken away. This left Ki-hung in a panic. What the hell happened? Jinhoo, what do you have to do with this? Jinhoo replied curtly. I will explain later. For now, just focus on driving. He had to agree. Alright. On this side, someone was admitting a mistake. I am sorry, Sister Hyunju. I will go to the prosecutor's office right away and... However, she cut him off. Quiet. I'm trying to gather my thoughts. Their white car was speeding down the road. Hyunju finally spoke up. Actually, it is better this way. Jinhoo, you are more important than Taekyu. The person in front turned around curiously. Yes, she continued. Taikyu probably knew that too, which is why he let himself get caught. Then she began giving directions. Have the legal department find a lawyer for Taikyu. Ellie immediately complied. Understood. Fire burned in Hyunju's eyes. Daring to touch my brother, don't even dream that I will let you off the hook. At a towering skyscraper. Remarks echoed around. They have completely trashed this place. Hyunju continued to explain. Golden Gate only received a few official requests for cooperation. Ki-hung beside her wondered, what do we do now? Jin-hoo was the one to explain. We have to start over from the beginning. Are there any vacant rooms at Golden Gate? Plenty. Now, everyone, get your spirits up. We will temporarily close the office to prepare for the second raid. We will work temporarily in the Golden Gate building next door. So pack your things and move. I will share the key documents via the cloud, so once we are settled, we can start working. At this point, a question was raised. But, who are you? He quickly introduced himself. I am Kang Jin-hoo. I will be in charge of K Company for a while. Direct representative for the CEO and the Golden Gate branch manager. For the time being, please follow my instructions. The people opposite whispered to each other. Kang Jin-hoo, that is the name of the new candidate assistant manager Jeong once nominated. Let us move first. The sunlight shone brighter and brighter. The explanation sounded slowly. This is a Golden Gate official phone. From now on use this. It will prevent illegal monitoring of your call history. This is not even a spy mission. I do not even know what the hell I am doing anymore. Hyunju reminded him, if you are going to do it right. Jin-hoo, you declared earlier that everything would be resolved after the US presidential election ends. If that fails, do you have another plan? Hearing this, he replied, does my answer really matter? Jin-hoo continued to affirm, the moment Taegyu was arrested, you already made your choice, sister. Hyunju simply admitted, yes, illegal methods like using the NIS might be unfeasible, but in the financial sector where money flows, information spreads faster than anywhere else. A voice quickly came from the other end. Yes, branch manager. This is the head of the legal department. Hyunju requested directly, investigate the connection between PAAs and President Park Se-hyun. Investigate everything, down to the smallest detail, then report directly back to me. The other party replied briefly, understood. Jin-hoo listened with a bewildered expression. If President Park Se-hyun sees this, will he realize he messed with the wrong people? Hyunju herself was taking out a cigarette. I have to pay them back for everything they have done. What happened afterward was that because Taekyu had been arrested, Sang-yeop was quickly released. An argument broke out. It is so unfair, manager. Not a single news article was published. Luckily, you're okay. Sang-yeop was visibly haggard. I am used to it, but the others must be exhausted. Where is Jin-hoo? Another voice replied. They are in the office next door. He looked inside and offered a greeting. Jin-hoo. Jin-hoo replied curtly. You have worked hard, senior. Don't even mention it. They slapped me with some ridiculous charges. Anything just to keep me detained. Sang-yeop skillfully changed the subject. Can I leave this here? Jin-hoo replied politely. Yes, thank you. You can get back to work now. He asked caringly. What is it? Have you not told assistant manager Jeong yet? Jin-hoo maintained his polite tone. Maybe later. It is too chaotic right now. Sang-yeop remarked. He will die of curiosity. He is sharp enough not to ask directly though. More importantly, I heard about this. They thought Taekyu was the director and arrested the wrong person. Ridiculous. I heard there was a mistake in the warrant, yet the court still approved it. Hearing that, Jin-hoo only commented. It seems they are all in league together. Will Taekyu be okay? The other person presented briefly. He is exercising his right to remain silent as much as possible, along with the lawyer. Yet he was still curious. What are the charges? The information was quickly revealed. Two main charges. One is the funding source for the company in the tax haven, and the second is suspected insider trading related to the L6 case. Hearing this, Sang-yeop fumed with rage. Shouldn't there be evidence first? Arresting someone and then starting the interrogation. Jin-hoo maintained his slow pace. I do not think they intend to prosecute him. They just want to lock him up until the election is over. He slowly considered. This strategy is both airtight and well calculated. Except for the fact that they arrested the wrong man. Jin-hoo optimistically assessed. Thanks to that, we have a little more time. We will proceed step by step. Information continued to be provided. Currently, the situation at Chrysler cannot be called stable yet. They are too focused on urgent issues. Development of new models is delayed and quality has declined. Chrysler, shrinking distribution network, falling sales and operating profit margins, conflicts with dealers. CEO Daryl Sagan. Jin-hoo pensively studied the documents. Even if sales drop, focus must be on quality and new models. Understood. The voice on the other end of the phone rang out. If combined with Karo's technology, we will climb to the top 3. He agreed. I concur. I will leave everything related to development in your hands. Jin-hoo concluded the matter. That part is settled for now. Sang-yeop remarked. It seems things are gradually progressing. He stood up and announced, now it is time for a counterattack. The other person was curious. What do you mean? Jin-hoo gave a slight smile. I am thinking of going against their goal of delaying investment. If we are going to spend money, I would rather go all in. As he spoke, he switched to the projection screen in front of him. Look at the current US presidential election. The current situation was, Ronald has shocked the entire Rust Belt, which used to be a Democratic stronghold. Ronald Stamper versus Diane Underwood. But many states still have a close race within the statistical margin of error. Each state has a different number of electoral votes depending on its population. Right, the electoral college system.
Exactly.
Hearing this, Sangyop was completely amazed. California has 55, while Alaska only has 3. He continued to explain. The Rust Belt has many electoral votes, and Ronald being behind is only within the margin of error. Can you pick 2 states in that situation? Hearing this, Sangyop had to pensively calculate. The 2 locations chosen were Pennsylvania and Ohio. The other party immediately agreed. Okay. Jinhu boldly declared, invest another $5 billion into those 2 states. About 5.5 trillion won. The news made others feel uncomfortable. What is this? Didn't you say OTK would delay investment? Joel almost shouted into the phone. Ronald is about to announce a $5 billion investment during his final campaign rally in Pennsylvania. Forget about the delay. Total investment has now reached $25 billion. What on earth is happening? He kept questioning. Wasn't the CEO of OTK company actually arrested? Chairman Han Minggu. Minggu on this end of the line replied calmly, the prosecution is detaining him. Even lawyer visits are being monitored. He has not touched the work since then. Joel continued to wonder. Then who is pushing everything forward? Minggu hesitated for a moment before replying. Perhaps. It is his sister, Oh Hyunju. A name popped up. Oh Hyunju. I have seen that name in an article before. Is that young man a relative of Oh Hyunju? Joel seriously requested. Do you have a picture? Then he waited intently for the information. A question was asked. Who is this? The person on the screen was none other than Taegyu. Oh, OTK company. Joel shouted angrily. That is the CEO of OTK company. What are you talking about? That is not the person I met. Minggu gradually lost his patience. Didn't you say he was Korean? Around 20 years old. Joel was fuming. Even the name is different. He said his name was Kang. Hearing this, he seemed unable to believe it. Impossible. Only then did Minggu realize in shock. So Oh Taegyu is just a puppet, and the one truly in power is Kang Jinhu. Elsewhere, the space was quiet. Until a voice rang out. Sorry for keeping everyone waiting. Kyu-sang politely introduced her. This is my girlfriend, Jeong Sohee. She is a newly debuted actress. Sohee followed with a smile. So glad to meet you all. Eldest son of the current Prime Minister, Hwang Kyu-san. Replies quickly flew up from this side. I am Go Jin-young. Pleased to meet you.
I am Yoon Siona.
A question was asked. Has everyone heard about the OTK case? They chatted animatedly. The CEO is Korean and in his 20s. So he is out of the loop lately. Actually, even the media does not know yet, so she has done well to know that much. Kyu-sang then assessed. It is crazy. A nerd like that is the CEO. I heard he even named the company after himself. The other party replied with a smile. How ridiculous. Just one word from him, and all of Washington politics is rattled. He grew more excited as he spoke. What is even funnier is, Kang Jinhu actually works under Oh Taegyu. Who would have guessed? The words immediately made Siona feel uncomfortable. What do you mean? Even that incident of throwing $5 million at the opening party. The reason his finances improved is because his friend helped him. Kyu-sang explained. I heard Oh Taegyu gave him about 1 billion won and even bought him a car. An F-series paid in full, and a flagship car leased under the company name. So he smiled and remarked. Must be nice. Having a good friend gets you 1 billion won. The expression on his face turned ugly, but he will probably be discarded soon. Park Sang-yeop's investment ability is proven, while Kang Jinhu has not shown any use. They were still discussing Jinhu. Maybe they keep him around for errands. If they need a butler, he fits the part quite well. Honestly, it is not a loss for either side. Meanwhile, Siona was inwardly confused. Something is wrong. She remembered old times. The Oh Taegyu she met while dating Jinhu was not the type of person who could pull off something so big. But then she hesitated. Then again, maybe, because when he left, Jinhu had declared, I have much more than that. What? The clinking of cutlery sounded amidst the conversation. Anyway, what do you think will happen to Oh Taegyu? He will probably be released soon. Kyu-sang remarked while chewing. This is just a warning, telling him not to cross the line. Even OTK is quiet now. They are probably lying low until Oh Taegyu is released. However, a voice disagreed. That is not right. If those two are doing something together, then surely Kang Jinhu is leading and Oh Taegyu is supporting. He tilted his head and asked back. Are you overestimating him? I understand how you feel, but this is high-level information recently circulated. Both political and financial circles already know. They were all thinking about the same name, Kang Jinhu.
Why do you think that?
Siona asserted confidently. Because Jinhu is not the type to work under someone else. On this side, Jinhu was preparing to execute his plan. Alright then. Let us go get Taekyu out. Hyunju raised a concern. How? He explained briefly. Gather a few reporters. Ellie was the next to be curious. What are you planning to do? Jinhu smiled brightly and declared, I will hold a press conference in my name. The streets were crowded with traffic. Jinhu and Hyunju chatted while walking. If mom hears about this, she will probably be shocked. Right, better than finding out by seeing her son's press conference on TV. She continued to wonder, is there anyone else who needs to know? In Jinhu's mind, he was remembering someone. If I do not tell her beforehand, she will probably be very angry. Ellie suddenly yawned. Jinhu immediately expressed concern. Ellie, are you tired? If necessary, the two of us can go by ourselves. She denied it. No, I just feel a bit stifled from only doing work. Ellie's mood improved. I have wanted to visit Dongtan for a long time. Hearing this, Jinhu felt relieved. Really, you know Dongtan too? She smiled brightly and affirmed, of course. There used to be a US military base there. I saw it on the news. Hyunju curiously interrupted. Wasn't that Dongducheon? Ellie switched to avoidance mode. The weather is so beautiful today. Greeting them was an elderly woman. Hello, son. Who are these two? The three surrounded her with greetings. You know already, Mom. This is Taikyu's sister, branch manager Oh Hyunju. I heard you have been taking care of my Jinhu for a long time. I hope for your continued help. No, Mom. Actually, I am the one indebted to Jinhu. Jinhu stood aside to introduce them. This is Ellie Kim, the lawyer working with us. His mother became flustered. Hello, I'm Jinhu's mother. How are you, dear? And you? Ellie replied very politely. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Ellie Kim. She offered her compliments. Ellie's Korean is so good. You should have told me beforehand. Then she added, anyway, thank you all for coming all this way. Jinhu's mother spoke seriously. But Jinhu, is there a reason you came so suddenly? He quickly evaded. Not really anything special, Mom. However, she had already guessed. Is it? Are you in some kind of trouble? Finally, they could only suggest, let us go inside and talk. Immediately after the announcement of OTK Company's press conference, insiders, Korean male in his 20s, CEO Park Sang-yeop, financial forces suspecting crimes, suspicious parents, criticizing investment company transactions after sanctions, Hanguk University, OTK Company transnational subsidiary, K Company, search and seizure forces, mainstream media articles, foreign press, media reports. Articles related to the two companies began to appear in quick succession, focusing on social media and the prosecutor's office. A question was raised. Why? Suwon sat in his chair and muttered. Could he really be that thoughtless? Director of the National Intelligence Service, Yoon Suwon. From across him, a voice spoke. I am sorry. We will do everything to find the person who disappeared from the scene. But these suggestions were brushed aside. I am not talking about you. I am talking about Kang Jinhu. What the hell was he thinking? Another question was asked. I mean, is he counter-surveilling the NICE agents who were surveilling him? He shared a total of 211 photos. Generally, when the government draws its sword, corporations fall silent. Politics, economy, conglomerates, even if there are small conflicts, they won't become enemies. Raids or arrests of company leaders are almost an annual occurrence. The norm is to find a compromise through a predictable process. Due to the nature of large conglomerates operating through cross-ownership, company leaders only hold 3% of the shares, since chairmen find it hard to avoid weaknesses like embezzlement or breach of trust. Politics, political support, economic development, conglomerates. Naturally, conglomerates have maintained a symbiotic relationship with the government. They are no different. OTK Company. Could the investment process of such a rapidly growing company be clean? That is why it is even more so. 211 photos shared in total. I can't understand the crazy act of counter-surveilling those who are surveilling you. Suwon's thoughts were in disarray. But, what if it is because there are no elements that can be caught by the legal yardstick? What if this is not a crazy act? Insider trading, market price manipulation, stock price manipulation, embezzlement, breach of trust, disclosure of false information, use of undisclosed information, price dumping, money laundering, wash trading, tax evasion. What if this is a threat achieved without any illegal acts? He shouted anxiously. How much longer until the OTK press conference? The other person explained simply, about 2 hours. Suwon took out his phone and thought to himself, impossible. But if not that, nothing else makes sense. We have to stop them before they announce anything. The next day at a certain building, on the other side of the line was a questioning voice. Is there no way to stop the press conference? While this person just asked back, what do you mean? Siwon's eyebrows shot up. Now that we know who the real CEO is, how about arresting Kang Jinhu? But the person on the other end had lost patience. Thanks to your people at the NIS, the prosecution is about to be completely humiliated. And now this, what are we supposed to say to the court when asking for an arrest warrant? The CEO is already arrested, and now you want us to arrest the CEO again. Do you think arresting Kang Jinhu will stop the press conference? Then what about CEO Park Sang-yeop of K Company? Should we also arrest the Golden Gate Korea branch manager, Oh Hyunju? The prosecution's business was already a big enough headache. Siwon tried to soothe the other party. Director Hong, please calm down. But his efforts were in vain. The NIS should mind its own business. The expressions of both became tense. Siwon pointed forward and shouted, contact Kang Jinhu directly. Threats, cutting off power, whatever it takes. Stop that press conference at all costs. At another building, Hyunju crossed her arms and announced, I have handled all the minor disruptions.
You can go in.
Are you ready? Jinhu adjusted his tie and nodded in confirmation. Yes. If I do not make it back before the presidential election, please invest according to what I have instructed. If anything changes, I will notify you through the lawyer. He also instructed Ellie, when Taekyu returns, tell him he did a great job. She subtly reminded him, wait, your hair is messy. Then came a word of encouragement. You look extremely handsome today. Good luck.
Thanks.
And Senior Gi-hong, I'm sorry I could not tell you sooner. The one named was momentarily dazed. Me. Ki-hung scratched his head awkwardly. It is fine. Things like this happen. He still did not completely believe it. When you get back, let us go for a drink and talk later. Okay, Jin-Hoo politely agreed. Yes, maybe later. But before he could leave, a call appeared.
Who would call at this hour? It is so obvious.
Jin-Hoo answered with a hello. The other end directly demanded, stop the press conference. Who is this? Along with it was a threat, you would better not do anything you will regret later. This is something that can be resolved through negotiation. I am contacting you to negotiate without making things more complicated. If you want anything. However, he directly cut them off. Enough. Tell that bastard that. From the moment you all indiscriminately disrupted K Company's work, Jin-Hoo was extremely serious as he continued. And touched my friend. Negotiation is off the table. Let us go all the way and see who wins, you bastard. The voice on the other end became hesitant. Wait a minute. Jin-Hoo directly crushed the phone with his foot. This action amazed the people around him. Even Hunju and Ellie were taken by surprise. Jin-Hoo solemnly declared, I will be back. The press conference proceeded. I am Kang Jin-Hoo, spokesperson for OTK Company. OTK Company, Government Investigation and Suspicions. OTK Company, Multi-Purpose Hall. Thank you all for gathering here despite your busy schedules. K Company has been searched and seized. The CEO of OTK Company was arrested urgently at the airport and is currently being detained for investigation. I am sure everyone is clear on these events. Revealing the truth about the whistleblower against OTK Company. Today, I will present OTK Company's position on these matters. First, we reveal the fact that before and after the search, K Company employees were under surveillance, including call log lookups, financial transaction records, and tracking of their activities. A reporter below interrupted with a question. How can you be sure it was surveillance? Jin-Hoo explained in detail. I will show you directly. These documents will be sent to each press agency and invited reporters.
Photo files.
Attached photo files number 1 to 127 are confirmed to be of the same person. Just by looking, you will know who they are and which organization they belong to. The journalists below broke into an uproar. Aren't these just photos of civilians? Quick, take pictures. With this many photos, is not this too excessive? Jin-Hoo presented slowly. For public officials to track and report on the movements of civilians not only exceeds their limits, but is a clear act of illegal surveillance. Articles were being written. Yes, manager, I will post the news immediately. He revealed everything just like that. Once their positions are confirmed, not only the individuals themselves, but also the agencies they belong to will be held responsible. National Intelligence Service, NIS, tracking civilians. The Prosecution and National Tax Service, illegally raiding K Company. What exactly did they find? The prosecution's detention of OTK Company's CEO can only be seen as a politically motivated investigation. Appendix Munder 15, multiple people, numbers 82 to 171 confirmed as the same person, 212 to 375 confirmed as the same person. At this point another question arose, wait, was not OTK Company's CEO arrested for a crime? Making this kind of statement before the prosecution's investigation results are announced, is not that politically motivated itself. You can tell immediately by the tone that these reporters are backed by the government. Jin-Hoo continued on TV, reporters are being favored to serve the government's interests. The important point is regarding the person currently in detention, but he suddenly paused. Then he revealed the truth. He is not the CEO of OTK Company. The listeners were completely stunned. What? A barrage of questions followed. Then who was arrested? Are you saying the prosecution arrested someone without verification? So, where is the real CEO of OTK Company? Ellie listened, thinking seriously. You have made your decision, have not you, Jin-Hoo? Before that, Hyunju had questioned him. So, how much longer do you plan to hide? Jin-Hoo remembered other advice. With the Brexit issue, it will be harder to hide Mr. Kang's identity any longer. Everyone was supporting him enthusiastically. Some information about Mr. Kang has been leaked through recent actions. You would better start preparing. Below, questions buzzed loudly. Spokesperson, please speak. Please ask what has been verified. Who is this person you are talking about? Do you have their consent? In his mind, Jin-Hoo thought, it is finally here. The moment the three great masters had predicted. He took a deep breath and declared directly, I am the CEO of OTK Company. The entire room immediately fell into silence. Laptops remained glowing on the tables. However, there was not a single sound in the air. Jin-Hoo spoke seriously. I will now take questions. But silence was still the only response. Because the audience was still busy processing this information. Immediately after, they surged forward in a swarm. Tables and chairs were knocked over in the process. A flood of questions hit him. Mr. Kang, Jin-Hoo, please say something. Quick, take a picture. Look this way. How much is the L6 insider trading asset worth? What about the allegations? Please verify your identity. How will Golden Gate be handled? What is your relationship? OTK Company Press Conference, MTV channel. Currently 143,542 viewers. Finally, an announcement. The situation on site is not smooth, so we will temporarily return to the studio. Mr. Kang Jin-Hoo, the man claiming to be the spokesperson. On this side, Hyunju spoke worriedly. Madam, are you alright? Jin-Hoo's mother replied weakly. Luckily, I took the sedatives like Jin-Hoo told me. When you kids talked about security or the US president, I did not find it strange. But seeing it directly like this makes it so real. If I had not been warned, I probably would have fainted. Finally, a remark. Honestly, spokesperson Kang Jin-Hoo. I am the CEO. Whose son is this kid? Exclamations echoed inside the building. A question was quickly asked. Hey, what are you doing in the middle of class? The young man, in awe, quickly apologized. Sorry, professor. It is just. Then he held up his phone for everyone to see. OTK company is holding a press conference right now, and senior Kang Jinhoo appeared. And he said he is the CEO. Even the professor was surprised. My student, Kang Jinhoo, why is he there? News spread rapidly. It is true. It is all over the papers. This guy, I have seen him before. Friends discussed loudly. Incredible. So it was that senior from last term. It is real. Only Yuri had no interest. Thinking, so this is what he had to confess. Because he had revealed it to her before. I am the CEO of OTK company. Me too. Yes, it turned out it was not what she had thought. The shocking question was not just in one place. Is Jinhoo really the CEO? All his acquaintances were overjoyed. Jinhoo, does this even make sense? Minyoung. Truly amazing.
Jeongil.
Even passers-by were discussing it. Just how much is he worth? 30 trillion won. Kang Jinhoo. Only Siona was visibly bitter.
Why did not you tell me if I had known?
Then I would have.
Seongjin, on the side, assessed lazily. This crazy guy. He is a formidable one. Owner of the news site, News Breakthrough, Lee Seong-gyun, former investigative PD at Company M. To the point I regret only sending a junior. This is terrifying. It is everywhere. Reporter Ha Jongwon of News Breakthrough. I think they were so scared, they officially invited a small outlet like us. But it turns out to be the complete opposite. This is the PAS exposure document sent by Express Mail earlier. OTK company. Given the circumstances, it seems OTK was the sender, right? If you think about it, it is definitely them. Don't you think? Extensive info network, Golden Gate, overseas, the guts to do it, close ties to OTK. Since they do not want to show their faces, let us just pretend we do not know. The young man made a suggestion. If we break this news, it will be a everyone dies level event. If other papers start it, can we follow? However, the other refused flatly. No, this document was likely shared exclusively with us. The search bars were full of news related to him, model or CEO, facts about the handsome 20-year-old CEO. K. Company rated, political motive, rumored CEO's suit confirmed to be a 4-year-old mid-range model from brand L. I am the CEO. Shocker. Exposure of illegal surveillance controversy. Man and woman in photos confirmed as NIS agents. I will take questions. Press room in chaos after one sentence. Surveillance files. Surveilling the surveillance. The end of the double spy. Legal or illegal surveillance. It seems the atmosphere is not that simple. Seong-gyun remarked pensively. He probably knows the history of my fight against the president's parachute appointments and my resignation, which is why he sent it to us. Either way, this is a great opportunity. In his heart, he calculated further. The chance to land the final blow has come. If I release this, I wonder what President Park Si-hyung's face will look like. Some supported, some were furious. Those bastards, they finally did it. I never intended to crush them to death, just a small management lesson from the government level. If we had rearranged the hierarchy after the US election, we could have built a friendly relationship. To be so perfect that nothing can be picked on after all that noise. So this was the reason for his confidence. Senior Secretary for Public Relations. I have something to handle. OTK company CEO, Kang Jinhoo. Is he going all the way? Immediately request cooperation from all media outlets. Voices were still loud. He is here. Prosecutor, please say a few words. A barrage of questions was thrown at the real culprit. You arrested the wrong person. Should not you apologize first? Was it an order from the Blue House? Do you admit there was a political motive? Reporters kept questioning, but received no answers. Why was Mr. O moved to a non-custodial investigation? What crime did Mr. O commit? What do you think about the Blue House pressuring media related to this case? He is gone inside. Everyone, move aside. At the third interrogation room, a discussion was taking place. News Breakthrough's special report on PAS. To whom does PAS belong? A man holding a folder muttered. A report on the Korean market from Golden Gate's Asia branch manager. Korea's political risk is greater than the North Korean nuclear threat. The opponent interrupted angrily. The chaos P will hit rock bottom for a while because of this. Mr. Kang Jinhoo, CEO of OTK company, were you behind all these reports? The person they were targeting was none other than Jinhoo. Mr. Kang Jinhoo, OTK company, CEO Kang Jinhoo. Only then did he speak up. I also have something to ask. Public official, ID card, Kim Gyeong-jun, prosecutor, Supreme Prosecutor's Office.
Kim Gyeong-jun, Mr. Prosecutor.
A question was asked. The warrant for my arrest. It came from the president, did not it? Gyeong-jun frowned and shouted. What? Do you realize what position you are in? In contrast to Gyeong-jun, Jinhoo appeared extremely calm. He asked coolly, have you ever heard of Athena? The man could not help but feel bewildered. What? The goddess of wisdom in Greek and Roman mythology, Athena. Previously, someone used Athena as a pseudonym. That person became famous during the financial crisis for perfectly accurate predictions. Lehman Brothers bankruptcy, the collapse of the Korean stock market. As their fame spread, they became known as the financial president. Even mainstream media mentioned them. The problem was those predictions made the government uneasy. Exchange rates soared. Athena, and exchange rate defense. Stock prices plummeted. Stock price support. When they opposed the government's efforts to turn the tide, they became a thorn in the government's side. From then on, the prosecution stepped in, and suddenly Athena was arrested. An official document had been released requesting banks to ban buying dollars for currency defense. Prosecution service. False information. They relied solely on a single word document in a post. Technically, the prosecution was right. Athena, an official document was sent. The Ministry of Economy, Prime Minister, only gave verbal instructions to bankers. Prosecution. No document was ever sent. False information. It was a clear abuse of power, and they were acquitted in the first trial. But regardless of the verdict, the victory belonged to the government. From that moment, netizens began self-censoring. In a corner of a house, someone paused. Is it okay to post this? Back to Jinhu, his lips curled into a cold smile. And the chief prosecutor who led that prosecution did not face any punishment or discipline. Now he is standing right in front of me as the prosecutor general. Jeongjun almost lost it. He slammed the table and screamed, "Hey, does the prosecutor of the Republic of Korea look like a joke to you?" Jinhu remained unfazed, instead mocking. It seems the citizens of the Republic of Korea are the ones who look like jokes in your eyes. Hearing this, Jeongjun angrily cursed it. "You brat." Before he could react, Jinhu asked again, "Do you know the difference between Athena and me?" Jeongjun looked bewildered. "What?" He continued calmly, "Athena had no money." Hyunju's voice echoed in Jinhu's ears, "And money is your weapon." He looked straight into Gyeongjun's eyes. "But I have plenty of it." The man frowned and questioned. "So what?" Jinhu spoke softly. "I have been thinking, what would happen if I met the president privately and said I would invest 1 trillion won in PAAs? The only condition for that investment." Without waiting for Gyeongjun to react, he said coolly, "Is the head of Prosecutor General Kim Gyeongjun." At this, Jinhu stood up, his gaze almost devouring the man. "Not only that, but I would mobilize the NIS to investigate you, your wife, your parents and your relatives. Arrest them even if you find nothing. No, even if nothing is found, they must be arrested." Would the president refuse that? Jinhu lowered his voice. "Or will he choose the 1 trillion won and do as I say right then?" Jeongjun's voice trembled involuntarily. "You." He was so shocked his whole body shook.
You are.
Opposite him, Jinhu still maintained a stone-cold face. At the same time, in a room filled with piles of documents, a group of people carefully observed Gyeongjun and Jinhu through the glass. His voice rang out. "The entire conversation has been recorded. Are you aware that this is considered a threat?" Hearing this, he could not help but let out a soft laugh. Then Jinhu raised an eyebrow. He smirked. "Just kidding. This is not the era of military dictatorship anymore. A state governed by the rule of law would not allow that. Even if the president considers illegal lobbying, power, money, fame, relations, retirement." Jinhu calmly added, "Would he really cut off the head of a prosecutor general who served him like a loyal dog? But it is better to be careful." On this side, Gyeongjun seemed unable to maintain his composure. He let out a sigh. "You have truly lost your mind." Jinhu chuckled. "I hear that often." Having said that, he could not help but remark on the man before him. "Even after being arrested, you are this comfortable." Jinhu just closed his eyes. He involuntarily sank into his thoughts. Money really is a good thing in this world. In another development, Minyoung reported hastily, "Senior, our website is down." Hearing this, the man sighed helplessly. "DDoS again." He replied quickly in a calm tone, "Well, we are an IT powerhouse after all." Seeing this, he asked urgently, "Looks like we can't use domestic servers. Are the subtitles ready?" Minyoung replied quickly, "Yes, the translation is complete." Upon receiving the answer, the man smiled broadly. "Good, let us start now. Post the whole article on Fascinote, upload the video to a tube." The scene shifted to the Blue House. Inside, a voice from the news broadcast said, "It is highly likely the president is the real power behind PAS. PAS relies on 90% of Yunsung Motors sales." On the other side of the screen, Minyoung spoke seriously. "In short, if Yunsung Motors does well, PAS does well." The man looked amazed, and yet OTK supports Ronald, who is looking to make things difficult for Yunsung Motors by raising tariffs. With tens of trillions of won, he could not help but remark, "No wonder the president hates OTK." If Ronald wins, the so-called OTK investment delay is perfectly logical. While they were detaining the wrong person, Kang Jinhu got the investment approved in record time and then walked into the prosecution himself. Minyoung smirked. "Isn't this interference in the US election? Isn't that a serious issue? If Ronald wins, won't the president become an arch-enemy?" He nodded slightly in agreement. "Exactly." At this point the news continued. "What about the NIS illegal surveillance of K Company? All the people in the photos turned out to be NIS employees. They are claiming it was an individual act by the second deputy director. Cutting off the tail and shifting blame, right, over loyalty. What a joke. Who would believe that nonsense?" Meanwhile, the rage in Seong's heart had reached its peak. How could a small newspaper gather all that information? OTK, those bastards. They really want to go all in. Even so, the news showed no sign of stopping. Of course they would not stop. This has shaken all of Washington politics. The president must be praying hard for Ronald not to win, right? Hearing that, he could only let out a curse in the night. Damn it. Immediately after, a series of news reports were released. Diane shouted, "OTK Company, which was thought to be a US business, is actually owned by a Korean. She is the US Democratic presidential candidate, Diane Underwood." Then Diane threw out an accusation. Their CEO is currently under investigation for serious criminal charges. Diane stood tall at the podium, her voice ringing out like a bronze drum. This company is based in a tax haven. Its startup capital is unclear. They are supporting Ronald with money earned from illegal activities in the financial market. In that moment, Diane almost screamed, "That is not justice. I will restore justice in America." The atmosphere heated up quickly as she repeated her familiar slogan, "Stronger Together." OTK Company is a U.S. corporation established on the U.S. territory of Della Island. At the same time, the U.S. Republican presidential candidate, Ronald Stamper, stood on a high podium. He smirked, of course, as a U.S. company, it is doing its part and investing in America. Having said that, Ronald put on a puzzled face. What is the problem if their CEO is Korean, or does she hate them just because they are Korean? Then he cheered, his high-pitched voice echoing across the square. Diane, who called me a racist, might be the one with anti-Asian sentiments. The Korean government, including the president, has been unfair in supporting Yoon Sung Motors and squeezing our auto industry. Ronald feigned disappointment. While she only knows how to shout about saving the economy, I have already created hundreds of thousands of jobs for Americans. He clenched his fist and shouted loudly, as long as you build factories in the US and hire American workers, anyone is welcome. And now, I will announce the decision of a Korean CEO. Not stopping there, Ronald continued to scream, in Pennsylvania and Ohio, we will invest $5 billion to build new factories and hire American workers. That is about 5.5 trillion won. As he finished speaking, he spread his arms wide, shouting continuously, Keros, thank you, Keros, OTK, thank you, OTK Company, making America great again. At that moment, the female secretary's voice rang out, I do not think so. Jeong-jun heard this and could not help but feel a bit confused. What do you mean? She explained calmly. The time OTK bought the options was before the L6 recall happened. Prosecutor General Kim Gyeong-jun, hearing this, asked worriedly, so were there any records of further purchases after that? The secretary replied immediately, no. Upon receiving the answer, Gyeong-jun was almost stunned. Would it be logical? The possibility of an insider making a profit-sharing deal and then stopping. She continued to report in a cautious tone. The stop was a separate decision by Vice Chairman Lim Jin-young.
Seo-sung Electronics.
Even the Seo-sung group seems unhappy with the recent allegations. Furthermore, what startup capital? Selling Bantcoin since middle school to set up OTK. What the hell is Bantcoin anyway? A type of cryptocurrency. It is said to have been sold on the overseas Mountain Hill exchange, but it is now bankrupt due to a hack. Facing the flood of information, Gyeong-jun was so shocked his voice trembled. Bankrupt, then what about the indictment? The secretary added, since everything happened abroad. Foreign exchange management law, overseas accounts, domestic, foreign, overseas assets. The Foreign Exchange Management Act cannot be applied. It seems we will have to find another charge. As she finished speaking, Gyeong-jun's body involuntarily swayed. He muttered under his breath, we have already made promises to the press. In Gyeong-jun's head, a series of thoughts appeared. No major charges, no prosecution. Thinking of this, he seemed to have lost his soul, his mouth twitching continuously. We are screwed. At the same time, Sang Yeop asked curiously, what did Jin-Hoo say, counselor? The other quickly reported, he said, since nothing has changed, proceed according to plan. He hesitated slightly, so we are really going ahead. Sang Yeop involuntarily bit his lip. He muttered, polls show Diane will win at least 300 votes. Taekyu nodded slightly, appearing to fully trust the outlined strategy. Nothing to worry about. We just need to do as Jin-Hoo said. Hyunju suddenly pushed a folder toward him. She continued calmly, that is right. This time Golden Gate will also keep pace with us. The internal script document for Ronald's victory was just sent. If everything goes according to script, stocks and currencies in emerging markets will plummet. Tariff bombs, protectionism, US-centric. As a result, gold, yen, and cryptocurrency will all skyrocket. Sang Yeop was highly skeptical. If it is cryptocurrency, we already invested as Jin-Hoo said. That kid Jin-Hoo. Could he have seen this far ahead? Taekyu cut in, appearing hesitant. Not exactly, but something like that. Anyway, it is to our advantage. Meanwhile, Hyunju calmly explained the upcoming strategy. OTK Company. In other words, we will build short positions in emerging market stocks, the forex market, and even the crypto market. An investment strategy to profit from predicting that asset prices will fall. As she finished, he frowned at the scale of the investment in the report. Senior, this position ratio is too risky. Where did this internal data come from? Without hesitation, she answered coolly from Golden Gate headquarters. It is a direct order from the CEO. Sang Yeop's gaze immediately changed when he heard that influential title. Is it that reclusive investor? Why go that far? A laugh rang out in the room. Tak-yu clenched his fist. What kind of investment was it? It is faith. The mercenary tactic. Sang Yeop could not help but marvel. That is amazing. That is exactly the Golden Gate CEO's stance, though the weight behind the words might differ. Then he paused again. Wait, based on faith alone, is that really our CEO's key tactic? But the amount this time is. Hyunju replied slowly, if you look at it from another perspective, instead of analyses filled with logic and numbers from experts, analysis of partisan loyalty, and strategic voter redirection of candidate Diane. Psychological shifts among states and trend analysis of Diane's rise. Victory conditions for candidate Diane, considering polling trends and turnout variables. Diane's manual analyzing key swing states and assessing victory chances. Conditions for Diane's victory. 3 key tactics and critical voter group analysis. Summary of the current situation focusing on Diane's strongholds. Analysis based on field data assessing the consolidation of candidate Diane's support base. Ronald Stamper will be elected President of the United States. Just one word from OTK CEO Kang Jinho was enough to move Golden Gate CEO Goldman, showing it carries immense weight. On this side, Jinho fell into deep thought. Election day is approaching. The presidential race has finally entered its final stage. Then he involuntarily muttered, the investigation will only get harder as long as he is still in detention. Back to Gyeongjun, he could not help but feel a bit anxious. We are having trouble proving the allegations. For now, we should switch to a non-custodial investigation and then. Chief Prosecutor Kim Gyeongjun. Manhwa lowered his head slightly, then spoke in a deep voice. Is that so? But we still need to hold him for now. Director Hong Manho. He hesitated slightly, then tentatively asked further. Yes, so regarding the allegations, what should we say to the press? Manho suddenly called out. Chief Prosecutor. Jinho quickly replied, yes. He looked at him with sharp eyes and growled, do I really have to explain everything to you? Gyeongjun quickly lowered his head, beads of sweat on his forehead. No sir. We will continue to gather more evidence while keeping Kang Jinho in custody. After saying that, he fell into an endless train of thought. Lacking a clear reason showed there was pressure from the president. How humiliating. Judging by that desperate decision, it also meant there was no more training or discipline from the administration. Until the moment the vote count was completed and Diane's victory was confirmed. Diane Underwood was officially confirmed as the president-elect of the United States. OTK Company would no longer have a place on Korean soil. On this side, Jinho tilted his head slightly. He questioned himself. The feeling of being idle after a period of non-stop work is so strange. Have I become a workaholic like Sister Hyunju? Then Jinho stared at the clock. 11:00 a.m. Surely the ballot counting must be underway by now. The investigator sitting opposite him maintained a stern tone. I will not answer questions unrelated to the investigation, Mr. Kang Jinho. Please refrain and answer our questions truthfully. He nodded calmly, showing no pressure.
Yes, investigator.
By the way, could I have a pen and a piece of paper? The man immediately refused, his voice stiff as per regulations. They are only provided if necessary for the procedure, so not right now. Please cooperate. Hearing this, Jinho looked indifferent. I have nothing more to say, as there are no charges to answer to. The investigator countered immediately. The prosecution will decide the charges, Mr. Kang Jinho. At this, Jinho casually threw out a provocation. Can they really do that? Seeing as they only sent in one investigator, it seems they are just trying to buy time. The corner of his mouth quirked up with amusement. While waiting for the election results, should I tell you about my investments in the US? You never know. You might discover some shady facts from my notes or my stories. After a moment of silence, the investigator slowly stood up. I will go check for a moment and come back. Jinho held up 2 fingers and smiled faintly. If possible, give me 2 different colors. On the live television screen, the news anchor constantly updated the latest results. Candidate Diane's electoral votes are skyrocketing. She is off to a smooth start, winning California and New York. He continued pointing at the election map behind him. Overall, candidate Diane holds a major advantage on both the east and west coasts. Candidate Ronald is also painting the inland states red, but assuming both hold their strongholds. The anchor's voice quickened as he analyzed the next development. If candidate Diane wins just 1 or 2 states in the Rust Belt, victory will be nearly guaranteed. Hearing the news, Diane smiled with satisfaction.
Wonderful.
She let out an involuntary laugh. There is no way the tide can be turned now. After speaking, Diane suggested, please review the speech one more time. Joel heard this and smirked. Understood. Back to Jinho, he asked seriously, is Ronald leading? What is the situation? Opposite him, the investigator became increasingly flustered. He hesitated, unable to form a sentence. I have no reason to answer you. Hearing that, he made a deduction. So the Rust Belt results are not in yet. That is the deciding factor. The investigator grew impatient. Please refrain from talking about things unrelated to the investigation, sir. Jinho casually made another offer. Then let us talk about the company's funds. After the US investments, we have about $5 billion in cash left, and K Company has about $4 billion. Hearing the massive figures, the investigator's voice trembled visibly. $4 billion, about 10 trillion won. Jinho's eyes immediately fixed on him. Judging by his reaction, Diane was currently leading. Global financial groups were probably enjoying a recovery of confidence because, as predicted, Diane was dominating. After a moment of silence, the investigator hesitantly spoke. Don't tell me. The remaining $9 billion. Jinho smiled faintly. That is right. We chose the opposite short selling. He announced leisurely, as if everything had been calculated beforehand. My colleagues are probably starting their move right now. At the same time, Sang-yeop kept looking at the computer, his face full of anxiety. It is so frustrating not being able to contact Jinho. Hyunju did not forget to ask, how's the election going? Henry suddenly stood up. Illinois just went to Diane. Taekyu heard this and could not help but feel bewildered. That is not that a Rust Belt state. Just then, Ellie announced in a panic, the West Coast has become a total victory for Diane, and Diane is also gradually taking over other Rust Belt states. Hearing this, Sangyup felt the urgency. In that case, I will continue placing sell orders. On this end, Hyunju was frantically typing. She could not help but exclaim, I am going to die of stress. Seeing this, Taekyu looked helpless. He told us it would be fine. Outside in the square, the crowd could be seen cheering wildly. Current electoral votes: Diane 203, Ronald 131. The scene returned to the main headquarters. Inside the room, he once again fell into a mix of thoughts. Everything has a cause and an effect. Naturally, I did the opposite. The result will be Ronald being elected president. Thinking this, Jinhoo's eyelashes flickered. And then, I will work backward to the cause. After several hours of silence, he suddenly spoke. I once had the chance to speak directly with Ronald, and surprisingly, he made a lot of sense. Unlike Diane, who represents the white-collar workers. Ronald, Diane, the corporate class, finance, the white working class. Ronald tapped into the psychology of the neglected regions. The anxiety of white Americans, fearing they would be pushed out of the mainstream, created a common enemy, illegal immigrants threatening their jobs. He soothed those who were drowning in anger and helplessness. And he said the things they wanted to hear, spoke the words they wanted to say. Diane Underwood, who offers abstract goals like peace, justice and welfare. Ronald Stamper, who speaks simply and clearly about creating jobs and cutting taxes. Thinking this, his heart became even more determined. I believe this difference. Jinhoo slightly clenched his hand, as if he had seen the answer long ago. Is the reason. If there is something beyond your reach. Immediately after, he put pressure on the pen and crossed it out sharply. Discard it without hesitation. Witnessing that scene, the investigator instinctively backed away. Jinhoo paused for a moment and then continued. Pick the areas where his message can be implemented most effectively. He spoke slowly, his voice full of certainty, as if all results were preordained. I will make it a reality for you, right now, with the money I have. In that moment, Ronald's face suddenly appeared in Jinhoo's mind. Then he continued to cross out the paper with his pen. Cash drop. On the other side, Henry was actively reporting. Meanwhile, Jinhoo was frantically crossing out the scrap of paper. Drop. Back in the room, Ellie looked extremely urgent. On the other side of the square, the crowd was still shouting fiercely. At this moment, Taegyu smirked. See, Jinhoo was right. The number 29 appeared over the Florida region. At that sight, Diane was nearly paralyzed with shock. In a flash, her face turned pale. On the news screen, the numbers appeared. Diane Underwood 232, Ronald Stamper 306. And so, Ronald Stamper was elected president. He was elected president of the United States amidst the cheers of the people. However, hidden behind Ronald was the presence of Jinhoo. On this side, Seyoung hissed in rage. How is this possible? Damn it. Immediately, he picked up the phone and yelled, Chief Prosecutor Kim Gyeongjun, who do you think you are to detain him like that? Release him immediately. Do you want to lose your job? Standing before a flickering LED screen, Joel could not stand steady. He kept muttering, unbelievable. Joel's face was completely frozen. He stared at the news bulletin with a frozen expression. Even though we received more popular votes, we still lost. We were behind by at least 3 million votes. Inside the office, sighs echoed one after another. We should have paid attention to the neglected regions until the very last minute. This is insane. The white working class turning their backs on us is a massive shock. Someone could not help but feel a bit amazed. I did not expect that Ronald's crazy, reckless words would actually work. At the same time, Joel refused to yield. No. In his head, a mix of thoughts flashed. If that were all, it could not explain the electoral college gap. 74 electoral votes. The important thing is why it was effective. Normally, a political newcomer like Ronald Stamper might make some noise with crude words, only to lose like someone who was always considered a joke. People should have viewed his story as entertainment. Only those voting half-jokingly or in desperation would choose him. There was no way he could conquer the hearts of an entire state like that. Thinking of this, Joel lowered his head. The person who made the impossible possible. He muttered almost manically, it is just an investor. Joel hung his head, his voice heavy in the atmosphere of defeat. The reason for our failure. We lost because we could not stop even a single investor. In the interrogation room, Jinhoo asked leisurely. Ronald won, right? Opposite him, voices kept hitting the investigator's ears. He looked flustered.
Yes, I understand.
At this moment, the investigator could not hide his wariness. His voice trembled. Mr. Kang Jinhoo, the order to drop the charges has been issued. So from now on, you are no longer in detention. I will guide you through the release procedures. November 9th, 2:30 a.m. EST. November 9th, 4:30 p.m. KST. Ronald Stamper declares victory. November 9th, 4:45 p.m. KST. The prosecution decided to drop the charges against OTK Company CEO Kang Jinhoo. Jinhoo walked outside calmly, a slight smile on his face. It must be a mess out there. Then Jinhoo turned and asked, so can I go now? The investigator looked flustered. Yes, unless. He hesitated for a moment and then offered a suggestion. If you find it uncomfortable, it might be better to avoid the main entrance. Jinhoo laughed softly, as if he had predicted everything. I bet there are tons of reporters gathered out there. Right, the investigator replied awkwardly, yes. Outside a crowd of reporters swarmed the headquarters. Someone looked dissatisfied. When will Kang Jinhoo be released? Seeing this he spoke slowly. If I just go out and do an interview, it will make the prosecution lose face, right? He hesitated, yes. Jinhoo turned to stare at the investigator. And the investigator who failed to stop me will also be reprimanded, right? He looked troubled, well.
Yes.
Seeing that, he made an offer, then I will take the underground exit. Before leaving, Jinhoo shook his head slightly, his voice tinged with a bit of sentiment. It is strange how a hard-working investigator gets scolded while the wrongdoers roam free. Besides, I do not want to show my face anymore. One press conference was enough. A moment later, a container of tofu was suddenly thrust in front of him.
Eat this first.
Jinhoo looked at the tofu with a puzzled expression. Tofu? What for? Did I just get out of prison or something? Taegyu urged him. Doesn't matter, just eat it. He turned to look at him blankly. What about you? Taegyu shrugged. I already ate. Sangyop did not forget to offer praise. Well done, Jinhoo. Jinhoo nodded slightly. You too, senior. After that he asked worriedly, how's mom? Is she okay? Taegyu grinned mischievously. I explained everything to ease her worries. Just then, Ellie walked out quickly. Jinhoo, hearing the familiar voice, Jinhoo immediately raised his head. Ellie came too. He stared at her wet face. Ellie, are you crying? At this, Taegyu turned and whispered, hurry up and comfort her. Then suddenly Ellie rushed forward and hugged Jinhoo tightly. She could not help but sob. I was so scared. What if something happened to Jinhoo? Seeing this, he gently comforted Ellie. It is okay. Look, did not I make it out safely? Ellie was still not at ease. She scanned his body as if looking for any sign of injury. Are you sure you're not hurt? Jinhoo was momentarily flustered. Of course not. Taegyu, standing nearby, growled. That is enough. At the same time, Sangyop quickly pushed the car door open. Let us head to the office first. We have a lot to discuss. The group then moved through the busy streets. Inside, Jinhoo leaned toward Sangyop. The timing was perfect. How much did we make in total? He replied nonchalantly, as if speaking about a normal figure, around $2.8 billion. About 3.1 trillion won. Ellie stared at him, talking about money at a time like this. Jinhoo replied with a completely calm face, well, the purpose was to make money after all. Hearing that, she hesitated, that is true. Sangyop asked curiously, bringing up a question he had held for a long time. But why did not you use the Brexit strategy again, like shorting the Mexican peso MXN for example? The UK was big enough to endure it, but attacking Mexico now would be a massive shock. The aftermath of Ronald's election, stocks and currency values collapsing, the risk is too high compared to the profit. Jinhoo explained slowly, his voice calm as if giving a lecture. If you want to keep doing business, it is best not to turn the government into an enemy. Hearing this, Taegyu nodded in agreement. Exactly. The more enemies, the more exhausting it gets. Especially with governments. He continued, as long as we do not strike first, it will be fine. Then suddenly Jinhoo leaned toward the window. That. When did you put that up? Noticing the expression on Jinhoo's face, Taegyu laughed excitedly. Just recently. Why hide it anymore? Seeing that, he lowered his voice. I guess so. He grinned. I have always looked forward to the day we would use this logo. Jinhoo just replied dismissively. Good job. Right then, he secretly prayed. I hope it does not get called the Otaku building. As soon as they returned to the office, Hyunju was already waiting. She smiled when she saw Jinhoo. Well done. Was it bearable in there? He replied gloomily. Whatever you do, do not go in there, sister. Jinhoo did not forget to complain. They won't even let you smoke. Hyunju went along with it. That is serious. Ronald's side told me to have you call them when you got out. He announced quickly. We talked briefly on the way back. Ronald's voice echoed in Jinhoo's mind once more. You worked hard. I must treat you to a meal. Then he turned with confidence. At least they won't forget me. After that, Jinhoo asked, anything else? Hyunju did not hesitate to continue. The opposition and civil groups keep asking for a meeting. Hearing that, he made a deduction. They probably think we are allies, and maybe. She sighed slightly. They are manically saying this is the chance to topple the administration. We should still keep our distance. The goals might be similar, but getting involved in politics is never wise. Besides, I am not an expert on constitutional law. Jinhoo could not help but feel a bit skeptical. So what about President Park Si-hyung? Illegal surveillance, raids, investigations and arrests.
Pass, Yoon-sung.
The connection to Yoon-sung Motors is being suspected. Taekyu replied quickly. Just one confirmed charge could be grounds for impeachment. Right. Henry then grew suspicious. How did a person like that become president? He asked curiously. Do you know who the US president is right now? He quickly added. I see. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew heavy as Jinhoo made a decision. Anyway, we have to prevent this absurdity from happening again. Let us use this opportunity to weaken him for good. Hyunju narrowed her eyes and declared, I will handle the negotiations with the opposition. They have to pay a price for targeting us. His eyes involuntarily stopped on Hyunju. She still had not gotten over Taekyu's case. Jinhoo's face looked rather pale. He spoke in a dry voice anyway. I won't be able to go to school for a while. I will focus only on work for now, so maybe we should hire a few more people. After the short meeting, Sister Hyunju established a massive legal team under the guise of protecting large clients from political oppression and preventing business damage, providing documents to the press. With the data being reprocessed, public interest and attention exploded. Despite pro-Park Se-young media outlets like the Big Three supporting him. To whom does PAS belong? Prosecution Service. What is the real intent behind the forced investigation of OTK? Did the president order illegal surveillance? Park Se-young's approval rating hit rock bottom. Right now, Se-young was in a state of unprecedented crisis. A few days later, the scene moved to the Blue House. Outside, reporters were swarming. Someone could not help but marvel. Indeed, this is a heartbreaking situation. At the same time, up on the podium, Se-young expressed his regret. Although I am proud to have led a perfectly ethical government, such disappointing events have happened to me. My heart is heavy, and I can hardly lift my head. But in this time of division and chaos, the national circumstances are too grave, and the urgent issues are too heavy and time-consuming. As the president responsible for the nation, I cannot neglect my duties for even a moment. With humility, I will dedicate myself further to governing the country. Once again, I offer a sincere apology to all the people. Someone turned and whispered, "What the hell is he talking about?" After finishing, Se-young quickly left the podium under the protection of his security detail. At the same time, Jin-hoo stared at the TV screen in bewilderment. What is this? No questions, just read it and leave. Tae-gyu sighed. What exactly is he apologizing for? He could not help but let out a curse. It sounds like, I did nothing wrong, but since someone else did, I will apologize on their behalf. No subject, no object. He asked in disbelief, and after that apology, it is just over. Tae-gyu continued with undisguised dissatisfaction. What about the script where our side rushes in, lists the criminal evidence, shouts, "You are finished." Then the approval rating drops and he gets impeached. Where's the satisfaction? Jin-hoo's voice lowered, mixed with helplessness. I was looking forward to that too. But given the ruling party holds the majority and has a solid support base, the possibility of impeachment seems very low. Hearing this, Tae-gyu grew even more furious. Even though just a few of his words almost ruined our lives, he continued angrily, so it really ends here. No more direct confrontation. In contrast to Tae-gyu, he just appeared calm. Maybe not meeting would be better for both sides. Henry spoke up, looking amazed. Even if they were just empty words, making the president bow his head is no small feat. Furthermore, the president's 3 closest aides and their direct lines have all been cut off. Prosecution Director Hong Man-ho, Prosecutor General Kim Kyung-jun, NIST Director Yoon Se-won. For an ordinary businessman with no political background in Korea to be able to strike like that is a heavy loss. Tae-gyu then mocked. He cut off the tail so quickly. Thinking back to how he begged for mercy then arrogantly spoke up, only to have a video posted online titled "The True Face of President Park Se-young," causing his approval to drop. Jin-hoo spoke in a deep voice. It might be satisfying to do that, but we should stop here. Suddenly a voice rang out. Politics is like a living organism. If you attack too hard, you might get a backlash. What seemed like a certain conviction was balanced by him sacrificing his aides. An analogy popped into Tae-gyu's head. Sounds like some effects in a card game. If we keep pressing, the opposition or temporary allies might block it. Back to Jin-hoo, his gaze softened slightly, accompanied by a slow voice. Still, this incident will follow him like a label. At least he is weakened now. Today's broadcast can also be seen as Park Se-young's gesture of reconciliation. So let us end this incident here. By the way, we have already put up the logo and moved into the building, and I even have my own private space. Immediately after, Jin-hoo stood up. He smiled with confidence. Time to focus on my work. I want to build OTK company into a proper company. First, let us hire a CHRO. Tae-gyu asked hesitantly. CHRO. Seeing this, Jin-hoo explained. Chief Human Resources Officer, the person who will be in charge of hiring and managing employees. Hearing this, he looked bored. In other words, we hire someone to hire employees. OTK Company Organizational Chart. Kang Jin-hoo, CEO and largest shareholder. Oh Tae-gyu, COO and second largest shareholder. Oh Hyunju, third largest shareholder. Henry Goldman, employee. Tae-gyu continued. Where do we start looking? He quickly pulled out a folder. These are profiles from a headhunting firm. I have already filtered a few. Tae-gyu stared at the text intently. The educational backgrounds are quite impressive. His eyes suddenly stopped at one point. What about this person? Tae-gyu's hand tightened on the paper. Then he suddenly exclaimed, an impressive career and clearly of Korean descent. Hearing that, Jin-hoo quickly made a deduction. Michael Lee. Henry leaned forward. I also recommend this person. Jin-hoo was momentarily surprised. You know him. He is an HR director so famous, it is hard to find anyone better.
Productivity, turnover rate.
He is a Korean American, so he won't face any cultural or language barriers. After a moment of consideration, Jin-hoo made a decision. Then I will have the headhunting firm contact him. I am not sure he will accept, as he seems to be very successful in the US. Henry smiled faintly and asserted confidently. I think he will accept. Jin-hoo grew suspicious. Why? Henry stated firmly. Not many people can refuse your invitation right now. It is not every day you get the chance to work with a living legend. Jinhu scratched his ear shyly. I guess fame is useful sometimes. Just then a phone rang. Jinhu turned angrily toward Taigyu. I told you to turn off your phone during the meeting. Taigyu snapped back. It is your mother. Answer it. He quickly picked up. Mom, it is me. A familiar voice came from the other end. Jinhu, I hope I am not bothering you while you are busy. Jinhu could not help but feel a bit bewildered. Is something wrong, Mom? The mother hesitated for a moment and then mentioned, everyone wants to meet you. She glanced toward the living room. All the relatives had gathered there. Immediately after, the sound of lively chatter broke out. These people even said all this stuff out. It is so exhausting. Hearing those voices, both strange and familiar, Jinhu's face soon turned pale. Immediately after, his luxury car could be seen speeding through the streets. Jinhu was frantically flooring the gas pedal. Seeing this, Taikyu quickly gripped the handle and shouted in panic, calm down a bit. You did not expect your relatives to show up, did you? Jinhu's voice suddenly grew several degrees colder. I even forgot I had relatives. After my father passed away, both sides completely lost contact. Hearing this, Taikyu could not hide his curiosity because the financial support from your father was gone. Jinhu was silent for a moment and then reacted. I am not sure of the reason, but it seems 100% likely. When my mother asked for financial help, they all refused and cut off contact. It was quite heartbreaking. In his memory, his mother was hiding in a small corner, pleading frantically, brother, I can't reach my sister-in-law. Yes, it is not quite like that. Yes, I know, all right. But we do not hold a grudge against them. Returning to reality, Jinhu gripped the steering wheel in rage. Loaning money without knowing when you will get it back is indeed a burden because they were also struggling to make a living. However, they should never have come back like this. Sensing the misfortune within him, Taigyu replied hesitantly, I understand. He turned and asked skeptically, you mean you are annoyed because they somehow showed up exactly when you are well off? About that. It is quite ambiguous. You do not even have to go. Just call security and throw them out. Don't tell me you are going to let your relatives. Jinhu suddenly asked, did anyone come to your house? Taikyu paused. My house? He replied quickly, with an undeniable sense of pride. My sister has been successful for a long time. We do not have many relatives, and most of them are well off. Occasionally there are just some inquiries about investment and whatnot. After a while, the car stopped. Taikyu spoke up worriedly. Looks like they are already here. Should we go in together? Jinhu replied briefly, I will go in alone. It won't be long, so you wait here. Immediately the door opened. The mother tilted her head to look at him. Jinhu, you are here. The female staff member bowed politely. Welcome back, sir. Jinhu replied quickly, yes, I am here, mom. Then he turned to question, security manager, why did not you stop them? She quickly bowed her head. I am truly sorry. The mother quickly stood in front of the staff member. I was the one who let them in, Jinhu. After all, they are your father's side of the family. I could not just chase them out. At this, Jinhu felt a bit helpless. Because of mom's personality, I had to come here myself. After a moment of silence, he spoke up, let us go inside first. As soon as they stepped inside, the space became noisy. Greetings poured out as if they had been prepared beforehand. So good to see you, Jinhu. Our Jinhu is here. Aunt, cousin, uncle, aunt. You look much more like a man now. One of them asked curiously, did you come in that car outside? Impressive. That car must be worth over 100 million won. The aunt quickly hugged the mother tightly. The car parked in the yard must be one Jinhu bought as well. Right, Jinhu is truly a filial son. You must be so proud, sister. He quickly walked closer. Mom, please bring out more fruit. She rolled her eyes toward Jinhu. Jinhu, you have grown much taller. Another person approached him. How long has it been? Jinhu, how was your military service? The atmosphere dropped a beat. Jinhu questioned coldly. It must have been several years. This is probably the first time since my father's funeral. The man momentarily became awkward. Right, it has been that long. By the way, your press conference surprised us so much. The person next to them feigned worry. If something like that happens, you should have told us sooner. Someone added in a tearful tone. You do not know how worried the family was. Another person looked angry. Why would the prosecutor detain such an innocent child? Truly terrible people. At this moment another person spoke up casually. I used to support Park Se-young, but after seeing them bully our Jinhu, I quit. At the same time, the mother quietly observed Jinhu from a distance. The atmosphere suddenly paused, then shifted to a new rhythm when someone changed the subject. Do you remember your younger cousins? Kids, hurry up and say hello. The two children stepped forward, their voices hesitant but polite. Hello, my name is Kim Youngmin. Hello, I am Kim Mina. Jinhu smiled slightly. Yes, I remember you too. You have grown so fast. But is not it school time right now? Just then, the woman boldly suggested, taking one day off is fine. Our family gathering is more important. The uncle acted boisterously. It is so good to see each other like this. It reminds me of the old days. The woman reached out to the side again. Jinhu, you are so cool now. This is my husband, Choi Namwoo, your brother-in-law. Namwoo waved his hand, acting close. A pleasure, brother-in-law. Please look after me in the future. Thanks to you, the way people treat me at work has changed too. They even gave me leave just because I said I had to visit Kang Jinhu. Jinhu gave a slight smile. First of all, congratulations to Mi-young on her marriage. But when did you get married? Faced with the sudden question, she hesitated slightly about 8 months ago. He replied coldly, is that so? Then Jinhu looked up and stared at the two of them. So it was after my military discharge. It is strange, since I never even received word about your wedding. The momentary silence was broken by an awkward explanation. Look, I sent my son off, but since it was the first time marrying off my daughter, I was so busy with preparations that I probably forgot to inform my nephew. The man feigned anger and shouted, where was your head? How could you not tell family about something so important? The atmosphere tightened significantly as he brought the conversation back to reality. So, what is the reason you all came today without notice? The man still feigned innocence and laughed awkwardly. What do you mean by that? We just wanted to see our nephew's face. Receiving the answer, Jinhu immediately stood up. He let out a slight sigh. I should be at work right now, you know. If you have seen enough, we can end it here, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the group suddenly became silent. The uncle coughed. It has been so long since the whole family gathered like this. Shouldn't we chat a bit longer? Anyway, how much money did you actually make? The papers say 10 trillion, 20 trillion. Jinhu looked up and stared at him, his voice slow and heavy. Why do you care about that? What matters is that my mother and I are healthy. Isn't living well better than that? The woman tilted her head, her eyes lighting up as if she had just grasped an opportunity. Her voice became more urgent. Right? Seeing you healthy is enough. But your cousin Yunhu is always exhausted from work. She then made a suggestion. It would be so good if he could work with you, Jinhu. Jinhu fell into thought it was not that simple. After a moment of silence, he questioned loudly. We are an investment firm. Can he handle work related to VC, PEF, or SWF? Another person immediately chimed in. My husband would be perfect for that. He sells medical equipment, but the human psyche is close to investing. And what was it? Stocks. He babbled on about nonsensical connections. Those stock techniques are not for everyone, honey. The man looked momentarily flustered. What was that called? That thing, speculation. Since it is professional terminology, maybe my brother-in-law is not familiar. Ultra short-term trading on junk stocks, anyone can do it. The atmosphere began to grow heavy. The man lowered his voice. But are not there other roles besides investing? The uncle nodded slightly. Subordinate management should be given to someone trustworthy, like an executive or management position. A clear effort at nepotism. Then another person flashed a bright smile. The chairman of Rytech Group even let his family sell popcorn and coke in the movie theaters. Private contracts. Family company A, family company B. Would not it be better if you gave us some of those too? An incitement to breach of duty. The space immediately froze after her words. Jinhu clenched his palms in rage. If you dare to show your face after cutting ties yourselves, you should be reminiscing about the past, not using it to plot for your own futures. About the unavoidable circumstances that kept you from my father's funeral, unlike Mr.
Seokbium, my father's employee.
About the unavoidable circumstances that made you unable to help when we needed just 10,000 won. About the unavoidable circumstances that forced you to cut even emotional ties. But in truth, there were no circumstances. It was just selfishness, because you considered us a burden. Instead of acting like nothing happened and dreaming of the future, you should have apologized first. Thinking this, Jinhu's heart no longer wavered. If you had done that, at least I would have kept in touch. At this moment, the woman broke down. My poor brother, he passed away before seeing his son's success. The uncle feigned sorrow. If Donghyun were alive. Seeing this, the other turned to comfort. It is okay now. Surely your brother in heaven is helping Jinhu. The woman continued to cover her face, wailing loudly. Thank you, brother. Thanks to you, we can finally shed the burden we have carried for so long. From now on your son, our beloved nephew, will be successful and take care of everything, so please rest in peace. Witnessing this scene, Jinhu only showed a vacant expression. Right now, you are not even worth a single one. At the same time, the other person turned to comfort her. Why cry on such a happy day? You raised a good son, brother. She lowered her voice to soothe her. Donghwa, stop crying. Our nephew Jinhu has work to do. Hearing this, the woman acted urgent. So, about what we were talking about, let us just discuss the basics first, and the details later, alright. Right now, the lights in the room remained bright, but the atmosphere had completely changed. A flurry of messy suggestions rang out, mixed with forced laughter and undisguised impatience. Jinhu, what do you think? Or how about you try opening a small business, but at least 1 billion won is needed to do something. Lately, your sister has been interested in a commercial building rental model. Putting it in the landlord's name, right? The man stood up and leaned forward, his voice full of confidence. Brother-in-law, I am very confident. Just trust me this once. It is easy to put your name in cryptocurrency. The woman turned and slapped the child, urging her. Brother Jinhu, Mina wants a building. Buy one for me. Okay, say it, Brother Jinhu. Buy me a building. Someone could not help but laugh. It is good that the girl knows how to follow suit. Not stopping there, she continued to signal. Youngman, you say it too, otherwise there won't be another chance. Faced with the chaotic scene, Jinhu thought honestly, I just want to kick them all out. But, the atmosphere began to grow heavy again. Several people looked at Jinhu as if gauging his reaction. Brother-in-law, Jinhu, what do you think? Don't push yourself too hard, Jinhu. Just take your time. In that moment, Jinhu suddenly saw an image of his father. A short silence fell in his heart. If I kick them out, Dad will be sad. On the opposite side, the father did not forget to remind him, son, family should help each other. That is enough. Just then, the mother spoke up. So that is it. Her voice trembled because she could not hide her rage, so it was because of this. The mother gripped the knife tightly. She stared at the crowd with fiery eyes. Because of this, you insisted on meeting Jinhoo. Seeing this, the uncle quickly tried to explain. Now, sister-in-law, it is not like that. The atmosphere immediately shattered. The mother screamed frantically. Please leave. From now on, do not contact us and do not ever come looking for us again. Sensing the critical situation, the woman lowered her voice to comfort her. Sister-in-law, why would you suddenly say that? The whole family has... She shouted in fury. After Jinhoo's father died, you did not even care how much we suffered. Our house was put up for auction because of medical bills. We had to move, were kicked out of our own home. Then the mother turned to question them. Do you remember when we asked for help to pay Jinhoo's tuition? The uncle hesitated. At that time, if we could have helped, we would have. The other quickly explained, sister-in-law, our family's situation was not much better back then. She immediately interrupted. I know everyone has their own hardships. I know, even so, if you had ever thought about all the help Jinhoo's father gave you, you would not be doing this. He worked hard to support the family since he was very young. No matter what the job was, he always devoted himself to taking care of everyone in the house. He paid for the brother-in-law's college tuition. The mother's eyes were fixed on the woman, paid for the sister-in-law's wedding. She glanced around again, and took care of the parents until the very end. The man did not dare look directly at her, only muttering, at that time, my business was not going well. Seeing this, the mother looked furious. He carried the burden of all their medical bills and even their funeral costs. Saying this, she glared at them. And yet, what did you do after Jinhoo's father died? Did you ever return even 1/10 of what you received from my husband? Did you help me and my son? Now you are shameless enough to come to Jinhoo and force my son to give you something. Witnessing this scene, Jinhoo was momentarily stunned. Mom, right now the mother coldly offered a suggestion. Just live like strangers as you have until now. Human greed is bottomless. As soon as the words were out, she realized the truth after all those years. When people receive something easily, they will only want more. And if it is family, they feel they have the right to demand even more. If he put himself in their shoes, it was understandable. He might have also rushed over with plenty of demands. And if it is a kind-hearted relative, they would likely demand even more and act even more arrogant, just like right now. Anyone could feel it. At this moment the uncle looked worried and spoke hesitantly. Sister-in-law, put down the knife first. If we back down now, there won't be another chance. The group seemed to have lost their senses. One of them questioned casually, think about it, sister-in-law. If my brother were alive, what would he do? The woman turned to show her agreement. That is right, sister-in-law. For his sake, you can't be like this. Hearing this, the mother hung her head and lowered her voice. If he were still by our side, he would take care of his siblings and even his nieces and nephews. He was someone who would not hesitate if it involved family. Someone tried hard to persuade her. Right, sister-in-law, if it were my brother, he would definitely do that. On this end, her body seemed to lose gravity, her voice speaking involuntarily. But now, right now, the mother's hand gripped the knife so tightly it shook violently. Jinhoo's eyes immediately dropped to her arm. Suddenly the mother raised her head, her voice trembling. He is already dead, she declared firmly. He might have had responsibilities and duties to you, but Jinhoo does not. So do not expect anything from my son anymore. One of them tried to calm her down. Sister-in-law, calm down first. Another feigned worry. If you are angry, we can talk later. Back to Jinhoo. A picture suddenly formed in his mind. She respected the life her husband had chosen. But she seemed to be extremely angry because those expectations were now being dumped onto her son. I was also surprised because I had never seen mom so resolute before. At this moment, the mother let out a shout that shook the entire space. Security manager. The female staff member quickly entered. Yes, madam. She did not hesitate to give the order. The conversation is over. Please see the guests out for me. As soon as the words were out, the crowd fell into a panic. Now, sister-in-law, wait a minute. Immediately after, a group of bodyguards entered. Guests, please come this way. The man could not help but feel a bit bewildered. What is going on here? Someone shouted in anger. Isn't this a bit too much, sister-in-law? The man immediately approached. Let me see you out. Hey, he struggled angrily. Don't touch me. Are you people crazy? The woman turned to criticize. Aren't those people hired by Jinhoo? Why are they listening to someone else? Let me go. A child's voice trembled, stifled amidst the commotion, making the atmosphere even more chaotic and uncomfortable. Mom, I am scared. I want to go home. Immediately after, screams rang out one after another. It hurts, I said. Do not touch me, brother. The uncle tried to cling to Jinhoo, pleading incessantly. Jinhoo, quickly stop your mother. We might have said a bit too much, but we should not let outsiders interfere in family matters. Such a ruckus only shames the family. At this he spoke coldly. Give me your business card. The uncle smiled broadly upon hearing this. Right, that is more like it. He did not forget to remind him. Jinhoo, if you are too busy, you can just give it to your staff and get back to work. But let us see. Since I do not have much time left until retirement, instead of investing in my current company, what if I start my own company and collaborate with your company? Suddenly Jinhoo leaned down and let out a sigh. How regrettable. If my father were still alive, I might have been a person. The uncle's gaze softened. His voice kept soft as if persuading. Don't worry, Jinhoo. It is not too late. I am here in your father's place, treating you like my own son. Jinhu suddenly interrupted. According to my father's last wish, I came here hoping to receive at least an apology, but in the end, things turned out like this. Perhaps it will never happen now, the man repeated in confusion. Never, you mean it won't happen, right, Jinhu? Jinhu replied briefly. You understood correctly. I have passed the level of being annoyed, and now I am truly angry. Let us end everything here, and live as strangers. Another person hurriedly stepped forward, her voice sharp and panicky. Jinhu, you. There is no way, right? You just said you would give us the whole building and invest. The man shouted angrily. Stop it, Jinhu. Why are you suddenly acting like this? The woman glared at him. That is not what you meant, right? You can't cut ties with the whole family. The atmosphere began to shatter into overlapping arguments. That is right. If you really came here for your father's will, you would not act like this. It is disrespectful. Think carefully. This could be a good opportunity for you too. Use us to build a good image. Understand, you're not going to shame your late father, are you? If you're aiming for a big goal, you should live proudly. If this gets out, I will be ridiculed. You will be known as a filial son and a successful businessman. Is not that good? A solid family means your business will thrive. Your father was always proud whenever he helped the family. Just give us a little. It is nothing to you. We are blood. Family has to help each other. Jinhu, why be so cold? Does everything end just because your father died? The uncle still tried to persuade. No matter how much you hate it, do not abandon your family, Jinhu. Jinhu fell silent for a beat. When he spoke, his voice was strangely calm. My father. Just as you said, he was a straightforward and stubborn man. But dad always stopped if he accidentally made mom sad. In his subconscious, the father's voice always softened. Sorry, honey. I got caught up in my own thoughts. Let us just follow what your heart tells us. On this side, the mother burst into tears of pain. Every time, I had to get angry for him to stop. At that moment, the words Jinhu had suppressed for so long poured out without hesitation. We gave you time, but you wasted it. Having said that, he shouted. What are you all waiting for? Escort these people out. Someone hurriedly spoke up. Jinhu, at least let us apologize. All right, we are sorry for saying it too late. The man kept making excuses. Brother-in-law, I have nothing to do with this. Right, just say you will let me borrow your name to invest in cryptocurrency. The panic flared into anger. The other person glared, their voice trembling with rage. Kang Jinhu, are you kidding us? Listen here, you brat. I truly did not think you were this kind of person. I guess once people have money, their personality really does change. The woman then spat out bitter words. You are more like your mother than your father now. How can you treat your own blood relatives like this? Hey, Miyang, post all of this online. Show everyone the true face of Kang Jinhu. Jinhu leaned forward slightly, his gaze turning stone cold. His voice was low but heavy with pressure. I think you misunderstood what I meant about living like strangers. From now on, if you harass my mother or me in any way, you would better pray that I do not suddenly take an interest in your business cards or your business affairs. Below, the children pleaded incessantly. Mom, stop fighting. The atmosphere completely collapsed. The woman let out words in a mix of panic and anger. You have lost your mind. You have truly lost your mind. The uncle turned to question him. How can you treat us like this? Someone else shouted. On the other hand, if nothing had happened, then at that time, his expression did not change as he uttered one last sentence. Live your whole lives being grateful to my father. It is best if we never meet again. As soon as they saw Jinhu turn away, the crowd screamed frantically. Wait, Jinhu, let us apologize. The desperate calls rang out from behind the door, many voices overlapping, panicked and broken. Brother-in-law, sister-in-law, I was wrong. Sister, Jinhu. Only a long while later could Jinhu finally breathe. He asked worriedly, Mom, are you okay? The mother replied in a weak voice, I do not know if doing that was right. Jinhu tried to reassure her. You did well, Mom. It was very admirable. He let out another sigh. Honestly, they just suddenly appeared like that. They only left behind wounds and disappeared. Seeing this, the mother lowered her voice. Don't pay it too much mind. I have seen worse things in life. Eventually, it will fade away. Go get some rest. I will take care of everything. Jinhu turned to look at her tenderly. Come to think of it, I should be the one saying that. You should rest, Mom. Hearing this, the mother involuntarily smiled. She spoke, her voice trembling slightly. From now on, just cherish yourself. Only take care of the people you truly care about. Don't worry about what others say. And do not speak harshly like you did just now. Don't get angry like that, you understand me. Jinhu bowed his head slightly, his voice dropping. Yes, Mom. He thought to himself, I know very well you are saying that because you are worried about me. A while later, the mother asked worriedly, have you eaten yet? Jinhu answered honestly, not yet. Hearing this, she looked dissatisfied. Then what is the point of making so much money if you can't even take care of your own meals? I will cook something, so eat first before you go. That is when Jinhu suddenly remembered something. That is right, Taikyu is still outside. I will call him in too. The mother got angry again. Look at that. If the boy was with you, you should have told me sooner. Hurry up and call him in. On this side, Taikyu asked worriedly, is everything okay inside? He shook his head slightly. It is nothing. They asked for money, so I kicked them out. Hearing this, he could not help but remark, no wonder they were cursing your name on the way out, saying you became arrogant as soon as you got money. How could I stay quiet when they were badmouthing my friend? So I got out of the car and gave them a piece of my mind to remember. Jinhoo stared at Taekyu with a skeptical look. What did you say? He repeated without hesitation. Hey, you relatives, after hearing all this nonsense, do not get it twisted. Jinhoo never had any manners even before he had money. That is what I said. Hearing this, Jinhoo involuntarily smiled.
Oh, Taekyu.
Then he urged in a gentle voice, hurry up and get inside the house. The dazzling sunlight shone down on Seosung town. Jinyang sat in his office and opened a folder. Inside was Jinhoo's resume. Looking at the person inside, he spoke up, Hangik University. So he is my junior. Jinyang read carefully and fell into deep thought. Average freshman GPA, no elite training, certifications on par with an ordinary Seosung employee. After discharge, sold cryptocurrency with a friend, raised 13 billion won, then halted Seosung Electronics L6 line. A nightmare event remembered by the public as the L6 crisis. At that time, those two had made hundreds of billions by investing in put options, but he was the one who made the final decision to stop the L6. He remembered that moment when he seriously decided, we will stop L6 production. In just 1 week, his quick decision created a butterfly effect, breathing life into OTK company, as if seeing the future, discovering startups, Brexit, moving step by step, Ronald's election, turning reckless investments into brilliant successes. Of course, Kang Jinhoo could not have done it alone. Top talents also worked their hardest for him. Perhaps except for Taekyu. But looking at the glittering keywords behind those achievements, founded 3 years ago, profit and shares worth tens of trillions, unicorn startup linked to Washington, D.C. Personal assets exceeding 25 trillion won. It was undeniable that he was the greatest investor of the 21st century. And there were rumors circulating in conglomerate circles that he had turned his feud with Yoon Sung Motors into his own growth momentum. His entry into the auto industry was likely also because of Yoon Sung Motors. Now I wonder about my outstanding junior. Jinyang put the folder down, stood up casually, and said, will we be friends?
Or enemies?
At Taekyu's place, he asked with a silly face, you have a lot of friends, do not you? Jinhoo was busy on the phone and did not pay attention to him. Uncle Choi Snake from the company next door during my time in the military. I do not know that person. Decline all meeting requests, compile a list and upload it to me. A voice from the other end replied, yes, I understand. Taekyu exclaimed, it is like people are swarming in from all over the country. Maybe your kindergarten friends will show up here soon too. The speakerphone rang. Also, the guest with an appointment today has arrived and is waiting outside. Jinhoo replied, tell them to come in. Taekyu heard this and asked suspiciously, someone's coming today. He finished his work, glanced at Taekyu, and replied calmly, the HR director who sent his resume to our company a few days ago. Just as Henry said, he agreed immediately. A moment later, a man stepped in and introduced himself politely, a pleasure to meet you. I'm Michael Lee. Jinhoo stepped forward to greet him. I'm Kang Jinhoo.
Thank you for coming all this way.
Taekyu, standing nearby, spoke softly. I am, Taekyu. Michael said cheerfully, I really wanted to meet the person behind Ronald becoming kingmaker. Actually, I was a Diane supporter. He motioned for him to enter and said, it was not me who made Ronald president, but the American people themselves. Michael did not think so and spoke up, but without OTK, the result would surely have been different. Jinhoo continued, if Diane had paid even a little attention to the Rust Belt, things would not have turned out this way. This statement made him laugh loudly in agreement. You are not wrong. Getting down to business, he spoke first. I heard you received countless invitations after resigning and have traveled all over the world. So I was very surprised when you accepted the invitation to come here today. Michael heard this and spoke confidently. I have looked into OTK company's current situation. The chance to start over on a white paper sounds truly attractive to me. Furthermore, since my wife is Korean, I thought staying in Korea for a while would be nice. Jinhoo remarked, as for us, we are very glad your wife is Korean. He held out a tablet and said, for various reasons, I feel motivated, so I have drafted a proposal. The company's first customers are the employees. Only when employees are happy can the company grow. Working 8 hours a day, 5 days a week should not be considered a hardship. Priority 1, flexible working hours. Build a canteen and operate it as a buffet model. Add nap rooms and rest areas that can be used at any time, even during work hours. Build an internal daycare center so employees with children can easily pick them up and drop them off. Taekyu, sitting nearby and reading, could not help but exclaim, fitness, yoga, gym, Pilates, sport climbing, and many other types of self-training facilities that employees can use during work hours to support hobbies, leisure activities, and other educational programs. Michael saw this and explained, work should not be seen as a sacrifice. Only when the awareness of mutual growth between employees and the company is improved can the company achieve success. Hearing this, Taekyu shouted excitedly, what about building a PC cafe so everyone can play games together? Jinhoo spoke up helplessly. Then who is going to do the work? Suddenly, Michael had a thought and said, good idea. Let us add it to the plan. He heard this and felt helpless. Are you serious? In his heart, Jinhoo thought, Michael's way of working has been proven through invitations from global corporations, so it should be fine. But would it be feasible when OTK company is in Korea? Rent in Gangnam is very expensive, but since OTK owns its own building, that is not a problem. The top floors of the building will be OTK Company, followed by K Company, fitness facilities, nap rooms, PC cafe, canteen, rest area, daycare. The empty floors will be utilized. Just thinking about it, Taikyu spoke up excitedly. Healing tower complete. Jinhu calculated in his mind. We are an investment firm, but we do not do day trading or speculation. Our main job is managing global investment targets, so flexible working hours might actually be more effective. He had already drafted a plan specifically for OTK based only on external information. He agreed and spoke up. I like your proposal, Mr. Michael. We will try to meet the salary you desire. We hope you will join the company, if you are willing. Michael gave a slight smile. He shook his hand and said confidently, I would be honored, boss. He replied happily, a pleasure to be working with you. After Michael Lee joined, the organization quickly took shape. Through Golden Gate's introductions, they began bringing in key personnel. At the same time, they transferred some K Company employees who were representing OTK over to OTK completely. A middle-aged man spoke happily, long time no see. The young man smiled and replied, oh, manager, the girl spoke up, so you have moved over here for good now. At an old-style restaurant, a voice rang out, if you take all my employees, how is K Company supposed to do business? Jinhu's group was eating with Sang Yap. Hearing the senior say that, he spoke up, we won't take senior Kyung away. Hearing that, he continued, you might as well start with him. Jinhu added, also please distribute dividends before the year ends. Brexit $35 billion, US election $2.8 billion. How much should we distribute? Yunju stopped eating and replied, the decision is yours, CEO. Hearing the answer, Jinhu held up 5 fingers and said, let us issue 50 billion won in dividends. Tag Yu asked while chewing, then how much will each person get? He explained, it depends on the shares. After taxes, about half will remain. Currently Jinhu holds 80%, equivalent to 40 billion. Takyu 17%, equivalent to 8.5 billion. Hyunju 3%, equivalent to 1.5 billion. He was shocked by the amount of tax to be paid and exclaimed, half, why is the tax so high? Jinhu explained, the higher the income, the more you have to pay. That is just how it is. As long as the tax is used correctly, there is nothing to regret. So, let us pay up happily. Takyu continued to ask, so are you still running the company from a tax haven? He heard this and felt somewhat helpless, stammering, no, that, you were the one who founded it. Then Jinhu turned to Sang Yap, I will also issue additional bonuses to the CEO and employees of K Company. He asked suspiciously, I get one too. Jinhu stated a massive figure, it is 50 billion. Sang Yop heard this and casually picked up some food, remarking, the tax on that will be horrific. K Company's current shares are over 100 billion, expected to increase by 2% annually. He said, as for the employees, I have planned the bonus amount beforehand. I will pay each person an additional amount equal to twice their annual salary. I will cover the extra cost. Hearing that, everyone became extremely excited and shouted, Jinhu, I mean boss. Ki-hung rushed over to hug him tightly and shouted, boss is the best. Jinhu accepting the hug thought, compared to global financial groups, this is just a small party, but with profits as high as this year, this level of celebration is perfectly reasonable. So, Senior Ki-hung. At that moment, he excitedly held up the corporate card and shouted amidst everyone's excitement. Look at this, the corporate card our boss personally gave me, tonight is on me. He thought helplessly, please do not cause any more trouble. Let us work together for a long time. At the Golden Gate building, documents on the desk were piled as high as a mountain. Hyunju's spirit was broken, her voice trembling. Let us work. Ellie was equally tired and said, a bomb. Jinhu walked in from outside and could not help but ask suspiciously, what is going on? I saw some new faces in the lobby. Are they new employees? Ellie replied. They are here on a business trip from the Asia branch. We have collaborated before. Jinhu was curious on what Hyunju stretched her muscles and said, M&A. Our party is handled by the Korea branch, but you know, since the system is not complete yet, the Asia branch sent an appraisal team over. Our private equity fund will form an alliance to participate in the bidding. The private equity fund and domestic companies will ally. He heard this and asked curiously, sounds grand. So what is the target? She let out a sigh and replied, ex-cop. Jinhu was skeptical, isn't that the security company we signed a contract with? Hyunju said, that is right. A specialized US security company now being put up for sale in Korea by Typo Group. Korea's No. 2 security company, accounting for 10% of Typo Group's total revenue. Last year's revenue 894 billion won, operating profit 189 billion won. Taekyu spoke up in disbelief. Why would they sell such a good company? It makes money just by existing. Hyunju explained. Not long ago, Typo Group's headquarters caused a stir with an accounting fraud scandal. Desperate, they sold off all their overseas assets first. Jinhu asked, so what is the expected selling price? She held up 3 fingers and replied, the news says 2 trillion won, but it could go up to 3 trillion. He heard this and exclaimed, that is a huge figure. Hyunju continued, a rare large prey in the Korean market, so many eyes are watching. Jinhu asked, does Golden Gate have a chance? She analyzed with so many large companies participating, it has become a war of the stars. It won't be easy. Jinhu remarked, sounds like things will be busy for a while. So who is leading right now? Hyunju pondered for a moment. She spoke up. Yunsung Group. Tag-yu heard this and looked displeased, saying, why are they jumping in? She continued, currently, Yunsung Motors Group has delegated most of its security and protection issues to DS. But recently, the atmosphere between the two has become quite tense. Just as they were considering founding or acquiring a security company, a suitable asset appeared on the market. Ellie added to the explanation, based on the acquisition motives of the participants, willing to take short-term losses for strategy. Yunsung Motors is the strongest candidate because they are willing to pay more than the actual value. He heard this and still seemed confused. Then won't they win just by naming a bigger figure? Jinhoo replied calmly, that is the issue of the winner's curse. There are conglomerates that run into trouble after reckless acquisitions. He let out a pensive sigh. Once our identity is exposed, the biggest concern will be security and protection. Public security in Korea is not a problem, but once an incident happens, you can't just fix it afterward. If it becomes a subsidiary of Yunsung Motors. Here, he inwardly imagined entrusting his colleagues, friends, and business to them, and marveled to himself. We can't entrust our increasingly important protection to them. Thinking this, Jinhoo spoke up. Why does not OTK company join the acquisition? Ellie heard this, startled, and shouted suspiciously. What? He continued. I think we might also need a security company. Hyunju frowned and scratched her head tiredly, saying, is it because it is necessary, or just because of personal feelings? Jinhoo replied indifferently. You know the answer. I do business for personal reasons. But he thought to himself, if not, I would not have spent all 685 billion won and lived happily for the rest of my life. Hyunju asked back, are you confident? He smiled faintly and replied confidently, I am. Taekyu stood by, smiling silly, sounds interesting. Her expression relaxed a bit as she agreed, then give it a try. It is a good experience anyway. A while after the meeting, Taekyu asked in confusion, 15 years ago they bought X-Cop for 500 billion. Now they are asking for 3 trillion. Does Typo Group have a conscience? Jinhoo held up 2 fingers for illustration and analyzed that is just the position of the seller and the broker. As for the buyer, they will say 2 trillion is too much and threaten to withdraw from the bidding. For example, Tipo Group says, no matter how urgent it is, we can't sell for 3 trillion. 2.5 trillion is already a profit. Please. Then the Auto Group and Private Equity Fund A also get suspicious. Why is it so expensive? We can't miss this deal. Please. Tag-yu laughed and remarked, so both sides are just bluffing each other. Reality truly is just like a game. He asked, what is the actual value? Since it is intangible, is it hard to value? Jinhoo looked at the stack of documents and replied, land deposits, buildings, transport vehicles, equipment. Net total assets are about 400 billion. The issue is the price of the goodwill value, customer base, revenue, operating profit, future growth. The valuation changes depending on the assessment. Tag-yu heard this long explanation and complained like water off a duck's back. But can you calculate it in numbers? My head is spinning. Jinhoo said nonchalantly, it is complicated. So if you are too lazy, just throw 5 trillion at it. Tag-yu thought he was getting a logical answer but heard this and had to remark, then you will get a global full certificate. He continued, that is why I am hesitating. Tag-yu asked, we have joined hands with my sister's side too, remember? Jinhoo quickly replied, a joint venture. He continued, what is it called? Preliminary, he corrected, preliminary bidding. Tag-yu spoke lazily, anyway, Golden Gate has already calculated the bid we are submitting there, so what is to worry about? He thought to himself, 2 days ago, we finalized the joint venture conditions at that meeting. At that time, Hyunju spoke confidently. Share ratio is 7-3. 80% of the acquisition capital is covered by Golden Gate with a senior loan. If we lose, we only lose a bit of appraisal costs. On our side, we have Harry coordinating with the Golden Gate valuation team. Proof of funds, financial plans, predicting competitors' bids, valuation, tax, legal and accounting due diligence. Because experts were involved, and thanks to Taegyu's connections, there was no need to worry about the preliminary bidding stage. Returning to the present, Jinhoo looked at the folder in his hand and spoke, thinking about it, reading many actual documents is still better. The more I read, the more I understand. In the end, we will have 2 strategies. Either acquire it at a reasonable price, or cause Yunsung Motors to suffer the winner's curse and pay way too much. Taekyu heard this and seemed to understand a bit, saying, preliminary bids are sealed but we will eventually find out the rough idea. So the final rule is to bid higher than the preliminary round, right? Jinhoo replied, preliminary leads to the main bid. He continued, we just need to stop Yunsung Motors from acquiring it, right? Jinhoo heard this and reminded him, don't you remember what Senior Sang Yeob said at the K-Company party yesterday? Taekyu laughed it off, the part about telling everyone to drop formal speech outside of work. He reminded him of the past. At that time, Sang Yeob spoke to Ki Hyung, like Jinhoo said, feel free to be comfortable outside of work. The shy guy scratched his head. Really, Jinhoo, you should have said that sooner. I almost felt left out. He was helpless. Not that you are off topic. Returning to the present, Jinhoo spoke up. He said, there are many other formidable candidates. Solid companies that could win. We will accept that. Among them is a notable name, a company praised as a legend in the Korean financial world. RCK Bros. This man with the solemn appearance was Ryu Cheoljun David Ryu, owner of RCK Bros. He spoke up. Have you heard the news? OTK company is also participating in the bidding. The man standing next to him casually held a coffee cup and spoke. A joint venture, I have heard that mentioned at least 3 or 4 times. It must be because of Yoon Sung Motors. This person was Shin Byung-do, vice president of RCK Bros. Chiljin looked down at the teacup in his hand indifferently. I heard they have never failed in an investment. Does he remind you of our younger days? He holds a Harvard MBA in economics and once worked in M&A at the Asia branch of Canline Group. The founder of RCK Bros. Byung-do could not help but marvel. No, back then we were not that good. This person graduated from Tokyo University, was an analyst at Omura Securities, and joined RCK Bros under the introduction of Ryu Chiljin. He heard this and laughed. That is true. Looking at the news on his phone, Chiljin was full of praise. Think about it, a monster investor like that appearing in Korea. Until recently, I was considered the most famous investor in Korea. Ryu Chiljin, that is, I really want to meet this person. If it were possible then. The screen was pulled up, and Byung-do gave a slight smile and suggested, why not ask him for coffee? He is right over there. Gazing toward his building, the man thought pensively, I admit I am extremely curious. Partly because we are fellow investors, and also because my child keeps talking about him with such interest that it actually annoys me. Byung-do muttered while drinking coffee. Kang Jin-hoo, just how formidable are you? The formidable person was currently feeling very dejected and exhausted with the pile of documents. A gentle voice rang out, it is a complete mess. It is surprising that with this number of people, you have all managed to maintain things until now. Jin-hoo explained softly, because until now, we have not intervened in the portfolio companies. Michael lectured, but now the scale is larger, you can't work like that anymore. He replied softly, yes. He suggested, we need at least 50 full-time employees. We will interview and hire assistants and administrative staff. Michael Lee, HR director for OTK and K Company. After the exchange, Jin-hoo carefully reminded, from now on, if a similar situation arises, please discuss it with CEO Park Sang-yeop before proceeding. Michael bowed politely. I understand. With dark circles under his eyes, he let out a sigh. No doubt, since the day Michael arrived, the company became, while in that mood, seeing his bestie playing a game made Jin-hoo question him helplessly, seriously, what the hell are you doing in a place that is supposed to be serious? Tag you, typing frantically on the keyboard, replied nonchalantly, what else? We invested in a game company, remember? Jin-hoo continued, OTK Games. This is not even their game. He shouted excitedly and confidently, by testing the competitor's game, I can broaden my understanding of the gaming industry. This statement left him speechless. Isn't it just that you want to play games? Taek-yu covered up. You should get some rest too. Jin-hoo mentioned work. Michael is hiring tons of people to work in your place. He caringly reminded him, don't cling to visions that have not arrived. If you keep working at this intensity, you might collapse even before Yoon Sung Motors does. Spend time on that unfinished promise. Go out and get some fresh air. This statement made Jin-hoo freeze, thinking, it is true, I have not had a proper rest lately. Night had covered everything. Jin-hoo put on a new pair of glasses and looked around anxiously, thinking, surely no one will recognize me, right? Suddenly, a voice called out, Senior. Yuri with a bright smile, spoke politely, long time no see.
You got new glasses.
Hearing this, Jin-hoo explained shyly, after the press conference, more people started recognizing me, so. She teased, as expected of the hottest CEO lately. He replied with a slightly trembling voice, I might be overdoing it. I will pay for whatever you want to eat today. Yuri was happy. Then can I choose something expensive? Jin-hoo did not hesitate, of course. Let us go. A while later, the two arrived at the Empatia restaurant. The food was served. He asked caringly, how's the atmosphere at school lately? She replied, complete chaos, and not just in the business department. Senior Jin-hoo was a bit surprised. To that extent, Yuri affirmed, really? Every time people gather, all they talk about is you. The professors too. Min-young and Senior Kyung-gil are also very confused. The two of them felt regret, worry, and curiosity. He thought, they are my only close friends. Maybe I should treat them to a meal too. Yuri spoke up with some curiosity. I heard Senior Hayemi said she used to date you. Is that true? The woman had acted weak at the time, saying, we stopped because he had bigger things to handle. That is all, making everyone suspicious. No way, she continued. Don't you plan to return to school? Jin-hoo quickly replied, it might be difficult. I still have a lot of work to do. She appeared regretful, so in the end, we only attended one semester together. He said nonchalantly, next year, you will be a senior yourself, won't you? Yuri laughed. Yes, I want to graduate quickly and go work at OTK. Hearing this, Jin-hoo paused and asked, are you serious? She was determined. Why not? OTK is very famous in the financial world right now. There is even a year-end bonus. He was skeptical. How do you know that? Yuri said indifferently. Everyone at school knows Senior. Hearing this, Jin-hoo immediately thought of Ki-hang and marveled to himself. I can guess where the source came from. He said, but you still have 2 years until graduation. She explained, there are internships and also early graduation. Saying this, Yuri crossed her arms, looking very confident. Where else would you find someone as talented as me? You will only know once you actually give me work. I'm serious. My talent has already been verified by my father's friends. Jinhu was skeptical. Your father's friends? Yuri paused, her voice slightly trembling. Actually, I have something to confess. He blushed and muttered, confess. Outwardly calm, but inwardly Jinhu was already full of anticipation. She did not forget to warn, get ready, you are going to be very surprised. I thought you had already guessed and would speak first. Jinhu said, what is it? Yuri said calmly, my father is Shin Byungdu. He was a bit stunned, huh? And, seeing his reaction, she asked in disbelief, don't you know RCK Bros, Senior? Jinhu's face looked innocent, of course I know it. The private equity fund company run by Chairman Ryu Cheol-jun. Before he could finish, Yuri continued, my father is the vice president there. This statement made Jinhu shocked, his voice stammering, Vice President Shin Byungdu is your father. He remembered asking her at the time, a fund manager. Yuri had been somewhat evasive, something like that. He used to work at foreign companies, but has since moved to a Korean company. Jinhu thought, so that fund was a private equity fund. No wonder he was so calm. In the end, the person I saved was not just Yuri, but Myung-ho's father. She spoke up, my father is truly formidable. RCK Bros is almost a legend in Korean finance. My father and Uncle Cheol-jun also said that you have rewritten Korean financial history, and OTK company is also participating in the ex-cop bidding. Right. Jinhu paused but quickly replied, how did you? Surely you heard it from your father, right? She was curious. Do you think you can win? Senior. Jinhu hesitated, because there are many strong competitors. Suddenly at this moment, a flame flared up. Yeji flew in from outside, making him lose focus.
Yuri called out, Senior!
It brought news. Yunsung Motors' main bid price is 2,930,000,000. Seeing him absent-minded, Yuri called out loudly, Senior, what happened to you all of a sudden? Is something wrong? Jinhu scratched his head shyly. Oh, sorry, it is nothing. Do you want to eat anything else? She scolded. Sometimes while we are talking, you just sit there dazed, looking elsewhere.
Do you realize it?
Last time was the same. We almost had an accident. Jinhu covered up. I was just thinking. It has been a long time since I saw something again. She asked suspiciously, what were you thinking about, Senior? He replied, that you are exceptionally beautiful today. This statement made Yuri's face turn red as she stammered, pardon. She was flustered. What is this? You are making me shy. Actually in his head, he was excitedly thinking about the number 293 million. I never thought ordinary numbers could become so beautiful when they mean something. The food on the table was finished by the two of them. Yuri spoke up, it must be because we have been drinking. Her voice was a bit hesitant. By tomorrow, you will forget all of this, won't you? The things you just said. Hearing this, Jinhu replied firmly, of course I won't forget. I have already called a private car, so let me take you home now. Let us go. Yuri's face was flushed, her voice slightly trembling. Yes. I think I accidentally drank a bit too much today. My body feels hot. In his heart, he could not help but think excitedly. $2.93 billion, about 3.22 trillion won, how could I possibly forget that? Night fell, covering everything. Yuri's voice rang out in the quiet night. When did you say the main bidding day was, Senior? Jinhu replied, 3 p.m., 2 days from now. She was expectant. I hope everything goes smoothly. He asked, what about your father's company? Yuri pulled her shawl up to keep warm and replied, they said there is a possibility the company will make it to the main bidding round, so let us move forward together. Anyway, I hope you succeed, Senior. Next time it is my treat, so do not change your number. He smiled gently. If I do, I will let you know. Suddenly she reached her hand to his face and spoke. This action made Jinhu startled, his eyes full of surprise. Yuri gently took off his glasses and smiled brightly. Anyway, no one's going to recognize you, so stop hiding this handsome face, my famous CEO. She turned to leave, not forgetting to encourage him. I will be cheering for you. Good luck. Jinhu replied politely. Thank you. Get home safely. Looking at Yuri's departing back, he thought happily, Taikyu was right, going out to get some fresh air really is better. The expensive black car sped along the road. Jinhu sat inside thinking about the upcoming bidding. $2.93 billion is higher than I thought. If I participated without knowing in advance, the acquisition would definitely be difficult. The preliminary bid price can be roughly predicted, but the main bid price is top secret. To avoid leaks, it is only shared with a few and sometimes written down right before the bidding starts. The moment Yuri mentioned ex-cop, the work of dozens of Yunsung Motors financial experts fell straight into his hands. This was likely the third time she had helped him. Thinking of this, he could not help but feel shy and involuntarily gave a slight smile.
Thank you so much, Yuri.
And, while in his train of thought, the driver suddenly spoke up. Earlier, because you were wearing glasses, I did not dare recognize you for fear of being mistaken. I did not expect it to really be you, the famous CEO. I was very impressed with your press conference. I did not expect you to be so young. You must have drunk a lot, huh? I will make sure to get you home safely. Hearing this, Jinhu replied shyly and stammering, yes, thank you. Meanwhile, in his heart, he was screaming, they still recognize me. Back at OTK Company, a voice rang out, $2.93 billion. Tag you, leisurely eating pizza, asked suspiciously, you mean the price Yunsung Motors wrote down as the highest among all the bidders? Jinhu heard this and said, I am not sure about that. I could not see if they won the bid or not. He heard and seemed not to understand, asking back. He explained, at 3.2 trillion won, the PE ratio is 17. Tagyu could not help but marvel, isn't that too expensive? Jinhu continued to explain a series of currency theories, meaning they have to generate that same level of net profit for 17 years just to recover 3.2 trillion won. His words to Taikyu were like playing a lute to a cow. He spoke up, sounds even more confusing. Is that price reasonable? He replied nonchalantly, if Yunsung Motors pays too much, we should withdraw. And if it is a fair price, we will have to pay more to win it at any cost. He was skeptical. How much more? Jinhu replied, isn't the minimum increment $100,000? It all depends on its true value, but talking to each other like this now won't get us anywhere. Let us discuss it with Sister Hyunju first. At the Golden Gate office, Jinhu and Taikyu walked in just as everyone was extremely busy. Yes, the second meeting is over. That part is still being reviewed by the legal team. Share it as soon as it is sorted out. Ellie saw the two appear and spoke up. You are here. Jinhu saw her call out and was curious. Is everyone working this late? She explained anyway. There are only 2 days left until the preliminary bidding. There should not be any major problems. Suddenly, Ellie moved close to Jinhu, making him curious. Is something wrong? She smelled his shirt and replied, I smell wine. Who did you go drinking with? I really like wine too. Hearing this, Jinhu suggested, then let us drink together next time. It is on me. Ellie was excited and immediately said, it is a promise. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Why is everyone standing at the door like this? The door opened, and it was Hyunju. He quickly spoke up, sister. I have something I need to discuss with you. She was skeptical. At this hour come in quickly. A cup of tea on the table was steaming. Jinhu spoke up. What do you think the preliminary bid price will be, sister? Hyunju held a cigarette in her hand and replied nonchalantly, $2.5 billion, about 2.75 trillion won. Any price lower than that will definitely be eliminated in the preliminary round. Hearing this, he calculated in his heart. So to make it into the top 5 out of 15 companies, it has to be $2.5 billion or more. Thinking this, he held up 3 fingers. As for the main bidding round, do you think X-Cop is worth more than $3 billion? Ellie beside him spoke up. Isn't $3 billion too much? Hyunju smoked, her eyebrows furrowed as she spoke hesitantly. $3 billion. $3 billion is the basis for your $3 billion figure, based on feeling again, Jinhu replied, yes. She continued to analyze, even if we pay $3 billion, it would not be too forced. He seemed to understand and said, I see. In his heart, he thought a simple answer, but it took a full 10 minutes. But looking at the stack of appraisal documents behind her, should I call it only 10 minutes? Hyunju's gaze lowered as she reminded him, however, if we spend $3 billion, we also have to be prepared for the possibility of a loss. If I add my points to your $3 billion intuition and consider it, the highest proposal limit is $2.92 billion. Hearing this, Jinhu paused to calculate. Yunsung Motors' bid price was the highest possible. It was only slightly higher than the maximum limit a Golden Gate branch manager could push. So Yunsung Motors did not just throw that number out without prior calculation. Looking back, the fact that Sister Hyunju came up with a near identical figure using only the reference standards I provided, without any preparation for the main bidding round, was even more surprising. Thinking this, he spoke up. Thank you for your opinion. I will leave the preliminary bidding to you, sister. I will decide the main bid price. 3 days later, a serious-looking man spoke up. Yunsung Motors' proposed main bid price is $2.88 billion. This person was the former Korea branch manager of the U.S. private equity fund Restone Group, currently the M&A team leader of Yunsung Group, Seo Sangwon. The man beside him assessed $2.88 billion. Let us hear the assessments of the 4 companies that passed the preliminary round first. This person was Yunsung Group Vice Chairman Han Chae-myung. Sangwon heard this and spoke up. First of all, KRR has almost no interest in the situation in Korea. Their understanding of the market is quite low, so it is hard for them to bid high. Conline Group just replaced their Korean representative. Since this is his debut, he definitely won't dare spend heavily. Chae-myung continued to ask, what about OTK Company's joint venture with Golden Gate? He immediately spoke up. Golden Gate is an investment bank. They have private equity funds, but M&A is not their main strength. OTK has experience with venture capital, but they have never handled a deal of this scale. Regardless of public expectations, Kang Jinhu is only in his 20s and Hyunju is in her 30s. Although it is impressive that they have achieved numerous feats at such a young age, it also means a lack of practical experience. The strongest competitor right now is RCK Bros. As a Korean private equity fund, they have a very deep understanding of the Korean market. Their capability is beyond doubt. Chae-myung spoke up suspiciously. There are reports saying they offered a very low price in the preliminary round. Is it possible they are lacking funds? Sangwon replied, we must not be complacent. This could very likely be a lowball strategy to gain an advantage in the main bidding round. As you can see from the competitors' final bid forecasts, Motors $2.88 billion, RCK Bros $2.85 billion, the Conline Group $2.83 billion, KRR $2.74 billion, OTK Company and Golden Gate $2.7 billion. A price just enough not to be criticized as too high compared to the expected runner-up, so $2.88 billion is a reasonable figure. He heard this and frowned. Sounds reasonable, but in his heart, he could not help but curse. But those OTK company bastards. Technology theft. The death of Chairman Kang Donghyun, DHK Engineering founding OTK company, Caros selling to OTK company, Ronald elected, tariffs imposed, preferential discrimination, EV production in the US, investment burden from factories hitting the US market, accounting for 20% of total sales. Acquiring X-Cop, is it an acquisition, revenge, or both? Then he spoke up, except for team leader Seo Sangwon, everyone else get out. Immediately the two subordinates quickly stood up, bowed politely, and replied, yes sir. Chanyong called out, team leader Seo Sangwon. He replied quickly, yes, vice chairman. He continued, what we are about to discuss must be kept absolutely secret until the main bidding round, and only shared with 1 or 2 people in the team you trust. We must win this bidding. Add another $50 million. Sangwon heard this and shouted in surprise. That is too much. There is no need to go that far. He frowned, his voice determined. As vice chairman I will take responsibility. Yunsung Motors' final bid price is $2.93 billion. Back at OTK company, Jinhoo asked helplessly, do you really want to settle on this price? Taekyu laughed nonchalantly. You said to just do the minimum $100,000 increment. His gaze lowered. If a problem occurs, will you take responsibility? I am betting my CEO position. Taekyu heard this and spoke up decisively. No, why would you bet that? Jinhoo closed his eyes and sighed. Then why do you keep insisting on this? A figure appeared on the screen. $2,930,000. Taekyu heard this, laughed calmly, and said, it is just for fun. A few days later, on the day of the main bidding, Ki-heng looked cheerful. Good morning. He pointed to the group behind him and said excitedly, they are our new employees. The people bowed deeply and said loudly, it is an honor to join the company. We have looked forward to meeting you for a long time. You are our idol. Witnessing this scene, he could not help but be amazed. Huh, is that Senior Hyunjung from my department? She heard this and looked extremely excited, saying loudly, yes, that is right. I am indeed Ju Hyunjung from the Business Administration Department at Hanguk University. Thank you for remembering me. Ki-hung continued to introduce. Among the new employees there might be a few more familiar faces. Jinhoo thought, I am quite sure many people from Hanguk University applied to the company. I never thought the day would come when I would found a company and hire seniors I graduated with. Seeing him dazed like that, Taegyu reminded him, maybe this is a good time to say a few words of encouragement. Jinhoo shyly raised his hand. Everyone please keep working hard. At Golden Gate, Ellie spoke up cheerfully. Good morning. Henry adjusted his shirt and said good morning. Jessica is getting ready and will be out shortly. Jinhoo, sensing everyone's condition, let out a sigh and remarked, it seems everyone stayed up all night again. Ellie laughed. You too, Jinhoo. You did not go home either, did you? Was it because you were worrying about the bid all night? The lights were on the whole time. He heard this, scratched his head shyly, and replied hesitantly, yeah, that is right. In reality, they spent 30 seconds discussing the $100,000 increment and 6 hours playing games. Henry took out 2 bags and said, these are for you two. He saw them, and asked curiously, what are they? Ellie said excitedly, I prepared them with Jessica, because today is an important day. A while later, the two stepped out with a new look. She did not hold back her praise. They suit you two perfectly. The two appeared sparkling in well-tailored suits. Jinhoo spoke up. It fits perfectly, thank you everyone. Taekyu adjusted his clothes and remarked. It is a bit uncomfortable. Another compliment rang out. The outfit fits you very well. Right then, Hyunju walked in wearing a black business suit, her hair tied back neatly looking very professional. She spoke up. If everyone is ready, let us go. Henry, seeing Hyunju looking so beautiful, blushed shyly and said with a trembling voice, I am ready. At More Starly Seoul branch, the chief manager in charge of the deal. Looking at the massive building in front of him, Jinhoo was curious. Sister Hyunju, you must have been here many times, right? She heard this and denied it. Only a few times. I am the general supervisor of the appraisal part, not the main person in charge. Then Hyunju handed over a folder. Here, take this. What price did you write down? Taegyu, looking very confident, crossed his arms. Jinhoo put his hand on his shoulder and replied, I discussed it with Taekyu and settled on the price closest to the level you gave earlier. It is not an unreasonable figure, so do not worry. She heard this and did not forget to remind him. It is true I assigned this job at the last minute, but winning won't be easy. Now, let us go inside and submit the documents. In the main bidding hall, many people were lining up. Taekyu saw so many people and complained. Why are there so many people? He explained. Everyone probably thinks they will win, so they brought their whole negotiation team. It is not just crowded. It is packed with industry heavyweights. Look, that person who just walked past us. I think I just saw him on TV. Ellie, standing beside him, affirmed, you look much more impressive than them. Jinhoo. He turned to her and asked, do you really think so? Walking through the vast hall, Jinhoo thought to himself, they are clearly here because they are afraid one of their rivals might make more money than them. Everywhere he went, eyes followed him, and whispers filled the air. That is Kang Jinhoo, the CEO of OTK company. He is young but truly formidable. Did he come here alone? That really is Kang Jinhoo. Despite all the attention, his heart was racing. Being stared at so openly like this is honestly quite uncomfortable, he mused. Just then, a voice rang out. It is an honor to meet you, CEO Kang Jinho. Standing before Jinho were two older men. They introduced themselves. I am Lee Jungho, representative of Conline Korea, and I am Young Taeho, chairman of KRR Korea. Jungho added humbly, branch manager of Golden Gate Korea, CEO of OTK Company. I finally have the honor of meeting the man I have heard so much about. He politely demurred. You flatter me. I have heard a great deal about both of you as well. Jinho thought to himself, it was definitely a smart move to memorize the names and faces of the high-level executives from our competitors beforehand. Noticing Jinho's presence, the surrounding crowd began to close in.
Hello, CEO Kang Jinho.
I am Cha Hyunjin, the head of the negotiation team at KRR. Jinho responded politely, yes, it is a pleasure. Before he could finish, another person cut in. I am Kim Seoyeon from KRR's HR department. He marveled internally. The atmosphere is friendlier than I expected. Or has it always been like this? By the way, it looks like Yuri's father did not come. Mid-thought Taegyu's voice piped up. I am going to the restroom for a bit. With a weary expression, he let out a sigh and said, I will be back after I finish greeting people. Jinho sympathized with his friend, thinking, Taegyu has never been comfortable in atmospheres like this. Taeho said to Hyunju with a beaming face, you should have told us at the meeting that you were going to be the branch manager. She replied modestly, I did not even know it myself back then. He continued, it is a bit late, but congratulations. Right then, Chanyeong appeared, speaking with a confident air. It seems all the rivals are gathered here today. At his appearance, someone shouted, it is the vice chairman of Yunsung Group. This exclamation caused Ellie and Hyunju to freeze. Contrary to his companion's expressions, Jinho remained nonchalant. The man approached and reached out his hand for a shake.
I am Han Chanyeong.
Jinho replied coldly, a pleasure to meet you.
I am Kang Jinho.
Whispers began to circulate. The vice chairman came in person. But what is with this tension? Don't you know the rumors? Chanyeong lowered his voice. Quite a few eyes are on us. The gossip did not stop. Looks like the rumors were true. I thought one of them would not show up. Ignoring the noise, he asked, could I have a private word with you for a moment? Once they were away from the crowd, Chanyeong spoke first. I was worried you would avoid public events. Seeing you here is a relief. I have wanted to meet you for a long time. Jinho replied without emotion. Did you come to this event just to see me? He sighed. For that reason, and for others. You know as well as I do that Yunsung and OTK Company share many connections. His eyes cold as a dead fish, flicked toward Jinho, who thought irritably. It is not just a simple connection. It is more like an ill-fated karma. Chanyeong spoke up. There is one thing I have always wanted to ask. Jinho replied politely, go ahead. He frowned. What is the reason for OTK Company participating in the X-Cop bidding? As soon as he finished, Jinho answered without hesitation, because we need it. Do I need any other reason? He followed up. And what do you think your chances of winning the deal are? His eyes were full of hidden meaning. Who knows? After all, there are many strong candidates. Chanyeong suddenly spoke in a loud, firm voice. X-Cop will belong to Yunsung. That statement seemed to freeze everything. Jinho began to evaluate him. His tone sounds like someone who has never had to bow his head to anyone. I can clearly feel an aura befitting the title of Yunsung's heir. He must have received reports about my father a long time ago, which is why his attitude is so blatant. The supplier DHK Engineering had to close down after Chairman Kang Dong-him passed away on the 17th due to worsening health. To prepare for the supply gap, procedures were carried out according to Financial Report 017261. The technology replacement was successful and the supply issue was resolved. DHK Engineering closed, one person died, but none of it mattered to him. Chanyeong still calmly plotted his moves. The Mexico factory issue is urgent. Please prepare the meeting materials today. Seeing him pretend when he clearly knew everything made Jinho's blood boil. In that tense moment, Taegyu appeared with an innocent face and asked, what are you doing here? It is almost time. Who is this guy? He looked at him with a judgmental gaze and thought, I know this guy. The one who messed up the prosecution's investigation into OTK. Oh, Taegyu, right. Thinking this, Chanyeong extended his hand to shake. A pleasure. I am Han Chanyeong, vice chairman of Yunsung Group. Taegyu cried out in shock, the vice chairman of Yunsung. With that, he rushed forward and grabbed the man's hand with his wet hands, shouting excitedly, it is truly an honor to meet you. I am Taegyu. Chanyeong looked at his now unclean hand and frowned in disgust. Seeing this reaction, Taegyu realized something was off and spoke in a fumbling, awkward voice. Oh right, you reached out first so I just reacted out of instinct. I just had a little stomach trouble and came straight from the bathroom. But it is clean water, really, I swear. Sorry about that. I reacted a bit too much because there are a few things I need from Yunsung. Chanyeong heard this with a grimace, but his face was now tinged with suspicion. Taegyu gave a thumbs up and said excitedly, thanks to you guys, I bought Karos at a real bargain. I did not expect such a great company to be sold at such an affordable price. Next time, I will treat you to a meal. These words left him stunned, his face etched with disbelief. Jinho meanwhile could not stop himself from grinning ear to ear. Chanyeong clenched his fists in rage. What are you laughing at? Is this something to laugh about? Should I take this insolent attitude as the official stance of OTK Company? Seeing this, he suppressed his laughter and stated firmly, no, it is not that. It is just that the result and the future have already been decided. All this fighting over who will win it. At this point, Jinhu put his arm around his best friend's shoulder. I just suddenly found it funny. You will be able to witness the results as soon as we go inside. With that, the two turned and walked away, leaving Chanyuing alone. Takyu asked, did I just cause trouble? Jinhu acted like a supportive mother. No, you did great. Chanyu's face was twisted with extreme bitterness. Those nouveau riche punks who do not know their place dare to look down on me. Just you wait. I will crush you with an overwhelming gap. Kang Jinhu.
At more, Starly.
Typically, corporate M&A deals last several months, sometimes over a year, but this deal only took 2 weeks. This was thanks to the seller, Tipo Group, simplifying the process due to internal circumstances. Tipo Group needed cash before the end of the year. The lead manager More Starly gathered everyone in one place to submit their prices simultaneously. Thus, they decided on a sealed bid auction. 1 round, and the highest bidder wins. Considering the scale, they chose a progressive transaction format, showing how much of a hurry they were in. Now, the remaining process was simple, with the entire proceeding being recorded. The older man on the podium began to speak. I am Song Myungwon, branch manager of More Starly Seoul, and I will be overseeing this auction. Jinhu thought the lead manager's representative is giving a brief introduction. Then, he proceeded to take out the bidding documents one by one. He inserted a key into the lock and announced, I will announce the documents in the order they were collected. The prices were revealed, KRR, 2.74 billion. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. The large screen clearly showed, KRR Company, bidding price, 2.74 billion. Seeing this, murmurs began to spread through the room. I can't believe KRR exceeded 3 trillion won. Is this the same KRR that was always undervalued in the Korean market? One man spoke up, as expected, it seems everyone used $2.7 billion as the benchmark. The man next to him agreed. Honestly, I feel a bit offended that everyone is acting so surprised. The man who replied was Young Tae-ho, chairman of KRR Korea. A hesitant voice spoke up. I am sorry, sir. I never thought KRR would exceed 2.7 billion. I miscalculated. The person beside him, looking a bit worried, added, Chairman Young Tae-ho certainly knows how to surprise people. This person was Lee Jong-ho, representative of Canline Korea. Just as he finished, the announcement came again. Canline Group, $2.855 billion. Hearing this, Tae-ho, who had been feeling smug, froze. Jong-ho, looking extremely satisfied, crossed his arms confidently. It is fine. Thanks to him, I have proven that my judgment was correct. Looking at the bidding amount on the screen, Myung-won said, both companies have submitted prices higher than expected. Witnessing this, Hyunju seemed a bit shaken and said, you told us to wait until the end, so I did not ask. But we have not lost, have we? Jinhu reassured her, don't worry. More importantly, Canline Group's price is at $2.855 billion, which is even higher than the prediction for RCK Bros. That means, before he could finish, the announcement came again, RCK Bros $2.917 billion. Chairman Jong-ho, who had been so smug minutes ago, was now in total shock and shouted, what? 2.9 billion? He wondered to himself. Chairman Ryu Cheol-jun did not even show up in person, yet Canline Group has been pushed down to the second priority negotiator. Tae-ho awkwardly smoothed his hair, his voice trembling, it seems I was the one who undervalued them. KARR, the third priority negotiator, has been eliminated. Chanyung sat calculating, recalling his own predicted bidding price from a few days ago. At that time, he was adamant, we must win this bid no matter what. Let us add another $50 million. The amount was so large that his subordinate tried to dissuade him. That is too much. Is there really a need to go that far? Sangwon suddenly spoke up. It is not too much at all. It seems the vice chairman's judgment was correct. Chanyung sat with his arms crossed, speaking confidently. You also accurately predicted RCK Bros' strategy of low-balling team leader. The announcement rang out once more. Yunsung Group, $2.93 billion. Hearing this, Jong-ho and Tae-ho made extremely awkward expressions. Tae-ho lamented, what a waste of time. Faced with this massive figure, Chanyong still acted calm and calculated. This is a number only a company with the scale of Yunsung Group can offer, because they are aiming for long-term growth. In other words, the moment I finalized the amount, the winner was decided. Whispers continued to rise. It is over. Yunsung made a bold move. They plan to nurture it long-term. Will it really end like this? He thought to himself. Ironically, if Kang Jinhu had kept quiet, we might have lost to RCK Bros. His clumsy attempt at revenge inadvertently helped Yunsung, facing Yunsung head-on with nothing but a desire for revenge and no special cards. I am disappointed. A real revenge would not work and would not mean anything unless it forced the opponent to think an unpredictable move. How? By an overwhelming distance. That is why they are miserable. Even if you beat us by paying an unexpectedly high price, it is not surprising, and it certainly won't affect us. If you feel satisfied making us pay more while you yourselves bid low, that only shows the difference in our class. Now that all the prices are public and you know the result, this must be the most painful moment for Kang Jinhu. Jinhu, now more confident than ever, thought, we won. Victory confirmed in 10 seconds. The victor's privilege. In contrast to his confidence, Hyunju frowned in worry, thinking, we are done for. The limit I proposed was $2.92 billion. Of all the companies we lost to Yoon-sung, I did not expect Jinhoo to take this so calmly. His breathing is heavy too. Perhaps tasting failure this time is not necessarily a bad thing for him. Unlike the serious Jinhoo, Taekyu was beaming, laughing as he pushed up his glasses. She could not help but wonder, but why is this kid still smiling in a situation like this? The announcement sounded, and now, for the final bidding result. All bidders have worked hard. Let us all go have dinner. Yoon-sung won. Well done everyone. Myungwon's voice carried over, the joint venture of OTK Company and Golden Gate. He looked at the paper in his hand and hesitated. 2.9. Sorry, let me read that again. The joint venture of OTK Company and Golden Gate, $2,930,100,000. The figure just announced made the entire room freeze. People asked in disbelief. What did he just say? Hyunju's group was stunned. She whispered, Jinhoo, you. He signaled for everyone to be quiet and replied, I will explain later. In the massive auditorium, all eyes were fixed in one direction. That was the screen showing the figure $2.93 billion, clear as day. The crowded room was silent, not a single sound. Chanyong, his face filled with murderous intent, stepped up to the podium and said through gritted teeth, let me see those documents. Myungwon, his face pale and voice trembling, said, Vice Chairman, this is. He grabbed the documents as two people, appearing to be security, ran up behind him. The figure $2,930,100,000 was clearly written on the paper. Chanyong was stunned. How could? Looking at the paper, it seemed he had realized something. He began to sink into thought, a move completely beyond prediction.
Inexplicable.
An overwhelming gap by the smallest possible margin. Chanyong ground his teeth in rage and spun around. He glared directly at Jinhoo sitting below the podium. Myungwon spoke up, Vice Chairman Han Chanyong. Jinhoo sat below, acting as if he was indifferent and knew nothing. This made the man even angrier, veins bulging on his face. Myungwon shouted indignantly, this is an act of interference in the bidding process. Please step back immediately. The people in the auditorium began to whisper and gossip about him. Chanyong did not seem to care about the whispers, feeling only immense rage at losing the bid. Unbelievable. This is impossible. Jinhoo watching the show thought to himself, of course it is unbelievable. In an acquisition battle worth 3.3 trillion won, or $3 billion, he could never have imagined losing because of just 100 million won, merely $100,000. After the bidding concluded, Jong-ho walked over to Jinhoo's group with a bright face and said, that was an unpredictable move. Branch manager, oh, Hyunju. Taeho also offered praise. We were completely defeated. We will come back with a better strategy next time. Congratulations. And next time, please go a bit easier on us. Golden Gate's intelligence network is truly terrifying. To raise the value by exactly $100,000. The intelligence is incredibly precise. The whole team ignored the two men and stared intently at Jinhoo, making him say shyly, I will explain. In short, we initially added $10 million because we thought other companies would exceed our proposed limit. Then, at the last minute, Taekyu suddenly asked to add another $100,000. And the reason was, the others on the podium looked on in disbelief and said in unison, just because it would be fun. Taekyu gave a thumbs up with a smile. That is it. It is fun. This expression made Hyunju angry. You two really never listened to me. I told you not to exceed the limit. Anyway, this is a pretty good price depending on how we manage it. Jinhoo asked, is there a chance Yoon-sung will make another offer? He thought to himself, there is still a chance the deal could fall through during the negotiation phase. Even if they have been selected as the final negotiator. In that case, the opportunity would pass to Yoon-sung, the second highest bidder. Hyunju disagreed. Don't worry. As for Yoon-sung, they will likely be completely focused on something else now. Jinhoo was curious. Something else. Switching to the Yoon-sung office, Sangwon's voice was heard. Vice Chairman, what do you mean? I explained that we are conducting an internal audit. Chanyong questioned him. Besides team leader Seo Sangwon, how many people knew our final bid amount? He replied hesitantly. 3 people, sir. I do not understand what you are implying. He angrily pointed at Sangwon's face and scolded. That was top secret information. It means one of you sold that info to OTK. The entire M&A team will be audited. Sangwon looked devastated. My team? No way. Chanyong shouted. The 4 of you, including team leader Seo Sangwon, will undergo a special audit. I am telling you. In contrast to the chaos at Yoon-sung, Jinhoo thought with relief. Thinking about it, that is probably the only conclusion he could reach. And there is no need for me to correct his misunderstanding. Well, it seems it is finally over. An excited voice shouted, he is here. OTK Company and Golden Gate have successfully bid for XCOP. Acquisition price, $2,930,100,000, equivalent to 3.223 trillion won. The people in the company surrounded the returning team, shouting excitedly, congratulations to our CEO on the successful acquisition of XCOP. He thought, we beat Yoon-sung and secured XCOP. Vice Chairman Byung-do, sweating, said, only by $100,000. Byung-do continued, so, what does team leader Ha think? You went there and saw everything. Team leader Ha replied, it seems they got internal information from Yoon-sung Motors. Byung-do pondered, if they knew Yoon-sung Motors bid from an insider, what price do you think they would have offered? Team leader Ha replied, 3 million. No, I would have bid 5 million higher. Team leader Ha continued. That is what people usually do to avoid suspicion. Bayangdu added. True, usually. But what if this is just a coincidence? Team leader Ha, I am not sure. This situation is hard to read. Bayangdu sighed. Byongdu asked, do you think branch manager Oh Hyunju submitted the bid? Team leader Ha shared his thoughts. I would not rule it out, since CEO Kang Jinhoo has no experience in public bidding. Oh Hyunju also lacks experience, but she is an excellent financial expert. She would not offer a price that could cause trouble. Since this is not the kind of news you often see in the financial world, it must be. Switching scenes, Sang Yeop was excited. You really dealt a fatal blow. How did you guys do it? Jinhoo replied modestly. I just got lucky. Taekyu added, with a bit of intuition too. Sang Yeop was surprised. Really, you did not get info from an insider. Jinhoo analyzed. To have internal information, someone would have to leak it first. Taekyu added. Besides, would not it be even weirder if we had contacts within Yonsung Motors? Sang Yeop was convinced. True, but they won't think so. Jinhoo remarked. Well, then that is their problem. Sang Yeop scratched his head. Come to think of it, you acquired a company worth over $2.4 billion with a difference of only $100,000. At this point, nothing you do surprises me anymore. Sang Yeop remembered something. By the way, you asked me to find a house for you earlier. Right, take a look at this. Taekyu wondered, why look for a house? Jinhoo handed over the papers and said, ever since I was followed by the National Intelligence Service, I have been worried about security. Sang Yeop replied, the CEO of Hyunjin Shipping just put his house up for sale. Taekyu asked, didn't Hyunjin Shipping go bankrupt? Though I do not remember exactly why. The shipping industry is volatile. Charter rates and freight costs soar during booms and plummet during recessions. Therefore, the leadership's business capacity and risk management are crucial. CEO Ju Dongwook passed away from a chronic illness, and his wife, Chae Yong-gun, took over the company. Sang Yeop worried. Chae Yong-jun's management skills were poor, causing the company's deficit to exceed its equity. Taekyu wondered, doesn't Yunsung Motors have a similar problem? They export all their cars by sea, right? Jinhoo confirmed, that is right. Sang Yeop added, Yunsung Motors and PAS solved that by using Yunsung Sangsian as an alternative. Jinhoo thought to himself, stock trading suspended court receivership. Then he said, was she caught moving all valuable assets elsewhere while the company was collapsing? I heard Chae Yong-gun and her children are the largest shareholders of Hyunjin Shipping Holdings. She even sold all her shares and fled just 2 days before the suspension was announced. Taekyu immediately understood, insider trading. Exactly what people usually suspect us of. Jinhoo continued, the small shareholders who had no information and were tricked are the ones truly affected. Sang Yeop added, and since her relationship with the current administration is quite bad, she definitely won't get away with it. As government pressure increases, Chae Yong-gun had to put her house up for sale, claiming she would donate the money personally to save the company. The house on sale has quite a tragic backstory. Jinhoo pointed at the paper. The price is 20 billion won. Is she really selling this house? She is probably just hoping it won't sell, because if it does, she will have to share the money with the small shareholders. Jinhoo analyzed the potential scenarios in detail. Either she was creating a straw buyer to sell the house too cheaply and buy it back later, or the whole thing was a performance to evade responsibility. This house has 2 connected floors and 2 basement levels, and it is only a 5-minute drive from the office, Jinhoo said with interest. I quite like its specifications. So, to ensure that does not happen, Jinhoo crossed his arms confidently. Perhaps I should be the one to buy it at its true value. The scene shifted to a half-empty cup of coffee sitting on a table as a voice spoke up. This is, on the phone, news reports flooded in. OTK Company's CEO declared his intention to buy the house of Hyunjin Shipping Holdings chairwoman Chae Yong-gun. The Samseong Dong house worth 20 billion won had fallen into the hands of Kang Jinhoo. Chairwoman Chae pledged to donate the entire sale proceeds to support small shareholders. Chae Yeon-jun thought to herself, what is this guy's angle? Does he really intend to buy it? She said, Lawyer Park, you said no one would buy it at that price. Who on earth is he? At Jeong and Kim law firm, Lawyer Park Dongsu said calmly, it is Kang Jinhoo, a fairly famous figure. Chae Yong-gun snapped back, as if I did not know that already. She pointed at the lawyer and continued irritably, you said conglomerates and businessmen would avoid buying a bankrupt CEO's house for fear of bad luck and that the price was not worth it, so it would be fine. The market price is currently around 10 billion won, which means I can't possibly sell it at the listed price, right? Park Dong-soo put a hand to his chin and replied, it will be hard to avoid now that he has made a public announcement to the press. For now, perhaps you should try raising the price through experts to about 22 billion won. Chae Yeon-jun followed up, why should I do that? I told you I have no intention of selling. The lawyer continued, Kang Jinhoo is known to the public as a trillionaire, but that is all company money. Park Dong-soo gave a slight smile and advised, if his personal assets are only around 20 billion won, it is worth a shot. Even if he receives dividends, 2 billion might not seem like much, but it could at least buy us some time. Maybe by then, everything will have died down. The chairwoman, hearing something interesting, said, oh, so if I say I'm selling at a higher price for the benefit of the small shareholders, I will have an excuse. I will propose this to the National Assembly. But then she worried, what if Kang Jin-hoo has enough personal wealth? I can't just ignore him. A man holding trillions in assets likely has a high chance of having it. The lawyer said, from what I have gathered about this man named Kang Jin-hoo, he has a brilliant mind. However, he does not have much of an external track record and only recently appeared during the X-Cop acquisition. On the TV, Kang Jin-hoo was speaking. Judging by his unrefined attire and speech at the press conference, revealing himself as the CEO was likely due to a lack of experience rather than a calculated move. Park Dong-soo reasoned. In other words, compared to his theoretical knowledge, his real-world negotiation and improvisation skills are far behind. Since our position is exposed, there is no choice but a direct confrontation. I will go meet him with a letter of commitment to settle this clearly. On social media, the online community was buzzing. Someone said, she raised the price from 20 billion to 22 billion. Kang Jin-hoo said nonchalantly, so she is saying she will sell at a higher price to help small shareholders. Fine, I will play along. In front of a conglomerate, while he declared he would buy the house for 22 billion won to support chairwoman Chae Young-gun's donation, the X-Cop acquisition was finalized. Typo Group signed a 5-year management consulting maintenance contract. OTK Company held a 70% stake, while Golden Gate held 30%. For X-Cop, an independent director was added for 3 years, while the CEO and executive board remained in place. A girl cheered happily. I won. See that, Jin-hoo, I won. The guy wearing glasses cried out. How is that possible? No way. He sat there gloomily and said, I can't lose like this. Kang Jin-hoo, sitting at his desk, asked, do you two realize this is the CEO's office? The desk phone rang. CEO Chairwoman Chae Young-gun's lawyer is here to see you. What should we do? Jin-hoo replied. Chae Young-gun, the homeowner, and she sent a lawyer too. Kang Jin-hoo put on his coat and said, I will be right back. Taek-yu replied, make it fast before the jjangmyeon gets delivered. Park Dong-soo greeted him warmly. A pleasure to meet you. I am Park Dong-soo, a lawyer from Jeong and Kim. It is an honor to meet the CEO of OTK Company in person. Jeong and Kim. That certainly suits Chairwoman Chae. Kang Jin-hoo replied. Nice to meet you. I am Kang Jin-hoo. The lawyer replied respectfully, thank you for agreeing to meet me even though I came without an appointment. Kang Jin-hoo cut to the chase. I do not have much time, so let us get straight to the point. The lawyer smiled and said, my apologies for taking up your time. It makes sense. The end of the year is always a busy season. When Kang Jin-hoo replied, no, it is because I just ordered jjangmyeon. Park Dong-soo blanked out.
Jjangmyeon.
Kang Jin-hoo said, yes, jjangmyeon. It is not good if the noodles get cold. The room went silent, with no one saying a word. The lawyer frowned and thought to himself, what is wrong with this guy? Park Dong-soo spoke up. Then allow me to get straight to it. Chairwoman Chae Young-gun hopes you will withdraw your offer to buy the Samseong-dong house. Kang Jin-hoo quickly replied, I do not understand. I'm simply buying a house that was put up for sale. Is there a problem? I heard that you, CEO, recently bought back the house where you lived as a child. The lawyer said with a pathetic tone. The chairwoman and her children also do not want to leave that house. I am sure you understand that feeling better than anyone. That house holds many memories for their family. Suddenly Kang Jin-hoo said, I recall that house was only built about 5 years ago. Park Dong-soo replied, yes, that is true. It might be short, it might be long, but the important thing is the memories made there, is not it? Kang Jin-hoo immediately countered, then she should not have said she would use it for a donation. Kang Jin-hoo said, what is the point of deciding to sell it if she has no intention of moving out? The lawyer replied submissively, there are many complicated reasons behind it, sir. I am here on her behalf to offer a different proposal. Kang Jin-hoo asked, what other proposal? A folder was tossed onto the table. Park Dong-soo said, it is a house in Hanam-dong, owned by an acquaintance of the chairwoman. If you buy that one, instead of the Samseong-dong house, we will sell it to you for 20% below market price. Kang Jin-hoo read the documents. A house under someone else's name, she pays the difference, and I withdraw from the deal. The lawyer asked nervously, this offer is not bad for you, right, CEO? The answer came instantly, no thanks. I will pass. Park Dong-soo was surprised. Pardon. Kang Jin-hoo asked, don't you find it bothersome? The lawyer remained silent. The money for the Samseong-dong house I buy will go to the small shareholders, no matter how high the price. Samseong-dong house means the small shareholders get paid. The Hanam-dong house means Chae Young-gun gets away. Hyunjin Shipping is struggling even though it is already neck-deep. Kang Jin-hoo asked curiously, Chairwoman Chae must have plenty of money, so why go this far? The lawyer was taken aback. Excuse me. Kang Jin-hoo stepped forward and said, Hyunjin Shipping's stock went from 40,000 won per share to 981 when trading was suspended. I bet Chairwoman Chae managed to save at least 2,000 won per share using insider info. Once the stock is delisted, it will drop below 10 won, right? The lawyer backed away as Jin-hoo continued. Do you know what kind of people those small shareholders are? They are people who save every penny by eating less and wearing less to invest, hoping to earn a bit more. Kang Jin-hoo said somberly, she has assets worth about 50 billion won, yet just to avoid losing 2 billion, she uses small investors as sacrifices. The stock being delisted is due to poor leadership. What does that have to do with the small shareholders? The lawyer broke into a cold sweat, thinking, I knew I should not have believed the rumors. But, the rumors, Kang Jinhoo is stuck in the meeting room. Reclusive management reaching its limit. The company runs on autopilot. CEO Kang Jinhoo is just lucky. The business grows, but why is CEO Kang Jinhoo silent? Controversy over passive attitude. CEO Kang Jinhoo's absence from the public eye. Potential risks behind the growth. CEO Kang Jinhoo lives in seclusion. Who is really running the company? Kang Jinhoo stood before the lawyer and continued, what does someone who is about to go to prison need a house for? Tell her to stop playing these shady games and worry about packing her bags instead. Park Dong-soo thought in fear. The media has distorted things far too much. Rejecting an offer to help hide assets from shareholders naturally made Jinhoo look strict. At the 38th floor elevator, if he made his intention to buy public again, there probably would not be any issues. Kang Jinhoo stepped out. He approached Sangyop and said, Senior Sangyop, what is going on? Sangyop replied, I am here to drop off documents and I have some interesting news I wanted to share with you. Sangyop said, Yunsung Motors just acquired JD Caps for 300 billion. Kang Jinhoo replied, penny wise and pound foolish, huh? From inside the room, Taikyu poked his head out and said, the Jajangmyeon. Before he could finish, he saw the situation and went quiet. Sangyop said, likely because they were branded as traitors and faced an internal audit after the ex-cop incident. Word is the entire negotiation team including team leader Seo Sangwon has submitted their resignations. The man in glasses put a hand on Kang Jinhoo's shoulder and said, so a pillar of the industry was wrongly blamed because of you. Kang Jinhoo replied, you were involved too. Jinhoo seemed to recall something. Kang Jinhoo thought to himself, was it the man standing next to him that day, a talent that Vice Chairman Han Chanyong tried to recruit 3 times? The delivery man said, excuse me, I am here with the food. Taekyu replied. Over here suddenly he dropped his wallet. The wallet hitting the ground startled him. Oops! Kang Jinhoo leaned down to pick up the wallet and said Senior Sangyup, to which his senior replied, yeah. Kang Jinhoo instructed, please arrange a meeting. He continued, with team leader Seo Sangwon, the one who is about to resign. Kang Jinhoo smiled. I need to meet him. In front of a large modern restaurant, Seo Sangwon, the former M&A negotiation team leader for Yunsung Group, was waiting for his resignation to be approved. He sat there looking listless and empty. I did not expect him to agree so easily. It seems he has been through a lot. Kang Jinhoo and the man in glasses sat across from Seo Sangwon. Kang Jinhoo said, would you like to order something? I heard the tuna here is excellent. Seo Sangwon, with a pale face replied, I am fine. I came here today because there is something I want to ask. Kang Jinhoo replied, what is it? Taikyu told the waiter, we will order later. Seo Sangwon asked, the information about the bid price. Did it really leak from our side? He continued, aside from Vice Chairman Han Chanyong and myself, only 3 others knew the official bid. Contacting me now will surely make others suspect me as the traitor, but even so, I really wanted to know. Kang Jinhoo asked, don't you think it is possible one of them sold the bid price for a bribe? Seo Sangwon replied firmly, absolutely not. Kang Jinhoo thought to himself, everyone is under suspicion, yet he still trusts his teammates to the end. He truly is a model team leader. Kang Jinhoo then asked, then why did we submit that exact number? When Yunsung Group's bid was announced, branch manager Oh Hyun-ju was clearly shocked, but you, CEO, did not look surprised at all. It was as if you had predicted that exact number. Kang Jinhoo continued, I might have looked calm on the outside, but I was actually very surprised on the inside. The man in glasses interjected, we are pretty good at keeping a poker face. Seo Sangwon replied, what I always wondered is that the vice chairman, as a precaution against you, raised the price by another $50 million right before the deadline, and I only shared that number with my team on the day of the bid. Kang Jinhoo caught on to something. Wait, so then, he thought, if I had not participated in that bid, someone held $2.88 billion, Seo Sangwon held $2.917 billion, and Oh Hyun-ju held $2.92 billion. Kang Jinhoo thought further, the real winner was Senior Hyun-ju. I do not feel guilty for using my foresight. At least I did not steal an opportunity from another company and I can make up for it by collaborating with her. If that is the case, then the people who suffered the most from my foresight are team leader Seo Sangwon and his members. He recalled the conversation in the hallway. Glasses, so a pillar was wrongly blamed because of you. You were involved too. Yunsung Group had misunderstood, but as Taikyu said, they had a responsibility. Kang Jinhoo said, to explain the circumstances that led to that misunderstanding, our original bidding limit was $2.92 billion, but silence suddenly fell. Someone said, and that is how it all happened. Seo Sangwon asked in surprise, so it was all just a coincidence? Glasses, sweating profusely, said, you know, the world is full of strange things. But there is always a way out. We can help if you just say the word. It seemed that after meeting in person, Taikyu also realized that the impact of their actions was not small. Jinhoo spoke up, I heard you have submitted your resignation. What are your plans for the future? Seo Sangwon replied. I do not have any plans yet. Hearing this, he made an offer. Then how about joining us? Seo Sangwon held up a hand to stop him. If I go to OTK company, what would people think? He continued, that I received it as a reward for my betrayal. Glasses had nothing to say. Seo Sangwon flatly refused. I may not live a prestigious life, but I do not believe I have lived in disgrace. Thank you for the invitation, but I am afraid I must decline. As expected, this won't be easy. It looks like we won't get an answer today. Kang Jin-hoo thought silently. He intentionally left his clothes slightly disheveled, as if to prove this was not a secret meeting at all. Even his refusal to drink even a single glass of water in this private room. Glasses, sitting by the door, told the server, we will order after we finish our discussion. I am very sorry. The server politely replied, that is fine, sir. I do not know what he is calculating in his head, but even so, they say even hypocrisy is a virtue. He was a man who would not give up even in the most desperate situation, and at the very least, he knew how to behave properly toward the company he belonged to. Kang Jin-hoo said, other companies will have similar suspicions about the bidding results anyway. Even if an audit confirms you are completely innocent, the suspicion will remain and follow you to any new job later. Can you endure those looks? Do you plan to just retire like this? Kang Jin-hoo smiled and said, in this industry, I am the only one who completely trusts you, team leader Seo. Because I am the one who wrote the bid. Seo Sangwon went quiet and then said, if I join OTK, you won't escape criticism either, CEO. Upon hearing this, Kang Jin-hoo suddenly burst out laughing. Criticism, Seo Sangwon was taken aback by Jin-hoo's reaction. Kang Jin-hoo, the cause of the US collapse. Cursed Kang Jin-hoo, the corporate sinner. Once you step foot in the UK, I will kill you, go die. Die, Kang Jin-hoo. Get out of here. Kang Jin-hoo, the heartless Korean who destroyed the foreign exchange market. Give me my money back, you crazy investor. Get out of my country. Enemy of Diane. He looks so ugly. Financial fraudster plotting to seize Seo-sung. The bastard determined to ruin this country. Give me my money back. Ronald's dog. Traitor Kang Jin-hoo. Hypocrite ruining this country. Unscrupulous investor. Kang Jin-hoo said, it is not like I have been cursed only once or twice. It is just adding another line to the list. The trash who snatched Yoon-sung Group's key personnel. He continued, there is no need to worry about what others say. As long as you are confident in yourself, that is enough. We are a B2B company, business to business, so we can say we are less affected by public opinion. Someone said, we are just misunderstanding each other. No one did anything shameful, and no one is at fault, right? I do not need you to answer today. He continued to persuade him, one more thing, if you work with me, your honor will definitely be restored. Seo Sangwon asked, how? Kang Jin-hoo affirmed, you will see through the work I do in the future. Everyone will understand then. He confidently asserted, winning a 3 trillion asset by a mere 100 million difference will be seen as nothing. While waiting for team leader Seo Sangwon's answer, the delisting process for Hyunjin Shipping began. At a magnificent villa, chairwoman Chae Young-gon could no longer hold out and had to sell the Samseong-dong house. Thanks to the dividends I received, I was able to buy the house without any debt. In the yard of that house, I had my very first home, only a 5-minute drive from the office. Inside the house, in the shimmering, gorgeous and spacious living room, someone exclaimed, whoa! Glasses pointed around and said, look at this, there is even an elevator inside the house. Senior Hunju continued, the kitchen is huge too, quite convenient for cooking. Glasses followed up, and in the end, you will just cook ramen or order jjajangmyeon anyway. The pink-haired girl asked, what do you think, Jin-hoo? Do you like the new house? Kang Jin-hoo smiled and said, of course. It seems Chairwoman Chae was not just good at management, but also had a great sense for interior design. Everyone gathered in the living room to discuss. The woman in black asked, didn't you know? Chairwoman Chae Young-gun originally majored in contemporary art. Kang Jin-hoo replied, I see. Glasses added, the idea of buying the furniture along with the bid price was quite clever. The minority shareholders are also happy because their compensation was increased. Senior Hunju said, just a few years ago, no one expected Hyunjin Shipping to collapse like this. No one knows what will happen to a company, or when it will happen, so when things are going well, you have to be even more careful. Even a world-class company can collapse overnight, and there is no guarantee that won't happen to us. Kang Jin-hoo replied, I will keep that in mind. Someone said, come on a happy day like this, we should not bring up such heavy topics. You two worked hard. Congratulations on the new house. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the end of the year. Glasses had a smiling face, showing no sign of anger, contempt, disgust, fear, happiness, sadness, or surprise. While Taekyu was fully enjoying his hobby, he was sitting watching TV and said, this is the life. After internal discussions, we decided to hold a year-end party combined with a wrap-up ceremony. To show appreciation for employees, welcome new hires, and celebrate the X-Cop acquisition project. This was the first joint party for all three companies. No, the person who had now become the team leader responsible for organizing the event. The new team leader smiled and said, hey, leave it to me. Team leader Young Ki-hong of K Company had plenty of experience successfully organizing company orientations and outings. On the streets, traffic was bustling with cars moving back and forth. Senior Sang Yeop said, thinking back, a lot of things really happened this past year. Kang Jin-hoo replied, Brexit, Ronald's election, the illegal surveillance, the press conference, being dragged into the investigation and even buying the house, Glasses said, and investing in the US auto industry. Someone else added, that is right. If we are not careful, we might take a big loss next year. Senior Sang Yep said, by the way, those people. Should we do something about them? Below the company building, several people were shouting, arrest financial criminal Kang Jin-hoo, OTK company, get out. Kang Jin-hoo replied helplessly, this is a free country, let them say what they want. Glasses said, but should not they be doing that in front of the Blue House? A few people were holding signs that said, we support President Park Si-hyun, and we love President Park Si-hyun. Kang Jin-hoo said in surprise, I know, but
Huh.
suddenly he shouted, wait, please stop the car for a moment. He ran while shouting, Uncle Seok-beom. Several people standing there said, it is Kang Jin-hoo. Seok-beom stammered, Jin-hoo. In his hand, he still held a sign. I'm Kim Seok-beom. I'm here to meet Chairman Kang Jin-hoo. Kim Seok-beom, former DHK engineering employee. Kang Jin-hoo took Seok-beom's hand and asked, Uncle, why are you out here in this cold? Seok-beom replied, I heard I had to wait a very long time to see you, so I thought if I did this, maybe you would notice me. Because of the complicated procedures that follow becoming famous, I almost missed an important relationship. Kang Jin-hoo said, I almost walked right past you. It is very cold out here, Uncle Seok-beom. Let us go inside to talk. Seok-beom said, I was very surprised watching the press conference. I did not expect you to be the chairman of such a large company. I did not know how to behave. Kang Jin-hoo replied politely, that is just a formality. Please act comfortably, it is okay. Glasses added, just like before. Seok-beom replied shyly, how could I, after I left and then your father passed away? I never contacted you even once. Kang Jin-hoo said, but you stayed with my family until the very end after my father died. Just that is enough to make me feel incredibly grateful. Seok-beom replied kindly, you think so? Thank you so much. Then he went silent again. His voice was trembling, his pronunciation unclear. The cheerful Uncle Kim Seok-beom from back then was gone. Kang Jin-hoo sensed something was wrong and asked, something happened, did not it? Uncle Seok-beom hesitated for a long time, apologizing, while recounting everything through his tremors. The story of him and his colleague Jong-soo struggling to find new jobs. Glasses said, oh, Uncle Jong-soo, he was so funny. How is he doing now? The story of him applying for a job at Woosong Corporation, an auto engine parts supplier. The harsh labor intensity, the conflict between workers and management, the lawsuits, the unfair accusations, and the death of a colleague. Glasses asked in worry, Uncle Jong-soo. Seok-beom placed his trembling hand on his hat and said, I just want to live. I came here to beg for a chance at survival. I know this is shameful, but you are the only person I can ask for help. Uncle Seok-beom cried as he took off his hat, revealing a severe dent in his skull that had been stitched up but was still red. He pleaded, please help me Jin-hoo. Tag you gasped in horror. Uncle Seok-beom, your head. What happened? Have those bastards gone completely insane? How could they treat a human being like that just for striking? I thought the moment I saw Uncle Seok-beom's head, I suddenly recalled a question from back then. A woman had asked, Jin-hoo, why do you want to invest? And Kang Jin-hoo replied, because in this society, wealth and material goods are almost synonymous with happiness.
Money is happiness, the girl asked.
You have already earned so much money, why are you still taking such risks with your investments? Kang Jin-hoo thought to himself, the reason I earn money, something I already have more than enough of, is a question that will likely follow me for the rest of my life. He answered, because I see an opportunity to make money, because it can alleviate the suffering of the people around me. That is my new answer. Kang Jin-hoo said reassuringly, don't worry, Uncle Seok-beom. I will help you at all costs. Uncle Seok-beom's story was essentially this. Back when he and Uncle Park Jong-soo were employees for my father, the two of them used to play with me every time I visited the factory as a kid. They adored me. Uncle Seok-beom would smile and say, Jin-hoo, you have grown so much taller since the last time I saw you, while Uncle Jong-soo would tease, you are here because you spent all the allowance I gave you last time. Are not you? Where's that chubby kid Taekyu? Is he not with you? The new factory they were hired into was Hong Woo-seung Enterprise, an auto engine parts manufacturer. It was a mid-sized company, listed on KOS Daeak with 700 employees. To grow faster, Hong Woo-seung Enterprise decided to increase staff, expand facilities, and run night shifts without rotations. Working hours were extended to reduce labor costs. 2 years after implementing this brutal night shift system, 6 people died from exhaustion. The union and the company negotiated and agreed to switch to a 2-shift day system, but management kept delaying it, and the night shifts continued. After countless disputes, the union, as a last resort in negotiations, decided to conduct a partial strike combined with a factory occupation. The sound of banging on doors echoed as people shouted, "Open up!" As union members, both of them participated, responding to the union's demand, implement the labor system that was mutually agreed upon. The company drove vehicles directly into the union members occupying the factory. As the cars sped toward the employees, everyone panicked. Get out of the way, what the? The targeted attack injured 2 people, broke the bones of 3 others, and left 8 people bruised. A mistake occurred during the retreat when they were threatened by union members. A contract employee for the company turned himself in with a false confession, and the incident was handled as a common traffic accident prosecuted, but without detention. During the protests, a conflict broke out between the union and the company's contract workers. When the doors were forced open, the union side panicked. Wait, while the company side flooded in. The doors are open, catch them all, get out here now. The doors are open. A man wearing a mask that fully covered his face, raised a fire extinguisher high and struck Uncle Seokbium. His head was injured in that incident, and it left him with the stutter he has now. Even more damnable was the police's reaction. A man leaning on a cane shouted. There were only a few of them with wooden sticks and fire extinguishers. How could you not catch them? The police replied. I understand everyone is angry. We could not identify them because their faces were hidden by hats and masks. Do you have any evidence to prove it? If so, we can assist. Yet, when it was time to hunt down union members, they even mobilized 3D facial recognition technology and submitted files to the prosecution with recommendations for indictment, seeking 1-year prison sentences for every individual involved in the scuffle. At the same time, when the factory began operating using replacement labor, the union members, now exhausted both mentally and physically, declared they would return to work. However, the company refused, making their withdrawal from the union a top priority and began filing all sorts of lawsuits. Kim Seok-bium, property damage, recommended sentence of 1 year and 6 months for using tape to damage CCTV cameras in the locker room. Park Jong-soo, property damage, recommended sentence of 1 year for using paint to write strike slogans, damaging the asphalt. It was a lawsuit so absurd that no one could accept it. But then, Uncle Jong-soo took his own life. Tag-yu wiped his tears and said, he was such a good man. Why are the media, the police and the prosecutors only siding with Hongwooseong Enterprise? A company that creates jobs for an entire region naturally has ties to high-ranking officials. Businessmen who have operated in an area for a long time typically collude with government officials. And looking at the documents Uncle Seok-bium brought, the behind the scenes. Forget it, let us not mention that for now. Let us just focus on the task at hand. Jin-hoo continued to ask, so, Changju Consulting, what does this company actually do? Ex-cop manager Lee Cheojin, a security services expert, explained. They are famous in the industry as a labor law consulting firm, specializing in human resources and labor management. Jin-hoo wondered. Supposedly it is a labor law firm on paper, but what is it really? Cheojin stood straight with his hands behind his back and said, it is a gangster-run company hired specifically to dismantle unions. Half the employees are thugs. Jin-hoo and Taekyu asked in unison, then what is the other half? The answer was, mobsters. Taekyu was still confused. What is the difference? He advised manager Lee to sit down and talk comfortably, but Cheojin declined. I am fine standing. Jin-hoo, sensing the problem, stated, they must be dangerous. If a physical conflict breaks out, do you think ex-cop employees can handle it? Cheojin's face turned serious after hearing Jin-hoo's question. Of course, he continued, clenching his fist with determination, ex-cop employees are a top-tier elite team. Many come from special forces, and there are even mercenaries who served overseas. Handling those thugs or mobsters is nothing to us. Jin-hoo thought to himself, in terms of manpower, equipment and finances, those pieces of trash can't compare to them. I guess I accidentally touched his pride. He affirmed to manager Lee, what I intend to do is not for the public good or anything, but I want outsiders to see it that way. Cheojin smiled slightly and replied, I understand. If a few coincidences happen at the right time, it is possible. Jin-hoo praised him. Good. I expect you to show me your capabilities through this incident. In front of the building, employees were preparing and carrying several packages. A banner hung above, do not obstruct us from returning to work. What is going on here, Chairman Lee? Hong Woo-sung, chairman of Hongwooseong Enterprise, questioned sternly. You said you would cut the union membership in half within 3 months. This is not what you promised. I can't reward you under these conditions. He turned toward Chairman Lee, who was sitting in a chair, and said, those bastards are causing a riot right in front of my company. How much longer do I have to watch this? I hired you because I can't just fire them at will, understand? Lee Syup, chairman of Changju Consulting, glanced over. Adjusting his glasses, he said, don't worry, chairman. I will handle it today. Syup gave the chairman some advice. I suggest you stop looking outside for a while. Just sit back and enjoy your coffee. Hong Woo-sung replied, whatever. I do not really know how these things work anyway. As for the employees, everyone was shouting protest slogans. Do not obstruct us from returning to work. Guarantee our right to work. Do not refuse our return. No refusals. No refusals. Implement the 2-shift day system. Implement it. Implement it. Their voices drew the attention of everyone passing by. A woman passing by asked the man next to her, what are they doing? The man glanced over and replied, it looks like they are on strike. Im Doo-sik, vice president of Changju Consulting, pointed his finger at the protesting crowd. Kick them out immediately. Tear down all their tents and banners. If anyone dares to resist, just beat them senseless. If the job is done today, I will give each of you an extra 100,000 won, so do it right. The thugs, wearing hats and masks, excitedly raised the weapons in their hands. We will do our best. One of them asked fearfully, but, Vice President, what if we are charged with assault? Dusik struck the man who just asked. Why are you asking such unlucky questions, you idiot? Even if they call the police all day, nothing will happen. Another man with a face full of scars chimed in. Last time, an old man got his head split open and just left. Did anything happen? No, understand. We have big time backing.
What are you guys still worried about?
He growled. Just beat them hard for me. Hearing that, the thugs charged forward, shouting, understood. Uncle Seok Beom and Uncle Jongsu panicked when they saw them charging. Them, aren't they the thugs from last time? Hurry, we must call the police. Dusik walked straight forward and ordered, clear it all out. Anything that is an eyesore, clear it. If you see anyone trying to run, catch them for me. One thug grabbed Uncle Jongsu's shirt, startling him. The employee was pinned to the ground as thugs violently beat the other workers nearby. Uncle Seok Beom suddenly lunged and headbutted a thug with all his might. No, stop it, you bastards. The thug's face hardened.
You want us to stop?
The thug rained blows on Uncle Seokbeom and growled, then dissolve that pathetic union. How many times do I have to tell you? From a distance, police sirens wailed. People shouted, the police are here. Uncle Seokbeom cried out as he reached out. Over here, help us. Police, over here. The police car slowly approached. The sirens grew louder. However, the car continued straight as if it had not seen anything. Everyone was confused. Huh, we are right here. You do not see us. We are over here. A mobster let out a soft laugh. Ha! His face was full of excitement. Unbelievable. I'm impressed. With a little power, even the police become scarecrows. See, there is nothing to fear. The thugs shouted in unison. Understood. Uncle Seokbeom lay sprawled on the ground, clutching his throbbing stomach.
No way.
One thug asked, you recorded them attacking us, right? Edit it and submit it to the police. Suddenly, someone was running toward them. An iron bar covered in blood hit the ground, followed by a blood-curdling scream. The thug stepping on an employee's stomach spun around in confusion, wondering what was happening. Everyone has a plan. The sounds of repeated punching and kicking echoed. The thugs were terrified. They all screamed in pain. My hand. Taekyu crossed his arms, his face full of murderous intent, and said, until they get punched in the face. Jinhoo and manager Lee, who was holding a long staff, stood with a crowd of people in sunglasses behind them. Cheojin instructed everyone, start recording evidence. 1000. While escorting a VIP, we happened to witness a third-party assault and have notified the police. A body camera was mounted on his chest. Cheojin continued. Despite 3 verbal warnings, the assault continued. For emergency evacuation and self-defense, we have struck the wrists of the assailants to force them to drop their weapons, which in this case are steel pipes. Dusik glanced over and asked, who the hell are these guys? Did the union hire them or something? He slowly approached. Where did you guys crawl out from? Just get here from the countryside. In this place, once you hear the name Chengju Consulting, everyone tries to stay as far away as possible, let alone look for a job here. Manager Lee raised his hand to signal a stop. This is a warning. If you step any closer, due to VIP protection duties, restraint measures and necessary force will be applied. Please stay put until the police arrive. Dusik squeezed his shoulder hard, glared, and said, I am warning you before we beat you to a pulp. You are going to regret it when those cops get here. Soon enough, you guys will be in prison for daring to touch Changju Consulting employees. While we won't lose a thing. Dusik pointed his staff forward with a smug look. You should know that we have a massive conglomerate backing us, Yunsi Motors. Does that name sound familiar? Jinhoo did not seem surprised by anything he just said. Dusik said that usually this information was kept secret, but given the police's attitude today, he would just say it with power like that. Even if it is exposed, everything can be covered up. Uncle Jongsu clutched his stomach in fear. Yunzong Motors, another employee, slumped to the ground, holding his head and crying. He pounded the ground in helpless despair. So that is why. Not a single news article appeared. From the very beginning we were. What are we supposed to do? A strike at a main supplier would certainly become a concern for the finished car manufacturer, Yunseong Motors. The main engine parts manufacturer Hongwusung Enterprise, causing production and shipping disruptions. Yunsong Motors had enough power to crush them through the structure, and behind them was the pinnacle of power, President Park Sehyung. He must have said just one thing, ensure no disruptions occur in production and shipping. Jinhoo crossed his arms and sat with his legs crossed, thinking, just one vague sentence. The prosecution, the Changju Consulting thugs, the police, the lower-level departments and subordinate organizations gathered and began performing illegal acts as if they were in a competition. Jinhoo recalled the scene of Uncle Seokbeom taking off his hat, his tears flowing alongside a large scar covered in surgical stitches on his head. Then the image of Uncle Jongsu at the funeral. Leading up to this outcome, Jinhoo exclaimed, so what? What if Yunseong Motors is backing you? What are you trying to prove here? Dusik, holding his staff, tilted his head and scratched his neck. If you do not understand. He suddenly swung the staff high and charged forward. Experience it for yourself. The staff was blocked. Dusik's eyes widened in surprise. Manager Lee stood in front of Jinhoo and growled a warning. Didn't I warn you to stay right there? Dusik stammered. What? Cheojin quickly landed a blow to his face, sending Dusik reeling backward. He fell hard to the ground. The thugs screamed, Boss! They charged in a rage. You bastards, there is more of us. Do not be afraid. Everyone, get them. On the other side, ex-cop employees were being relayed instructions. Cheojin ordered his staff. Those who surrender are a priority. Second, those who show intent to attack 3 or more times must be quickly restrained. A thug swung a pipe and charged. Die. The ex-cop employee dodged quickly and reported. Current situation evaluated as life-threatening danger. We are intervening based on justified security duties and emergency evacuation. In another corner, another employee said while blocking an opponent's strike, all acts of violence are being recorded in real time and will be used as legal evidence after we apprehend the criminals. The thug wondered, what the hell are you muttering about? You kidding me? Tagyu, in a defensive stance, was surprised. Oh, shouldn't they be suppressed already? Manager Lee asked back. Is that what you think? He shared that in the past, things like this would have been settled in less than a minute. But times had changed. No matter how much evidence they gathered, they could still be at a disadvantage. Naturally, how we react, the camera was still recording throughout the conversation. It would also change. Through the camera lens, a thug who was struck screamed in pain. Ag, my wrist. The ex-cop employee stepped hard on his other arm. Falsifying a report. It won't work. We only struck the blunt weapons in your right hands. It has all been recorded on camera. Screams echoed everywhere. Ack, my hand, my left hand, you are stepping on it. The ex-cop employee told them lying was useless as it was all on camera. The protesting crowd looked at the fight, everyone wondering, where did those people come from? The thugs are completely dominated. But is it okay to hit them like that? Taekigyu pointed and exclaimed, wow, the staff are skillfully covering for each other. Jinhu turned and asked Manager Lee, is that allowed? He replied, it is just a coincidence, a pure coincidence. That is just the basis for criminal punishment once discovered. Jinhu was helpless. As long as you do not get caught. The thugs were gathered in one place after being beaten. They lay sprawled on the ground, some with hands up in surrender. The ex-cop staff said restraint was necessary to prevent further violence. This was the procedure for handing them over to the police, so they should cooperate quietly. The thugs moaned, seriously, we got beaten like dogs. Suddenly, a swarm of police sirens approached. Jinhu smiled and said just in time. The police officer asked, ex-cop, what are you guys doing here? Manager Lee reported, we happened to be passing by and witnessed these men brutally assaulting others, so we intervened. Since we caught the criminal act in progress on the spot, there should not be a problem. Nevertheless, we have recorded everything that happened on camera as a precaution. Taekyu stepped behind Shiojin and added, we reported it to you just in case. Luckily, our side had many people. When we reported that the people being beaten were union members, only one officer came to take a look and then left. Anyone would think they took bribes from Han Wusung Enterprise. Right, now look, how many police cars are out there? As he spoke, he gestured toward the fleet of cars parked outside. The police officer's face darkened, and he asked awkwardly, the reporter was not you, right? If you are not involved in this case, we should stop here. Jinhu interrupted. Before this, there was an incident where a contract worker cracked a union member's skull with a fire extinguisher. Back then, the police had no intention of investigating and told us to find evidence ourselves. So now, I have found it. As he spoke, he held up a piece of paper. Thanks to Karos's facial and location recognition program, I have analyzed the video recorded at that time and identified the trajectory of the fire extinguisher, the thrower's position, and the thrower's face. Jinhu slowly walked toward the thugs tied up on the ground. His footsteps drew closer. Jinhu's expression was cold and sharp. Jinhu affirmed it was none other than this man. The designated thug was terrified. What are you talking about? Jinhu held the paper in front of the man. We will file a lawsuit for aggravated assault, so the sentence will be quite heavy. The thug froze. Jinhu continued, well, if it was not you, you have nothing to worry about, right? He suddenly stood up to flee, cursing, damn it, get lost. Jinhu pointed behind him toward the thug who had stumbled to the ground. The man cursed, bastard. Jinhu asked the police, what are you still doing? Not going to catch the criminal. The officer replied awkwardly, we came to handle another case. We have to follow the proper procedure and assess the situation. Jinhu waved his hand while looking in another direction. Aha, assessing the situation is indeed important. So why do not you smile and look over there? The officer looked in that direction, wondering. He suddenly noticed something glinting on the roof of the building. The officer asked in surprise, is there someone on the rooftop? Jinhu explained, that is a media company called News Breakthrough. They have been covering this for days. Soon, they will be posting interviews and videos everywhere. He panicked and stammered, we did not know anything. Yes, he is indeed suspected of participating in the assault. The officer ordered, we must check identities. Catch him quickly. Taekyu watched the scene and said with a lack of surprise, their tone changes immediately once they know they are being filmed. Does not it? Dusik regained consciousness and looked at the thug tied up next to him. He asked, ugh, what is this? How long was I out? The other man replied, about 10 minutes. In the meantime, the suspect being caught is screaming, let me go, I was framed. Jinhu said to him, framed for what? Someone almost died because of you guys. The police officer stepped between them and said, all right, I understand. Please come back another day to file the paperwork for that case. The suspected thug screamed, you bastard, who sent you? A private investigation agency, or a detective? Who the hell are you? What gives you the right to poke your nose into other people's business? The officer turned to Jinhu and said, sir, we completely understand your feelings. We will contact you soon. For today, please go home and rest. Leave the rest to us. The thug kept screaming, who are you? While the officer was still advising Jinhu, sir, please leave, he closed his eyes and tilted his head toward the sky, thinking Uncle Jongsu and Uncle Seopium. This must be how you felt back then, having to struggle alone against assault, insults, threats, coercion and lawsuits. It was truly hopeless and there was nothing they could do. Everyone here knew it all too well. Knowing the tide had only turned for a brief moment, the union members looked despondent and whispered to each other. They will just be released anyway, and don't say anything, or you will become their next target for revenge. Another worker said. He mentioned reporters are covering this, right? Isn't this a chance? The worker in front replied. Yeah, even if we just get one line in the papers, it is something. But they all knew that when tomorrow came, everything would just repeat itself. Jinhu's face clouded with sadness as he stated, from now on, this will be a battle between companies. We will fight on equal footing. Jinhu stood tall, buttoned his coat, and formally introduced himself. I am Kang Jinhu from OTK Company. Dusik and the union members looked on in shock. Even the police officers were stunned. Jinhu continued, we will hire a team of lawyers from a major firm. Beyond criminal charges, we will also file civil lawsuits for surgery costs, hospital fees, rehabilitation, emotional distress, and more. The suspect frowned as he listened to Jinhu. Whether we have to seize your real estate or your cars, we will collect every single penny, down to the last cent. His face was cold as he delivered the verdict. No matter what happens, there will be no settlement. So, prepare yourselves and get the best lawyer you can find. A flurry of questions rushed through the suspect's mind. What is he saying, OTK? Is he bluffing? A global investment group? The CEO is suing me personally. Is this for real? His voice grew higher and higher as he stammered. The suspect knelt and cried for mercy. Oh, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I have a wife and young children at home. If I go to prison, what will happen to my family? Jinhu looked at him.
Why are you apologizing to me? The people who almost died at your hands, they have families too.
And besides, that man is like my own uncle. The trauma you left him with is permanent. So, take responsibility for what you have done like a man, he screamed. I was just following orders. It was all directed from above, Taikyu remarked wearisomely. Now he is playing the victim. The suspect continued to explain. They said the police were on our side. They told us to just beat the union members and not worry about anything. They said the company would take responsibility for everything. The police officer looked increasingly flustered as he listened. Dusik shouted, shut up, you idiot. Do you want to die? He pointed at Jinhu. OTK, you think you will get away with this? I will report everything to the media how you are using company staff for personal matters and inciting employees to attack civilians. Jinhu struck back strongly. Do whatever you want. I never incited anyone. But if this gets noisy, I will hold a press conference. A moment ago, you arrogantly opened your mouth and said Yunsang Motors was behind all this. Right, Dusik questioned back. When did I ever say that? Jinhu slowly walked forward. Whether it is true or not does not matter. I am not going to waste time explaining every little thing. My lawyers will handle that. For now, let me repeat what you said. He leaned in close to face the man. That you heard it from him Dusik, vice president of Changju Consulting. That Yunseong Motors covers up the dirty work of piece of trash thugs, and that it would not matter even if you buried someone's body. Dusik exclaimed, what? You are lying. When did I say that? Jinhu put his hands in his pockets, shrugged, and asked, so what? Why should I be kind to someone who beats people for fun? Dusik's hands clenched into trembling fists. Jinhu continued, I am not curious about how Yunsong Motors will react, but I am quite curious about what will happen to you. Shall we continue? The man's whole body was shaking. Just 1 minute after I revealed my identity, the problem was solved. Dusik lowered his head. I'm sorry. Please. Forgive me. Jinhu turned to the men kneeling on the ground. We will analyze the video, and for everyone who participated, we will naturally file both criminal and civil lawsuits. People scrambled to apologize. We are truly sorry. We were just following orders. They told us there would be no problems. We were wrong. Please forgive us. Jinhu's face hardened. This situation was ridiculous. The real victims, the ones who deserved an apology, were standing right next to him, yet these thugs were only turning to apologize to him. And the police turned a blind eye, even when the crimes were blatant. The officer hesitantly gave orders. Well then, for now we must proceed with the arrests. And those people bowing to me, an outsider with no real power, they were just clinging to a tiny shred of hope. The workers choked up and said, finally we can rest easy. One man revealed the bleeding wound on his head and expressed, thank you so much Mr. Kang. Jinhu forced a smile, the root of this entire ironic situation. Jinhu asked manager Lee and Taikyu, before we leave, we should at least see his face once, should not we? Near the building, the sky was taking on the orange hues of sunset. A cup of coffee was steaming as a voice spoke. Finally, it is a bit quiet. Hong Woo-sung, chairman of Hong Woo-sung Enterprise, clasped his hands behind his back and asked, are all those union members gone yet? Was this whole mess part of your plan or what? Chairman Lee replied, originally, the plan was for the police not to intervene, but they really pulled a fast one on us. They got beaten and then treated like criminals. Hong Woo-sung wondered, who are those people? He looked down from the building. Where are your Changju Consulting people? Why are there only a few left? Psyop stood up in shock and moved toward the window. What? No way. Suddenly a man burst into the room shouting, Chairman, we are in big trouble. CEO Kang Jinhoo of OTK Company is here along with ex-cop. Chairman Hong asked, Kang Jinhoo of OTK, isn't that the investment firm everyone's talking about lately? Why did he come here without warning us? The employee reported, it seems he is siding with the union, sir. He was surprised. What nonsense are you talking about? What could someone like him possibly have to do with those useless nobodies? The man stammered, I am not sure. And, we just received a call from the prosecution. Kang Jinhoo has authorized a law firm, and they have filed formal complaints against both Hong Woo-sung Enterprise and Chengju Consulting. Furthermore, an article has just been posted on News Breakthrough. Jinhoo suddenly appeared from behind. Oh, so everyone is gathered here. That must be Chairman Hong Woo-sung, I assume. Chairman Hong looked at him and asked, are you with the police? Jinhoo continued to guess, and this person looks like Chairman Lee Sayup. Chairman Lee glared at him and shouted, what do you mean by barging in like this? The police approached Sayup. Chairman Lee Sayup of Chengju Consulting, we have testimony from your employees that you ordered the destruction of the union. He asked in surprise, what? By police order, both of you must come with us. We have received orders for your emergency arrest for obstructing business and violating labor relations and union laws. You have the right to remain silent. Meanwhile, Chairman Hong and Jinhoo stood face to face. He greeted Chairman Hong Woo-sung, a pleasure to meet you. I am Kang Jinhoo. In response, the man was not pleased.
You?
What do you think you are doing at someone else's place of business? Jinhoo looked directly at Chairman Hong and countered, don't glare at me like that. Since I have come all this way, a cup of coffee should not be a problem, right? The coffee cup on the table was still steaming. Hong Woo-sung questioned, no matter how much I think about it, I truly cannot understand. He, Jinhoo, and Taekyu sat down. Chairman Hong crossed his arms and asked, why on earth do you have to interfere in another family's business? Jinhoo looked at the slogan on the wall that read, treat employees like family, and replied, if you truly saw your employees as family, you would not have done these things. The man looked at him and asked again, so you mean I should just ignore those illegal strikers? Jinhoo looked at him and explained, that is a worker's right protected by law. He wondered to himself, if that is called an illegal strike, then is there such a thing as a legal strike in this world? Chairman Hong remained adamant. You take it upon yourself to interfere. How naive and arrogant. To be blunt, this whole thing just shows your recklessness. I might not look like it now, but I am a self-made man who started as a laborer. Taekyu listened to his words. To you, I might look like an old man complaining, but it is a fact that people today lack patience. When I was your age, as long as I had food and a place to sleep, I was grateful. I worked myself to the bone to survive. Because of that, my boss favored me and raised my wages. Jinhoo remained expressionless. Chairman Hong continued his monologue. From then on, I worked even harder. There is nothing unreasonable about it. This is the testament to my past of unceasing effort. Back then, I was exhausted from work. Did you think I would blame my boss? Not at all. I went right back to operating the machinery, after getting bandaged up. In the end, the factory went bankrupt and the boss fled, but I still did not utter a word of resentment against him. That is how I earned this position, leading Hong Woo-sung Enterprise today. So, as long as you work hard, you will naturally be rewarded. Jinhoo questioned him. Do you know that dozens of employees were injured, and one of them even chose an extreme path? Chairman Hong snorted coldly. He replied heartlessly, you reap what you sow. Jinhoo and Taekyu were stunned. Taekyu trembled with rage. Because of a man like this, Uncle Jongsu. Jinhoo thought to himself, reap what you sow. So that is your labor philosophy, he replied. I think it is admirable that you endured so much loss to reach this position. Not everyone can do it. Chairman Hong, thinking it was a compliment, said, thanks for the praise, but Jinhoo continued, and for that very reason, the treat employees like family sign was still hanging there. He stated firmly, you should not have pushed your employees to this point. The atmosphere suddenly went silent. Chairman Hong spoke up, you think the union is always right, that I have to accept everything? Jinhoo countered, not at all. You should have fought back within the boundaries allowed by the law. He insisted, talking to you is meaningless. Jinhoo's voice grew sharp. Suddenly, a loud call came, Chairman. Chairman Hong looked at the new employee who rushed in and asked, now what? The man reported, the News Breakthrough article has just been updated. He wondered, why make a fuss over one online report? The employee replied flustered, well, the thing is, on the social news page of News Breakthrough, the headline was, the full story of the Hong Woo-sung Enterprise Union incident. Reporter Ha Jongwon. Anonymous source, K, feeling the situation was grave, decided to go public. The capital section listed information about an anonymous source. The comment count rose steadily. 52, 427, 1402. Chairman Hong asked vaguely, did you do this? He muttered, he was writing something earlier. The comment count rose to 1732. Jinhoo confirmed, yes, I allowed them to use my real name. Taekyu added, by tomorrow morning, rumors will spread across the whole country. We are quite famous, you know. Chairman Hong said, whatever you do is useless. The comment count rose over 2,000. Jinhoo replied, you are quite calm. You must have an ace up your sleeve. The number approached 3,000. He said, I won't deny it. The comment count hit 3,000. The employee reported, Chairman, there is a call from a client. Jinhoo guessed, it is probably Yunsong Motors. Chairman Hong told the employee, take the call. He picked up the phone.
Yes, director.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
The employee smiled and said, yes, yes.
Oh, of course.
Please do not worry. Chairman Hong crossed his arms, smiled slightly, and said, a gap from a Tier 1 supplier like Hong Wusung Enterprise is considered an emergency for Yunsong Motors. Jinhu asked him, is it enough of an emergency for them to cover up the fact that you hired thugs to assault people? Chairman Hong looked at him and continued, it seems there is a slight misunderstanding. What I requested was the removal of illegal structures on company grounds. Those young men, wanting to do a good job, seems to have gone a bit overboard. I never told them to hit anyone, he muttered. Besides, there is no legal binding for a third party anyway. He then pointed directly at the man standing next to the employee taking the call. Your friend there is recording, is not he, so I will never say the words you want to hear.
What can you do?
Jinhu stated. It seems you're the one who is misunderstood. I do not need to do anything, and there is no need to record anymore. He stood up and finished his sentence because everything that needed to be done, I have already done. That call is taking a long time, is not it? Let me guess what they are saying. Since when has your relationship with Yunsong Motors been so close that you have to ask for their opinion on labor management? Meanwhile, the employee replied into the phone, no, director, we only followed the guidelines you sent us for the response. Jinhu wondered guidelines. Do they have Yunsong Motors seal on them or something? I do not know anything about those guidelines, and it seems Yunsong Motors is maintaining their stance. He continued, that your side has to resolve the current situation on your own so it does not affect supply. Chairman Hong looked skeptical. Nonsense. All made-up words. The employee ended the call. He went silent and lowered his head. The employee turned, his voice full of worry.
Chairman.
He hesitated. You have to handle it yourself. Chairman Hong's face darkened. He trembled. This. Meanwhile, Jinhu and Taikyu leisurely stood up to leave. He said to Chairman Hong, anyone can see that those people are treating you exactly the same way you treated those thugs. Jinhu seemed to agree. I am afraid so. He stood up to stop him from leaving. Wait, I promise you. In return, just take the article down. No, if you do not want to take it down, just remove your name from it. Please, I beg of you. Jinhu thought to himself, that old man is sharp. Even without knowing exactly who Kang Jinhu is, he immediately realized the relationship between Yunsong Motors and Kang Jinhu. He replied to him, haven't you used the law and power very skillfully all this time? I will do the exact same thing, using all the money and status I have. Chairman Hong looked terrified after hearing this. Taikyu turned back to him, smiled, and pointed at Jinhu. Let me give you a kind reminder, he has a lot of money. Just a little heads up, he snorted. You think you are so noble, sooner or later, you will get what is coming to you. You are bringing disaster upon yourselves. Jinhu turned around, pointed, and smiled slightly. He glanced over. It was the sign hanging on the wall. He spoke. Don't worry, I will act strictly according to the laws you love so much. If you did not do anything wrong, then what is there to fear? Jinhu continued as he closed the door. But if you did, he turned and walked away as the door slowly closed. Just consider it reaping what you have sown. Chairman Hong shouted, you brat, you think Yunsong Motors will let this slide? His voice echoed throughout the building. Just run away with your tail between your legs. You will regret this sooner or later. Despite Chairman Hong Wusung's threats, in the end, nothing happened. Articles continued to surface, and the public was outraged. Chairman Hong Wusung, who once demanded harsh punishment for the union, now stands by as illegal acts are committed. The prosecution arrests the thugs. Chairman Hong Wusung, the mastermind behind it all, finally faces justice. The chairman of Hong Wusung Group is prosecuted on 8 counts related to labor laws, violations of the Labor Standards Act, Minimum Wage Act, Trade Union Act, Labor Protection Act for dispatched workers, etc. The results left people wondering why he had not been arrested until now. Once the rumor spread that Kang Jinhu had taken action, the media and the prosecution immediately went to work. Journalists asked many questions. Why only prosecute now? How far has the investigation into Yunsong Motors gone? Are the rumors of collusion between Hong Wusung and the prosecution true? On social media, news of the prosecution's press conference on Chairman Hong Wusung's union suppression had 12,455 viewers for the top comments. The investigation proceeded quickly, and as expected, the image of the thugs raising their hands in surrender. All Changju Consulting employees involved in the incident were arrested. As for Yunsong Motors, they easily escaped liability. The company statement read, this was a spontaneous act by the procurement department manager. There was no company-level directive. The controversial night shifts were abolished immediately, replaced by the 2-shift day system, and the Hong Wusung Enterprise Union was allowed to return to work. At the hospital, a voice called out, Jinhu, you are here. Uncle Sae-byum stammered, thanks to you, I am feeling much better. He had been admitted to the university hospital and was undergoing rehabilitation. Jinhu's mother reassured them, don't worry about the future. I will take care of a job and a place for you to live. Uncle Sae-byum's wife replied flustered, I truly do not know how to thank you all. Jinhu's mother said regretfully, if your father were still alive, he would have certainly done the same. We decided to visit Uncle Jongsu's family and the other employees as well. Jinhu's mother took the hand of Uncle Sae-byum's wife. You have all worked so hard. She burst into tears. Yes. Jinhoo's mother continued to comfort her. It is okay now. Everything will be fine from now on. The two hugged and sobbed. After a long period of suffering, they had finally found peace. Tears streamed down the face of Uncle Seokbeom's wife. He also quietly shed tears. They had swallowed all the painful memories along with their tears. By the way, Tag-yu hugged Jinhoo, tears streaming down his face. Jinhoo thought as he cried, "What the hell are you crying for too?" They held a year-end party for all three companies at the OTK company building. Contact from opposition parties and those who disagreed with President Seung continued to pour in, but we rejected them all. There might be a chance to collaborate in the future, but for now, they were not very welcome. Conversely, an unexpected guest arrived. People asked in surprise, "Huh, who is that?" Mr. Chase appeared and said, "I have come to visit the Korea branch." A surprise visit from the legendary investor, Chase. As a year full of turbulence was coming to an end, good news arrived like a year-end gift. A voice from the phone sounded, "I have thought about your offer." Jinhoo asked tensely, "So, have you decided?" Team leader Seo Sangwon, former M&A team leader of Yunsung Motors Group, Seo Sangwon, he replied, "I will believe in your promise, CEO. However, I have one condition." He asked back, "What condition?" Team leader Sangwon stood still by the roadside, hesitant to respond immediately. He presented, "The members of my team, could you accept them along with me?" Jinhoo was incredibly surprised. He continued, "Since they are my colleagues, I can guarantee their competence." Jinhoo answered excitedly, "Of course. Thanks to Vice Chairman Han Chin-young's misunderstanding, you guys inadvertently caught a big fish." They began personnel restructuring to welcome the new year. Security and facility management issues had been resolved thanks to the ex-cop acquisition. HR manager Michael Lee continued, "The finance and general affairs teams have also been organized. Now we just need to hire more tax accountants and auditors." Jinhoo asked, "What about the legal team?" Michael replied, "Currently still outsourced, but I recommend we operate internally from now on." As for the M&A team, team leader Sangwon and his members from Yunsung Motors Group will join our company. He replied, "That is great news. We intended to continue acquiring and merging domestic and foreign companies, and team leader Seo Sangwon's joining would help with our current workload." Michael said, "We also need a PR team. Compared to being known globally, the company's negative image is currently too strong. Critics mostly targeted the company for being established in a tax haven and for repeatedly launching aggressive moves in domestic and foreign markets." Michael remarked, "Well, they are not exactly wrong. We do not plan to launch B2C business immediately, but in the long run, having a PR team is a good idea." He continued, "Since this is an important department, I am thinking of recruiting talent from outside. Do you have anyone in mind?" Jinhoo considered it. Only one person comes to mind. Me, PR team leader. Ki-heng was shocked. Jinhoo and Ki-hung were sitting in the office. Jinhoo persuaded him. The main task for OTK company and K company is to promote both companies in their CSR activities. So I want to entrust this crucial role to someone I trust. To describe senior Ki-hung, he was clearly a bright and talkative person. Because he talked so much, his personal relationships were sometimes a bit awkward. Jinhoo even once thought, if I interview senior Ki-heng, the whole school will definitely know about it the next day. Sang Yeop even said, "He is such a gossip," but his public speaking ability was truly remarkable. Ki-hung did not have a significant influence on public opinion, but he would ponder, $500 million. Actually, Jinhoo and the CEO are very close. A foreign car, that is definitely the CEO's style. They must have lent it to him. He even speculated, "Oh, this watch, my salary is quite good, ha. Should I tell the CEO?" I could guess the source. Aside from rumors filled with both admiration and envy, not a single malicious comment spread. Yuri chatted with him. OTK company is the hottest name in the financial world right now, and they even give out huge year-end bonuses. He asked in shock, "How did you know that?" Ki-hung said firmly, "I will definitely do my best." He became the PR team leader for OTK company and K company. Choosing senior Ki-hang was perfectly appropriate. Next was the planning and coordination team, the control tower that manages the company's departments. It is the brain for control, management support, strategic planning, and foreign cooperation. Jinhoo went to Henry and invited him, "Please take on the role of planning and coordination team leader." Henry. He was surprised. "Me?" Jinhoo persuaded him, "Mr. Goldman sent you to me to gain experience, did not he? I hope you will take full advantage of that intention and work hard." He hesitated. "Even though I will eventually return to Golden Gate, is it okay for someone like me to take such a core position?" Jinhoo asked, "Your grandfather is still healthy, right? You also said it yourself, Henry, that each of us must walk our own path. But until then, we are still a team. I am counting on you." He replied, "I understand." Henry became the planning and coordination team leader, and finally, in another office, Jinhoo greeted, "We meet again. Are you doing well?" Taegyu was surprised. "Huh?" Team leader Lee Chiljin stood at attention and replied, "I am team leader Lee Chiljin. From now on, I will be in charge of your home security and personal protection." Jinhoo said, "First, please sit down. By the way, I heard a rumor that you do not accept personal protection jobs." He said firmly, "For high-level figures, I would naturally refuse. But this time I volunteered. I thought it would be fun to work with the two of you." They were surprised. "Oh. He sat down. Taekyu asked, so the condition for sitting and talking is being on the same page. Jinhu asked blankly, what are you talking about? With the addition of a reliable personal guard, the personnel restructuring was complete. Sang Yap threw his empty coffee cup into the trash, complaining, I thought things would get better after January. But for some reason, it is even busier than the end of the year. Jinhu replied, maybe we should wait until the new employees get used to the work. Training will take a few months. An employee passing by suddenly greeted them in a hurry. Ah, good morning sir, Taekyu waved. Don't worry about it, just rest. Another panicked greeting came from an employee. Good morning sir. Sang Yeop and Jinhu walked past, continuing their conversation. By the time that happens, we will probably be in our graves. Jinhu replied, that is true. They continued talking. When are you going to the US? Tomorrow. That soon? Taekyu was shocked. The US, you are going to the US tomorrow. Jinhu replied, I have to go receive Karos's management report, and I have also been invited to Ronald's inauguration. He remained skeptical. I do not feel well. I want to stay home and rest. Have fun going alone. Jinhu denied it. That is not happening. Taekyu asked, why? He answered, because if I go alone, it will be boring. Finally, that day arrived, and the plane soared into the blue sky. In the conference room of Karos Detroit HQ, Daryl had just finished his presentation. That is the full management report. We are currently receiving many complaints from dealers. They say their revenue has plummeted due to the drop in sales volume and are requesting an increase in sales bonuses. Some dealers are even threatening a boycott if negotiations are rejected. Is it finally exploding? The actual reason and the weakness behind why we were able to acquire Treisler. I had given temporary instructions to ignore the sales drop and focus on improving quality and developing new cars. At Treisler, declining sales led to a lack of capital, causing technological decline and further sales drops in endless loop. However, the distribution dealers protested. From the perspective of the dealers who make money directly from the number of cars sold, it was understandable that they were angry. In the car sales, payment, revenue and distribution market, partner companies usually hold half the market share, while the manufacturer only takes the remaining 2/3 of that, and the dealers take the final portion. Taekyu wondered, if they do not sell our cars, won't they lose money themselves? Jinhu explained, since the dealer's strength lies in their sales network, they just need to sign with another brand and sell those cars. Taekyu stated firmly, then would not it be better to increase the sales bonus? You said raising it would help increase sales. Then Treisler's sales would go up, and the dealers would have more motivation. He replied, but if sales do not increase accordingly, the losses will only get bigger. Then sales stagnate, and Treisler loses momentum. Taekyu hesitated. Never mind then. Jinhu continued his explanation. If the dealers boycott simultaneously, we might have to partially suspend factory operations. When dealers refuse to sell, Treisler's sales index drops. At the factory, fixed costs become unmanageable, and losses grow. Taekyu asked, so, what should we do? Do we have to keep listening to the dealers forever? Jinhu said, there is only one exception, Taisola. Since they were a new company, they chose an online sales model without going through dealers. And because they dominate the market and electric vehicles, customers find them themselves, so they do not need to rely on dealer networks. He wondered, but why are our sales dropping in the first place? He replied, because other brands' cars are better. Daryl was still listening to their conversation, marveling at the Korean language. A voice spoke up, how much do we have left in our fund? Karos CFO, Sergey Yovanovich, replied, after spending $15 billion on M&A and factory construction, we have about $10 billion left, sir. The person who asked was Karos COO, Ryan Gates. He followed up, what about launching an upgraded version and increasing promotions? Jinhu said, doing that might solve the problem temporarily, but it won't solve the core issue. Because we missed the investment timing, both the chassis and the engine are outdated. Changes to the design and interior have reached their limits. We cannot change the construction of the Rust Belt factory. Once completed, production capacity will double. Dealers will refuse to sell, but if we can't sell cars, investing in the factory will bring no benefit, not to mention maintenance costs and countless other expenses. If we show signs of pulling back now, neither the Rust Belt voters nor Ronald will let it slide. Creating jobs in the US manufacturing industry was Ronald's core promise, and you could say he was elected because of that. At this point, there was only one answer. Jinhu said firmly, everyone is thinking backward. Karos acquired Treisler, and you are the executive board of Karos. Treisler is a brand that will disappear, and what you need to do is create a Karos car. Ryan questioned, the problem is whether we can hold out until then. If relations with dealers sour, future sales could be completely affected. Jinhu slammed his hand on the table. No matter how hard the dealers try, there are ultimate limits. I invested in Karos. I invested in your dreams specifically to break through those practical limits. This statement shocked the three men from Karos. Instead of being led by the nose by dealers and slowly dying out, I choose to believe in Karos's technology. Taekyu sat beside him, agreeing completely. He added further, if the problem is capital, just tell me. Whether it is selling another company or going through an IPO, I will prepare the money to support you. Don't worry about the conflict with the dealers. Daryl listened, looking down, clenching his fists, and whispered, Mr. Kang. He continued, if you can create a car that surpasses all limits, customers will find it on their own. By late afternoon they left the meeting. Tech Yu praised, well said. You are starting to sound like Ronald. I do not know if it will solve anything, but it was pretty refreshing. He confessed, actually I referenced Ronald a bit. I will take that as a compliment. Jinhu said, now only Ronald's inauguration remains. Tech Yu recalled, oh right, while I was reading the management report, I got a call from the Golden Gate CEO Mr. Goldman. He replied in surprise, huh, James is attending too. Taikyu asked, he said he hated crowded places. Jinhu continued as expected of the reclusive investor. So what did he say? He answered, he said he cancelled our plane tickets. He was surprised. What? The plane flew high in the blue sky. I have never even attended the Korean presidential inauguration, yet here I am invited to the US presidential inauguration. Daryl marveled again, and we even get to fly on the private jet the Golden Gate CEO sent. We can go on this trip comfortably thanks to him. Taekyu said, do you remember when we went to Japan? Jinhu replied, yeah, that was when I truly realized how cramped economy seats on budget airlines are. I went along because he said he would cover the accommodation, but then I completely forgot about actually having fun for 4 days and 3 nights. I was dragged to Akihabara, Ikebukuro, big sight, and all that, and then came home with luggage stuffed with Taegyu's stuff. He sighed tiredly to himself. Treasure, my foot. Taekyu reminisced, that was fun back then. Jinhu replied dejectedly, only you were having fun. In the first-class cabin, they continued their discussion. What is the public opinion like lately? His approval rating in the Rust Belt is still high. Then that is good. Daryl discussed, but it is not looking very good in other regions. Jinhu handed a beer can to Taekyu and said, don't approval ratings usually rise after an election because people have high expectations, he replied. At this point, Ronald has to hold on if only for our business to succeed. He threw another can to Daryl, who caught it and replied, speaking of business, if we are quick, we can launch a new internal combustion engine model equipped with self-driving technology this year. Ultimately electric vehicles are the ideal choice, but the headache is the battery. To launch an electric vehicle, collaborating with a battery company is mandatory. Until now, car brands have always been wary of investing in EVs because they have to share profits with battery companies. Meanwhile, the newcomer Tesla partnered with a Japanese battery company and entered the market. Now all car manufacturers are scrambling to catch up with Tesla, the company that partnered with Japanese battery maker Panasonic. Jinhu explained, it is like Kodak clinging to film cameras and missing the digital era. Taekyu marveled, so you mean in the end we will have to switch to investing in electric vehicles? Karos's OS is not just for self-driving. It is a system that can control the entire car. So it fits internal combustion engines too. This is a frontier for self-driving, battery management, navigation, automatic maintenance and self-parking. He said, I think we will eventually have to consider acquiring or partnering with a battery company. In the end, it still comes down to money. At Washington, D.C., Capitol Hill. Isn't that our Prime Minister? Another voice said. Oh, you are right. And who is that next to him? Jinhu said, you are distracting me. Stop looking around. Taekyu replied. Why? It is interesting. Actually, I found it more interesting than I expected. An admiring voice interrupted his thoughts. Diane is here too. Taekyu gossiped. She looks happy. He replied, she might not be truly happy in her heart. Her gaze swept through the crowd and briefly met the two of them. She was surrounded and escorted by bodyguards without a gap. An axial voice rang out, huh, that sound drew the attention of those around them. Taekyu worried. She is not coming toward us, is she? A pleasure to meet you both. I am Diane Underwood. She extended her hand toward them. She exuded a completely overwhelming aura as expected of someone who almost became the US president. But still, we won against someone like that. He greeted her, a pleasure to meet you, I am Kang Jinhu. When she was still in the lead, she probably thought it was not necessary to get involved with a company that had a bad reputation to avoid unnecessary rumors. She even once haughtily declared, tell them it is currently very difficult for me to schedule a meeting. She stood before them and greeted, despite countless opportunities to meet. Perhaps today is the first time we truly meet. I heard your schedule was very busy, and it could not be helped. Although it is a bit late, I still feel honored to meet you. Because of that, my curiosity has been somewhat satisfied. If we could have met just a bit sooner, that would have been great. He hesitated and nodded in greeting without replying. If that were the case, then Diane would be the main character of today's inauguration, would not she? But what if is already a thing of the past? Ronald raised a hand in greeting, giving a speech to the crowd. I solemnly swear that I will do my utmost to protect the Constitution of the United States of America. So help me God. The crowd cheered enthusiastically in support. Ronald continued his inaugural address with familiar flamboyant gestures and a powerful tone. Although somewhat expected, the content of the speech was truly impressive. Essentially, if the speech could be summarized in one sentence, it was, America first. The United States, the country that once played the role of global police, had now declared it would put its interest before its obligations, reducing the trade deficit with China, withdrawing from the Trans-Pacific Partnership led by Japan, and planning to renegotiate many trade agreements, including the Korea-US Free Trade Agreement. Thus, with Ronald's election, South Korea, China, and Japan would be the first countries affected. Economy rejects uncertainty because no one dares to step onto a path they cannot see themselves. Nevertheless, Diane or Ronald, they chose change over stability, and the person who contributed to creating that flow, standing firm right in the center,
Was me.
the current president of the United States, Ronald Stamper, laughed and asked, "Long time no see. How have you been?" Jin-Hoo said, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. President. I have been very well." He laughed and replied, "That is great, come on, have a seat." He confessed, "I was very impressed with your inaugural address." He asked, "How was it?" Inaugural addresses of U.S. presidents are masterpieces. A classic example is John F. Kennedy's. Compared to that, this speech was more like an elementary school essay. However, he smiled and praised, "Very concise and clear, sir. Perhaps the best inaugural address I have ever heard." He laughed loudly. "You certainly have a keen eye." My conscience was torn by that statement. Ronald asked, "So, what is your next plan?" He replied, "As I mentioned before, we will build factories in the US, hire American workers, and make cars for America. If we can export them, even better." He seemed to show a determination to make America great again. Most manufacturing factories had already moved to Mexico or Southeast Asia due to labor costs and taxes. Ronald's promise back then was to impose import tariffs and cut corporate taxes to solve this. By now, every conglomerate must have felt the pressure when choosing to build a factory in the US. As the tax burden drops, product price competitiveness will increase, and tariff bombs will hit manufacturing factories hard enough to cause turmoil. Ronald said, "Other companies should follow OTK's example." A bodyguard behind him interrupted the conversation. "Sir, we must move on to the next schedule." He replied, "I know." Ronald's words just now were a signal that all agreements for this election had been settled. It meant we no longer needed to worry about the self-driving regulations that once restricted Karos's technology. He stood up and said to him, "I have to go. If you encounter any difficulties, just tell me. I will help within my power." He thought, "But how long will this last?" Jin-Hoo replied, "Thank you, Mr. President. Business exists thanks to give and take." Even after becoming president, he still held the mindset of a businessman. To maintain this relationship, I must continuously prove my value. He thought, if I can't do it, I could be discarded at any time. In the evening, at a high-end skyscraper, some rooms were still lit. A young man hurriedly pulled on his gray pants. Agile hands quickly zipped up the jacket. He sat on the sofa and exclaimed comfortably, "Finally, I can breathe." Jin-Hoo, standing nearby, praised him. "Good work. How went seeing Daryl off?" He said your words about finishing the car he wanted always haunt him. He also asked me to send his thanks to you for the Goldman family's private jet. Suddenly, the desk phone rang from the corner of the room. "Who is calling?" "At the reception desk in the hotel lobby." "Sir, there is a guest here." "A guest? Who could it be?" "It is a VIP guest whose identity was personally guaranteed by the hotel general manager. He said that if I just mentioned L6, you would understand immediately." Jin-Hoo replied in surprise, "L6, let them come up." Taekyu was skeptical. "L6, we are the only ones who profited from that, right? They are not coming here to vent their anger, are they?" A knock sounded. He panicked. "They are here." He asked, "Hey Mr. CEO, why do you look so anxious?" Jin-Hoo cleared his throat awkwardly, then looked surprised. The door swung open, and the two of them focused their gaze on the person on the other side. The sound of shoes clicking echoed in the space. He said, "Hello, I'm Jin-Young." He was Vice Chairman Jim Jin-Young. Taekyu marveled beside him. "Isn't this the person who made that product? Why is someone who can only be seen on TV appearing here?" Jin-Young replied, "Is that so? But I rarely appear on TV." He answered eagerly, "What are you talking about? You were on the news for draft dodging, illegal management inheritance, and many other things." The room suddenly went deathly silent. He finally managed an awkward exclamation. "Ah." Jin-Hoo was shocked. He explained, on his behalf, "I sincerely apologize." "Good grief, you should not say those things to someone's face." Then Jin-Young suddenly burst out laughing. "This is the first time I have heard someone say that directly to me. It is fine. I have seen much worse comments online." They were surprised. It seems even the vice chairman of Samsung Electronics reads online comments. He continued, "Thank you for accepting this sudden visit. Although I could have chosen to text or call to avoid attention, I still preferred to meet you in person to talk. This question might be a bit sudden, but are you interested in investing in Samsung SB?" Jin-Hoo was beyond surprised. The world's fifth largest EV battery manufacturer, Samsung SB. Taekyu stood there pensively, thinking that if someone asked who you would choose if you had to go out, he was 93% sure he would choose the vice chairman of Samsung Electronics, inviting him for coffee along with a lucrative investment opportunity. He exclaimed, "Whoa!" Jin-Hoo replied, "I think we need to discuss this in more detail. Please come in, and let us talk." Under the starry night sky, a few windows in the skyscraper were still lit. "Would anyone like coffee?" Jin-Young asked. Taekyu replied, "Actually, I am not really a coffee person." Jin-Young then decided, "In that case, let us order a cup of hot chocolate as well." Taekyu happily accepted it, and said sincerely, "I love this." Jin-Hoo also responded politely, "Thank you sir." It seemed like they even knew his personal preferences, down to the specific brand. It was almost a little creepy, Jin Yong mused. I feel like there is a special connection between us. Back during the L6 incident, I received a report about someone making a massive investment in put options, and it turned out to be OTK company. Taekgyu replied, ah, right. If we had not stopped back then, everyone would have been in big trouble. Jin Yong replied, thinking back, it still makes my heart race. If we had not handled it right, we might have had to shut down our smartphone business entirely. Hearing this made Jinhu feel uneasy. This was a topic he could not ignore since it was the start of their connection, yet it still felt incredibly awkward. He continued to explain, in the end, I believe the decision made then brought good results for both sides. Taekgyu replied, yes, Seosung Electronics launched the L7 after that, and it was a massive success. Jinyong reminded them, there is another connection between us. Do you know what it is? Jinhu replied, I heard you graduated from the Western History Department at Korea University. He responded, oh, you already knew. Jinhu answered, yes, well, you donate a huge amount for scholarships to the school every year. Taekgyu added, if I heard correctly, among the current students, you are quite famous as the Chaebol Senior. My older sister also graduated from Korea University, Jinyong stated. I believe Director Oh Hyunju graduated from the economics department. Taekgyu suddenly realized something and analyzed. Wait, according to the graduation years both Jinhu and my sister are technically under the vice chairman's seniority. And I am my sister's younger brother. So that means both Jinhu and I are your juniors, and we can call the vice chairman senior. Jinhu was stunned by this. What kind of bizarre logic was that? Jinyong replied, that makes things much more convenient then. Juniors, feel free to call me senior. Taekgyu continued, in Korea, everything revolves around bloodline, hometown and school. But in the end, we still managed to achieve something. Perhaps Jinyong did not have a deep motive, but thanks to Taekgyu, the distance between them seemed to have shortened. No, it was more likely that the vice chairman had orchestrated everything. Meeting privately without guards or assistants, was it to build trust? Jinhu asked, but senior, you mentioned an investment. Is there a specific reason for our meeting today? He set his cup down and replied, well, actually, I came today to ask for your help. The vice chairman of the #1 conglomerate in Korea, Seosung Group, was asking them for help. Taekgyu could not help but blurt out, help. He took off his glasses and confessed. Before that, I should tell you an important truth. Chairman Im Il-kwon is about to pass away. This statement left both Jinhu and Taekgyu in utter shock. He continued to explain, his condition is currently critical, and he likely has 2 weeks left at most. Jinhu replied, I am sorry, I do not even know how to offer my condolences. Jinyong wiped his glasses with a cloth and answered, I have been mentally prepared for a long time, so it is alright. Jinhu had guessed some of it from the news, but hearing it directly was still startling. Even with all the money and status in the world, one still could not stop death. This obvious and familiar truth felt unexpectedly heavy. Jinhu was lost in thoughts about death, then asked, is it really okay to tell us these things? Jinyong replied, everyone will know sooner or later anyway. I have prepared for a long time because I saw it coming, but even so, once he passes, many problems will arise. Even in a normal family, the loss of a father is a massive blow. It is not rare for children to fight over assets right at the funeral. So, imagine how severe it will be for a Chaebol family. Chairman Im Il-kwon had always held the top spot in the Korean wealth rankings, with assets valued at 20 trillion won, though he briefly lost the #1 position to a nouveau riche who struck it big after Brexit, valued at about 40 trillion won. Jinhu asked, by many problems, do you mean a management rights dispute? Over Seosung Electronics, he replied. Control over the electronics division is stable. The issue is Seosung SB, Taekgyu said. Seosung SB is the battery company, right? The one that supplied the L6 batteries that exploded. He replied hesitantly, yes, that is the one. They mainly supply devices made by Seosung Electronics, and their large-capacity battery technology is globally competitive. Back to the main point, control of Seosung SB is being targeted by my younger brother and my mother. The second son, Im Soo-young, has already completed his succession of Seosung Plant and Seosung Heavy Industries. And the mother, Yeon So-hyun, is the director of the Seosung Art Museum. Management disputes in Chaebol families were not rare. Jinhu nodded in understanding. I see. I am just curious why you are bringing me into your family's internal war. Jinyong continued, and after that, comes Yunsung Motors. Hearing that name, both of them were stunned. Taekgyu even shouted, again, that name all the time, why does it keep popping up? There were rumors that the mother favored the younger son, Songyong, but they did not expect it to go this far. Jinhu asked, what is the connection between your mother and Yunsung Motors? Yoon So-hyun's younger sister is Yoon Sojin. In other words, my aunt is the first lady of Yunsung Motors Group. Taekgyu tried to process the family tree. So the younger sister of the Seosung Electronics vice chairman's mother is the wife of the Yunsung Motors chairman. Don't make it more complicated, Jinhu interrupted. A lineage connecting conglomerates and the media had been formed back when newspapers had more influence than the internet or SNS. Was this situation happening because the two sisters were too close? At Jojun Daily, the eldest daughter Yeon So-hyun was sisters with the second daughter Yeon Sojin. Eldest sister So-hyun married Chairman Im Il-kwon, giving birth to the eldest son, Vice Chairman Im Jin-young. Meanwhile, younger sister Sojin married Chairman Han Minggu, giving birth to the eldest son, Vice Chairman Han Chan-young. These two men, Ilkwon and Minggu, were in-laws who both competed and cooperated. Jinhu asked, so how are the shares of Seosung SB divided? He replied, the mother has 5.8%, the younger brother has 4.7%, and I hold 0.8%. Taekyu wondered, is that all? Seosung Electronics also holds 15.9%. With Seosung SB's share structure, the total ownership through Seosung Electronics is 15.9% due to cross-shareholding, which still allows for management control. Adding Jinyang's own 0.8% brings his total to 16.7%, still larger than the 10.5% combined from the second son Sunyang 4.7% and mother Sohyun 5.8%. Since they own shares across subsidiaries, even a small percentage can control the whole group. Jinhu asked, then it does not seem like a big problem, does it? Jinyang said, that is because things are being held as they are. If the largest shareholder sides with my younger brother, trouble will arise immediately. Jinhu was surprised, and Taekyu asked, who is that? He answered, the National Pension Service. Taekyu asked further, forgive me, but I think I am the only one who does not understand. Why would the National Pension Service always side with the younger brother, even if he becomes the CEO of Seosung SB? It does not directly affect Yunsung Motors, does it? Is it just because the Yunsung Motors lady is closer to her sister? Jinyang explained, relationships can be engineered. Currently, my younger brother is planning to marry Chanyong's cousin. If he becomes CEO, 6.3% of Seosung SB's treasury shares will be sold to Yonsung Motors Group. As for the National Pension Service, President Seong recently mentioned the stewardship code. Jinhu thought to himself, President Park Seong. Jinhu had initially planned to ignore this as just an internal struggle. However, Taekyu asked Jinhu, does that mean? He replied, it means we can't maintain a neutral stance. We have to express ourselves proactively. Behind Yonsung Motors' interests, Seong always appears. It reminded him of a recent article. From the public's perspective, there was no reason to object. The headline read, President Park Seong, the National Pension Service is the pillar of old age security. Recent losses are unacceptable. We will make every effort to manage it. The article was by reporter Park Poom-sung. Incidentally, the key figures in the National Pension Service were all close aides to President Seong. Criticism from close aides could contain political motives, but Jinhu used to think it was just a move to gauge public opinion. In reality, it was not. It was a pre-arranged script to seize Seosung SB after Chairman Im Il-kwon's death, a man who could not be removed during his lifetime, an iconic figure in post-war Korean economic history. It was a strategy to swallow Seosung SB whole. Yunsung Motors Group was secretly driving the stock price down, affecting Seosung SB and its subsidiaries. Meanwhile, the National Pension Service swept up undervalued stocks for nearly a year. Then, President Park Seong used the name of the National Pension Service to demand the application of the Stewardship Code, which actually gained public support. Jinyang added, that is why they requested secret meetings. When the current CEO of Seosung SB, Chairman Il-kwon, passes away, they will appoint the next CEO, either the eldest son Jinyang or the second son Seong. However, the pension service will apply the Stewardship Code to support the second son. Sunyang is also marrying Vice Chairman Chanyong's cousin, Han Hyo-rin, to gain support. If anything happens to Seosung SB, he would have secured 6.3% of the treasury shares, and the pension service would announce to the press that their role is finished and stock losses were unavoidable. By then, the public would only be left with question marks. Thus, Yunsung Motors Group would complete the takeover. Setting aside personal feelings, this was truly incredible management capability. That was how they became President Seong, Chairman Minggu, and Vice Chairman Chanyong. The situation had entered the final stage. Vice Chairman Jinyang alone would not be able to turn the tide. Yunsung Motors chose takeover over cooperation. Chanyong handed a pen and contract to Jinyang, Vice Chairman Jinyang's last resort, the role he wanted them to take. Jinyang angrily took the pen. Seosung SB decided that OTK Company would buy 6.3% of its treasury shares. When that happens, Chanyong of Yunsung Motors will be utterly shocked, and Seosung Electronics would have a chance to compete back. Jinhu remarked, you want us to be a white knight, a friendly party that steps in to help a company under a hostile takeover attempt. Jinyang replied, that alone is not enough. I want to ask you to buy more on the open market. Thus, the future shareholder structure of Seosung SB could be OTK Company at 6.3%, Seosung Electronics at 15.9%, and Jinyang personally at 0.8%, totaling 23%. This was still smaller than the combined 26.6% from the pension service, 16.1%, and the 10.5% from the second son Seongyang and mother Sohyun, not to mention potential hidden hostile shares. The amount of shares needed from the market had to be at least 3.6%. Since Seosung SB's market cap was 22 trillion won, buying 6.3% of treasury shares plus 3.6% from the market, approximately a 10% stake would require over 2 trillion won. Even spending 2 trillion won could not guarantee management control. Jinhu asked, why are you proposing this to us, senior? Because I need allies who won't betray me. Seosung Group and OTK Company. Jinyang said, can't these two companies work together in the future? Jinyang could feel a power as burning as an eagle spreading its wings. It was Yeji. He was surprised. Cooperation. Seo Sung batteries installed in Karo's vehicles. Jin Young asked, "Are you okay?" Taekyu explained. Sometimes while talking, his mind just drifts off. Jinhu asked, "Are you talking about battery supply?" Jin Young replied, "Not just batteries. I'm talking about the entire automotive industry in general. Currently, Seo Sung Electronics is preparing for the mass production of automated APS, the key chips that act like a brain." Taekyu smiled broadly in surprise. Really, before, they only modified APS for phones. He marveled at how different smartphones and cars actually were. He continued, "I heard the performance of the Exorus 8 this time even outperforms the Dragoon 5.4. Jinhu thought, he is also extremely sharp in this field. For Karos, high-performance APS was an essential factor for realizing true self-driving capabilities. If it were just battery supply, we could find another company. But if we cooperate with Seo Sung Group, we gain a comprehensive advantage in APS, electronic equipment, and battery supply, meaning small-scale negotiations would significantly decrease. Furthermore, they recently acquired Harman, making their resources even stronger. Harman is a leader in electronic equipment, including car audio, and a partner for Yonsung Motors' competitors. As Seo Sung Electronics completes the $8 billion acquisition of Harman, its relationship with Yonsung Motors will decline. Seo Sung Electronics also has links to security and protection companies, making the maintenance of contracts uncertain for Yonsung Motors. OTK found this reasonable and accepted. Thanks to that, last year's results were quite good. Have you ever proposed a stock swap with another group? Jinyong confessed, "We never have. There is no guarantee they would not betray us." Jinhu guessed, "So you trust us?" He replied, "To be honest, not at all. Investors can always switch sides for profit. However, considering that the relationship between OTK and Yonsung Motors is not exactly good, that is what I'm counting on." Taekyu was startled. "You know too much." He replied, "Forgive me for the tight schedule. But when can we get an answer?" The moment Jinhu saw Yeji, the answer was almost certain. Everyone stood up to shake hands and say goodbye. Jinhu replied, "I am more than willing to help, senior." He replied, "I look forward to working with you, Junior." At the intersection where the traffic light just flashed green, a voice asked, "Did the meeting go well?" The car accelerated and rolled away. Another voice replied hesitantly, "I am not sure." At the Future Strategy Office, Director Kim Myun-soo replied, "But looking at your expression, it seems things are progressing quite well." Jinyong replied, "Yes they are." He continued, "But it is still too early. Even if CEO Kang Jinhu buys as many shares as possible, the opposition led by my younger brother Im Sunyong could still secure more shares." Jinyong looked out the car window and whispered, "I wish my mother or Sungyong would just stop now." He replied, "Money and power are like a cup of poisoned wine. The chairman has experienced all of that." He replied, "We thought just the plant and heavy industries divisions were enough." Myun-soo replied, "The more you have, the more you want. That is just human nature. You must hold on to your resolve." Jinyong sat beside him pensively and replied, "I know." Inside the negotiation room from earlier, Taekyu thought, "It has been a while since I saw Yeji." He then asked, "Is it really okay to partner with a chaebol? You did not like them before." Jinhu exclaimed, me," then explained, "It is not that I hate them. The chaebol system has both pros and cons. What I do not like is when someone tries to monopolize everything for themselves. But I do not plan to dismantle chaebols or initiate economic reform." Taekyu, half lounging, gave a thumbs up to his friend. "Good. For a massive group like Yonsung Motors, Seo Sung SB would be the perfect choice. But if so, we will surely face huge obstacles, right?" He replied, "Yes. There are not many companies in the world with the technological and production power of Seo Sung SB. A voice rang through the phone. "Jinhu, I watched the inauguration." Sang Yeop, just leaving the office, replied over the phone. "Your face was even shown on the screen. Strange thing is, it was not mentioned in any articles, and there is no news about your return date either." He replied, "Keeping a low profile like this is better. Someone must be pressuring us, but something just came up." Sang Yeop asked, "What is it?" Jinhu continued, "Senior, please buy Seo Sung SB stocks immediately. Keep it as quiet as possible. And use a different foreign brokerage. Do not use your Golden Gate account." Sang Yeop replied, "Sure, but what happened?" Jinhu replied, "I will explain the reason after I return." On a day with blue skies and white clouds, the plane took off for home. Everyone gathered in the conference room. Hyunju asked, "What is going on? Why the sudden meeting?" Ellie checked in. "Did the trip go well?" Jinhu replied, "Yes, the meeting with Ronald was fine. For now, things seem okay." The issue happened after the inauguration. Vice Chairman Im Jinyong of Seo Sung Electronics came to see me personally. As soon as this was said, everyone in the room was stunned. Sang Yeop said firmly, "So that is why you told us to buy Seo Sung SB stocks." Hyunju noted, "If it were just about batteries, there are plenty of other companies. But Seo Sung Electronics specializes in hardware. There are not many partners this good. I feel like I have to ask every time. But is that really the only reason?" Jinhu replied, "We can't just let Seo Sung SB become Yunsung SB like that." He sat down and continued, "How many shares does Golden Gate currently hold?" She pointed at the laptop screen and replied, 1.8%. If you include related companies, it is 2.2%. Based on comparisons, it seems the maximum public float of Seo Sung SB is only about 20%. He replied, for now, we need to gather them. But no single faction can win a majority yet. About 48.2% of shares were held by institutions, foreign investors, and small shareholders, with non-circulating shares accounting for about 28.2%. Within the Seo Sung SB group, Vice Chairman Jinyong Seo Sung Electronics, supported by OTK and Golden Gate, held 25.2% of shares. On the opposing side, second son Shongyong, mother So-hyun, and the pension service held a total of 26.6% shares. Current circulating shares in the market were 20%. Both sides were currently trying to maximize their buybacks. Hyunju added, the key will be which side can influence the shareholders more. If we only look at small-scale batteries, Jinyong clearly has the upper advantage. But for large batteries for EVs, Sungyong has a much better lead. Sang Yeop continued, with the card of cooperation between Sungyong and Yunsung Motors, the government will likely publicly support them. With two groups cooperating to develop future cars, there is no reason for the National Pension Service to object. Actively exercising voting rights in compliance with the Stewardship Code, the Pension Service said it supports candidates who look out for the people's interests. Hyunju asked, do we have a specific plan? Jinhu replied, I tried thinking about it on the way here. Ellie, sitting nearby, replied, you know that if we buy more than 5% of a specific company, we have to make a public disclosure. So we need to buy shares below that threshold to increase our holding ratio. If we are caught, they won't let it slide. Hyunju also noted, including Seo Sung SB's buyback of 6.3% treasury shares, as long as we hold over 10%, cooperation will be easier. We need to act fast. Jinhu replied, alright, then we will split this task with the Karo side. As for buying the circulating shares, I am leaving that to you, Henry. He replied, we will distribute the accounts and proceed with buying through multiple brokerages. There might be stock price fluctuations, but we won't verify the buyer's identity. At night, at a high-end hospital, in a hospital room full of medical equipment, the rhythmic sound from the EKG monitor beeped steadily. A man lay motionless on the gurney. He wore a ventilator and began to take rapid, heavy breaths. The EKG started to fluctuate erratically. On the sofa nearby, someone wrapped in a blanket had fallen asleep. The man on the bed suddenly opened his eyes slightly. A television sat dismantled nearby, with screwdrivers and dozens of screws scattered across the floor. A man in a mouse suit and hat asked, you want to confront them openly? Are you crazy? The woman who was just sleeping suddenly jumped up and screamed in fear, running to the bedside and crying, oh my god, no, repeating the name Im Il-kwon. The words, chairman of Seo Sung Group, Im Il-kwon were printed and posted, with the South Korean flag below. The men around him thought in panic, does your message mean someone outside your wife and children? Standing by the emergency room door, the woman screamed at the doctor in terror, sobbing, please, I beg of you, save him. On an outdoor billboard, the audio continued to play, we will only produce products that are 100% high quality. At the luxurious Seo Sung Electronics headquarters, a long banner advertised the Seo Sung Electronics semiconductor production line. Countless reporters clicked their cameras incessantly, the sound of shutters and flashes exploding as they shouted questions about proxy assets, slush funds, the prosecution and illegal succession. Nurses and doctors in the patient's room remained in a frantic rush. The man lying on the hospital bed, wearing an oxygen mask, slowly opened his eyes a little wider. Beside him, Jinyong stood explaining, I am sorry for making the decision to stop on my own.
Yes.
Impressed, father, are you referring to OTK company? Everything became blurrier for the man on the bed. Jinyong's image was no longer clear, but he continued his presentation, the winner of Brexit. Father, you were right. After you are discharged, I will investigate and establish a— The man on the bed grew weary, his eyes struggling to stay open. Jinyong fell silent. He had passed away. In President Seong's office, a voice remarked, is that so? Then a great star has fallen. We will see him off with full honors, and proceed according to plan. The man made his decision, cancel the entire schedule, and prepare a funeral wreath. It won't be too late to act after the funeral. The wine glass on the table was left half-finished. He looked toward the chairman's desk and said, farewell. Information began to spread across social media, shocking everyone. Chairman Im Il-kwon had passed away. The chairman of Seosun Group was dead, sending shockwaves through the entire business world. President Park Seong expressed his grief, stating that a great star of Korean economic history had faded. Despite numerous illegal acts and controversies, tax evasion, embezzlement, breach of trust, illegal succession, slush funds and so on, no one could deny that Chairman Im Il-kwon, a monument in the history of Korea's industrialization, had made countless contributions to the Korean economy. Immediately after Chairman Il-kwon's death, the shock was instantaneous, but Seosun Group calmly announced that operations would continue under Im Jin-young. Realizing that the succession structure was ready, the market quickly recovered. At OTK Company, someone offered condolences. Please accept my sympathies for you and your family. The person on the phone replied, thank you for the comfort. Right, you said you had something to say, did not you? Jin-Hu replied, ah yes. I was wondering, after announcing the sale of treasury shares, is there any way to defend against attacks from the government and the media? Because if the small shareholders turn their backs, we will lose the vote. Jin Yong answered, we plan to announce a shareholder return policy and strengthen cooperation with Samsung Electronics, a policy that returns all company profits to the shareholders. Jinhu replied, won't that still be insufficient? CEO Im Seung-young will surely say the same thing. The sudden sale was merely a temporary measure to balance the field against the opposition. On Im Jin-young's side, Samsung SB had CEO Lee Soo-hak in power. They sold 6.3% of treasury shares to OTK Company. OTK Company would then publicly announce they held 5%, declaring their role as the white knight for this faction, which would draw criticism from the president, defamation from Jo Jun-ilbo, and comments from Yeonsung Motors. At this point, Jin-young's side held 25.2%, centered on the shareholder return policy and cooperation with Samsung Electronics, facing off against the 26.2% held by the second son, Seon-young. Soo-jong's side also made public promises, backed by Yeonsung Motors and the government. In this competition, citizens would weigh their votes, considering why transferred treasury shares so easily. What is the good news? Cooperation with Yeonsung Motors seems attractive, and is the government supporting the second son? It was not a guaranteed victory. After thinking it through, Jinhu remarked, I believe the best time to sell treasury shares is right before winning. This left Jin-young utterly surprised. Winning? He asked. Winning? Do you have some kind of trick? Jinhu replied, I will arrange the details and explain after the funeral. Jinhu walked into the room and heard Sang Yelp ask, just in time. Regarding the funeral, should not we attend? Jinhu was surprised, and Taekyu asked, is it really necessary to go? He continued, Vice Chairman Im Jin-young did not come to your father's funeral. Jinhu replied, that is because we did not know each other back then. How could he have known to come? Sang Yelp added, if we do not go, we should at least send condolence money. Problem 1. Describe an appropriate amount of condolence money for the funeral of the Samsung Group chairman, including the reason. 10 points. Jinhu suggested social standards 50,000 won if not close, 100,000 won or more if close. Does that sound reasonable? Taekyu responded, so, 50,000 won then, since we are not that close. Jinhu replied, but you two just had coffee together recently. Does that not count as being close? Taekyu answered. Breaking news. Im Jin-young rings the golden bell with street coffee, looking forward to the next meeting. Jinhu stammered, that is a bit. Sang Yap sat between them and interrupted. Shouldn't it be around 10 million won? Jinhu was shocked. Seriously, if it got out that the CEO of OTK Company only sent 50,000 won, it would definitely make the front page. CEO of OTK Company sends only 50,000 won to the funeral of the late Samsung Group chairman. What would 50,000 won mean? Drawing a line with Samsung Group subtly expressed through 50,000 won was not even 100 millionth of Kang Jinhu's total assets. Even casual friends do not do that now. Kang Jinhu, are you even human? Did a dog eat your conscience? Jinhu defended himself. No, I was going to send more. Taekyu suddenly asked. Yeonju, are you going to Chairman Im Il-kwan's funeral? What about the condolence money? A voice from the phone replied. Haven't you heard they are not refusing condolence money? Samsung Group was not the type to hold a funeral and refuse money. Besides, Samsung Hospital belonged to their family. Taekyu realized. Oh, I see. Yeonju replied. And if you want to attend, you have to check the registration list first. Hello, are you listening? The group, which had been discussing passionately, suddenly fell silent. After the US presidential inauguration, Jinhu never thought he would be attending the Samsung Group chairman's funeral right afterward. At the funeral home a voice said, did you relearn all the funeral etiquette? Don't cause any trouble? The other replied, I get it. I just have to do what you do, right? Taekyu said, didn't you do this kind of thing before? Jinhu replied, everything was such a mess back then that I barely remember anything. But there was one thing he remembered clearly, back then. Taekyu cried for 3 days straight, which led to a misunderstanding. A man outside the funeral home at the time even asked, excuse me, I am in the next room. How much are you paying that guy per day? Jinhu was incredulous, later replying, sorry for the noise. People even rumored, does that family have 2 sons? How heartbreaking. Jinhu put his hand on his friend's back and urged, let us go inside. Taekyu replied in a panic, don't push, you go first. A man appeared in front, blocking them, and asked, hello. May I have your names, please? Jinhu replied, yes. Please tell them that CEO Kang Jinhu and Vice Chairman Oh Taekyu have arrived. The bodyguard standing opposite them was visibly startled. The man with the full face, Im Il-kwan, offered a calm smile from his portrait on the altar. Jinhu bowed to the person across from him. Sorry for being late. The 2 bereaved family members standing there bowed back. The woman replied, it is all right. Thank you both for coming. He expressed, I am deeply sorry for your family's loss. Although I never had the chance to meet him in person, I always held great respect for the late chairman. I believe he is in a better place now. The eldest daughter and CEO of Shilun Hotel, Im Sumi, replied, every time my father heard news about OTK Company, he said he was very interested and always wanted a chance to meet. Even after being hospitalized, he looked forward to that day. I know the situation right now is complicated, but thank you very much for coming. The 2 sat at a table in the funeral dining hall. Taekyu whispered, a chaebol funeral looks surprisingly simple. Jinhu replied, it would be weirder if it were too flashy. Besides, that would not have fit his final wishes. Taekyu asked, did Chairman Im Il-kwon know his family would start fighting each other after he passed? Jinhu picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and replied, most likely yes. Because he went through the same thing himself. Taekyu babbled, it is a waste to leave without eating. I will go get another bowl. Jinhu chewed the meat and hesitated before replying, me too. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, do you mind if I join you? It was the second son and CEO of Seosung Engineering and Seosung Heavy Industries, Im Song-young. Jinhu smiled slightly and said, of course. Please, have a seat. He replied once again, thank you for coming. I am sure my father would be very happy. Jinhu replied, I am relieved to hear that. Our deepest condolences. Now that the chairman has passed, will Seosung Group be run by Vice Chairman Jinyong? Su-young Rong responded, I suppose so. That is why I have to discipline myself even more, to help my brother share the burden and for the sake of the entire group. Devotion to the group, flavored with a permissible amount of ambition. Jinhu said, I am sure your brother will feel very reassured. A simple reason, yet certain enough to assert management rights over Seosung SB. Was it due to the bleak outlook of the engineering and heavy industry sectors or a lingering regret for things he did not have? To be honest, I do not care who holds Seosung SB as long as the result is the same and as long as Yunsung Motors is not involved. Sun Jong poured water into a glass. He poured it until it was full, almost overflowing. Yet, looking at it objectively, what he inherited now was likely the limit of capability as assessed by the late chairman. Greed leads to ruin, yet he still tried to reach higher. Jinhu thought about the late chairman's two sons, specifically Sing-yong's ability. Well, I am in no position to offer advice. Sung-yong asked, did you want to say something? Jinhu replied, seeing you up close, you do not look as much like your brother as I thought. He replied, is that so? People usually say my brother looks exactly like I did when I was young. The clock showed 1:10. Someone reminded them, it is late now. Jinhu replied, you must need some rest too. We will take our leave now. The three bowed to each other. Sun-young said goodbye, thank you both. Take care. Jinhu and Taegyu replied, our deepest condolences once again. The two walked out arm in arm. Taegyu chatted as they went, I ate a bit too much, so I'm starting to feel sleepy. Jinhu replied, not a bit, you ate way too much. A voice interrupted them, excuse me, are you CEO Kang Jinhu of OTK Company? Jinhu looked at the person, wondering. The man whispered to the person walking in front of him, I told you it was him. It is a pleasure to meet you.
I'm Ryu Cheolgun.
Jinhu hesitated before greeting, yes, hello.
I am Kang Jinhu.
I did not expect to meet you here. He was cheerful, touching his tie. You know me, Jinhu replied, of course. How could I not know the chairman of RCK Bros? And the person next to you must be. The other man replied, a pleasure to meet you. I'm Shin Byung-do. I have heard my daughter mention you quite often. I did not expect her senior to be the CEO of OTK Company. Jinhu replied, I was also surprised when Yuri told me. This is my friend and vice chairman, Oh Taegyu. The two sides exchanged greetings, a pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is mine. Cheolgun chatted, you completely outperformed us in the X-Cop acquisition. It was truly impressive. The conversation quickly turned into a fan meeting, starting with X-Cop as their common ground. He continued, I am glad we will be working together soon. I will make sure he is not the type to sell out information. Jinhu replied, yes, if he were that type, I would not have offered such a position in the first place. This referred to team leader Seo Sengwon, who was about to join their company. Cheolgun invited them, there is a place we frequent. They eventually agreed to go for a drink later, even though both sides were swamped with work. I can't believe I met those two in person. At this rate, I might even get to meet Warren Boat. Taekyu asked, are they really that famous? In the gaming world, they are like Ichikawa Shigeru, the developers of Lost Fantasy.
The Linux Pentagon.
Taegyu marveled, so they are legends among legends. Soon it was February. Chairman Im Il-kwon's funeral, which had caused such a stir, was now a thing of the past. The companies where he once served as CEO began holding shareholder meetings to vote on new CEO appointments. Of course, Seosung SB was no exception. Taegyu checked the news on his phone and stated, it looks like they have realized we are sweeping up shares. The forums are in an uproar. Is it because the price jumped from 170,000 won to 200,000 won per share? Jinhu replied, Henry has been quietly gathering them, and it is up to 4.7% now. Taegyu stood by Jinhu's desk and asked, so what now? Jinhu sat and replied, I am planning to stop. Team leader Seo Sangwon just called to report that the negotiations for the sale of Seosung SB's treasury shares have concluded. He picked up a spoon and put sugar into his cup, saying, then I suppose it is time. The square sugar cube fell from the small spoon into the hot coffee. The sugar cube sank deep, gradually dissolving into the liquid. Time to show the cards. At Seosung SB, OTK Company issued an announcement, selling all treasury shares. A surprise move. OTK Company finalized an 11% stake, consisting of 4.7% market shares and 6.3% treasury shares, leaving the public shocked. What? The latest news on media sites also reported continuously with a surge of visitors. Don't sell Seosung SB, hold tight. OTK is here. Treasury share sale news just dropped. Wait, what? At this timing, does selling treasury shares have anything to do with Seosung SB? What is this about? Im Jin-young, OTK company. Did not they say they would not get involved in politics or the business world? Since when did they start associating with Vice Chairman Im Jin-young? Vice Chairman Han Chan-young thought in a panic. No, stay calm. It is surprising, but the timing is not the issue. Kang Jin-hoo is only participating as a white knight. That does not mean the plan has failed. Chan-young reflected, considering the partnership with Yunsung Motors, the National Pension Service, the media and government support, they still held the upper hand. He called to greet someone. Chairman Im Zuang-young. This is Han Chan-young. The top priority is ensuring Chairman Im Song-young takes control of Seosung SB. The second son of Seosung Group, Im Song-young, answered the phone. Yes, Vice Chairman. I will keep that in mind. Please do not worry. Sung-young thought, in the end, victory in this battle will belong to us. I just do not understand. Why would someone like Vice Chairman Im Jin-young, the heir of Seosung Group, ask for help from a financial speculator like CEO Kang Jin-hoo? He laughed and replied, how much are you going to hand over to me, brother? News reports broke. Seosung SB stock price exceeds 230,000 won, continuing its rise from the initial 170,000 won. On the forums, a flurry of users posted, look at the National Pension Service, throwing money around like it is not theirs. That is the beauty of blind money. But how do you know the pension service is buying SB? All other institutions are selling. Is there a way to track it in real time, or am I the only one who does not know? A reply came. There is a way. The pension service is definitely buying. They have gone crazy. Stop buying, we are going to die. Rumor has it they are buying to side with Im Soo-young. They are not called experts for nothing. Worry about your own life first. On national TV, during a special report by Jojun Ilbo Media on Seosung SB Part 3, the outlook for the EV market after the Seosung SB succession dispute, they said, this treasury share sale is a mistake by Vice Chairman Im Jin-young. Wasn't CEO Lee Soo-hak, who sided with Im Jin-young and is currently managing Seosung SB, investigated by the prosecution for that? The man sitting there replied. Recently President Park Se-young also sent a message emphasizing cooperation between major conglomerates. Looking at Chairman Im Soo-young's actions, we can clearly see the will to realize that vision. In another room, Jin-hoo held his phone on speaker. A voice from it said, and about Vice Chairman Im Jin-young's press conference earlier, that shareholder return policy. Anyone can say those things. Tag Yu stated firmly, that guy is clearly on Soo-young's side. Jin-hoo replied, it is just a play to attack us. The person on the phone continued, Senior, are you still listening to me? Jin-hoo said, yeah, I am listening. Yuri continued to ask, about Seosung SB. Are you really getting your hands into everything? The media is simultaneously attacking you.
Is that really okay?
What are you going to do now? Do you have a plan? Jin-hoo replied, I have one. She asked, really? Can you tell me now? He replied, unfortunately that is internal information. Yuri said petulantly, fine, I get it. Jin-hoo had a gentle smile in his eyes as he said softly, you will find out soon enough anyway. Turn on the TV in about 5 minutes. She asked, are you up to something? Which channel? Jin-hoo replied, I am not sure. Just pick any channel at random. Taekyu stood behind him, laughing at the scene. From the phone, Yuri's voice sounded skeptical. What, Senior? The TV was still broadcasting audio from the station, with only 1 week left until the shareholder meeting. Unless there is a special card played, the situation has clearly tilted in favor of Chairman Im Soo-young. That was my assessment. The female announcer suddenly heard something through her earpiece and spoke up. Wait, hold on. We have just received new news. After Vice Chairman Im Jin-young's press conference concluded, an announcement was made that an important statement will be issued. Let us go leave to the scene. The screen behind the announcer switched to a live feed of the hall. The female announcer said, we are currently waiting for the spokesperson to step up to the podium. The man next to her, sitting with arms crossed, replied, to be honest, if it is anything other than the shareholder return policy, I really do not expect. Before he could finish, suddenly, on the podium, CEO Kang Jin-hoo of OTK Company, who holds an 11% stake in Seosung SB, unexpectedly appeared. He stood before the microphone and spoke, hello. On the live social media feed, a flurry of comments appeared, all expressing shock at Jin-hoo's appearance. He began, let me get straight to the point. An assistant watching the live stream in an office stood up and shouted, what is this? Why is that financial speculator appearing there? The person rushed into Sun-young's room and shouted, Vice Chairman, he asked, what is it? Why are you barging in without knocking? Jin-hoo continued, OTK Company and Seosung SB. Countless comments flooded social media in real time, anticipating what he was about to announce. He continued, we'll jointly invest capital. The comments quickly noted, a CEO who drops a bombshell every time he appears. Jin-hoo spoke clearly, to establish a joint venture TB company in the United States. Elsewhere, Jin Young crossed his arms and smiled with satisfaction. On the podium, Jinhoo spoke firmly. The purpose is to build a battery factory in the US. A man stood up in shock and slammed the table. Nonsense, cooperating with a speculator like him. I am truly disappointed in you, Vice Chairman Im Jin Young. The female announcer next to him advised. Director, please restrain your words. He ignored her and continued shouting. He is only doing this to distract from the CEO appointment vote. We need to clear this up. Countless reporters sitting below in the hall were in an uproar. Camera flashes going off continuously. They asked, give us a confirmation, will the deal be signed right here, right now, or is this just a trick to win over shareholders? After Im Jin Young becomes CEO of Seosung SB, this will quietly disappear, right? This is how the media and the business world see me. A financial speculator who just got lucky and made a lot of money. If I do not win their trust. A laser light flickered as the remote control for the projector was pressed. Then I will prove it myself. A voice rang out. I have heard the news through official channels. Everyone present was frozen in place. Online, countless comments appeared, shocked by what just happened. The voice echoed through the constant flashing of lights at the scene. I heard there is an incredibly impressive company in Korea right now. All companies exporting to the US should follow the example of OTK Company and Seosung. It was the President of the United States, businessman Ronald Stamper. He said, thank you OTK Company. Thank you, Seosung. The entire city was suddenly shaken. What was happening on the big screen left everyone so stunned they were frozen in place. The post showed the character expressing gratitude to OTK Company and Seosung, which surprised many and led to questions about the reason behind it. Why so sudden? Why now? Is it about the batteries? We are just as confused about the answer. Laughs. The community continued to buzz about the construction of the battery factory, while comments like truly elevating the nation's status. Laughs. Wow. I really can't wait for Monday. More laughter. Or Jinyang Oppa. We love you showed the excitement and humorous response of netizens. Yuri stood there with a look of surprise and confusion upon hearing the news that we would pause our regular programming to broadcast an official message from President Ronald of the White House. She wondered if this was what he meant when he said she could pick any channel. In the frame, a man in a black suit stood in a room with a serious expression. His statement, I am really not joking, showed he was asserting that what was happening was real, even if it sounded unbelievable to everyone. Is the US president actually standing up to take responsibility for Seosung SB? The speakers slammed their hand on the table, completely shocked by the information. Recently, Seosung's battery line was denied certification in the Chinese market, and the global market itself is currently facing an oversupply of up to 150%. With a tense expression, he emphasized that the battery market is extremely competitive, making the situation increasingly severe. The man sank into deep thought. After analyzing the market situation, it meant supply was exceeding demand. He began to question what changes might occur if Im Soon Young became the representative, and if there would be any other path left. Later he sat with his arms crossed in thought in his office. They could collaborate with Yoon Sung Motors. Was not there already a company that could consume that volume? OTK Company. Everyone in the industry knows there is a deep-seated vendetta between them and Yoon Sung Motors. Director, please watch your words. He bluntly dismissed all the nonsense. The following monologue was like a cold shower of reality. It looks like good news, does not it? Shareholders should not be swayed by rosy visions, but must be ready to face the harsh reality. The director could not help but grit his teeth in rage. OTK Company, Kang Jinhoo. A bitter internal monologue suggests this is no longer a coincidence. It is an ill-fated bond that keeps clinging on. One day, he quietly took over Keros, then snatched ex-cop right from under our noses. Two men full of schemes, pulling in even team leader Seo Sangwon, and even interfering in labor issues and subcontractor management, making the strategic battle increasingly complex and suffocating. Chairman Hong Woo-song was arrested, and Yoon Sung Motors suffered public criticism for a long time. The media landscape shifted spectacularly. In the end, public opinion quickly died down. The corporation officially weathered the storm, marking a strong revival based on actual data. Manpower remains abundant, sales have recovered, and they continue to process components for Hong Woo-song's company. In other words, the problem lies in a manageable level of risk. However, here comes a classic plot twist. An image of the director appeared with his face shrouded in shadows, accompanied by a calculating monologue. If the effort to take over Seosung SB's battery division fails, then allow me to introduce this individual, Daryl Sagan, CEO of Keros. A formal appearance at the podium with a social greeting. It is a pleasure to meet you all. My God, Jin Young. Just how far ahead were you looking? The admiration left everyone around in awe, curious about who that person was, and if someone that incredible really existed. We understand everyone has a lot of questions. Media attention poured into a shocking event. Yes, from now on, Seosung Electronics and Keros will collaborate from the development stage across all fields, including motors, APS, sensors, and in-car infotainment systems. The representative images of Keros and Seosung shaking hands to strengthen hardware capabilities affirmed an absolute, overwhelming power. A powerful interlocking of hands. Through the joint venture, TB Company, all batteries produced over the next 5 years. The powerful three-way handshake resulted in a contract for Keros to acquire the entire production. Rapid-fire, sharp, and probing questions were hurled continuously. What is the scale of the investment, sir? And what are the shareholder contribution ratios? The flashes from the reporters' cameras flickered constantly, creating a blurred, chaotic scene, accompanied by urgent shouts. Sir, please look this way. In complete contrast to that suffocating atmosphere, the man scratched his head and gave a wry smile. Well, this certainly was unpredictable. It seems they had prepared everything right from the start. The final monologue echoed like a bitter period. Everything is over. A total collapse. The director held his head in helplessness on the sofa, as even the reason to compete for the CEO position was gone. The finishing blow came with just one decisive sentence from Kang Jinho. Not long ago, the president mentioned the governance rules regarding institutions actively exercising their voting rights, and he completely agreed with that. What is the wisest choice in the current situation? A power struggle between the two factions of Im Jin-yong and Im Seong-yong to scramble for the 20% of Seosung SB shares held by the National Pension Fund. He confidently declared, I believe institutional investors understand this very well too. The man in glasses was under immense pressure and dissatisfied with a wrong move, tearing up the joint venture in the US factory, then saying, we will only collaborate with Yoon Sung Motors. Needless to say, that will definitely fail. He gasped as he realized something and recalled the strange look from that day. In the context of a formal meeting, someone asked, do you have anything to say? The man silently judged the other party. He is weighing his options between me and him. While I was still being labeled as a financial speculator who just sat around, he reached out after seeing Kang Jinho's financial potential. He clenched his fists, revealing belated regret. It was the last chance to take control of the board, and only now did he realize the value of that private meeting. Then he mocked himself in total helplessness against reality. No, even if I could go back, would anything change? Turning his back on Yoon Sung Motors to side with Kang Jinho, he did not have the guts for that. Our abilities were fundamentally different. Sun Jong leaned his head back against the chair, making a final decision filled with hope. I will give it all up and bow as sincerely as possible. If it is him, he will surely forgive me. The outcome of the power struggle was settled in the large conference room, and so, as the situation completely shifted, Chairman Im Seung-yong announced he would not run for CEO. Accordingly, Vice Chairman Im Jin-yong was appointed CEO of Seosung SB with absolute support. The process of inheriting management control within Seosung Group, which had been prepared for a long time, was complete, marked by the powerful appearance of Chairman Im Jin-yong. The moment he sat in the chairman's seat at Seosung Heavy Industries, the proposal to dismiss Chairman Im Seung-yong was submitted to the shareholders' meeting. Seosung Engineering confirmed the dismissal of Chairman Im Seung-yong. His mother and younger brother spoke. Furthermore, the entire personnel belonging to the Yeon So-hyun Im Seung-yong faction had been completely purged. All disputes officially closed at the group's headquarters. The power structure within Seosung Group was reorganized under the faction supporting Im Jin-yong, bringing the entire matter to an end. A scene of the OTK company building lit up at night, accompanied by a relieved conversation after the project's success. The business plan for TB Company has been approved. You have worked hard, senior. The response. It is all thanks to your efforts. Congratulations on being appointed CEO. That is also thanks to you. Because of this event, Seosung Electronics stock price has also increased by another 5%. Im Jin-yong's inauguration ceremony as chairman and CEO. A business cooperation diagram worth $5 billion OTK company contributing 70% of the capital and Seosung SB contributing 30% to build a battery factory in the US. A contract to buy all batteries produced for the next 5 years and collaboration on hardware technology development. A social media post praised the National Pension Fund after it was criticized by the public for wasting tax money. The fund, which had increased its holdings for the purpose of confrontation, ended up. Anonymous members kept leaving praise, commending the fund for making a wise investment decision. In the office, a man spoke on the phone. I got it, I will be in touch soon. Taek-yu was looking at his personal phone and reflecting. That man who appeared at the funeral that day probably can't turn back now, right? Since he has no management rights, he is probably just a wealthy individual shareholder now. Thinking to himself that it would be very difficult for him to return to the business world, Yu said he wanted to take over both Seosung SB and in the end, he even lost what he had. I said his assets must be worth trillions, so there is no need to pity him. I'm more worried about us. It is true, everything is going according to plan, but Jihu said we have poured over 30 trillion won into the automotive sector alone, so money is starting to get tight. Taekyu replied with a light smile, outflowing money is not always bad. Have you seen the performance reports of the companies we invested in? Recalling Toby's words, the goal of Faceit is to become the Netflix of the adult industry. He held up his phone. The value of Faceit is growing every day and has now reached at least $7 billion, approximately 9.7 trillion won. He thought to himself, we, the largest shareholders, currently hold 80% of Faceit. I knew it had business potential, but I did not expect it to grow that fast. There is a saying that Americans can live without cars, but they can't live without adult content. Jinho felt that was not the opposite true. He pointed out that in Korea it is illegal, but the estimated usage rate is still 8%. Perhaps sooner or later this site will be blocked. Taekgyu remarked. The will of the Korean people is hard to shake. Haven't you ever tried checking the shareholder tracking page? He replied. Oh that. Jin-Hoo felt that just looking at the figures and reports was enough. Everything is running well on its own. So why should I bother? Hey, do you think investing is child's play? After being seriously reminded, he said, fine, I will check it right now. He spoke hesitantly, while looking at his phone, but immediately discovered something unusual that made him exclaim, in question. He was slightly surprised and blurted out, then immediately fell into a state of silence, lost in thought. The phone suddenly vibrated, catching him off guard. An incoming call from lawyer Kim Ellie. Jin-Hoo, what are you doing? I am working, which made the person on the other end say hesitantly. Oh, then it must be something serious. I understand. He quickly corrected. No, not at all, I am just checking a few things. So when you are done, would you like to have dinner with me? Jin-Hoo immediately agreed. Of course I would. At the parking lot, she walked up and waved, calling out Jin-Hoo. Ellie, in an elegant professional style, smiled as she approached and asked, isn't Taekgyu coming with you? What did he say? Oh, he said not to butt in. He said he would rather order food to his house. She was slightly surprised. He continued, it is just the two of us. I have already made a reservation at a restaurant. The scene shifted to the entrance of a luxurious, modern restaurant with large green plants placed on either side of the dark glass doors under warm recessed lighting. Looking at the lavish feast laid out, she nodded in praise. Oh, I see why this place is so famous. He replied, I am glad it suits your taste. Jin-Hoo looked up at her and asked curiously, by the way, is your hairstyle a bit different from usual? She lightly touched her hair and asked his opinion. I am considering growing it out. Do you think it would suit me? Well, I think it would suit you perfectly then again. What does not suit you? Ellie smiled gently and replied, moved. Thank you for the compliment. I am very happy. The romantic atmosphere seemed to settle. The two began to share something deeper. Actually, today is my birthday, so I wanted to receive a greeting from you. Why did not you tell me sooner? She explained gently. Because everyone has been so busy with work lately, even me. Jin-Hoo still expressed his sincerity. Even so, you should have said something. Happy birthday. She smiled happily and replied, thank you. You are not planning on going straight home after dinner, are you? Ellie asked in slight surprise. Are we going somewhere else? He smiled gently and invited her. Where else? We have to go buy you a gift. The two went gift shopping at a very lavish and magnificent Louis Vuitton store in the city center. Stepping into the luxurious space of the high-end fashion store, he said, just pick anything you like. I will pay for everything. She could not hide her surprise mixed with delight and asked again, really? He was decisive, of course. Ellie playfully pointed all the way across the shelves of designer handbags. What if I said I wanted to pick everything from here to over there? Jin-Hoo froze for a second, wondering to himself if he had lifted his credit card limit. Seeing that humorous expression, she laughed to break the tension. Oh, I was just joking. She looked at him and said softly, as long as you have the heart, that is enough. He looked at her affectionately and affirmed firmly, even if it was not your birthday, I was planning to buy you a gift anyway. You can't go home until we have bought something, so try to pick something expensive. You can't take back your word. He replied confidently, of course. Standing in front of a luxury fashion store named Empathy, she confided, it has been a long time since I have gone shopping like this. He kindly asked if she liked shopping. Upon hearing the question, Ellie happily shared her old habit. I do. It is just that I never have time. Back in Hong Kong, I used to go shopping with Jessica sometimes. Their conversation was temporarily interrupted when a store employee stepped up and bowed politely. Hello, how can I help you? Do you speak Korean? Quickly regaining her professional demeanor, the employee bowed slightly and replied, ah yes. Are you looking for anything specific? Seeing her hesitation and confusion while standing amidst countless luxury items, he spoke gently, just pick the one you like. Under the shimmering lights of the display case, a series of high-end watch models and luxury jewelry appeared, incredibly sophisticated and grand. Ellie excitedly tried on the new watch, posed slightly, and asked, what do you think? He immediately praised her. It looks great on you. She corrected him. That is not what I meant. I am asking which of these two is prettier. Jin-Hoo could only stare at the glass case and think in confusion. Don't they look exactly the same? He still quickly observed her expression and silently judged, looking at her expression. It seems she likes the one she is wearing more. He signaled decisively and gave his choice. That one is prettier. Let us get that one. Wait, let me think for a bit. Now that I look closely, it seems a bit too expensive. Seeing her panicked expression, he kindly asked, what is wrong? Looking at the expensive price tag of tens of millions of won displayed on the case, Jin-Hoo reassured her, it is fine, it is your birthday. Taking the opportunity while standing in the middle of a shopping paradise, he asked Ellie also, while we are at it, I plan to buy gifts for my mother and Hyunju. Could you help me choose?
Of course.
Jin-Hoo, you are so thoughtful. Thank you for the gift. I will wear it often, the sales consultant enthusiastically asked. How many monthly installments would you like? He could not avoid the frozen moment when another employee hesitantly recognized him. Excuse me, but are you Director Kang Jinho? Just as he was holding the powerful card in his hand, he awkwardly admitted, yes, that is me. Upon hearing the employee profusely bow and thank him for visiting their store, saying she would report to the branch manager immediately, he waved his hand helplessly. No, you do not need to do that. Seeing her mesmerized by the sparkling watch on her hand, he asked if she liked it that much. When the girl cried out happily, of course, this is the first gift you have bought for me. Are you spoiling me too much? He replied sweetly. From now until midnight, it is still your birthday, so I will grant every wish until then. Ellie smiled and joked. You saying that makes me feel like Cinderella. He played along. Who knows, at midnight this car might turn into a pumpkin, so tell me quickly. When the girl laughed, remembering the past, if it has to transform, I hope it turns into Oh Taegyu's car. That was really fun back then. He replied, a pity the magic has been extended. Ellie laughed. What a shame. I really wanted to sit in that car again. Remembering that day, I suddenly thought of a place I want to go. Jinho asked curiously, where? The place she wanted to go turned out to be a towering skyscraper, glowing brilliantly against the city's night sky. In a romantic high-altitude setting, 2 warm cups of coffee were placed side by side, overlooking the panoramic view of the city shimmering with nightlights. Sitting together and gazing at the city from above, she could not help but marvel. The Seoul night view is so beautiful. Jinho turned slightly and asked if she knew she had said this before. Ellie could not help but be surprised and replied, you remember. His gentle gaze and a soft smile full of tenderness seemed to replace 10,000 words at this moment. The silence now only highlighted the underlying flutter in her heart at Jinho's thoughtfulness. When their hands accidentally touched while reaching for the coffee cups, Ellie gave a small startled cry. He pulled his hand back with a slight tremble. Startled. It was as if an electric current passed through both of them. He brought his hand back close to hers. Jinho suddenly moved forward and gently but firmly took Ellie's hand. The sudden interlocking of hands made him freeze for a few seconds, his face turning red as if about to catch fire. Seeing his shy expression with flushed cheeks, he quickly turned to look the other way to hide his embarrassment. Looking at her beautiful, alluring side profile, the shy and bashful expression on her face, a scene full of everyday warmth with the image of a couple walking together, and a father's warm hug for his little daughter, bringing a sense of peace and closeness. An awkward, romantic moment as 2 hands were gently intertwined on the wooden tabletop. She was blushing shyly, her eyes shimmering as she looked at the other person, accompanied by bashful dialogue. Do you have something you want to say? His face was flushed red and sweating, accompanied by stammering words. Well. And a secret thought. I unconsciously reached out and took her hand. This is a comprehensive list of simulated logos for the corporations, organizations and major brands that appeared.
That.
Further increasing the shyness and hesitant atmosphere between the 2 characters, he summoned his courage and asked her, could you give me a little more time? A moment of confusion with her vague question. You mean? Combined with his honest self-reproachful thought that even he found his request convoluted and messy. Receiving an affirmative answer, sure, but Ellie replied very calmly. Ellie's gentle smile and a hint of shyness as she lightly tucked her hair back and gave a subtle condition. As long as you do not make me wait too long. His happy smile and affectionate gaze seemed to prove that the feelings of both were not an illusion. A soft thank you, like a perfect and peaceful conclusion to a meaningful conversation. A polite, but somewhat formal thank you. I heard it is very difficult to meet the director. Thank you for making time for me. He was sitting at his desk busily reviewing documents. The meeting was just postponed. I have about 5 minutes. A direct question. So, what do you need from me? A sophisticated female character in a long-styled vest draped over her shoulders was introduced as the daughter of the chairman of Yoonsung Card, cousin of Vice Chairman Han Chan-young, and CEO Han Hyeorin. She opened with, the view is really beautiful. This building is owned by OTK Company, right? His response to that curiosity was a very blunt reminder. 4 minutes left. CEO Han Hyeorin bluntly questioned him. Because of you, my engagement was cancelled. Did you know that? Seosung Electronics Director Im Sunyo. This is a diagram sketching the power network and complex relationships of the Seosung SB Group after the chairman passed away, beginning with a suggestive narrative. I must have ruined the plan. So the marriage also went up in smoke, right? Roll concluded. The loss from selling shares is unavoidable. Jinho calmly said, so what? Her demeanor, slight smile, and calm gaze showed her sharpness.
I want to say thank you.
I did not like him anyway, Han Hyeorin stated bluntly. He replied that if he heard that, he would probably be heartbroken. She turned away and said, after offending Chairman Im Jin-young, he won't have the face to meet anyone in this industry anymore. She shared about her past as a student. Did you know we were classmates in the same year at Korea University? I majored in contemporary art. We must have passed each other on campus at least once. But I only studied there for a little over a year. The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet as one person took the initiative to leave. You must be busy. I will take my leave now.
Jinho replied, excuse me for not seeing you out.
Han Hyeorin enticed him with an attractive offer. Oh, are you interested in opening a credit card? My side just released a card line exclusively for VIPs. I can give you a special discount on the annual fee. Jinho set a very tough condition in response to the offer. When Yoonsung Card separates from the Yoonsung Motors Group, then I will consider it. The girl replied, I knew you would say that. Hyorin turned and walked away. If you change your mind, call the number on my business card. Or whenever you're bored and want to drink alone, you can call me too. The large room suddenly became quiet, leaving only him sitting alone in deep thought amidst the silence. Taekyu created a startling situation accompanied by a curious tease. You are so cold. It is almost as if you already have a girlfriend. Jinhoo shouted. Whoa, you scared me. He continued to question. Speaking of which, did not you have a dinner date with Ellie a few days ago? But Ellie is a good person, so it is probably fine. He retorted. Do you have a split personality or something? That is creepy as hell. Nothing happened. More importantly, how long have you been standing there? Taekyu casually explained his presence. I was waiting inside for your meeting to finish so we could go together. He immediately asked, Go where? We have to go watch baseball with Chairman Im Jinyong. Did you forget? Jinhoo was startled as it suddenly clicked. Oh, that is tonight, I remember. He smiled smugly to himself, thinking about the string of high-powered encounters coming his way. The heiress of Yunsung Card coming in person just to thank him, and then Chairman Im Jinyong of Seosung Group personally texting him to invite him to a game. He never thought he would see the day. The TV news came on, updating the situation on the dramatic match that had just taken place. Today's sports news features the friendly match between the Seosung Dragons and the CL Giants. It was reportedly a very stressful day for the Seosung Dragons players. The broadcast continued reporting on the appearance of power players at the event. This is because Chairman Im Jinyong of Seosung Group attended in person, and surprisingly, Director Kang Jinhoo of OTK Company was seated right next to him. The reason the two have become so close is the TB Company joint venture aimed at building a battery factory in the US. A man showed clear signs of contemplation mixed with wariness toward the rising new power. I did not expect a kid in his early 20s to team up with a young tiger, and with the US backing them to boot. It is going to be hard for me to touch him now. Staring intensely at the photo of his rival on the desk, he resolved to act immediately. It is no longer the time to sit still. A social media post was going viral featuring a bewildered moment of the two young men. Look, those hilarious photos from the baseball game are spreading all over the internet. Taekyu excitedly showed Kang Jinhoo the netizens' bittersweet comments on the photo. Did you see this? They are joking about you being right next to him. He asked, what kind of angle is that? I was so focused on the game I did not even notice. Despite the slight trouble of suddenly becoming a topic of gossip, things turned out for the better. I accidentally became a weird meme without even knowing it. Well, at least I finally shook off the label of a speculator colluding with chaebols, so that is fine. How about we start a baseball team too? Jinhoo replied. Do you have any idea how much it costs to operate a baseball team every year? Even while lying down on his phone, Taekyu nodded in agreement with the suggestion. About 40 billion won. I think there would be many benefits, like social contribution activities, for instance. He exclaimed, social contribution is indeed necessary. Setting aside the budget, they won't grant any more licenses for the current 10-team system, Jinhoo stated. He sat up abruptly with a pensive look. In that case, Taekyu seriously proposed the idea of forming a professional gaming team, arguing that esports are real sports too. During his esports presentation, marketing team leader Young Ki-hong said, people might think being a pro gamer brings massive fame and wealth, but in reality, players with an annual salary over 100 million won are extremely rare. That is why famous gamers have recently tended to move to China to compete. He trembled and cried out in distress. Ugh, thinking about the country's talent facing a brain drain. Sang Yeop seemed quite skeptical about the project's visibility, asking, but does this have any PR effect? There are probably many people like me who do not even know what esports are. The discussion in the meeting room turned more practical as someone pointed out bluntly, since the cost is low, the PR effect will naturally be lower too. He then posed a question. First of all, are not we a B2B business? Do we even need PR? Sang Yeop continued to offer a more realistic alternative to optimize the budget. Why not just use that money to run ads directly? That would improve our relationship with the media much more. Despite the realistic analysis from everyone, Taegyu's face fell in regret, though he could not hide his desire to contribute. I think I could run it well if I gave it a try. Reflecting on OTK Company's projects and the areas where Taegyu had a hand, everyone had to admit that everything had been smooth sailing. That impressive track record clearly proved one thing: he has a very sharp investment sense, at least in specific fields. Jinhoo then offered an experimental piece of advice. If you are that determined, try something small first, like organizing an internal tournament for OTK Company and Company K. He was incredibly excited. That sounds great. It is also a good chance to gain operational experience. This quick consensus paved the way for the next step. Oh, so what game should we play? Team leader, have you tried this one, or this one? Sang Yeop replied. Of course. I used to practically live at PC Bangs back in the day. Then do you know about this? It is an Easter egg. The marketing team leader looked completely shocked. Wow, I have played this game for 10 years and never knew about that. He silently thought that the two of them clicked much better than he expected. Jinhoo, about that Karos report you shared. Is it really okay like this? Though he was calm, his eyes were intensely focused and serious. What do you mean? Sang Yeop showed clear anxiety. The situation has been tense since he had conflicts with the dealers and cancelled some contracts. Sales are down 8% from last month and over 20% compared to the same period last year. Part of the factory has stopped operating due to high inventory. Resting his chin on his hand in thought, he said, I am not saying it is your fault. Sang-yeop is just worried about whether we will be okay. Jin-Hoo flashed a confident smile, standing before a technology comparison chart showing KROS ahead of its rivals. There is good news too. Just wait and see, he stated. I will compensate for all the losses until then. Sang-yeop replied hesitantly. Understood. Fine, it is your decision, he pondered. Then, he suddenly realized. He had no idea what future vision Jin-Hoo was seeing. Jin-Hoo added thanks to the US factory announcement. Samsung Electronics has been removed from Ronald's blacklist. Sang-yeop sighed softly, staring blankly at the empty office space before him. I never thought I would see the day the US calls for trade protectionism while China shouts for free trade. A bitter monologue followed. This crazy market has brought even a man dubbed a mathematical genius like him to his knees. Looking at this man, Kang Jin-Hoo, who was setting the chessboard as if looking down from above, he asked, would you like to have dinner tonight? An internal monologue revealed it made him feel afraid. Sang-yeop forced a smile and waved his hand, politely declining the invitation. No, not today. I already have dinner plans with a friend. The city backdrop at night with buildings lit up opened a new meeting space outside the office. A familiar greeting echoed. Hey, Director Park, how have you been lately? Chae Min-sik smiled in a friendly way and gave a thumbs up pointing behind him to invite Director Park for a meal. Let us go. I have made a reservation. Sang-yeop beamed with a bright smile. Oh, is it your treat? The two walked along the wide sidewalk. Min-sik teased, how much does a civil servant's salary even get you? Cut it out, big shot. He replied, let us see where you have booked first. A lavish table was set with trays of sushi, salmon and drinks, all meticulously and beautifully arranged. Wow, this guy really knows how to pick a spot. Sang-yeop asked half jokingly, but being treated to a meal like this, won't you get in trouble with the anti-corruption laws? Min-sik replied, just keep your mouth shut and it will be fine. Director Park laughed. Alright, so how's work? The life of a civil servant is just as mediocre as ever. Hearing that, Sang-yeop asked, the Ministry of Economy and Finance is a big deal though. Don't you guys get to direct other ministries? Min-sik gave a brutally honest and humorous portrayal that is only for the big bosses. The lower-level staff just worked themselves to death. Park Sang-yeop's confession was full of astonishment. When those guys told me back then, I was truly shocked. Min-sik heard this and hesitated, acting surprised. Oh really, I did not know that. What are you talking about? You were sitting right there with us. Min-sik quickly replied. Ah, is that so? Trembling hands holding a phone and a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek perfectly captured civil servant. Min-sik's feeling of panic and confusion. His distraction and restlessness were finally seen through by the person opposite him. You have not been focused at all. Are you going to ask to borrow money? How much do you need? The hurried denial only added to his confusion. Oh no, it is not that. Impatient and probing, Sang-yeop asked. Then what is it? You rascal, Min-sik replied. There is someone I want to introduce to you. I know you will find this very awkward, but please, just this once. I was pressured by my superiors too. Director Park reluctantly agreed to help his friend under the pressure from above. Who could possibly be making you suffer like this? Fine, I get it. Calm down. He hurriedly said, thank you so much my friend. I will tell him to come in right now. A suspenseful silence lingered before the door of the traditional dining room, interrupted by the sound of a knock. The sliding door opened just as a wave of surprise swept through the room. Oh my, you must be surprised. Thank you for agreeing to meet. The Blue House Secretary for General Affairs appeared with a welcoming smile. Hello, Director Park Sang-yeop. He trembled. You are really... Bae Ji-han apologized. I am sorry for not notifying you in advance. I have heard of the director of Company K for a long time. I asked Secretary Chae because I truly wanted to meet you once. A frank expression of the meeting's purpose was followed by a polite invitation for a drink from Secretary Bae. May I have a glass? Pale silence and pouring sweat perfectly captured the psychological pressure weighing on Chae Min-sik. A closing of the eyes and a heavy sigh captured the helplessness and resignation to a situation with no turning back. Sang-yeop gave a polite response. Please, make yourself at home. The night garden setting was steeped in traditional architecture, highlighted by a pebble path and blooming cherry blossoms under the dim lights. The decisive clack of setting down a cup seemed to be the moment a thought or memory suddenly flashed in Secretary Bae's mind. Ah, that is right. Secretary Bae instructed Min-sik. You can message the driver outside that it will take a while. Tell him to go have dinner first. He bowed politely and replied intelligently. I understand. Please, take your time. After the subordinate left and the sliding door closed, the atmosphere in the dining room suddenly turned serious and fell into silence. Sang-yeop made a direct proposal. Let me ask you straight. The atmosphere suddenly became dark and high pressure as half of the man's face sank into the shadows with a mysterious smile. A sharp, revealing question was posed. Did President Park Si-hyung send you? Bae Ji-han gave a suggestive smile and officially admitted exactly. The president is very interested in you. Director Park Sang-yeop. Faced with the other's bluntness, Sang-yeop could only look away thoughtfully and maintain absolute silence. Secretary Bae used words to soothe. I completely understand that you are unhappy with this situation. He placed his hand on his chest in a gesture of gratitude. So thank you. Because you did not walk out even after knowing who I am. Does not that mean you have decided to give us a chance? Or at least listen to us? Director Kang Jin-hoo's recent actions are truly shocking. An investment sense as sharp as a beast and an unyielding will to progress. I fear we won't see another character like him for a long time. It does not matter who owns a grocery store on a street corner, because even if it goes bankrupt, it won't have any major impact. The following words shifted to a macro and heavy scale, but if a company like OTK faces a problem, it would be a national crisis. Even in a casino where you set the rules, you can't win 100% of the time. The image of playing cards and dice falling into an open palm clearly showed the nature of luck, accompanied by a brutal conclusion. The end of such aggressive investing will surely be collapse. Secretary Bay lightly put his hand to his chin in thought, his tone leisurely, but full of subtext. This is just an outsider's perspective, but your current situation, stuck in the middle, Director Park Sang-yeo. These trailing words were like a psychological blow. Despite maintaining a tense, expressionless face under the surrounding pressure, Director Park still had to face the realistic confession. I guess you must feel a lot of pressure or perhaps fear because a series of ongoing situations could make everything vanish overnight. Silence filled the space with the image of a pair of ancient swords placed neatly on a rack. Sang-yeop was frank and decisive. Ultimately, what is it you want to say? Bae Jihan smiled suggestively with a pacifying gesture. First of all, the government has absolutely no desire to confront OTK Company. We only want to prepare for a situation where Director Kang Jin-hoo is no longer able to perform his duties. He asked back bitterly, as if choking his own heart. Are you telling me to betray him? The man immediately waved his hand to cover it up with a fake smile when the conspiracy was called out directly. Oh dear, using the word betray is so scary. It is not like that. I hope you see this as a safety barrier. To strengthen his argument, he continued to provide a reason. This is a measure to prevent the fate of a 50 trillion won company from being shaken by a single individual. This is also for Director Kang Jin-hoo's own benefit. The smile of the one setting conditions became increasingly triumphant and cunning as he delivered the final blow of psychological manipulation. As long as you hold K Group in your hands, you can prevent this entire collapse immediately. Please, become Director Kang Jin-hoo's insurance. Brushing aside all the excuses, Secretary Bae finished with a direct question piercing deep into his psyche. Don't worry about the small details. Just answer me one thing. You have ambitions yourself. Do not you? Director Park Sang-yeo, facing that dark trap, he muttered back bitterly. Ambition, huh? Director Park Sang-yeop's gaze suddenly changed, showing clear determination. I do. This brief admission marked a major psychological turning point. Having received the expected answer, the smile on Secretary Bae's face grew more satisfied and triumphant, implicitly confirmed with a suggestive, I see. After reaching the tacit agreement, the tense atmosphere at the table seemed to be eased by a diplomatic offer. Could you help me fill my glass? Bae Jihan happily replied, sure, here you go. The wine was poured to the brim, accompanied by praise. As expected of someone running a large business, your way of drinking is truly bold. The bold atmosphere suddenly halted when Director Park abruptly stood up in a surprising move. This decisive action caused Secretary Bae opposite him to let out a bewildered what? He uttered a helpless groan, completely shocked by this lightning-fast and disrespectful counterattack. Wiping the wine drenching his face, Bae Jihan roared in a fury. What the hell are you doing? The only response to that rage was a haughty and brave declaration from the young director. There seems to be a misunderstanding. Bankruptcy has never been a fear of mine. What is scarier is that I can't see through what is coming, the kind of vision that Director Kang Jin-hoo already has in the palm of his hand. He loudly proclaimed the reason for his absolute loyalty, and it is precisely because my ambition is big enough that I follow Director Kang Jin-hoo. Secretary Bae gritted his teeth and ordered in extreme anger after being humiliated. What? Hey, Park Sang-yeop, listen here. He still frantically tried to save face with an ultimatum. It is not too late. Say your hand slipped. Hurry up. Jihan shouted. Think rationally. Faced with that threatening coercion, the young director only silently flashed a cold and contemptuous smile. His firm gaze seemed to implicitly affirm he would never bow or back down from these dirty manipulative tricks. Rationality, huh? There was a time when he believed the market operated on logic. When everything is calm, there is not a single problem. But with just a slight vibration, madness and fear creep through every crack, ready to erupt at any moment. A disastrous accidental button press turned into an unimaginable comeback, leaving the public only able to stare and scream. What kind of adjustment is this? Ronald wins, all in on Ronaldo Tech. He is good at his job, but his face is an eyesore. Sell it all. A serious analysis of a surging stock about to be posted again exposed the ridiculous reasons for the market's growth, from a disaster rescue company doing well after tremors to a pants manufacturer's price hike, just because people bought the wrong name. Amidst a chessboard full of traps and manipulation, the tough question was posed: how many people actually see the truth amidst this mess of chaotic choices? Even I and Senior Oh Hyunju, who hold the same source of information, are only following Jinhoo's instructions. Stepping into the eye of the storm of chaotic schemes, the only thing keeping Jinhoo from being swallowed whole is the perfect combination of of resilient courage and a hair-raisingly sharp intuition. An unimaginable figure as K Company coins surpassed the $2 billion mark, causing the market situation to sway to the point that someone screamed in panic, "If this keeps up, you will all go bankrupt." Secretary Bay shouted, "If this keeps up, you will all go bankrupt." Sang Yeop responded only with silence. A burst of rage, he barked. "I am upset because an intelligent person like you is acting like this." "Sit down," he thought to himself. "They will never understand what kind of existence Kang Jin-hoo is." A clean and decisive departure, leaving no lingering ties as Sang Yeop spoke coldly. "I have work to do, so I will head out first. I will pay for my share." A stack of money was left on the table along with an indisputable declaration. He finished with the line, "Keep the change for laundry." An exit that could not be more blunt, turning the person staying behind into a bewildered loser who could only growl. "Hey!" That back continued to walk away decisively, ignoring the angry shouts echoing behind. "Park Sang-yeop, come back here. Sit down." Even as Minchik beside him called out helplessly in panic. "Hey, are you crazy? Go back and apologize right now." When Park Sang-yeop coldly questioned the man opposite him with a skeptical question, "Did you call me out here knowing it would turn out like this?" The friend could only try to soothe the situation in confusion. "No, I did not know." "Why are you so tense with a friend? I just told you," he barked. "Beat it, you bastard." A cold splash of water straight to the face left Minchik completely frozen, only able to utter a bewildered and shocked, "Huh." The rift had pushed the relationship to an irredeemable end. When a heartless declaration was uttered, "Your kind is not my friend. Don't ever contact me again." Rage and helplessness reached their peak, causing Chae Minchik to lose his cool and curse in frustration. "Damn it. This was a good opportunity for you too, you bastard." "Hey, Park Sang-yeop, you're making a huge mistake." Leaving behind all the curses, clinging, or angry warnings, he only responded with a haughty and indifferent wave. Jin-hoo could not help but wonder, "It sounds like a lucrative offer. Why did you refuse?" Sang-yeop immediately dismissed it, believing a politician's word is just stupid. "Why slaughter the goose that lays the golden eggs?" he said. "Oh, does it look like a goose that lays golden eggs?" Director Park dropped a comment that was both humorous and sarcastic. "No, probably more like an ostrich." A risky move left the members in the meeting room wondering. Even so, this move is too obvious, right? However, the leader's calculations are always one step ahead. Perhaps they did not care about being exposed. Simultaneously, this was also a warning that they could no longer freely approach our employees, even facing a disadvantageous situation when the opponent has leverage. The two remained calm to analyze the situation. "We have to assume they have all the basic information." Taekyu replied. "For a president, he is acting like a thug." Ellie appeared very concerned. "It has been quiet for a while. I do not know why they are starting to act again." Right after someone else quickly speculated on the core cause of the incident, "It is probably because of the Seo-sung SB takeover deal that we angered them." In a deadlock, Hyunju judged that continuing to clash like this was not a good idea. Throwing in the towel might be a way out. Jinhoo asked back, "How?" She proposed shifting the supply of interior materials and airbags for Karos vehicles to Paes. "Will they accept that easily?" Taekyu asked back suggestively. "What kind of person do you think he is?" He then exposed the cold-blooded nature with the statement, "The kind of person who could forgive his parents' killer as long as there is a profit." He closed his eyes slightly, forced to admit the sharpness in the other's analysis. "That makes sense." The scene of the press conference took place in an extremely tense and suffocating atmosphere under the media's flashes. Standing before a crowd of reporters, the figure at the podium began to deliver an official statement regarding the government investigation and allegations. In the quiet meeting room, the dialogue between the two men took place with a very serious and somewhat pressured atmosphere. Ellie could not hold back her tears of frustration and pain, but she firmly expressed her opposition to the current decision. "Given what we have had to endure, I am still not interested in that option." He did not flinch but took the initiative to make a bold challenge. "Try hitting PAS one more time." The group's building loomed under a deep red sunset sky, reflecting part of the suffocation of the recent meeting. Stepping out of that place, a new character finally released their hesitation and spoke up. "I could not ask earlier because the air was too tense." Taekyu could not hide his curiosity about this risky strategy. But in the end, what is the purpose of targeting PAS again? Chairman Park Sa-young does not own a single share in his own name. Jinhoo asserted decisively about the next plan of action. "My point is we have to stick close and analyze the cash flow, acquisitions and transaction processes more thoroughly. After all, the best defense is a good offense. Even if we do not find anything, at least it puts pressure on them." The phone in his hand suddenly vibrated, interrupting his thoughts just as he was affirming his firm position. "Now that we have connections in Washington, they won't be able to pull those tricks like last time." The phone screen displayed a landmark notification. "The government has decided to promote hydrogen vehicles. The president will soon announce a support plan for hydrogen cars." Jinhoo said, "I just got a message from Senior Jin-young's private number." "Oh," Taegyu exclaimed. Being close to Seo-sung Group is really convenient, but then wondered, "But hydrogen cars, what does that mean?" He explained briefly, "It means they are going to publicly support Yunsung Motors." Jinhoo put his hand to his chin and thought quickly, seeing through the opponent's strategic move to turn the tide. It seems they want to use hydrogen cars to reverse the failed Seo-sung SB deal and the stalled EV R&D. Since Yonsung has the technology and mass production systems, this is a move worth trying. Faced with his friend's naive and repetitive question, hydrogen cars, so they are putting their energy into hydrogen, right, because it is a hydrogen car. He was speechless at how stuck the other was on basic knowledge. Jin-Hoo began to explain the nature in detail. Usually, when we talk about hydrogen cars, we are talking about FCEVs, fuel cell electric vehicles. To summarize, the mechanism works like this. Facing the mechanism comparison chart, he could not help but be confused when realizing both types of vehicles share the same essence. They both run on electricity. Hydrogen cars are more complex, so are there any advantages? He pointed out the superior operational advantages of the new line. It only takes 5 minutes to refuel, the car is lighter, and it can travel longer distances on a single charge. Tagyu immediately exclaimed in appreciation. Then are not hydrogen cars better, he replied. But hydrogen cars are much more expensive. Hearing that, he changed his view. Then is not an EV better? However, he gave a promising affirmation. But once they have perfected the R&D and mass production processes, the cost will definitely be much cheaper. Tagyu wondered, then are not hydrogen cars better? But immediately had to give a thumbs down at the harsh reality. But hydrogen refueling infrastructure is almost non-existent. There are fewer than 15 locations nationwide. He then remarked, then is not an EV better, he explained. But this time, it seems the government will invest heavily in that infrastructure. He continued to ponder, then is not a hydrogen car better, Jin-Hoo said. But at the current moment EVs are still the mainstream trend. Taekyu expressed dissatisfaction. What kind of explanation is that? He laughed and said, sorry, your reaction was just too funny. He concluded with 2 words. In summary, Jin-Hoo analyzed, up until now, hydrogen-powered cars have always faced the chicken and egg problem, which comes first. One side is stuck because if there are no cars, no one builds stations, and if there are no charging stations, no one wants to build cars. To break this cycle, the solution seems to be a partnership between the government and Yonsung Motors. He judged strategically if the issues of price competitiveness and infrastructure are solved, and if hydrogen technology outpaces battery development, then the situation could completely reverse. He suddenly froze at a tough question from him. In your opinion, which is easier for the government to tax, hydrogen cars or electric cars? He could only stare blankly. That is tax. Yonsung Motors Vice Chairman Han Chae-young confidently provided the answer to the earlier riddle. The answer is hydrogen cars. After the surprising answer, the entire meeting room suddenly fell into a stunned silence. A member of the meeting room hastily spoke up to clarify. Vice Chairman, excuse me for interrupting, but could you tell us the basis for this judgment? He did not hesitate to express his confusion at the sudden decision. To be honest, I am quite confused. Another member of the leadership raised his hand. Don't we have a precedent with the hydrogen model released before? He emphasized the old failure. The price was 5 times higher than an internal combustion engine car in the same segment. Because the price competitiveness issue could not be solved, I understand that project was temporarily suspended. The members continued to argue against it and urgently requested, EV technology is very well developed now, please reconsider. They bluntly pointed out the biggest weakness of hydrogen cars at this time. The core problem now is the severe lack of charging infrastructure. Vice Chairman Han Chae-young calmly acknowledged the opposition from his subordinates and offered a logical argument. Currently, we only have one hydrogen model capable of mass production. He also frankly admitted the fatal weakness they just pointed out, and it is true that infrastructure is extremely lacking. That is exactly why it will be identified by the current government as a future growth engine and receive strong support. The members in the meeting room were startled. The vice chairman continued to clarify the infrastructure problem. Government-level support means increased subsidies for hydrogen cars and subsidies for the private sector to install hydrogen stations under direct state leadership. A tense clenching of hands. In Seoul, the cost of installing one hydrogen station is about 5 billion won. If we consider the scale needed to call it infrastructure, this cost is enormous. Even considering the relationship between the government and Yonsung Motors, this is still an extremely bold decision. Which means, the massive government support for hydrogen cars will be focused almost entirely on Yonsung Motors. The vice chairman added suggestively, by the way, Seosung Electronics has surely caught wind of this information as well. On the calculated commercial chessboard, there is a high probability that OTK company has also been informed, but that is no longer important, because now, they have fallen into a position where they cannot let go of the EV industry, a field that will see government support reduced in the future. Electric vehicles, after all, are just a transitional product created on the path to the next generation of automobiles. The vice chairman confidently declared, now that the infrastructure issue is solved, we only have one last step to complete our mission. Han Chae-young asserted decisively, achieve price competitiveness through R&D. Once the cost is on par with EV batteries, the rest will fall to economies of scale. He loudly proclaimed, I will bet the future of Yonsung Motors on this project. Hydrogen cars are the ultimate eco-friendly vehicle. The future belongs to hydrogen cars. Taekyu softly left a question hanging. In that case, the scene erupted with a violent surge of energy, blazing like a fire ready to incinerate everything around it. Wanting to verify Jinhoo's ability, he asked, "What did you see?" He wore a calm expression full of the charisma of someone who already has the win in his hands. A breakthrough milestone in the world of science and technology as it was announced. Professor Kim Ho-min wins the Nobel Prize in Chemistry for new generation battery technology. The future of electric vehicles. Just a few days later, the market landscape completely shifted. President Park Shi-hyung's backing of Yoon-sung Motors was officially confirmed. The scene shifted to the OTK company headquarters, opening an important meeting of negotiation or confrontation. A somewhat formal greeting. "Good afternoon, sir. I heard you wanted to meet me." Jinhoo addressed the issue directly. Staff member Park Gwang-hyun, you graduated from the chemistry department at Korea University. Right. Do you know Professor Kim Ho-min? The staff member quickly replied. Yes, that is right. Park Gwang-hyun provided important information about the mysterious professor. Professor Kim Ho-min. Yes, I know him. He asked, "What kind of person is he?" The staff member said, "He only teaches one subject each semester. He is mostly in the lab." Anything else special? The staff member skillfully provided more information. His nickname is the eccentric professor, but he is both dedicated and extremely talented. It seems he is quite close to the Dean of Business Administration, which happens to be your major. With the valuable information just gathered, he smiled confidently. "Oh, he is close to the dean there. Then it will be easy."
Good, thank you.
The staff member asked to leave. "I will be going now." Sang Yeop immediately asked, "What is going on?" Jinhoo replied, "We are investing in batteries along with Seosung SB." He shared, "I heard Professor Kim Ho-min is a leading expert in the field, so I want to ask him a few things." Sang Yeop wondered about the documents in his hand. Is all of this in English? Sang Yeop was intently reading the documents and muttering specialized technical parameters. Aluminum substrate for the cathode, active cathode material, structure consisting of cathode, anode and separator. NCM-based battery. Director Park exclaimed, "What on earth is this?" and followed up with, "If you have researched the technical documents this deeply, you're surely not just asking out of curiosity." Jinhoo considered, "Maybe we will invite him to work for us, but we are a bit short on ready cash." He immediately got a response from Sang Yeop. "You are short on cash. Are you planning to set up your own research institute or something?" He stood there casually affirming, "It does not hurt to prepare in advance." The other soothed him with a humble attitude. "Ha, I was just joking. Maybe I am still green." The conversation became ironic and interesting as the two placed bets on distant scenarios. Who knows, maybe Professor Kim Ho-min will succeed in R&D and even win a Nobel. The humorous response followed, "Then you will probably win a Nobel in economics even faster." About the Bantcoin we invested in, it is about to hit $3,000 BNT. The shock at the rapid growth was clear. It was just $2,000 a few days ago, Sang Yeop said. It is up over 30%. Shock at the staggering escalation of wealth. I thought the price back then was irrational enough. Now it is doubled. Jinhoo's determined outburst. Sell all Bantcoin immediately, followed by a bitter thought. If we had not sold the e-wallets back then, it would be 30 billion won by now. Just the coins held not counting the Bansum shares. The value exceeded 2.5 billion USD. The question, should we start taking profits, was not just a simple financial decision, but reflected the psychological battle of holding a massive fortune in a volatile market. The final decision was made with unusual calmness. Looking at it objectively, taking profit now is reasonable, but for some reason, I have a feeling we should not sell just yet. Instead of the intended profit-taking, the tactic changed to a patient defense. Just hold, do not buy more, just mine and observe. Sang Yeop said, "Got it." Jinhoo looked surprised. "Aren't you going to ask why?" He received a reliable affirmation from Sang Yeop. At this point, trusting intuition is the most correct. Bold visions of the future were set forth excitedly. Who knows, in a few years, Bantcoin might hit $20,000. Sang Yeop responded, "Haha, sounds a bit far-fetched." Jinhoo shared his thoughts. "In the automotive sector and other projects, we are spending a lot of money." The next explanation, "It is not that we do not have money, but I do not want to operate with tight cash flow." He asked thoughtfully, "I am wondering if there is any other source of funds." Taegyu's "Why would not there be?" broke the silence, turning the atmosphere tense and curious. Reactions and stares came from the other two in the room. He took the lead to shift the story. Lost Iris Fantasy M launches tomorrow. Right, with Taegyu's sole condition being a simultaneous release in Korea and Japan. The Lost Iris Fantasy mobile game project showed great ambition with an investment of up to 18 billion won. In total surprise, Jinhoo exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" as he witnessed impressive numbers from the Japanese market with 5.8 million users and revenue reaching 30 billion yen. The online community was full of praise, considering OTK a prime example of a successful otaku, and affirming that Lost Iris Fantasy was not just an investment, but the support of a true fan. With a record of 2.5 million users and 120 billion won in revenue in the Korean market, Taegyu laughed triumphantly. "See?" Jinhoo asked, recouping the entire development cost on the first day. "Did you expect this kind of success?" Taegyu only humbly replied, "That is the veteran Shigeru for you." Form is temporary, class is permanent. Faced with successive resounding successes, he could not help but ponder, is this guy just lucky with the times, or does he truly have the intuition of a genius? Tekyu declared emotionally, Old man Shigeru, it is time for me to repay all the kindness I owe. With the success of the project, Taikyu was moved. Old man Shigeru, at least, I have repaid a part. This profit helped him realize a great goal. Thanks to it, he had enough capital to invest in establishing the Battery Research Institute. The solemn scene of Korea University appeared, marking a new ambitious chapter in the journey of technological development. In the office of Professor Kim Myung-jun, dean of the business school, he suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, look who it is. Isn't it Kang Jin-hoo, CEO of OTK Company, and also my former student?" He greeted. "It has been a long time, Professor. I hope you have been well." The professor replied gently, "You kept it well hidden." He sincerely said, "I am sorry." "What are you sorry for?" That was a compliment. The professor could not hide his pride that the investor who swept the foreign exchange market during Brexit was his own former student. He shared excitedly, "Did you know, the whole university went crazy after your press conference." Kang Jin-hoo maintained his humble attitude. "I heard from Yuri. I still have a lot to learn. The people around me are the ones doing the actual work." The professor was full of pride, acknowledging his former student's ability. "I no longer have the standing to teach a CEO of a large corporation, but knowing how to use people is the foundation of management. You are doing very well. Exactly what I once taught. It is all thanks to you." The modesty of the teacher when he said, "Thanks to me for what? You did well on your own merit." Jin-hoo, "Oh, about what you asked. I have finished talking to them. You can go straight to the lab." He expressed his gratitude. "Thank you very much, Professor." Just as Jin-hoo was about to leave, the teacher suddenly called him back. Wait a second before you go." He replied, "Yes sir." He suggested, "Leave me your autograph." He was surprised and somewhat confused. "An autograph? I will put it next to Chase Southwell's autograph and display them together." A somewhat speechless reaction showed on Jin-hoo's face. The transition to this modern high-rise building helps expand the setting. An inquiry from the receptionist. "You have an appointment with Professor Kim Homan, right? Please give me your name." He replied firmly, "Kang Jin-hoo." The staff's surprised reaction, Then instructions. "Please take this card and go to room 705. The cracked open door suggested the opportunities or challenges waiting for Jin-hoo ahead. The moment he politely stepped into the room with the question, "Excuse me, is anyone here?" Silence filled the room as Jin-hoo entered the empty space, creating an air of mystery and curiosity. A close-up of thick files stacked on the shelves suggested the busyness and serious nature of the research in the room. The whiteboard filled with ideas, diagrams, and notes was a clear symbol of high-intensity intellectual work and dedication to research in room 705. Professor Kim Homan's direct question, "Do you understand what is written on that board?" He explained, Sorry, the door was open so I came in." The appearance of Professor Kim Homan, official professor, Department of Chemistry, Korea University, in a white lab coat with a simple but authoritative demeanor. Jin-hoo's confirming question, "You are Professor Kim Homan, right? I heard Professor Kim Myung-jun mention you. You are Kang Jin-hoo, the one everyone's talking about, right?" He was open, breaking the ice with the question, "Do you drink coffee?" A steaming cup of coffee was placed on the table. The professor continued to ask, "What do you think is being written on that board?" He answered naively, "I was a social sciences major." The professor shared, "Those are battery chemical formulas. Basic lithium-ion batteries are divided into two types." He followed up, "NCM and LFP, right," and received a compliment, "You know quite a bit." The concept of trade-offs in economics also applies here. If you increase this then that must decrease. A short but profound lesson on balance in engineering, as well as in life. The image of solving the trade-off problem through breakthrough thinking. If you do not want to lose either, the only way is to overcome it with technology. This is clear proof of erasing the limit between capacity and safety, where technology progresses in both. Jin-hoo summarized the whole issue with a decisive attitude. "I understand. I just need to understand the last line, right? The Seosung L6 battery explosion happened because they pushed capacity too high, trading off safety. That is why the phones released after that all slightly reduced battery capacity in exchange for higher safety." Kim Homan shared with Jin-hoo. Even so, most brands still choose NCM batteries, because they pointed out a truth. NCM's safety can be improved, but LFP's capacity almost cannot be raised further. Jin-hoo's humble inner monologue. Even with the explanation, he probably would not understand it all. He asked, "What do you think about the future of electric vehicles? Do you know the total car sales last year?" And he received the impressive figure of nearly 90 million units. He followed up, "So how many EVs were sold?" The professor replied, "About 750,000, including plug-in hybrids." A large cube made of hundreds of small gray squares, with only one glowing blue square standing out, still less than 1% of the total market. What if EVs take up 100%? A panorama of clean energy infrastructure with giant wind turbines against the blue sky. Electricity demand will skyrocket. Energy management will become a major issue, but a solution will eventually be found by building more power plants and developing alternative energy. Professor Homan analyzed currently, there are two really big problems. One is battery price, the other is battery efficiency. Even if the production process is improved to reduce the cost per unit, when production volume increases, the price of raw materials also increases. Right, just as when cars became popular and oil demand exploded, EV development also causes battery material demand to surge. In fact, lithium prices have been rising continuously. Especially the attitude when facing unsolved problems. The most serious problem with NCM batteries is cobalt. In ternary batteries, cobalt is an indispensable material. About half of global cobalt reserves are in Congo, but supply is extremely unstable due to civil war and security issues. Jinhoo's inner monologue affirmed his belief. Talking with him like this makes me more certain he is the right person. He understood what that look meant. Professor Kim Haman clarified the challenging research context, plus speculation demand. International prices have more than doubled. Previously, cobalt costs accounted for less than 8%. Now they have exceeded 20%. That is the context in which we are doing our research, and generally, all challenges eventually focus on three main issues: reducing cost, increasing battery capacity, increasing charging speed. Is there anything else you are curious about? He was sitting and listening, and replied that OTK company is planning to establish a battery research and development institute, and I wanted to ask if you would consider being the director. He was stunned and exclaimed, "Huh, you mean you want to hire me?" He added, "Not exactly hire, but more accurately, invite you." The professor scratched the back of his neck and answered thoughtfully, "If I join a research institute, I would have to give up my professorship. This is a very sudden proposal, a thorough thought process, considering the stability and prestige of a tenured professor at Korea University." Such a reaction was understandable, but his offer was different. Jinhoo affirmed, "We will treat you better. Not just you, professor, but your entire research team." This made Haman give a rational response. "I appreciate the invitation, but scientific research cannot yield results in a short time." He bluntly pointed out that domestic universities and businesses usually only wait for results for 1-2 years. If there are no results, they cut funding. At the same time, he expressed understanding. "The reason is clear to everyone. You can't pour infinite money into research when you do not know when it will end." But looking at it from another angle, Jinhoo's inner monologue, because he has seen the results, he can invest without limits. He continued with a promise, "I will create an environment for you to research freely for 10 years, or even 20 years. Professor Kim Haman was completely stunned. He stammered to confirm the promise, "You mean you can really continue to fund R&D long term? Furthermore, if you collaborate with me, I will make you incredibly wealthy." He blurted out subconsciously, "Money, as you know, I studied business administration." His frank admission, "I do not understand chemistry, nor am I familiar with battery principles, but I understand one thing very clearly. When technology succeeds, businesses and investors make a massive fortune. So what about the scientists and researchers who directly create those achievements? Don't they deserve to enjoy the fruits of their success? I will give you 30% of the research institute's shares. All patents and technology belong to the institute, and all profits generated from them will also belong to the institute." The professor was moved and exclaimed, I really did not expect to receive an offer like this from a Korea University junior." His technology, commercialization mindset continued to be emphasized. If Thomas Edison had not started a company, would he have been rich? What about Nikola Tesla, the person who actually created the inventions? Isn't it better to be Edison than Nikola? "Yes," Park sang-yeop. He said he wants time to think. Hearing that, he shouted, even after hearing such insane terms, "And hey, is not a 10-year research funding term a bit too long? I set such a long time frame because I know we won't actually need all of it," he said. "What if they intentionally drag out the research progress?" he was asked, to which he replied, "They won't. I could tell just by talking to him." Nearby students were gossiping, "Hey, I heard Kang Jinhoo is on campus. Our school, seriously, he will likely accept, so start looking for a building for the research institute," he ordered immediately. Sang-yeop replied, "Understood, I will get on it right away." Students began to buzz and look back in bewilderment as they caught a glimpse of his familiar figure passing by. Hey, was that Kang Jinhoo just now?" Immediately, the students peered around to see where he actually was. "Kang Jinhoo, where?" he gasped. "Whoa, you scared me." A hand reached out to steady him as someone asked, "Jinhoo, what are you saying? Are you okay?" "You gave me a heart attack, Yuri," he said. Before he could even recover from Yuri's prank, she quickly signaled for silence. "Senior, you can't go through here right now." Yuri spoke up, "Rumors that you are on campus are spreading everywhere. Students are skipping classes in droves, flocking to the business school just to see you in person." Jinhoo was surprised. Who started that rumor? It was Senior Hayami. On her phone screen, she showed a photo of the woman with him, decorated with a heart icon and a status update. "I heard our Jinhoo is busy, but he still stopped by the school to see the dean. Call me if you see this. Let us grab coffee later." Yuri's voice was full of exasperation. "Now the freshmen are even rumoring that you two used to date." Jinhoo looked at the screen, his expression souring. "She really never changes," he thought to himself. "Can I sue her for defamation?" As the two hid behind a wall, a group of students rushed past, gossiping loudly. "I heard Kang Jinhoo is over at the business wing, the CEO of OTK. That is crazy. Let us go see him. The crowd is gathering. Run." She turned to look at him and smiled. "Wow, you are really famous." Jinhoo smiled wryly. "They are just overly curious." Yuri looked at him expectantly. "You are going straight back to the office, right? Let me come with you." Jin-Hoo was surprised. Huh, you promised to give me a tour of the company, remember? He was dazed. But what about your classes? Without hesitation, Yuri crouched down in a position ready to flee and replied playfully, they have been over for ages. Let us make our escape before we get caught. Driver Kang, Jin-Hoo's luxury white car quickly sped away. The surrounding scenery revealed high-rise buildings under a clear sky. Yuri seemed to recall something and turned to Jin-Hoo. By the way, do you know how seniors Minyoung and Kyungil are doing? He said indifferently. No, I have changed my number a few times since I started working, so I do not know. Did something happen to them? She replied. Senior Kyungil joined the K-Tusa, and Senior Minyoung is doing his alternative service at a defense company. An image of the two friends appeared, lamenting, when will we ever be discharged? Minyoung, I'm not even feeling the end yet. Kyungil, oh, and Senior Siona graduated. She is working at GH Construction, Yuri added. Jin-Hoo asked softly, really? His face showed a hint of pensive thought. She joined Ko Junyoung's company. I guess they are still dating. To dispel the somewhat somber atmosphere, she took the initiative to change the subject. If everything goes as planned, I should be able to graduate early after finishing the first semester of next year. Jin-Hoo's tone was very calm. You must have managed your grades surprisingly well, Yuri declared confidently. Surprisingly, there is no student more hardworking than me. Remember to look out for me when I apply for a job later, CEO. But anyway, what brought you back to school today? Jin-Hoo revealed, it has been a long time since I visited the dean, and I wanted to recruit a professor from the chemistry department for the new battery research institute. Hearing his answer, she exclaimed in admiration, wow, you went to persuade them in person. Yuri leaned back in her seat and remarked gently, first taking over a car company, then building a battery factory, and now a research institute. Do not you think you are expanding a bit too fast? Jin-Hoo replied casually. What can I say? Sometimes I even wonder how things got this far. His eyes remained focused ahead while she sat beside him, talking incessantly. Besides, basic science research takes a long time to commercialize. It seems the government is deciding to focus its support on hydrogen cars. In reality, it was exactly as Yuri said. The only hydrogen model released domestically was the Potenhi from Yunsung Motors, while hydrogen stocks were skyrocketing. Meanwhile, EV stocks were stagnant. If this continues, companies heavily invested in EVs like his would be greatly affected. Thinking of that, although he kept a calm exterior, he admitted, I'm worried too. But I am playing the long game, Jin-Hoo said, and Yuri looked at him with an expression of deep trust. The space in the car suddenly fell silent. Her sudden quietness made Jin-Hoo feel uneasy, so he asked, why did you go silent all of a sudden? Is something wrong? Outside the window, buildings appeared under a bright blue sky filled with sunlight. Yuri replied softly, no, it is just that the light is a bit glaring. Soon they arrived at the company, a modern and imposing building featuring a prominent T logo at the top. Jin-Hoo led her to his office and Yuri could not help but exclaim in excitement, wow, you can see the whole street from up here. Looking at the room, she continued to marvel, Senior, your office is amazing. He turned to her and replied softly, isn't your father's office like this too? Yuri waved it off as she walked, oh, not exactly. Does Senior Taegyu work in the same office as you? The elevator opened, and Jin-Hoo stepped in. The CEO office is on the floor below. The design is exactly the same. She followed him in. So you are working down there now. Thinking of Taegyu, he thought to himself, he is probably lying around playing games right now. Let us go down. I will show you the rest of the place. The elevator stopped at the 19th floor. The doors opened, and Ki-hung bowed. Hello, director. Then looked to the side and froze. Oh, Shin Yuri, she cheered enthusiastically. Ah, hello Senior. Jin-Hoo explained awkwardly. Well, she said she wanted a tour, so. But before he could finish, Yuri cut in. Seeing Senior Ki-hung at work is really cool. He just gave a meaningful smile and replied, I see. Before stepping fully into the elevator, Ki-hung turned his head back to tease. Well, you two enjoy yourselves. Jin-Hoo thought to himself, what was that look for? Jin-Hoo rubbed his forehead and sighed helplessly. There are many employees here, it might disturb them. Let us see the rest of this floor and then head out. I will treat you to dinner. Yuri immediately agreed, deal. The two went down the escalator together as staff members bowed politely. Hello boss. Good morning, boss. Yuri walked beside him regretfully. Tisk, I really wanted to see the company cafeteria too. Jin-Hoo explained softly as they walked. If we went in there we would be so busy with greetings we would not have time to eat a single bite. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hey, Jin-Hoo, making him stop abruptly, while she almost crashed into his back. Oh, why did you stop? Ellie smiled naturally. Did you have fun at the school? Standing next to her was Taekyu, who was smickering. Jin-Hoo stammered, Ellie. Her sharp eyes immediately shifted to the girl walking beside him. And who is this with you? As they drew closer, he took the initiative to introduce her. She is a junior from my university. Hearing this, Ellie proactively greeted her. Nice to meet you. I'm Ellie Kim. Yuri also bowed very politely. Hello, I am Shin Yuri. In that moment, as their eyes met, Ellie narrowed her eyes to evaluate the girl in front of her. Shin Yuri. Conversely, Yuri also looked at the woman standing opposite her, Ellie Kim. Something clicked in both of their minds. They said in unison, are you the foreign girl who went to school with him during the holidays? Is this the junior girl who followed him all the way home? As soon as the words were out, the surrounding space suddenly went silent. Taekyu patted Jin-Hoo on the shoulder. My friend, I knew this day would come. Looking at his friend's nosy face, Jinhoo felt a wave of resentment. If you knew, you could have at least given me a heads up. At a Japanese-style restaurant. In the restroom, water was running strongly. Jinhoo had just finished washing his hands. He was a bit distracted, remembering Ki Heng's look earlier. Now, he felt no different from a guy playing two sides. Before he could regain his composure, Taegyu's voice suddenly came from behind. Just hurry up, make a decision, and confess already. What is the problem? Jinhoo explained weakly. No, it is just. I am not in a position to be dating right now. I am swamped with work. Immediately, Taegyu became like an ancient Greek philosopher, lecturing him sternly. Stop making excuses. Do you think people fall in love because they have too much free time? You have to follow your heart. If you keep hesitating because you do not want to hurt anyone, you will never get anywhere. He replied softly. You are right, but it is easier said than done. Looking at his friend's lecturing attitude, Jinhoo immediately countered. Wait, why am I taking relationship advice from someone who has been single since birth? What right do you have to talk about dating? Taegyu said confidently. Oh really? Do you have any idea how many dating sims I have played? As he spoke, a system text seemed to appear before him. Are you learning about love from video games? At this time, plates of incredibly attractive sashimi were laid out on the table. Yuri asked curiously. So you used to work in Hong Kong? Ellie replied. Yes, when Golden Gate opened its branch in Korea, I moved here. Hearing that, her eyes lit up with admiration. Wow, I am so jealous. Working in Hong Kong has been my lifelong dream. After all, it is the financial hub of Asia. Ellie turned to ask Yuri, have you ever been there? She happily replied, completely ignoring Taegyu and Jinhoo's presence. I have been there a few times with my parents. The atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious. Jinhoo asked, what are you two chatting about? Ellie replied, we are just catching up. Jinhoo pulled out a chair and sat down. Ah, he thought with relief, at least the atmosphere is not awkward. Yuri was excited. I have heard a lot about the branch manager Jessica. As the first woman to hold that position, she is truly extraordinary. Taegyu laughed and replied, my sister is indeed very successful. Unable to hide her admiration, she asked softly, how can I be like her? Jinhoo replied casually and bluntly, simple. Work 20 hours a day for 10 years straight. Yuri replied in disappointment, beside her. Ellie spoke up, the scary part is, he is not joking. After a while of chatting, the plates on the table were almost empty. Ellie took the initiative to speak, lunch is over, let us go grab a cup of coffee. Hearing that, Yuri replied very enthusiastically, oh, that would be great. Jinhoo replied apologetically, I am sorry, but an urgent matter just came up at the office. I have to go back right away. Yuri looked very disappointed. What, senior, you said you were free this afternoon. I do not know when our schedules will align like this again. In contrast, Ellie smoothed her hair and replied gently to Jinhoo, an emergency must be very important. It is a shame, but so be it. Let us get coffee another time. He gave a helpless smile, turned and walked away. Right, another time. Soon. As soon as he left the restaurant, Jinhoo immediately went to another location, a luxurious place with sparkling crystal chandeliers. Hello senior. A man sat alone at the bar, wearing a well-tailored suit. He turned slightly and said politely, thanks for coming, Junior. I called you because I felt lonely drinking alone, he explained. It was Jin Yong, the chairman of Seosung Group. Jinhoo got straight to the point. Senior, what is going on? Jin Yong's eyes grew pensive. My younger brother was just here. He was surprised. Chairman Im Seung-yong. Jinhoo could not help but ponder. He had a rough idea of what had happened, but it was still hard to imagine someone like him humbling himself to come and beg. The glass of wine remained still on the table. Jin Yong spoke. As an older brother, I accept that apology. I have to forgive my little brother's minor mistake. But as the chairman of Seosung Group, absolutely not. With that, his hand touched the wine glass. Both fell into silence. Jinhoo uttered a bitter exclamation. The chairman's chair is a lonely place. He sighed softly. I envy that you have someone to sit and drink comfortably with. An image of his best friend Taegyu appeared. Jinhoo smiled with relief. I feel the same way. It is very reassuring. Bottles of liquor were neatly arranged at the bar. Jin Yong began to shift to a more serious and sensitive topic. Ronald is having trouble controlling Washington politics. He is busy trying to keep his seat. It seems President Park Se-young is preparing to take action, regardless of the consequences. As if realizing something, his voice lowered. From the way you are talking, you are referring to me, are not you? His eyes remained stern. I heard you are investigating PAAs again, but just digging up the truth is not enough to take down a president. The link between Park Se-young and PAAs was exposed back during the primaries. Does the public really not know about his corruption? Or do they know but choose to turn a blind eye? President Park Se-young never forgets a grudge. Just look at what he did in the general election right after taking office. A brutal purge targeting opposition lawmakers who were no longer useful. Once you are on the wrong side of politics, even a chaebol conglomerate finds it hard to breathe. There is no benefit in confronting them. Jin Yong did not deny it. He turned and analyzed calmly. I see your intentions because I observe closely. But from the government's perspective, your attitude looks indecisive. They know you are not friendly because of everything that has happened. Because you only resist when provoked and never cross the line first. They are surely wondering if there is an opening to crush you. 9 times out of 10, I bet they will soon try to reel you in. So why not use that as a starting point for a reconciliation? As he finished speaking, an image appeared of him getting a face full of water. Jinhoo went silent at that advice. Seeing his hesitation, Jinyang offered, I will act as a bridge for you if needed. But in response, Jinhoo spoke frankly, I appreciate the sentiment, but I have no intention of doing that. Jinyang looked at him, his voice serious, you know this won't end well. Jinhoo did not flinch. On the contrary, he was incredibly calm. Fine, I did not intend for it to end quietly either. Hearing this, Jinyang replied, it will certainly affect our business. Just look at how the government is aggressively promoting hydrogen cars. At this, Jinhoo offered a sharp argument. Isn't it enough as long as we stay one step ahead? What if we completely solve the secondary battery issue for electric vehicles? His words left Jinyang stunned, his eyes wide in shock. Are you saying that is actually possible? Jinhoo's face was full of confidence. Soon, it will definitely succeed. So, let us just act as if that talk about reconciliation never happened. 3 days after confirming the outlook for electric vehicles, Professor Kim Haman visited in person. He requested reconfirmation regarding non-interference in the research direction and guaranteed treatment for the researchers. Jinhoo affirmed, I will ensure you and all the researchers receive the best treatment. The professor's voice was slightly hesitant. Money is one thing, but Then the professor's expression changed. I want to prove to these kids that they can achieve greater success than any businessman or investor just by giving their best effort. Jinhoo smiled trustingly. Yes, you will become a role model for all scientists, Professor. As the agreement was reached, the two stood up and shook hands. All right, then I am counting on you, CEO. He also replied politely, it is an honor to work with you, Research Director. And so, the foundation for accelerating the prophecy's realization was laid. At the Golden Gate building, Jinhoo's voice rang out, the necklace and earrings suit you very well. Hyunju replied softly, thanks for the gift. Should I give you something in return? Hearing that, he hurriedly followed up, I am fine. Your sentiment is enough. How is work? She leaned back in her chair, her voice gentle, the same as always, busy all the time. Jinhoo looked at Hyunju. I heard Golden Gate is doing extremely well lately. Golden Gate had begun expanding its operations seriously since entering the Korean market. The biggest difference compared to domestic brokerage firms was their foreign investment funds. Standing behind the breaking of the prejudice that foreign investment banks are inefficient was the branch manager, Oh Hyunju. Holding a cigarette, she asked in a low voice, how about your side? Jinhoo smiled. I have recruited a research director, and the lab is being set up according to plan. I think the dividends from OTK Games next quarter will be enough to cover the costs. She asked frankly, is there a reason you are in such a hurry? If everything goes according to plan, it is fine, but one small mistake and everything will collapse. At that warning, he remained firm. It is not that I am unaware of the risks. It is just that the future is coming faster than I thought. Self-driving and electric vehicles will change the world. It won't be long now. Hyunju asked slowly, ultimately what kind of future are you imagining? Jinhoo replied softly, actually I am not sure myself. He thought to himself, if not for the prophecy, I would not have started everything this way. Returning to the present, Jinhoo got straight to the point. But why did you call me here? Hyunju tapped her cigarette on the ashtray. There are rumors that the Financial Supervisory Service will conduct an investigation into the transactions between Golden Gate and OTK. They want to check for any special favors or illegal activities in the transaction process. His voice was somewhat serious. First intelligence, then prosecutors, taxes, and now the FSS. She put her hand to her chin, predicting the next storms. Who knows what is next? They might even launch another tax audit. Thanks to Ronald, they can't do anything too crazy, but there is no way to stop them if they hide under the guise of a legal investigation. Jinhoo looked at Hyunju. I have heard the warning and reconciliation offer regarding the president from Chairman Im Jin-young. She continued, that is a rational judgment. Thanks to his competent president image, scandals enough to impeach someone else are pushed aside. The public is in a mindset of ignoring most corruption. As soon as she finished, a thought occurred to him. Park Si-hyung equals the owner of PAS. Even exposing the connection with PAS is not enough for a fatal blow, there must be another way. In that moment, the space blazed like a bursting fire. From within it, a giant eagle appeared. As if a prophecy, Jinhoo could not help but gasp in his mind, that is. A line of text appeared in those flames. Hosung Savings Bank bankrupt. What are you thinking about? Hyunju's voice pulled him back to reality. Jinhoo spoke up. Do you know anything about Hosung Savings Bank? Hearing the answer, she replied. Is that what you just thought of? That is a savings bank run by Park Si-hyung's son-in-law's family. It is true that Hosung Savings Bank received many favors private investment project financing, savings banks. Its asset size grew from 10th to 2nd in the industry because it grew exponentially during Park Si-hyung's time as governor. Hyunju continued. This issue has already gone through a few audits, so reviving it probably won't help. Corruption is not even prominent under this administration. Jinhoo crossed his arms in deep thought. I am not interested in special favors. I need to find out the cause of the bankruptcy. At this, he spoke up. Can you get me some data on it? Let me see if there is anything else. She did not hesitate to reply. All right, I will email it to you. Back at the company, Taekyu's voice rang out in surprise. Hosung Savings Bank bankrupt. For what reason? Jinhoo replied. I'm going to start looking into that now. He pushed up his glasses and spoke in a dangerous tone. I already smell trouble. Tier 1 banks and Tier 2 savings banks are different, right? Banking Act, Comprehensive Financial Services, Savings Bank Act, activating the local economy and finance for the common people. Jinhu replied, roughly speaking, the difference is the level of creditworthiness. Taekyu replied, I do not need to know that, right? He also explained, they even changed their name from mutual credit unions to savings banks. Sitting cross-legged on a chair, he asked Jinhu blankly, wait, why change it? He also spoke calmly, to look like a real bank. Hearing the answer, Taekyu pressed, I mean, why? He replied, issues related to public trust and a few other things. As he finished, someone knocked on the door. Director, it is Seo Sangwon. Jinhu continued, ask the expert about the rest. The man spoke, in summary, their capital is very solid. No issues with the biz ratio or reserve requirements. This was MAA team leader, Seo Sangwon. The team leader continued the presentation. One strange thing is that their deposit interest rate is 0.3% higher than other savings banks. Jinhu added, assuming the average rate is 3%, that is like paying 10% extra. Taekyu spoke up, I do not need to know that, right? Sangwon held out a screen as evidence. Analysis shows no issues with stability, but there are suspicious parts. Over 100 special-purpose companies were established, followed by large-scale loans. Some of these groups are suspected to be ghost companies, and the purpose of the loans is unclear. Taekyu, holding his phone, could not help but break into a cold sweat. The team leader remarked, we suspect bad debts, but interest is still being paid regularly. Beside him, Jinhu countered, no matter how good the interest collection is, it is useless if the principal cannot be recovered. Sangwon's face looked serious. One more thing is concerning. Since last month, they have consecutively issued 280 billion won in 3-year subordinated bonds. High-risk bonds with the lowest claim rights in bankruptcy, but higher interest rates. And they are selling these to retail customers at every branch. The manager finished. Jinhu almost shouted, most people do not even know what subordinated debt is. Beside him, Taekyu repeated his usual line, I do not need to know that, right? Sangwon pondered for a moment. It seems they are luring customers by telling them the interest rate is twice as high as regular deposits. Jinhu also fell into thought. If their financial situation is stable, why would they need to issue subordinated bonds? If they wanted to raise money from customers, selling deposit products would be more profitable. Sangwon followed up, it looks like window dressing. They are intentionally inflating their financials and operational performance. Jinhu asked, how large is the insolvency? The manager hesitated, at least several hundred billion won. This is just an estimate, but it could exceed 2 trillion won. If that is the case, bankruptcy is inevitable, Sangwon warned gravely. After listening for a while, as if having a realization, Taekyu spoke up. All right, I get it now. The halo effect from a savings bank owned by the current president's son-in-law. They pay 0.3% higher interest. BIS ratio over the reserve requirement on capital. Covering up the figures by making it look like they are lying. Massive loans, probably the culprits. Special purpose companies that look like ghost companies, over 100 locations. 3-year subordinated bonds worth 280 billion won. The bank borrows from customers and does not have to pay them back for 3 years. If they fail, they do not pay anything. The last one on the list, the one who pays more interest, the number of victims increases. An estimated 2 trillion won of bankruptcy. If they do not solve any internal problems within 3 years, they are dead. Taekyu almost shouted, that is exactly it, is not it. This is what we need to know. He repeated the question, is what I understood correct? Jinhu sat beside him, surprised. Oh. Manager Sangwon explained, that is a reasonable assumption but not yet certain. It is very hard to verify without internal data on finances and loans. Taekyu stood up aggressively, so what? You said they are still happily selling subordinated bonds. That means they are bleeding the poor dry. In contrast, Jinhu explained calmly, that is why we have to expose it. He hurriedly asked how. Recalling the conversation with Hyunju, she said, perhaps it would be a good idea for us to proactively offer a reconciliation. Jinhu was surprised, she continued. We can give PAES the contracts for interior materials and airbags for the Keros line. And recalling the conversation with Chairman Im Jinyong, who said, they will soon look for a way to pull us in, so use that as a starting point. Then Jinhu made a decision. I'm going to go reconcile. At Hosung Bank, a man's voice rang out. Ha Eunji, your sales performance is the worst. What the hell are you doing at the counter? The girl lowered her head and said softly, I am still introducing it, but everyone says they do not know much about bonds and are not interested. The man criticized her repeatedly. Don't bother with useless explanations about bonds or subordinated debt. Just promote it as a great product with a high interest rate. His voice was still full of annoyance. It is hard to find any product with 5.6% interest these days. The girl frowned and thought to herself, that is because it is a subordinated bond, not a deposit. Finally, the man agreed to leave. You know, they are accepting voluntary retirees these days. Right, get it together. Lunch break is over, so get back to work. The number 31 appeared on the screen, and a voice rang out, customer number 31. A middle-aged woman spoke. Oh, are Yoonji, how have you been lately? The girl spoke up. Your savings have matured this time, madam. The woman exclaimed, oh my, has it been that long? I brought all the money from me and my husband. Let us see how much it adds up to. After checking, Yoonji said, the total for both you and your husband is 86,436,351. You see, it was the right choice to listen to me and save. The woman replied, indeed. It looks like I will make 100 million before I die. I want to put this back into a new savings account and open a separate installment savings account. Suddenly the girl's voice dropped. Ah, installment savings. Hesitating for a moment, Yoonji spoke up. There is a new product out with an excellent interest rate. It is called a subordinated bond. Before she could finish, the woman interrupted her. I do not know about those things. Just put it in a normal savings account. I told you. The woman suddenly lowered her head and recounted. During the IMF crisis, my husband lost all his money playing the stock market and even ended up deep in debt, so I do not pay attention to those things anymore. Just depositing and saving regularly is best. The girl trembled, her hands gripping each other. This product is almost the same, madam. And the interest rate is extremely high. The woman was surprised. What is the interest rate? Yoonji thought to herself, they surely won't go bankrupt within 3 years, right? After a moment of hesitation and worry, the girl spoke decisively. If you put all of this in, you will receive 1 million won in interest every 3 months. What do you think? Not just at Yoonji's counter, but all the other counters were introducing it to their customers. I am recommending this product because it is truly great. Is the interest rate really up to 5.6%? Just sign here and mark here. Oh, you have made a very good choice, madam. Inside a VIP room, a voice spoke in surprise. I was truly shocked when I saw the details of your request. Ki-jin was incredibly excited. He said, you said you want to deposit 200 billion won in our bank, is that right? This was Min Ki-jin, CEO of Hosung Savings Bank and son-in-law of President Park Si-hyung. Jin-hoo's voice rang out. Yes, for now. I think it might be hard to manage if we deposit too much at once. He thought to himself, it turns out even the legendary Kang Jin-hoo is nothing special. He cheerfully suggested, I need to reconsider how much more to invest. So, can I get some internal data on your financial situation and loans? Fearing he might be suspicious, Jin-hoo explained, you can probably guess the reason I chose Hosung Savings Bank. I hope that through this opportunity, we can build a good relationship. Hearing that, Ki-jin was smug. I see. He is so afraid of the financial supervisory service hunting him down that he had to crawl here to apologize. But since he does not have the face to meet his father-in-law, he came to me instead. He happily agreed. Yes. I will definitely pass your words along to my father-in-law. But in his heart he thought, I am short on cash, so 200 billion won is a fair price for me playing the matchmaker. Meanwhile, at the Blue House, I understand. I will keep that in mind. Thank you for letting me know, son-in-law Min. The voice of President Park Si-hyung rang out. The phone screen showed the call from his son-in-law Min Ki-jin had just ended. He let out a sigh. Phew. The president leaned back in his chair, eyes closed. I did not expect him to come to us himself and say he wants to give us money. I thought he would resist until the end. I did not expect him to surrender so soon. Thinking back, it was a natural outcome. Fighting each other only leads to bloodshed. At this thought, Park Si-hyung's face looked a bit smug. He has finally seen the light. It feels like a wisdom tooth that has been causing pain for so long has finally been pulled out. The president chuckled softly, putting his hand to his mouth. I have no intention of forgiving him for challenging me, but since he brought a whole suitcase full of money, I should grant him a little pity. First, I will put a stop to the FSS investigation. Back at the company, manager Sang-won's voice rang out. Even if humans lie, numbers do not. His face was somewhat serious, just as you predicted, Vice President. The most troublesome part is the SPC's special purpose companies set up temporarily for a specific project or asset to be dissolved after achieving their purpose. Paper figures appeared as Sang-won continued. The total amount of loans here is 5 trillion won. Among the corporate CEOs, many share the surname Min. Tak-yu spoke up excitedly. That means the Min family is manipulating this whole drama. Jin-hoo replied, exactly. What did they do with that loan money? The manager replied casually. It seems they invested in overseas development projects. But upon closer inspection, most of the investments were either cancelled or failed halfway through. The table was covered in documents as the voices of the three rang out. What about debt recovery? If they do not do that, the BIS ratio will have problems. They keep extending the maturity dates. It seems they have cooked the books to match the numbers. Sang-won continued to explain. They must have been window dressing their financials for a long time. They did not even use sophisticated financial techniques. It is at a level that anyone in the industry can see at a glance. Tak-yu rested his chin on his hand and wondered, what the hell is the FSS doing instead of catching things like this? Are they that busy chasing us? The manager added, and the scale of bad debts is far from our expectations. Jin-hoo looked at the documents and spoke up. Didn't you say it was 2 trillion? I even thought that figure was too large for a savings bank. But Sang-won provided something even more unbelievable. On the contrary, there is a possibility it exceeds 3 trillion won. The two were so surprised they shouted, 3 trillion. A single savings bank can make 3 trillion won evaporate. That is the result I determined through the data. So it has not been officially confirmed yet, he explained. Jin-hoo looked at the paper in his hand and replied, that is enough. I am certain. Tak-yu excitedly held out his phone to show them, and yet they released an article as if they have achieved something great. Look at this. Articles appeared on the screen. OTK considers depositing 200 billion in Hosung Savings Bank. Deposit could exceed 200 billion depending on evaluation results. Hosung Savings Bank, a partner on the journey. Will they become OTK's partner? Business alliance between OTK and Hosung. Will Hosung rise to number 1 in the industry? And below, comments poured in. OTK is playing with a savings bank now. Reconciliation because of the president. What is with this atmosphere? What is Hosung's savings bank? I have never heard of it. That is the bank belonging to the president's in-laws. It is famous in my neighborhood, number 2 in the savings industry. Kang Jinhoo went from selling to chaebols to the government now. So disappointing. I thought round 2 between the president and the otaku would be intense. But we should probably hear the story from Kang Jinhoo's side. Responding to those, he answered casually, a deposit of hundreds of billions. There is no truth to that. It is true. We requested data for a positive review, but the result of the review is that we suspect accounting fraud and large-scale bad debts. As Jinhoo finished, a flurry of reporters was surprised. What is with the sudden change? Standing in the middle of a circle of reporters, he continued to explain calmly, although the exact scale of bad debts is unclear, we predict it is very serious. Additionally, OTK Group has decided to indefinitely postpone any transactions with Hosung Savings Bank. Faced with Jinhoo's forceful announcement, everyone crowded in to ask, what kind of check did you perform? If that is true, are not the depositors in danger? Hearing those questions, he gave a piece of advice. If you have deposited more than 50 million won in Hosung Savings Bank, I suggest you withdraw the excess amount as soon as possible. According to the Depositor Protection Act, only a maximum of 50 million won per person is protected. Any amount exceeding that will be lost. Jinhoo's voice echoed from the phones of 2 young men. They cried out in surprise. What? In this country, people judge him in 2 ways, the investor of the century or a financial speculator. Then suddenly, a young man ran in through the door and cried out in panic. Dad, which bank did you say it was? An important fact was that anonymous comments started pouring in all over the article. When it comes to financial investment knowledge, no one doubted his words. Meanwhile, at Hosung Bank, everything seemed out of control. Now, in order, please. Only 5 people at a time. Hey, wait. The footsteps became more urgent. Customers. The scene grew increasingly chaotic. The staff there could not control the citizens who were simultaneously rushing in to demand their money back. I want to cancel my savings account. The girl's voice began to tremble. Please calm down and take a number first. In front of her, they crowded and said, give me my cash now. Process my transaction first. Outside the manager's door, angry citizens were shouting, you bastards, give me my money. My money. There must be someone high up in this room. And inside manager Min was trembling. Kang Jinhoo. His face was full of hatred. I was going to welcome him properly, yet he dares to stab me in the back like this. I have given my father-in-law a reason to step in personally, so I hope he is prepared to be crushed. 1 hour after opening, a suspension of operations was announced for all branches of Hosung Savings Bank. Citing the severity of the situation, an emergency cabinet meeting chaired by President Park Si-hyung was immediately called to respond to the financial market instability due to false, groundless information. A healthy savings bank has been forced to close. In the meeting room, flashes went off as the president spoke. This is a serious criminal act that cannot be ignored, and the damage will be borne entirely by the citizens. Regarding acts that harm financial stability and disrupt the financial market by spreading rumors, we will mobilize public power to respond decisively and hold them fully legally responsible. At this, President Park Si-hyung's expression was extremely firm, his hands clenched tight. The ruling party of Korea entered the current situation as if they had been waiting. Outside the bank, the chairman of the ruling party, Choi Myung-won, spoke forcefully. Kang Jinhoo has failed to provide any evidence while intentionally causing a bank run by inciting public anxiety. This is a typical act of a speculator trying to profit by disrupting the financial market. We must arrest Kang Jinhoo immediately, seize his illicit profits, and punish him. Mr. Park Chol-soo, a citizen, spoke up. He is a deep-seated scammer. The people who believe him are not thinking logically either. The president and politicians all say it is fine, so we should trust the people working for the country. I do not understand what everyone is doing. Ms. Kim Sunrai, another citizen, also said, that was a lifetime of savings for me and my husband. All because of that Kang Jinhoo. Min Ki-jin, CEO of Hosung Savings Bank, explained, Hosung Savings Bank has no problems. Our employees and management are making every effort to restore operations, so please be patient and wait a little longer. We are truly sorry for causing our customers anxiety. Furthermore, considering the protection of customer assets and the severity of the situation, Hosung Savings Bank has filed a complaint against OTK CEO Kang Jinhoo for the crime of obstructing business by spreading false information. Meanwhile, at the parking lot, Jinhoo's mother's worried voice rang out. Why would you say such things and cause such a mess? Jinhoo, who do you take after? You won't actually be arrested, will you? Jinhoo calmly reassured his mother. Of course not. I'm just being taken in for questioning. His mother's voice echoed from the phone. If you get arrested this time, I am going to faint. He smiled. I know. Don't worry. Inside the car, Taegyu sat beside him and asked, but do you really not need a lawyer? You should assemble a top-tier legal team, like those big corporation chairmen. He turned and answered softly. No need to do that. The two looked out the window. Taekyu pointed, I do not blame those people, but too many have gathered. I am worried the prosecution might be influenced. The scene outside was incredibly noisy, with citizens holding signs and protesting. They shouted in unison, punish the speculator Kang Jinhoo, arrest the financial fraudster Kang Jinhoo. Seeing this, Taekyu asked him worriedly, you are being treated as a total villain. Will it be okay? He replied hesitantly, I won't get hit, right? With that, he stepped out of the car. He completely understood the victim's feelings of anger toward him. If a statement from a celebrity from an unknown source caused his main bank to close, he would feel exactly the same way. The crowd saw him and shouted, he is here, Kang Jinhoo is coming. This situation had been created like this. If he let it erupt over time, it was an avoidable situation. He thought to himself, but he had no regrets. He told himself that if the matter were exposed even one day sooner, he would honestly participate in the prosecution's investigation. He thought that action could reduce the number of victims by even one person while the crowd was protesting to arrest the financial speculator Kang Jinhoo. A reporter asked loudly, don't you feel any pity for the victims, and please say at least one word of apology. He replied casually, why should I apologize, while everyone was completely stunned by his answer. He further explained, it was the fault of the Hosung Savings Bank management who hid the insolvency through accounting fraud, and the supervisory agencies that did not monitor them properly. They are the ones who should apologize. The door plate for interrogation room 424 was solemnly mounted right next to the entrance. The prosecutor asked sternly, you are Kang Jinhoo, right? And invited him to sit down. He thought to himself that since he had already been here once last year, it felt uncomfortable, more annoying than anything else. The middle-aged man shouted angrily, don't cross your legs. How can a young person be so rude in front of a prosecutor? He calmly asked back, is there a law that says I can't cross my legs in front of a prosecutor? While the other man was completely shocked at a citizen's stance on the presumption of innocence, while cooperating with an investigation. The prosecutor then stopped the investigator and told him to sit down so he could handle it himself, as he thought asking for more than their role was a bit much. The person opposite him said gently, Mr. Kang Jinhoo, you can answer in a more comfortable position, and went straight to the point. Why did you make a statement about those bad debts? He explained, because when I analyzed the data to make a deposit, I suspected they were hiding large-scale bad debts through accounting fraud. The prosecutor followed up, do you have any clear evidence, since more money was going out than coming in, and if there was no problem with the numbers, one could only suspect manipulation. The fluorescent lights on the ceiling illuminated the room, as the other party pressed again that it was only a suspicion, while he affirmed it was a reasonable suspicion. The prosecutor spoke while taking notes, I understand, and asked, did you know that your statement could cause a bank run? He thought in silence. It was a cliché question based on a premise of denial, and usually it would be better to say he did not know. The other party was completely shocked and gasped when he heard him answer casually that he did know about it. The prosecutor pressed further, does that mean you admit to saying those things despite knowing the consequences? He thought to himself that if there is nothing to run from, there is no need to dodge. He continued to explain that the bank was going to go bankrupt anyway, and they would not be able to repay all the deposits to the people. Even now, with the danger close at hand, they were busy selling subordinated bonds to their own customers to salvage what they could and cover up their wrongdoings. To him, letting everything break now was the only way to prevent the damage from spreading further and to protect others. Hearing this, the prosecutor's face changed, and he warned sternly, if this is false information, you will certainly be punished very severely. His composure remained unshaken as he replied calmly that if he spread false information that forced a reputable savings bank to temporarily suspend operations, then being punished was only natural, and he had prepared himself for that. He paused for a beat and then looked straight into the eyes of the two people opposite him, asking a counter-question that immediately silenced the room. However, what happens if I am right? Those who heartlessly took the people's money for bad loans, along with those who had a hand in faking the account books to hide those massive deficits, will they pay the price before the law? He thought about those who knew about the wrongdoings yet turned a blind eye, those who took bribes in the background. Not one of them could escape responsibility. Of course, including President Park Si-hyung. The middle-aged man in the black suit lowered his head slightly in thought. Jin-Hoo stood motionless with a very calm and serious face. The man stepped toward the door of the interrogation room and announced that he would get back in touch if further investigation was deemed necessary. The person inside the room heard this and replied, yes, thank you for your hard work. Jin-Hoo had just stepped out into the hallway when a man in a green shirt ran after him and shouted, excuse me, Mr. Kang Jinhoo. He turned and asked, is there still something that needs investigating? The other man looked completely flustered and replied, no, it is not like that. The man in the green shirt broke into a cold sweat, trembling as he explained that he had recently sold his house and deposited the entire amount into Hosung Savings Bank, a total of 170 million won. He anxiously asked how much money he could get back if things turned for the worse. Jin-Hoo could only utter an ah, realizing that the reason the man had been staring at him throughout the interrogation was that he was also a victim. Jin-Hoo let out a sigh and said, as you know, even in the worst-case scenario you can recover 50 million won through deposit insurance, but it is hard to say about the remaining 120 million won. He continued in a low voice, no matter how optimistic you are, you should be prepared to lose about half of that money. The man was stunned. Jinhu told himself that although he knew what he was doing was for the common good and he would be vindicated, his heart still felt incredibly heavy. The man fell to his knees on the hallway floor in agony, crying, "No way. Do you have any idea what that money meant to me?" Jinhu watched the scene and then silently turned to walk away, telling himself that as the person who dragged this issue into the light, he could only pray he was wrong, otherwise he would be unable to escape the pangs of moral responsibility. The Chochin Daily reported that Kang Jinhu was a suspect in obstructing business with false information. When a reporter asked if he intended to apologize to the victims, he shot back sharply, "Why should I be the one to apologize?" Taekyu looked at the computer screen and laughed, saying, "This frame was captured perfectly. Should I print one out as a souvenir?" Jinhu held his head and lamented, "My noble resolve is starting to waver." Taekyu asked, "What resolve?" He replied, "Forget it." Taekyu encouraged him, "Just bear with it. You have no idea how much creative pain these guys have to endure." Jinhu thought to himself, since when did journalism become a creative field? Just then, Ki-heng walked into the room, carrying a bag of food and said, "Jinhu, it is me. You have not eaten anything yet, right?" Ki-heng pressed the remote to turn on the screen and said, "Let us watch TV while we eat." On the news report, reporters swarmed, asking, "Don't you feel even a hint of pity for the victims? Please say at least one word of apology." Jinhu looked straight into the camera and retorted, "Why should I apologize?" The caption under the video read, "Kang Jinhu sees no reason to apologize to the victims." Taekyu pointed at the screen and laughed loudly, "No matter how many times I watch it, this is a masterpiece." Ki-heng added, "That has already spread all over the internet as a screenshot." The screen showed a post titled Shameless Kang Jinhu Series Part 5, with a photo of a white car on a sidewalk and a caption, photoshopped with last year's car accident meme. The comment section showed responses. One account wrote, "Is this Photoshop level done with MS Paint?" Another wrote, "Why is the quality so bad? Apologize to me for wasting my time." The author replied, "Why should I do that?" Other accounts remarked, completed by the comments. "Did you edit it in low quality just to create that comment?" Taekyu laughed over the phone. "Based on this atmosphere, it looks like I will be seeing your face for a long time." Jinhu lamented worriedly, "This whole thing is driving me crazy." On the TV screen, a politician was speaking angrily, saying that the country must not be shaken by the words of a scammer and that Kang Jinhu must be punished. Taekyu saw it and asked, "Why is that guy overacting so much?" Jinhu explained, "The Hosung Bank headquarters is in his constituency." Ki-heng heard that and exclaimed, "Ah." Jinhu continued, "He is also a potential presidential candidate, so he wants to polish his name through this opportunity." Ki-heng asked worriedly, "What will he do if it actually collapses?" Jinhu replied seriously, "It is not that he is stupid. They just think I'm exaggerating." Ki-heng pondered while eating. "They probably think there is no company without bad debt and that it is still at a manageable level. In reality, it is hard to imagine the scale of a savings bank's bad debt exceeding trillions of won." Jinhu remarked, "It seems President Park Seong does not know either, so he is not restraining those people. If they do not realize it soon, cleaning up this battlefield will be even harder." In another office, a middle-aged man gasped in shock. 3 trillion, the notification text appeared, not 30 billion, not 300 billion, but 3 trillion won. An official reported, including the missing items, it could increase to 3.6 trillion won. The man in the chairman's seat asked worriedly, "What should we do?" Director of the Financial Supervisory Service. The man replied tremblingly, "I will look into it." Meanwhile, the TV broadcasted news. Next, regarding the bank run situation, Congressman Kim Han-kyol of the Korea Family Party will speak. Congressman Kim Han-kyol asserted loudly, "It is not because the bank went bankrupt that there is a bank run. It is because of the bank run that the bank went bankrupt." He insisted, "It is absurd. There would not be any problem if people did not withdraw their money." A current affairs commentary program offered a view. A reputable bank won't collapse immediately just because someone withdraws money. The host then asked the congressman, "Hearing what you said, are you asserting that all of this is the customer's fault?" Congressman Kim Han-kyol loudly criticized citizens for rushing to the bank to withdraw money based solely on the words of a young man who had not even finished university. He asserted that such blind herd behavior made him think they were like moles. The host immediately asked back tensely, "Are you calling the depositors moles?" He began to sweat, confusedly saying he did not mean to belittle them, but the problem lay with the instigator, Kang Jinhu. Realizing the situation was not good, the congressman waved to the crew and requested that this part of the statement be cut during the broadcast because of a misunderstanding, but the host reminded him. The host bluntly announced that they were in a live debate, leaving the congressman completely stunned and beginning to stagger. Congressman Kim panicked when he found out the program had prepared a special segment titled Congressman vs.
Otaku Part 2.
A heavy pressure weighed down behind him. On the broadcast, reporter Ha Jongwon shared his personal view that he would rather Kang Jinhu be wrong because if Hosung Bank really collapsed, the damage to ordinary people would be too great. Next, reporter Lee Sungjun held up a document and asked the studio to zoom in on the screen behind him. He pointed out investment risk notices written in tiny print that few noticed. He explained clearly, in the event of Hosung's bankruptcy, regular deposits will be covered by insurance up to 50 million won, but for bonds, customers will actually receive 0 won. Yet the management still intentionally sold them until the day before closing. The reporter emphasized an important point. With the current cash flow, regular customers won't be able to get any money out. He provided a timeline from Kang Jinhoo's statement at 1900 to when the online bank crashed at 1913 and questioned the gap before all branches suspended operations at 10:00. The big screen exposed a shocking truth. During that mysterious interval, 450 withdrawal orders were successfully executed by VIPs, relatives and friends of the executives, politicians, local elites, prosecutors, lawyers and doctors. Indignation rose as authorities blocked regular customers while opening the way for VIPs to silently spirit away their money. The cover-up at the bank headquarters led the public to question the nature of the organization. The reporter continued to expose interesting truths as they found famous names among the list of over 400 people who quickly withdrew money, exposing two total hypocrites. The first name called was the wife of Representative Choi Myung-won, chairman of the Korea Family Party. The man who once loudly asserted Hosung Bank was safe and labeled Kang Jinhoo a financial fraudster, yet his own wife had silently withdrawn every last cent beforehand. The second hypocrite was Congressman Kim Han-cheol, who had been peddling the mole theory a few days ago. In reality, he had sneakily withdrawn all the money from his and his parents' accounts, like a mole scurrying away in a panic. The reporter warned that if the full list of remaining names were released, the local community would surely descend into chaos. Netizens immediately exploded with sarcastic comments, criticizing the brazen political factions for taking the money and running despite the president's calls for safety. The nature of the matter was not simply that they withdrew their own money. The reporter slammed the table and angrily explained that when a bank goes bankrupt, depositors suffer losses proportionally, meaning these VIPs indirectly robbed and reduced the compensation amount meant for low-income customers. The forceful conclusion rang out: if Hosung Bank collapses according to this scenario, poor ordinary people will be the only ones to bear the full heavy consequences. The tense situation shifted toward the head of state. President Park Si-hyung had better prepare for the terrible storms about to hit, while he could only stand there wondering how things had come to this. Throughout a political career lasting until the presidency, he had faced countless crises. With lies, cunning, and bold direct confrontations, he had once overcome them all. Even when news sites simultaneously exposed a government-led project wasting a massive amount of taxpayers' money, up to 10 trillion won, causing outrage and leaving a great burden, he could still stand firm. Previous scandals like illegal surveillance or investigating civilians, though wrong, did not make the majority feel that their interests were directly harmed. Thanks to an ingenious compensation system, President Park Si-hyung's approval rating always remained stable at 52%, with less than a year left in his term. However, this wave of rage was on a completely different level. Right on the street, a young man was trying to explain to an elderly woman that the amount she bought was actually subordinated bonds, not regular deposits. The young man emphasized that the money could only be recovered if the bank remained operational until the maturity date. Hearing this, the old woman was shocked, saying she had believed the president and waited for 10 days, then hurriedly urged him to turn on the TV to check. On the news screen, FSS Director Cha Jong-ho officially admitted the existence of large-scale accounting fraud, which caused the BIS ratio to drop to 5.3% and pushed the bank into a state of severe capital depletion, forcing a suspension of operations. A lot of murmuring and sharp questioning from reporters below the stage erupted, demanding an explanation as to why last year's large-scale audit failed to detect bad debts, and why illegal withdrawals the night before were not prevented. The wave of criticism continued to explode as reporters brought up the authorities' safety announcement from 15 days ago, while forcing the head of the FSS to stand up and apologize to the entire nation for this negligence. Crash! A loud sound of shattering echoed in a cramped room as the shocking news was broadcast. A man stood stunned, dropping the bottle of wine in his hand, eyes fixed on the TV screen filled with information about the suspension of operations in bewilderment and despair. At the bank headquarters, closed notification boards were erected in front of the locked rolling doors. A large crowd gathered outside, unable to hide their extreme anxiety and panic at the prospect of their lifelong savings going up in smoke. The angry crowd began to bang on the doors, screaming for the bank to open, return their money, and demanding that management show their faces for a direct confrontation. Amidst that chaos, a woman completely collapsed to the ground, crying bitterly and blaming herself for being so stupid not to understand what subordinated bonds were. She pleaded for help because if they lost this money, neither she nor her husband could go on living. In another dark corner, the elderly woman from before tremblingly found her way to the house of a girl named Yoonji, banging on the door frantically in extreme panic. Looking at the mess of food scattered on the floor, the old woman collapsed, sobbing as she asked if her lifelong savings were still safe. Inside the room, Yoonji was huddled under a blanket, shivering, only able to sob and repeatedly apologize. She explained she truly did not know beforehand, because the branch manager had assured her the bank would never go bankrupt. Amidst the storm of public opinion, Congressman Kim Han-cheol faced the swarm of reporters with a brazen attitude. He loudly challenged them back, defending his withdrawal and declaring that forcing him to return the money or calling him a mole was an insult and a challenge to democracy. Meanwhile, TV channels continuously dissected the complex interest relationship diagram of Chairman Choi Myung-won. The broadcaster bluntly exposed his refusal to return the money on the grounds that the assets belonged to his wife's family, while asserting that this collapse had been predicted several days ago. In the lavish office of the presidency, a painful question was raised about who was truly behind the tolerating and backing of the source of this massive tumor that had grown to an irredeemable point. Sitting motionless at his desk, President Park Si-hyung showed clear signs of exhaustion and collapse. He realized with horror that from the moment this game began, Kang Jin-woo seemed to have seen through the entire situation and knew for sure things would turn out this badly. In the eye of the public opinion storm, a powerful image of Kang Jin-woo appeared as the one pulling the strings behind this entire massive drama. Amidst the suffocating atmosphere in the National Assembly meeting room, a decisive finger pointed straight at the financial officials, officially exposing the true faces of those who abused their power for manipulation and profit. The forceful declaration left those present in the auditorium standing in shock, their faces showing bewilderment mixed with fear as they realized the great storm about to crash down on their heads. Immediately, the headline Hosung Savings Bankrupt along with the name Kang Jin-woo exploded violently across all media, creating a terrifying shockwave throughout society. The bolt from the blue caused thousands of people to flock to the bank, creating a scene of unprecedented chaos. The angry crowd wailed, pushing and shoving each other, screaming, "Return my money, compensate us." Despite the solid support base banners hung up to soothe them, the bank lobby was still filled with desperate cries. "Please, it is too much. I will die without that money. I trusted you. What is happening?" A scene of ruin and complete collapse unfolded before the manager's eyes. The trust the people had carefully built for so long had completely shattered along with the crumbling concrete of the weak financial system. The wave of rage rose as the people simultaneously protested, shouting, "I do not care if it is the president or anyone else. The person responsible needs to show their face and give us answers." This terrible situation pushed the president's approval rating into a tailspin down to only 49%, signaling that other savings banks were also in danger. At the teller counter of Jinhan Savings Bank, customers repeatedly slammed the table, demanding, "I want to withdraw all my money, close the account immediately." Despite the teller's pleas to wait one more month until the maturity date, they were adamant because they knew all banks were unstable. The crisis spread to ATMs, with lines of people competing to withdraw money until the machines reported being empty. A man shouted to the bank staff, "Over here, the ATM is out of money, refill it quickly," while those around him impatiently asked each other how much they intended to withdraw. In the main lobby of Soman Savings Bank, an angry crowd continued to bang on the glass doors, screaming to withdraw money immediately, while the staff inside tried to stay calm and directed everyone's attention to a newly broadcast interview with Kang Jin-woo. On major electronic news sites, sensational headlines about Kang Jin-woo spreading risk by consistently depositing 100 million won in 10 banks considered the safest attracted extreme public interest. Below the post, thousands of comments appeared, creating a wave of controversy. Many expressed admiration, asserting that following Jin-woo's financial advice was the most accurate way, while mocking the pocket change of officials pretending to follow suit. The political situation fluctuated violently as Representative Kim Han-cheol was officially expelled from the party after his remarks belittling the people, followed by the entire financial leadership considered the president's right hand simultaneously being targeted for investigation. The scandal pushed Hosung Bank to the brink of complete bankruptcy, followed by the Min family, the current president's-in-laws, being prosecuted and detained for serious bribery records. This caused the administration's approval rating to freefall to an alarming 22%. Faced with a precarious situation, President Park Si-hyung, after many hours of careful consideration, had to personally appear on television to deliver an official message to the nation. With a forceful tone, he declared he would strictly handle all those involved regardless of status or position so that such an event would never recur, while calling on the National Assembly to set aside political disputes to join hands in supporting the victims. The live broadcast attracted tens of thousands of viewers, with sarcastic comments criticizing the president's evasion of responsibility. Despite this, the bold move to turn the situation around helped his approval rating nudge up slightly to 27%. Monitoring the entire event via the screen in the office, Jin-woo's companion laughed in appreciation, not sparing words to praise the leader's smooth move of passing the responsibility ball to the National Assembly. Turning to look at Jin-woo, who was focused on a phone call, the friend clicked his tongue in admiration of the deep calculations and exclaimed that this was indeed the level of thinking of a veteran politician. On the other end of Jin-woo's call was Chairman Im Jin-young. He spared no words in praising his sharpness. "You did well." Responding modestly, Jin-woo only smiled, saying he was lucky, but the chairman immediately affirmed, "I am the one who should be thanking you." The pressure from public opinion and the collapse of the linked banking system led to a chain reaction. The government's plan to support hydrogen cars was completely stalled. Facing that panoramic picture, the chairman pondered, wondering if this was Jin-woo's true target. Jin-woo calmly confirmed over the phone, "Yes, you could say that." Every piece on the financial chessboard shifting seemed to fall neatly into his calculations, turning the general crisis into his own personal advantage. Hearing the confident answer, the other party could not help but be amazed because this was the first time they had heard of such a bold plan. When the government was forced to direct the entire budget to clean up and salvage the savings bank crisis, a new playing field was established. That meant Yoon Sung Motors would completely lose the ability to receive the hydrogen-powered vehicle support package from the government. This pulling the wood from under the pot tactic made even veteran figures secretly admire Jinhoo's far-sightedness. At the office, the assistant standing nearby could not hide his admiration, exclaiming that his junior really knew how to make others marvel. However, Jinhoo only gave a mysterious smile, hinting that everything was not over yet, and he still had the rest to clean up. Jinhoo's eyes flashed with a cold sharpness when mentioning the greedy powerful people, those who never knew how to appreciate the sweat and tears of the citizens. He affirmed he would use this very event to teach them a lesson about the value of money through the financial leverage from the resounding success of the game Lost Iris Fantasy M. Immediately after, shocking news hit the headlines. OTK Company officially announced a massive donation of 10 billion won to support the victims of the savings bank collapse. PR manager Young Ki-hong even tactfully called for the president and congressmen to join in and help ease the people's pain. This move instantly triggered a massive wave of responses from the online community. Forums were flooded with comments demanding that politicians cough up their corrupt money to donate, people grabbing popcorn to see how much the president would contribute, while OTK and Jinhoo became true heroes in the public eye. Faced with peak public outrage, the Korea National Party was forced to take concrete action to soothe public opinion. However, they immediately faced a backlash for insisting on only disclosing the total amount of anonymous donations without being transparent about individual identities. The campaign's heat did not stop there, as the business and entertainment industries also joined the wave. A series of donation certificates were posted on social media, along with calls for everyone to join the challenge to support the victims of Hosung Savings Bank. Along with non-stop contributions from the community, the total amount collected in a record-breaking short time reached a staggering 54.3 billion won. In his office, Kang Jinhoo quietly monitored the situation through the documents on his desk. He pondered to himself that he did not know how much this money would help, but he truly hoped it would at least bring some comfort and mitigate the losses for the victims. The financial crisis continued to expose the dark sides of society. Of course, as always, those with power and money who could escape had already done so safely, while those who could not had to accept hiring expensive lawyers to defend their crimes. Meanwhile, the miserable victims were still crying out in pain, with each family carrying its own heartbreaking story. In apartment complexes, ambulances were constantly coming and going as many elderly victims fainted from the shock of losing their entire life savings. But a hopeful sign was that, starting from the initial donation by Jinhoo's company, online forums were filled with posts confirming participation in the relief efforts. Instead of the previous useless and wasteful debates, a positive atmosphere focused entirely on donating to help the victims had firmly taken root. Though it seemed it would take a long time to fully resolve the consequences, the major controversies surrounding Jinhoo were settled peacefully without further dispute. In the office, his loyal assistant looked at his phone and laughed hysterically, walking over to show Jinhoo a perfect meme that was taking the internet by storm. The viral meme turned out to be a photo of a shirtless Kang Jinhoo with a perfect physique standing tall next to a weak, sickly-looking official in a basement. The online community kept leaving praising comments, viewing Jinhoo as a donation angel bravely standing up to expose evil and protect the people. To clarify responsibility, President Park Si-hyung, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure from public opinion, accepted to donate 30 million won. This move was immediately called out and mocked by netizens because his official total assets were recorded at 10.9 billion won, making the contribution seem stingy. Faced with criticism flooding the Blue House, the president was forced to announce another 20 million won to put out the fire. Even though the president had ultimately donated 50 million won in total, the fierce public criticism did not stop. The incident concluded with heavy consequences as his approval rating plummeted disastrously, hitting a rock-bottom 24%. At the Golden Gate headquarters, a private conversation took place in a quiet atmosphere. The person opposite Jinhoo curiously asked how he was able to discover the entire shady affair. Jinhoo just smiled gently and replied that it was all thanks to his intuition. In the spacious office, Jinhoo analyzed with his associates that the bank's growth scale was too fast, but their outward financial situation was reported to be too positive. He further noted that if they had been warned about bankruptcy by the authorities earlier, perhaps even he would not have been able to find the loophole. Precisely because of those contradictory and unusual signs, Jinhoo decided to look into the truth himself. He summarized the essence of the problem with a poignant remark. Half of what they exposed was the truth, but the other half was a complete lie. The woman sitting opposite Jinhoo looked at him with admiration and praised him for having a very sharp eye. She also admitted that everyone in the industry actually knew the bank was having serious liquidity problems, but no one could have imagined that its depletion was that bad. The voice of a man wearing glasses rang out, full of choking emotion and anger, mentioning that even in that critical state, they still heartlessly sold worthless subordinated bonds to the people. He wondered if anyone would be held accountable, while sorrowfully sharing that a female employee in charge of the bond department had committed suicide after leaving an apology letter to the victims. She was currently in the intensive care unit. Looking at his associate who was bowing his head in bitterness, the woman sighed softly and remarked that the poor employee must have blamed herself. Immediately after, she turned her gaze toward Jinhu and asked mockingly about the fate of the bank's management, the ones truly pulling the strings. The harsh reality was that at most, those in management would only spend a few short years in prison. If they were lucky enough to have connections, they might even easily receive a suspended sentence. This reflected a painful reality that this country is always very lenient and lax toward financial crimes. The woman crossed her legs thoughtfully and told Jinhu she was glad he had stepped in to stop this crisis early. Because if it had erupted later after the term ended, the number of victims left empty-handed would certainly have been many times higher. She also revealed that the FSS could not even conduct an investigation on their side, and the director of the FSS was now about to be targeted by prosecutors. This storm brought a chain reaction of collapse as Park Si-hyung supporters and key figures of the ruling party were all exposed for being closely involved in the scandal. As the president's approval rating plummeted, their influence vanished, signaling weakened power and the beginning of a dark phase for an outgoing president. After hearing the story of the political situation and the bank management, Jinhu let out a sound of understanding. Immediately after, he looked around the room and asked curiously where Ellie was, as he had not seen her since he arrived. The woman opposite him gently explained to Jinhu that Ellie had just stepped out for a moment and affirmed that she would return to the office soon. Just then, a soft sound came from the door, as if someone was pushing it open. The office door opened, and lawyer Ellie Kim entered with a bright smile, carrying a tray of coffee she had just bought for everyone. Following right behind her was an elegant blonde man. Ellie was surprised to see Jinhu and asked if he was there for something. Jinhu turned and nodded gently, confirming that he and the others had just finished their conversation. At that moment, he noticed the foreign man with Ellie and, feeling curious, asked Henry, who was supposed to be on his team, why he was there. The blonde man took a step forward, flashed a polite smile, and explained that he had just run into them and stopped by to say hello. He quickly added that he would return to his post immediately. This was Henry Smith, the planning team leader of OTK Company, though his real name was Henry Goldman. Looking at Henry, Jinhu told him that since he had already made the effort to come, he should feel free to rest for a bit. However, in his heart, Jinhu made an assessment based on his sharp intuition, wondering if Henry actually had special feelings for Ellie. The atmosphere suddenly changed when Ellie suddenly hugged her arms, bent over and let out a series of tired dry coughs. Her face was flushed, and sweat beaded on her forehead, showing that her health was showing signs of serious instability. Seeing Ellie coughing violently, the older woman showed clear concern and reminded her that she had told Ellie to stay home and rest if she did not feel well. Although Ellie tried to reply that she was fine, Jinhu, witnessing this, could not help but frown in concern and ask if she was sick. The woman stepped closer, put her hand on Ellie's forehead to check, and then frantically announced that she had a high fever. She firmly insisted that Ellie should not push herself and must go to the hospital immediately. She also sternly added that if Ellie continued to work in this condition, she would spread the flu to everyone in the office. Realizing Ellie's health could not wait, the woman turned to Henry and ordered him to take her to the hospital for an examination. Henry showed clear worry on his face. He immediately bowed and replied decisively that he understood. Accepting the task, Henry immediately opened the door to leave with Ellie. Turning to Ellie, he gently told her they would go first and see everyone later, while responsibly affirming that he would ensure she got to the hospital safely. After the two left, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became quiet and a bit awkward. Jinhu and his friend with glasses stood staring after them, while the older woman stood with her arms crossed, deep in thought. Breaking the silence, the friend with glasses turned to the older woman and said they would also be leaving now. The woman nodded slightly and told them to go ahead. Once they entered the elevator to go down, the electronic display showed the cabin moving past the 38th floor. At this moment, the friend with glasses suddenly turned to Jinhu and asked suggestively, "Did you notice anything?" leaving Jinhu bewildered as he asked what was wrong. His friend then seriously explained and analyzed Jinhu's weakness for him. He said that for things Jinhu saw through his prophetic ability, he always acted very quickly and decisively. However, when faced with things outside that ability, he appeared indecisive and incredibly slow. Jinhu could only ask himself, am I really like that? His friend continued to offer sincere advice, emphasizing that Jinhu could not just date someone by relying entirely on his prophetic power. Instead, he had to listen and rely on the true guidance from his own heart in that very moment. In the friend's train of thought, an illustration appeared like the interface of a dating sim. It noted that even for a character who already has a good impression of the protagonist, if the wrong choice is made, they could disappear in an instant along with options like pursue her, reject, or other choice. Jinhu, hearing this, broke into a cold sweat and asked if his friend was talking about a dating game. The elevator continued to go down. The friend with glasses immediately denied it and affirmed firmly, "No, I'm talking about you." This statement left Jinhu stunned. As soon as the elevator door opened, his friend changed his attitude, widened his eyes in impatience, and pointed straight ahead, shouting, "What are you still standing there for? Go after her, man." This sudden action completely startled Jinhu. Waking up after his friend's urge, Jinhu immediately dashed toward the underground parking lot. Running at full speed toward the parked cars, he shouted out, "Henry, wait a moment," to stop them. Hearing the shout from behind, Henry turned to see Jinhu running up so out of breath he had to bend over and gasp. Seeing Jinhu's panic, Henry asked in surprise if something was wrong. Jinhu immediately offered to take Ellie home and told Henry to go back to work. He thoughtfully explained that it was almost rush hour and Henry must be very tired, but Henry replied that Jinhoo's own work was the one piling up. Despite reminding Jinhoo about work, Henry saw the determined look on his friend's face and sighed quietly for a moment. Knowing he could not stop him, he compromised, kindly telling Jinhoo to finish his coffee from earlier and then slowly get back to work later. At the same time, Henry pointed out a decisive clue. The keys are in the driver's seat. Having received consent, Jinhoo immediately stepped up and pulled the car door open with a loud thud. Inside the car, Ellie was sitting wrapped in a blue blanket to keep warm. Hearing the noise, she turned her head and was very surprised to see Jinhoo. Her face still flushed from the fever, she asked Jinhoo in shock, "Don't you have work to do?" Hearing her question, Jinhoo flashed a bright, confident smile. Resting his hand on the car frame, he humorously reassured her with a joke, "The company runs just fine without me." Then Jinhoo got in the car and officially took the wheel to drive her. As the car moved through the streets, he kindly asked why she was working instead of resting. Ellie shivered slightly, looking out the window and lamenting that Korean weather was truly cold, then said she just needed to go to the hotel and would be fine after taking medicine. Hearing that, Jinhoo teased her, hitting the nail on the head. "Don't tell me you are doing this because you are afraid of needles," leaving Ellie speechless in silence. Seeing her pitiful silent reaction, Jinhoo laughed heartily. Ellie, embarrassed, huddled into her blanket and whispered in admission, "I have never had a shot before." Even seeing her that adorable, Jinhoo remained firm on protecting her health and affirmed, "Regardless, you have to go to the hospital." Their car merged into the crowded and bustling traffic on the boulevard, where many car lanes and bus routes were moving. When the car stopped at a red light among the high-rise buildings, the atmosphere inside the car became more still and peaceful. At this moment, Ellie, sitting in the passenger seat, turned her head slightly to look at Jinhoo, who was focused on driving. Seeing his mature and thoughtful side profile, a warm feeling welled up inside her, accompanied by an affectionate exclamation, "You're Junior, she is really cute." Ellie's candid remark made Jinhoo, who was focused on driving, suddenly turn to look at her in surprise. He asked for confirmation if she was referring to Yuri. "Junior, are you talking about Yuri?" Ellie leaned forward slightly, nodded gently and added, "Yes. I understand why you like her now, Jinhoo." Hearing her completely misplaced assumption, Jinhoo asked back in surprise, "You think I like Yuri?" This counter question made Ellie look down. She wrapped her blanket tight, covering half of her fever-flushed face, and asked back in a tone full of expectation and confusion, "Then, you do not like her?" Seeing Ellie's shy and confused expression, Jinhoo paused for a moment and then spoke hesitantly, "Yeah." In that moment of hesitation, Jinhoo's mind suddenly flashed back to an old memory in black and white. It was a scene where Yuri had held his hand earnestly and pleaded, "Could you give me a little more time?" The train of thought about the past closed, and Jinhoo returned to reality. He looked straight ahead, his face becoming serious, lost in thought, and remained silent without saying another word. At this moment, the traffic light in front of them suddenly turned green. As soon as he saw the green light, Jinhoo did not hesitate and decisively stepped on the gas, making the car bolt forward. As the car sped along the road, Jinhoo summoned his courage and delivered a very frank and sincere expression, shattering all previous misunderstandings. "I like you, Ellie." This sudden confession left Ellie in the passenger seat completely stunned. Her hands gripped the blanket wrapped around her, her eyes wide in shock. Ellie blushed and asked, "Oh, since when?" Jinhoo also blushed and replied, "Probably since the first time I met you." She continued, "Then why did not you say anything all this time?" Leaning his head toward her, he said, "I am sorry, I should have said it sooner. I did not make you wait too long, did I?" "It did take quite a long time." Ellie bowed her head, the atmosphere in the car becoming a bit more awkward. The car window reflected her face, red with shyness. "But because you have said it now, I suddenly feel much better." Jinhoo smiled lightly, but the next second, his face turned serious. "That is just a feeling. You still have to get that shot." Ellie looked gloomy again. He held the medical record book in his hand. Ellie went ahead and opened the door, inviting Jinhoo into the room. "Come in." As they walked, the two chatted. "Is it okay for you to stay at a hotel like this all the time? It is comfortable. I do not have to worry about anything. The pool and gym are great. I even eat with Jessica and Henry sometimes. Henry is also staying at this hotel, so they must run into each other often." Ellie stood at the living room door and called out, "I am going to shower for a bit. Just sit and wait. I feel gross being all sweaty." Meanwhile, Jinhoo entered the simply decorated living room and replied, "Okay." He sat in the living room. The TV was showing news about a high school shooting, the announcer's voice saying, "Police have begun investigating the shooting that occurred in the state." Jinhoo continued to watch the news intently. Netizens at home expressed suspicion about general control regulations. However, the views of local citizens are completely opposite. "We will find out the cause with an expert." The sound of running water continued from the bathroom. Suddenly he became unusually tense, sweating. Thinking back, wait, this situation is not a bit strange. The bathroom was steamy. Ellie put on slippers and stepped out of the bathroom. Jinhoo was deep in thought when he was startled by the words, "Sorry, did I make you wait too long?" She was wearing a bathrobe, holding a towel to dry her hair. "What is wrong?" Jinhoo replied hesitantly. "Your hair has grown a lot longer." Likely because she had just showered, Ellie's face was still pink. "I said I was going to grow it out." While drying her hair with one hand, she untied the robe's belt with the other. To Jinhoo's bewilderment, her bathrobe fell to the ground. He was startled. He let out a cry. Under Ellie's robe were a white t-shirt and short shorts. She continued, "What is the matter?" Jinhoo immediately denied it. "Nothing." Ellie asked him playfully with a bit of teasing. "You were not thinking something weird, were you?" "Oh well, if it is Jinhoo, it is fine." As she talked and walked, Ellie suddenly tripped on the hem of her bathrobe. Falling toward the ground, he moved to catch her. Seeing the future is indeed a wonderful ability, but it does not decide my life. Ellie fell into Jinhoo's arms. In investing, results speak for themselves, but life is not like that. It is not about just waiting for a certain time to get an answer. He began to reminisce about memories with this woman, from her radiant face, life, to the drinking sessions with just the two of them. It is something formed by many moments spent together, day by day, the accumulation of a whole process. Even when I see my person of destiny through the power of prophecy. Thinking about the moments that just passed, the image of Ellie appeared before him, gentle and shy. So, is this the reason for my choice? It seemed as if the whole world disappeared, leaving only the two of them focused on each other. If my heart does not flutter, then what does it mean? This was entirely my own choice. The man and woman shared a passionate kiss, their figures entwined against the painting behind them as the atmosphere grew romantic. The nightstand lamp in the bedroom was on. Jinhoo and Ellie were talking. Thinking back, it is quite miraculous. What is the story of you coming back to Korea to work and going through so many interesting things with you, from startup projects to Brexit and the US election? His hand gently enveloped hers. Even he sometimes could not believe it. On the double bed, Ellie lay covered by the blanket but still confided in Jinhoo. He sat by the bed and added softly, "Right after being discharged, I only thought about graduating and getting a job. I do not know how I ended up as a CEO. If I had just lived normally back then we probably would not have been able to." Jinhoo looked tenderly at Ellie. "Meet like this," she whispered, but the words trailed off as Ellie fell into a deep sleep. Seeing her sound asleep, he quietly left the room. It is great that I am dating Ellie, but those three still weigh on my mind. I have to talk clearly with Yuri, and I need to face Henry, whom I will meet at the office. But the hardest one to talk to is... As he was thinking, the door in front of him suddenly burst open. "Is that Jessica?" The woman standing before Jinhoo was equally surprised and asked, "Are you still here? How is Ellie?" He tried to act normal and said, "She just took her medicine and fell asleep. Luckily, it seems her fever has broken." "That is good then. I will head out first," Jessica pondered, seemingly observing something. Suddenly she called out toward Jinhoo, "Stay right there. What is that lipstick mark on your neck?" "What?" He was startled by Jessica's words and instinctively reached up to cover his neck. She tightened her expression and continued, "I just said that to test your reaction." Jinhoo suddenly realized, "I have been played. Are you two dating?" Roughly speaking, yes." Jessica placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Listen closely." Her face suddenly darkened, radiating a terrifyingly murderous aura. "If you make Ellie cry, you are a dead man." He broke into a cold sweat and replied, "Yes, madam." At another house, to resolve this quickly, Jinhoo had arranged to meet Henry at Taegyu's place. Standing in the living room, Taegyu said to him, "I will wait on the first floor. If I feel the atmosphere getting too tense, I will charge in." Seeing Jinhoo's questioning look, he continued, "If you two get into a fight, you are definitely going to lose." He immediately replied, "Do you really think I am that easy to beat?" Taegyu mentioned he heard Henry's hobby was boxing. "Oh, really?" Jinhoo was slightly surprised. "Well, in that case, it is a bit tense." Sitting at the bar, Henry asked, "Is something the matter?" As he was about to pick up his glass, Jinhoo replied, "Today is not about business." In that case, he took a long deep drink. Jinhoo spoke candidly, "Ellie and I have decided to date." Henry, on the contrary, did not look surprised at all. "I see. I expected as much. Congratulations." Instead, the one who was surprised was Jinhoo. "Are you serious?" The man beside him replied, "Of course." Jinhoo continued, "Don't you also like her?" "Henry, I thought speaking frankly with each other would be better for our working relationship moving forward." Henry said calmly, "So you knew?" "To be honest, I have never seen a woman more beautiful." Thinking back, perhaps the reason I decided to come to Korea was because of her. Jinhoo felt a bit uneasy. Great, this guy is head over heels. This is going to be tough, because I wanted to be near Jessica, even if just for a bit. He was startled. Jessica, not Ellie. Henry also looked surprised. It seemed there had been a misunderstanding between the two. "Don't tell me you thought I liked Ellie." Suddenly Taegyu jumped out from the other room and shouted, "My friend, I am here, are you still alive?" With his hands on his hips, he addressed Henry, "In the name of my friend, stay away from Ellie while I am still being nice." Jinhoo, who now understood the situation, held him back. Hey, it is not like that." It seemed after a long explanation, Taegyu finally understood that the person Henry liked was his own sister. "What, you like my sister?" His eyes flashed. "No wonder you have been hanging around the Golden Gate building lately for no reason. I remember back when my sister was in university, there were always guys following her around, which made her furious." Henry suddenly looked dejected. As expected, Jessica really is famous. "That is understandable." Taegyu continued muttering, "But, unlike those other guys, I think you're actually worth considering. With Hollywood standard looks, massive wealth and being 7 years younger than her." Jinhu saw his friend like that and said, "Are you giving a verdict or something?" Suddenly Taekyu became very enthusiastic. "Don't worry, we will help you." While Jinhu was wondering, Henry looked visibly delighted. Really, Taekyu was very proud of himself. "After all, I am a dating expert." Henry said gratefully, "Thank you, I will trust you too." Meanwhile, Jinhu stayed silent because only he knew Taekyu learned how to date from games. He figured he would keep that a secret. Later one morning, Ellie greeted Jinhu. "Hey Jinhu, what are you doing?"
Hello, Ellie.
She was carrying coffee and a bag. "I bought some coffee and snacks." Ellie moved to the chair and sat down very close to Jinhu. "Don't you have to go to work? Why are you here?" Responding to his question, she replied, "Technically, I am working out in the field. After all, OTK is a VIP client of Golden Gate. When I passed by earlier, I saw the flowers in full bloom in front of the building. Spring is finally here." Jinhu added, "Jessica should go out and enjoy the view instead of locking herself in the office." Ellie suddenly suggested enthusiastically, "How about we go see the cherry blossoms together?" He agreed, "Good idea." Jinhu seemed to remember something and mentioned going together. "It seems like Henry has a crush on someone lately, though I am not entirely sure." She did not seem surprised at all. "You just realized that now, he is completely fallen for Jessica. It is so obvious it is hard not to see." He was curious too. Does Jessica know?
Probably not.
She does not care about anything besides work. Henry has a long road ahead of him. Jinhu remembered something. "Oh right, I have a meeting about a startup investment later. Do you want to come along?" Ellie wondered. "Me too," he replied. "Just like the first time we met. I need legal advice anyway." "Alright, then I will go." She smiled slightly, recalling that really brings back memories. Thinking back, even from then, your eye for people was really something else. Jinhu. Hearing that, he was stunned, his face turning bright red. Ellie softly called out, "Jinhu." She also seemed embarrassed. "Jinhu, you can't make that face in the office." Jinhu quickly regained his composure. "But this is my company so it is probably fine." "Right." Ellie still reminded him, "You're about to make an important decision. Save that face for later." At the product presentation, a man was introducing 3 young men behind him to everyone. These 3 are all students from Korea University. They belong to the school startup club and reportedly developed this product while living together in a small apartment. Yang Do-seok, a math student from the startup club, presented first. "It is an honor to meet Senior Kang Jinhu. We have developed an app called Full Riding, which is currently in its testing phase. It can be understood as an on-demand carpooling service based on real-time requests, similar to Uber." Jinhu turned to Ellie and questioned, "Isn't it illegal in our country to carry passengers for a fee in private vehicles? That is the reason Uber got kicked out of here." She analyzed, "There is a legal loophole carpooling during peak commuting hours." The student continued, "But peak hours differ for every industry, so the definition is very vague. When the law was enacted, commuting hours were very rigid, but now, due to flexible working hours, every industry is different." Jinhu looked quite satisfied and replied, "Good idea. Who thought of this?" The student, Do-seok, continued, "Actually, this idea was originally from Yunsang Motors. They even conducted tests, but they had to scrap it because the taxi industry, which is their main customer base, protested fiercely. The development of a new industry inevitably causes conflict with existing industries. With technological advancements, we moved from the era of horse-drawn carriages to the successful manufacture of automobiles, from using film cameras to digital cameras. The recently emerging sharing economy is no exception. Airbnb, a home rental service, conflicts with the hotel industry. Uber, providing car-sharing services, conflicts with the taxi industry. Consumers want more choices, but large corporations cannot easily change due to their links with existing industries. Since OTK company has no links to existing industries, the company is quite free in that regard, and can immediately introduce new forms of service that satisfy customer needs. When self-driving cars become a reality thanks to the development of autonomous driving technology, the entire landscape of all related industries will change. Some may not welcome these changes, but the flow cannot be stopped. Those ideas seem to interest Jinhu. "This is worth investing in. Proceed with it." The subordinate replied, "Understood, boss." The 3 students were overjoyed, bowing deeply and shouting, "Thank you, boss. We will do our best." As the meeting ended, Jinhu and Ellie stood up together. "We will head out first. I will be rooting for you." In his mind, he thought, "When I was in school, I only thought about getting a job. These people are impressive. A startup. I just had a great idea." In another room, social contribution activities. Jinhu was standing before a group of people, continuing his speech. "Although we are a foreign-based company, and our revenue is concentrated overseas, our headquarters is located in Korea. Since we benefit from Korea's convenient infrastructure, I think we should also have social responsibility." Taekyu asked, "Like volunteer work, why do not we just donate like last time?" Jinhu explained, "I have doubts about whether donation money is used properly. I am thinking of something more direct. Youth unemployment is very serious right now." Sang Yeop added, "The government has actively promoted support projects for this issue." What was it called? The Creative Economy Support Center. OTK Company's HR Director Michelle Lee reported, "If it is the Creative Economy Support Center, they focus on supporting youth startups, but it is mainly for businesses to operate. It seems the level of support is not large enough." Jinhu added, "I wonder if OTK Company can support startups instead." Taek-gyu asked. By investing in them. That is right. But first of all, I want to start it as a social contribution activity. What do you think is the problem with Korean startups? Sang-yeop replied. Regulations. They even create rules that never existed just to protect existing industries, making it hard for new industries to develop. I think we need to do more than just invest in promising startups as we have been doing. The first step is a space where they can fully envision their ideas. I am planning to create a shared office, a space rental system designed to save management and communication costs by sharing areas like meeting rooms, restrooms, and lounges while using separate workspaces. A man raised his hand. Aren't there already plenty of shared offices in Gangnam? The purpose of operation is different, so there is no need to worry about that. Since the goal is to develop startups, we will keep the rent as low as possible and not just simply provide space. We will provide necessary services step by step to minimize risks, such as legal, tax, internal networking, PR, business matching, connecting with investors, investment, and allowing them to try again even if they fail. Taek-gyu understood immediately. This is a full package startup support service. How much are you projecting for investment costs? Jin-Hoo replied immediately. Besides the initial costs, we only need to pay monthly rent and other service fees. Another person immediately agreed. There are many passionate startups in Korea. Supporting them is a very worthwhile endeavor. This fits OTK company's image and will help a lot with promotion. One by one, others followed up. The cost effectiveness is quite good. Although this is a social contribution activity, if we nurture these startups and invest in them directly, we might even make a profit. After hearing everyone's opinions, Jin-Hoo said, in that case those in favor, please raise your hands. Everyone in the meeting room simultaneously voted in agreement with his idea. Taek-gyu gave his wide grin and said great, I thought this was a Communist Party Congress. Afterward, Jin-Hoo contacted Golden Gate to find a building to lease for the shared office. During that process, he intentionally took Henry along, seemingly to create an opportunity for him to meet Jessica. In the meeting room, after hearing Jin-Hoo's plan, Jessica looked very satisfied. Are you planning to start a startup incubator? That is great. The building next door just had 6 floors become vacant. Since this is for a good cause, I will let you rent it for half the market price. Taek-gyu, sitting next to her, looked visibly surprised, while Jin-Hoo was concerned. Wait, is not that a problem? Unreasonable perks could be seen as a breach of trust. Jessica replied, however, it is not for free. Put Golden Gate's name on it as well. We are also looking into social contribution activities. This is a good opportunity for us to refresh our image. Taek-gyu had an idea. Since OTK Company and Golden Gate are collaborating, why not call it OTK Gate? Jin-Hoo was at his wit's end with his friend, but did not dare say his thought that it sounded like Otaku Gates. The next day, after the building was secured, we began interior construction and promotion. A series of news reports broke. OTK Company begins social contribution activities. OTK Company and Golden Gate collaborate to support startups, opening a joint office for startups. OTK Gate, a new opportunity for Korean startups. Immediately after the article was published, applications poured in from top universities, including Korea University. Along with a positive response rate, the competition ratio immediately exceeded 10:1. Later, the company would invest in Full Writing. Full Writing, the company we met a while ago, became the first tenant of the shared office and our first investment. Standing at the garage door, Jin-Hoo asked, you should stay for dinner. Do you have any plans? Taek-gyu answered for him. He is about to go on a date. Jin-Hoo was delighted. Senior has a girlfriend now. Sang-yeop pondered for a moment. She is not my girlfriend yet. She is someone I was introduced to and have met a few times. If things go well, I will introduce her to you later. After Sang-yeop left, the two friends talked again. What should we have for dinner? Let us just order in. Inside the villa, sound from the TV. This is absurd. Taek-gyu said. People even raise their voices in debates in the US. The TV continued. Think of the Laffer curve. Tax cuts will be the driving force for the growth of the US economy. Chewing a piece of pizza, Taek-gyu asked a silly question. What is the Rapper curve? Does it have something to do with Eminem? Jin-Hoo was at his wit's end with his friend again. It is not Rapper, it is Laffer. This is a theory proposed by American economist Arthur Laffer. Simply put, high tax rates naturally increase revenue, but once they pass an optimal point, the motivation to work decreases, leading to a decrease in revenue. This theory is often used to support tax cut policies. Hearing that, Taek-gyu continued, let me guess the reason. If taxes are reduced, the desire to work and invest will increase, ultimately leading to higher tax revenue, right? Jin-Hoo replied, basically yes, but it is not always true in reality. Even if tax rates are high, the will to work can remain stable, and investment does not necessarily increase just because taxes fall. So both sides have their own arguments. The Democrats are not entirely opposed to Ronald's tax cuts either. Who does not like having their taxes reduced, as long as it does not lead to a budget deficit? The core of Ronald's tax plan was to reduce corporate tax from the current 35% to 20%. Just based on the prediction of the tax cuts being passed, the 3 main U.S. stock indices were reaching record highs every day. Corporate profits increase in proportion to the tax reduction. OTK company with many business branches in the US would also benefit. The reason for proposing such bold tax cuts was ultimately to increase approval ratings and for the same reason, to build the image of a strong leader on the international stage. Ronald was coming here soon for the Korea-US summit. Attending a luncheon for leaders, Taekgyu gradually realized the issue, so it will be difficult for everyone, but we will be fine. Right, Jinhoo still said confidently. That is right. The Korea-US summit was pushed forward earlier than expected. Ronald set foot in Korea. A mountain of urgent matters awaited processing. The North Korean nuclear issue, revision of the Korea-US FTA, defense cost sharing. But those were just outward excuses. In reality, this was a meeting for both leaders to resolve personal issues, such as increasing approval ratings or avoiding the savings bank problem. The handshake between the two leaders of the US and Korea, Ronald intentionally yanked his hand back so forcefully that the person opposite him could not react in time and almost tumbled forward. It seemed this was his way of showing authority. The press flocked in droves to capture this juicy event. Despite a slight mismatch before facing the dense agenda, the two leaders completed their dialogue before the cameras, maintaining a polite atmosphere until the end. In another villa, someone's laughter rang out. It has been a long time, has not it, since the inauguration, right? It turned out to be Ronald's voice. I have still been following your news. By the way, it seems you are still not on very good terms with the Korean president. Jinhoo replied, I want to be on good terms, but it is not easy. He ordered, everyone else get out. The accompanying bodyguards were a bit hesitant. What, do you think I am going to get into a fight with him? Inside the lavish room, Ronald continued speaking. I called you here because I need a drinking buddy today. Do you have time? Jinhoo was also very comfortable. Good wine is even better when shared with good friends. Pausing for a second to observe the men opposite him, he continued. You look quite tired. Ronald seemed to sigh. Politics is not easy at all. Until now, I only played games I was sure to win. Even failure I viewed as part of the path to success. When I ran for president, everyone thought it was a stunt to get attention. Even after I became the Republican nominee, the people working on my campaign did not believe I would actually become president, except for you, a Korean. You always acted as if you were certain I would win. Jinhoo was confident, because I truly was certain. Ronald confided, I love America more than anyone. America truly is the land of opportunity. You said I would become president, right? Jinhoo still said firmly, yes. He only then continued, there is something I want to ask. Ronald asked a question hesitantly, while his face was weary, haunted by current issues like the Russia scandal, White House discord, and countless problems surrounding NATO and the US. Do you think I can become a great president? Seeing Ronald's face, Jinhoo thought that question was the reason he was called, and the answer was equally important. I still do not fully understand my ability to see the future. However, through experience, one thing that is almost certain is that what I see is exactly the future that has been set. The answer to the question of why it was Ronald and not Diane is something I still do not have a clear answer for, beyond the business advantages. But ultimately, my future chose Ronald, so there must be a reason. A cliché question, but perhaps a doubt Ronald had for me, because being asked, do you believe Ronald Stamper can become a great president, is a question any close aide could and should answer with yes. But my answer had the power and standing to comfort him. Like a prophet, Jinhoo affirmed firmly to him, you will become a great president. Hearing the answer, Ronald's face became reassured. Is that so? Shall we have another glass? I would be honored. The conversation was on favorable ground. Since they were in the same boat, I could not let Ronald become a failed president. The next day, the Korea-US Business Roundtable began. Vice Chairman Taegyu was on the list, but refused to attend, citing, you said there are reporters there, right? I do not like showing my face. Respecting his opinion, Jinhoo asked Ronald's side for understanding. It has been a long time, Junior. He immediately replied, it is good to see you again, Senior. The senior introduced Jinhoo to someone who looked extremely important. Let me introduce you. This is Vice Chairman Jin Dong-min of Light Group. Bowing slightly, he greeted politely, hello, I am Kang Jinhoo. During the networking time before the event, there were dozens of people in the hall, but naturally, I was the only one in my 20s. Suddenly a voice came from behind. Jinhoo turned around. Finally I get to meet you, CEO Kang Jinhoo of OTK Company. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Han Mingsu. The one who just spoke was the chairman of Yunseong Motors Group, Han Minggu. I am Kang Jinhoo. He looked like a veteran. His face radiated the sharpness of a wily old fox of the business world. We have quite a bit of history between us, do not we? Finally we meet. The people behind them whispered. Jinhoo's face also turned cold. I should say it is a persistent vendetta. Chairman Minggu did not wait for him to continue. I want to arrange a private meeting soon, CEO Kang. If there are any misunderstandings between us, would not it be better to clear them up? Jinhoo immediately countered. What is there to call a misunderstanding? This is not a misunderstanding. This is a firm conviction. At this level, it would be strange if this man was not the one behind the pressure the president had put on OTK Company. Who else could it be? The man still maintained a face as if nothing was wrong. I am glad you feel that way. Suddenly a voice came from the speaker. President Ronald Stamper is entering. To the business leaders present, please take your seats. Old man Minggu turned to leave, not forgetting a final word to Jinhu. Then, I will contact you later. In the conference room, the US flag hung on one side. The Korean flag hung on the other. US President Ronald Stamper laughed loudly. I know everyone is busy, and I thank the Korean business leaders for being here today. Let us get straight to the point. Before the entire assembly, he declared loudly, shocking everyone. I, Ronald Stamper, am very disappointed in all of you. With a fierce attitude, Ronald pointed down at the assembly. Korean companies are making a fortune in the US. Every year you export Korean-made steel, cars, home appliances and semiconductors to the US. And in return you head back to Korea with ships full of dollars. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as he continued. While you are making money in the US market, why are not you building factories in the US? And why are not you hiring Americans? It was an investment coercion, roundtable disguised as an economic meeting. It was hard to tell if he was a mafia boss or the US president. Since not everyone got to meet him like I did yesterday, I figured this was an honor in its own way. When the time for receiving gifts disguised as handshakes arrived, the chairman began opening the gifts they had prepared. It seemed everyone was mentally ready to be pressured to some extent. We will increase manpower at our R&D centers. What about components? Ronald pressed further. Of course, American products are the best. We plan to replace them in the second quarter. Today's standout company was definitely Susong Group. Oh, Seo Sung's decision to build a battery plant is an excellent choice. We plan to establish a fund to invest in U.S. partners. Then it was OTK's turn. Right after greeting Susong Group, Ronald immediately walked over to Jinhu. Long time no see, Chairman Kang. Have you been doing well since the inauguration? It has been a while, Mr. President. Ronald's greeting was delivered with an appropriate distance, showing respect for the other party and the formal setting. A simple nod should have sufficed, just like at the inauguration. But why did it turn out like this? Was it because the other chairmen were staring at me as if I were the reason they were losing money on their U.S. investments? Was it because of Chairman Han Minggu's attitude, not saying a single word about what happened to my father? It was an attitude Diane would never accept. Jinhu clenched his fist and held it out in front of him. Ronald immediately recognized the gesture. He laughed out loud with amusement. Jinhu responded with a bit of Ronald-style showmanship. Hey there, buddy. The press seized the opportunity, shutters flashing continuously. This would definitely be breaking news. A public display of intimacy, something rarely done at a presidential inauguration, caused the skeptical gazes of the chairman, who believed in superficial business formalities and social media optics, to soften. Chairman Minggu's expression remained calm, yet a sense of danger emanated from him. Jinhu sighed, thinking the chairman must have understood his message. I am this close to the U.S. president, so you would better not start any unnecessary trouble. After the conference ended, Jinhu continued chatting outside with his senior Jinyong. Jinyong expressed his gratitude. Thanks to you, the tension has eased, though everyone probably has a headache worrying about losing money from these forced U.S. investments. Since cars are the focus of the Korea FTA revision, Yunseong Motors will hit the hardest, Jinhu replied. That is a problem. Their partner PAS will be affected too.
Is Seosun Group doing all right? Jin Yong asked slowly.
No major issues in electronics. Demand for semiconductors will exceed supply for the next few years. More importantly, an article about the roundtable was published, criticizing the free trade agreement revision, which included further opening the agricultural and livestock markets. Along with that, there were talks about the urgent need to reorganize the diplomatic apparatus, specifically for Mr. Ronald. The article emphasized that we should ask for help from business leaders with close personal ties. Even now, though no specific names were mentioned, being close to the U.S. president is clearly an advantage. Depending on how it is used, it can become a powerful weapon. The two continued walking down the road. Suddenly, Jinyong seemed to have something to say. He pointed in a direction and said, if you have time, let us stop by there for a moment. Jinhu was a bit surprised.
Sorry, there.
It was the Seosung Company building. Won't it be crowded if we go at this hour? The senior replied.
Probably.
Does it bother you? Jinhu hesitated, thinking of his friend Taikyu. It is not just about being photographed.
I am fine.
But about the photo editing. No, it is just that Chairman Park Si-young won't be happy to see this. Suddenly Jinyong's attitude became strange, startling Jinhu. I do not care. Anyway, his term is almost over. What matters is who succeeds him. The two walked into the company. The receptionist welcomed them. Welcome, how can I help you today? Jinyong replied. I would like to see the newly released smartphone. Certainly, this way please. Suddenly the receptionist stopped. Wait, the people around also turned as if they would discovered something, whispering to each other. Finally, everyone realized the identity of the two men. That is Chairman Im Jinyong, and I think the man next to him is Kang Jinhu. The branch manager suddenly bowed and said loudly, Greetings, Chairman, I am branch manager Kim Young-jun. Whatever you need, we will serve you immediately. Jinyong replied, I just came as a customer. I want to gift the newly released NT8 to CEO Kang Jinhu. Just treat us normally. While the employee replied, yes, understood, Jinhu had a look of total resignation. Of course it would turn out like this. The branch manager pointed to a receptionist and said, "Sir, Manager Choi Hannah will assist you." The receptionist was suddenly nervous. "Me, Hannah, just give your consultation like usual." The receptionist was trembling. "Ah. Yes, please come this way." Those around seemed to feel sorry for her. A man suddenly stepped forward and said to Jinyoung, "Excuse me, may I take a photo with you? If you are busy, it is okay." As the man held up his phone, the chairman looked at it and said, "This phone you are using an N phone, are not you. I will take the photo if you promise to switch to a Samsung phone." The employee panicked immediately. "I will switch as soon as the L series is out." The chairman was satisfied. "Keep your word." People around immediately clamored, "I want one too. I use Samsung, chairman." So that day unexpectedly turned into an impromptu fan meeting. Since the Samsung chairman himself was standing there taking photos, it would have been even more awkward if Jinhoo refused, so he reluctantly joined in. The crowd was still buzzing. "Wow, I am a fan, Kang Jinhoo. Look this way." The receptionist at the side breathed a sigh of relief. Jinyoung then handed him several large paper bags. "This is the latest NT8 model. Give these to your acquaintances." Jinhoo looked into the bags. 10 of each color. "Is this really okay? 10 units would cost over 10 million won. Jinyoung said nonchalantly, "They won't explode this time, so you can use them with peace of mind." And the event immediately hit the news with the headline, "Chairman Jinyoung gifts NT8 to CEO Kang Jinhoo." In the comments section, people were buzzing. Haha, the staff must have been shocked. What did that branch manager do in his past life to get this lucky? So even the group chairman has to go to the store to buy a phone. Right next to it was another headline just as noteworthy. Rookie actress Moon Se-eun spotted with CEO Park Sang-yeop. "Senior, are you dating a celebrity?" Asked so suddenly, Sang-yeop replied, "We have only had dinner together a few times," and was immediately caught in a slip-up. At 1 a.m., realizing he would overshared, Sang-yeop immediately turned away. She probably just finished filming then. Everyone found it amusing. "I did not expect you to have dating rumors with a celebrity. Honestly, he does look pretty decent." Sang-yeop reacted immediately. "What is wrong with my looks? I am handsome." To change the subject, he turned and asked, "You said you were seeing Hyun Jeong, right?" Jinhoo joined in, with senior Hyun Jeong, an office romance. Ki-hung smiled bashfully. "It just happened naturally." Jinhoo then turned to his close friend. "And you, aren't you dating anyone? Even if he does not look it, he is among the richest in Korea." Taekyu replied innocently, "Where's the time for dating? I have not even finished my new games and anime yet." Right, Jinhoo remembered his friend preferred dating sims over real people. "But have you told Yuri about Ellie yet? If she finds out through the news, she will be very disappointed." Taekyu pressed. Jinhoo hesitated because he would been so busy lately, thinking to himself, "Actually, there is nothing really between Yuri and me. Wouldn't it be weirder to bring it up first? How should I even say it?" Contrary to Jinhoo's apprehension, Yuri's reaction was completely opposite. "Oh, really? So you are dating that foreign girl? I already guessed it the last time we met." Jinhoo was a bit surprised by this. "Really?" Yuri did not look sad at all. "Yeah, dating is a normal thing, I suppose so. Besides, people can always break up," Yuri added. Jinhoo was stunned. Yuri stood up. "Anyway, let us go see the movie we booked. I have been waiting 3 weeks for this." Jinhoo was still a bit confused, but quickly stood up. "All right then." At the GGV cinema, the two sat next to each other in the middle of the theater, clutching a giant tub of popcorn. Jinhoo felt extremely restless. He could not focus on the movie, probably because he felt so uncomfortable. Suddenly, Jinhoo glanced over at Yuri. He saw tears streaming down her face. He whispered, "Are you crying?" She replied, "It is just the movie. It is so sad." Jinhoo went silent. On the screen was a mecha movie about robots fighting each other. After the movie, he drove her back to her apartment. Yuri thanked Jinhoo for the ride. Suddenly, he said, "Wait a moment, I have something to give to some close friends." She reached out to take it. "Oh, I saw the news. About Chairman Im Jinyoung buying them for you at the store." "Oh, this is the rose gold one." Yuri seemed a bit surprised. "I knew you would like that color." Jinhoo remembered her saying once that she bought blue because rose gold was not available. She smiled gently, her expression softening. "You still remember? Thank you." Jinhoo said quickly, "Don't thank me, thank Chairman Im Jinyoung." She still replied, "But since you are the one who gave it to me, I will thank you." As she started to walk away, Yuri hesitated. "So, senior, are you planning to marry Ellie?" Jinhoo froze. "Why ask that so suddenly?" "Marry her." Yuri turned back and gave a slight nod. "Then I will see you later, senior." Get some rest." Jinhoo was still trying to process it.
"I guess that settles that."
At Golden Gate. "Here, one for everyone." Chairman Im Jinyoung told me to hand them out. Jessica and Ellie said in unison, "Oh thank you, I saw the ads and they were so beautiful." "Thanks, I will use it." "Glad you like them," Jinhoo said, then looked at the pile of documents. "So, what are these?" "These are reports on cryptocurrency from investment banks. The Chicago Exchange is even considering trading Vancoin futures contracts." Ellie added, "I have been working overtime for days just to review these with her." Jinhoo, tell her something for me. "Me, I have no authority here, Ellie." Despite saying that, he still tried. Jessica, what do you think after reading them? I understand the concepts of blockchain and crypto, but I do not understand why the price is rising so high, or how much longer this can last. Who knows? I suspect no one has the answer. We live in an era where everything from illegal gambling to shopping and financial transactions is being done with crypto. Jessica replied, the world is going crazy. Are blockchain and crypto really that important? Jinhu replied, what matters is that people believe it is important. Prices could go even higher soon. It would not hurt to invest a portion of our managed assets. After about 10 minutes of serious debate, a question from Taikyu settled the matter. Have we ever lost money by listening to Jinhu? Jessica and Ellie both agreed. True, we never have. The Golden Gate Korea branch had 30 billion in cash. They decided to invest in Vantcoin and several other cryptocurrencies scheduled for ICO. Ellie leaned over the table. Thanks, Jinhu, you finally liberated me. Seeing this, Jinhu asked Jessica, is Ellie's schedule free for a while? Yeah, why? I have a business trip to the US. It is about Karos. After the request for increased dealer margins was rejected, dealer sales dropped, leading to some production lines shutting down. Bonuses were cut due to the lack of overtime, and the union requested negotiations. It seemed the problem this time lay with the union. Jessica analyzed a 6.8% wage increase, a 10-year ban on layoffs, extending the retirement age, normalizing production lines. I can understand those, but the ones below are absurd. I wonder where they got these demands. It looks like they learned from the Yunseong Union. I will go there to negotiate those points. Jinhu asked Ellie, do you want to come along? Definitely. This will be the first time just the two of us go abroad together. At the airport, it was a business trip, but until the official schedule began, it was basically a vacation. In business class, the two clinked wine glasses. Should we be this excited when we are going for something so serious? Don't worry. Actually, I feel the same. Let us just treat it as a date until we land, Ellie said. Ellie's words kept echoing in his ears. At the Karos building. Long time no see, Director Kang. It was the voice of CEO Daryl Sagan, a middle-aged blonde man. Please, come in. I will brief you on the current issues. The briefing ended, and Jinhu spoke up. The union's stance seems firm. I will participate in the negotiations and meet directly with the union representatives. The partner was very pleased. Very good, Director. And to be safe, let us increase the ex-cop security force. Jinhu still did not quite understand why. 3 days later, the first day of negotiations arrived. I see, he thought to himself. Who do you think you are? The one who had just spoken was Union President Dennis Block, a man with a fierce face and a burly build. You brought your girlfriend to a meeting like this, with a physique like that. Jinhu suddenly understood why Daryl was so worried. Ellie did not flinch at his ferocity.
Nice to meet you.
I am lawyer Ellie Kim. Seeing Ellie so calm helped him settle down as well. I am Kang Jinhu, CEO of OTK. Pleased to meet you all. Hearing his introduction, the two burly employees were stunned. The CEO came in person. After greetings, everyone sat at the negotiating table. Mr. Daryl finally spoke. I have carefully reviewed the union's demands. The company cannot accept all of them. The union side replied immediately. That was fast. Did you even bother to read them? Daryl pushed up his glasses and looked grave. I have considered everything and made this decision after consulting with the executives. Decision: if you are just going to issue an ultimatum, why bother negotiating? Hearing that, Jinhu had to admit, he is right. Approaching negotiations with good faith is key when working with a union. Dennis remained very aggressive. If our demands are not met, we have no choice but to strike. Jinhu was very calm. Then, go ahead. He agreed that legitimate demands should be met, which seemed to surprise the union side. But if I let them push me around, there will be no end to it. I respect workers' rights, so feel free to strike. There will be no factory closures or layoffs. To work or to strike, the choice is yours. To summarize the current situation, Jinhu was like Ronald. The media was waiting to pounce at the first sign of union suppression, and the union was negotiating with that confidence. In other words, he had to find common ground without using force. Dennis asked, are you really okay with us striking? Of course not. If production stops in this state, the company could truly go bankrupt. The union side asked another question. Isn't that because of management's mistakes? Do you know how much the workers are suffering because of your poor decisions? This time Daryl spoke up. I understand everyone is worried about the future because sales drop. When the new model launches at the end of the year, sales will recover. Dennis fired off a series of questions. The dealers have turned their backs. The sales network has collapsed. How do you plan to recover sales? When the sales network was still operating, did the cars sell well? At Jinhu's counter question, Dennis hesitated. Well, the situation was better than it is now. Hearing that, Jinhu continued, you do not need to worry too much. We will sell the new model directly, through the Tisola direct sales method. Dennis rubbed his head and sighed. What? You really think it is as easy as it sounds? If there is a distinct point of sale, customers will find us. Our profits will increase by exactly the amount that previously went to the dealers. Currently, every company is accelerating the development of future cars. Nordic countries have already announced they will ban the sale of internal combustion engines within 10 years. The new factories being built are for electric vehicles, and EVs have only 1/3 the parts of gas cars. The number of factory workers will also be cut by more than half. Dennis listened intently. To maintain current employment levels, we have to produce more cars. To do that, union cooperation is essential. While Jinhu was speaking, Ross shouted, "You mean we should just shut up and follow orders? You do not care about wages or workers' jobs. You only think about making money, right?" Seeing his friend lose his cool, Dennis immediately stopped him. "Enough, Ross." Jinhu's voice remained firm. "I am an investor, and I like money. I did not pour a fortune into Keros for charity. However, I have no intention of siphoning Keros's profits to OTK. All profits from the new model will be reinvested in electric vehicles. That way, I can build more factories and hire more Americans. I want the benefits to reach not just you, but the workers of our partner companies as well." Ellie and Daryl both sat by, listening carefully. "I'm sure you all remember President Ronald Stamper's speech in Detroit during the election, America First. I'm also ready to do my part to create more jobs for America." Clenching his fist, Jinhu showed his determination. The three union representatives pondered Jinhu's words. From the union's perspective, Mr. Kang's answer was a bit irritating. Even if they hired more people and cared for partner workers, it did not mean direct benefits for union members. However, they could no longer fight solely for the rights of regular employees like the Yunseong Motors Union used to, because the Keros Union's slogan in the media was welfare for all factory workers. Daryl was highly alert. To a union calling for welfare for all workers, he had responded with absolute benefits, welfare for all American workers in the related industry. That was the kind of answer that pushed negotiations toward emotion rather than just problem solving. Dennis admitted, "Well, it sounds nice, but can the company survive until then? If things do not go as planned, who guarantees the factory won't be closed?" Daringly, Jinhu said, "I will guarantee it." Both Dennis and Daryl were surprised. "And how do you plan to do that? If necessary, I will have OTK issue bonds to raise capital." Daryl was startled. "I did not think it through. This is not just empty talk for the sake of negotiation. If pushed to the limit, I am ready to risk everything I have to see this through." 96% of the shares belong to OTK. Keros, OTK Research Room. 4 hours since the negotiations began. Most of the time, both sides remained parallel without narrowing their differences. "I think it is best to discuss the details next time." Both sides were likely exhausted. Jinhu shrugged. "At least it looks like I did something since I came all the way to the US. Even if the result is the same, a long negotiation always looks more valuable than an agreement reached in one go." The union understood my point and looked forward to the second round.
I think so too.
"Let us do that." As everyone was leaving, Jinhu called out to Dennis. "Dennis, I will make one firm commitment." "What is it?" "Not a single worker will be fired until the company goes bankrupt." Dennis did not seem to believe him, putting on a very intimidating face. "I advise you to be careful when saying those words so lightly." Hearing that, Jinhu said, "My father used to run an auto parts company. It was a company with just a few employees, but he never fired anyone until the day the company closed. That was my father's pride. No matter how hard it gets, you can't abandon family, right?" Dennis seemed to understand something. His expression became much less threatening. "Then I will see you at the second round of negotiations." Jinhu finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Daryl praised him. "You worked hard." Ellie raised her hand. "Watching you negotiate, I thought you could have been a lawyer." High-fiving her, he said he would already predicted the Niagara Falls tour was a bust, but it seemed their vacation plans were ruined anyway. Since they were already here, they would prepare for round 2 based on what they investigated today. A while later, Jinhu called Taikyu. "I saw the articles. That union guy is really intense."
Yeah. It is tense.
"We are still adjusting. Are you coming home as soon as you're done?" "No, I still have a schedule in San Francisco." "Then why not just buy a private jet? Gotta sell the cars first." "Don't worry. When crypto skyrockets, all our problems will be solved." Jinhu felt a bit worried. "I do not know when crypto became our only hope, but it will definitely pass $5,000, right?" "What are you talking about? It has to hit 20,000 this year." "This year, no matter how I look at it, that is a bit." Ellie was sitting in the room, processing paperwork. Seeing Jinhu enter, she asked, "What did Taikyu say?" "I thought he said it was an emergency. He said he is handling it alone and told me to come back quickly. I'm sorry I dragged everyone to the US. And then made you work," Jinhu said. Ellie comforted him. "It is fine. I came here to work anyway." Suddenly, Jinhu became pensive. Seeing this, she asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I am thinking of a way to convince the union. What if we pressure them by saying we will move the production of the new model elsewhere? If we actually did that, a strike would be meaningless." "But could you really do it?" "Probably not, because that decision would destroy countless families." Ellie rested her chin on her hand and said softly, "You know Jinhu, that side of you is actually quite charming." Blushing at her words, he fumbled, "Is the evaluation too difficult for you?" Ellie took it as a given. Compared to working under Jessica, this is nothing. He was speechless. Maybe the Golden Gate employees should be the ones going on strike then. The second round of negotiations began. Dennis, the union president, spoke first. "Our allowances have decreased because we are not getting overtime or special shifts. Shouldn't the company compensate for that?" Keros CEO Daryl immediately countered, "If overtime and special shifts increase in the future, will you agree to a base salary reduction?" The union representative crossed his arms. That is something to be decided later. Daryl continued, reducing wages after an increase is impossible. We have already shown you the financial reports. The union reacted fiercely. Isn't that because of poor management? Jinhoo worried that at this rate, negotiating all day would yield no results. The fruits of growth should not belong only to shareholders and management, but to the workers as well. Treating workers well and unleashing their potential is the real way to increase a company's value. However, it was also necessary to ensure the workers' voice did not grow so loud that it steered the ship off course. The union's stance was to fight for improvements in benefits that were below the industry average due to prolonged poor sales. Karos's stance was that finances were already tight just from developing the new model. OTK's stance was that even profitable funds needed years of investment in EVs. They had to grow together for a win-win. The best answer was for each side to take a step back. Jinhoo suddenly spoke up. Here is my proposal, a 6% annual wage increase, including all allowances. I will also gradually raise benefits like vacation pay, tuition for children and medical costs to the industry average. Daryl tried to stop him with a shout, but Jinhoo added, however, given the company's current state, this cannot be implemented immediately. Dennis slammed the table, saying indignantly, we are tired of those promises. Do you know how many promises we have heard only for them to be broken? Jinhoo continued his reasoning. Then let us make the conditions clearer. Base salary and bonuses will start increasing after 2 years, regardless of the company's situation, and I will also retroactively pay the increase for the previous 2 years. The 3 union members were stunned by the terms he offered. This was a crucial moment where labor and management had to cooperate. Daryl finally agreed. I understand. If we start after 2 years, we can manage with the sales from the new model. Management will be handled by the executive board, but for production, we desperately need the workers' help. The union side softened. If you can go that far for us. So we just need to endure for 2 years, Jinhoo said firmly. If you make concessions for 2 years, I will definitely repay you with the success of the new model. Now, let us start drafting the agreement. The negotiation plan was completed after 15 hours of discussion and was passed with 90% approval in the union members' vote. Ellie felt relieved. I'm glad everything was settled. Since the next round of negotiations is 4 years away, we have temporarily put out the fire. 2 glasses of liquor were brought out. Here, have a drink. He wondered, what is this? I did not order this. The owner gave a thumbs up. Single malt scotch on the house. Jinhoo asked blankly. Pardon, he replied. I thought you looked familiar. Now I remember who you are. The owner said happily. Thanks to you, Detroit is reviving. My son, who was unemployed, has found work. Because people are not abandoning the city anymore, I can keep this shop open instead of closing it. You are the one who saved this city. On behalf of Detroit, today's drinks are on the house. She was touched. In that case, I wish your shop great prosperity. I will buy a round too. Let us drink together. The owner thought to himself. I should get ready for the evening rush too. Well, whatever, let us drink first. A man appeared. Mind if I have a glass too? Jinhoo wondered. Dennis, what are you doing here? He fist bumped him. I asked around and they said you were here, so I stopped by. Dennis greeted the owner. Long time no see, Ben. How are you? I just saw the news on TV, Dennis. Dennis raised his glass and drained it, setting the empty glass down. He recalled last year, when a wealthy Asian man said he would buy the whole company. Everyone was worried. Because there were so many bad precedents, we thought we would be squeezed dry and then discarded. Ellie replied, I understand. Something similar happened in Korea too, right? The Changgryong Motors case. He asked, are you talking about the case where Chinese capital bought Changgryong Motors for cheap, took the technology, and sold it back? Jinhoo was surprised. It seems you know it well. Dennis affirmed, watching the mass layoffs there, I could not help but see it as my own business. Seeing those things, I wondered if the person called the CEO truly cared about the factory. Honestly, I was quite surprised to see you personally show up at the negotiating table. As a result, I have started to think our CEO is someone worth trusting. The 2 men shook hands firmly. Jinhoo was elated. It seemed the flight to America was not in vain. Dennis replied expectantly, I look forward to working with you. He put an arm around his shoulder. The fate of many workers depends on how a CEO like you manages, so please look after us. Jinhoo replied humbly, you saying that makes me feel a lot of pressure. The door opened. A group of people walked into the shop. Hey, Ben, how's it going? I am here for a drink. Ben invited them in. Come in, Vernon, you are just in time.
Look who is in the shop.
Vernon was skeptical. Who? I do not have any Asian friends. They do not look like they have anything to do with Detroit. Huh? Jinhoo felt shy as everyone shouted in unison. Is that Mr. Kang? What, really? He spoke up. Hello. The group excitedly approached him. Oh my god, it really is him. So glad to meet you, Mr. Kang. Today is on me. Have a drink. I will buy a round too. Please accept it. Starting with them, the shop suddenly became crowded. Even before the owner could say anything, everyone had announced my identity, and the crowded bar kept offering me drinks. Ellie smiled brightly. I did not expect this city to love you this much, Jinhoo. I'm getting a little jealous. The whole shop was lively, cheering for Detroit's hope, Kang Jinhoo, and for Karos. The next day during component delivery, I invited the CEOs of the partner companies for a talk. Glad to meet you all. I'm Kang Jinhoo, CEO of OTK Company. Jinhoo spoke with a haggard face. Fortunately, the collective agreement was settled without a strike, but as you know, these are difficult times. Two men said nervously. The situation is indeed very tense. I have prepared myself. The partners clamored. We can reduce the price of the A55 to 5 cents per unit, please no lower. For the SP2, $1 is the limit. The absolute lowest for the WDP011 is $5, Jinhoo asked wearily. Because of his hungover face, a small incident occurred where they misunderstood it as a prelude to price cuts. The misunderstanding was resolved when Keros CEO Daryl intervened. I then conveyed the main points: changes in component supply due to the new model launch, and the shift to EVs, along with sustainable growth and technical support. Afterward, I contacted dealers across the US. Although we would sell online, I had no intention of eliminating the dealer network we had a relationship with. Major dealer networks had already left. One dealer responded reluctantly. I understand. It felt like the remaining dealers only stayed because they had not found a partner with better terms yet. I informed them of the detailed plan for the new model launch and promised supply as priority partners. Perhaps they do not fully understand the value of my promise yet, but whatever the reason, I should treat them well for staying and being loyal until the end. After finishing work in Detroit, I immediately went to San Francisco for the next schedule. Ellie said, "This business trip does not feel like a vacation at all." He replied, "When work is done, we must go out and have some fun." She raised her index finger logically. Someone once said this: when busy work passes, even busier things will rush in. He leaned in and asked, "Who said that?" She said happily, "Jessica did." He joked back, "She really is a workaholic." He suddenly felt dizzy. She worried, "Are you okay? You do not look well." He covered his mouth uncomfortably. "I think I am a bit tipsy." She guessed, "Maybe it is your condition. You have been under a lot of pressure lately." He broke into a sweat but reassured her, "Probably. I will be fine after some rest, so do not worry." It felt like resting would make him better, but what was this feeling of being out of sync, as if something was misaligned? At the hotel, he just woke up sluggishly on the bed. She asked, "Are you awake? Why not sleep a bit more?" He rubbed his head groggily. "I am okay now." "How long was I out?" She smiled. "About 2 hours." He was embarrassed. "Sorry, I suddenly felt so tired." She kindly advised, "If you are tired you must rest. Thanks to that, I got some exercise. If you feel okay, let us go for a walk and then have some coffee." He was excited. "That sounds great." She exclaimed, "Oh, the weather is beautiful." Ellie exuded a trendy vibe in her comfortable street clothes. She took his arm. "Today really feels like a date." He thought to himself, because it is a date, strictly speaking, it was a date followed by bodyguards in plain clothes. She suggested, "How about that cafe?" He agreed, "Looks good. It seems to be self-service. I will go order and bring it over." She picked a seat and said, "Thank you, Jinhoo." A stranger suddenly struck up a conversation with her. "Hello, are you traveling?" She replied, "I am on business from Korea." He extended his hand and introduced himself. "Oh, Korea, I am Kevin, an engineer at M Pizza." She was surprised. "Oh, M Pizza, nice to meet you, Kevin. I did not expect to meet an M Pizza employee in the middle of San Francisco." He greeted her shyly. "Nice to meet you. By the way, I work at the headquarters. If you have time, I could buy you a coffee." She replied, "M Pizza's largest shareholder is standing right behind you. Why do not you two greet each other?" He startled, turned around, and bumped into Jinhoo, who was carrying 2 cups of coffee. "Sorry, wait, are you? Kang, it is an honor to meet you. I heard you were in Detroit." He made a shush sign. "Work there is finished. Anyway, nice to meet you. Keep up the good work for M Pizza." Kevin replied, "Yes, of course." Kevin left awkwardly. "Well, I have work to do. I will take my leave." She said, "Goodbye, Kevin." Ellie said proudly, "See, this is my level of popularity." He joked along, "I guess I can't let you go out alone from now on." She expressed, "It is okay. In my eyes, Jinhoo is the best." Speaking of popularity, Jessica was incredibly popular when we were in Hong Kong. He was curious. "Really? A client even proposed to her with a giant diamond ring." His jaw dropped. "I knew she was popular, but that much." She added, "Many men hit on Jessica, but she rejected them all." Jinhoo asked curiously, "Tell me more about your time in Hong Kong." She thought back. What else was there? He was excited. "That is interesting." As I was absently listening to Ellie's story, suddenly, the senses I was trying to ignore jolted awake. The warm spring sun of a lazy afternoon, a pleasant and peaceful scenery, the heart fluttering when looking at someone I'm becoming close to, and above all, a resonance. Jinhoo suddenly became uneasy. Sensing something had shifted off course. I had felt this since the plane, but what was it exactly? The next day, at the old headquarters building of the Keros Research Institute, she looked around and evaluated. "It is identical to the Detroit headquarters building." He looked at her with a smile. "To be precise, that one was built as a copy of this one." A figure approached. "Welcome, we have been waiting for you." He was astonished.
Oh.
Then he asked, "Senior, why are you here?" Jin-young smiled lightly. "I heard you were coming to Silicon Valley, so I rushed over on my private jet. We could have met in Korea. Is there something urgent?" He shook his hand. You must have worked hard to get here. A golden light flashed. Jinhoo paused, sensing Yejin's presence. The chain of connections appeared in his mind. Keros, the second largest shareholder, Seosung Electronics. Jinyoung asked, "What is wrong?" Jinhoo snapped out of it. "Ah, nothing. And I believe this is the first time you two have met, right?" She greeted politely. "Nice to meet you. I'm Ellie Kim, a lawyer with the Golden Gate Korea legal team." He replied, "I have heard a lot about you. I heard you came over from the Asia branch with branch manager Oh Hwinju. I also heard you play a very important role in OTK's other investments. I'm sorry if I startled you. I took the time to learn about the key personnel of our partner companies. Shall we go inside?" In Korea, Taekyu took a call. "What is up at this time of night?" Jinhoo corrected him. "It is morning here. I am at the Keros Research Institute and I met Yejin." Taekyu grinned. "Oh, Seosung Electronics is the second largest shareholder of Keros. Does that mean they are buying our shares?" "That seems to be the case. But it is not like we need money urgently right now. There is no reason to sell shares at this time. If anything, issuing bonds would make more sense. There are still 3 days until the Keros technology announcement. With that vision coming up, do not you think they will make an offer that benefits us too? Think about the Seosung SB case." He exchanged thoughts over the phone. "Sales in the SB case. I think I can guess roughly what kind of offer they will make. Thanks for the advice, Vice Chairman. You are talking while focusing on your game. Anyway, you have grasped something, right? Make your own judgment and decide on the spot. I trust you, CEO." Jinhoo returned to the room and explained, "I stepped out for a moment because there was something I needed to convey over the phone." Jinyoung continued, "I understand. I also have something to say." He asked, "What is it?" He replied, "I think it would be better if we talked privately." Ellie was about to get up. "I will step out for a moment until you two are finished." He held her back. "It is fine, just speak here." He was stunned by Jinhoo's action. He held her hand tightly. Jinyoung was suspicious. "Could it be the two of you? I thought you only focused on work, but it seems that is not the case." He requested, "Please keep this a secret." Jinyoung smiled comfortably.
Of course.
"Congratulations. Now, I will begin the explanation. We tried to reduce the production cost of autonomous driving hardware, but currently dropping below $30,000 is not feasible. The target price for the complete vehicle is $40,000 for the sedan and $50,000 for the SUV. Hardware alone being $30,000. He mused, "That is almost the price of an entire car. Is there any way to lower the price further?" There are 2 ways. First, large-scale investment in facilities to establish mass production. Second, Seosung Electronics must share a portion of their profits with us. Then it could drop to about $15,000. Of course, this requires a strong guarantee that the 2 companies will continue to cooperate. Jinhoo negotiated, "Are you considering a long-term or exclusive contract?" He replied, "We are thinking further than that. We want to propose a stock swap between Seosung Electronics and Keros." He realized. So that was it, a financial strategy, where 2 companies exchange shares to ensure strong friendly stakes without cash outflow while strengthening business ties. Market cap about 300 trillion won, last year's operating profit 40 trillion won, one of the world's leading companies. Treasury stock ratio of 13%, about 39 trillion won based on common stock. Although it was previously believed this 13% treasury stock would be used to convert into a holding company, a parent company structure that controls a group by holding shares in other companies. After becoming chairman and completing control of the group, there was no more reason to do that. The options for using treasury stock were divided. They planned to use it to buy Keros shares. From our side, this is not a bad offer either. Jinhoo asked, "What ratio are you considering?" He replied, 1 to 4. 22.5 trillion won of treasury stock, 7.5%. We want to hold a 30% stake in Keros worth 22.5 trillion. This was Chairman Im Jin-young's unofficial statement on Keros's current valuation, 75 trillion won. Both Ellie and Jinhoo were extremely surprised. The 30 trillion won I invested in Keros was being generously valued at a peak of 45 trillion won. She whispered, "Congratulations, Jinhoo. This is an incredible achievement." He thought, "Is it really?" Chairman Im Jin-young, he would not make this offer just to please me. He must have judged that it is beneficial for both himself and Seosung Electronics. He must be busy handling important schedules. Yet he came here unannounced, without notifying the press, just to pressure me about this. The reason for the stock swap, which could have been discussed in Korea, after first pointing out the mass production problem, he then proposed the share ratio while pretending to make concessions. His eyes sharpened because he judged this as the last chance to buy Keros cheaply. "I agree with your proposal, but I think we need to reconsider the ratio." He made an offer. "What about 1 to 2? His expression became serious.
Are you serious?
He and she were startled. He tapped his finger on the table and asked with a dark face, "Do you really think Keros is worth 150 trillion won?" Only the faint smile disappeared, but the pressure was immense. Among the chaebol chairmen, Im Jin-young was considered young, but he had certainly undergone rigorous training since childhood to inherit the group. Conversely, I had only studied business administration for a year and a half. I could not compare in overall business ability. But regarding negotiations alone, memories replayed images of him participating in negotiations. Though only a few short years, the handshake with Daryl flashed in his mind. Then the image of Mr. James with his sharp demeanor. And then the meeting with Mr. Ronald. Adding other negotiations, he thought confidently, I have also accumulated quite a bit of solid experience. The hand kept rhythm on the table. Even the 1-to-4 ratio, from my perspective, was already a forced valuation. This was wordless pressure from the Samsung Electronics chairman to break the negotiation. It could be a performance to create emotional leverage, but it was clearly still a warning. Ellie whispered, Jin-Hoo, even the 1-to-4 proposal is not bad. The logical decision would be to apologize for the excessive demand, withdraw it, and accept the initial offer. If one did not have a vision half a step ahead, with a calm face he explained, it might not be so currently, but what about the future? Tisola and GN have a 100-fold difference in sales, but their market caps are similar. That is because Tisola's future value is rated extremely high. He asserted. Furthermore, compared to Tisola, Keros already has sufficient production capacity. He clenched his hand into a fist and argued, to commercialize hardware performance must keep up. It will be hard to find a partner like Samsung Electronics with a mass production system. He responded calmly, we could also consider a model like Google, only selling the OS. If we provide the autonomous driving software, there will be no shortage of companies ready to manufacture the cars. He tightened his fist for emphasis, but in that case, Keros's differentiation will disappear. Jin-Hoo was frank, true, but it will help us capture the market much faster. He countered, traditional car companies won't give up their technology just to use Keros software. Jin-Hoo countered again, but those falling behind will be different. Jin-Yang calmed down and reasoned, I fully recognize Keros's technological power and growth potential. That is how I came up with the 1-to-4 ratio.
150 trillion won is absurd.
1-to-2 is impossible. The shareholders won't agree. Jin-Hoo interlaced his fingers and thought. Actually, 1-to-2 could almost lead to a lawsuit for breach of fiduciary duty. I was a bit worried but proposed it anyway knowing that. Basically, it was a preparation step to shift the negotiation anchor. Jin-Hoo asked confidently regarding future value. Can't we decide that later? How about granting the right to request a 1-to-2 swap after 1 year? He pushed his glasses up with his hand. You are someone one can't let their guard down around for even a second, Junior. A 1-to-2 ratio. A final agreement on the stock swap was reached. 3% of Samsung Electronics shares in exchange for 10.5% of Keros shares. And after 1 year, both parties agreed to swap 7% of Samsung Electronics for 14% of Keros at a 1-to-2 ratio. However, Samsung Electronics would have the right to request a buyback in this agreement. The buyback right, put simply, was structured like a call option. Depending on Samsung Electronics' decision after 1 year, they could refuse, accept a part, or exercise all three options. As the goal was to strengthen the partnership between the two companies, they agreed not to sell shares to each other for 10 years, give priority production allocation to Samsung Electronics, and maintain continuous cooperation in integrated vehicle solutions like telematics and in-car entertainment systems. Samsung Electronics also received the right of first refusal if Keros shares were sold later, among many other complex terms. The detailed review went smoothly thanks to Ellie. Jin-Yang sighed. Now the real task is convincing the shareholders. I envy you, Junior. You do not have to worry about shareholders. Jin-Hoo asked back. The National Pension Service will oppose it, right? If Samsung Electronics exercised its buyback right after a year, Keros would become the largest shareholder of Samsung Electronics. Jin-Yang recounted. After the savings bank crisis, the president is in a lame duck state, so it will be hard for him to influence the National Pension Service. As long as we have the consensus of other shareholders, the National Pension Service will have little ground to oppose. Before opening the door, he reminded, since the contract is signed, I will be blunt. Now that mass production is in place, I believe Keros will dominate the market. Jin-Hoo asked, will the car sell well? As he stepped out of the room he replied, instead of asking how many will sell, you should worry about how many more we can actually produce. He left, saying I will see you at the announcement then. Jin-Hoo breathed a sigh of relief. Ellie praised him. Jin-Hoo, you were so cool today. He asked. Huh? She wiped some sweat and recalled. In the negotiations with the chairman of Samsung Group, you did not yield an inch and got exactly what you wanted. When the chairman got serious, you looked incredibly composed too. With a serious face, he said, yeah, it was quite a lot of pressure. I am not always like this, so remember today well. Before sunset, the news was delivered to the key players. Daryl was surprised. The stock swap with Samsung Electronics will be a huge boost. Taekyu was elated. I am so happy right now that I would not even care if phones started exploding. Oh, Taekyu, the second largest shareholder of OTK Company. At OTK Company, Jessica was delighted. Now you are really handling everything so well on your own. He looked at the screen and shared. The third largest shareholder, Miss Oh Hyun-ju, taught me everything while I was with her. The person replied, hearing that makes it all worth it.
Well done.
And I heard from Taekyu. Congratulations. He asked. Congratulations for what? The person mentioned. I'm talking about the Keros technology announcement in 3 days. I heard you have finished it. He laughed softly. Ah, that. The Yunsung Motors logo appeared. He thought of Keros. After learning about the existence of Keros, Taekyu once said, how can I just sit still through this mess? Why would I help Yunsung Motors so easily? I absolutely can't stand to see them succeed. About 2.5 years after witnessing a series of events leading to a massive vision breakthrough, the $100 billion Hectorcom partnership, Daryl had once hoped to create a better future, the announcement of full level 5 autonomous driving technology.
Right.
Images of Taegyu, Daryl, and Jessica flashed in his mind, laughing and talking. Finally, the first step. Congratulations. We will definitely launch the new car in the second half of the year. Jinhoo clenched his fist and declared firmly, we will also announce the Samsung electronics stock swap along with the technology presentation. Let us keep this momentum going. The outside world had begun to buzz. The Karos technology presentation had started. Inside the hall, people were talking incessantly about the presentation. The first slides of the presentation began to appear on the screen. Everyone watched intently. A black car was projected. If it could conquer the streets of San Francisco without any obstacles, it was ready for any road across America. A Chrysler 300T model was driving through the streets of San Francisco level 1. Chrysler on the streets of San Francisco. The car shifted to level 2 and continued driving on the main road. The engine sound was incredibly smooth as it glided past everything on the road. Suddenly, the car braked sharply behind the white line. The car shifted to level 3, navigating streets packed with traffic. The footage recorded from inside the car was slightly hazy. The car navigated the road successfully, avoiding other vehicles. Next was level 4, high automation, virtual road testing. On the screen were the various roads the car had traversed, exceeding 3 billion miles, about 4.8 trillion kilometers. Then came the edge case collision impact testing site. Another car lunged toward the self-driving car. After the collision, the car issued a notification, autonomous driving system damage detected, recommendation to switch to manual driving. Finally, level 5, full automation. The car slowly drove away from the area where the collision had just occurred. Despite the damage, the car safely pulled over to the side of the road. Inside the car, Daryl said to those watching the screen, as you can see, immediately after getting in the car, I did not interfere with the driving at all. On the live broadcast, he continued, in the final testing phase, we drove an average of 65,000 miles per month in real-world conditions. That is equivalent to circling the Earth 2.5 times every month. During that period, the number of cases requiring manual intervention from the driver was. He clenched his fist and said in a firm voice, 0. Daryl was incredibly excited. Taking this opportunity, Karos declares the completion of full autonomous driving technology. As soon as he finished, everyone behind the screen cheered and applauded. Jinhoo heard this and said, now investment proposals will come pouring in. Jin Yong beside him replied, it is lucky we signed the contract 3 days ago. There is no backing out now. Immediately after the technology presentation, the internet exploded. It was now filled with articles about self-driving cars. Rival companies also announced their technology presentations shortly after. With their capabilities, commercialization might be possible. We just accelerated it by about 3 years. For commercialization, revising relevant laws was essential, as legal lobbying through official channels costs a lot of time and money. Jinhoo's company borrowed the power of the U.S. President, so before the excitement over the new technology could die down and shift toward discussions on legal revisions, the announcement of the stock swap and partnership plans from Samsung Electronics hit like a storm. The internet was flooded with information about this event. The main keywords were Samsung Electronics, automobiles, autonomous driving, electric vehicles, and Kang Jinhoo. It was a case of naturally receiving good news day after day. Chairman Han Minggu seemed unhappy upon hearing this news because they realized that they would solve the mass production cost problem through a stock swap. Being about 3 years behind in autonomous driving technology was not just a minor issue, because locally, until the models are commercialized, there will absolutely be no creation of relevant laws or easing of regulations, no matter what. Chairman Han Minggu sat in his office chair. The problem was that the result of constantly trying to restrain Samsung Group to keep them out of the auto market had led to the worst possible outcome, a strategic alliance with OTK company. He had underestimated Im Jin-young. In the case of Kang Jinhoo, if he were truly just a financial speculator, he would not even be qualified to sit in that position. Including Ronald's election, his extraordinary investment ability had been fully recognized for quite some time. It ended right there. He had far exceeded the standard of being called an individual, but lacked the substance to be called a conglomerate. By taking over the failing Karos and pouring dollars into it for nearly 3 years, he established a foundation as a parent company. Chairman Han Minggu held the newspaper and thought to himself. He had no choice but to admit that Jinhoo had grown into a powerful rival conglomerate. He should meet him at least once. Jinhoo was sitting in his chair when someone suddenly asked him, Jinhoo, have you seen this news? He wondered, what is it? Ellie held her phone in front of Jinhoo. I heard Samsung Electronics signed a large block deal for 2% of common stock and 8% of preferred stock with Berkshire Cashier. He looked seriously. If it is Berkshire Cashier, that is Warren Vought's. He recalled Jin Yong's words. There is no need to convince them anymore. You will know why soon. He realized. So this was the reason the European schedule was cancelled. It was related to pursuing them regarding the Karos stock swap. Ellie continued, Warren Vaught was so proactive that he even sent a letter to the shareholders explaining the reason for the investment. The heart-to-heart letter written by Warren Vaught said that since OTK company currently holds most of Karos's shares, access is limited. On the other hand, Samsung Electronics holds 10.5% of Karos and has the right to swap another 14% later. Since Seosung Electronics will benefit most from Keros's growth, he planned to increase his stake in Seosung Electronics whenever the opportunity arose. Following Warren Vought's investment and announcement, Seosung Electronics stock value rose nearly 6%. Consequently, the stock prices of related friendly companies also rose simultaneously. Even with the exact same words, the way they change depends entirely on who the person is. Jinhoo was quite pleased. Warren Vaught, the Keros technology presentation was a huge hit, and welcome guests visited one after another. Milo Freeman discussed happily, if autonomous driving technology is integrated, you can do other work while driving, and in the long run, even an unmanned delivery system will be feasible. He asked if a technology partnership was possible. Jinhoo replied politely, I will request it so we can cooperate on that. Immediate development is too much, but retrofitting existing trucks. Toby wondered, what will drivers do all day with nothing to do? He continued excitedly, the answer is adult entertainment. When launching a new car, how about providing an adult content version together? Jinhoo fell silent at these words. He replied, under current law is not watching videos while driving strictly prohibited. I think it will be hard to implement right now. However, Jinhoo continued, with Facet's sophisticated recommendation algorithm technology, there is a way to leverage it in car infotainment. Besides adult entertainment, there will be a demand for interactive content in the car. Facet is the model for in-car infotainment, based on custom recommendation algorithms. Estimating it takes an hour and 15 minutes to reach the destination, we suggest content based on the distance and the user's preferences. If regulations change, the market will expand significantly. Jinhoo said the market size could even completely surpass the adult entertainment industry. Let us give it a try. Toby nodded and replied, I see.
Understood.
Ellie exclaimed after hearing that. It is incredible. There are so many things you can do in a car just by not driving. Jinhoo smiled. From now on even more things will change, right? At the airport in San Francisco, a plane took off. One person's voice said excitedly, we are finally heading back to Korea. The person beside them replied tiredly indeed. Ellie saw Jinhoo did not look well and checked on him. The schedule was too busy, was not it? You do not look good. Are you okay? Jinhoo did not look well at all. I am okay. No, I am not sure. He frowned, looking extremely uncomfortable. He thought to himself, this feeling is. His memory flashed back to a certain time. Ellie worried. If you are not feeling well, how about returning tomorrow? It is not like anything will happen if we are a day late. Jinhoo kept his teeth clenched and did not respond to Ellie. Suddenly he stood up abruptly, leaving Ellie speechless with surprise. The person behind asked worriedly, are you okay? Jinhoo seemed a bit panicked by his current situation. The entire sky at the airport became chaotic, as if something had happened. A person's voice trembled as they asked, what? Ellie hurriedly stood up to help. Oh my god. Seeing Jinhoo collapse right in front of her made her panic completely. His face at this moment was devoid of any vitality. Immediately after, the scene shifted to another building. The office door was thrown open hurriedly along with a call. Sis. Taekyu, holding a passport, rushed inside. He said immediately, they say the Seosung Electronics private jet is ready. On the television was a news report about an earthquake in the western US. San Francisco airport was paralyzed. No reports of casualties yet. Jinhoo's mother, watching the news on TV, looked extremely worried. Her phone vibrated. The caller was her son's friend, Taekyu. After hearing what he said, she stood up abruptly.
What?
Information about Jinhoo had spread online. Everyone was talking animatedly about the incident. They all thought Jinhoo had fainted because he was overworked. Sang Yeop was surrounded by reporters. Aren't we just waiting helplessly without any countermeasures? CEO Park Sang-yeop, please look this way. Please say a word. What do you think will happen to OTK? Elsewhere, people were also discussing things. Prepare accordingly. I will pass on the message. On his social media, Ronald also posted, I pray for Mr. Kang to wake up soon. A sheet of paper analyzing the current situation was drawn up. The man who wrote this paper sat on an office sofa, thinking. He seemed to be calculating something seriously. The scene shifted to a hospital bed, likely where Jinhoo was lying. The other person thought to himself, it would be great if he never wakes up. Jinhoo woke up within a dream, opening his eyes in confusion. He looked at his surroundings and wondered, where am I? Jinhoo found himself on a city street. He asked himself, San Francisco. The scene before him was both familiar and strange. Suddenly cracks appeared on the road where he stood, surprising him. Immediately after, the road collapsed without any warning. A man was running frantically to escape the earthquake. Jinhoo heard someone scream in terror, help me. He immediately pulled the person. The person was trapped in the debris caused by the road collapse. Suddenly, the person's face turned into one of absolute terror. Jinhoo found it strange and turned back to look. A large shadow loomed over him and the other person. The building in front of them was about to collapse, and it was right near where they were standing. Jinhoo was startled. He reflexively raised his hand to brace for the pain. At the same time, Jinhoo lying on the hospital bed was startled awake. He pulled out the oxygen tube and breathed a sigh of relief. So it was a dream. Jinhoo looked around. Where am I? Taekyu saw him wake up and shouted, my dear friend. He said quickly, I will call the medical staff first. Jinhoo wondered, wait, how long have I been asleep? Taekyu answered honestly, a week. Jinhoo looked at him and asked, are you casually eating pizza while your friend was in a coma for a whole week? Taekyu replied nonchalantly, I could not exactly starve myself for a week. Jinhoo heard that and replied true. Taekyu explained, the doctor said you would wake up soon without any major problems, so I was not too worried. Jinhoo asked again, what happened with the earthquake? Is Ellie okay? Taekyu replied, nothing happened. It happened far offshore, so the ground just shook a little and that was it. He continued, Ellie is fine, at the hotel with Jessica and your mother. Jinhoo was surprised. My mother, Taekyu laughed. She insisted on staying here, but Jessica practically forced her to go back to the hotel. Jinhoo stood up, and Taekyu worriedly said, what are you doing sitting up? What if you fall and get another concussion? Lie back down. Jinhoo wondered, who said it was a concussion? Taekyu did not understand. The doctor. You fainted when you fell during the earthquake. Don't you remember hearing that? He replied nonchalantly. It is the other way around. The big earthquake in San Francisco, he explained. I did not faint because I fell. He continued, I fell because I fainted. Taekyu was surprised. What? The big earthquake in San Francisco? You mean you saw it right before you collapsed? He continued, how is that different from seeing a fist flying at you before you get hit? What can I do if I only see it right before it happens? Jinhoo thought so too.
True.
The two continued talking. Taekyu said, it is like mortar fire in the army. Do the danger signals only flash right before it happens? Jinhoo replied, maybe. Taekyu intended to leave. We will worry about that later. Call the medical staff first. Jinhoo stopped him. Wait a moment. Jinhoo picked up a slice of pizza. Let us finish this before calling them. Taekyu agreed. Good idea. Jinhoo's mother, hearing her son was awake, rushed in. Jinhoo! She hurried over to hug her son. My son, are you really okay? Jinhoo comforted her.
I am fine.
They said there is nothing to worry about. Jessica saw he was awake and said, we were worried something terrible had happened. Ellie called out emotionally, Jinhoo. She tried to wipe her tears. Do you know how worried I was? I thought something had happened to you. Jinhoo replied shyly, I'm sorry for making you worry, Ellie. After crying, Jinhoo's mother immediately scolded him. Why do you always cause trouble and make me worry to death? You have never taken me on a trip abroad, yet now you make me fly all the way to America for something like this. Are you trying to make me die of worry? I told you to be careful in everything, but you never listen. After venting a long stream of accumulated nagging, his mother was taken back to the hotel by Ellie and Jessica. Oh. They insisted he needed to rest. Taekyu sat on the sofa and continued talking to him. It is a big issue abroad too. You are truly a global celebrity. They say your absence would cause major shockwaves in the auto industry and the adult industry too. I understand the auto industry part, but why the adult industry? Taekyu continued. While your mother was giving you her precious nagging, I did some thinking. He stated his thought. Could your fainting be a side effect of your prophetic ability? Jinhoo replied seriously. The vision felt like it was forcing its way through my senses. I had tinnitus and a splitting headache, like an overload. Taekyu analyzed. Isn't it a bit strange for such a great power to be granted without a price? Power always comes with a heavy price. He continued anyway. You have made enough money, so from now on why do not you seal away your prophetic ability? Jinhoo did not quite understand. What are you saying? He recalled. The power appeared suddenly one day without him having to make any effort. It was not something he could see just because he wanted to, nor could he stop it if it happened. Jinhoo sat on the hospital bed thinking. As long as I stay in finance, visions will continue to appear. It is still full of mysteries, but anyway, this vision has passed. Shortly after, he changed clothes wanting to leave the hospital. Deciding that staying was unnecessary, he completed the discharge procedure, and he informed those around him that he was fine. Everyone who heard was overjoyed, perhaps having lost interest. The domestic media only gave a few small reports, compared to when I first fainted. Of course, related stocks began to bounce back simultaneously, and while he handled urgent matters before returning home, Jessica and Ellie had time to sightsee with his mother. Then everyone returned home on Chairman Im Jin-young's private jet. Taekyu excitedly held a bottle of wine. Let us have a glass to celebrate. Jinhoo's mother worried. Is it okay to just drink other people's stuff like that? He replied. He said it is fine.
A romantic champagne.
I guess he will just bill me later if necessary. The private jet landed after dozens of hours of flight. Jinhoo's mother instructed him, go to the hospital immediately if you feel tired, and call me. I will stop by the house soon. Jinhoo replied, I know mom, do not worry. She took Ellie's hand. Ah, one more thing. Please take good care of our Jinhoo. She smiled and replied, don't worry madam. I will call you immediately if anything happens. Ellie added, no, I will call you often even if nothing happens. Jinhoo's mother smiled in relief after hearing her say that. She turned and called Jinhoo, son, come here. Jinhoo's mother said with an inquisitive look, you're dating that young lady, are not you? I heard everything from Jessica. I could tell from the first time I saw her. She is very lively and kind. She continued, I was worried because you worked too much, but when did you manage to win over such a lovely girl? Jinhoo did not answer and instead changed the subject. Are you really okay with her being a foreigner? She replied, oh please, do not be silly. In this global era, seeing the way she stayed by your side the entire time you were in the hospital, I know I can trust her. A person's character is the most important thing. Jinhoo smiled to himself, thinking, it looks like she passed the daughter-in-law test already. Mom moves fast. The scene shifted to the OTK group building. When they heard he was back, Sangyap and Ki-hung both came to check on him. How is your body feeling now? We were very worried, CEO. Jinhoo replied, you guys worked hard putting out articles and explanations while I was away. Ki-hung answered excitedly, it was nothing. We are just moved to see you looking so healthy. Suddenly, Jinhoo's phone vibrated, demanding his attention. Takyu remarked, you are truly busy. You just got back. Who is it? Jinhoo replied, Professor Kim Haman. The professor checked in on him. I heard you recovered and returned to Korea. I was shocked when I saw the articles about you fainting. Jinhoo replied shyly, the articles exaggerated a bit. I am very sorry for making you worry, Professor. Kim Haman said on the other end, don't apologize. But is it okay for me to keep speaking casually to a CEO like you? Jinhoo quickly answered, of course. You are the research director, Professor. I am just the investor who funded the lab. I am grateful you speak to me like this. Hearing that, Haman suggested, hey, if you're not busy, can you come to the lab right now? He wondered, is something wrong? Haman explained, actually, I planned to share this right after the Keros Tech presentation, but I waited because you collapsed. Haman continued, I want to show you our results. If autonomous driving technology is complete, then it is the battery's turn, right? Haman informed him, we have prepared to file for a patent. I need you to come and give your approval. Upon hearing this, Jinhoo immediately set out. In case he fainted from another sudden vision, Taekyu took the wheel. While driving, Taekyu suggested, maybe I should hire a driver at this point. Jinhoo beside him, replied, this is becoming a nuisance. It is not like I have narcolepsy. Taekyu asked curiously, so what exactly are you guys researching at the lab? Jinhoo smiled and replied, we are developing a new battery material. Most batteries on the market today are NCM batteries. The problem is that cobalt is extremely expensive. It is a rare metal, and half of the world's reserves are in the Congo, but the supply is unstable due to their civil war. Jinhoo continued, processing it requires high input costs to remove 70% of impurities. The market is monopolized and hoarding is rampant. Taekyu realized, so the price must fluctuate wildly. He continued, that is why you are trying to create a new material to replace cobalt. Jinhoo smiled, that is the ultimate goal. He added, but it is not an easy thing to do, so today is more like a progress report on battery performance. Even that is incredible. Taekyu chimed in, you have poured all the profits from the LFP batteries into this lab, so it is still a bit early to say if it was worth it. The scene shifted to the research lab funded by OTK. Haman saw Jinhoo and shared excitedly, we succeeded in creating a new material to replace cobalt. Taekyu was shocked. I thought you said the goal was long-term development because it was so difficult. Haman calmed down and said, don't get too excited yet. We still have a few hurdles to overcome. Taekyu was intrigued, like what? Haman rested his chin on his hand. We need more research. But as of now, the production cost of this new material is 20% higher than cobalt. Taekyu was somewhat surprised. So it costs $120 to make a $100 bill. Jinhoo replied, something like that. He wondered if things would change if cobalt prices kept rising. Securing a stable supply of raw materials was definitely a huge advantage. Haman took something out. It is too early to be disappointed. There is one more thing. You know what this is, right? Jinhoo looked closely at the object in Haman's hand. Is that an 18,650 cylindrical battery? It was 18 mm in diameter and 65 mm long. Haman replied, exactly. It is a universal battery used for everything. Taekyu wondered, doesn't Tesla use those for their electric cars? Jinhoo replied, they do. They are a standard size, have low mass production costs, and are easy to source. Haman spoke up, this one is a standard NCM battery. He smiled. And this is the battery using the new material. Haman asked, a normal 18,650 has a capacity of 3,000 milliamperes. What do you think the capacity of the new material battery is? He happily announced a number. 7,000 milliamp, and the charging speed is twice as fast. Jinhoo was truly stunned. What, that means? Haman finished his thought, even if you double the capacity, you can still cut the charging time in half. Capacity, cost and charging speed, two of the three major hurdles for EV batteries have been solved. Hearing Haman's words, Jinhoo was overjoyed. He thought to himself, if this is true, it is a landmark achievement. Haman held a stack of documents. Fast charging requires specific materials and a compatible charger. In reality, the actual speed might vary slightly, at least theoretically speaking, but the real problem is. Saying this, he slammed the stack of documents onto the table. The battery sitting there showed no signs of damage after the impact. Haman picked up the documents again. Now for the new material battery. He slammed the documents onto the table again. Immediately after, a small explosion occurred, startling the two men sitting across from him. Haman said somewhat sadly, as you can see, it is extremely unstable under physical impact. It is about 10 times more explosive than a standard NCM battery. Jinhoo asked, can we fix it? He knew that exploding upon impact was a fatal flaw. Haman replied, we will have to start researching that problem now. Jinhoo thought, however, as soon as that issue is resolved. He continued his thought, the driving range will increase from 500 kilometers to over 1,000, and the charging time will drop from over 30 minutes to less than half that. Jinhoo looked at the people around him and thought, developing a cobalt replacement material alone is a massive deal. While achieving stability in a short time frame seems like a daunting task. He went silent for a moment, looking at their faces. The man's face looked a bit tired. The young woman's face was full of hope for the project. And finally, Kim Ho-man, the key person in this project. Jinhoo told himself, researching whatever they want in a stable environment without limits. Could that alone create this much synergy? My role in supporting these focused minds is already set. He affirmed to himself, protecting their intellectual property within our expanding sphere of influence. After thinking it through, he spoke up, let us start by filing the patent. Shortly after, they moved quickly to file patents in both Korea and the US. All patents belong to the lab, and all royalties and profits would go back to the lab as well. He thought, once commercialized, OTK will dominate the secondary battery market, starting with electric vehicles. As soon as news of the new battery material broke, even though commercialization was not guaranteed yet, messages flooded in from everywhere. Taekyu asked, should we start talking to them in the order they contacted us? Jinhoo replied nonchalantly, of course not. Instead of talking to them, he continued, I have invited Vice Chairman Im Jin-young. Jin-young shook hands happily. Pleasure to meet you, I am Im Jin-young. Ho-man replied, nice to meet you, I am Kim Ho-man. In the room, Jin-young said, thanks to you too, the price of cobalt has plunged by more than 15%. The entire battery industry, including Seosung, can finally breathe a sigh of relief. He lightly pushed up his glasses. A cobalt substitute has been a long-time dream of this industry. I never imagined it would be solved so quickly. Jinhoo replied, as long as the stability issues are resolved, that is. Jin-young expressed, please let us know if there is anything you need. With Seosung's technical expertise we can help you solve the commercialization issues. Jinhoo knew better. Those were kind words, but there was no such thing as a free lunch. He asked, what are the strings attached? Jin-young replied, there really are no strings. TB company plans to produce batteries using the new material, right? We just want Seosung to have priority rights to manufacture any surplus production. Jinhoo thought, since they were major Seosung shareholders anyway, there was no reason to refuse. He smiled and said, I certainly agree. What do you think, Professor? Ho-man also agreed, I have no reason to object. I will make sure we solve the stability issues as soon as possible. The plan to supply next-generation batteries was established, centered around TB Company. At the OTK Research Institute, CL Chemical continued to make approaches. Taekyu wondered, didn't we already announce that we are conducting joint research with Seosung? Jinhoo said, I heard they signed a 10-year fixed-price contract to supply batteries to the Volkswagen Group. Raw material prices skyrocketed after the cobalt issue, and they have been trapped ever since. He continued, I heard that even though cobalt prices dropped thanks to our announcement, they are still losing money on every unit produced. They must be desperate for a cobalt-free option. Sang-yeop replied, CL Chemical, that brings back bad memories. He recalled, I lost everything and fell into heavy debt because of a call option investment there, all because of a mistake by one of their employees. I had to do manual labor just to pay off that debt. Sang-yeop could not help but remember his difficult past. He added, CL, CEO is also partners with Yunsung Motors on the battery side. It is probably better for both of us if I just ignore them. Taekyu was somewhat surprised. Yunsung Motors, if this battery really goes into production, what will happen to Yunsung's hydrogen cars? Jinhoo crossed his arms. The era of hydrogen cars will probably never truly arrive. His phone vibrated. He wondered, who is this? It was an unknown number. He had so many people trying to reach him that he had to answer every call lately. Thinking this, Jinhoo had to pick up. Hello, who is this? A voice spoke long time, no see.
Do you recognize my voice? Hearing this voice surprised Jinhoo?
He simply replied, yes. The person continued, I am sure you are busy, but could you spare some time? The scene shifted to an unfamiliar building in the city. Siona sat formally and announced, I am getting married next month. She asked, Jinhoo, are you surprised? He replied, a little. He asked her, to that senior. She went silent for a moment, and then replied, who else could it be? Siona took out an exquisite invitation. I wanted to give you the invitation in person. He opened the invitation, thinking to himself, a commoner girl marrying the son of a chaebol family. A true Cinderella story. It was extremely rare in reality, but possible if the parties involved were determined enough. He recalled Seona once saying, but I want to achieve my dream. Back then he was confused. And what is this dream of yours? Seona only looked at him with a smile and did not answer. Now he knew, success. He looked at the girl in front of him, who had changed a lot from the past. Since Go Junyoung was the third son, and at the bottom of the line of succession, his family's opposition probably was not that strong. I was not sure if she chose him with that in mind, but the future Seona wanted had arrived. It was undeniable that the passion Seona showed that day had given us a push forward. Success. Jinhoo stared blankly at the ceiling, wondering what he was thinking. Back then he had gone to find his friend. The other guy was impatient about being woken up. I was sleeping so well. Why did you wake me up? If you're drunk, just go home, buddy. Jinhoo took his friend's hand. We have held hands, so we are in the same boat now. Now he had also succeeded. He had become the CEO of OTK Company, a very famous firm. Thinking back, there were many people more impressive than him at that time. He wondered, Siona, why did you date me? Siona replied, I told you already. You were different from other guys from the moment I saw you. She said, you were the one who shone the brightest. There was a lull in the conversation between them. Siona asked again, why? Why did you hide it? She touched the cup of hot tea on the table. Jinhoo did not understand what she meant. Hide what? Siona replied, that you were the CEO of OTK Company. Jinhoo rubbed his chin, seemingly looking for a good reason for this. Then he seemed to realize something. He said, you never asked. Siona was shocked.
What?
Siona questioned, why? Why did you hide it from me? She gently placed the still hot teacup on the table. Jinhoo raised his voice to ask, hide what from you? Siona's voice could not hide her disappointment. That you were the director of OTK Company. Jinhoo finally realized and let out an oh. He was also a bit awkward. Well, Jinhoo thought for a long time. Then he replied, because you never asked me. These words startled Siona. Her voice trembled.
What?
Her eyes briefly filled with sadness. You. I am sure I asked many times. Siona remembered the past. She had longed for a clear answer from him. Explain it to me. What is going on? It was met with an indifferent answer. What do you mean? Where did you get all that money? Even on that day. He had lied to her too. A friend of mine has a lot of money, so I borrowed some. Or the times Siona asked, is something wrong? Did something happen? He would just brush it off. Nothing happened. Even in that moment, when Jinhoo said thanks for waking me up, it had surprised Siona. Huh? She asked him, what happened after that? What exactly were you hiding? Finally, she received a cold affirmation. It
Has nothing to do with you.
Jinhoo's words snapped her out of the past. No, you are wrong. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. I see. You must be busy preparing for the wedding. I guess so. Siona turned away with a sorrowful look. I guess I was still deluded. If I asked you now, after everything is over, would you tell me? Jinhoo hesitated.
I mean, sure.
Bancoin, the L6 crisis, startup investments, Brexit, and so on. Didn't you know already? You could probably find the details if you just tried searching. Siona's voice trembled. You. At that moment, a third person suddenly intervened. Hello, CEO Kang Jinhoo. As soon as Jinhoo saw that person, he quickly stood up. Oh, hello, Chairwoman Im Sumi. What brings you here? Im Sumi spoke clearly. I heard the news while I was working that you had arrived, so I rushed over. Resort Hotel CEO Im Sumi, you did not forget, this is my hotel, right? The daughter of the Seosan group, I had noticed. Chairwoman Im Sumi. Her demeanor was different from the funeral, so I did not recognize her at first. We had only passed each other from a distance a few times after that. She continued, I heard my brother is in your debt lately. Jinhoo acted like it was no big deal. It is nothing. If anything, I am the one in his debt. Meanwhile, Siona was silently busy with her coat. Sumi checked on him. I was very worried when I heard you collapsed. Are you okay now? Jinhoo replied politely, of course. I'm perfectly healthy now. After a while, she noticed Siona's presence and asked, by the way, it looks like you are having a meeting. This is... As soon as she was mentioned, Siona bowed low. Pleased to meet you. Jinhoo quickly chimed in. Ah, well, we went to university together. I heard she is getting married soon. Sumi had no reason to be more curious. Ah, I see. Jinhoo added, her future husband is Go Junyoung from GH Construction. Do you know him? Sumi realized, ah, Chairman Go Jinkwang's third son. I did not think his future daughter-in-law would be your university friend, CEO Kang. Congratulations on your wedding. Nice to meet you, I am Im Sumi. Siona introduced herself shyly, I am Yoon Siona.
Thank you.
Sumi remarked, since you two are close, getting help from OTK Company for GH Construction in the future should be easy. Jinhoo smiled slightly, pursing his lips. I bet they won't need that. Sumi was a bit surprised by this unexpected answer. Why not? OTK Company is the largest shareholder of IRTCLT, and they have been doing quite well in Europe lately. After talking for a bit, Sumi realized I only intended to say hello, but it looks like I have taken up too much of your time. I will pay for the coffee today, so please, carry on. I will definitely arrange a time to treat you to a meal soon. Let us all get together with my brother. Jinhoo smiled brightly. I look forward to that. You have my contact information, right? Sumi replied. Oh, of course. I will call you. Back in the quiet space, Siona remarked. You have changed a lot. Jinhoo maintained an indifferent attitude. I guess so. Siona continued. I heard from Yuri that you are dating that foreign lawyer. Congratulations. Jinhoo replied briefly. Yeah, thanks. She kept fiddling with her teacup. If I were still by your side, would you still be as successful as you are now? Jinhoo casually raised his hand to cover up. No one knows how things would have turned out. Siona's eyes were sorrowful. There is one thing I really wanted to tell you when we met, but it is probably best if I do not say it. Will you come to the wedding? Jinhoo waved her off. I will just send a very generous wedding gift. Siona left in disappointment. All right then. She reached out and gripped the coat on her shoulders, leaving a final message. Take care, Jinhoo. Jinhoo calmly placed his teacup on the table. Congratulations on the wedding. After receiving a call from Jinhoo, Yuri babbled, ah, I'm sorry. The conversation just flowed and I accidentally mentioned you're dating, senior. But by the way, did you happen to hear any news when you met Siona? Jinhoo replied calmly. About Siona getting married. Yeah, I heard. Yuri pried. So how did it go? Jinhoo looked into the distance and said, what do you mean, how did it go? I wished her the best. Yuri nodded in satisfaction. Good job. Oh, by the way, have you heard the news? Jinhoo asked back. What news? Yuri replied, I heard it from my dad. Warren Vaught is visiting Korea next week. Jinhoo was surprised. Really? What brings him here? He developed his business through insurance and now invests across all industries. The CEO of Berkshire Cashier, Warren Vaught. Media, railways, finance, IT, autos, retail, energy, manufacturing, consumer goods, an investment genius who has consistently generated profits for the past 50 years. He absolutely refuses to invest in areas he does not understand or considers too risky. Warren Vaught had bought Samsung Electronics shares at that time. Remember, Jinhoo speculated, so it is related to them then.
Is there someone else too?
Taekyu spoke up. Fabricating a meeting between regional heads is going too far.
So what did they say?
Jinhoo said excitedly, the Berkshire Cashier side. They want to have lunch together. The two went back and forth. Just lunch. People usually pay 4 billion won at an auction for a lunch like that. What kind of food costs 4 billion won? Getting life and investment advice is what is important. And where does all that money go anyway? Jinhoo mentioned that the proceeds from the lunch auction are donated immediately, and that Buffett plans to give away his entire fortune later. Taekyu pointed and said, what a generous man. Let us go see if my sister wants to join us. The girl beside him was overjoyed. Whoa, really? We are actually going to meet Warren Buffett? Hyunju seemed a bit worried. Is it really okay for us to just crash like this? Did his side say it was alright? Jinhoo assured her. The coordinator already confirmed it. They told us to just pick the location, the account and the menu, and then let them know. The two girls were giddy. I definitely want to go too. It feels like we are getting a 4 billion won lunch for free. Hyunju agreed. Alright then. I will clear my schedule for that day as well. Taekyu teased, whoa, sis, you look super excited. Are you really that happy? Hyunju flared up with a murderous aura. Shut your mouth. Taekyu did not dare utter another word. A lunch with Warren Buffett was truly a massive deal, it seemed. As expected, the domestic media was hyper-focused on Samsung. Headlines read, investment genius Warren Buffett surprises Samsung Electronics chairman Im Jin-young. Is Samsung ultimately Buffett's choice? Buffett's visit driven by relationship with the late chairman Im Il-kwon. Will Buffett expand his stake in Samsung Electronics? The anonymous figure behind Buffett's visit is the ghost of Im Il-kwon. However, among the public reading international news, everyone was debating. I heard he is actually here to see Kang Jinhoo, not Samsung. Exactly, Samsung is just a side mission. Rumors began to spread that the real purpose of Buffett's visit was to meet Jinhoo. Once the exact date was set, the office was buzzing with excitement. Sang Yeo protested loudly. What about me? You have to take me with you too. Remember what we said to each other back when we were rookies? You remember, right? Jinhoo asked helplessly. What was it about? Sang Yeop shook Jinhoo excitedly. It was likely a claim about taking him to meet Warren Buffett. We definitely talked about it. I am absolutely sure. Michael Lee said pensively. I have admired him since I was a kid. To me, he is nothing short of a superhero. Jinhoo sighed. I get it. Michael sat up straight with his arms crossed. I'm just saying. Changing scenes, Hee Hung reported, to see if any staff members wanted to attend the lunch with Mr. Buffett. I took the liberty of conducting a short survey. I prepared this just in case you need it. Jinhoo held the stack of papers. I do not recall saying anything about that. Hee Hung explained. Yes, that is why I said just in case, and sure enough, every single person, including myself, expressed a desire to attend. Everyone put a lot of effort into writing down their reasons. At this rate, it is going to turn into a comedy dinner. Shouldn't I contact Berkshire Hathaway and ask? At the OTK company headquarters, Jinhoo tried to make contact from his office. This is a dedicated line for Berkshire Hathaway partner companies. Please enter the password you were provided. OTK company connection confirmed. He answered the phone. The other end connected. Yes, I am listening. Jinhoo replied. Hello, this is Kang Jinhoo, CEO of OTK company. Regarding the meeting Berkshire proposed recently, I am calling to discuss adjusting the number of attendees. The person on the other end said, I see. Go ahead. We have quite a few employees who wish to attend. The leader on the other side acknowledged. Sounds like you have a very friendly atmosphere over there. Jinhoo did not beat around the bush and got straight to the point. I would like to ask you to report this back to Chairman Buffett and see if it is acceptable. The person replied. There is no need for that. This confused Jinhoo.
Pardon.
The person answered. This is Warren Buffett. So, I can give you an answer right now. Jinhoo was startled and terrified, and I told them to transfer the call directly to me if OTK contacted us. That was the plan. Nice to meet you, CEO Kang Jinhoo. Jinhoo immediately changed his tone. Ah, yes, it is an honor to meet you, sir. He thought to himself, I can't believe this. Am I really talking on the phone with the legendary Warren Buffett? Hearing his voice, it finally started to feel real. A name he had cited countless times over the years. He recalled an old conversation with Taekyu. If we keep succeeding like this, won't we end up meeting Warren Buffett someday? Jinhu had replied that Buffett did not build Berkshire Hathaway all by himself. The memory then became a blur. James Samuswell, James C.
Goldman.
To think I have met Chairman Ryu Cheoljun and Vice Chairman Shin Byung-go in person. Are we really going to meet him? At this rate, I really might end up meeting Warren Buffett, having a direct line to the investment genius Warren Buffett and planning lunch with him. Before Jinhu could recover, Buffett made a suggestion. Then how about we do this? After our meal, I will set aside some time to meet your staff. I have wanted to visit OTK company for a long time anyway, so this works out perfectly. On the day of the meeting with Warren Buffett, they decided to meet at Jinhu's house, considering various factors like public attention, security and privacy. Their team consisted of 5 people, including Henry Smith, who already knew Buffett. Taekyu marveled, "Whoa, there are even more reporters here than at the airport. He looks like a normal grandpa, but his popularity is massive. They are even broadcasting when the guest will arrive. That is cool. By the way, how much is one share of Berkshire Hathaway?" Hearing this, Jinhu replied flatly, "As of yesterday, Class A shares were just under $300,000. About 330 million won." Taekyu asked, 300 million for one share. Why is it so expensive? Jinhu explained, it is because the company has grown significantly over time. There are also Class B shares priced at $10. Taekyu wondered, how on earth did he make so much money? Jinhu said, it is similar to us. After all, I followed his methods. However, have not your recent results been better? That might be true if you only look at the profits from the last few years. But countless people have achieved great results in the short term. Only Warren Buffett has maintained consistent profits for decades. Throughout that period, he has consistently generated about 20% returns without any major failures. It is a miracle when you consider the major financial crises that happened in that time. The dot-com bubble, the subprime mortgage crisis, the oil crisis. Taekyu placed a hand on his shoulder. He gave a thumbs up. To me, you are the best investor. Jinhu replied, do you even know what you are talking about? Taekyu said innocently, of course I say that because I do not know anything. However, I know one thing for sure, everyone gathered here is world class. So do not be too nervous. Greet him with confidence. That way, our guest will feel comfortable chatting. Right. Taekyu's words helped ease Jinhu's mind. I guess so. Jinhu thought, look at him now. Taekyu is already a world-class psychological master. A short while later, Warren Buffett arrived. He reached out to greet them. Thank you for inviting me. I'm Warren Buffett. I have wanted to meet CEO Kang Jinhu for a very long time. Nice to meet you, Kang Jinhu. Jinhu bowed carefully and shook Warren's hand. I have always wanted to meet you too. Taekyu muttered in the back. He looks like the KFC colonel. Henry stepped forward to greet his acquaintance. Long time no see. How long has it been? Warren laughed heartily. It looks like you have grown even taller since then. I think you can stop growing now. The other staff members came forward one by one to shake hands. This is Jessica, the Golden Gate Korea branch manager. This is Ellie Kim from the Golden Gate legal team. I am Taekyu, vice chairman of OTK company. Warren replied warmly, nice to meet you all. Director Jessica, I have heard a lot about you. You are a talent that many investment firms on Wall Street covet. Of course there is always a spot for you at Berkshire Hathaway. Jessica smiled gently. Thank you for the kind words, sir. Ellie expressed sincerely, I have only ever seen you on TV, so seeing you in the flesh. You are much more handsome in real life. At this, Warren was even more delighted.
Thank you.
Actually, my pride is not my investment skills, it is my face. With such a warm welcome and wonderful weather, it was a perfect day for a conversation. Suddenly, Jinhu remembered the past again. Taekyu had once suggested, Jinhu, take my hand. Let us dive in together, into the world of investors. And now, they were succeeding on the very path they had chosen, meeting big shots as important partners. Taekyu noted that this was how they ended up diving deep into the investor world. Warren marveled. You originally agreed to split the profits 50-50, but you gave up $200 million of your share. Taekyu grinned. I pushed Jinhu a bit. When we recruited Jessica, I even gave up 3% of my total shares. Warren stroked his chin with satisfaction. I see now that there is another truly great investor right here. Jinhu silently admitted, it is true. Without Taekyu, the OTK company of today would not exist. Entrusting money to someone good at investing is an investment in itself. Taekyu was humble. Jinhu makes the money and I just play. So it is the best life. By the way, you really do love cola, do not you? Warren admitted, that is right. There is an anecdote about a Soviet general who loved cola so much that he tried to have it modified to hide it from others. He risked being purged for something that could be called a capitalist plot. Taekyu pushed up his glasses and added, Georgy Zhukov, born 1896, died 1974. A Soviet commander during the Russian Civil War and World War II, who reportedly requested clear cola disguised as vodka. Both Jinhu and Henry looked at him in shock. Warren could not help but praise him. You are very well informed. I am impressed. Taekyu replied. If you are a military buff, there is no way you would not know that. Warren was excited. Then do you happen to know about this too? Taekyu obliged. Ask as many questions as you like, sir. Jinhu thought, before I knew it, the atmosphere had become lunch with Taekyu. Me, Goldman and Warren Buffett. Takyu definitely has a talent for charming CEOs. From cola to stories about Santa Claus suits, following the relaxed atmosphere, it was a good time to steer the conversation back to investment. It is hard to do everything well. Warren shared, if it were me, instead of where to invest, I would first consider where not to invest. Taking the cue, Jessica asked, I am curious if you have any principles for avoiding losses. Warren shared, it is about recognizing the moment when you can no longer create profit, and you must stop when you realize that. It is not that most people do not know that moment or can't stop. Usually they know, but they take one more step anyway. One more thing. What is even harder than making money is spending it properly. As money accumulates, it gains a power of its own. If used incorrectly, many people suffer great harm. As he spoke, he looked over at Jinhu, who was surprised. Jinhu thought, it feels like he is talking directly to me. Is it just my imagination? Warren continued, an incident like this once happened. A charity conducted a donation campaign to send shoes to children in Africa. What do you think the result was? Takyu grinned confidently. The children who used to go barefoot must have been able to wear shoes. Warren noted, in the short term, that is correct. However, there was a large shoe factory in that country, and it was in a state where it could not compete in quality with the donated shoes. Not being for sale, the factory could not survive the temporary gap and eventually closed down. All the workers became unemployed, even though they got a free pair of shoes. Ellie remarked. Giving is not easy either. Warren's expression turned slightly sorrowful. Sometimes the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Of course, the opposite can also be true. This is not a story that made the media, but 10 years ago, something like this happened. They continued to have a pleasant conversation for a long time after that. Throughout their talk, interspersed with small talk and hearing the history of how Buffett's investment philosophy was established, mixed with private anecdotes. A reality beyond anything I ever imagined in school was unfolding right before Jinhu's eyes. If he had to pick the greatest reward since starting to invest, it would be today. After finishing their talk, everyone went to OTK Company. A warm welcome awaited Warren Buffett, as he took time to interact with the company's employees. The employees chanted his name, Warren Buffett. The employees cheered enthusiastically. He even shook hands and signed autographs for each employee. For those in the financial industry, it was like a massive celebrity was right there. He was a superstar. Since there was still some time before his next appointment with Samsung Electronics chairman Im Jin-young, a private meeting was arranged. In the office, Jinhu said gratefully, today was truly a precious time. Especially your stories from the field, they really resonated with me. Warren smiled with satisfaction. That is merely the wisdom of an old man who has lived a bit longer. I am glad it was useful. I have been following OTK Company's investments with interest for a long time because I have never seen such an extreme investment style before. To be honest, I thought it would not last long. Jinhu was a bit awkward. You have said that often in media interviews too. Warren shared, my thoughts were like that even after Brexit, but recently I have thought differently. Jinhu wondered, why is that? Warren said, as you know, I do not invest in areas I judge as dangerous because I believe danger starts with not knowing what you're doing. In other words, if CEO Kang Jinhu acted with a precise understanding of what he was doing, the OPEC production cut deal, Samsung Electronics stopping L6 production. CEO Kang, what do you think investment is? Then those would have been dangerous investments. Jinhu had to admit that he was right. These were things he could not have done without the basis of his premonitions. Warren singled out Jinhu. CEO Kang, what do you think investment is? It is the act of making money, and you have enough money now. So why continue to invest? Jinhu realized, it is that question again, a luxury question only permitted to those who have accumulated wealth in a certain category, money, happiness. Because the opportunity to make money appeared, because I can solve the difficulties of those around me. Having gone through a series of processes over the years, several answers emerged. My faithful relationship with certain role models was also a reason that could not be ignored. Chairman Park Se-young, Chairman Han Minggu, Vice Chairman Han Chen-yong. When I built this kind of wealth, I finally reached a weight class where I could restrain them. And it was a point where I even thought I could bring them down. The fact that today's event happened is also thanks to my massive wealth and reputation. A part of me also yearned to live through many mysteries, to become a great investor like Warren Buffett someday. To summarize, the reason to continue building success and fortune centers on very worldly desires. A house bought for $30,000 in his youth where he has lived for decades. An old car he has driven for over 10 years. Compared to what he has, Warren Buffett's cars, houses and lifestyle are incredibly modest. Jinhu wondered, what does money mean to him? Jinhu asked bluntly, do you know the answer? Warren was confident.
Of course.
But I can't tell you. Because that is the answer I found. You will have to find your own answer. CEO Kang. Seeing Warren stand up, Jinhu also rose quickly. He said, that is a difficult question to answer right away. Warren laughed. There is no need to rush. If it is you, CEO Kang, you will be able to find it. Jinhu tried to get more information. Can you give me a hint? Warren replied gently, realizing desires is fine, but you should also reflect on the core essence beyond that. Jinhu pondered. What does that mean? It was such a philosophical piece of advice that an answer did not come easily. Did he mean I should refrain from investing for the sake of desire? Who would fall for such a transcendental story? The reason I could come this far is because I saw the premonitions. Even after seeing a premonition where victory is guaranteed, would any master just stand still? Premonitions and prophets, preparing everything for a certain future. The core essence. Amidst the jumbled thoughts that could not be organized, suddenly, the KM-188 explosion, the San Francisco earthquake, the two walked out of the office. Changing scenes, seeing Jinhoo pensive, Taekyu spoke up. What have you been thinking about all this time? Jinhoo was awkward. I was just recalling the advice I heard from Warren Buffett a few days ago. Taekyu asked, I thought you saw something or something like that. It is break time now. What are you doing? On this side, Henry was gloomy. I agree. Exactly, what are you doing? Jinhoo was blank. Huh. What do you mean? Henry grew more despondent. You two said you would help me, so why have not you said a word yet? Even someone as intuitive as Taekyu could not understand. Help with what? Henry questioned. Didn't you both say you would help me get with Jessica? Jinhoo and Taekyu looked at each other for a moment and then asked in unison. We said that. Henry's eyes widened in shock. You definitely did, at the home bar in the basement of the vice chairman's mansion. You both said, don't worry, we will help you. I heard it loud and clear with my own ears. Taekyu awkwardly scratched his head. Don't you Westerners usually handle dating on your own pretty well? Henry banged the table excitedly. That is an extreme prejudice. Why do you think white people date in some cool and free way, getting flustered in front of the woman we like and acting like idiots? It is exactly the same for us. Jinhoo reassured him. First, calm down. Actually, for Henry, I have a plan ready. We are thinking of going on a summer vacation together this time. Taekyu was blank. That vacation is for Henry. Henry regained his spirit. A vacation? Does that mean Jessica is going too? Jinhoo said. Ellie is inviting her right now. If we go on vacation, we will feel more relaxed physically and mentally, and then there might be an opportunity, right? Henry was satisfied. That makes sense. But where are we going? Jinhoo replied. We are thinking of the Maldives. Henry stood up excitedly. Then it is perfect. My grandfather owns a villa in the Maldives. I will never forget this favor, boss. Jinhoo waved it off. It is not big enough to be called a favor. Taekyu chuckled, covering his mouth. As expected of James C. Goldman from a financial tycoon family. If you just point at a random spot on the world map, it seems they actually have a villa there. By evening, at the OTK company office, Ellie spoke up. I'm sorry for being late. Seeing Ellie walk in exhausted, Jinhoo said, you have become a team leader now, to the point where it is hard to even see your face. Ellie stepped in weakly. If I knew it would be like this, I would have turned down the promotion offer. Jinhoo asked, where's Hyunju? Ellie replied, she is still working at the company. He suggested, should we buy some late-night snacks on the way and go see her? Ellie quickly waved her hand. No, I do not want to go back to the company today. More importantly, this is a gift for you. Open it, Ellie said as she pushed a green gift box toward Jinhoo. He wondered, is today a special occasion? She sat down with a giggle. Does it always have to be a special day? I have always been the one receiving things from you, so I wanted to do something for you too. Jinhoo picked up the item in surprise. He assessed it briefly. This must have been very expensive. Ellie replied gently, it was expensive for a salaried worker like me. I got promoted and thought it would suit you, so I decided to buy it. Try it on. Jinhoo put it on with delight. Whoa, even the watch strap fits my wrist perfectly.
And?
Wait.
Suddenly, Jinhoo noticed something. In Jinhoo's vision, a mysterious purple smoke slowly began to spread. An eagle appeared right before Jinhoo's eyes, making his eyes widen. Ellie asked hurriedly, what is wrong? Do you not like it, Jinhoo? Seeing Jinhoo remain silent and unresponsive, Ellie grew more agitated. Jinhoo, are you okay? Can you hear me? Jinhoo's eyes were wide open, staring into a void. The San Francisco earthquake. After a moment, everything returned to normal. Ellie asked worriedly, are you really okay? Truly, Jinhoo replied, I am fine. I just felt a bit dizzy for a second. Ellie instructed, if anything feels off with your body, you must tell me immediately. After all, Taekyu is at home too. Despite the brief protest, Jinhoo had to accept. After his previous fainting spell, he was currently living with Taekyu as a safety precaution. The two shared a warm embrace. Thanks for bringing me home. I made it back safely because of you, Jinhoo said. Ellie comforted him softly. If you are ever afraid to come home alone, call me anytime. Summer vacation is coming up, so take good care of your health, Jinhoo replied sweetly. I will. He thought to himself, summer vacation. It would be great if I could actually go. As soon as Jinhoo walked in, Taekyu spoke up. You are back earlier than I thought. Did your date go well? Jinhoo said calmly. No, more importantly, there is something important I need to tell you. Taekyu was confused. What is it? Jinhoo stated, I was wrong. Taekyu became even more puzzled. About what? Jinhoo said, the San Francisco earthquake. It has not happened yet. So, you saw the same premonition again. What about the earthquake last time then? Jinhoo speculated, that probably had nothing to do with the premonition. Taekyu pressed further. Usually when I see a sign, there is some kind of connection before and after it. Were you talking about the earthquake or something then? Jinhoo looked at the watch hesitantly. Not exactly. I was just I received a watch as a gift and was looking at it. I mean the watch glass. After I saw how it sparkled under the light, I got dizzy.
Ah, right.
The dream. I remember that dream now. Taekyu asked, what dream? Jinhu recounted. When I fainted last time, I had forgotten, but I had a dream then. I just remembered it. In Jinhu's dream, people were lining up for some kind of event in a glass building. It was definitely the Enpal store building. Taekyu wondered, does that have to do with the San Francisco earthquake? Jinhu replied, I think so. Taekyu did not ask further and followed along. Well then, first, let us check the San Francisco Enpal branches via Street View. Jinhu looked at the screen and said, I can really feel it like this. Show me from another angle. Taekyu swiped his hand. This is the last one. Jinhu said, I think I need to go to San Francisco. Taekyu was concerned. Isn't that dangerous? What if an earthquake hits while you are there? Jinhu remained stubborn. It is going to happen soon. I can feel it. As a precaution, I will go alone. At least one administrator should stay behind. Taekyu worried. What if you faint again? I am going with you. Jinhu disagreed. It could be dangerous. Taekyu showed him his phone screen and said, what are you talking about? That is exactly why we should go together. You said you do not have any busy schedules, right? I have already booked the earliest flight. After their talk, they moved forward with the plan to depart at San Francisco International Airport as soon as they set foot in the U.S. The discrete security protocol was automatically set to standby. Jinhu had said, I plan to monitor San Francisco's traffic emissions by driving myself, checking license plates on autonomous driving roads, using a business trip as an excuse. The security level had been lowered. The person across from him spoke politely. The vehicle is equipped with GPS. Please allow us to follow behind you. Jinhu warned beforehand, even if you lose track of us, please do not force yourselves to try and catch up. Taekyu and Jinhu climbed into the car. Taekyu spoke up, the glass buildings downtown. There are a total of 5 Enpal store locations that fit your criteria. Jinhu ordered, let us go to the nearest one first. Got it. So far, the premonitions had only provided finance-related information. If a massive earthquake hit, the financial markets would fall into chaos. Many people would die and systems would be paralyzed. Stock prices would plummet, while oil and raw materials would skyrocket. The economy would take a fatal blow, but it could also be an opportunity to make a massive amount of money. If the investments were timed correctly, it could bring in profits even greater than Brexit. Above all, the scale of capital now was different from back then. Hundreds of billions of won. If things went well, could I make hundreds of billions of dollars? It felt strange to be thinking about making money even in a situation like this. Perhaps because it did not feel real, I was actually quite calm. No, the truth is, my premonition. We have arrived, Taekyu announced. This is the final location. Perhaps I just did not want to believe it would become a reality. Taekyu asked, how is it, do you feel anything? Jinhu said confidently, it is exactly like in my dream. This is troublesome. It is right here. I am certain. Taekyu was surprised. An earthquake is going to happen here, really? He looked at the passing crowds. Then he remarked, such a peaceful place though. Taekyu's expression darkened. Is there no way to stop the earthquake? Jinhu spoke up. How can humans stop a natural disaster? Even if we know about it, we can't prepare in advance. But there are many issues. Investments based on premonitions could be discussed as market insight. It does not matter whether people believe me or not. I am in a position to give orders as a CEO. I do not need understanding or agreement. Jinhu was alarmed. I just need to make the decisions and give the orders myself. But this time is different. Expertise, decision-making authority. I have to convince others without any evidence or authority. Taekyu replied, you are right. I can't exactly say I saw a premonition. Even if I tell the truth, they won't believe it. So what should we do? Jinhu suggested, first, let us go to a nearby bookstore. There is a book I need to see. What kind? What is it? To gain decision-making authority, you first need expertise. The big one is coming. Suddenly Taekyu realized something. The navigation seems a bit off, Taekyu said in confusion. Jinhu asked, what is wrong? When we left at 6 a.m., it clearly said we would arrive at 7:30 a.m. Then it kept shortening to 6:45 a.m., and now it says we will arrive in 1 minute. We are in the middle of nowhere. No way. It is not what I think it is, right? Jinhu said, arriving after 6:45 more, right, that is the travel time. No wonder he was so willing to leave early. Taekyu was frustrated. You said 370 miles was fast, Jinhu replied calmly. Yeah, 600 kilometers by American standards. That is fast. Taekyu worried. No, it is going to turn out like this. We should have just taken a plane. Jinhu was tense. A disaster is about to happen. According to the book's description, it could lead to the greatest loss of life in history. He recalled. The scene in the dream was clearly the launch day of the Enphone Z, marking the 10th anniversary of Enpal's Enphone line. The exact date was not revealed, but the launch date was roughly late September. In other words, there were 2 months left until the earthquake. Jinhu frowned slightly. The more I read this book, the more I realize how serious the situation is, to the point where even the thought of exploiting this disaster for investment is intolerable.
Taekyu looked grave.
This is a matter of human lives. So, you mean you won't switch shifts and you will just keep reading? Jinhu said coldly. Taekyu, you are a hero. I will remember you. California Institute of Technology in Pasadena, abbreviated as Caltech. A voice spoke up, Professor, would it be better to clear these boxes out now? Professor Mohan said, just leave them there. Who knows, online bookstores might have something they are about to run out of. This man was Kiran Mohan, professor of geology, Caltech. What happened with your research grant application? Carrie asked. I still have not received a response. This was Carrie Cartwright, teaching assistant, Department of Geology, Caltech. Mohan said, I guess I will have to wait a while longer. Though at this rate, it is too late for the second half of the year's research. Carrie added, and Professor Josh Brown's new paper was published this morning, so I printed it out for you. Mohan held the papers. I have already read it. Oh, our famous Professor Josh Brown at MIT, the most famous man in academia. Wow, Kang Jinhu, this foolish guy knows nothing at all, the professor said sternly. The evidence he presents is flawed, and his conclusion has holes. No major earthquake in the next 10 years, and if there are, they will only be small scale, huh? Carrie hummed. I see. The professor criticized, it is just a mediocre paper trying to save face by considering the area most likely to have a major earthquake is too vast. With the budget and equipment he has, I would say that is all he could predict. As for the situation in Mexico, I am not denying the possibility, but ultimately, you have to realize it lacks actual geological data. If he had bothered to read my paper carefully, and applied it to his research, he would not have ended up with a result like this. It is a pity. Of course, I am not trying to bash him or being jealous, mind you. Suddenly hearing a noise, Mohan asked, who is outside? Someone pushed the door open. Professor, there is a visitor, Mohan said coldly. I am busy right now, so unless it is an important guest, tell them to leave. The young man was firm. It is an important guest, sir. Only then did Mohan stand up. Is the dean visiting or something? The young man was flustered. It is not that, but I think you should come out and see for yourself. Only then did Mohan stand up. Who could possibly be such an important guest that you are stalling like this? It was very noisy outside. Have you found a way to stop trolling through the autonomous driving feature yet? As soon as Mohan stepped out, he cried out in alarm. What? Have you confirmed how the anode active material made from the new material affects the separator yet? That guy! Surely. I have seen him somewhere before. On this side Jinhu was awkward. I apologize for showing up so suddenly. My name is Kang Jinhu from OTK Company. You are the professor who wrote this book, right? Mohan was astonished. Kang Jinhu came to find me, and he even read my book. His voice trembled.
Nice to meet you.
I am Dr. Kiran Mohan. First, please come inside. I know you are busy with so much work, but what brought you all the way here? Carrie asked bluntly, did you come seeking research support? Mohan coughed a few times as a signal. Carrie, why are you bringing that up now? Carrie whispered, since he might be here because of an academic interest in this field, is not the proper sequence to talk about such things. Later, Jinhu thought, we did not come to find Professor Mohan because he is the most famous or reliable scholar in the field of seismology. Quite the opposite. He is called the eccentric of the academic world. Contrary to the opinions of mainstream scholars, he is the only one who consistently insists on the big one, the massive earthquake I saw in my premonition. Because his actions are like an Indian rain dance, he even carries the derogatory label of Red Indian. Only then did Mohan speak up. I mean, you should approach these matters gently and kindly. However, the fact that he holds a professorship at this university means his competence has been recognized. From another perspective, it seemed his book was not selling very well. Jinhu said, on the way here, I read the book you wrote, Professor. After experiencing an earthquake once, I began to think this could be very dangerous. Including the Kairos Research Institute, many subsidiaries of OTK Company are located in Silicon Valley. Mohan nodded. I see. Since your businesses are there, it is only natural for you to be concerned. You have come to the right place. Our Caltech is the best in the field of earthquakes. Jinhu continued, regarding the violent earthquake that struck the Great East Japan earthquake disaster, which you mentioned in your book. You said it could strike San Francisco. Do you still think so? Mohan affirmed firmly, of course. Jinhu thought to himself, the answer I wanted has appeared. Just hearing that answer, my purpose is achieved. Tekyu whispered in his ear, I drove 600 kilometers for this. Jinhu continued the dialogue. If the big one hits San Francisco, can it withstand it? Since San Francisco is an earthquake-prone area, most high-rise buildings are designed with seismic resistance to withstand strong earthquakes. If the ground cracks or liquefaction occurs, they will surely collapse. Mohan slammed the book on the table, performing an experiment as he spoke. High-rise buildings have good resistance against vertical forces. The big one is coming, but as you can see, they are very weak against horizontal forces. If the ground cracks or sinks, and the central axis shifts even slightly to the side, it will collapse in an instant. Jinhu countered, if the big one happens, which area will have the most significant number of casualties and damage? Mohan glanced over. The highest probability is the southern part of San Francisco. That area is always crowded with tourists and business people. At least hundreds of thousands of people. No, according to the latest data, maybe
1 million people.
Tekyu was shocked.
1 million people.
Jinhu thought to himself, this number is even higher than the 20,000 casualties of the Great East Japan earthquake. Higher than the estimates I saw in the book. From an objective perspective, 1 million people only account for a mere 0.3% of the US population. But let us assume this, that those 1 million people are the core personnel leading America. Mohan looked grave. The economic, social and political damage America would suffer would be unimaginable. Perhaps the hegemon would lose its position. China or Russia would just sit back and watch. Of course, that is just an extreme assumption. Mohan continued, I only hope that such a thing never happens. To me, who already knows the answer, it did not feel like an assumption but a specific scenario. Jinhu was lost in thought. As the situation became clearer, I realized it was an event on a completely different level. Countless lives and the fate of the world are at stake. I have no right to say this. After utilizing it thoroughly, this premonition is nothing short of a curse. Are you telling two guys just over 25, with nothing special but money, to stand against this massive disaster? He grimaced. 1 million people. Exactly what am I supposed to do? Takyu patted his arm. Why the long face again, CEO? You said natural disasters can't be stopped anyway. Even if Ronald led the effort, you could not save all 1 million people. Sometimes your standards are too high. Think broadly. Mohan turned and asked Carrie, do you know Korean? Carrie explained, it seems he is trying to convince him of something. Takyu's voice rang out. No, wait, do not misunderstand. I am talking about ideology, not human lives. Takyu had to speak up on Jinhu's behalf. Anyway, let us find what we can do within our capacity and start with that. If we do something and even one person is saved, then that is a good thing. So, do not give up like me, who drove 600 kilometers alone. Jinhu added, right. The moment we stop, the damage will increase to the extreme. To minimize the problem, what I must do now is. Thinking this, he said bluntly, understand clearly that the big one is approaching. Let us continue with the questions Jinhu presented. According to the book, you thought it would arrive this year. Is there a reason? Mohan chimed in, first I must tell you about my grandmother. Jinhu was surprised. Ah, your grandmother, Mohan recounted, my grandmother was a Native American shaman passed down through generations. She told me many stories, including myths, history, culture, and the life of Native Americans. She also frequently spoke as a habit about the disaster that would fall upon this land. You must leave California. The time she sensed in her will was exactly this September. Jinhu and Taikyu looked at each other without a word, but everyone understood, a premonition. Mohan continued, and of course it sounds strange. It is not just for that reason. I reached that conclusion by comprehensively evaluating scientific research and real-world situations. Jinhu asked, could I meet your grandmother? Mohan said regretfully, she passed away 15 years ago. Ah, Jinhu responded, but even after hearing your grandmother's will, why did you still stay here? Mohan explained, paradoxically, I stayed to prove my grandmother's words. Above all, as a result of researching it for over a decade, I felt I could only live my life with a clear conscience after facing this cursed truth. What would be the point if I alone ran away while leaving behind countless people in California? To be honest with you, this place is relatively safe. I will try to do what I can, and right before it happens, I will have to evacuate too. Jinhu's lips curled slightly.
That sounds right.
How is the related research progressing? Carrie also added, current research is suspended, and state government funding has been cut off. Jinhu suddenly proposed, if you have the money, you can continue the research, right? Mohan hesitated. That. Well, yes, that is true. Jinhu smiled brightly. Then that is a relief, because I have a lot of money. I will provide the research funds. Please do not worry about money from now on, and focus on your research. Mohan stood up in joy. I won't refuse if you offer support.
Thank you.
Carrie also could not hide her joy. Whoa, thank you so much. The two shook hands. We have met a reputable expert. I look forward to working with you. Jinhu was humble. I am the one who should say that. He thought, I plan to trust and follow his claims. People might think I have been fooled by an eccentric or a missionary professor, but, in any case, it will provide a legitimate reason for my actions. Credibility.
Expertise.